Grandpa Chu goodbye. Grandpa Chu see you tomorrow. Grandpa Chu go home early and get some rest. At the gate of Shaiji Academy, Chu Shanhe wore a kindly smile as he responded to each of them one by one. Looking at this group of vibrant students, Chu Shanhe could not help recalling his own youthful days. A sigh escaped his lips. Without realizing it, I have already been in this world for 100 years. He was a transmigrator. 100 years ago, he had crossed over into this world of global martial cultivation. He had thought he could, like other transmigrators, obtain a golden cheat and ultimately stand atop the world, yet fate refused to comply. Not to mention any cheat, even his own innate talent turned out to be among the lowest of the low. Yet he did not sink into despair. Relying instead on extraordinary perseverance, he finally became a martial artist at the age of 40, after which he enlisted in the army for 30 years. During those 3 decades, he fought bravely in extra-dimensional battlefields, honing himself as he slew enemies and ultimately achieved the level of high-level martial artist, only a single step away from becoming a martial master. Yet that final step remained forever out of reach, as distant as the sky, though it lay just before him. As his age advanced, his vital blood and chi began to wane. Let alone breaking through any further, even maintaining his current realm became increasingly difficult. 5 years later, he retired with regret. After leaving the army, he found work as a gatekeeper at Shaiji Academy, and that single job had lasted 30 years. Today was his 100th birthday. Perhaps I am the most failed transmigrator of them all, Chu Shanhe said, with a wry smile, looking back over the course of his life and lamenting the unfairness of fate. Just then the crisp ringing of a phone cut through his thoughts. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, a genuine smile finally surfaced on Chu Shanhe's face. "Hello, old woman," he answered gently. On the other end of the line came the voice of his wife Bai Shuang. "Old man, remember to buy some eggs on your way back. And come home early. Don't go to the park to play chess today. You know what day it is. Don't make the children and me wait for you." "I know, I'll tidy up here in a bit and head back," he replied. Hanging up, Chu Shanhe shook his head with a smile. Although he had never stirred up storms in this world, he had a wife who had stayed by his side all these years and a pair of adorable grandchildren. For this lifetime, that alone made it worthwhile. His only regret was that his son and daughter-in-law had died more than 10 years ago in a war beyond the borders of their... After work, he returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, he was enveloped by a rich, mouth-watering aroma. To celebrate his 100th birthday, his wife, Bai Shuang, had prepared a whole table laden with delicious dishes. In the very center of the table stood a large birthday cake. "Grandpa, you're finally back." A 15 or 16-year-old girl bounced out of the kitchen, took the eggs from Chu Shanhe's hands, then pointed toward the inner room. "Grandpa, Grandma is upstairs waiting for you. Go on and quickly." She then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Grandpa, once you go in, remember to coax Grandma a bit." I just peeked through the crack in the door, and her expression didn't look good at all. "As for the reason, well, you know. You little imp." Chu Shanhe chuckled and fondly ruffled the hair of his granddaughter, Chu Yue, before heading into the inner bedroom. "Old woman, what are you doing?" he called softly. In the room, Bai Shuang sat on the edge of the bed, holding a framed photograph in her hands as tears fell from her eyes one after another. Though she was already over 90, Bai Shuang's spirit remained bright, and her body was still quite sturdy. From the lines of her features, one could easily imagine how much of a beauty she had been in her youth. Seeing Chu Shanhe come in, she sniffled and said in a choked voice, "I was thinking about our son and daughter-in-law. On such an important day, yet they... Enough, it has been so many years already," he murmured. At the mention of their son and daughter-in-law, Chu Shanhe's heart ached as well. His son's talent had been outstanding. By 40, he was already a mid-level martial master, and perhaps in a few more years he might have broken through to grandmaster. His daughter-in-law had also been a martial artist. Though her aptitude was not quite on par with his son's, it was by no means poor. They might have become a pair of grandmasters under the same roof, yet both had perished instead. It was truly the whims of fate. After he comforted his wife for a while, Bai Shuang's emotions finally calmed. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then took out a set of traditional Tang-style clothes for Chu Shanhe. "Change your clothes. Don't keep the children waiting," she said. "It's just a birthday. No need to make such a fuss. We could simply go down and have a casual meal with the kids." Chu Shanhe grumbled, clearly reluctant to change. "What are you talking about?" she shot back. She rewarded him with a dramatic eye roll. "Today is your 100th birthday. How could we possibly treat it casually? We may not be what we once were, but the proper rituals must still be observed. Hurry up and put it on. I'll change as well," she added. With that, she took from the wardrobe a blue and white cheongsam she had treasured for many years. All right, I'll change," he muttered. Chu Shanhe had no choice but to agree. He had no wish to dampen his family's enthusiasm. A few minutes later, the two of them emerged, supporting each other as they walked out. They saw that the large cake was now bristling with candles. The candle flames flickered and swayed as though voicing their own emotions. "Grandpa, Grandma." By the table stood his granddaughter Chu Yu and a boy of 16 or 17, his eldest grandson Chu Feng. Seeing their grandparents come out, the two youngsters immediately brightened. Chu Yu bounced over to him, looped her arm through Chu Shanhe's free arm, dimples appearing on her cheeks, as she said in a sweet voice, "Grandpa, happy birthday. I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a life as long as the southern mountains." "A good child," Chu Shanhe replied, his face alight with happiness. He was especially fond of this granddaughter of his. "Grandpa, happy birthday," came another voice. In contrast to his sister Chu Feng was reserved by nature. He rarely spoke, and was not particularly lively. Only after Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang had taken their seats at the table did he offer his blessing aloud, and then thoughtfully pull out their chairs for them. "Fenger, you sit down as well," Chu Shanhe said. The sensible behavior of the two children filled him with satisfaction and warmth. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Chu Yu began to sing the birthday song, then urged eagerly, "Grandpa, hurry and blow out the candles. Make a wish." "Old man, don't just sit there in a daze, hurry up," Bai Shuang chimed in. Looking at his wife and granddaughter on either side, Chu Shanhe chuckled, then slowly closed his eyes. "I have lived in this world for 100 years. Once I thought I would roam the martial world in dominance and stand at its very peak, but the affairs of life change in ways no one can foresee. I no longer dare to ask for much. I only hope that while I still draw breath, I may see these two children grow up safe and happy, and that the one I love remains in good health." Inwardly, Chu Shanhe silently made his wish for his 100th birthday. Ding. Progress at 100%. Sign in system binding in progress. An emotionless electronic chime, as if descending from the vast heavens above, resounded within Chu Shanhe's mind, causing the expression on his face to shift and ripple in a myriad of ways. A system. Chu Shanhe's face was a tangle of emotions, his heart roiling with countless feelings. He had longed for this voice for a full 100 years. He still remembered how, when he had first crossed into this world, he spent countless nights fantasizing about obtaining a golden finger, dreaming of possessing a system like the protagonists in the novels he had read, and opening a life filled with cheats and miracles. Yet time had shown him just how laughable those early dreams were. 100 years had passed, his life had been full of dramatic rises and falls. He had long since abandoned hope of any system or golden finger. Now he wished only for a peaceful old age to spend the rest of his years with his wife, and watch his grandchildren grow up. But today that emotionless electronic chime set his long-sealed heart ablaze once more. "Grandpa, what's wrong with—" Chu Yu was the first to notice Chu Shanhe's abnormal state, and asked with a face full of concern. "Old man, are you alright?" Bai Shuang also put down her chopsticks, hurriedly stretching out her hand to pat Chu Shanhe twice on the back. I'm fine." Chu Shanhe finally came back to his senses and revealed a kindly smile. "I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Time flies so quickly, in the blink of an eye I'm already 100 years old. Yes, the years spare no one. We've already become an old man and old woman." Bai Shuang also thought of those verdant youthful days and smiled. "Hurry and blow out the candles." "Grandpa, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." As Chu Yu sang the birthday song, Chu Shanhe gently blew out the candles atop the cake, and the family shared a heartwarming meal together. After dinner, he immediately returned to his study and locked the door behind him. After carefully examining everything, Chu Shanhe finally figured out how the system functioned. A check-in system. Each day I check in, I can obtain cultivation methods, pills, divine artifacts, and treasure techniques. And the rewards are related to how dense the spiritual energy is at the location. The richer the chi, the greater the chance of obtaining something extraordinary. Sitting in his chair, Chu Shanhe calmed his emotions. Since heaven had allowed him to activate the check-in system at the age of 100, it clearly meant one thing. He was still the protagonist. Glancing around his study, he silently intoned in his heart, "Check in. Host has successfully checked in at the study. As this is the host's first check-in, you have received a super reward. SSS-grade talent." SSS-grade talent. Chu Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then unrestrained joy surged across his face. He had never imagined that his very first check-in would grant him such an extraordinary boon. As a retired soldier, no one understood the importance of talent better than he did. Back then his talent had been only mediocre, and he had expended immense effort just to reach the realm of an advanced martial artist. In the end, he was stuck at that level, unable to take another step forward, a lifelong regret. In this era, talent represented everything. For monstrous geniuses with extraordinary physiques, cultivation was like riding a rocket to the heavens. He knew that the youngest war god of the Federation possessed such freakish talent, rising from a beginner martial artist to a peak war god in little more than 30 years, and he had just turned 40 this year. If my talent back then had been SS-grade, my fate might have undergone a earth-shattering transformation. He paused, then murmured, "Still, it's not too late now." He gathered his thoughts, then walked over and locked the study door once more. At last he spoke softly, "Fuse." Ugh. In the next moment, a piercing, bone-deep agony made him convulse uncontrollably. Yet relying on sheer willpower, Chu Shanhe clenched his teeth and forced himself not to utter a sound. It felt as though every blood vessel, every nerve, and even every cell in his body was being torn apart. Eyes clenched shut and teeth grinding, Chu Shanhe endured in silence. No one knew how long had passed before his eyes suddenly snapped open and a fierce aura erupted from his body. Feeling the surging, boiling blood coursing within him, Chu Shanhe's lips curved into a long-lost smile. The deficiency in his vitality had been completely replenished, and his physical body was now tougher than even at his peak. The haze that had once clouded him was gone. His entire being had become clear and transparent. His mind and everything else felt extraordinarily lucid. So these are the benefits of SS-grade talent. Clenching his fists, Chu Shanhe felt his power bursting at the seams. I wonder what level my combat strength has reached. After a simple wash, he lay on his bed thinking. Were it not already deep into the night, he would have rushed to the academy immediately to test himself. The next day, as usual, Chu Shanhe arrived at the academy very early. After finishing his duties, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the training hall, intending to test just how much power he now possessed. At this hour, few students were training. The hall was almost empty, which suited Chu Shanhe perfectly. The testing machines here were the latest models capable of withstanding 50,000 G of force. He casually chose one, stood before it, adjusted himself to his optimal state, then suddenly drove his fist forward in a powerful punch. Bang! The testing machine shuddered violently as the numbers on the screen jumped rapidly. The final value left even Chu Shanhe momentarily stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How could it be so perfectly sequential? After his initial astonishment came pure exhilaration. Chu Shanhe's whole body was trembling. He had never imagined his strength would surpass 10,000. He had only just replenished his depleted vitality yesterday and was currently at the level of a beginner martial artist. As expected, talent determines a martial artist's ceiling. Chu Shanhe sighed. For ordinary martial artists, combat strength usually matched their realm. A beginner martial artist possessed barely more than 1,000 units of force, with little room to exceed that. Of course, this era was not lacking in prodigies and cultivators with special physiques. Their combat strength increased by multiples. When he had joined the army, his battalion commander had been a natural spiritual body who, at the realm of an advanced martial artist, could fight head-on against a second-grade martial master. According to the Federation standards, a beginner martial artist needed to reach 1,000 in strength, an intermediate 3,000, and an advanced 8,000. Once one's strength broke through 10,000, one stepped into the realm of a beginner martial master. Although martial master and martial artist differed by only a single character, their combat power was vastly different. A single beginner martial master could effortlessly crush 3 to 5 advanced martial artists. Moreover, the treatment martial masters received within the Federation was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Their monthly allowances alone reached 100,000, and their status and social standing changed dramatically. Above martial masters stood the grandmasters. Grandmasters were divided into 9 grades, with the first being minor and the 9th being great. With each grade, strength doubled. A first-grade grandmaster needed a force of 100,000, a second grade required 200,000, and so on up to 900,000 for the 9th grade. Breaking through 1 million marked the level of a great grandmaster. An ordinary advanced martial master possessed 80 to 90,000 in strength, but the natural spiritual body could erupt with 200,000, highlighting just how crucial talent and foundation were. Now, even at the realm of a beginner martial artist, he could unleash more than 10,000 units of strength, 10 times the norm. It was truly terrifying beyond words. In the past, when he fought in the different dimension, the situation had been dire, forcing him to break through realms hastily, without tempering each stage to its utmost, leaving his foundation unstable. Now things were different. With this second chance, Chu Shanhe naturally would not walk the same reckless path. With SS-grade talent, he believed it would not be long before he stood at the peak of the world. A faint smile appeared on Chu Shanhe's face. The road he would walk from now on had become clearer than ever. Now it's time to head to the back mountain. The spiritual energy there is much richer. I should be able to check in for something truly valuable. With that thought, he turned, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode out of the training room. The back mountain of the academy is a splendid place for students to breathe and meditate. It is said that the founder once seized a section of a spiritual vein and buried it here, resulting in the spiritual energy being several times more abundant than elsewhere. Not only is the spiritual energy abundant here, but there is also a bamboo forest on the back mountain. This bamboo forest was also left by the academy's founder, with those sturdy bamboos bearing strange and peculiar marks. These marks were carved during the founder's enlightenment, when he broke through to become a war god. Over the 100 years of the Shajia Academy's history, many exceptionally talented geniuses have comprehended profound techniques from these marks. If the training room is a paradise for lower-grade students, then the back mountain is a paradise for higher-grade students. Though it is still early, many people have already arrived here. Some are sitting cross-legged in meditation, some are comprehending in the bamboo forest, and a few are even sparring deep within the forest. Chu Shanhe once again sighed at the vitality of the youth, then sought out a relatively secluded area, focusing his mind. Sign in. Host has successfully signed in at the back mountain of the academy and obtained the great transformation scripture. A voice like the tolling of a bell echoed in his mind, causing him to shudder. In the next moment, he felt a clarity wash over him, as if enlightened by a divine revelation. Indeed, the more abundant the spiritual energy, the more extraordinary the rewards that emerge. A glimmer of joy flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes. The great transformation scripture is indeed a legendary technique, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, encompassing myriad paths within itself. In other words, after obtaining the great transformation scripture, he could integrate the strengths of various schools and cultivate the great path of all things. I wonder if I can sign in at this place again tomorrow. If I can, that would be simply delightful. He muttered to himself, surveying the entire Shajia Academy. The place with the most concentrated spiritual energy here allows for infinite sign-ins, which equates to an endless supply of good fortune. Soon he buried this thought deep within his heart, knowing that whether his wish would come true could only be tested tomorrow. With that thought, he directly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Before long, he felt the blood and energy within his body begin to churn, gradually boiling with a thudding sound resonating in his chest. After an unknown amount of time, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from his body. At that moment, he had successfully stepped into the realm of an intermediate warrior. Indeed, it is a legendary technique I have broken through in such a short time. At this rate, it won't be long before I reach the peak of my former state. Chu Shanhe slowly rose, a glint of sharp light in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated how powerful he would be at that time. As soon as the afternoon work hours ended, he went straight home. "Old woman, make me something to eat," he demanded Bai Shuang to prepare dinner. As soon as he entered, his increased strength and the fact that he hadn't eaten lunch made him extremely hungry. "Cook a few more dishes. I'm happy today. Let's have a couple of drinks together." Understood. Although Bai Shuang didn't know why her husband was so happy, she followed his orders and cooked a few extra dishes. Soon several delicious dishes were laid out on the table. At that moment, Chu Yu also returned from school. Seeing the table full of dishes, she was first taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Grandma, Grandpa, you've gone mad. Why prepare so many dishes? This is such an extravagant feast." "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Shuang chuckled as she lightly punched her granddaughter. "Hurry up and wash your hands to eat." "Hee, just joking." Chu Yu stuck her tongue out at her grandmother, then quietly glanced at Chu Shanhe. Seeing that Grandpa was not angry, she happily went to wash her hands. "Where's your brother?" Chu Shanhe glanced outside, and finding no sign of his grandson, asked. "You don't know? He must have gone to train." "What's the occasion today, Grandma and Grandpa? Why are there so many delicious dishes?" "It's nothing special, just that Grandpa is happy." Chu Shanhe looked at his granddaughter and picked her favorite chicken leg, smiling. "Hurry up and eat, otherwise it'll get cold soon." "Thank you, Grandpa." The little girl's eyes immediately narrowed into crescent moons as she picked up the chicken leg and started to gnaw on it. "Eat slowly. A girl should learn to be modest." Beside them, Bai Shuang looked on helplessly. Meanwhile, Chu Feng with a bruised face walked toward a certain desolate rich. Relying on his rich old man, he bought some strength potions just to defeat me. Ooh, what a shameless brat. Humph. Wait until I break through as a warrior, and it'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. He cursed as he walked. Perhaps he exerted too much force as the cut on his lip opened up, causing him to grimace in pain. Enough, Chu Feng, just venting is sufficient. You are destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. He is merely a second-generation warrior. At that moment, the ring on his hand suddenly vibrated and emitted an ancient voice. "Just follow my training methods, and your strength will soon reach 1,000 pounds. Got it, teacher?" Chu Feng nodded, then touched the ring on his finger, his eyes radiating with two bright beams. This ring was something he stumbled upon at a roadside stall. He had bought it because he liked the patterns on it, not realizing it was an ancient relic containing the soul of a powerful being. Chu Feng was not surprised by this, rather he felt exceptionally delighted. In this era, the martial arts learned by people were all found in ruins. He considered himself incredibly lucky. Upon arriving at his destination, he removed his upper garments. Though young, his muscles were well developed. He then began his training. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches echoed throughout the desolate ridge, and sweat poured down Chu Feng's body with steam rising from his head, as if he had just been pulled from a hot spring. "Stupid boy, hold on. This is the state of boiling blood and energy." The voice from the ring continued. "Think of your grandfather, your grandmother, your sister. Think of your original intentions. You must keep growing stronger to provide a better life for your family." With a roar, Chu Feng delivered a full-force punch and shattered a tree. Boom. At the moment the tree fell, a barrier within Chu Feng seemed to be shattered, releasing a powerful aura. He knew that at this moment he had finally entered the ranks of warriors. "Impressive, little brat. Although your talent is average, your willpower is tenacious, even stronger than I imagined. Although you are now only a low-level beginner warrior, congratulations. Next, your path will become even more arduous. Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Chu Feng understood the meaning behind these words. He calmed his breath, and a determined expression appeared on his resolute face. "Very well." As the voice faded, the ring emitted a dazzling light, which transformed into a golden beam that shot into Chu Feng's forehead, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. As the light dissipated, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a long-lost smile on his face. At that moment, he realized that he had officially become his master's disciple, inheriting his legacy. He wanted to rush home to share the news of his becoming a warrior with his grandparents and younger sister, as it was the biggest good news for their family in recent years. "Grandpa, Grandma, and Xiao Yue, I have finally become a warrior. From now on, I will take care of this family." Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly and quickly ran home. Upon returning home, he found his grandparents and younger sister having dinner together, and he suppressed his excitement, preparing to build up the suspense. "Xiao Feng is back." Bai Shuang saw her grandson return and immediately got up to serve rice, saying, "Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. Grandma served me more. I'm in a good mood today." After washing his hands, Chu Feng approached the dining table, glancing at his puzzled sister and grandmother, his little face slightly raised. "What's wrong? Bro, what did you do today?" Bai Shuang and Chu Yu spoke in unison, both showing a look of confusion. "What's up with these two today? They're both..." "Yes." Chu Feng's smile grew more intense, as he could already imagine the shocked expressions of his family when they... "Enough with the guessing, it's just that you became a warrior. However, Chu Shanhe did not give him that opportunity, and said lightly, hurry up and eat, the dishes are getting cold. As soon as Chu Feng entered, he noticed the boy's change. His aura was much more robust than usual, a sign of having just entered the warrior realm. Oh! Chu Feng immediately deflated like an eggplant hit by frost, lowering his head to eat. Ta! Nearby Chu Yu began to mercilessly laugh. Bro, how does it feel to be socially dead? Chu Feng rolled his eyes and ignored his carefree sister. What are you laughing at? Finish eating and go to your home. Chu Shanhe looked at his granddaughter expressionlessly. Your brother is already a warrior, and look at you. Chu Yu's smile instantly froze on her face, then she glared at Chu Shanhe with resentment, pouting him, I don't like you anymore, stinky grandpa. After saying that, she angrily returned to her room and slammed the door shut. Yu. Bai Shuang shot a fierce glare at her husband from the side. Early the next morning, Chu Feng got up. Since he was 10 years old, he had gotten up early every day to train, sticking to this routine for years. Today he was very surprised to find that Grandpa had also gotten up this early and was waiting for him. At that moment, Chu Shanhe was sitting on the sofa, and upon hearing the noise he got up and slowly said, since you have entered the warrior realm, I will assess your combat ability today. The reason for this was twofold. First, he wanted to see his grandson's strength and talent. Second, he wanted to warn this kid not to get too arrogant. Chu Feng was only 16 this year, yet he was already a junior warrior demonstrating his extraordinary talent. However, Chu Shanhe worried about the pride that might come with youth, so he deliberately got up early to wait for him. This was also in line with the education he provided the previous night. Really? Chu Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. He knew that his grandfather was a high-ranked warrior during his peak, and although his vitality had waned and his level had regressed, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Though Grandpa usually didn't show off, he believed his grandfather still possessed considerable strength, at least stronger than a junior warrior. Now that Grandpa wanted to test his combat ability, he too wanted to see just how strong his grandfather's fighting power was. Then let's go to the training ground. Chu Feng was somewhat impatient, filled with combat spirit. This kid. Watching his grandson's back, Chu Shan's lips curled into a smile. He could already sense the intense fighting spirit emanating from him. 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the training ground. The sky was still early with only a few people training. Come on. Chu Shanhe stood in a corner with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Grandpa, you better be careful. Chu Feng slowly squatted down, adopting a horse stance. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, and in the next moment lunged at Chu Shanhe with a punch like an arrow released from its bow. His momentum was overwhelming, and his punch howled through the air like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. For a junior warrior to exhibit such momentum was already impressive, especially since Chu Feng was only 16. Chu Shanhe watched his grandson's imposing punch with a satisfied expression. Just as Chu Feng's fist was only 10 centimeters away from him, he struck. With a lightning-fast move, he reached out and grabbed Chu Feng's fist, rendering him completely immobile. He then yanked him down, causing Chu Feng to fall directly to the ground. Not bad, your explosive power exceeded my expectations. It seems you haven't worked hard in vain these years. Chu Shanhe put his hands back behind him. Just now, the explosive power of Chu Feng's punch was indeed unexpected, probably weighing over 1,000 pounds. Being able to unleash double the power of his realm indicated that Chu Feng's talent was impressive. Although he couldn't compare to those prodigies, he was still a genius. Your grandfather is peculiar. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Although he appears to have many flaws, standing here, I can sense a terrifying power concealed within him. This power is around 10,000 pounds, far beyond what you can compare to at this moment. 10,000 pounds of power. Could it be that Grandpa is now a junior martial master? Thinking of this possibility, Chu Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had initially thought that Grandpa's vitality decline would lead him to the warrior realm, yet all these years later, he had still remained at the martial master level. It seemed that Grandpa's foundation was beyond anything I could imagine. Chu Feng thought to himself. But don't worry. At that moment, the voice of his teacher rang out again. You are only 15 this year, and your grandfather is already 100. Being able to maintain the martial master level is already quite impressive, while you have just begun. Oh. Chu Feng firmly believed in his teacher's words. He jumped up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his body, and said to Chu Shanhe, Grandpa, I lost. However, I will keep working hard, and one day I will defeat you. Good kid. Seeing his grandson's undaunted demeanor, Chu Shanhe smiled slightly. Grandpa looks forward to that day. After finishing breakfast, he went to the academy. After completing his work, Chu Shanhe, just like yesterday, went to the back. Sign in. Host successfully signed in at the back mountain of the academy, receiving 10 chi condensing pills. Note this location has already been signed in. Continuing to sign in will not yield super rewards. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Chu Shanhe immediately understood that his previous assumption was incorrect. Only the first sign-in at a location would yield good rewards. What's happening? Why do I sense the spiritual energy on the back mountain is a little thin today, eh? I feel it too. Could it be that we have been taking too much? Meanwhile, elsewhere on the back mountain, the students perceived an anomaly, and heaven and earth halted their cultivation and began to discuss it. Not only that, even the teachers noticed the abnormality. After fruitless debate, they could only conclude it was over-harvesting, for they could find no other explanation. After all, Sheiji Academy has existed for centuries, and that spirit vein has endured for centuries, as well as sooner or later, it was bound to be exhausted. No one noticed the centenarian old man huddled in a small corner of the back mountain. Over the next few days, Chu Shanhe signed in only at the back mountain. Each day, he received 10 Ningqi Danqi consolidation pills, enough for a day's training. With time, his realm progressed from junior martialist to intermediate martialist, and now he had even reached the advanced martialist threshold. He broke through unimpeded. A few days later, Chu Shanhe on the stone suddenly opened his eyes, two keen lights piercing toward the heavens. In the next instant, a fierce aura burst from him. He exhaled, drew his breath back, and a smile of joy creased. After so many days of effort, he had finally ascended to the martial master realm. I wonder how strong I am now. Will it still be a tenfold amplification? At the thought, his heart surged. He turned and walked toward the training hall. Because a grandmaster-level powerhouse had come to give a lecture today, the training pavilion was deserted. Rumor had it he came from the military and had once graduated from Sheiji Academy. He had been specially invited to warn the students of the ferocity of exotic beasts and the precautions to observe on the battlefield. The talk stirred memories of his own years in the army, and Chu Shanhe sighed inwardly. I wonder how my old comrades, as one grows older, one tends to dwell on the past. Chu Shanhe was no exception. He then approached a testing machine and steadied himself. The Dian Zhaohua Heart Sutra began to circulate, his qi and blood surging within. He drew a deep breath and unleashed a sudden punch. A piercing sonic boom split the air as the punch broke the sound barrier. Bang! The testing rig shook violently, its numbers dancing wildly. Chu Shanhe held his breath, eyes fixed on the flickering display. Soon the digits stilled and revealed the final result, 99,999. An alarm sounded, the red light began to flash, and electronic beeps rang out. What is this? Chu Shanhe froze, then realization struck. One punch surpasses 100,000. He trembled with excitement. That single blow had registered grandmaster-level power. This is the terror of a super talent. The tenfold amplification is simply staggering. If I as a junior martial master can produce grandmaster power, what will happen when I myself become a grandmaster? And then the thoughts of greater heights, great grandmaster, warlord, even war god, made him draw a cold breath at the possibilities. In that moment, a movie line from a past life echoed in his head, "He'll take on 10. Calming himself, Chu Shanhe folded his hands behind his back and left the training room. Soon the class bell rang. Students walked out discussing the insights and inspirations they had gained from the lesson. Senior brother Chunhua truly deserves his battlefield reputation. His lecture was extraordinary. It solved the cultivation dilemma that has plagued me for months and proved that truth is forged in life and death struggle. Indeed, those who have not been tempered on the battlefield cannot be called true martialists. This lesson struck me so deeply that I have decided after graduation I will enlist and hunt exotic beasts in other dimensions. The battlefield is where a person is honed. Senior brother Chunhua is only 38, yet already a grandmaster powerhouse. I feel the same. When Chunhua simply stands there, I sense a terrifying killing intent and rancor. Even among grandmasters, he is more fearsome than any I have met in the martial halls. They are not on the same plane. In practice, they might be comparable, but in a fight to the death, the grandmasters from the martial halls would perish. Chunhua himself said his techniques and moves are meant to kill. I think the academy should offer more courses like this. You are dreaming. Do you think grandmasters like Chunhua are idle? He came only as a courtesy to the dean to give a grandmaster. When will I ever reach that realm? First work to become a junior martial master. A grandmaster. When will I ever reach that realm? First work to become a junior martial master. To the training hall. Hey everyone, come look, a major discovery. Suddenly a shout echoed through the hall, drawing every eye. A plump student stood trembling before a testing machine, overcome with excitement. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Is he having a seizure? Look at the machine. The plump boy could barely speak. The crowd stared, and in the next instant their faces changed. The machine's display showed 99,999. Unless refreshed, the tester retained the previous user's data. At first, the plump boy thought the device had malfunctioned, but 99,999 meant power beyond 100,000, grandmaster level strength. There were only a handful of grandmaster powerhouses at the academy, all teachers, and they had been attending the lecture. None could have been here. Moreover, grandmasters had their own private training rooms, and this testing rig was not meant for such a level. As he moved to check the machine, his eye caught the flashing alarm, and his earlier assumptions were overturned. It was not a malfunction, or a grandmaster had indeed been here. He erupted with excitement and began shouting. 99,999. My goodness, 100,000. Isn't that a grandmaster's power? Did any teacher come here to test their strength? Impossible. The teachers were all at the back listening to the lecture. Who would bother to come here to test? Who could it have been? Someone speculated, could a student have broken through to grandmaster? Even more unlikely, others replied. A bystander rolled his eyes. Our academy's strongest senior brother Dujan is only an intermediate martial master. Do you really think grandmaster is so easy to attain? True. Then who did this? The students discussed for a while, found no answer, and eventually dispersed to resume their cultivation. Chu Shanhe had no idea that his punch had stunned a group of students. At that moment he walked hands clasped behind his back into the academy's Sheiji garden. Sheiji garden was little more than a grove, but at its deepest point stood a vast stele said to have descended from above. Some claimed it had been seized from another dimension by the academy's seers. According to the annals, the stele had been present since the academy's founding. Beyond the seers, no one truly knew its origin. No one could tell where the stele had come from, but the intricate, profound patterns carved upon it betrayed its Centuries ago, someone at the academy had deciphered mysteries from its surface and declared that a peerless sword technique was concealed within. But to this day, no one has mastered that legendary sword art, not even that elder and prolonged attempts often lead practitioners astray into obsession or madness. Over time, the stele was abandoned, and even labeled the cursed stele, eventually fading into academy legend. Chu Shanhe had come to see that fabled stele and to test whether he might sign in here and receive fortunate rewards. The spiritual energy here was not lacking, precisely because of the stele students avoided the place, leaving it desolate. He pushed aside the waist-high weeds and, hands folded behind his back, approached the stele. Standing before the towering stone, his mind stirred. Sign in. A system voice intoned. Sign in successful, obtained Wushuang, Jiani Wushuang sword intent. As the announcement fell away, Chu Shanhe's vision shifted violently. Before his eyes unfolded an image of the world's end. The city lay ruined, a boundless wasteland. Countless feral beasts surged forth as if the apocalypse had descended. In the next instant, a towering silhouette fell from the heavens, and a single sword stroke followed. A colossal sword chi roared skyward as though cleaving the horizon itself and tearing through the firmament. Wherever that sword chi passed, nothing lived. Innumerable beasts were slain by that single stroke. The scene shifted. The blasted waste vanished and was replaced by an endless sea of stars. The same figure remained, and once more a sword was drawn and unleashed. This time heaven and earth were sundered. The sword chi ran rampant, cleaving a dozen stars into fragments that tumbled down like falling jewels. After a long while, Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes, a fierce shock burning in them. Is this the ultimate Wushuang Jiani? A single sword dividing heaven and earth, annihilating suns and stars. He then turned his gaze to the stone stele beside him. In the next moment, the stele erupted with dazzling light. A pillar of sword radiance shot into the sky. What has happened? Over by the gardens. Could someone have comprehended the stele? Look, a sword has appeared in the sky. The apparition sent the entire academy into a stir. Students abandoned their tasks and pressed against windows, craning toward the gardens. In his office, Dean Xinshua leapt to his feet. Seeing that enormous sword radiance, a look of stunned horror crossed his face. How is this possible? In a flash, he vanished from the office. Not only him. Other teachers likewise hurried toward the gardens. When they arrived, they found the dean standing before the four broken stele, lost in thought. Dean, what on earth happened here? Was it you who fathomed the sword technique etched on that stele? The teachers asked. Not me. Xinshua shook his head slowly, his face complicated. I only came because I saw the apparition. When I arrived, it was already in this state. Not you. The crowd gasped, faces changing at his denial. As Dean Xinshua's strength was fearsome, a second-rank grandmaster steeped in the sword path, and everyone in watching knew the stele harbored a legacy sword technique. If anyone were likely, they would have thought of Xinshua. Now that he claimed otherwise, the shock among the gathered was palpable. Then who is it? We don't know. Xinshua's eyes flashed with resolve. He must be one of our academy. Split up and search. It's only been a short time, he cannot have gone far. Whoever comprehended that stele must be a world-shaking sword prodigy. Move quickly, find him at once. Yes. They nodded and scattered in all directions. Xinshua, staring at the shattered stele, suddenly laughed heartily. Heaven has favored Sheiji Academy. After a century, Sheiji Academy has birthed another extraordinary genius. We can finally hold our heads high again, huh? The masters moved swiftly, and before long the searching teachers returned. Disappointment flashed across their faces. You didn't find him? Xinshua could scarcely believe it. We searched the entire academy and found nothing, they replied. They shook their heads. Strange. Might it not be someone from our academy? Impossible. Aside from our academy's vigilance and rules, comprehending a stele is not instantaneous. It requires time and accumulation. If it had been someone else, they would have been discovered long ago. They could not have stayed hidden until now. Xinshua dismissed that notion, a look of certainty in his eyes. It must be one of ours. Only they don't wish us to know for now. Keep a watch. Investigate who comes here day after day. Understood. With hopes fading, the searchers left. News of a sword prodigy spread through the academy. Everyone speculated who this low-key genius might be. Perhaps someone among them. Some joked that they roughed up everyone in their dorm to force a confession, but the secret remained hidden. The prodigy would not reveal himself. The story grew until it became the academy's headline, an endless source of gossip. The true instigator, however, remained oblivious. The gatekeeper sat cross-legged on his cot, eyes closed in cultivation. At the moment the apparition erupted, he had slipped away. Something from the stele had entered his body, and the Dianzawa Xian Jing began to operate on its own. Back in the gatehouse, he fell into meditation. Within his dantian, a golden sword talisman spun ceaselessly, its surface etched with dense, mysterious Tao patterns. With each rotation, Chu Shanhe's comprehension of the sword path deepened. That sword talisman was the very thing from the steel. Refined by the Dian Zhaohua Xian Jing, it had at last become his first great Dao rune. Such is the terror of the Dian Zhaohua Xian Jing, it contains and refines all things, tempering myriad paths. The sword path is but one of the 3,000 great ways. After a long while he opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. No wonder it is a great Dao rune. In my present state, I have only grasped less than 1%, and the rumors were true. This sword talisman indeed holds a peerless slaughtering sword method. He was pleased with the gain. Though he had not fully fathomed the talisman, Chu Shanhe believed that one day he would utterly master this Wushuang, Jinfa, unparalleled sword method. In the dean's office, Qin Shua's eyes were fixed on the monitor. He was reviewing surveillance footage, searching for the slightest clue. Quickly he pressed pause, froze the image, and zoomed in repeatedly. At last he discerned the true shape of that dark. It was Gatekeeper Chu. Qin Shua exclaimed in astonishment, then frowned in puzzlement. Why did Gatekeeper Chu go to the gardens? Could Gatekeeper Chu have caused the apparition? A wildly improbable notion flitted through his mind. Impossible. Gatekeeper Chu is 100 years old. His qi and blood are waning. For him to merely maintain a martial state is already commendable. How could he be a sword prodigy? He scoffed at the thought and cast it aside. Even if it was not him, he may have witnessed the prodigy at the scene. An idea suddenly struck Qin Shua. I'll ask Gatekeeper Chu myself. With that he hurried downstairs toward the gatehouse. At that moment Chu Shanhe had just finished cultivating, hands folded behind his back. He walked out. The two met at the gate. Gatekeeper Chu. Dean. Qin Shua's breath came uneven. Chu Shan's eyes showed bewilderment. Dean, what is it? Gatekeeper Chu, may I ask you something? What is it? Did you go to the garden steal today? Yes, why? Did you see anything unusual there? I did. Chu Shanhe nodded, his expression growing more puzzled. Dean, what exactly are you asking? Did you see who caused the apparition? Qin Shua finished and looked at Chu Shanhe expectantly. Who caused the apparition? Chu Shanhe was momentarily stunned, then slowly replied, I caused it. Regarding this matter, Chu Shanhe felt there was no need to hide. Who said that an elder nearing 100 could not have an epiphany in swordsmanship? After all, that stone tablet had remained silent for hundreds of years. You. However, a puzzled expression appeared on Qin Shua's face as he looked Chu Shanhe up and down, then shook his head. Old Chu, stop joking. If you really saw him, tell me who that person is. I'm genuinely anxious about it. You don't believe me. This left Chu Shanhe stunned. What was wrong with this era? To be honest, no one believed him anymore. Forget it, old Chu, you carry on with your business. Qin Shua thought Chu Shanhe was joking, losing interest immediately and waving goodbye as he left. In response, Chu Shanhe merely smiled. Having lived 2 lives, he had reached 100 years in this one. There was no need to get entangled in such matters, nor did he feel the need to prove to others that it was indeed he who did it. If someone asked him, he would just say that unfortunately speaking the truth would not make them believe him anyway. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the number, Chu Shanhe was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up as he pressed the answer button. Old Chu. As soon as the call connected, a hearty voice rang out. You're still alive, damn it. If Ding Shengli isn't dead, how could I die before you? Ha ha. Hearing this voice, Chu Shanhe also laughed hard. As former comrades, he didn't mind Ding Shengli's teasing in the slightest. What have you been up to lately? It's been so long since you called me. Don't mention it. My kid recently started a martial arts school, and he's been so busy that he's in over his head. If I had known, I would have let him join the army instead. Going to another dimension to kill a few ferocious beasts would be much more satisfying than doing this here. Ding Shengli complained about his son over the phone. Children have their own fortunes, you just let them be. Chu Shanhe chuckled. You're not calling to invite me to your son's school. Hell no, I don't care about that. Let them do whatever they want. The reason I called you is to remind you, old Chu, that tomorrow is our annual gathering. Don't forget. Don't worry, I won't forget. Once a year, this gathering has been a tradition they established decades ago, unchanged from when they enlisted until now. As they grew older with sacrifices and departures, the number of attendees had dwindled. Therefore, Chu Shanhe and the others cherished this gathering immensely. After all, each meeting meant one less to come, and by the next encounter, who knew which old friend might have passed away. Ding Shengli, who was on the phone, was already 97 years old, and several others were also in their 90s, with Chu Shanhe being the oldest among them. Then see you at the usual place tomorrow. No problem. The next morning, Chu Shanhe set out early, having specifically taken a leave for today's gathering. The gathering was held at a moderately sized restaurant that had been around for several decades. The owner was also a former soldier who had lost a leg to a ferocious beast during a battle, leading him to retire. After retiring, he opened a restaurant, running it with his wife. Due to their affordable prices and generous portions, the business had always been good. Every year on this day, the restaurant would close for business reserved exclusively for Chu Shanhe and his friends. The owner, being a former soldier himself, had a deep affection for these retired veterans, and over time, he had become part of their circle. Chu Gu is here. Upon arriving at the door, a weathered woman came out to greet him. She was the owner's wife. Old Chun and the others are inside. As she spoke, she opened the door for Chu Shanhe. There's no need to be so formal, we're all family here. You go on and do your thing, sister-in-law. Haha, old Chu is here. As soon as Chu Shanhe entered, a sturdy gray-haired old man came up to him. The two embraced and patted each other's shoulders vigorously. Old Chu, it's been a year, and you're looking even stronger. Ding Shengli's voice was still loud as ever. You're also not doing too badly out at your age. You're still at the intermediate martial master level. Pretty impressive. It's all superficial, maintained by medication, Chu Shanhe chuckled. Ding Shengli had a bitter expression. We know our own bodies. Without the expensive medications bought by our children, my vitality would have long since faded away. Both of Ding Shengli's sons were quite outstanding, both breaking through to the master level before turning 50, and they also had a gift for business, now running their own martial arts school. That's not bad, don't be ungrateful. Your two children are quite successful. Chu Shanhe patted Ding Shengli on the shoulder, and then found a place to sit down. Noticing the strange expression on Chu Shan's face, Ding Shengli suddenly realized that Chu Shan's son had long since sacrificed himself, causing him to smack himself across the face. I'm sorry, old Chu, I forgot about that part. You? Chu Shanhe quickly reassured him. This has nothing to do with you. Just moments ago he had indeed thought of his son and daughter-in-law, and the bitterness in his heart flashed away. If they hadn't sacrificed themselves, perhaps they would have broken through to master by now. However, he did not expect this fleeting bitterness to be misunderstood by Ding Shengli. Wait, I'll drink 3 cups myself as an apology to you. Soon all the old comrades had gathered. They sat together and began to chat, missing each other after a year apart, enjoying heartfelt conversations. With Ding Shengli's booming voice, the atmosphere was lively. Old Chin's wife was busy in the kitchen, and it wasn't long before a table full of delicious dishes was ready. Everyone ate and drank, reminiscing about the past, and discussing their days as soldiers, remembering those who had passed away. "Sai, I wonder how much longer we can live." An elderly man with a hunched back slowly spoke. "I've been feeling my vitality waning faster lately. I feel my days are numbered." Pa, what nonsense are you talking? You're not even older than me, and I haven't said anything like that." Ding Shengli shot him a glare, then raised his glass. "Come on, let's drink one together." The atmosphere fell silent once again as they drank. They were all at an age where the greatest challenge they faced was the inevitability of aging and death. Others were somewhat better off, but the hunched old man named Su Bufan had been severely injured during his service, and although he had been saved, his old ailments persisted. As he aged, the side effects of those ailments grew stronger, which was why at just 93 years old he appeared so frail. In this era, people generally lived long lives. Ordinary individuals could reach 120 or 30, not to mention warriors. "Let's not talk about that anymore." Chu Shanhe broke the silence, looking at Ding Shengli. "Xiao Ding, when is your son's martial arts school opening? We the uncles should send some gifts over for the kids. We may not be able to support the venue, but our intentions are there." "What gifts? Those two brats won't even listen to me now. Why care about them?" "What are you saying? It's a good thing for children to succeed. As elders, we should support them more." Chu Shanhe glared at him. "Don't always think that the kids should join the army. Who said everyone must enlist? If everyone joined the army, who would take care of our logistics? Who would manage the other construction in our homeland? You can't always do things your way. That won't work." "What, old Chu's?" Others agreed. "Old Ding, you should temper that stubbornness of yours. I'm only considering old Chu's perspective. Otherwise, I wouldn't even go to their martial arts school." Ding Shengli snorted coldly. "The martial arts school is set to open tomorrow. See, you say it doesn't matter, but you remember the opening day so clearly. What do you call that?" Chu Shanhe teased. "That's what we call being tough on the outside but soft on the inside." "What's wrong with being tough on the outside but soft on the inside?" Ding Shengli's face turned red. "Am I not allowed to care about my own son?" Ding Shengli's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is Ding Shengli. Old master, something bad has happened. Someone came to challenge our martial arts school, and the second master has been seriously injured." "What?" Ding Shengli leapt to his feet, his face dark with displeasure. "What about the head of the hall? Who is the other party?" "The headmaster is confronting them now. The opponent is Lei Yang Martial Hall." "Lei Yang Martial Hall only has a single first-rank grandmaster, doesn't it? How could they possibly defeat someone of the same realm as our number 2, let alone leave him grievously wounded? They brought outside reinforcements. Rumor says he has fought on the interdimensional battlefield. His power is terrifying." "Damn." Ding Shengli swore into the phone. After hanging up, he turned to Chu Shanhe and the others with an apologetic look. "Sorry, brothers. Something's happened at home. Oh, I must return at once." Everyone nodded. They were a band of aging men whose strength had waned. Going along would be little more than a gesture. They could offer no real aid. But Chu Shanhe rose and spoke slowly. "Shengli, I'll go with you. Last time's test had only revealed that his striking power had surpassed 100,000. He had no precise measure. Besides, with his peerless sword intent, this was the perfect chance to probe his true combat capability." "Old Chu, you." Ding Shengli froze. "Enough talk, move." Chu Shanhe stepped forward, grabbed Ding Shengli, and left at once, leaving the others staring after them. They soon arrived at the martial hall. The place was named Shengli, a testament to the filial devotion the two youngsters bore Ding Shengli. A crowd had packed the area so tightly there was no room to breathe. Chu Shanhe and Ding Shengli squeezed their way in with difficulty. Inside, they saw two figures locked in a tense standoff at the entrance. "Ding Kai, I advise you to close your hall at once, or you will suffer the same fate as your brother." Across from Ding Kai, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache spoke coolly. "Lei Yang, there's no reason for this between us. You brought people to kick our hall, and you injured my brother. Doesn't that go too far?" Ding Kai's expression grew icy. "Too far? Lei Yong paused then laughed loudly. I don't think it's excessive. You opening a hall in this area steals away my livelihood, and by driving prices so low you're breaking the rules. Lei Yong snorted coldly. These past days many of our members have left to join your hall. You're quite the saboteur, daring to poach even my people. If I let this continue, my Lei Yong Martial Hall will soon be an empty shell. They joined of their own accord. That isn't exactly poaching. Ding Kai shot back icily. If you hadn't slashed prices they wouldn't have gone to your hall. Lei Yang's face darkened. Ding Kai, your brothers broke the rules, and now you make excuses. Close the hall, and get lost. I could let bygones be bygones. Who says we cut prices? New halls always run promotions. What's normal about that? Ding Kai retorted angrily. When your hall opened, your promotions seemed even more extreme than ours. And if you want to challenge a hall, do it yourself. Bringing outside reinforcements to break the rules, and leaving my brother grievously injured, that was deliberate. Indeed, I did it on purpose. Lei Yong sneered. You cut off my income, I'll make sure your martial hall cannot continue. And to be clear, I didn't secretly hire reinforcements. Grandmaster Wang Mian is the deputy head of Lei Yong Martial Hall. He's simply been undergoing trials in the interdimensional realm these past years, and has only just returned. Ding Kai, I'll give you 10 seconds to decide: close the hall, or be left as grievously wounded as your brother by Grandmaster Wang Mian. Your choice. 10, 9. As Lei Yong counted down, and as Ding Kai glanced toward Wang Mian, hands clasped behind him, eyes cold and full of malice, complicated emotions washed over his face. This hall was the dream he and his brother had striven for. After so many years of effort, it had finally opened, and was about to begin operation, only to be met by such opposition. Frankly, closing the hall would leave him resentful. But if he refused, he risked grievous injury. Though he was a second-rank grandmaster, he had no confidence against Wang Mian fresh from the interdimensional battlefield. Wang Mian might be only a first-rank grandmaster, but in the earlier clash 3 moves had ended his brother, who was of the same rank. Those who have returned from the interdimensional arena are never weak. The weak perish there. Now he understood why father always urged them to go to the battlefield. 3, 2. The 10 seconds passed in an instant. The sneer at Lei Yang's lips deepened. Ding Kai, it seems you refuse the courtesy and choose to accept the punishment. Are you certain you won't close? Wang Mian, who had been silent until now, spoke with a cold edge. If I act, it will not be the same as before. At those words, the crowd inhaled sharply. It dawned on them that Wang Mian had not shown his full strength earlier. Ding Kai's face shifted, his lips parted as he sighed, and began, I will CLO, you will not close. At that instant a roar tore through the area, and everyone turned to see 2 old men stepping forward. Father, Elder Chu. Seeing Chu Shanhe and Ding Xingli, Ding Kai froze. What are you doing here? If I hadn't come, you'd have closed the hall, damn it. Ding Xingli kicked Ding Kai sharply, and scolded him. How did I teach you? Always draw your sword against an enemy. Fight him. How can you know you'll lose if you never try? The Ding family's dictionary contains no word for surrender. But he, what of him? Isn't he just a first-rank grandmaster who's been to the battlefield? Ding Xingli's eyes flashed fiercely. You're a second-rank grandmaster, and you're afraid of him. What are you cowering for? One word, fight him, damn it. If you fall, won't you still have your father and Elder Chu? As long as even one of us remains, this martial hall will... Ding Xingli's rousing words inflamed Ding Kai's blood, his battle-lust soared. He stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Wang Mian, and said slowly, calm. Humph, asking for death. Wang Mian's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. So be it. Then go die. At his words, a torrent of murderous intent burst from him. In a flash, he closed the distance to Ding Kai and unleashed a palm strike aimed straight for his chest. The blow was ruthless and cunning, a killing move befitting one who had faced life and death on the battlefield. Ding Kai's expression changed, his aura exploded outward. Wang Mian's palm came too swiftly to evade. He could only gather every ounce of strength into his right arm and receive the blow heat in. Boom. A heavy impact rang out. The two separated and staggered back. The difference was obvious. Wang Mian took 2 steps back, while Ding Kai was staggered 5 paces. Who was stronger was plain to see. Observant onlookers also noticed that Ding Kai's arm trembled uncontrollably. Rather intriguing. Wang Mian sneered coldly, then blurred forward once more, his palm striking out again, its power magnified beyond measure compared to his earlier blow. A piercing sonic boom tore through the air as his palm shattered the sound barrier, hurtling toward Ding Kai with the crushing force of thunder and mountains. Huh! Ding Kai roared, his aura surging anew as he unleashed his most devastating fist in a direct, thunderous counterstrike. The two locked in fierce combat, bodies flickering like phantoms, collisions echoing in rapid succession. Spectators watched dazzled and breathless. Bang! Crack! Moments later, a sickening snap of bone echoed through the hall. Ding Kai was hurled backward by Wang Mian's palm, slamming into the wall before sliding slowly to the floor. Ugh! Instantly a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Silence swallowed the hall. Faces froze in stunned disbelief. The sheer magnitude of Wang Mian's strength defied expectation. Just moments ago, he had gravely wounded Ding Shan, Ding Kai's younger brother, in 3 moves, and now, as a first-rank grandmaster, he had crushed the second-rank grandmaster Ding Kai with a single strike. Is this the terrifying might of a grandmaster forged on the battlefield? Unfathomable. My son. Ding Xingli rushed forward, panic etched across his face. He had never imagined his son would fall so swiftly. Gently lifting Ding Kai, he wiped the blood from his lips with trembling hands, sorrow deepening every line upon his brow. Father, I have lost. Ding Kai whispered, shame burning in his eyes. Had we only heeded your words. What good is regret now? Ding Xingli settled him onto a chair, then turned toward Wang Mian, and Lei Yang, voice icy and resolute. Do not presume that defeating my son grants you dominion here. So long as I draw breath, you shall not succeed. As his words fell, his aura erupted like a dormant volcano awakening. My. Lei Yang blinked, then burst into laughter the moment his divine sense registered Ding Xingli's mid-grade martial artist cultivation. Old man, have you truly lived these years in vain? Even your 2 grandmaster sons lie vanquished at my brother's feet. Yet you, a mere mid-grade martial artist, dare stride forth, as if seeking death. You are not even worthy of the honor. Perhaps you were once formidable in your youth, but now, you are beneath contempt. Lei Yang smirked with cruel amusement, waving dismissively. Take your sons and leave. This place is ours now. How dare you speak thus? Fury blazing, Ding Xingli strode forward. I told you plainly, I stand here. And while I do, your ambition dies. You've mistaken courtesy for weakness, old man. Lei Yang spat contemptuously onto the ground, then lunged, vanishing and reappearing before Ding Xingli in an instant, his fist roaring toward the elder's face. He sneered, voice dripping with lethal calm, then die. Father, master. Ding Kai and the others cried. Young one, this goes too far. A voice cut through the tension. Then, a gaunt, weathered hand materialized between them, seizing Lei Yang's wrist in an iron grip, halting him utterly. Chu Shanhe stood serene, fingers locked around Lei Yang's wrist, his tone quiet, yet unyielding, bullying elders. What kind of hero calls himself that? My. All froze. Lei Yang included, staring incredulous at Chu Shanhe. Though less fearsome than Wang Mian, Lei Yang was undeniably a grandmaster, yet now effortlessly halted and immobilized by an elderly man. He twisted his arm, straining, but that hand held fast, unyielding as forged steel. Compared to Lei Yang, Ding Xingli's shock ran deeper. As Chu Shanhe's lifelong brother, nearly 40 years side by side, he knew Chu's peak had been merely senior-grade martial artist. Now, at 100 years old, his chi had waned, his vitality faded, truly a Twilight Elder. Yet this same Twilight Elder had just intercepted a grandmaster's killing blow. When, how, had he become so formidable? Who the hell do you think you are, to lecture me? Lei Yang's expression darkened. His aura exploded outward, ripping free from Chu Shanhe's grasp, and he swung a devastating fist straight at Chu's skull. He believed his earlier failure stemmed from carelessness and restraint. Now he would obliterate this arrogant elder with his ultimate strike, reduce him to pulp, and affirm once and for all that no grandmaster may be dishonored. Seeking death. Chu Shanhe scoffed, his blood surging, the great derivation creation, Heart Sutra, blazing within him as he met the blow with a clenched fist. Bang! The impact reverberated like clashing gongs. Both men staggered backward several paces. Old man, you're a grandmaster too. No wonder your arrogance knows no bounds. Lei Yang's expression tightened slightly as he spoke coldly. Old Chu, when did you ascend to grandmaster? Beside him, Ding Xingli's jaw dropped wide, disbelief carved deep into his features. His heart churned violently. He knew Chu Shanhe's condition intimately. Just a year ago at their reunion banquet, Chu's vital energy had dwindled to mid-grade martial artist level. Yet in a single year he had vaulted past all limits, becoming a grandmaster. The leap was staggering. Even in his prime, Chu had never surpassed senior-grade martial artist. I encountered certain extraordinary circumstances recently, Chu Shanhe replied, vaguely flexing his fist as he calculated the force behind their clash. By the distance each had recoiled, his current strength matched that of an ordinary first-rank grandmaster, roughly 100,000 units. With that certainty settled, Chu Shanhe fixed his gaze on Lei Yang and declared, voice low and unwavering, I care not for your motives, but you injured my 2 nephews. Kneel now and beg forgiveness, or forfeit your life like the cur you are. Ha ha ha. Lei Yang threw back his head, roaring with derisive laughter. Old man, are you mad? Demand my apology. What manner of worm are you to spout such delusions? I'll grant you one chance, crawl here, kneel, and strike 3 kowtows. Then perhaps Master Wang Mian will spare your— Oh! Chu Shanhe's lips curled into a chilling smile. Then he vanished, reappearing before Lei Yang in a heartbeat, fingers thrust forward like a blade aimed at his chest. Tenacious dog, Lei Yang sneered. We are both grandmasters. What can you possibly do to me? And he countered with a furious punch. But in the next breath his face contorted in shock. Upon contact, Chu Shanhe's fingertip erupted with a terrifying force that pierced straight through his fist. That torrential energy did not falter. It surged onward, tearing through his chest. Spurt. He flew backward, crashing onto the floor in a cloud of dust, his breath shallow, his aura collapsing. This silence descended like a shroud. All stood petrified. Lei Yang defeated in a single move. True, the elder was also a grandmaster, but their ranks were equal. Such annihilation should be impossible. Yet reality lay before them, undeniable and absolute. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, voice trembling. Who is this elder? to fell Master Lei Yong in one stroke. Unclear, but I'd wager he's at least third rank. A third-rank Grandmaster. Then Lei Yong Martial Hall has struck a stone wall. No ordinary first-rank Grandmaster could hope to best such a master. Not so certain. Wasn't Master Ding himself a second-rank Grandmaster? Yet Wang Mian felled him in mere dozens of exchanges. Perhaps Wang Mian hasn't yet unveiled his true power. He may yet contend with a third rank. Never imagined a simple challenge match would spiral into such twists. I eagerly await what comes next. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Ding Shengli stared transfixed at his longtime friend, his former brother-in-arms. Foolish presumption. Having dispatched Lei Yong in one move, Chu Shanhe ignored the murmurs and turned his gaze squarely upon Wang Mian. At that very instant Wang Mian met his eyes. Their gazes clashed midair, sparks of silent, searing intensity flaring between them. Now it is your turn. Chu Shanhe stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, voice calm and resonant. Arrogant. Wang Mian's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he watched Chu Shanhe take down Lei Yong in a single move. He could sense that the old man lacked the immense vitality typically associated with a master, indicating that he was not a true master, yet managed to defeat Lei Yong effortlessly. In other words, this old man had once been a super powerhouse, but now due to age his vitality had waned, and his realm, to maintain the level of a master at 100 years old, suggests that he must have been a grandmaster in his youth. Thinking of this, Wang Mian's expression grew serious. He took a step forward and appeared instantly before Chu Shanhe, executing a deadly strike aimed directly at his heart. This move was treacherous and brutal. Having survived on the battlefield, he understood the principle of striking first. His attack was lethal, leaving no chance for his opponent. The onlookers all revealed expressions of distress at this scene. They felt that even though Chu Shanhe had defeated Lei Yong in one strike, he had no fighting chance against Wang Mian. The reason was simple: Wang Mian had emerged from the battlefield. While Chu Shanhe may have been formidable in his youth, he was now over 100 years old, his vitality diminished. Though he maintained the master level, his combat ability was quite ordinary. The strike that had defeated Lei Yong was merely a stroke of luck in their eyes, and the most crucial reason was that Lei Yong had underestimated his opponent, granting Chu Shanhe the opportunity. How many moves do you think this old master can withstand against his opponent? I feel it will be at most 20 moves. Wang Mian's attack this time is far more ferocious than before. Even if the old master is capable facing an all-out assault from Wang Mian, I believe he will still be defeated. Indeed, the old man might handle ordinary masters, but against a decisive fighter like Wang Mian, he stands. The crowd murmured among themselves, with hardly anyone betting on Chu Shanhe's success. Yet the next moment they were all left dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. They saw Chu Shanhe's calm demeanor as he faced Wang Mian's treacherous strike unflustered. He slightly twisted his body, and then with fingers together like a sword gently jabbed at Wang Mian's chest. In that instant, a dual sword intent erupted fiercely. Wang Mian felt an overwhelming aura rushing towards him, as if he were enveloped by that terrifying sword strike. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain surged from his heart. He snapped back to reality and quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Chu Shanhe. How is this possible? Someone shouted in disbelief. Once again that move. Wang Mian couldn't even block that. Oh my goodness, this old master has a one-hit wonder. It seems that this jab is his most powerful attack. Once Wang Mian figures out this move, he will surely lose. After the shock wore off, some began to analyze the situation. Wang Mian looked at Chu Shanhe with a grave expression, pondering what martial skill that was. He had nearly fallen to it. Just the thought of that terrifying sword made him feel a wave of fear. Even though he had thought highly of Chu Shanhe before, it was clear now he had underestimated the old man's strength. However, he felt no fear. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, he had slain numerous beasts at the master level, let alone this old master. Old man, you've got some skill, Wang Mian said coldly as a chilling killing intent erupted from him. He slowly pulled out a dagger from his person. The only ones who have made me resort to weapons are the ferocious beasts. You're the first in the city. The dagger was blood red, featuring a blood groove in the middle, exuding a strong smell of blood, clearly a deadly weapon. Seeing this, Lei Yong, who had just gotten back to his feet, couldn't help but feel delighted. He knew that if Wang Mian had drawn a weapon, it meant he was truly intent on killing. At this moment, his hatred for Chu Shanhe surpassed even that of the Ding family. That previous move had humiliated him and nearly cost him his life. For someone who had nearly taken his life, Lei Yong could not allow him to continue living. He was a man who believed in settlement. Chu Shanhe observed Wang Mian drawing the dagger and the killing intent radiating from him, and his brow furrowed slightly. He had initially thought that defeating them would resolve everything. But to his surprise, this young man was so filled with malice that he had even developed the killing intent. As a result, his expression gradually darkened. He looked around and finally, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly picked up a broom from the entrance of the martial arts hall. Since you've drawn a dagger, it's only fair that I use a broom as a weapon, right? Upon seeing this, the crowd once again showed expressions of astonishment. Has this old master gone mad? The other uses a dagger, and he uses a broom. Can they even be on the same level? This old master is being quite arrogant. This is outright contempt from Master Wang Mian. I feel this old master is making a big mistake. Look at Master Wang Mian's expression. If it were me, I would be furious too. This old man is simply humiliating him by using a broom. Now he can just wait for the tempestuous assault from Master Wang Mian. Hearing these discussions, a cold smile crossed Lei Yang's lips. No one knew how terrifying Wang Mian was when he drew the dagger, and this old man was foolishly provoking him. This is going to be quite a show. Old man, are you insulting me? Wang Mian's face turned dark enough to drip water as he stared at the broom in Chu Shanhe's hands. If you think it's an insult, then so be it, Chu Shanhe replied indifferently, too lazy to argue about it. Then, you shall die. With that, Wang Mian moved. He leaped into the air and fell from the sky, his dagger slicing toward Chu Shanhe with the force of thunder. Boom. The piercing sound of an explosion rang out, and the surrounding air created a terrifying shockwave, as if an explosion had occurred. The crowd felt a painful pressure in their ears, their faces displaying shock. Many had never witnessed such a terrifying assault before. Is this the battle power of a master? Indeed, it is as terrifying as it seems. All eyes were focused on Wang Mian's strike, eager to see how Chu Shanhe would defend against this horrendous attack. In the next moment, they saw Chu Shanhe move. He stepped forward, swinging the broom upward sharply, and in an instant a terrifying aura erupted, revealing a hint of sword light at the broom's tip. The broom moved swiftly, arriving before Wang Mian in an instant like a spear, piercing through, directly striking against Wang Mian's dagger. Crack! To the crowd's astonishment, the dagger bore cracks, and with a crisp sound both the dagger and broom shattered. Despite breaking, the front part retained its speed and fiercely struck Wang Mian's face. A sharp, resounding crack echoed across the heavens. Wang Mian's figure hurtled through the air like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters before tracing a perfect parabola and crashing violently onto the ground, sending up a plume of dust. Too weak, hardly worth mentioning. Chu Shanhe spoke indifferently. This spectacle sent shockwaves rippling. Master Wang Mian has actually been defeated. In a single move, just one strike, he overpowered Master Wang Mian. Could this venerable master truly be so formidable? Truly a sage who conceals his brilliance. No one could have guessed such terrifying martial prowess lay hidden within this elder master. An ordinary broom wielded by him became as lethal as a divine weapon, shattering Master Wang Mian's dagger outright. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. If a mere broom can wield the cutting force of a sword, then what would a genuine blade accomplish? That single blow might well have cleaved Master Wang Mian in two. I sincerely apologize for my earlier ill-considered words. It wasn't disdain, not at all, but rather restraint, an act of deliberate forbearance toward Master Wang Mian. Not only is this elder master peerless in martial skill, but his magnanimity surpasses that of ordinary men. Even under relentless provocation, he chose to yield, truly the mark of extraordinary grace and composure. His conduct leaves us humbled beyond measure, profoundly admirable, profoundly inspiring. In that instant, public sentiment underwent a seismic shift. Every tongue now turned in praise of Chu Shanhe. Nearby, Lei Yang swallowed hard, his face ashen, his entire frame trembling faintly. He knew irrevocably that his fate was sealed. The moment Wang Mian fell, it felt as though the very sky had collapsed upon him. According to Federation law, defeat in a formal challenge carries binding consequences. Whatever demand one imposed upon another prior to combat must now be fulfilled unconditionally upon loss. Having previously ordered the Ding brothers to shutter their academy and attempted to seize it outright, he now faced identical retribution. By contrast, the brothers Ding Kai and Ding Shan stood radiant with exhilaration. Though grievously wounded, their joy remained unclouded and unshaken. They had believed their life's work, their cherished martial academy, was irretrievably lost, only to witness, at the final hour, Elder Master Chu turn the tide, first felling Lei Yang in a single stroke, then hurling Master Wang Mian through the air with nothing more than a sweeping broom. The staggering reversal left their hearts pounding wildly, and most crucially, Lei Yang's defeat meant they could now absorb his academy outright. Establishing a branch academy demanded immense resources, yet here stood a fully operational facility ready to inherit without a single coin spent. What fortune! Ding Shengli's expression, however, remained locked in stunned disbelief, until Chu Shanhe stepped before him and waved his hand, gently snapping him back to awareness. His mouth opened and closed before words finally emerged. Elder Chu, you've concealed your strength most deeply. Had this incident not occurred, would you have kept your true cultivation level hidden from me until my dying day? Perish the thought. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Do I seem the type? I simply hadn't found the right moment to speak. You old rascal. After the initial shock subsided, Ding Shengli delivered a hearty punch to Chu Shanhe's shoulder and broke into a broad, genuine smile. He rejoiced wholeheartedly for his brother. Though already past 100 years of age, Chu Shanhe had shattered the ultimate barrier of his lifetime and ascended in a single leap to the rank of Grandmaster. Though the precise path of his breakthrough remained unknown, its trials must have been excruciating. His brother had surely endured profound suffering and hardship. Ding Shengli speculated wildly. Then Chu Shanhe spoke calmly. The aftermath falls to you. After all, this is your family's enterprise. At those words, Ding Shengli turned his gaze to his sons. Ding Kai and Ding Shan nodded, then leaned on each other as they approached Lei Yang and spoke coldly. Master Lei, you failed your challenge. The rest requires no further explanation. You know precisely what must follow. Yes, absolutely. Lei Yong bobbed his head frantically like a chick pecking grain, terrified that any hesitation might provoke Chu Shanhe's wrath. Given his earlier arrogance, he now stood utterly powerless, a captive at the mercy of his victor who could easily cripple him with a single blow. Since defeat was inevitable, and the academy forfeit, why resist? Better to submit gracefully than invite a brutal beating. What followed unfolded with seamless inevitability. Lei Yong surrendered his academy, and the Ding brothers formally assumed control. Compared to their modest Victory Martial Academy, Lei Yang's establishment dwarfed theirs in scale, refinement, and prestige. It even housed multiple spirit energy cultivation chambers, reserved exclusively for affluent and influential members, and deep within a Grandmaster exclusive chamber whose spiritual energy density surpassed the others several-fold. Lei Yong had invested a fortune crafting that sanctum for himself, only for it to fall ironically into the hand. Lei Yong hasn't been idle these past years. Those spirit energy chambers alone represent a staggering sum, let alone that Grandmaster chamber. As the Ding brothers guided Ding Shengli and Chu Shanhe through the premises, awe spilled freely from their lips. Ding Shengli spoke slowly. Elder Chu, we three have decided we invite you to serve as Chief Master of the Academy. Me, Chief Master. I'm flattered, but no. This academy belongs to the boys. What would I be doing as Chief Master? Elder Chu, please don't refuse. Ding Kai interjected. Without you, our academy would have vanished forever. You must accept this role, and Xiao Shan and I will serve faithfully as your deputies. You boy, you're just like your father spouting nonsense. Chu Shanhe smiled faintly. I won't accept the title of Chief Master. Don't think I'm unaware of how relentlessly demanding the position is. Do you imagine this old man still possesses such stamina? I deeply appreciate the gesture, but the Chief Mastership remains yours. At the very least, though, would Deputy Chief Master be acceptable? You'd bear no daily burdens. Only appear when matters grow critical. Ding Shan grinned slyly. We're all family here. Aren't we, Elder? You little scoundrel. Chu Shanhe playfully kicked Ding Shan's backside and chuckled. So you've set your sights on your elder uncle, have you? Very well. Very well. I accept your proposal. Now that Elder Chu has agreed, this Grandmaster cultivation chamber shall henceforth be reserved solely for him. Ding Shengli beamed broadly. Elder Chu, how do you find it? I suspect my crafty friend that this scheme was hatched long ago, and I've just walked straight into your trap. Ha, my intellect stands unchallenged. Enough banter. Let's inspect the cultivation chamber. With that, Chu Shanhe pushed open the final door and stepped inside. Instantly, every pore on his body flared open. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is several times denser than outside. I wonder, might it yield something extraordinary? He focused his intent. Commence sign-in. Sign-in successful. Obtained 2 Wudao tea leaves. Wudao tea leaves harvested from the Wudao tree bestow a pronounced boon to one's comprehension of the Tao, markedly enhancing one's cultivation. Each leaf's effect endures for 10 hours. A rare treasure. Chu Shanhe's eyes brightened. He had never expected the sign-in reward to be the fabled Wudao. Legend tied the Wudao tree to the great emperor, and Wudao tea leaves had been coveted to the point of madness. They had last appeared centuries ago, a fact Chu had learned from history books. He had assumed such things were mere myth, yet here they were in reality. Alas, only 2 leaves. Had there been more, his sword Tao might have reached completion. Then the peerless sword technique sealed within the sword talisman would be within his grasp. Sir, are you all right? Sir, old Chu. Seeing Chu Shanhe suddenly fall silent, the Ding father and son feared he was having some fit. Ding Shengli even began to shake him. All right, stop shaking him. Chu Shanhe came back to himself and regarded Ding Shengli with a weary look. With these old bones of mine, another jolt, and I'll fall apart. I thought you'd lost your senses, Ding Shengli scoffed. Come on, it's time to eat. Let's go, where those old fellows are waiting. After the commotion at the martial school at noon, the 2 of them had left the other brothers at Lao Chen's place and had not been able. When Chu Shanhe defeated Wang Mian and the Ding brothers assumed control of the Leiyang martial school, Ding Shengli had been loud in telling everyone the tale. When they heard Chu had risen to Grandmaster rank, the others were stunned and then erupted in cheers. These were comrades who had fought for their lives together. Now that an old brother had broken through his shackles, they rejoiced from the heart. They immediately resolved that no matter what, they would get thoroughly drunk that night. Chu Shanhe had no objection. After all, the midday drinking had been cut short and deserved to be made up. Leaving Leiyang martial school, Chu Shanhe and the Ding father and son went to Lao Chen's eatery. Brother Chu. No, now we must call you Grandmaster Chu. I never imagined I would live to see the day Brother Chu became a Grandmaster. Indeed, if I die having seen Brother Chu fulfill his life's dream, I shall have no regrets. Grandmaster Chu, please give your acceptance words. As Chu Shanhe approached, the old men clustered around him, each piping in with teasing remarks. Acceptance words? You're hopeless. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes and waved them down. Sit down. I won't be making any grand speech. I was simply fortunate. The children are here, don't let them see us old men making fools of ourselves. I know Shengli's children, they're sensible kids. Exactly. If those 2 little brats dare mock us, I'll go back and break their legs. Ding Shengli seized the opening and continued the banter. They're grandmasters now. Do you really think your old limbs could take them? Chu Shanhe smiled. Even if the kids stood still, you wouldn't be able to make them take a single step back. You can only throw your weight around at folks your own age. Old Chu, you speak as if you feel no pain standing there. Now that you're promoted, you've taken on a holier tone. Old Ding, don't be so offended. Brother Chu speaks the truth. My temper's fierce, but if you have the guts to stand up to me. If I couldn't beat old Chu before, can I still not beat you now? He's riled. Ha ha ha. The teasing lifted the mood, and the atmosphere brightened a few degrees. Seizing the moment, Ding Kai and Ding Shan silently refilled every elder's cup before speaking. Uncles and elders, tomorrow is the opening of our martial school. We are grateful for your support. Yes. Tomorrow is the opening, you must all come. Ding Xingli raised his cup. Double blessings at once. For the first cup, I drink to old Chu. Had he not turned the tide, our school would long since have become someone else's. No need for thanks. We are all family, it was only right. Chu Shanhe clinked cups with Ding Xingli and drained his drink. Ding Kai topped them up once more. For the second cup, I again drink to old Chu. May he finally have fulfilled his lifelong vow and become a grandmaster. I also believe that on this path you will go ever farther. Please carry with you the old brother's unfulfilled wishes and avenge those whose souls returned in battle. At these words, Ding Xingli's eyes reddened. Not only him, but the others grew misty-eyed as well. Chu Shanhe nodded hard, a flash of cold resolve gleaming in his gaze. In a battle years ago, a traitor had appeared among them and betrayed the band, leading to a savage beast attack that left them fighting desperately for their lives. Though some escaped, the losses had been grievous. The squad lost 2/3 of its number. The old captain fell while covering their retreat. Even now, long retired and grown old, they could never forget that blood feud. They had once assumed they would carry that regret to their graves, but now Chu Shanhe had given them hope. Though the traitor sat high and untouchable, a gentleman's revenge need not be delayed even 10 years. Now that he possessed a system, Chu Shanhe believed it would not be long before he reached that level and made the traitor pay in kind. The next day, Xingli Martial School officially opened. As the deputy head, Chu Shanhe rose early. The revelry the night before had only broken up around 1 in the morning. Because he had not used qi to purge the alcohol, his head still felt heavy and foggy. At the table, Bai Shuang set a bowl of sobering soup into Chu Shanhe's hands with a stern expression, clearly scolding him. It's nothing. Old fellows haven't met in a long time, they were simply happy, Chu Shanhe said with a smile, patting Bai Shuang's hand. I was wrong. I'll never drink that much again. Don't be angry, all right? That's better. Bai Shuang's face softened a fraction. Hurry and drink that soup. Grandpa and Grandma being pelted with affection at dawn. How proper. Beside them, Chu Yu pouted, full of petulant grievance. I'm still a child. Eat quickly, said both Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang at once. Eat, or we'll shut that mouth of yours. When Chu Yu finished sulking, he bent over his bowl. By the way, where's your brother? I haven't seen him these past few days. Chu Shanhe asked. Who knows? You don't understand him. He's certainly training like mad. Chu Yu sniffed. That child. Chu Shanhe sighed helplessly. I need to find time to properly teach him. He must balance work and rest, or he'll creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chu Feng staggered in his body drenched in blood. Brother. Wind. This scene caused Chu Yu and Bai Shuang's expressions to change dramatically as they both put down their chopsticks and hurried to Chu Feng's side, concern etched on their faces as they asked, what happened to you? Bai Shuang even untied her apron, wanting to wipe the blood off Chu Feng's body. Child, are you hurt? Chu Feng dodged his grandmother's apron and headed towards the restroom. Suddenly, he saw Chu Shanhe at the dining table and immediately stopped in his tracks, panic in his voice as he said, Grandpa. Another fight. Chu Shanhe looked at his grandson and began to speak slowly. The blood on Chu Feng was not entirely his own, and he had numerous injuries on him, clearly indicating he had been in a fight. Chu Feng lowered his head and softly responded. How could you get into another fight? Just look at you. Upon hearing about the fight combined with the blood on her grandson, Bai Shuang's worry deepened. She quickly entered the restroom, wetting a towel to clean the blood off Chu Feng. Did you win? Chu Shanhe asked calmly, his tone indifferent. Yes, Chu Feng nodded. I broke his nasal bone and a few ribs. This blood is from him spitting on me. And you? I broke my arm and got a cut on my back. Go wash up. Chu Shanhe waved his hand upon hearing that his grandson was not seriously injured. In this day and age, fighting is quite normal, especially among children. Although it seemed brutal with broken nasal bones and ribs and a broken arm, it was actually not a big deal. After all, martial artists have physical qualities that are superior to ordinary people, and their recovery ability is quite strong. Moreover, there are healing potions. These injuries are simply trivial. Yesterday, the Ding family brothers were heavily injured, but after consuming several top-tier healing potions, they recovered significantly in no time, showcasing the impressive efficacy of potions in this era. Hearing that his grandfather did not blame him, Chu Feng sighed in relief and went to wash up. You always do this. Your child's arm is broken, and you don't even feel sorry for him. Bai Shuang glared fiercely at Chu Shanhe, mixed with the sound of running water. Fighting inevitably involves bumps and bruises. An arm can be reattached. It's not a big issue. Chu Shanhe paid no mind, calmly stating a child should be trained to have courage and guts, otherwise they would be like flowers in a greenhouse, beautiful, but useless. You should understand this principle. Wasn't Tian Nan just as rowdy as wind? Alright, you're right about everything Bai Shuang, unable to argue with Chu Shanhe, angrily went to find medicine for Chu Feng. After Chu Feng finished washing up, he hastily ate a few bites of food after Bai Shuang bandaged his wounds, and then he left for school with Chu Yu. Remember not to fight, little Yue, keep an eye on your brother. Bai Shuang shouted from behind. Alright, the kids have already gone far. Chu Shanhe also stood up, adjusting his attire. It's about time I should head over too. Don't drink today. If you end up drunk like yesterday, don't come back. Bai Shuang warned once more. After Chu Shanhe left, she looked at the empty house and couldn't help but sigh. Every day is full of worry. Yesterday's challenge event had caused quite a stir in the area, indirectly serving as an advertisement for the Victory Martial Arts School. Therefore, on the opening day, many people showed up. Early in the morning, the Ding family father and son began to get busy having to tidy up 2 places, but luckily, they were not far apart. Seeing Chu Shanhe carrying a flower basket, Ding Kai hurried over, taking the basket from Chu Shan's hands. Old man, why did you buy a flower basket? It's the opening day, it's a good omen. Chu Shanhe smiled. The old master has a old master. Some onlookers rushed over as soon as they saw Chu Shanhe, greeting him warmly. Since yesterday's battle, many people had become fans of Chu Shanhe, and they specifically came to see him today. Some even directly signed up. Hello everyone. Chu Shanhe greeted them one by one. The opening ceremony continued until the afternoon before it finally concluded, marking the official opening of the Victory Martial Arts School. Many people signed up, some for the discounted fees, others as fans of Chu Shanhe, wanting to show their support. Phew. After sending off the last person, Ding family father and son along with the other instructors at the martial arts school breathed a sigh of relief. It had been extremely busy. Where's old Chu? Several people caught their breath and looked around, but couldn't find Chu Shanhe. Just now your grandfather couldn't take it anymore, and slipped away. He should be in the training room now. In the training room, Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged on the ground, the rich spiritual energy causing his pores to open, providing his weary body with a hint of comfort. I really am getting old. I've only been a few hours, and I'm exhausted. Looks like in the future I should leave this work to Xiao Kai and Xiao Shan. I definitely won't step in again. Everyone is just too enthusiastic. In these few hours he had signed autographs hundreds of times. After adjusting his state, he focused on today's signing. Although it was a repeat of yesterday, having the experience from the last time on the back mountain, he knew it would still yield some relatively low-level items, at the very least 10 spirit condensation pills. Sign-in successful, obtained 10 spirit condensation pills. As expected, it confirmed his assumption that this time, like the last, he still received 10 spirit condensation pills. He first swallowed 1 spirit condensation pill, then took out the enlightenment tea leaves, preparing to cultivate enlightenment simultaneously. Looking at the ancient and profound energy emanating from the enlightenment tea leaves, Chu Shanhe felt a surge of longing. Could the end of the Tao lead to the legendary emperor? Thinking of this, he slowly placed the enlightenment tea leaves in his mouth. The next moment, a magical sensation washed over him. He felt as if he had received an awakening, his understanding of the 3,000 paths deepening. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the training room surged towards him, activating the Da-Yin Transformation Sutra automatically. Clearing his mind, he focused on the sword path, and the ancient sword talisman in his dantian began to spin rapidly. Watching Third High School. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a group of older students surrounded a boy covered in scars, while opposite him stood a well-dressed boy with a bandage on his nose. Sun Qian, if you have the ability, challenge me, unknown. What's the point of bringing someone else? In the crowd, Chu Feng gasped for breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he coldly looked at Sun Qian. Earlier in class, a group of people had rushed in and pinned him down, followed by a brutal beating. Although he was a junior martial artist, these people were not to be underestimated. Even the strongest among them was already a mid-level martial artist. After all, they were a year above him. Upon reaching the rooftop and seeing Sun Qian, he understood what was happening. How is this possible? Sun Qian sneered coldly. If you have the ability, you can find someone too. Hawk. Chu Feng spat a mouthful of blood and said coldly, do you think him as shameless as you? Unable to win, heeding you resort to underhanded methods. So what if I play dirty? Sun Qian slowly approached. Chu Feng reached out and slapped his face, a mocking smile on his lips. What, not satisfied? Don't presume that standing out in combat makes you a true strongman entitled to play the hero and save damsels. In this school, even across Hua Chung, believe me, I could crush you with one hand. Meddle in my affairs again, and I'll beat you each time I see you. Hawk. Chu Feng spat in Sun Qian's face, his small features set in stubborn defiance. Impossible. If you want to harm Mingyue, you must first ask my permission. To hell with that. Sun Qian slapped Chu Feng across the face, wiped the spit from his cheek, and roared, beat him, since Sun Qian, you son of a... Chu Feng cursed angrily, then quickly clasped his head with both hands and endured the punches and kicks from the others. Enough. A loud command rang from the stairwell. At the sound, everyone flinched and halted. The voice was far too familiar. The school's disciplinary director, known to all as Fan Emo. Behind him trailed a panting chubby boy, daring to gather and brawl. You've got nerve, huh? Fan Emo lined them up and slapped each of them in turn, hand striking from first to last. When his palm reached Sun Qian, it rose, and in the end did not fall. All of you go back and write a self-critique. Fan Emo snorted coldly, then looked at Chu Feng. You two go write one. Director Fan. Chu Feng is the victim. The chubby boy hurriedly defended him. His name was Chu Shanhe, Chu Feng's sworn companion. Having seen Chu Feng taken away, he had rushed to the disciplinary office to explain the situation and had brought Fan Emo back to stop the fight. Flies don't land on a seamless egg. With so many students, why would they single him out? That suggests he's got problems of his own. Fan Emo glared at the fat boy and said coldly, if had known it involved Sun Qian, he would never have come. Damn that fat boy. Sun Qian belonged to the Sun family of Huacheng. A mere disciplinary director like him could not afford to offend them. All of you get back and write your critiques, hand them to me after class. With that thought, Fan Emo grew angrier and gave each of them a kick on the backside. Scram. Sun Qian, stay. Finally, he called Sun Qian aside. Director Fan, are you going to give me some private instruction? Sun Qian's face remained composed, mockery in his eyes. Young Master Sun, don't flatter me to death. Fan Emo instantly abandoned his earlier fierceness and adopted obsequious deference, flattering Sun Qian. It was not my choice. Circumstances forced my hand, wasn't it? He produced a spirit crystal from his pocket and pressed it into Sun Qian's hand. Don't be formal, the teacher had no choice. Sun Qian waved it away with a look of disdain. Director Fan, keep it for yourself. Do you think I, Sun Qian, lack such things? Sun Qian did not accept the bribe and even showed contempt. As long as Director Fan stops meddling in my affairs from now on, everything can be settled. Sun Qian said coolly, let this matter rest this time. Don't let it happen again. Certainly, certainly. Fan Emo hurriedly bowed and nodded. But young Master Sun, you must not go too far. This is a school appearances matter. Outside the school there are fewer rules. Once beyond its gates it is no concern of us teachers, don't you agree, young man? Director Fan speaks truly. Sun Qian sneered. In class 21, when Chu Shanhe supported the limping Chu Feng back into the classroom, all eyes turned to them at once. Chu Feng looked utterly disheveled, his body marked with footprints and his face bearing many wounds. Most conspicuous was the crimson handprint on his cheek. Chu Feng, are you all right? A plainly dressed girl with delicate features and a ponytail rose quickly, and concern written on her face hurried to his side. I'm fine. Chu Feng waved off her worry. Just some surface wounds, ugh. Chu Shanhe said angrily, Sun Qian is a despicable scoundrel. He lost to you in a duel yesterday, and today he stoops to dirty tricks. Chu Shanhe looked indignant, waving his chubby hand in the air in fury. What can we do? He's from the Sun family. Chu Feng shifted to ease the pain. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and was gone. He then looked at the girl and said slowly, Mingyue, rest assured. With me here, I will never let that scum Sun Qian bully you. Chu Feng. Li Mingyue's eyes reddened. She reached out and gently touched the wounds on his face, speaking softly, does it hurt much? Not at all. Chu Feng smiled brightly. Then a stern voice echoed in his mind. You brat, I won't stop you from falling in love, but your cultivation must not lag. In fact, you must redouble your efforts. I can feel your craving for strength. At that moment his teacher's voice resounded in his head. Your current strength is far from enough. If you reach the level of a mid-level martial artist, handling those scraps would be effortless. You're only one step away from a mid-level martial artist. Push yourself and strive to break through today. Understood, teacher. Yilang Martial Hall, one of the top 100 halls in Huacheng. Its Grandmaster Yilang was a 9-rank master of unrivaled prowess and ruthless temperament. Those who crossed him rarely met a good end. Yilang's gaze turned cold and hard toward Wang Mian. Have you uncovered that old man's background? Brother, it's been thoroughly checked. Wang Mian nodded and said, his name is Chu Shanhe, a close friend of Ding Kai's father. They served in the army together in their youth, so their bond runs deep. However, they retired 20 years ago. After retiring, Chu Shanhe took a job as a gate guard at the Design Institute and has remained there to this day. For 20 years he made no moves, living like an ordinary elder, commuting to work, never showing his hand. No one knows the extent of his true power. That means Chu Shanhe is low-key and steady. Think about the meaning of someone who hasn't acted in 2 decades. Yilang analyzed. I suspect if not for your provoking incident, he still would not have revealed himself. I think so too. Wang Mian nodded. He looks unremarkable, but his strength is terrifying. He follows the way of the sword, and is especially formidable. Even now the mere thought of Chu Shan's terrifying peerless sword intent sent shudders through him. So what rank do you suppose his strength reaches? At most 5 ranks. A 5-rank swordmaster with an otherwise ordinary background. Yilang rubbed his chin and said lightly, not impossible to deal with. He dared strike my Yilang brothers. This matter is far from over. A cold gleam flickered in Yilang's eye. In the cultivation room, spiritual energy surged violently. Chu Shan's blood and chi roiled within him, radiating a faint golden glow around his body. This was the state of enlightenment, a rare encounter for ordinary individuals. However, Chu Shanhe had remained in this state for 10 hours. He focused his mind on contemplation, and the sword talisman in his dantian began spinning faster and faster, various patterns appearing. These were interweavings of the Tao and principles continuously merging and dismantling, ultimately forming an arcane symbol. This symbol grew larger in Chu Shan's mind, and he was astonished to discover that it was actually a sword move from an unparalleled sword technique. Although it was just one move, comprehending it thoroughly at his current realm was still quite challenging. he continuously deduced, merging with the unparalleled sword intent. After a long while, Chu Shanhe suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting forth, piercing through the walls made of special materials in the cultivation room. Truly an unparalleled sword technique. Even the first move alone can upend rivers and split the heaven. After nearly 10 hours, aided by his extraordinary talent and the enlightenment tea, he had finally comprehended that sword move, thoroughly memorizing it in his heart. Moreover, at this moment his realm had also been elevated from a junior martial artist to a mid-level martial artist. Now my strength can rival that of a 5th grade master. If I add this unparalleled sword move and combine it with the unparalleled sword intent, I should be able to contend with 8th or even 9th grade masters. A hint of joy flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes. Meanwhile, in another cultivation room at the school, Chu Feng was bound with weights, continuously throwing punches. He was sweating profusely, his body felt like a furnace, and the intense heat radiating from his skin evaporated the sweat, making him look as if he had been cooked. Stupid kid, put in some more effort. The teacher's voice rang out, constantly encouraging him. His punching speed increased, blood and chi roiling in his chest, making him feel as though he was about to explode. Oh! Chu Feng shouted, and finally the speed of his punches began to create afterimages. He did not notice the steam above his head was gradually forming a vortex of wind. Suddenly a strange feeling emerged, causing him to freeze, all actions halting at that moment. In the next second, a long-lost smile appeared on his lips. Teacher, I did it. I finally broke through to mid-level martial artist. Not bad, that's even shorter than I expected. His ring flickered a few times and the teacher looked quite pleased. Now that you've broken through to mid-level martial artist, coupled with the spear technique I've taught you, you'll have the strength to contend with high-level martial artists. Thank you, teacher. Chu Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, then tidied up, leaving the school. Over 2 hours had passed since school ended, and the sky had darkened, leaving the campus almost deserted except for the on-duty teachers. The dim streetlights illuminated, casting a long shadow. Little madman. At that moment, a figure ran over from the playground. It was Su Changxing, who had given Chu Feng the nickname Little Madman. To the chubby boy, Chu Feng was a madman who could forego food and drink for the sake of cultivation. Changxing. Upon seeing Su Changxing, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why haven't you gone home? I was waiting for you. Su Changxing sized Chu Feng up, then pinched his muscle and asked, did you break through? Oh yeah. Upon receiving Chu Feng's affirmation, the chubby boy jumped up in joy, feeling happier than if he had broken through himself. As expected of my brother Su Changxing. The chubby boy hugged Chu Feng's neck tightly. Let's go to celebrate your breakthrough. I'll treat you to a feast, and I also have a big surprise for you. What surprise? Dun dun dun. Our beautiful Mingyue is also here waiting for you with me. When Chu Feng saw the graceful figure under the streetlight, he couldn't help but smile brightly, gently asking, why haven't you gone home? I'm here for the same reason as the chubby boy. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had broken through, Li Mingyu's eyes transformed into crescent moons, extending her small hand. Congratulations, you finally broke through. Chu Feng also reached out to shake hands with the girl. Thank you. Alright, no need to be so polite. The chubby boy looked at Chu Feng with disdain. We're all family, who doesn't know who? You two don't need to pretend anymore. There's no one around, just hug each other already. Get lost. You fatso. As a master of breaking the mood, this statement caused Chu Feng and Li Mingyu's hands to quickly separate, both glaring at him fiercely. Even Li Mingyue ran away blushing, and Chu Feng walked straight out of the campus. TCH. The chubby boy was unfazed, striding forward. Wait for me, I'm treating you to a feast. However, when he chased outside, he found several figures blocking Chu Feng and Li Mingyu's path. What do you want? Chu Feng shielded Li Mingyue behind him, his expression cold as he stared at the other party. What do you want? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, and the crowd parted, revealing Sun Qian slowly walking in. Of course, I'm here to invite classmate Mingyue for a drink. In your dreams. Chu Feng replied coldly. Sun Qian, I will never agree to you. Just give up on that idea. How do I need your agreement? Sun Qian sneered. The woman I set my sights on will never escape my grasp. Then he looked at Chu Feng, mocking. I told you this morning, if you dare meddle in my affairs again, I will kill you. It seems you haven't heeded my warning. Then I can only eliminate you. Saying this, he waved his hand. Get rid of him. Yes. The few senior lackeys immediately nodded, their expressions turning unfriendly as they glared at Chu Feng, their momentum erupting as they lunged at him. Fatty, protect Mingyue. Chu Feng's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, a fierce aura rising into the sky, launching a punch at the foremost lackey. Bang! Crack! The immense force shattered the lackey's arm, sending him flying with a scream. A mid-level martial artist. This scene caused Sun Qian's brow to furrow. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to have broken through. It seemed his talent was quite formidable. With this thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he wasn't anxious, for he wasn't the only mid-level martial artist present. Seeing Chu Feng's true strength, the lackeys no longer dared to be careless. 3 mid-level martial artists released their aura, their figures flashing as they attacked Chu Feng furiously from 3 directions. Get lost! Chu Feng roared, unleashing all his power as he engaged in combat with them. After several exchanges, he successfully took down 2, but the last one still posed a considerable challenge, fighting him evenly. Bang! Another clash, and the two quickly distanced themselves. You have some skills, but tonight's outcome is destined to be your defeat. That guy sneered. Then with a twist of his wrist a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword gleamed coldly under the streetlight, resembling a venomous snake. Is this your trump card? Chu Feng's pupil shrank. It seemed the opponent was well prepared today. This Sun Qian is quite terrifying. A minor conflict has actually incited a deadly intent against him. He had no spear, so he could only use a nearby tree branch as a substitute. That's right. The guy flourished his sword, the tip directed at Chu Feng. You should be grateful to die at my sword. With that he moved his wrist, twisting the long sword, transforming into a flurry of afterimages as it stabbed towards Chu Feng. Oomph. Chu Feng let out a cold snort, swinging the tree branch in his hand, as the dragon elephant Haotian spear art, taught by his master, was instantly unleashed. Though he had only grasped the basics, the terror of the dragon elephant Haotian spear was far beyond what this realm could comprehend. Even the basics wielded fearsome power. The tree branch erupted with astonishing momentum, then struck towards the opponent's wrist at a tricky angle. However, the opponent merely waved his hand lightly, severing the branch in two. As expected, it's still not enough. Chu Feng sighed helplessly. The disparity in materials led to the failure of his attack this time. However, he remained calm, turning his body as the half-branch stabbed towards his opponent once more. This time he unleashed all his power, the energy within him surging as his spiritual energy operated wildly. The tree branch in his hand began to radiate light. Go! With a thunderous roar, the tree branch in Chu Feng's hand erupted with a terrifying aura, transforming into a shadow of light that pierced through the opponent's arm. Ah! A scream rang out. That guy's entire arm was rendered useless, continuously howling in agony. How is this possible? Sun Qian was finally moved. He never expected that the Chu Feng who had broken through would possess such formidable combat strength. Facing three alone, he had actually emerged victorious. Trash will always be trash. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, holding the bloodied branch as he slowly approached Sun Qian. Now that your lackeys are gone, how will you bully me? Sun Qian continuously retreated, his expression extremely grim. He had originally thought to take this opportunity to kill Chu Feng and forcibly obtain Li Minghua. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng's combat strength was so terrifying. Chu Feng, I admit you are strong and talented. Sun Qian slowly spoke. However, you are my enemy, and I will not allow someone like you to grow. You are destined to become a corpse. Having been influenced by his family's upbringing since childhood, his character had become very ruthless. He had already seen Chu Feng's talent. He believed that as long as this type of person was given time, he would certainly grow. At that time, as his enemy, he could threaten his life. By then it would be too late to regret. He decided to eliminate this danger in its infancy. As a member of the Sun family in Huaqing, he was used to being arrogant and domineering, treating lives lightly. A killing was just killing, and the law enforcement agencies would turn a blind eye for the sake of the Sun family, at most imposing a fine. Your lackeys have already been defeated by me. What arrogance do you still have? Chu Feng's expression turned cold, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Though you are from the Sun family and have an impressive background, you are now all alone. Are you not afraid I will kill you? I bet you won't dare. Sun Qian sneered repeatedly. Oh really? Chu Feng stepped forward, his aura changing as the tree branch in his hand once again radiated light. You can definitely try. The teacher had said that mercy for an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Since Sun Qian was determined to put him to death, he would go all out. The Sun family's influence was vast, and he knew that if he let Sun Qian escape this time, what awaited him would be endless retaliation from Sun Qian. Rather than that, it was better to eradicate the root of the problem. Moreover, his grandfather had also said that whenever one found themselves in a disadvantageous or desperate situation, they should find a way to drag an enemy down with them. Dying alongside an enemy is not a loss. Currently, Chu Feng had this thought. Rather than waiting for Sun Qian's revenge, it was better to kill him directly. As for what would happen next, who cared? Chu Feng, are you not afraid of the Sun family's revenge? Feeling Chu Feng's overwhelming killing intent, Sun Qian panicked completely. He never expected Chu Feng to act so decisively. Afraid? Chu Feng replied coldly. How could I not be afraid? That's why I will kill you today, and earn a little interest while I'm at it. With that, the tree branch in his hand transformed into an afterimage as it fiercely stabbed towards Sun Qian. Chu Feng. Little madman. Not far away, Su Changsheng and Li Minghua were stunned. They did not expect this ordinary fight between classmates to evolve into a life-and-death situation. Don't you dare come out and save me. Just as the branch was about to pierce Sun Qian, he couldn't help but shout. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Sun Qian, extending a hand to block the ferocious strike. Bang! After applying some force, the branch turned to dust. Phew! Sun Qian, who had narrowly escaped death, let out a long sigh, his face filled with fear. If it had been a second later, his life would have been lost. He then coldly looked at Chu Feng, a murderous aura surging. Chu Feng, do you really think I have no trump cards left? As a member of the Sun family, and being so arrogant, it was certain that his family would send bodyguards to protect him in secret. Chu Feng's expression was serious, his eyes flashing with a hint of unwillingness. Just a second too late. He coldly stared at the man in the black suit beside Sun Qian. Without him, he would have already pierced Sun Qian. Kill him for me. Sun Qian's face twisted with rage. Yes, young master. The man in the black suit nodded, then his aura suddenly erupted, and in an instant his figure disappeared. Not good. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. At the same time the teacher's voice echoed in his mind. Run. He is a mid-level martial artist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Feng felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Though there was only one word of difference between mid-level martial artists and mid-level martial practitioners, the distinction was like heaven and earth. In the next second the black-suited man appeared right in front of Chu Feng, casually throwing a punch. He couldn't even be bothered to use full strength to deal with a mere mid-level martial practitioner. But Chu Feng's face changed drastically. He could sense the terrifying killing intent contained within that punch. Even if it was a casual punch, it was not something a mid-level martial practitioner like him could handle. With no time to dodge, he could only channel his spiritual energy into his hands, crossing them in front of him. Bang! Almost without any surprise his arms were smashed, the immense force causing him to spit blood and fly backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Feng. Madman. Su Changsheng and Li Mingyu's faces changed drastically as they rushed over, looking at the listless Chu Feng, both filled with anxiety. Even Li Mingyu had started to cry. What should we do? Watching the mid-level martial artist approaching step by step, they were in a panic. Call my grandfather. Chu Feng struggled to get up from the ground, and just as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. That previous punch had already left him severely injured. Currently, the only thing he could think of was to contact his grandfather, though he was unsure if his grandfather could arrive in time. Oh no! Panicking, Li Mingyu fumbled through Chu Feng's bag, found his phone, and dialed Chu Shanhe's number. At that moment, Chu Shanhe had just come out of the training room preparing to go home. Suddenly his phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to see it was his grandson Chu Feng's call. This kid seems to be calling me for the first time. He then pressed the answer button. Hello. Grandpa Chu, it's bad. Little Feng is currently being. At the school gate, the dim streetlights stretched several shadows long. After finishing a call with Chu Shanhe, Li Mingyu continuously prayed in her heart for him to arrive quickly. If something unexpected were to happen to Chu Feng today, she would never forgive herself, as this matter originated from her. Beside them, Su Changsheng helped Chu Feng to stand up slowly, his face dark as he stared at the approaching intermediate martial master. Sun Qian, my father is Su Huanshan. If you dare to move against us, my father will not spare you. Su Huanshan. Sun Qian was taken aback. The one at the peak of the 9th rank, a half-step grandmaster. Exactly. Seeing the change in Sun Qian's expression, Su Changsheng thought there was a chance, and spoke up. Can you let us go for my father's sake? We can just let this matter go. Let it go. Sun Qian sneered. What are you to make me let it go? Your father's reputation may be valuable elsewhere, but here it's worth nothing. Get lost quickly and stop meddling in this matter, or I will kill you too. To him, killing one person was no different from. As for Su Wanshan's revenge, he was not the slightest bit afraid. The Sun family was one of the 4 great families of Huaqing, with experts like clouds. A half-step grandmaster could stir no great waves. Now that the enmity was established, his murderous intent towards Chu Feng had reached its peak, and he believed Chu Feng's intent to kill him was no less. With matters at this stage, there was no way out, but for one side to die. The situation on the field was clear. Chu Feng was already at his last gasp, and his bodyguard only needed to land one more punch to crush him. Sun Qian, you bastard. Seeing that his father's reputation had no effect, Su Changsheng began to curse fiercely, spewing all kinds of insults. Since they were already enemies, he might as well vent his frustrations first. Fatty, since you were so intent on dying, then don't blame me. Sun Qian's expression darkened, and he turned to his bodyguard saying, kill him together. Yes. The bodyguard nodded, then quickly moved, appearing in front of Chu Feng in an instant, throwing another punch. This punch was even more powerful than the last, indicating he did not want to waste time. Fatty, get out of the way. Chu Feng pushed Su Changsheng aside, stepping forward as he watched the increasingly close fist gritting his teeth. Damn it, him going all out. Since he couldn't dodge, and behind him were Fatty and Li Mingyu. In the next moment his aura erupted once more, his blood surging within him as he gathered all his strength into his right fist, then swung it forward to meet the challenge. Boom. The 2 fists collided, producing a piercing metallic sound. Poof. Without any surprise, Chu Feng once again spat out blood and was sent flying. Chu Feng. Madman. Seeing Chu Feng lying on the ground weak and breathless, Su Changsheng and Li Mingyu's expressions changed drastically as they rushed over. At this moment, Chu Feng felt like his internal organs were shattered, with a burning pain spreading through his body. Moreover, half of his body had lost all sensation, and his bones were practically all shattered. I am still too weak. Chu Feng felt very unwilling, the immense pain causing him to convulse slightly, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Changsheng and Li Mingyu rushed over, carefully helping him up, with Li Mingyu's tears falling continuously as she trembled and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. At this moment the 2 of them did not know what to say, just supporting Chu Feng, looking defiantly at Sun Qian and the intermediate martial master. Tisk, such deep friendship indeed. Sun Qian slowly approached, looking at the 3 with a mocking expression. I'm giving you an opportunity now. Oh, as long as you agree, I can consider sparing your lives. Let her spend the night with me. He enjoyed the feeling of playing cat and mouse, finding it quite delightful. You? Dreaming. Chu Feng struggled to speak. Unless you kill me. You're not useful even when given. Sun Qian's sneer grew more pronounced, looking at Chu Feng with disdain as he slowly spoke. I originally planned to kill you first, then enjoy Li Mingyue. Now I've changed my mind. I'll spare your life, and let you watch me enjoy Li Mingyue. This way you will suffer even more. Haha. Sun Qian, are you even human? Fatty cursed loudly. You? Bastard. Chu Feng's eyes turned red as he spat out another mouthful of blood due to his agitation. Bring that girl over to me. Ooh, I want him to see with his own eyes. Sun Qian's smile grew increasingly twisted, his mind continuously warping. Don't come over. Fatty tried to block, but was kicked away by the intermediate martial master. Mingyue, run. Fatty shouted angrily. Unfortunately, how could a weak girl escape the grasp of an intermediate martial master? In the moment she lifted her foot, she was caught. Come here. The bodyguard said sharply, pulling Li Mingyue towards Sun Qian. However, Chu Feng directly stood in front of him, throwing a punch without hesitation. Oof, trash. The bodyguard's eyes flashed with disdain, lightly blocking with his arm, then flinging Chu Feng, who was seriously injured, to the ground. Yet he still struggled, reaching out to hold onto the bodyguard's leg. Get lost. The bodyguard frowned, kicking Chu Feng in the chest. Wow. Chu Feng spat blood, the immense pain contorting his face, yet he refused to let go. Chu Feng. Li Mingyue was already in tears. Bastard. Not far away, Fatty also struggled to get up and rushed over. The bodyguard continued kicking Chu Feng, but he still wouldn't let go, and the strength was increasing. At this moment Chu Feng was only holding on by sheer will. Since it's like this, then kill him first. Sun Qian's patience had long run out, and he slowly issued the order. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard's aura changed as he lifted his foot, aiming directly at Chu Feng's head, stomping down fiercely. Whoosh. At that moment a streak of cold light shot in from the distance, slicing through the leg. Suddenly blood gushed out as the bodyguard realized his leg had been severed in half. The next moment a wave of immense pain hit him, causing him to scream and instinctively release Li Mingyue. Seizing this opportunity, Li Mingyue quickly broke free from his grasp and pulled Chu Feng away. Who? This sudden turn of events made Sun Qian's expression change. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming killing intent completely enveloping him. Daring to kill my grandson, you truly seek death. A figure slowly emerged into view. The late arriving Chu Shanhe, who had just received the call. His murderous aura surged skyward, his furious voice reverberated across heaven and earth. An immense pressure erupted from him, rendering Sun Qian nearly breathless, as though a colossal mountain bore down upon his chest. Even the bodyguard crumbled. Having severed his own leg, he had long lost balance and collapsed onto the ground. You. Sun Qian's body trembled violently, beads of sweat poured ceaselessly from his forehead. To Sun Qian, the old man before him loomed like a primordial beast, capable of devouring him whole in a single bite. In stark contrast, Chu Shanhe and Li Mingyue exhaled deeply in profound relief. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Yet far more urgent was Chu Feng's rapidly fading life force. If not treated immediately, he would perish. Grandfather Chu Feng. Before they could finish speaking, Chu Shanhe had already materialized beside Chu Feng, drawing from his robes a vial of supreme healing elixir and pouring it down the youth's throat. The elixir dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into pure medicinal energy that repaired Chu Feng's internal organs. Watching his grandson's vital signs gradually stabilize, Chu Shanhe's suspended heart finally settled. Fortunately, he had secured this vial from Ding Kai as an emergency measure, and fate had demanded its use far sooner than anticipated. Seizing the moment, Sun Qian began inching backward, while discreetly sending a message. He was no fool. He would not stand idly by awaiting death merely because Chu Shanhe had arrived. He always prepared 2 paths escape if possible, but should flight fail, that very message would serve its purpose. The message went to his elders, alerting them to his peril and summoning immediate rescue. Thus, regardless of circumstances, safety was assured. Once his family's elders arrived, victory would be inevitable. Even if they failed to arrive, any attempt upon his life would compel adversaries to weigh consequences carefully. Take one more step, and I will end you where you stand. At that instant, Chu Shanhe's glacial voice cut through the air, turning Sun Qian's face ashen. He instantly raised both hands and froze in place, obedient and still. Though arrogant and domineering, he understood power dynamics and would never provoke a man consumed by wrath. Having secured Chu Feng's condition, Chu Shanhe strode forward, his countenance dark, his malevolence palpable. His grandson had nearly died. He would never forgive this executioner. His first target was the man in black. A swift grip seized his throat, lifting him bodily off the ground. You deserve death. His voice was ice cold, his gaze so piercing it sent the man trembling. As the latter struggled feebly, Chu Shanhe delivered a single shattering blow, obliterating his body utterly. Blood and viscera exploded outward in a grotesque spray. The thick coppery stench turned stomachs. Only after dispatching the man in black did Chu Shanhe turn his gaze upon Sun Qian. Now, it is your turn, wretched whelp. Chu Shanhe knew full well of Sun Qian's furtive retreat, and deliberately let him summon his elders. Only then could this matter be properly addressed. A mere high school student embroiled in ordinary conflict had dared commit cold-blooded murder, an act inseparable from familial upbringing. He intended to meet the boy's parents face-to-face. Was it you who ordered the killing of my grandson? Chu Shanhe stood before Sun Qian, voice frigid. Yes. Sun Qian nodded, his earlier terror now replaced by eerie composure. That message had steadied him. This was the pride of the Sun clan, not a direct lineage yet still untouchable even by a grandmaster. What was your motive? Chu Shanhe was genuinely startled. This boy had confessed without hesitation. He is my enemy, and his talent is extraordinary. I cannot allow such a rival to mature. Therefore, I must eliminate him. Crush him while still in bud. Sun Qian's chilling rationale left even Chu Shanhe stunned. Then do you fear I might kill you now? Astonishment gave way to lethal intent. Yes. Sun Qian nodded. Yet you dare not, for I bear the name Sun. The Sun clan. Chu Shanhe's brow furrowed slightly. Of Huaqing's 4 great clans he knew the Suns well. Their infamy preceded them, tyrannical, arrogant, fiercely protective of their own. Offend one son, and you invited their savage, unrelenting vengeance. Many avoided them entirely, steering clear of entanglement or confrontation. Yet fate had now placed a Sun scion before him. No wonder the boy's arrogance ran so deep. Correct. Sun Qian lifted his chin, pride blazing in his eyes. Dare harm me, and you shall face our clan's unrestrained retribution. Slap. Chu Shanhe's open palm struck, then spoke, voice glacial. Foolish wretch. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? For the sake of your youth, I grant you one reprieve. Your life remains for now. Now crawl here, and beg forgiveness of my grandson. Humph. Sun Qian scoffed disdainfully. Old man, what are you? Daring to demand my apology? Huh. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Unbearably arrogant. That was Chu Shanhe's assessment. Indeed, the entire Sun clan wore such contemptuous airs. Sun Qian was but its latest embodiment. Today your grandson was fortunate, but next time fortune will abandon him. Sun Qian's voice rang on. He offended me. He is my enemy, and I will kill him. And you, ancient relic, you murdered my bodyguard. Touch even a single hair on my head, and my elders will ensure your utter ruin. His arrogance stemmed equally from temperament and pedigree. Do you truly think I lack the will? Hearing this, Chu Shanhe's expression hardened. His hand shot forth, clamping Sun Qian's throat, lifting him aloft. Indeed, your Sun clan wields great influence. But remember this, crushing you now would be no harder than squashing an ant. Sometimes words require forethought. Gak! Sun Qian thrashed wildly, fingers clawing at Chu Shanhe's iron grip. Yet failing utterly, Chu Shanhe's grip tightened further. Sun Qian's breath choked his face, swelling purplish red. Stop! A thunderous roar erupted from afar. Then, a terrifying aura surged, and within moments a distinguished middle-aged man radiating formidable presence charged toward them. He arrived in mere heartbeats, staring at Sun Qian and Chu Shanhe's grasp, his fury incandescent. Lay one finger upon my son, and I will annihilate your entire bloodline. The man appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of the 9 nether hell, emanating a terrifying aura of malevolence. His face was icy cold and his voice was as frigid as ancient ice, causing the temperature of the surroundings to drop several degrees. Upon witnessing this, Su Changxing and Li Mingyue could not help but shiver, a chill running down their spines. A master powerhouse. These 4 words continuously swirled in their minds, causing them to instinctively swallow hard, their faces betraying. Would Grandpa Chu be able to withstand the attacks of the master powerhouse? They sweat nervously for him. Is that so? A cold smile crept upon Chu Shan's lips. What if I kill him? With that, he exerted a slight force with his hand, and under the shocked gazes of those present, he directly snapped Sun Qian's neck. Hiss! Su Changxing and Li Mingyue could not help but gasp. Grandpa Chu's audacity is astounding. Sun Qian's father is a master, and he killed Sun Qian right in front of his father. This. The two exchanged glances, sensing that things had escalated drastically. Su Changxing even took out his phone and quietly sent a message to his father. Since Grandpa Chu killed Sun Qian, the two sides would be locked in a deadly feud. If Grandpa Chu were to falter, his father could come to resolve the situation. Otherwise, given the temperament of the Sun family, none present would escape death. Although Su Changxing's cultivation was not impressive, his mind was exceptionally sharp, and he quickly thought of the potential consequences, preparing for the worst. Sun Yingwu never expected that this old man would be so ruthless and efficient, instantly killing his own son before he could even react. By the time he realized what happened, his son was already lifeless. You deserve to die. In the next moment, his eyes turned blood red, and a wave of violent killing intent erupted from him, engulfing Chu Shanhe. At that moment, the wind howled at the school entrance, a hurricane rampaging with countless gusts, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently. Seeing this, Su Changxing and Li Mingyue hurriedly retreated, with Chu Feng to a safe place. Their faces were filled with trepidation. Is this the terrifying nature of master powerhouses? As ordinary people, they could not even withstand the aura emanating from them. In that brief moment, they felt breathless, their hair standing on end and cold sweat streaming down. At the same time, their concern for Chu Shanhe deepened. Opposite Sun Yingwu, Chu Shanhe stood there calmly, sensing the aura surrounding him. This guy's strength is roughly at the 5th or 6th rank, and his combat power is enough to contend with him. Old fellow, I will use the heads of your entire family to honor my son. Sun Yinghua's face twisted in rage as he roared to the heavens. His blood surged within him, and a sound like a drum echoed from his chest, thudding loudly. In the next second, under the astonished gaze of Chu Shanhe, his muscles swelled, and he appeared even more imposing. The Sun family specializes in physical martial arts, honing their bodies without any flashy techniques, relying solely on raw strength. Their exceptionally powerful physiques not only grant them incredible strength, but also extraordinary defenses. Typically, fighting against multiple opponents is not an issue. With his full power unleashed, Sun Yinghua's aura became even more violent. His legs bent, and he leaped forward, swinging his fist with great force. The wind from his punch howled, and a deafening sonic boom erupted as his fist tore through the void, crashing toward Chu Shanhe's head with the might of thunder. Watching that ferocious punch, Chu Shanhe remained unperturbed. He extended his arm, and the sword lying on the ground flew back into his hand, bursting forth with a brilliant light. The unmatched sword intent was activated, emanating a terrifying aura from the light. Die! Sun Yinghua's face was twisted with fury, his eyes blood-red. He punched through the sound barrier, his fist carrying terrifying power as it surged toward Chu Shanhe, filled with raging anger. Heading straight for Chu Shanhe's head. Today I will use you to honor my sword. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, then waved his arm. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light shot into the sky, instantly reaching Sun Yinghu and colliding with his violent punch. This move is called opening the heavens, the first strike of the peerless sword technique that Chu Shanhe comprehended from the sword talisman. Using the sword as a medium, it opens the heavens and creates the earth. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded across the sky, and the hurricane began to rampage uncontrollably. Bang bang. The terrifying shockwave shattered streetlights, plunging the area into darkness. Su Changsheng and Li Mingyue squinted their eyes, trying to see through the faint moonlight to discern the situation. Unfortunately, they could see nothing but dust and fallen leaves. Before long, as the dust settled, the scene finally came into view. In the next moment, their expressions shifted slightly as they saw Chu Shanhe standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. What is this? The two exchanged incredulous glances, both realizing the disbelief in each other's expressions. Did Grandpa Chu win? But what about Sun Qian's father? From their vantage point, they could only see Chu Shanhe standing with his hands clasped behind his back. They could see nothing else. You? Are you opposing the Sun family? Emerging from a deep pit before Chu Shanhe, Sun Yinghu crawled out slowly, looking disheveled as he gazed at the old man before him. A sword blade was still embedded in his chest. That previous strike had breached his defenses and pierced his body. Had he not shifted slightly at the critical moment, that sword would have pierced his heart. Thinking of that terrifying sword, he felt a sense of trepidation. He never imagined that this old man would be so formidable. He estimated his strength to be at least 7th or even 8th rank. However, he was not afraid, not because he was a member of the Sun family, but because he knew that if he truly wanted to escape, this old man could not kill him. He could easily flee and call for help to deal with this old man. But he did not do so because he was a member of the Sun family, and the pride of the Sun family did not allow such actions. So what if you do? Chu Shan's expression remained calm as he spoke lightly. Your Sun family is not the omnipotent force in watching. Why should I fear you? This matter was initiated by your son, wanting to kill my grandson. Had I not arrived in time, my grandson might have already been killed by your son. If that were the case, I suppose you would find it quite normal, given your surname is Sun. People must pay the price for their foolishness. Your son harbored murderous intent towards my grandson, so I killed him, and you as well. As he spoke, Chu Shan's tone gradually turned cold, and 2 glimmers of killing intent flashed in his eyes. You must die as well. This feud has already been established, and I will not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. We must eradicate the roots of this problem. With his words, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. You. Sun Yinghu looked at the murderous Chu Shanhe with fear, unable to believe the audacity of this old man. Aren't you afraid of the crazed revenge from the Sun family if you kill me? His face twisted in rage, becoming exceptionally sinister. If I don't kill you, are you expecting me to wait for your future revenge? Chu Shanhe retorted, speaking calmly. Who doesn't know the nature of the Sun family? Since revenge is inevitable, why not kill you first? Isn't that right? With his words hanging in the air, he stepped forward, his aura suddenly exploding as he threw a punch towards Sun Yinghua's head. Sun Yinghu quickly defended himself, his blood surging as he gathered all his spiritual energy into his arms, taking a defensive stance. Bang! A sound of metal clashing echoed, and in the next moment Sun Yinghu was sent flying, crashing into a large tree, the tremendous force splitting the trunk. Sun Yinghu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression filled with terror and disbelief. This old man truly dared to kill him. Without any hesitation, he activated his cultivation technique, causing both his spiritual energy and blood to surge again, his aura rising sharply. He pulled out the sword, and with all his strength hurled it at Chu Shanhe. The blade transformed into a cold light in the night sky, moving with incredible speed, reaching Chu Shanhe in an instant like the Grim Reaper's scythe aimed directly at his throat. Taking this opportunity, Sun Yingwu swiftly darted away, desperately fleeing backwards. That's right, he chickened out. The people of the Sun family are proud, but they are not fools. Knowing they cannot win, and still fighting to the death, would be a sign of madness. He felt both fear and hatred towards Chu Shanhe, unable to believe that this centenarian possessed such terrifying combat power, especially with that lethal sword. But the grudge for killing his son is irreconcilable. He hated him for killing his child, and this revenge must be avenged by Sun Yingwu. As long as he escaped back to his family, and informed the clan's experts the time would come for Chu Shan's clan to be annihilated. The Sun family never waits overnight for revenge. At this moment, the only word in Sun Yingwu's mind was escape. If you think you can run away. Seeing Sun Yingwu's disappearing figure, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but snort coldly. He waved his arm to intercept the blade, and then gripped it tightly. The unparalleled sword intent within him erupted completely. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent burst forth from his body, and the sword in his hand began to hum. The next moment, a massive sword gleam shot up into the sky. Die! Chu Shanhe shouted, lightly waving his arm forward. In an instant, the skies changed color. That sword gleam tore through the void, unstoppable, and instantly reached over Sun Yingwu's head. No! Sun Yingwu's face changed drastically as he roared to the heavens. In the next moment, that enormous sword gleam engulfed him, even splitting the earth beneath him. At the moment the sword gleam appeared, many people in watching suddenly opened their eyes. Inside a residential building, Qin Shua's eyes flickered, his expression excited. It's here. He recognized this scene, the sword gleam that had shot up into the sky from the garden a while ago. Without any hesitation, he swiftly moved towards the location of the sword gleam. The thought of soon seeing that mysterious sword genius made him thrilled, and his speed increased even further. Not just him, shadows moved under the night, all rushing towards this direction. Because they all sensed a trace of profound Tao aura from that sword gleam. Soon many terrifying experts appeared near the school entrance, all masters above the grandmaster level. When Qin Shua arrived and saw the terrifying crack on the ground, he couldn't help but gasp. Looking around, he recognized quite a few familiar figures. Director Qin, as a swordsman, do you know who wielded that astonishing sword gleam just now? Someone asked. I don't know. Qin Shua shook his head. I also want to know who that person is. When did such a terrifying swordsman appear in watching? Director Qin, I remember that a few days ago there was a similar sword gleam at your Academy of Statecraft, and it was rumored that someone deciphered a stone tablet at your school and comprehended that unparalleled sword technique. Could it be that person? Everyone's gaze fell upon Qin Shua, and after this mention, they recalled the events from a few days ago, and it was still being talked about, saying that a shocking sword genius had emerged at the Academy of Statecraft. Regarding this genius, everyone speculated, eagerly waiting quietly for the Academy of Statecraft to announce them, but unfortunately, until now, they had said nothing about it. Now that the similar sword gleam has appeared again, everyone looked forward to Qin Shua providing an answer. However, Qin Shua slowly shook his head. Yes, our academy has indeed produced a sword genius, but unfortunately, I don't know who this person is. Director Qin, don't be modest. Who doesn't know that you cherish talented people? I know you want to protect that genius, but there's no need to be so tight-lipped, not even revealing their name. Yes, Director Qin, this seems a bit unfair. Hearing these words, Qin Shua appeared helpless, slowly saying, you can believe it or not, I truly don't know who they are. I'm still looking for them. After saying this, he vanished from the spot. This time he missed out again. This fellow remains as who says otherwise. Ever since the black and white prodigies of the Academy of Statecraft died 50 years ago, the entire academy has fallen from grace, becoming an ordinary institution. I can understand his actions. After all these years, the Academy of Statecraft has finally produced a genius, and they wouldn't treat it lightly. Perhaps he hopes to leverage this genius to break through in the University League. If they don't want to reveal their identity, let's all disperse. Huh, is that Sun Yingwu from the Sun family? Suddenly someone discovered a severed limb near the crack, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be the corpse of Sun Yingwu. Gasping in shock, there's another one here. Meanwhile, Sun Qian's body was also found, and the murder of the Sun father and son caused a stir throughout watching. Who is so bold as to dare kill members of the Sun family? The Sun family learned of the incident overnight, and was furious. The head of the Sun family, Sun Yongshou, even issued a bounty. Anyone who could provide clues about the person who killed his son would be rewarded with 1 million in gold, and if they could directly identify the murderer, they would be granted a position as a guest elder in the Sun family, enjoying generous benefits. Once this bounty was announced, watching erupted once more. Many people were tempted by the rewards from the Sun family, and as for the guest elder position, it's needless to say the Sun family provided ample resources for cultivation and finances. It's known that the Sun family's guest elders are at least grandmasters in strength. Many people can only look up to them. Now that the Sun family has relaxed the requirements, as long as one can point out the murderer. Even if one cannot find the murderer, discovering a clue can still earn 1 million in reward, which is beyond the... As a result, every day many people gathered at the school entrance, and the number of people near that crack was countless, with even the school's teachers taking time to investigate. Among them was the director of education, Fan Shuobo. In his office, he held a form, continuously reading it, which contained information about Chu Feng. Since the incident, Chu Feng's parents had called to excuse him, stating he was unwell. Now it has been 4 days, and he still hasn't shown up. Fan Shuobo rubbed his chin in thought, clearly recalling that day when Chu Feng had a conflict with Sun Qian, and it was he who reminded them to handle their affairs outside the school. But it was so coincidental that on that very night Sun Qian and Sun Yingwu were killed. Could it be him? How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Fan Shuobo mused to himself while pinching his chin. But if it really is Chu Feng, then who is his backing? He comes from an ordinary family, without parents, raised by his grandparents who are too old to wield a kitchen knife to kill Sun Yingwu, a 5th grade master, right? If it's not him, then who could it be? Fan Shuobo pondered this matter, and then pulled out another form belonging to Su. Could it be Su Changsheng's father? He is a half-step grandmaster, and it would be quite simple to kill a 5th grade master. But to my knowledge, Su Huanshan uses a knife, which doesn't match at all. Moreover, the sword light that night was dazzling. It was said that the one who killed Sun Yingwu was a master of the sword. Could it be that Su Huanshan deliberately used a sword this time, using the sword light to confuse everyone and clear his own suspicion of not being present? Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. It must be like this. After the conflict between Chu Feng and Sun Qian completely erupted, Su Changsheng wanted to stand up for his brother, but was insulted by Sun Qian. Unable to bear it, he called his father to kill Sun Qian. After Sun Qian's father Sun Yingwu learned of this, he came to avenge his son, but was still no match for Su Huanshan and was killed by him. In order to avoid being retaliated against by the Sun family in the future, Su Huanshan specifically changed his knife to a sword. A perfectly logical sequence of events unfolded in his mind. Yes, it must be like this. Fan Zuibo's face was filled with excitement, as though he could already see the beautiful days ahead of him as a guest elder of the Sun family. I will inform the Sun family about this right now. After saying this, he called the Sun family. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had no idea about any of this. After several days of careful nursing from his grandparents, his injuries had completely healed, and his realm had stabilized, not affected at all by the injuries to his foundation. Seeing his grandson safe and sound, Chu Shanhe finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood the importance of foundation, and thus spent a fortune in these days to buy some potions to repair the foundation. Fortunately, he was now the deputy master of the Victory Martial Arts School. After hearing about Chu Feng's situation, the Ding family father and son directly advanced a year's salary to Chu Shanhe without any hesitation. Ding Xingli knew that if he gave it directly, old Chu wouldn't accept it due to his character, so he had to do it this way. Go to school tomorrow, you're fine now. Chu Shanhe squeezed Chu Feng a few times, and then patted his shoulder. Grandpa. Chu Feng nodded, glancing at Chu Shanhe, who seemed to want to say something, but held back. What's wrong? Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. It's nothing, I'll go back to my room now. In the end, Chu Feng still did not say what was on his lips. This kid. Chu Shanhe laughed. How could he not know what his grandson wanted to say? It was nothing more than his own strength, and how to deal with the Sun family's retaliation next. Although his grandson was very young, his mind was quite mature. In recent days, the Sun family's bounty notice had spread widely, and almost everyone in Huaqing knew about it. In these days, he hadn't gone anywhere else. He had been going back and forth between the martial arts school, home, and school. His sign-in was also in the training room, and he was signing for chi-gathering pills. He knew the enemies he would face next, so he worked even harder. Besides his basic training, he continued to comprehend the sword talisman, deepening his understanding of the sword path. He also used the last of the enlightenment tea leaves, but unfortunately, he did not comprehend his second move. With the aid of the chi-gathering pills in these days, his training progressed very quickly. In just a few days, he broke through to the advanced martial artist realm, only one step away from becoming a master. Now his strength had reached over 600,000. Indeed, with the improvement of his realm, the doubling of strength relying on talent and physique was gradually diminishing. If he unleashed his full power at this moment, his combat power could almost reach the level of a 9th grade master, and he might even be able to battle a half-step grandmaster. If I had a spirit weapon level sword, my combat power could reach a whole new level, Chu Shanhe murmured. The next day, as usual, he finished breakfast and went to school. First, he completed his tasks, then prepared to head to the guard room to start training. However, a piece of news on the broadcast caught his attention. Last night, someone accepted the Sun family's bounty and provided a lead on the murderer, who turned out to be the infamous Su Huanshan. As a result, the Sun family specifically sent a grandmaster to fight Su Huanshan atop the Tianxiong Peak, and they ended up both being severely injured. Moreover, according to that grandmaster from the Sun family, Su Huanshan broke through during the battle and left heavily wounded. The real murderer is someone else. Who could the real murderer be? What kind of conspiracy is hidden behind this incident? Please continue to follow the news explosion UR station. We'll keep you updated on this matter. After the news broadcast ended, Chu Shanhe stood still for a long time. He did not expect that someone would speculate it was Su Huanshan, nor did he anticipate that Su Huanshan would break through to Grandmaster during that battle and turn the situation around. He knew that the little chubby boy present that day was Su Huanshan's son, and logically Su Huanshan should be aware of. When facing the Sun family's retaliation, he could have easily thrown himself under the bus, but he didn't. Instead, he took on that battle head-on. However, after the battle, he told the Sun family he was not the murderer. Could his real intention have been to rely on that battle to break through himself? Thinking of this, Chu Shanhe felt relieved then smiled. As expected of a bandit, he still does things so aggressively. Since Su Huanshan did not report, the Sun family can take their time to find out. In the meantime, I can also take this opportunity to enhance my own strength. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he walked towards the guard room with his hands behind his back. Did you hear? The long-sealed sword concealment pavilion of the school will open today, and the dean claims it's to let everyone broaden their horizons and learn about the history of the academy. But isn't it also to bring out that so-called genius sword cultivator? Who says it isn't? It's good to broaden our horizons too. I heard there are countless treasures in the sword concealment pavilion and several spirit weapons. If luck is on our side and a spirit weapon recognizes a master, we could soar to great heights. Wake up, stop daydreaming, you're not a lucky emperor. Who do you think that genius swordsman really is? It's been so long, and he hasn't shown himself. Didn't you see the dean getting anxious? Who knows? That guy really knows how to keep people in suspense. So what if he keeps us in suspense? If it were me, I would too. Precisely because he keeps people in suspense, we see the dean even opening the sword concealment pavilion today. What does this mean? The more suspense he creates, the greater the reward. At that moment, several students passed by Chu Shanhe, and their conversation made him pause. Qin Shuo is still searching for that so-called genius swordsman. He then smiled wryly, having already told him the truth, but unfortunately, he just wouldn't believe it. He couldn't do anything about it. However, the opening of the sword concealment pavilion surprised him. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. I wonder what good things I could get if I signed in there. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the academy gathered on the playground, including not only teachers and students, but also personnel, like Chu Shanhe the gatekeeper and employees from other departments. Under the scorching sun, excitement was evident on everyone's faces. This year marks the 800th anniversary of our Shiji Academy's establishment. As many of you may know, our academy's history has been quite challenging. Ever since the fall of the legendary duo from my generation decades ago, we have essentially become an ordinary institution. At that time, I was their junior, and now I have become the president of our academy. Over the years, we have yet to see any outstanding talent emerge, and we have not achieved any remarkable results in the 100 Cities College League. Of course, I am not saying that all of you lack effort, but talent ultimately determines potential. Deep down, you all know that compared to those with extraordinary gifts, there are still some shortcomings. As you all know, not long ago, the stone tablet in our academy cracked open, revealing a supreme sword technique. According to our investigation, this swordsmanship genius is among us, perhaps even beside you. Perhaps it is due to caution that this genius is unwilling to reveal their identity. Today, I will unseal the long-hidden sword concealing pavilion. The first reason is to broaden your horizons and let you see the academy's hidden strengths. The second is to encourage that swordsmanship genius to reveal themselves. I want to assure you that you need not worry about anything else. We will protect you and invest fully in your training. Alright, without further ado, we will now tour the sword concealing pavilion by class. If anyone is able to bond with a spirit artifact inside, they may take it away and report it to the academy, where they will be considered for focus training. As he spoke, Qin Shuo waved his arm, and the sword behind him soared into the sky, then shot directly into the entrance of the sword concealing pavilion under everyone's gaze. Boom. The next moment, the door slowly opened. So the president's sword is the key to opening the sword concealing pavilion. No wonder that door is so peculiar. I can hardly wait. I hope my second uncle's spirit blesses me and that I can bond with a spirit artifact. Your second uncle is unreliable. Give up. Don't forget my surname is O, and my grandfather is also called O Huang. Plus my left eyelid has been twitching wildly. Perhaps I will have some luck with a spirit artifact soon. TCH. Amid the students' excitement and curiosity, they all entered the legendary sword concealing. Chu Shanhe and his group were among the last to visit. Compared to the younger children, they were much calmer as they were all older and had experienced their fair share of storms. Moreover, spirit artifacts were irrelevant to them. At their age, with mediocre talent, they were merely participating in a collective school activity. The only one with anticipation was Chu Shanhe. Soon exclamations of surprise resonated from within the sword concealing pavilion. Someone had bonded with a spirit artifact. It was an upperclassman girl, exquisitely beautiful, with an extraordinary presence, recognized as the campus flower. Not only was she good-looking, but her strength was also remarkable. She was at the intermediate martial artist level, and her talent was excellent. It's senior sister Lu Yin. I can't believe senior sister Lu Yin was the first to bond with a spirit artifact. Truly, my goddess, she's amazing. What can I say except to envy her? Senior sister Lu Yan's combat power was already formidable. Now, having bonded with the Phoenix Wing hairpin, her defensive abilities have greatly increased. Who could possibly defeat her? Amidst the students' cheers, Chu Shanhe saw the girl named Lu Yin emerge from the sword concealing pavilion, her excitement clearly visible. At the same time, Qin Shuo and the teachers were all smiles. Although the swordsmanship genius had yet to appear, Lu Yan's recognition of the Phoenix Wing hairpin indicated her exceptional talent. She was a promising prospect. This brief episode quickly passed, and as more students entered, fewer classes remained on the playground, which made Qin Shuo and the others a bit anxious. Moreover, aside from Lu Yan, no other students had bonded with spirit artifacts. Soon the last class entered, and Qin Shuo and the others were filled with anticipation. But not long after they were disappointed as the answers they sought did not materialize, and there was no movement from within the sword-concealing pavilion or the Academy's sword. Could it really not be one of our academies? Qin Shua's mood soured, his face clouded with frustration. Chu, why don't you all go in and take a look? Finally, it was Chu Shanhe and his group's turn. Led by a teacher, they stepped into the legendary sword-concealing pavilion. Upon entering, they were captivated by the various swords hanging on the walls. In addition to swords, there were other weapons, though in much smaller quantities. The first floor contained only ordinary weapons. The spirit artifacts were all on the second floor. With the revival of spiritual energy and the mastery of ancient forging secrets combined with those peculiar or powerful weapons had been forged. These weapons were referred to as spirit artifacts, meaning weapons imbued with spiritual energy. Of course, some high-quality spirit artifacts exhibited unusual phenomena, such as automatically recognizing their masters. Amidst continuous exclamations of admiration, Chu Shanhe and his group ascended to the second floor with their teacher. Upon arrival, they felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping them. The density of spiritual energy on this floor was several times greater than that of the first, and in the expansive space, several spirit artifacts emitting faint glows floated in the air. Each one exuded a sharp aura. So this is the legendary spirit artifact. It was Chu Shan's first time seeing a spirit artifact, and his face was filled with curiosity. As he gazed at the spirit artifacts, a thought crossed his mind. Sign-in. Sword-concealing pavilion sign-in successful. You have obtained the Long sword. The next moment he felt a jolt throughout his body, and the scenery before him turned into a chaotic hue. Following that, a cold light flashed, splitting the chaos in half. That cold light materialized in front of Chu Shanhe, transforming into a sword that quietly hovered before him. This sword was incredibly ancient, with dragons coiling around it, and the blade shimmered with dragon shadows. The Long sword forged by the ancient master O Yezi later recognized the Ziwei Emperor as its master, accompanying him through a lifetime of battles. Chu Shanhe couldn't help but gasp in shock, his eyes reflecting astonishment. This Long sword was indeed a weapon of the Emperor. This means he had struck it rich. With an Emperor's weapon in hand, his combat power had increased several-fold. Although he could not yet unleash even a fraction of the weapon's power at his current level, it was beyond comparison with those spirit artifacts. Old Chu, let's go. What are you thinking? At that moment, a cleaning lady approached and gently nudged Chu Shan's shoulder. Oh! Chu Shanhe snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed her. Unbeknownst to anyone on the third floor of the sword-concealing pavilion, the Academy's sword was trembling continuously, as if in fear, or perhaps in submission. The sword-concealing pavilion closed once more. Qin Shua, having not found the swordsmanship genius, wore a face of disappointment, and feeling disinterested, waved for the teachers to take the students back to their classrooms. He returned to the garden stone tablet alone, hoping to find some clues or traces. If it isn't a member of our academy, then who could it be? Chu Shanhe found Qin Shua's persistence quite baffling. He had already told him the truth, yet Qin Shua refused to believe it. What could he do? As the afternoon work hours came to an end, he left the school with his hands behind his back, heading towards the martial arts hall. Dingling. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Ding Kai. Hello, Xiao Kai. Grandpa, something bad has happened at the martial arts hall. What's wrong? Chu Shanhe furrowed his brows, and his expression instantly turned cold. It's Wang Mian. Ding Kai's voice was intermittent, but Chu Shanhe could clearly hear the sounds of fighting and arguing on the other end of the phone. Wang Mian has come for revenge, and they specifically want to find you. Wang Mian is here for revenge. Chu Shanhe was taken aback for a moment, then recalled this person and couldn't help but say, understood. Don't engage in conflict with them, yet they are looking for me. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, he rushed to the Victory Martial Arts Hall as quickly as possible, and as soon as he entered, he felt a strong aura of killing intent. Opposite the Ding brothers was Wang Mian, whom he had defeated with a single strike earlier, and beside Wang Mian sat a man with scars on his face. Elder. Upon seeing Chu Shanhe arrive, the Ding brothers immediately greeted him. Chu Shanhe could clearly see the scars on their faces and the bright red handprints. Instantly, his expression turned grim. Did he do this? Yes. The Ding brothers nodded. All right, you two step back, I'll leave the rest to me. Chu Shanhe patted the shoulders of the two brothers, then a flash of fierce intent crossed his eyes as he looked at Wang Mian, and coldly said, What do you mean by this? A challenge. A challenge. Wang Mian sneered. With your pathetic martial arts, I wouldn't even bother with you. You're not qualified for us to challenge you. Then are you here to seek death? Chu Shan's voice remained icy. It seems I was too lenient last time. Old fool, don't think that just because you can defeat me, you can be arrogant. Wang Mian's expression changed as he repeatedly sneered. There are many people in this world that you cannot afford to provoke. Are you talking about him? Chu Shanhe pointed at the scarred man on the chair. From the moment he entered, he had sensed the astonishing killing intent emanating from this man, both in appearance and demeanor. This was a fierce character. However, Chu Shanhe was not afraid. His strength had greatly increased, and even facing a grandmaster, he felt he could fight back. That's right. The scarred man known as Wild Wolf said with a flash of his eyes, It's me. Old fool, let me introduce you. Wang Mian said, This is my elder brother, the head of the Wild Wolf Martial Arts Hall. He's here today to settle the score for me. Wild Wolf Martial Arts Hall. Chu Shanhe furrowed his brows slightly. There were so many martial arts halls in Huaqing that to be honest he really had no impression of the Wild Wolf Martial Arts Hall. But the Ding brothers behind him had drastically changed expressions. As someone who ran a martial arts hall, they were incredibly clear about what the name Wild Wolf Martial Arts Hall represented in Huaqing. There were countless martial arts halls in Huaqing, but the Wild Wolf Martial Arts Hall was already considered a high-level martial arts hall. Though it couldn't compare to a few super martial arts halls, it was much stronger than their fledgling Victory Martial Arts Hall. The most crucial point was that Wild Wolf was a 9th grade grandmaster, and now he was coming in full force. How could the elder defend against this? After all, the gap in strength was too great. Ding Kai's expression changed several times before he whispered a few words in Chu Shanhe's ear. 9th grade grandmaster. Chu Shanhe frowned. That's right, elder, why don't we just admit defeat? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Shanhe gave Ding Kai a reassuring look. A 9th grade grandmaster was nothing he couldn't handle. Old fool, stop pretending. Seeing Chu Shanhe's expression, Wang Mian thought he was just pretending. My brother is a 9th grade grandmaster. With his old frail body, he could crush you with one hand. He sneered. However, in the spirit of respecting the elderly and loving the young, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and lick my shoes, I might consider letting my brother spare your life. Old man, if you don't want to die, then do as my brother says. Wild Wolf also spoke indifferently. In his view, as long as he could help Wang Mian regain his face, whether to kill or not was no longer a concern. Just a 5th grade grandmaster, he wouldn't stir up any big waves. Truly noisy. Chu Shanhe shook his head and smiled, then under the astonished gazes of everyone he raised his palm and slapped it viciously across Wang Mian's face. Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders when speaking? Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the martial arts hall, and Wang Mian's face visibly swelled. Old fool you. He was furious and was just about to speak when Chu Shanhe kicked out again. Disrespectful. The kick landed directly on his dantian, causing Wang Mian to spit out blood flying through the air like a line of blood before crashing into the wall and slowly sliding down. Wow. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and he looked weak, his mouth opening and closing. You actually crippled me. Uncultured trash is not even worth a dog's life. Oh, what use is there in letting you live? Chu Shanhe slowly retracted his right foot and spoke indifferently. Old man, you are seeking death. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent engulfed the entire martial arts hall, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Wild Wolf's face twisted in rage as he slowly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. So you are... Chu Shanhe remained expressionless, hands clasped behind his back, and calmly said, I'll give you a chance now. Apologize to my 2 nephews, then take Wang Mian and get lost. I might spare your miserable life. He returned the earlier words verbatim. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Wild Wolf's evaluation of Chu Shanhe was one of extreme arrogance. His killing intent surged as he said every word. Old fool, do you think you're still alive for a reason? Then a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and in the next moment a hurricane wreaked havoc throughout the martial arts hall, stirring countless training equipment, and even causing fine cracks to appear in the walls made of special materials. Seeing this, the Ding brothers quickly retreated. The aura released by Wild Wolf made them feel as if they were gasping for breath. 9th grade grandmaster, truly terrifying. The two changed their expressions greatly, and looked at Chu Shanhe, only to see that thin, frail figure standing firm. For some unknown reason, seeing this situation, a sense of security inexplicably arose in their hearts. Die! Wild Wolf in a rage unleashed a violent punch. This punch tore through the air and instantly arrived before Chu Shanhe, its momentum like a raging torrent, incredibly fierce. Chu Shanhe's expression remained unchanged as he also threw a punch back. Bang! A loud explosion echoed in the martial arts hall, causing the entire place to tremble. In the next moment, the two pulled apart, each retreating a few steps. However, Wild Wolf only took 2 steps back, while Chu Shanhe was forced back by at least 7 or 8 steps. The difference in strength was evident. I really underestimated you. After blocking this punch, a trace of surprise flashed in Wild Wolf's eyes. Based on the power he had just displayed, this old man's strength had reached the level of a 7th grade grandmaster. However, in his eyes, that was still insufficient. As his voice fell, he stepped forward, still throwing a punch, this one much stronger than the last. Chu Shanhe's expression remained unchanged as he threw another punch. In the collision, the two again retreated a few steps. This time, Chu Shanhe was pushed back at least 10 steps, and his arm was slightly trembling. It seems my maximum strength is about 700,000, still far from being enough against a 9th grade grandmaster. After confirming his ultimate strength, Chu Shanhe looked at Wild Wolf and calmly said, Show me your true abilities, or otherwise you won't be able to kill me. Truly audacious beyond measure. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered across Yi Lang's face as his aura surged once more. Faint crimson radiance shimmering around his body. This was the external manifestation of his vital energy, a sign that Yi Lang had already stepped onto the threshold of Grandmaster cultivation. In Chu Shanhe's spirit stirred subtly, and his expression grew markedly more solemn. Old man, I'll wrench your head from your shoulders to avenge my brother. With a furious roar, Yi Lang lunged forward in a single stride. His hands contorted into raptor-like claws. long sinewy fingers tipped with nails gleaming coldly like blades forged in frost. Azure wolf rouet claws. Ni's speed was blinding. He materialized before Chu Shanhe in an instant, swinging his arm with devastating force. His razor-sharp nails sliced through the air as 5 lethal blades aimed straight at Chu Shanhe's heart. Humph! And Chu Shanhe exhaled sharply, his countenance utterly unshaken even as Yi Lang's fatal strike bore down upon him. He advanced 1 step, then thrust 2 fingers forward, rigid as a sword, unleashing an overwhelming, peerless sword intent. In that instant, his fingertips transformed into luminous blades bearing the sovereign majesty of unmatched swordsmanship, colliding heat-in with Yi Lang's savage claws. Boom! Na shockwave erupted. Gale-force winds howled wildly, reducing the martial hall to further ruin. And the Ding brothers staggered backward yet again. Their eyes met. Each beheld disbelief mirrored in the other. When did elder brother grow so formidable? He's actually holding his ground against a 9th-rank grandmaster. As the shockwave dissipated, the 2 combatants separated once more. Ni Lang's gaze burned with astonishment. He had never imagined this old man still harbored such hidden strength. It was time to unveil his true power. Old man, you are the first to compel me to fight at full strength. And since you are a swordsman, let us see what you truly wield. A chilling smirk curled Yi Lang's lips. Amidst the stunned silence of onlookers, he slowly drew forth a slender, flexible sword from his waist. The blade shimmered crimson, exuding a faint metallic tang of blood. Intricate esoteric patterns coiled across its surface, an unmistakable mark of extraordinary craftsmanship. Spirit artifact. Ding Kai and Ding Shan paled instantly, their voices faltering in unison. Non-9th-rank grandmaster was already terrifying, but armed with a spirit artifact, Yi Lang's might would ascend to an entirely new realm. How shall elder brother withstand this? You possess some discernment. Ni Lang sneered coldly, then flicked his wrist, the supple blade spiraling through the air, blooming into dazzling floral patterns of steel. This blade is named Blood Drinker, retrieved by me from the battlefield of a fractured dimension. It thirsts for blood the moment it leaves its sheath. Today your blood shall be its first offering. As he spoke, the crimson radiance flared violently along the blade. Its sanguine stench thickened, and the sword itself trembled, quivering with eager anticipation. For the first time, genuine surprise flickered across Chu Shanhe's face. He had not anticipated Yi Lang was also a swordsman. And then it was time to summon the Longyuan sword. Coincidence. My blade too hungers for your blood. And he stood upright, arms folded behind his back, then raised one hand into the air and uttered softly, "Sword, come." In that instant, a colossal presence surged forth. Whirlwinds erupted from Chu Shanhe's core, lashing outward in all directions, once again ravaging the martial hall. The next moment, a resonant dragon's cry pierced the air, and a searing white light blazed in Chu Shanhe's grasp, so brilliant it seared the eyes of all present. The Ding brothers instinctively shut theirs tight. Yi Lang narrowed his eyes, then his pupils contracted violently. And there, held aloft in Chu Shanhe's hand, rested an ancient dragon-adorned longsword, weathered, austere, and steeped in primordial dignity. This is... The next breath, Yi Lang felt Blood Drinker trembling violently in his grip, whimpering like a cowed beast trembling in abject terror. Impossible. Ni's mind reeled. How could a sword fear? Come then, let me witness your true mastery. With Longyuan's sword drawn, Chu Shanhe's aura soared heavenward. His robe billowed without wind, his silver-white hair flowed like mist, imbuing him with the serene, transcendent grace of an immortal sage. Quadic die. And overwhelmed by that crushing, intangible pressure, Yi Lang roared and charged, swinging his blade in frenzied arcs, unleashing torrents of sword chi. Multiple scarlet sword beams converged upon Chu Shanhe. Yet, that was only the prelude. Behind them, Yi Lang surged forward, his flexible sword darting like a venomous serpent's tongue, aimed unerringly at Chu Shanhe's throat. This was his ultimate killing technique. And Chu Shanhe remained impassive. As the sword beams closed in, he flicked his wrist. Longyuan's sword arced upward in a fluid, effortless parry. Peerless sword intent surged, blinding radiance erupted from the blade, and a terrifying crescent of light slashed forth, instantly dissolving Yi Lang's scarlet sword beams. Unslowed, the crescent cleaved onward, straight toward Yi Lang. His pupils contracted, his aura flared anew. Blood Drinker blazed with violent crimson light as he spun wildly, a vortex of slaughter taking shape. A crimson whirlwind erupted, colliding with the crescent at impact. With a shattering resonance, the light dissolved. Yi Lang surged forward like an unstoppable tempest, murderous intent coalescing into a single serpentine thrust. Blood Drinker wreathed in bloody luminescence streaked toward Chu Shanhe's throat. Humph! And Chu Shanhe exhaled coolly, neither retreating nor evading. Longyuan's sword rose vertically before him, motionless, a silent bastion guarding his life. What is elder brother doing? Facing Yi Lang's decisive strike, he merely holds his sword upright. Surely this is overconfidence. Who can say? Perhaps elder brother has his own design. Yet this is perilous. Any misstep and his throat will be pierced. Nearby, the Ding brothers exchanged glances, then broke into hushed conversation. But in the next breath, they froze speechless. At the very moment Blood Drinker neared Chu Shanhe's throat, Chu Shanhe moved. He shifted Long Yuan's sword upward. The tips of the two blades met precisely. And Long Yuan's sword remained unmoved, while Blood Drinker shattered outright, cleaving cleanly in two. This, Nai Lang's pupils contracted violently. His face twisted in utter disbelief. Na sharp, involuntary gasp tore from the Ding brothers' throats. What manner of sword was this? Capable of shattering a spirit artifact, as if it were mere clay. Your sword. It is a... Nai Lang's words died mid-sentence. Long Yuan's sword erupted with apocalyptic force, then descended in a single inevitable arc. And no. Nai Lang's face contorted in horror. He hurled the broken half of Blood Drinker before him and recoiled desperately, only to watch in frozen dread as Long Yuan's sword cleaved through metal and flesh alike as effortlessly as slicing soft tofu. Before his horrified gaze Long Yuan's sword bisected him cleanly. In thud, Nai Lang collapsed. Blood gushed forth like a crimson fountain pooling into a small, glistening stream beneath the lamplight. Vivid, grotesque, and hauntingly beautiful. You. In Wang Mian watching from the side stared at Chu Shanhe with wide-eyed terror. And now it is your turn. Chu Shanhe strode forward Long Yuan, sword resting lightly in his grip. In a minor challenge match, loss meant inferior skill. I thought the matter settled. Yet you consumed by narrow-minded grudges sought vengeance with hired killers. I crippled you, you deserved it. But he should never have harbored murderous intent toward me. He sought my life. I know fury now burns within you. Yet powerlessness forces restraint. You waited trained and returned, determined to repay the insult. Men like you stop at nothing for vengeance. To spare myself a dagger in the back someday, I choose to end you now. And with that beneath Wang Mian's petrified stare, Chu Shanhe raised Long Yuan's sword and brought it down. This is up to you, clean it up. After chopping off Wang Mian's head with a single strike, Chu Shanhe put away the Long Yuan sword. At that moment the Ding brothers felt their breathing return to normal and the pressure dissipated instantly. All right, sir. The Ding brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They did not inquire why Chu Shanhe's strength was so terrifying. All they knew was that with Chu Dage their martial arts school would soar to great heights in Huaqing in the near future. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. News of the wolf dying at Chu Shanhe's hands eventually spread out, stirring up a great commotion throughout Huaqing. The wolf had quite a reputation in Huaqing as a 9th-grade grandmaster, powerful and armed with a spiritual weapon, the blood-drinking sword, making his combat power comparable to that of a grandmaster. However, no one expected such a master to fall at the hands of a 100-year-old man. Moreover, someone recognized Chu Shanhe and released the video of him defeating Wang Mian in a single strike during the last challenge. Who exactly is this old man? Previously I thought he was at most a 3rd-grade grandmaster, but now it seems that this old grandmaster's strength is unfathomable. Since even the 9th-grade wolf fell to him, his strength must at least be at the level of a grandmaster. But the wolf had no enmity with this old grandmaster. Why would they engage in a fierce fight, ultimately leading to the wolf's death at his hands? Who says there was no enmity? The wolf is Wang Mian's elder brother. Perhaps after Wang Mian was defeated by the old grandmaster last time, he felt guilty and wanted to reclaim his honor, so he brought the wolf to confront him. If that's the case, then they brought it upon themselves. The old grandmaster showed mercy by letting him go last time, but that guy sought revenge and ended up losing everything. Even the wolf was killed. A 100-year-old grandmaster, so when he was young, he must have been a warrior. This truly is a low-key big shot. In no time netizens began to comment, and this 100-year-old man Chu Shanhe became a trending topic. Hongyin Martial Arts School ranked 90 in Huaqing. At this moment the headmaster Xia Hongyin was very excited because his enemy the wolf was dead. As longtime arch-rivals, both had wanted to put the other to death, and even in the martial arts school ranking battles they would clash every year. Unfortunately their strengths were similar, and neither could gain the upper hand. But now someone had actually killed the wolf, which made Xia Hongyin very happy. Quick, prepare the car for me. I want to personally invite him to be the 5th master of our Hongyin Martial Arts School. Yes. Soon Xia Hongyin arrived at the Victory Martial Arts School, where the Ding brothers and their staff were cleaning. The battle between the wolf and Chu Shanhe had left this martial arts school in ruins, needing a thorough cleanup. As Xia Hongyin walked over, everyone turned to look at her. Xia Hongyin was a beautiful woman, tall and slender with delicate features, and a head of fiery red waves cascading over her shoulders, adding to her allure. Excuse me, miss, what can I help you with? Ding Shan put down his work and approached Xia Hongyin, speaking slowly. I am looking for this old grandmaster. Xia Hongyin did not know Chu Shan's name, so she had to pull out her phone and open the video online. Looking for my master. Ding Shan was taken aback for a moment, then a glimmer of caution flashed in his eyes as he took 2 steps back and said flatly, sorry, my master is not here right now. Oh, please come back another time. He directly issued an eviction order. After all, the wolf had been killed by Chu Shanhe not long ago, and now someone came looking for him, who knew what her intentions were. It was better to refuse outright. Can you please tell him that Xia Hongyin from Hongyin Martial Arts School requests an audience, asking him to come over? Xia Hongyin's tone was very sincere. I truly have important matters to discuss with him. Hongyin Martial Arts School. Ding Shan had not said anything yet, but Ding Kai suddenly exclaimed, Are you Xia Hongyin? The headmaster of Hongyin Martial Arts School. Yes, that's me. Xia Hongyin nodded. I truly have important matters to discuss with your master. This. Ding Kai's gaze flickered. After pondering for 2 seconds, he finally pointed to the inner training room. My master is in that room. Thank you. Xia Hongyin cupped her fists and then strode into the room. Bro, are you crazy? What if that girl means harm to our master? It won't happen. Ding Kai slowly replied, do you know that Hongyin Martial Arts School and Wolf Martial Arts School are deadly rivals? Their headmaster Xia Hongyin is a sworn enemy of the wolf. Now that our master has killed the wolf, Xia Hongyin came immediately. What does that imply, eh? What does it imply, eh? Ding Shan was puzzled. It implies that she has come to thank our master. Ding Kai rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated with his brother's lack of insight. In the training room, Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged on the floor, comprehending the sword path, while circulating the Great Transformation Heart Sutra to enhance his strength. Although he had the Long Yuan sword in hand now, he would not use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, this was an imperial weapon, and if it were discovered, he would face the danger of death. He understood the principle that an innocent man should not be punished for possessing a jade. Therefore, the only way to ensure safety was to increase his own strength. His next goal was to take advantage of the fact that the Sun family had not yet found him to elevate his cultivation to the Grandmaster level, so he wouldn't have to resort to the Long Yuan sword when facing a Grandmaster. Moreover, the Grandmaster level was not enough. He needed to be at least at the 5th grade, so he could have a fighting chance against the top experts of the Sun family. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Chu Shanhe thought it was Ding Kai or Ding Shan, so, without a second thought, he waved his hand to open the training room door. But the next second he was stunned. The one who entered was actually a young woman, and her aura was terrifying, rivaling the Who are you? Chu Shan's expression changed slightly, and a killing intent shot from his dark eyes. Do not misunderstand, old Grandmaster. Xia Hongyin quickly explained, introducing herself and mentioning her grievances with the wolf. You are not here just to Old Grandmaster, you have keen insight. Xia Hongyin nodded and slowly spoke. I have come this time to invite the old Grandmaster to join our Hongyin Martial Arts School as our 5th master. Recruiting from others. Chu Shanhe was somewhat surprised, then slowly shook his head. I am grateful that Master Xia thinks highly of this old man. However, this Victory Martial Arts School belongs to my child, and I have already promised them that I would not leave. Old Grandmaster, please do not be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me explain. An hour later, Xia Hongyin left the Victory Martial Arts School feeling quite satisfied. In the training room, Chu Shan's eyes flickered as he finally stood up and called the Ding brothers over, conveying Xia Hongyin's invitation conditions and his thoughts to them. I will bring you both into the Hongyin Martial Arts School, and the name of the Victory Martial Arts School will still exist. Chu Shanhe slowly began, although we have established this martial arts school, our connections and background are too insignificant, making it difficult to develop. He continued, now that the Hongyin Martial Arts School has invited us to join, first it's better to lean against a big tree for shade, and second, we can learn from them how to manage a martial arts school and upgrade it, and third, we will have access to training resources. He added, Xia Hongyin promised me that she would provide us with training resources each year, just like the other branches, and she will send professional managers to oversee the school, allowing you both more time to train. He remarked, in this day and age, strength is paramount. Oh, without strength nothing else matters. He asked, what do you think? I think it's feasible. Ding Kai nodded in agreement with Chu Shan's words. Previously we thought opening a martial arts school was simple. As long as we established it, we could realize our dreams. He reflected, but after this period, I deeply understand how foolish our initial thoughts were. Without strength, without finances, without experience, managing a martial arts school is truly too difficult. He confessed, to be honest, I and Xiao Shan haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. That's right. Ding Shan nodded. I also agree with this matter. He exclaimed, this is good news. Not only will someone manage for us, but there will also be training resources available, and we can even keep the name of our Victory Martial Arts School. He concluded, to refuse such good fortune would be foolish. Since you all have no objections, I will reply to them. With that, Chu Shanhe picked up his phone and replied to Xia Hongyin, then old Chu, let's discuss the specific details. Soon Xia Hongyin responded, all right. The next morning, after finishing his work at the academy, Chu Shanhe informed the duty teacher that he needed to step out for a moment. It's all right, old Chu, once you're done with your work here, you can go about your business. There's nothing much to do anyway. Thank you. Exiting the academy, Chu Shanhe headed straight to the Hongyin Martial Arts School. Looking at the multi-story martial arts school, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's a high-level martial arts school. The Victory Martial Arts School is simply incomparable to this. He walked in with his hands behind his back. Hello sir, may I assist you with something? A young receptionist immediately approached him, greeting him politely. I am here to see your headmaster as previously arranged. Chu Shanhe smiled gently, appearing quite amiable. I'm sorry sir, our headmaster is not here at the moment. If you have an appointment, you may wait here for a bit. I'll prepare a cup of tea for you. The young girl led Chu Shanhe to the lounge, and then poured him a cup of tea, placing it in front of him. Sir, take your time. If you need anything, just call me. Thank you. Chu Shanhe nodded, feeling a surge of fondness for the polite young girl as he glanced at her name tag. Jiang Shui, he remembered this name. After Jiang Shui left, Chu Shanhe sent a message to Xia Hongyin informing her that, on my way, I'll be back shortly, was Xia Hongyin's reply. Chu Shanhe glanced at it, and then turned off his phone, sitting quietly with his eyes closed. Hey old man, wake up. Not long after, a loud voice rang in his ears, and Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes to see a young man in his 30s looking at him with disdain. He even kicked his chair. "This isn't a place for you to lounge around. Hurry up and leave, don't occupy our resting area." The young man was drenched in sweat, clearly just finished training. Chu Shanhe frowned and glanced at the badge on his chest. Wang Xian, a senior martial artist. "Old man, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair, or are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out again, his eyes wide open, and his tone raised a few notches. "Get out of our martial arts school now, or I'll break your legs." This declaration drew everyone's attention, and they all looked over. When they realized it was Wang Xian, the words they were about to say were swallowed back. Chu Shan's frown deepened. He looked coldly at the other party. "What are you looking at? Get lost, or do you really think you're deaf?" Wang Xian saw Chu Shanhe not moving at all, and his violent temper flared up. His aura erupted suddenly, and he made a move to grab Chu Shanhe by the collar. "Master Wang, please calm down, Master Wang." At that moment, Jiang Shui rushed over, standing in front of Chu Shanhe, and hurriedly explained his grandfather has an appointment with the headmaster. An appointment with the headmaster. Wang Xian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What status does our headmaster have? What does he count as to say he has an appointment? Such a flimsy excuse can only deceive a kind-hearted girl like you." He waved his hand in disdain. "Hurry up and throw him out, don't dirty our chairs." "Master Wang, this." Jiang Shui fell silent, looking conflicted. "What do you mean, what? Hurry up and get him out." Wang Xian's face instantly turned cold. "Otherwise you can get out too. Damn it, a mere receptionist dares to defy my wishes." He yelled, "Hurry up, I want to rest. Are you not listening?" As Jiang Shui showed no reaction, Wang Xian raised his hand, as if to strike. Seeing this, Jiang Shui immediately closed her eyes, her small face full of determination. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the entire martial arts school, and Jiang Shui trembled, but the expected pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find that the old grandfather had somehow appeared in front of her, and there was a bright red slap mark on Wang Xian's face. "You old fool, dare to hit me." After being slapped by Chu Shanhe, Wang Xian reacted furious, his face contorted as he roared, "You really are asking for trouble." With that, his aura erupted fiercely, rushing towards Chu Shanhe like a wild beast. Bang! This time Chu Shanhe kicked out directly, coming fast and going fast. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and saw Wang Xian lying on the ground spitting blood. Hiss! Seeing this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. How dare this old man hit Wang Xian? His audacity is too great. Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, speaking lightly. "Have your parents never taught you to respect others? If you continue to behave so rudely, I don't mind educating you on behalf of your parents." Wang Xian awkwardly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was twisted in rage, and a sinister light radiated from his eyes, making him appear like a bloodthirsty beast. He roared, "Old man, if I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Wang." With that, he flipped his wrist, and a silver needle appeared in his hand, which he then flung violently. The silver needles transformed into glimmering streaks as they shot towards Chu Shanhe. Under the light, everyone could clearly see the eerie blue glow on the needles, indicating they were coated with deadly poison. Chu Shanhe frowned, stepping forward with a flash, instantly appearing before Wang Xian, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. "Kid, you are courting death." Cough, cough. Wang Xian's face turned purplish as he struggled violently, desperately clawing at Chu Shan's hand, trying to break free, but Chu Shan's arm was like an iron clamp, indifferent to his attempts. "I'm in a good mood today, and don't wish to kill, so I'll spare your dog life." Scram! Chu Shanhe swung his arm, slamming him harshly to the ground with a dull thud. Wow! The massive impact caused Wang Xian to spit out another mouthful of blood. Weak and gasping for breath, he lay on the ground, his eyes flashing with a crazed, killing intent. This was his territory. His father was the second master of the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall of Figures, second only to the highest authority. He was the prince here, and no one dared to bully him like this. That old man was doomed. Wang Xian knew he was no match for Chu Shanhe, so he no longer sought death. He awkwardly rose from the ground, cast a cold glance at him, and then turned to leave. Chu Shanhe was completely unaware that he had made it onto Wang Xian's death list. After seeing Wang Xian leave in such a sorry state, he leisurely walked back to his previous spot, picked up a cup of tea from the table, and took a slow sip. This farce had come to an end, but Chu Shan's impression on everyone was too deep. Everyone turned to look at Chu Shanhe, familiar with Wang Xian's character. Those who knew him understood that after suffering such humiliation, he would not let it go easily, and would definitely go back to call for help. It should be noted that his father was the second master of this place, a 9th grade master, terrifyingly powerful. How would this old man withstand the wrath of Wang Xian's father? Everyone was quite curious. Chu Shanhe, however, was completely unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had killed 9th grade masters before. Moreover, he was a distinguished guest of Xia Hongyin who would definitely not stand idly by. "Grandfather, are you on good terms with our hall master?" Jiang Shui refilled Chu Shan's cup of tea, her expression filled with concern. "It's about the same. This is our second meeting." "What's the matter?" Chu Shanhe was puzzled. "Oh, it's only the second meeting." A look of worry flashed across Jiang Shui's face, and she quickly urged, "Then grandfather, you should leave quickly." "Why, oi?" Chu Shanhe was even more confused. "Don't you know? The The Wang Xian you just fought is the son of Wang Hong, the second master of our Hongyin martial arts hall. This father-son pair always retaliates for grievances. Wang Xian will definitely go back and call for help. To avoid unnecessary trouble, and for your safety, grandfather, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, when Hall Master Wang Hong arrives, you won't be able to leave, even if you want to. Jiang Shui urged. Oh, Chu Shanhe was taken aback. He didn't expect Wang Xian's background to be so full. However, he was merely slightly surprised. He then smiled faintly, saying, I appreciate your good intentions, but I came this time to discuss important matters with your Hall Master. Grandfather, we can talk about things later. You cannot defeat Hall Master Wang Hong. He is a 9th grade master. Jiang Shui anxiously stamped her foot. Seeing this kind-hearted girl genuinely concerned for him, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but smile and gently patted her shoulder. All right, I understand, but my matter is truly important, so let's wait a bit. Grandfather, you. Jiang Shui, unable to persuade Chu Shanhe, showed a helpless expression, ultimately offering a word of caution before returning to her tasks. What an interesting young girl. Chu Shanhe smiled faintly as he watched Jiang Shui's retreating figure. On the other side, Wang Xian left the martial arts hall, pulled out his phone, and dialed his father's number, recounting what had just. That old man must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare bully you in our Hongyin martial arts hall. He truly must be tired of living. A furious roar came from the other end of the phone. Son, wait a moment, Dad will be there soon. I want to see what kind of person that old man is to dare strike my son Wang Hong. In a car, Wang Hong wore a grim expression and soon arrived at the martial arts hall's entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Wang Xian covered in injuries, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted, causing everyone nearby to change their expressions and retreat several meters. Where is that old man? Still sitting inside. Upon seeing his father arrive, Wang Xian's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly led Wang Hong inside. Wang Hong's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Hello, Master Wang. Greetings, Master. Some staff members of the martial arts hall greeted him respectfully. Wang Hong's expression was icy as he disregarded them and strode directly towards Chu Shanhe. Now there's a good show to watch. Master Wang Hong has come to avenge his son. I wonder how this old man will deal with it. So once Master Wang Hong arrives, that old man will be in trouble. There's no way he can match that level of power. The crowd was abuzz. You old fool, you have some guts. Wang Hong coldly stated as he approached Chu Shanhe. You dare strike my son. Oh, Chu Shanhe was slightly surprised, glancing at Wang Hong, and then at Wang Xian behind him, speaking lightly. Why don't you ask the reason? Do you really not understand why I struck him? No matter the reason, you struck my son, and that is your wrongdoing. Wang Hong's momentum soared to the heavens, full of arrogance. Indeed, like father, like son. Chu Shanhe remained unfazed, slowly replying, I originally thought you were a wise parent, but it seems you are not. You old fool, stop pretending to be cultured, and quickly apologize to my son, Wang Hong declared with unyielding force. Otherwise I will cripple you, old man. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They never expected this old man to be so bold, confronting. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They never expected this old man to be so bold, confronting Wang Hong hidden without flinching. Was it arrogance or ignorance? Old man, you're courting death. Wang Hong's expression changed, and then his aura erupted completely. He stepped forward, instantly standing before Chu Shanhe, glaring coldly at him. Chu Shanhe showed no fear, his gaze equally cold. The two locked eyes, sparks flying in the air. A battle. Just then a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out, and everyone turned to see a fiery red figure approaching. Greetings, Master. 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 As the fiery red figure arrived, nearly everyone slightly bowed their heads and offered their greetings. Even Wang Xian and Wang Hong were no exception. What are you two doing? Xia Hongyin approached the two, her expression. Master, this old fool assaulted me in our martial arts hall and nearly killed me. Wang Xian immediately spoke up. Then looking proudly at Chu Shanhe, he said, Old man, now that both of our hall masters are here, hurry up and kneel to apologize. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your pathetic life. Bastard. Slap. In the next moment, a crisp slap echoed loudly. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Xia Hongyin had swung her hand and struck Wang Xian on the face, the force so great that it knocked him to the ground. Master, you. Wang Xian was dumbfounded, and Wang Hong was taken aback, looking at Xia Hongyin in shock. Why did you? Hall Master Wang, I hope you will educate your son properly. Xia Hongyin coldly stated, teach him the basic qualities of being a person. Who gave him the audacity to call someone an old fool? Seeing Xia Hongyin in a rage, the entire martial arts hall fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Master, Wang Xian looked aggrieved, wanting to say something, but was fiercely glared at by his father. Master, Wang Xian's outburst is my failure to educate him, but that old man injured him, and this matter is far from over. Wang Hong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hall Master Wang, mind your attitude. Xia Hongyin shot him a cold glance, and slowly said, it's obvious why old Chu struck your son. Given your son's lowly character, old Chu showing mercy by not killing him is already very kind. Moreover, old Chu is someone I specifically invited to be the 5th hall master of our Hongyin martial hall. Gasp. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone involuntarily gasped. That old man was actually personally invited by the hall master, and he was directly made the 5th hall master. This was explosive news indeed. He is the 5th hall master. Wang Hong's expression changed, looking at Chu Shanhe in disbelief. As the second hall master, he naturally knew that a new fifth hall master was coming to the martial arts hall today, supposedly personally invited by the master. Originally, he planned to get to know the fifth hall master well upon meeting, but unexpectedly this old man was the legendary fifth hall master. Exactly. Xia Hongyi nodded. You know your son's character better than anyone. If it weren't for his provocation, old Chu wouldn't have acted against him. Then she turned to Wang Xian coldly, saying get over here, and apologized to old Chu. At that moment Wang Xian's mind was in turmoil, struggling to accept the sudden turn of events. An old man suddenly transformed into their fifth hall master. I. Wang Xian swallowed hard, glanced at his father, and slowly walked over. Old Chu, I. However, Chu Shanhe directly interrupted him with a furious shout, shocking everyone. Old Chu. Wang Hong's face instantly darkened, glaring at him with warning in his eyes. My son is indeed at fault, but you have no right to demand he kneel. A gesture of apology would suffice. Oh. Chu Shanhe looked somewhat surprised, turning to Wang Hong with an expressionless face. He said, then how do you suggest I show a gesture? Let him say sorry to you, and we can let this matter pass. After all, we will be colleagues from now on, and we will see. Wang Hong replied calmly, I think Wang Xian should apologize to you. After all, we will be working together, and making things too awkward isn't good. Exactly, old Chu, you are a master after all. Oh, don't be so petty with a child. Let Wang Xian apologize, and let's not give others a chance to laugh at us. At this moment, two more people spoke up, the third and fourth hall masters of Hong. Oh. Chu Shanhe looked at the two with some surprise. It seemed these two were fully aligned with Wang Hong. Though they appeared to be part of the same group as Xia Hongyi, the three had already formed an alliance, showing signs of internal division. What their purpose was had become quite clear. Perhaps Xia Hongyi had invited him here for another reason. Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Shan's mouth as he looked at Xia Hongyi and casually said, what do you think, master? Old Chu, just handle it as you see fit. After all, he is one of our Hongyi Martial Hall's juniors. We must correct his misguided path. Xia Hongyi said expressionlessly, we cannot let the juniors go astray. Since the hall master has said so, I will educate this arrogant kid on behalf of his parents. Chu Shanhe slowly spoke, and then an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Before anyone could react, he instantly appeared before Wang Xian and kicked out. Wang Xian's eyes widened in shock as he collided gazes with Chu Shanhe. In the next moment, a terrifying force struck him, and before he could even scream, he was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall. The hard wall was dented, creating a human-shaped crater with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface. Wow! Wang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled his eyes, fainting. Old fool, you're seeking death. Seeing his son's miserable state, Wang Hong erupted, roaring as his aura completely surged, instantly appearing in front of Chu Shanhe and throwing a heavy punch. The sound of whistling wind echoed as his fist, filled with terrifying killing intent, rushed towards Chu Shanhe's head. Humph, overestimating yourself. Chu Shanhe remained unfazed, and with a finger like a sword, the unparalleled sword intent erupted, colliding with Wang Hong's fist in an instant. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted and the wind howled around them, causing those who were watching to change their expressions, stepping back. Old fool, this isn't over between us today. With his son's life hanging in the balance, Wang Hong was furious. After failing his first strike, he swiftly moved to charge at Chu Shanhe again. Enough. Xia Hongyin frowned, her aura exploding as she instantly appeared before Wang Hong, reaching out to grab his fist, blocking his attack and preventing him from advancing. That's enough. She coldly stated, both hall masters fighting isn't something to be proud of. Are you really going to stop me? Wang Hong's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in rage, staring at Xia Hongyin like a bloodthirsty beast, letting out continuous roars. Xia Hongyin expressionlessly did not answer Wang Hong's question, then looked at Chu Shanhe, saying, Old Chu, your actions just now were a bit excessive. How about this? I'll have you apologize to Hall Master Wang and cover Wang Xian's medical expenses. Chu Shanhe nodded, then let's do as the Hall Master says. No way. However, Wang Hong did not accept this. He roared, my son's life is uncertain. How could a mere apology resolve this? He doesn't need to bear the medical expenses. Do I have the money? Then what do you want? Xia Hongyin frowned slightly. What do I want? Wang Hong roared, let's start by breaking one of his arms. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing a hurricane to sweep through the hall. Old man, you shall forfeit an arm in compensation for my son. Wang Hong struck out in fury. His blood surged violently, his chest resonating with a thunderous thump thump thump, and a faint crimson aura shimmered around him, radiating overwhelming martial pressure. Shattering fist. He veered past Xia Hongyin, his aura thick with malice, and launched a devastating punch. Its gale howling as it shattered the sound barrier, bearing the crushing force of heaven-splitting thunder straight toward Chu Shanhe. A torrent of razor-sharp chi wind rushed forth, whipping Chu Shanhe's white hair into wild flight and billowing his long robe. Unfazed, he extended his arm, and in an instant the Long Yuan sword materialized in his grasp. Then a blinding radiance erupted like a supernova. Go! His peerless sword intent exploded outward. Countless terrifying sword energies coalesced instantly, enveloping Wang Hong in an inescapable vortex. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Hong's fists blurred, yet the sword energies dissolved almost immediately. He bent his knees sharply and launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling once more at Chu Shanhe. His fist tore through the void, unstoppable and unyielding. Chu Shanhe remained impassive with the Longyuan sword held crosswise before his chest. A dragon's roar echoed, and an even more terrifying aura surged forth from the blade. Sever. He uttered a single word, soft yet absolute, then brought the sword down in a flawless arc. In that instant, a colossal sword light pierced the heavens, swallowing Wang Hong whole. One slash cleaved the sky, unstoppable, unbreakable. Spurt. The next moment, Wang Hong was hurled backward like a broken puppet. A ghastly wound gashed across his chest, blood sprayed freely into the air, painting the floor crimson. He crashed into the wall with a deafening boom, shattering it into a human-shaped crater, then ricocheted off a roadside tree, snapping its trunk, before finally slamming into the tavern opposite the martial arts hall and coming to rest. Even the residual force fractured the tavern's facade with spiderweb cracks, a testament to the sheer apocalyptic power behind that single strike. HSSS. The sudden spectacle left every soul inside the hall gasping in stunned silence. The sheer magnitude of that sword strike, terrifying beyond measure. At that moment, only those 4 words echoed in their minds. What on earth just happened? Judging by the trajectory, it came from Hongyin Martial Hall across the street. HSSS. What kind of force could send a man flying this far? What level of combat is this? A Grandmaster level duel. Good heavens, someone tell us what truly Outside the tavern, crowds gathered, diners spilled out from within, and upon seeing Wang Hong embedded in the wall, all drew sharp collective breaths, murmuring in disbelief. Who is this man? He looks utterly ruined. He seems familiar, but I can't quite place him. Isn't he Wang Hong, the second master of Hongyin Martial Hall? Someone recognized him, and the crowd's expressions shifted instantly. He's a 9th-rank Grandmaster. How could anyone wound him so grievously? He must have provoked a true Grandmaster. Didn't you see he flew straight out from their hall? And that horrific wound across his chest. Only a Grandmaster could inflict such damage. HSSS. A Grandmaster. How utterly reckless, to antagonize one even as a 9th-rank master. At these words, another wave of gasps rippled through the onlookers, their faces twisting with awe and unease as they stared at Wang Hong. Gah! Suddenly Wang Hong spat a mouthful of blood from within the wall. Drawing a ragged, agonizing breath, he felt as though his entire body had shattered, each nerve screaming in torment. Only by instinctively converting his final offensive burst into defense had he narrowly escaped annihilation. Yet even so, he lay grievously wounded. Recalling the sword's terrifying might, fear flickered across his face. He strained to extricate himself, but not a muscle would obey. Inside Hongyin Martial Hall, Chu Shanhe calmly sheathed the Longyuan sword, his gaze passing through the human-shaped breach in the wall toward the street beyond. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward. Seeing this, Xia Hongyin and the 2 other masters hurried after him. Xia Hongyin remained relatively composed. He hadn't witnessed Chu Shanhe's full strength firsthand, yet having slain the wolf bandit, the elder's prowess was clearly extraordinary. Wounding Wang Hong with a single stroke was therefore unsurprising. But the other 2 masters stood utterly astounded. They'd assumed Chu Shanhe's cultivation stood at most on par with their 7th or 8th rank mastery. After all, if Xia Hongyin had personally invited him to become 5th master, his abilities surely couldn't be trivial. Yet they never imagined this elderly man possessed such cataclysmic power. That single sword stroke must have carried the authority of a true grandmaster. At the thought of Xia Hongyin recruiting an actual grandmaster, both masters paled and exchanged a silent, knowing glance before nodding in unison. In that instant, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Soon they followed Chu Shanhe to the tavern's entrance, and witnessing Wang Hong's mangled state, instinctively recoiled in shock. Chu Shanhe approached Wang Hong slowly and spoke, voice calm and detached. Can this matter be laid to rest? Embedded in the wall, Wang Hong's throat convulsed, his blood-smeared face twisted with terror as he frantically nodded. Yes, it can be settled. I was wrong. Had he known Chu Shanhe was a grandmaster, he wouldn't have dared utter a word. Even if Chu had slain his son Wang Xian, he wouldn't even have contemplated resistance. Alas, regret arrived too late. He had already paid the price. Now that mercy was offered, he seized it without hesitation. Otherwise, he would be courting certain death. For Xia Hongyin Sake, I spare your life. But cross me again, and consequences will be yours alone. Chu Shanhe spoke indifferently, then turned to Xia Hongyin. The rest is in your hands. I'll await you at the hall. With that, he resumed his slow, unhurried walk back toward the martial hall, hands still clasped behind his back. Understood, Elder Chu. Xia Hongyin nodded, then stepped before Wang Hong and extracted him from the wall, sighing helplessly. I told you to stop, but you refused to listen. Now you've tasted the bitter fruit of your folly. He then withdrew a vial of premium healing elixir from his pocket and poured it down Wang Hong's throat. Much thanks, master. The moment the elixir touched his lips, Wang Hong's pallor receded, color returning to his cheeks. He gazed gratefully at Xia Hongyin and whispered his thanks. No need for formalities. We're all comrades. Xia Hongyin added. You must reign in that temper of yours. And as for your son, you know better than anyone his true nature. Today you were fortunate. It was Elder Chu who confronted you. Had it been another, you and your son would now be plastered across that very wall. You should have told me he was a grandmaster. Wang Hong's expression soured with bitter irony. Did you ever grant me the chance? Xia Hongyin rolled his eyes, then summoned a carriage and instructed the other two masters to escort Wang Hong home. Rest well for now. And as for your son, you'd best discipline him severely. Otherwise he may perish without ever knowing how or why. I understand. After seeing Wang Hong off, a subtle smile curled Xia Hongyin's lips. In the headmaster's office, Chu Shanhe regarded Xia Hongyin with a faint knowing smile. Master Xia, your stratagem is impeccable. You invited me here precisely to subdue Wang Hong and his faction, didn't you? Elder Chu, you misunderstand entirely. Truth be told, my original intention was simply to invite you to join my camp, to serve as a counterbalance against Wang Hong and his allies. Xia Hongyin smiled gently. Who could have foreseen that your arrival would ignite such a storm? It was merely coincidence, but I thank you sincerely for disciplining Wang Hong. I'm confident he and his cohorts will behave far more circumspectly henceforth. No need for thanks, I was jesting. Wang Hong is but a minor figure, not worth my regard. Had he not pressed so relentlessly, I would never have struck him so harshly. Wang Hong indeed drew ill fortune by siring such a calamitous son. Xia Hongyin nodded. Very well, let us return to serious matters. A dozen minutes later, under Xia Hongyin's guidance, Chu Shanhe ascended to the Martial Hall's penthouse level. There at its innermost chamber lay a Grandmaster tier cultivation chamber, originally prepared for Xia Hongyin herself, now ceded to Chu Shanhe. Feeling the spiritual energy within, over 10 times denser than that of the previous master-level chamber, Chu Shanhe stirred inwardly. Check-in. Sign-in successful. You have obtained the 9 turns pagoda golden body. As the system's voice echoed, a small golden figure radiating light appeared before Chu Shanhe. With a step forward, the small figure grew larger, and its golden glow dimmed slightly. After a total of 9 steps, the small golden figure had transformed into a massive golden giant, with its golden light completely extinguished, replaced by dark golden skin adorned with intricate black patterns, imparting a sense of mystery. Suddenly the scene flickered, and the figure appeared in the void, unleashing a punch that shattered a star. 9 turns pagoda golden body, refining divine art. 9 turns of the pagoda destroy heaven and earth. In the next moment his eyes regained clarity, and an introduction to the 9 turns pagoda golden body appeared in his mind. This is quite a treasure. Chu Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This body, refining divine art, could refine the body to such an extent that one could shatter stars with a single punch. How terrifying is that? The first turn of the 9 turns pagoda steel bones. Upon successful cultivation, the physical strength would greatly increase, defense would multiply, and power would correspondingly rise, depending entirely on how far one could push their cultivation. Power is directly proportional to physical strength. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its peak and began cultivating the 9 turns pagoda golden body. He halted his cultivation by evening, feeling utterly exhausted. No wonder, it's a divine level body refining technique. It's incredibly difficult to get started. After a whole day of cultivating, he hadn't even touched the entry requirements, which dictated that one's physical strength must reach a certain level. Currently, Chu Shan's physical strength was insufficient. It seems that to quickly get started and succeed, I must invest some money. Shaking his sore body, he slowly exited the training room. The night was deep and the martial arts hall was empty. As he left the martial arts hall, he pondered whether he should spend money on some bodily refining potions. Suddenly, he stopped, frowning slightly as he looked ahead. In the distance stood a figure blocking his path. What business do you have? Chu Shanhe collected his thoughts. Nothing much, just wanted to remind you, Elder Chu, to stay indoors recently. The figure uttered a cryptic statement before Elder Chu. It seems he knows me. Chu Shanhe paused in surprise, then realized that the only one who could specifically come to warn him and know his name was Xu Huanshan. To have Xu Huanshan come to warn me at such a late hour, it seems the Sun family is close to finding me. Chu Shan's mind raced, connecting the dots. I need to accelerate my strength increase. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he hurried home. The next day, after finishing his usual work, he first found Xia Hongyin to discuss purchasing body refining potions. The situation with the Sun family was urgent. He had to refine the first layer of the 9 turns pagoda golden body in the shortest time possible. As for the cost, it would be deducted from his pay, but Xia Hongyin flatly rejected it. Soon the top-tier body refining potions were purchased, but she only managed to get 2 vials. It wasn't that the funds were insufficient, it was that body refining potions were exceedingly rare, especially of top quality, which Xia Hongyin had only managed to obtain through connections. Thank you. Chu Shanhe expressed his gratitude before heading straight to the training room with the potions. He didn't rush to cultivate, but instead focused his mind to complete his daily sign-in. Sign-in successful. Note: repeated sign-ins at this location grant 10 body refining pills. 10 body refining pills. Upon seeing the reward, Chu Shanhe was pleasantly surprised, a hint of joy spreading across his face. Body refining pills were exactly what he needed, and their potency was several times greater than that of the top-tier body refining potions. Without hesitation, he swallowed both potions and began to cultivate. Once the effects peaked, he took out a body refining pill and tossed it into his mouth. As the pill entered, its fierce potency erupted instantly, far more intense than the body refining potion. In an instant Chu Shanhe felt as if he was on fire with every organ, bone, vein, and even every cell with the qi and blood within him bubbled like boiling water. The pure medicinal energy continuously washed over Chu Shanhe's body, strengthening his physical strength. Soon his physical strength met the entry requirements for the 9 turns pagoda golden body. Next the main event begins. Chu Shanhe focused his mind and commenced the cultivation of the 9 turns pagoda golden body. In the next moment the fiery pain subsided, replaced by a penetrating agony akin to someone hammering his bones one by one until they shattered. The overwhelming pain caused him to involuntarily cry out, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. To where the crown one must bear its weight. For the next few days Chu Shanhe remained inside, not stepping out, utilizing the 10 body refining pills obtained from daily sinence to continuously refine his body. Powerful auras radiated from him as he stood bare-chested, black liquids seeping from his pores and dripping. These impurities within him were expelled through continuous refining. As time passed his aura grew stronger and the impurities ceased to be expelled. Instead his skin brightened and began to emit a faint golden glow. After an unknown amount of time his eyes suddenly opened wide, shooting forth 2 beams of golden light. At the same time a brilliant golden light erupted from him. Bathed in golden light he resembled a descending golden deity. As the golden light dissipated he returned to his original form and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I finally succeeded in cultivating the first layer of the 9 turns pagoda golden body. Feeling the explosive power beneath his muscles and the surging aura within him, Chu Shanhe was eager to test. He approached the strength testing machine and adjusted his state to its optimum. Then he unleashed a powerful punch. In the next second the testing machine shook violently and the numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly. 103765. The final number settled above 7 digits. 1,037,000. Chu Shanhe nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the body refining divine art is formidable. This doesn't even account for my activation of the golden body yet. I wonder what my ultimate strength will be. With that thought, he focused his mind and activated the 9 turns pagoda golden body, and in the next moment golden light flickered. In the state of the golden body, Chu Shanhe threw a heavy punch. Bang! The testing machine shook even more violently, and the numbers began to fluctuate wildly. Finally, the numbers on the testing machine came to a halt at over 1,330,000. Regaining his calm, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Chu Shanhe's eyes as he gazed at the final figure. It seems that in the state of the Buddha's golden body, I can amplify my combat power by nearly 300,000, meaning I have increased my overall strength by over 500,000. Not bad. If I unleash my full power now with the Longyuan sword and Kaitian combined, I could contend with a peak first-grade grandmaster, or even match a second-grade grandmaster. Now I finally have the strength to confront the Sun family. It has been a while since I returned home, or I wonder how my family... With that thought he adjusted his clothes and walked out of the training room heading home. Hello, Elder Chu. Elder Chu. It was daytime, and there were many people at the martial arts hall. Seeing Chu Shanhe emerge from his seclusion, they all greeted him. Chu Shanhe responded one by one, then walked out of the martial arts hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Chu. As soon as he stepped outside he encountered a familiar figure, Wang Hong. They collided, and looking at the elder with an air of immortality, a touch of bitterness appeared on Wang Hong's face, followed by a respectful bow. I have met Elder Chu. It seems you have recovered well. Regarding Wang Hong, Chu Shanhe had long since forgiven him. The incident stemmed from his son Wang Xian. From a moral standpoint Wang Hong was at fault, however from an ethical perspective as a father it was his duty to protect his child, even if it was somewhat unreasonable. As an elder he could understand Wang Hong's actions. I am just relieved that Elder Chu showed mercy last time. Since that incident Wang Hong's attitude and temperament had changed drastically. Don't make such foolish mistakes in the future. Chu Shanhe spoke lightly. Teaching your child to behave is better than anything else. Certainly, certainly. Wang Hong nodded hastily. Since that day, he had reprimanded Wang Xian thoroughly at home, and he was still grounded. Alright, go get busy. Chu Shanhe was quite pleased with Wang Hong's attitude. This young man wasn't too foolish after all. Returning home it was quiet. The 2 children had gone to school, and Bai Shuang might have gone out to buy groceries, but Chu Shanhe still noticed the breakfast she had left for him on the table. Though there was only a bowl of porridge and a plate of small dishes, a smile of happiness appeared on his lips. He washed his hands and sat down to begin eating. Just then the door creaked open, and Bai Shuang walked in with a basket of vegetables. Upon seeing Chu Shanhe at the dining table, she was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. You're back. Oh. Chu Shanhe took a sip of porridge and nodded, asking, have any strangers come looking for you in the past few days I've been away? No, everything has been normal. Bai Shuang shook her head, looking at the bowl of plain porridge in Chu Shanhe's hands. You should have heated the porridge up, you must be hungry. I will cook for you now. In an ancient courtyard a figure hurriedly walked along. Soon he arrived at the main hall. Report to the family head, I have found the murderer, who killed 4th Master and young Master Sun Qian. Sun Yingwu was the 4th in the family hierarchy, and the servants referred to him as 4th Master. Speak. In the main hall an elderly man with graying hair dressed in a long gown slowly opened his eyes. His name was Sun Xiaoyuan, the head of the Sun family, a powerful 8th grade grandmaster. The person is named Chu Shanhe. He is 100 years old and his strength is approximately at the 9th grade grandmaster. The man continued, that night, it was because young master Sun Qian had a dispute with his grandson Chu Feng, and in the end young master had murderous intent which led to the appearance of Chu Shanhe and 4th master. Chu Shanhe 100 years old 9th grade grandmaster. Sun Xiaoyuan frowned slightly. What level was he at in his youth? Why haven't I heard of such a person in Huaqing? Could he have come from another city? As a seasoned strategist, Sun Xiaoyuan was not only powerful, but also meticulous in thought. A 9th grade grandmaster is not frightening. What is frightening is that he is already 100 years old. The vitality of martial artists gradually declines with age. To maintain the 9th grade grandmaster realm at the age of 100, he must have been a high-level grandmaster in his youth, and it is highly possible he was a battle-hardened veteran. Old injuries can also accelerate the decline of vitality. Chu Shan's comrade Su Bufan is a prime example. After pondering for 2 seconds, Sun Xiaoyuan said, investigate Chu Shan's background. I don't want to offend a reclusive big shot because of those 2 useless people. Understood. The man nodded, and then turned to leave the hall. A 100-year-old old grandmaster, Sun Xiaoyuan murmured, I hope I am overthinking this. Soon the confidant returned to the hall recounting the information he had gathered about Chu Shanhe. Are you saying he is just an ordinary 9th grade grandmaster with no background? Sun Xiaoyuan frowned. Yes, the man nodded. He served in the military when he was young but retired at the age of 80. Since his retirement, he has been working as a guard at the College of Statecraft. A guard? Interesting. Sun Xiaoyuan's eyes flickered as he spoke lightly. Since he has no background, go kill him, and then display his head to the public. Let the people of Huaqing know the consequences of provoking the Sun family. Yes. The man clasped his fists and then vanished in a flash. A retired soldier, logically speaking, should have very average talent. Having grandmaster strength at his peak would be impressive, and after so many years of retirement, it's already remarkable to maintain an advanced martial artist level. Why does this person defy common sense? Something is not right, truly not right. A hint of unusual intensity flashed in Sun Xiaoyuan's eyes as he pondered deeply. Could it be that he had an extraordinary encounter after retiring? Is that how he achieved such rapid improvement in strength within a short time? It must be so, otherwise how could he remain a guard at the College of Statecraft for the past 20 years? With that thought, a cold smile emerged on Sun Xiaoyuan's lips. To allow an elderly man with declining vitality to become a 9th grade grandmaster within such a short span of 10 or 20 years, that encounter must be quite extraordinary. I've suddenly developed a keen interest in him. He then shouted, come here. Master. Quickly a figure appeared before him. Go tell number 3 that I've changed my mind. Leave that survivor alive, and bring— After having lunch, Chu Shanhe chatted with Bai Shuang about trivial family matters, then walked out of the house with his hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the school. He hadn't been to work for a few days, and needed to sort out his tasks. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked ahead. There was a figure standing silently, and although there was no movement, Chu Shanhe could still sense a terrifying aura, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. Is it someone from the Sun family? He spoke slowly. Correct. The man nodded and said in a deep voice, our master requests your presence. What if I refuse to go? You have no choice in the matter, Chu Shanhe replied calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. The man tilted his neck slightly, and with the falling of his voice a suffocating killing intent suddenly erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. You will go whether you like it or not. In the entire Hua city no one dares to defy the words of our Sun family. He stepped forward, his aura surging, and his hands turned into claws as he reached for Chu Shan's neck. Do you really think the Sun family can dominate Hua city? Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, his aura fully unleashed. His robe fluttered without wind as he remained unfazed, throwing a powerful punch. Bang! The two collided and a terrifying shockwave exploded, sending a hurricane that uprooted nearby flowers and trees, raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment both retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. So you're a grandmaster, no wonder you're so fearless, the man said, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, realizing he had underestimated the old man's strength. However, this did not affect his intentions. His aura surged again, blood boiling within him, and a faint blood-colored glow emanated from his body as his cells continuously expanded, causing him to grow larger. Old man, you must come with me today, he roared, stepping forward, and the ground beneath his feet cracked as he charged at Chu Shanhe like a ferocious beast. His speed increased, shaking the ground, and he began to run. Bang! Finally, he bent his legs abruptly and shot up like a cannonball, plummeting down swiftly. His gigantic fist tore through the air like a super missile, carrying a terrifying force as it struck towards Chu Shan's chest. An ear-piercing sound of explosion erupted, distorting the very air around them. In an instant the man was before Chu Shanhe, delivering a heavy punch. Oomph! Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, and then a golden light emanated from within him as the 9 turns pagoda golden body was activated. Bathed in golden light, he advanced rather than retreating, swinging his fist forward to clash directly with his opponent. It is said that the Sun family's martial arts are formidable and their body refinement techniques are unparalleled. Today I shall experience it for myself. Boom! The two fists collided in midair, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire realm. The powerful shockwave caused a raging storm around them, uprooting trees and cracking the ground, which continued to spread in all directions. Step, step, step. Both figures took a few steps back, each equally matched. Chu Shan's expression remained calm. After cultivating the 9 turns pagoda golden body, his strength had greatly increased, and the toughness of his body had multiplied several times, which was why he could withstand the confrontation. Truly, it is a divine-level body refinement technique. Even at the first layer, it rivals the Sun family's so-called unparalleled martial arts. How is this possible? Yet the member of the Sun family wore an incredulous expression. In all of Hua City, and even the entire Asia-Pacific region, there were only a few families practicing martial arts, and one could count them on their fingers. Especially in Hua City, only the Sun family practiced body-refining martial arts. However, he did not expect that this old man before him was also a master of body refinement. From the power of the previous punch, although their strengths were comparable, the old man's physique was far more robust. His own arms were still slightly numb, while the other party showed no signs of injury. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone practicing martial arts that emitted golden light. Even the ancient sacred body from the Asia-Pacific region only had golden blood. This was the first time he encountered such a person. Who exactly are you? His expression grew serious as the situation had exceeded his expectations, causing his attitude to take a complete turn. From disdain to now being on high alert. Isn't your Sun family supposed to be very powerful? You haven't even clarified my identity. It seems you're not as capable as you claim. If that's all you've got, then hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Arrogant. The man's expression darkened instantly. Don't think that just because you can practice martial arts you can look down on others. I will definitely bring you back today, even if you are the king of heaven. With his words, he slowly addressed a certain spot in the sky. Chong Kuching, you may come out now. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared, a slender, middle-aged man, named Chong Wei, a guest elder of the Sun family at the peak level of a grandmaster. Old man, I admit you are strong, but your arrogance is your own fault. Chong Wei's figure descended expressionless as he spoke. The terror of our Sun family is something a common person like you cannot comprehend. Considering your hard work and cultivation, it's best for you to surrender and come back with us. Otherwise die. As he uttered the word die, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. When did a dog dare to bark so recklessly? Chu Shanhe remained unfazed, speaking calmly. Aren't you just a dog of the Sun family? What right do you have to shout here? Old man, you are seeking death. Chong Wei's pupils turned cold in an instant, filled with killing intent. Is this how your Sun family conducts business? Chu Shanhe snorted. If you can't defeat me, do you still have to call for help? Group assault? Or a wheel battle? If our master hadn't ordered us not to kill you, do you think you could have lived until now? The member of the Sun family spoke coldly. Old man, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have a little strength. If that's the case, should I thank your master for sparing my life? Chu Shanhe sneered. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Let me see how strong the dogs raised by your Sun family really are. Old man, you will pay the price for your words. As he finished speaking, Chong Wei moved, turning into a series of afterimages as he rushed towards Chu Shanhe, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-colored, curved knife appeared in his hand. The blood on the curved knife was thick as if forged from blood plasma. Under Chong Wei's blood chi, it emitted a terrifying crimson color, and a clang rang out from the blade. He floated in midair, swinging his arm as countless knife shadows interwoven like a blood-red net descending upon Chu Shanhe. Wherever the blood-red net passed, everything turned to dust. In an instant, the trees were reduced to splinters. Chong Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood at the pinnacle of a first-class grandmaster with a combat power exceeding 180,000, surpassing Chu Shanhe by more than 50,000. Moreover, with the enhancement of the blood-red curved blade, his combat power surged towards 200,000. In light of the earlier insult from Chu Shanhe, he unleashed a killing move right away. Although Sun Shaoyuan had advised against killing him, severely injuring him was still permissible. He was quite confident in this strike. Under the blade net there was nowhere to hide, and he would undoubtedly be severely injured. Not far away, Sun Shaoyuan's confidant was also sneering. Even if Chu Shan's physical body was strong, and his horizontal training techniques, formidable, Chong Wei's blade net was his trump card, possessing terrifying power. Chu Shanhe looked up at the massive blade net bearing down on him. The overwhelming aura of death emanating from above made him wary. With a twist of his wrist, the Long Yuan sword was drawn. Then, invoking the unparalleled sword intent, a terrifying aura erupted from the Long Yuan sword, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Open the heavens. Chu Shanhe slowly uttered those two words. Then, with a sweep of his arm, the Long Yuan sword erupted with a dazzling light, transforming into a massive sword beam, soaring into the sky. Boom. In the realm between heaven and earth, the blood-red blade net collided with the brilliant sword beam. Moments later, the blade net shattered with a thunderous sound, and the sword beam was also sliced into fragments, with flecks of spiritual energy drifting like scattered lights before dissipating. How could this be possible? Halfway in the air, Chong Wei's eyes filled with astonishment. Wasn't this old man on the path of horizontal training? How could his swordsmanship be so terrifying? You? How could you possess swordsmanship and break my blood-red blade net? His super strong killing move was supposed to annihilate everything in the same realm, yet unexpectedly, it was broken. Not only him, but even his confidant beside him was equally shocked. This old man was actually a dual cultivator of body refinement and swordsmanship, and both were incredibly formidable. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp in cold air. A grandmaster who dual cultivated body refinement and swordsmanship, ooh, what a terrifying existence that must be. Chu Shanhe ignored their shock. He bent his legs and leapt into the sky, the long yuan sword in his hand, emitting a low humming sound. He passed through the scattered starlight and instantly appeared before Chang Wei, striking down fiercely with the sword. One sword crossed millions of miles. The cold light flickered, and the long yuan sword imbued with overwhelming killing intent raced towards Chang Wei's neck. Taking this opportunity, he aimed to severely injure one before anything else. If he allowed them to react and join forces, his situation would become perilous. Ideally, he wanted to kill one, but that seemed unlikely. The body of a grandmaster had already grown strong to a certain extent with astonishing defenses. That guy practiced horizontal training, while Chang Wei was at the peak of a first-class grandmaster. Both were difficult to kill. In comparison, he ultimately chose Chang Wei because he could not gain leverage in the air. You? Seeing the long yuan sword charging at him, in an instant Chang Wei's expression changed drastically. He swept his curved blade upwards while flipping in the air, attempting to evade the strike. Clang! The sword and blade clashed once more. However, moments later he was horrified to discover that his blood-red curved blade had developed cracks. Moreover, the cracks were expanding at a visible rate. No! Crack! With a roar, the long yuan sword shattered the blood-red curved blade, and then struck fiercely onto Chang Wei, who was in disbelief. Puff! A blood-red parabola appeared and blood splattered everywhere, as Chang Wei crashed down like a cannonball, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. Had he not slightly twisted his body, that strike would have severed his neck and killed him. How could this be Chang Kaching? On the ground, the member of the Sun family stared wide-eyed at the disheveled Chang Wei in the pit, his eyes filled with shock. Chang Kaching actually lost this. He wanted to say something more, but a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, it was Chu Shanhe charging down, the long yuan sword in his hand still dripping with blood. Without a hint of hesitation, he attacked this guy. The enemy was already set on taking his life. He couldn't afford to be merciful and generous. With Chang Wei severely injured, it was this guy's turn next. Swish! The sword's edge distorted the air, and in the blink of an eye the long yuan sword rushed towards the top of that guy's head with the might of thunder, poised to strike down. With no time to think, the guy crossed his arms in an absolute defense. His internal chi and blood boiled, the blood-red light around him flickering continuously, and even his arms exhibited a translucent jade-like gleam. The ultimate bone refinement gave rise to jade bones. He had already entered the second stage of horizontal training. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out again, as Chu Shan's sword struck fiercely against the guy's arm. Crack! The next moment he was horrified to discover that his jade bones had developed cracks, and a piercing pain surged through him. His momentum surged once more as he let out a roar, his body suddenly flashing, creating distance between him and Chu Shanhe. Then he continuously retreated. Indeed, he wanted to escape. This old man was completely different from what was described in the intel. He was not a 9th-class grandmaster, but a terrifying grandmaster dual cultivating swordsmanship and horizontal training, and he was already half a foot into the 2nd class. As for Chang Wei, he didn't even glance at him. As a guest elder of the Sun family, he enjoyed so many cultivation resources each year meant to solve problems for the Sun family. If he died, it was simply a case of being outmatched. "Wanna leave?" Chu Shanhe snorted coldly and moved his feet to chase after him. A few minutes later he returned to the original spot, an arm now in his hand. It was indeed extremely difficult to kill a grandmaster who was wholeheartedly attempting to escape. After exhausting all his strength to sever one of his arms, he still let him escape. He knew that once that guy escaped back, his secret would be exposed. From the words of the Sun family head about not killing him and wanting to capture him alive, one could guess the situation. Perhaps his secret had already been guessed. If that guy escaped this time, it would further confirm the other speculation. As expected of an old fox, his depth of thought is impressive. Chu Shanhe glanced at the position of the Sun family, then sighed helplessly. "My strength is still insufficient, otherwise the Sun family would be nothing." Putting aside his thoughts, he slowly approached Chang Wei, who was battered and left with barely a breath, and slowly raised. "No! Please! Save me!" Chang Wei extended his hands, continuously spitting blood, pleading for Chu Shanhe to spare his life. However, before he could finish, Chu Shanhe had already ended his life with a single stroke. "Be a good person in your next life." After putting away the long yuan sword, Chu Shanhe spoke calmly, and then walked towards the school with his hands behind his back. Upon arriving at the school gate, he saw the Dean Qin Shua approaching joyfully. "Dean, have you made a breakthrough?" "What?" "It's about Chu Lao." Qin Shua came back to his senses, his face revealing unmasked joy. "This matter makes me happier than my own breakthrough." "What matter?" Chu Shanhe asked, quite curious. "Don't spread it around. I found that swordsmanship genius." Qin Shua suddenly leaned in close to his ear and whispered. "What?" Chu Shan's face was instantly filled with confusion. He had already mentioned that matter which he had done himself, yet the dean did not believe him, and instead sought to uncover the so-called Sword Dao genius through various means. They even went so far as to open the sword-concealing pavilion. This was destined to be a fruitless endeavor since there was no Sword Dao genius. The stone tablet was shattered into pieces because of him. But unexpectedly, a Sword Dao genius was indeed discovered by Qin Shua. I found that Sword Dao genius. Qin Shua did not notice the unusual expression on Chu Shanhe's face and remained very pleased. He patted Chu Shanhe on the shoulder and proudly said, "Old Chu, just watch, it won't be long before our National Academy soars to new heights again, ha. Did you really find that Sword Dao genius?" Chu Shanhe did not expose Qin Shua, but weakly asked, "Old Chu, do I need to deceive you about such an important—" Qin Shua rolled his eyes and quietly said, "However, I only told you this secret, remember, to keep it confidential. Just be happy." Chu Shanhe complained inwardly, but he still nodded in agreement on the surface, saying, "Absolutely, absolutely." Qin Shua walked away with a joyful expression, but the next moment Chu Shanhe was stunned. Because that guy walked toward another cleaning lady, then clung to her neck whispering about the Sword Dao genius. "Dean, please pay attention, this is a school. It's not good if someone sees this." The lady pushed him away and then shyly said, "Come to my house tonight and my husband is not home." How did I end up here?" Qin Shua suddenly trembled and looked around in confusion. When he saw the cleaning lattice's affectionate gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. "What am I doing?" Qin Shua had a puzzled expression, trying hard to recall the recent events, but it was all a blank. Then he looked around, straightened his chest, and pretended to say, "The cleaning is quite good, keep it up." After saying that, he slipped. So embarrassing. That Qin Shua. Watching all of this, Chu Shanhe's mouth twitched a few times, then he smiled faintly. The news of the Sword Dao genius being found at the National Academy under Qin Shua's confidentiality was known by almost the entire school. Because of this, everyone was in an uproar. Has this person finally come out? He has been hiding for so long. Who exactly is he? He's kept us in suspense for such a long time. I also want to know who this genius is. This urgent desire to know the answer is very uncomfortable. I really want to ask the dean. I also want to ask, but I don't dare. Let's wait for the dean to announce it. Under everyone's expectations, Qin Shua instead fell silent and did not mention the Sword Dao genius, which drove everyone crazy. Even the teachers couldn't bear it anymore. During the meeting after school, one teacher raised a question. "Dean, who exactly is that Sword Dao genius you mentioned?" "Yes, Dean, if you can't tell the students, can you at least tell us?" "Hurry up and tell us, Dean, stop keeping us in suspense." At the front of the conference table, watching the teachers speak one after another, Qin Shua's facial expression began to change, constantly fluctuating between joy and anger. His hands were also crossed and fidgeting, even his toes were scratching at the insoles of his shoes. If there was a crack in the ground, he would surely want to burrow into it. The matter of the Sword Dao genius was completely a misunderstanding, and no one knew he had a bad habit of sleepwalking. When he was loudly proclaiming the Sword Dao genius at school during lunch, he was actually sleepwalking because he had a quarrel with his wife the night before, which led to him being kicked out and not sleeping well. He originally wanted to take a short nap during the lunch break, but unexpectedly he fell into a deep sleep and entered a sleepwalking state. Now that the news had spread, everyone knew, and he had socially died. Now facing the aggressive teachers, he was so embarrassed that he could scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. Ahem. Then he sat up straight and calmly said, "To protect this rare genius that has appeared in our school, I cannot tell you about this matter yet. After I teach him for a while, I will reveal his identity." To avoid embarrassing himself on the spot, he could only make up a random excuse. The teachers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, no longer pressing for answers. Phew. After the meeting broke up, Qin Shua let out a sigh of relief. Finally, everyone left. He tidied up his things and prepared to go home. "Dean." At that moment, a shy voice sounded, startling him. Turning to look, he saw the cleaning lady from earlier gazing at him affectionately. "Come home with me, my husband is not at home today." Qin Shua's mouth twitched wildly. Late at night, the Sun family was brightly lit. Sun Xiaoyuan stood solemnly in the hall. Beside him was a one-armed man, the very one whose arm had been severed by Chu Shanhe in the daytime. "Are you saying he is a grandmaster and practices both external and Sword Dao skills?" "Exactly, and his external practice is quite unique. It can emit golden light." The man, wrapped in bandages, shuddered slightly at the thought of the fear he had experienced at the hands of Chu Shanhe during the day. "And his sword, I believe, is above the spirit weapon level." Chang Wei's blood-red, curved knife looked like it was made of paper before it shattered in just one blow. "Are you saying that sword is a treasure weapon?" Sun Xiaoyuan frowned. "A weapon more powerful than a spirit weapon, they called it a treasure weapon." "That's right." The man nodded. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly Sun Xiaoyuan burst into hearty laughter. "Heaven is truly helping me. An external practice that emits golden light and a treasure weapon level sword. It seems this old fellow has had quite the extraordinary encounter." A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he sneered. "However, these things will soon belong to me. To avoid other people's interference, we need to keep this matter secret and not make too much noise. The method used during the day certainly won't work. The other party is a second-grade grandmaster. If I force it, I'll have to act myself. But if I do, the other old fellows will figure it out, and that would be counterproductive. How can I capture a grandmaster without anyone knowing?" Sun Xiaoyuan began brainstorming. Soon a flash of inspiration struck him, and a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. In that case, I can only use this move. Issue the order, have Zheng Yuan declare a martial hall life and death duel against Hongyin martial hall. Sun Shaoan's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. Capturing Chu Shanhe undetected would be most feasible under the guise of such a duel. Zheng Yuan, a guest elder of the Sun clan, was a second-rank Grand Master. Moreover, his hall boasted 2 first-rank Grand Masters as deputy masters. Defeating the modest Hongyin martial hall would be effortless. According to intelligence, Hongyin martial hall possessed only 1 Grand Master, Chu Shanhe, while its remaining members were negligible. Though 2 ninth-rank masters lingered among them, they stood no chance before Grand Masters. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. The man nodded and withdrew silently. A martial hall life and death duel was a sanctioned battle between 2 martial halls. Each fielded 3 combatants. Victory required either total annihilation or unconditional surrender, no quarter given. The losing hall would be absorbed and erased from existence. Once declared, the duel became binding. Failure to comply resulted in automatic forfeiture. Such duels arose only when irreconcilable enmity erupted between halls. But Sun Shaoyuan's declaration bore no grievance. It was solely engineered to seize Chu Shanhe. To outsiders, the Sun clan's move seemed justified. After all, Chu Shanhe had slain their son and grandson. The next day, an explosive report swept across Huaqing. Xingyuan Martial Hall issued a life-and-death challenge to Hongyin Martial Hall. Both halls were well-known elite institutions on the national ranking list. Hongyin placed 90th while Xingyuan ranked 68th, a considerable disparity in strength. Life-and-death duels had long fallen into obscurity. This announcement instantly ignited fervent attention across the martial world. This is merely the continuation of the Sun clan's earlier vendetta. Indeed, the Sun clan's vindictiveness knows no bounds. They will not merely kill their enemies, but obliterate them utterly in the most brutal fashion imaginable. This duel epitomizes their philosophy: I shall slay your disciples and seize your hall. To kill the body and shatter the heart. That the Sun clan's guile runs so deep is truly terrifying. How will Hongyin respond? Xingyuan vastly outmatches them. 3 Grand Masters, including their Chief Master, a second-rank Grand Master. How could they possibly compete? It would be instantaneous annihilation. One hand could crush them all. This is outright thuggery. The Sun clan knows full well the imbalance, yet forces the duel anyway. What choice do they have? The Sun clan rules by sheer dominance. Once you become their enemy, resistance is futile. Amidst this clamor, the news reached Xia Hongyin and the entire Hongyin martial hall. What are your thoughts? In the conference room, Xia Hongyin's expression was grim. Their confrontation with Zheng Yuan was akin to eggs striking stone. Yet the Federation's formal challenge had already been issued. Our refusal was impossible. This assault targets. We all see clearly. The Sun clan's petty grudges demand retribution. They launched this challenge precisely because Hongyin relies solely upon Elder Chu as its lone Grand Master. They're picking the softest fruit. How despicably cunning the Sun clan, exploiting our lack of Grand Masters. Their contempt for the Sun clan's maneuver was unanimous. I've reviewed their roster. The Master is a second-rank Grand Master. Both Deputy Masters rank first rank. They come prepared for war. Xia Hongyin opened her laptop, revealing Xingyuan Martial Hall's personnel dossier. Aside from Elder Chu, a first-rank Grand Master, we have only myself and Master Wang Hong as ninth-rank masters. Against 3 Grand Masters, we stand no chance. Faces fell in silent dismay. This weakness was irremediable. Let us inform Elder Chu first. Once he arrives, we'll devise a strategy. Xia Hongyin massaged her temples. Sun clan strike had caught her entirely off guard. Even summoning aid now would be too late. She held no Grand Master-level allies. In confronting the Sun clan, even trusted friends would hesitate to risk their lives. What then could be done? Whereas Hongyin faltered, Xingyuan exuded unshakable confidence. Upon receiving Sun Shaoyuan's directive, Master Zheng Yuan struck his chest and swore to capture the old man, Chu Shanhe. The 2 halls stood at polar extremes, yet public anticipation surged feverish for the life-and-death duel 10 days hence. Some conglomerates had already launched betting markets, with odds set at 1-9 heavily favoring Xingyuan. Hongyin 9, Xingyuan 1. At the gatehouse of Sheiji Academy, Chu Shanhe slowly lowered his phone, his face dark with fury. He had not expected such treachery. The Sun clan had weaponized the life-and-death duel. His personal feud now entangled Hongyin Martial Hall. He feared not for himself. Fully unleashed, he could hold his own against the second-rank Grand Master. But what of Xingyuan's other 2 Grand Masters? Xia Hongyin and Wang Hong, mere 9th-rank masters, stood zero chance against Grand Masters. And seeking aid, loyalty could not be guaranteed. His only hope lay in transcending his current power within 10 days, surpassing second rank, even reaching 3rd or 4th rank Grand Mastery, to fight all 3 alone. To double his combat prowess so swiftly demanded either mastering a second sword technique, or elevating his 9-fold pagoda golden body to stage 2, while simultaneously breaking through to 3rd-rank master. He remained a 1st-rank master, still distant from that threshold. The pressure is immense, Chu Shanhe muttered, his expression strained. Given a month, this would pose no difficulty. After prolonged contemplation, he retrieved his phone and sent Xia Hongyin a message. Do you know where spiritual energy flows especially dense? If all else failed, he would stake everything on the system, seeking places rich in spiritual energy, hoping to draw extraordinary rewards. Spiritual energy density. Xia Hongyin paused, puzzled. Why seek such locations when Hongyin's cultivation chambers sufficed for him? After a moment's reflection, she replied, I know of one, but it is highly unusual. Is this the special place you mentioned? In a desolate and overgrown graveyard, Chu Shanhe stood on a large tombstone with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. He did not see anything special, nor did he feel the rich spiritual energy that was mentioned. All he could see were countless graves, causing him to furrow his brow and slowly speak. Are you sure you remembered correctly? Don't worry, Chu Lao. Beside him, Xia Hongyin glanced at the time and replied calmly, the place will only open at midnight. You mean there is a dimensional overlapping space here? Chu Shan's pupils involuntarily contracted. That's right. Xia Hongyin nodded, her expression suddenly becoming serious. I discovered this by accident, but the overlapping dimensional space is quite special. Chu Lao, you must be mentally prepared. Thinking of the terrifying scenes he had seen last time, Xia Hongyin couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. This is also why he repeatedly asked Chu Shanhe, as that place was truly not meant for humans. Well, unfortunately, Chu Shanhe insisted on coming. We have no way out now, do we? Chu Shanhe smiled. Instead of waiting to be silenced by the Sun family, it is better to take a gamble. Oh, after all, death is inevitable. This was originally my private matter with the Sun family, but I didn't expect you to be involved as well. Therefore, for my own sake, for you, and for the entire Hongyin martial arts school, I must give it my all. Even if there are royal-level ferocious beasts in that dimensional space, I will not back down. After all, I am just going in to sign and not to fight the beasts. Chu Lao. Xia Hongyin's lips moved, but in the end she swallowed the rest of her words. As night deep in the graveyard began to stir with chilling winds accompanied by the distant cries of wild cats and unknown beasts, creating an eerie atmosphere, Chu Shanhe stood calmly on a tombstone with his hands behind his back, while Xia Hongyin kept glancing at the time. Chu Lao, it's here over there. Suddenly Xia Hongyin looked toward a nearby grave. Above it the air began to twist, creating ripples in space, and soon a spatial fissure appeared. At the moment the fissure emerged, the chilling winds in the graveyard intensified and countless paper offerings were swept into the air as the fissure widened, revealing images from the dimensional space within Chu Shan's view. It was a blood-red space filled with an overwhelming aura of malice. Chu Shanhe saw countless severed limbs, both human and beast, resembling a hellish scene. Meow. At that moment a black wild cat suddenly sprang out, leaping directly into that space. The next moment the entire cat body expanded, its eyes turning blood-red, completely losing its sanity. Bang. Moments later the cat exploded, dying instantly, without a single cry. This space is an ancient battlefield where the malice can affect one's mind, and the powerful pressure within can crush an ordinary person's body, just like that cat. Xia Hongyin instinctively took 2 steps back, taking a deep breath, as she explained to Chu Shanhe. Last time I was trapped inside for several days. If it weren't for the protective spiritual artifact, I might have already lost my mind and perished within. An ancient battlefield, you say? Chu Shan's eyes flashed with an unusual light, then he stepped forward. Don't wait for me. If I haven't come out after 10 days, then explain the situation to the Federal Arbitration Council. The Sun family's target is me. You are merely collateral. Tell the Sun family clearly, they shouldn't make things difficult for you. With that he directly entered the spatial fissure. Chu Lao. Xia Hongyin wanted to say something, but Chu Shan's figure had already vanished, leaving only the spatial fissure, which soon began to close. Inside the dimensional space, as soon as Chu Shanhe entered, he felt a terrifying malice envelop him. His eyes gradually turned blood-red, and his breathing became increasingly heavy. Kill. His throat was hoarse, and with blood-red eyes he walked step by step towards the center. Indeed, he was affected by the malice as soon as he entered. Thus he walked towards the central area, moving like a walking corpse. Boom. At that moment the great transformation heart sutra within him suddenly began to operate on its own, and the sword talisman above his dantian also started spinning wildly. A flash of spiritual light passed through his mind, causing him to tremble violently. His eyes gradually returned to normal, regaining his rationality. Phew. He gasped heavily, and recalling the earlier situation, a trace of fear crossed his face. I didn't expect the malice here to be so terrifying. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still affected in an instant. He stopped and looked around, seeing countless severed limbs before him, both of beasts and humans. From the rusted armor, it was evident that these were equipment from hundreds of years ago. In the very center there lay a terrifying and hideous giant beast resembling a flood dragon, but with flesh spikes on its back. A broken spear was embedded in its chest, clearly a fatal blow. He steadied his mind and began to walk towards the central area. This was a very special space where malice and spiritual energy coexisted. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy became. Soon he arrived beside the corpse of the giant beast, and then noticed that beneath its claws was a human warrior. From the armor, it was clear he was a general-level figure, holding the other half of the broken spear that was lodged in the giant beast's chest. The ancestors sacrificed so much to protect this pure land. Chu Shan's expression grew solemn as he touched the corpse, which instantly turned to dust and sand flowing through his fingers. He then bowed to honor these human ancestors and martyrs. As a soldier, he understood the terror of the ferocious beasts and held great respect for these martyrs. Without their desperate resistance against the beast invasion, there would be no Pure Land today. He slowly stood up, his mind focused. Sign in. Sign in successful. Awarded 3 drops of pure dragon blood. NAS crimson light surged forth. Chu Shan's eyes flared with sudden brilliance, and a gleam of delight flickered across his face. No wonder this is an ancient battlefield. 3 drops of pure dragon blood. And with these my 9-fold pagoda golden body should advance to its second stage. Time was pressing. Without hesitation, he drew forth 1 drop of the essence blood and swallowed it whole. In the essence blood seared his throat like fiery wine, burning scorching, then spread like wildfire through his entire body. And roar. A draconic roar thundered within Chu Shanhe's body. Above his dantian a spectral dragon coiled ceaselessly, its maw wide, crimson, and ravenous, as it descended upon his dantian in a devastating spiral. That was a lingering fragment soul embedded within the essence blood, fierce savage intent on shattering Chu Shanhe's dantian utterly. Humph. Yet Chu Shanhe merely sneered coldly. With but a thought, the sword talisman before him erupted into a blinding colossal blade, and slashed down with merciless force. Roar. And the draconic roar clashed violently with the descending sword light. Within moments the blade's radiance intensified, blinding absolute, and the dragon specter shrieked once before dissolving into motes of scarlet light, sinking deep into Chu Shanhe's viscera and organs. Pure surging vital energy roiled like a tempestuous sea within Chu Shanhe, racing, crashing, refining his flesh anew with each relentless tide. And by dawn the next day, Hongyin Martial Arts Hall was already abuzz with senior masters Wang Hong, and the 2 other hall masters stood assembled. Their expressions were grim. None held faith in surviving the impending life-or-death martial contest. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Speak freely, share your thoughts. Xia Hongyin swept her gaze across the assembly, voice calm and measured. Hall master, is it truly worth risking our entire hall for an elderly master we barely know? Someone asked. I understand precisely what you mean. Xia Hongyin's brows knit faintly as she replied, Master Chu was personally invited by me. Now you ask me to cast him out, to sever all ties, and wash our hands of him. Is that honorable? If we do so, the reputation of Hongyin Martial Arts Hall will be irreparably ruined. And better ruined than obliterated by the Sun family. Indeed, this hall is the fruit of decades of devotion. To spill blood for an unfamiliar elder in a battle with no foreseeable victory. 3 Grand Masters versus only Master Chu. What possible chance do we have? Conservatives, cowards, and those with hidden agendas alike voiced opposition to the duel. The conference chamber erupted into clamorous debate. Xia Hongyin remained silent, still watchful, her silence seeming less indifference than deep, deliberate contemplation. Silence. Cowards, every last one of you. Na crisp, icy voice cut through the noise. Instantly the room stilled. All eyes turned toward its source. Even Xia Hongyin blinked in surprise. Wang Hong the first to openly champion the fight. Do you truly believe casting Master Chu aside will spare us the Sun family's wrath? Wang Hong's gaze swept coldly across the room. Yes, the Sun family seeks Master Chu. But Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall will never relinquish such right prey once it's within reach. Our hall ranks 91st across watching. No predator refuses such easy conquest. And once the life and death decree is issued, participation is binding. Do you imagine we can flee? Fools. And Wang Hong paused, then continued. I know some of your motives. The matter has reached its apex. No more pretense, no more concealment. Those who wish to leave, do so now. I offer no impediment. And he turned his gaze directly towards Xia Hongyin. What say you, Chief Hall Master? I endorse Master Wang Hong's words. Depart now, if that is your choice. Xia Hongyin's voice was glacial. Glances flickered among the senior masters. Then decisively more than half rose to their feet. Within minutes the chamber grew starkly quiet. Most had departed, including the 2 other hall masters. To retain even this many loyalists, I am deeply satisfied. Xia Hongyin gazed at those who remained and sighed bitterly. Truly the human heart is unfathomable. We swore oaths together, yet like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, and the tree hasn't even fallen yet. Frankly, those who left would have contributed nothing but vexation. Their departure brings welcome peace, perhaps a few days of quiet. Hall Master, someone requests an audience to join the hall. Na front desk attendant's message arrived just then. At a time when others avoid us like plague, how could anyone seek entry? Curious, Xia Hongyin and Wang Hong descended to the first floor, and froze upon seeing the towering figure before them. Su Huanshan. They exchanged stunned glances. You wish to join our hall? Indeed. Su Huanshan smiled faintly. Our hall master's unwilling to welcome me. Welcome, most sincerely. Xia Hongyin nodded swiftly. But may I ask, why does a grandmaster such as yourself choose us? In years prior, Su Huanshan had fought the Sun family's pinnacle grandmaster to a legendary draw, breaking through mid-battle to achieve parity. That duel remained a celebrated topic across the realm. For Master Chu. Su Huanshan spoke calmly. And perhaps to settle an old score. The Sun family sent assassins after me, I nearly died. That debt must be repaid. On behalf of Hongyin Martial Arts Hall, I formally welcome Grandmaster Su. In All Hail Grandmaster Su's joining of Hongyin Martial Arts Hall. News of Su Huanshan's enrollment spread like wildfire. Huacheng trembled anew. Whispers filled every street and tea house. In such perilous times, Su Huanshan's voluntary allegiance revealed his purpose unambiguously to stand against the Sun family. Some claimed he nursed grudges from that past clash, seeking vengeance now. Others deemed him suicidal. Even with his strength, Hongyin's odds remained vanishingly slim. After all, he was a first-rank grandmaster. With Chu Shanhe they made 2, while Xinyuan Martial Arts Hall fielded 3, led by Zheng Yuan, a second-rank grandmaster. The gap remained immense. Regardless of Su Huanshan's motives, few bet on Hongyin, but anticipation for his rematch with Xingyuan's grandmaster burned fiercely. Within the dimensional space, Chu Shanhe remained wholly unaware of Su Huanshan's enrollment. His eyes remained closed, his body thrumming with dense, churning vital energy. Deep within his chest, the dragon's roar echoed without cease. 5 days had passed since his entry. 2 drops of dragon blood had already been consumed. Now half his skeletal structure shimmered with a deep, lustrous gold. Once his bones fully transmuted to gold, his 9-fold pagoda golden body would ascend definitively into its second stage. And soon his eyes opened, aware, centered, and a subtle smile traced his lips as he sensed the profound transformation within. At this pace, the final drop of essence blood, combined with 50 high-grade body-refining pills, should complete the second stage flawlessly. And beyond the first day's dragon blood, each subsequent sign-in yielded high-grade body-refining pills, 3 times more potent than standard variants. The synergistic power of dragon blood and high-grade body-refining pills accelerated his physical metamorphosis at a staggering, revolutionary pace. And as the last drop of dragon blood touched his tongue, he sank once more into profound cultivation. Dear friends, welcome to the life and death battle between the Xinyuan Martial Arts Hall and the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall. I am your old friend Sister Tuozi. In Huacheng, within a massive arena, a young beauty appeared in front of the crowd, holding a microphone, teasing, and indeed today is the day of the life and death duel. According to the Federation's regulations, all large-scale battles, except for private ones, will be held in the arena for public viewing. At this moment, the vast arena was completely filled. The tickets for this life and death battle had been sold out days ago. Countless projectors surrounded the arena for broadcasting purposes. Such a large-scale battle would surely be live-streamed throughout the city. Wow, Sister Tuozi. As the host made her entrance, the audience erupted in excitement, with some fans even shouting out. Sister Tuozi, whose real name is Luoxin, is the top host in Huacheng, combining beauty and strength. Not only is she stunning, but she is also a master. Most importantly, she is single, which has led to a large fan base, with many single martial artists striving to pursue Luoxin. Backstage in the rest area of the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall, everyone was frowning, anxious for the imminent start, but old Chu had not yet emerged. Knowing that Chu Shanhe was in a life-or-death situation, they refrained from disturbing him. However, time was running out, and he still had not appeared, causing great anxiety among everyone at the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall, especially Xia Hongyin, who understood the terror of that dimensional space. Her brow was tightly furrowed. According to the rules of the life and death battle, if the combatants do not arrive within half an hour, it is deemed an automatic forfeit, and their honor points will be cleared, branding them as cowards. Is old Chu still not out from that dimensional space? Could something have gone wrong? Wang Hong said with a worried expression. You jinx. Xia Hongyin rolled her eyes and slowly spoke. The more anxious we are, the calmer we must be. We need to trust old Chu. He might already be on his way. Don't panic. I believe in old Chu. Su Huanshan was gently polishing his treasured saber. There are only 20 minutes left, and if old Chu doesn't arrive. Wang Hong had never been this anxious, like an ant on a hot pan pacing back and forth. Let's wait a bit longer. Xia Hongyin said helplessly. If old Chu hasn't come by, then I will negotiate to postpone the time. If that doesn't work, we will admit defeat. Even if old Chu arrives, the gap between our sides is still significant, unless old Chu can break through to the second. She smiled after saying this. To elevate from a first-grade master to a second-grade master in just 10 days and increase combat power by 1,000,000 was simply a joke, utterly impossible. Others shook their heads, clearly also finding it absurd. Are we really going to surrender? Wang Hong said, his face filled with unwillingness. If it comes to it, I'll step up. Even if you step up, it won't help. Even if Su the Grandmaster defeats the opponent, the 2 of us would still definitely lose. Are we really going to admit defeat? Do you have a better plan? Xia Hongyin tilted her head. Even if our martial arts hall is disbanded and annexed, we are still safe. Haven't you heard the saying, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood? Meanwhile, in the dimensional space, Chu Shanhe remained in a meditative state with his eyes closed, but the sound of his surging blood and chi grew louder, like roaring waves, and a circle of golden light appeared around his body. Suddenly, accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted, and Chu Shanhe abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting from his pupils. Immediately, a terrifying aura surged from his body, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, as the corpses transformed into countless flying sand and dissipated. Reigning in his aura, golden light flickered in Chu Shan's eyes, and a smile crept across his lips. I have finally reached the second stage of the Stupa Golden Body, and my realm has also advanced to the second-grade master level. Feeling the explosive power within him, Chu Shanhe murmured, now that I am fully unleashed, I should be comparable to a third-grade master. Dealing with that second-grade master from the Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall will be as easy as pie. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's time to settle the score with the Sun family, though I want them to know what regret feels like. With that he soared into the sky, and as the golden light surged holding the Longyuan sword, his unparalleled sword intent erupted, in an instant striking towards the sky with a heavenly slash. Boom. A terrifying sword light appeared directly shattering the void, causing spatial rifts to manifest, as he flashed and dashed out. Meanwhile, in the arena the people from both martial arts halls began their preparations, with time rapidly approaching. Xia Hongyin, that old man isn't scared enough to become a coward, is he? At the Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall, the Deputy Hall Master Wang Li smirked coldly. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Mind your own business. Xia Hongyin coldly snorted, feeling utterly disgusted with the Sun family, and naturally not giving them a pleasant expression. Don't worry, I'll show mercy to your subordinates later. Wang Li was utterly unconcerned, grinning widely. If you call me Brother Qing, I might consider letting you off easy, even agreeing to a staged match. Though he couldn't do much to Xia Hongyin, he was still keen on picking a bargain. Get lost. Xia Hongyin's expression turned cold, then she ignored him and went straight to the arena. In this life-and-death battle, she would be the first to take the stage. There was no choice apart from Su Huanshan and Chu Shanhe. He was the strongest with a half-step master realm. Once all participants were on stage, host Luo Xian was momentarily stunned. Why is there one person missing from the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall? Of course there is one less person. That old man is too scared to show up, preparing to be a coward. Wang Li spoke again from the Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall, aiming to disrupt the mindset of the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall. Though they were assured of victory, he was still delighted to vex the opponent. You're talking nonsense. Xia Hongyin blurted out angrily, then turned to the host and said our person was delayed on the way and will arrive shortly. This was entirely an excuse. Truthfully, she had no idea if Chu Shanhe would arrive. That's right, the old man is getting on in years, and it's understandable that he's a bit slow. Wang Li kept on with his taunts, trying to completely break Xia Hongyin's mentality. You. Xia Hongyin indeed became agitated. Her mood was already poor, and now, with Wang Li's provocation, her mentality exploded, almost making her lash out. Oh no, the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall has someone who's turned into a coward. Some fans of the Shenyuan Martial Arts Hall began stirring up the audience, saying all sorts of unpleasant things, some even becoming overly emotional and nearly coming to blows. After all, the term coward is a taboo. Xia Hall Master, old man, coward, understand. Wang Li gestured a middle finger at Xia Hongyin, then slowly spoke, aren't you furious now? Come on, come and hit me. With that he moved to the center of the arena. The first match would be between him and Xia Hongyin. Xia Hall Master, your martial arts hall's life and death battle can officially begin. Xiaocang looked at Xia Hongyin, giving her a final reminder. Once the battle starts, the absent participant will automatically be deemed to have forfeited, and their honor points will be cleared. Huh. Xia Hongyin took a deep breath. At this moment, she had already confirmed that old Chu would not be coming. Reluctantly, she slowly walked toward the center of the arena, while the others retreated. Alright, hurry up, stop putting on a show. At this point, if that old man was going to come, he would have by now. Wang Li urged, in the future when recruiting, be more discerning. Not everyone who is old is reliable. That old man has poor character. As for my character, I don't need a little scoundrel like you to judge. Just then a loud voice echoed throughout the entire, following that everyone saw a figure slowly approaching. It was indeed Chu Shanhe. Elder Chu, upon seeing the figure approaching with hands clasped behind, Xia Hongyin was momentarily taken aback, then a smile of joy crept onto her face. Unexpectedly, Elder Chu arrived at the last moment. However, thinking of the outcome to come, her eyes dimmed a little. Of course this is better than being a coward. Oh, at least there is a glimmer of hope. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master, I arrived late. Chu Shanhe cast an apologetic glance towards Xia Hongyin. It's alright, the timing is just right. As she saw Chu Shanhe arrive, for some reason a sense of inexplicable determination suddenly surged within Xia Hongyin. Then stepping forward, she prepared for the first battle. I didn't expect you to come as well. Chu Shanhe's gaze turned to the side where Su Huanshan stood, expressing mild surprise, as he said, thank you for your help last time. Elder Chu, you're being too polite. Su Huanshan replied nonchalantly, the Sun family was overly aggressive. I came this time just to take revenge. Chu Shanhe smiled slightly and said nothing. So you came after all. Wang Li looked at the elderly figure and couldn't help but be taken aback before revealing a cold smirk. Since he has come, there is no need to waste time. At the battle platform, a flicker of unusual interest flashed in Zheng Yuan's eyes. He never expected this old man would really show up. It seems the head of the family's task is about to be completed. Wow, I didn't expect the last one from Hongyin Martial Arts to arrive at the last moment. Luo Xian was also a bit surprised, but her solid composure quickly brought her back to normal, as she announced, now that everyone is here, I declare the deathmatch between Hongyin Martial Arts and Shenyuan Martial Arts officially begins. For the first match, Xia Hongyin versus Wang Li. She wasted no time and directly announced the start of the battle. As her words fell, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. Everyone had been anticipating this deathmatch for several days, and it was finally beginning. This fight is without suspense. Xia Hongyin is merely a half-step grandmaster, while Wang Li on the opposite side is a genuine first-rank grandmaster. The difference is not minor, it will definitely be a crushing defeat. Who can deny that? Although a half-step grandmaster is also called a grandmaster, they are not on the same level at all. In this match, Hongyin will surely lose. Now it depends on Su Huanshan. However, even if Su Huanshan wins, the final outcome for Hongyin martial arts will still be a loss. The head of Xingyuan martial arts, Zheng Yuan, is a second-rank grandmaster. That old man is definitely no match for him. The crowd began to discuss, and some sharp-eyed individuals were even speculating about what would happen after this battle. However, hearing such comments, the audience, originally disinterested in this seemingly one-sided match, was once again ignited by curiosity. Wait a minute. Just then Chu Shanhe suddenly spoke up. He slowly approached Wang Li amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, and declared, "For this deathmatch, I choose the Hell mode." Wow. The moment these words were spoken, a larger uproar erupted from the audience. Has this old man gone mad? Does he even know what Hell mode represents? Damn, this old man is something. He took his time, and then dropped a bombshell as soon as he arrived. Indeed, the actions of older people cannot be understood with normal logic. This ticket was worth it. I actually got to see the legendary Hell mode. This old man is clearly seeking death. He's a second-rank grandmaster facing two first-rank grandmasters. How could he possibly take them all on? The crowd was nearly in an uproar, their emotions exceptionally heightened. On the stage, Wang Li and the others from Xingyuan martial arts were stunned. Not just them, even Xia Hongyin and the companions from Hongyin martial arts were left speechless. The so-called Hell mode means challenging everyone a wheel battle until either all opponents are defeated or one is killed. Although this rule exists for deathmatch, it has never been used because there is a chance of survival in unknown combat. As long as one opponent is killed, victory is possible. However, in a battle against all, the odds are nearly zero. In other words, this is no different from seeking death. Therefore, when Chu Shanhe proposed Hell mode, all present were shocked. He is the first person in the history of watching to propose the Hell mode, and he is also a 100-year-old elder. Elder Chuyu. Xia Hongyin looked at Chu Shanhe in a daze, not understanding why he would do this. Even Su Huanshan stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. Pavilion Master, their target is me. There's no need for you in the martial arts hall to be sacrificed for me. Thank you for your kindness, but... Chu Shanhe calmly replied, "You don't need to get involved in this matter. I don't want to involve more innocent people. Since the Sun family's target this time is him, he will bear it alone. The feud has already been established and battle is unavoidable. Killing one or three makes no difference. For his enemies, Chu Shanhe generally holds no mercy. After all, it is a death match. Even if he kills all three grandmasters, the Sun family will not say anything and can only swallow their grievances. After all, they initiated this matter. Moreover, Chu Shanhe wants to prove to the Sun family that he is not a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will." But Xia Hongyin wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chu Shanhe. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing Chu Shanhe so determined, Xia Hongyin chose not to speak further and quietly stepped back, leaving the stage to Chu Shanhe. In that moment, she suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. Elder Chu knew full well that he was bound to die. He was a person who took everything upon himself, which was why he chose the Hell mode. In this way, although the martial arts hall would be gone, she and the other brothers would not suffer any harm in their lives. Although she had not known Chu Shanhe for long, she genuinely admired him and greatly appreciated this easygoing and straightforward old man. Having a friend like this is the most comfortable. But after this battle, this old man would be gone forever. Sigh, Elder Chu, why must you do this? Su Huanshan also sighed and slowly sat down. Elder Chu. Wang Hong's face was filled with complexity. Although there had been conflict between them at this moment, he felt a deep respect and emotion for this 100-year-old man. On the stage, Wang Li looked at the elderly man before him and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. "Old man, I admire your courage and your methods, but regardless, today, you will undoubtedly die." With that, he unleashed a terrifying aura showcasing the power of a grandmaster. "Old man, I will kill you in my strongest state. Consider it my final respect for you." As he spoke, he let out a long roar, his blood boiling as his body began to change. Before long, a stone figure appeared before the crowd. As a guest elder of the Sun family, Wang Li certainly had his trump card. His petrified skin was his greatest asset, which he typically refrained from using. However, this time, he aimed to perform exceptionally well to secure the spirit artifact promised by the family head. Once Wang Li completed his transformation, the aura emanating from him grew significantly more terrifying. "Come on, old man, unleash your strongest power for this final battle of your life." Wang Li swung his fists, causing a whirlwind to erupt on the stage. However, the subsequent actions of Chu Shanhe made his expression change drastically. Chu Shanhe slowly shook his head. "Your strength is far from sufficient. You are no match for even a single move of mine. You might as well come at me together." Although the man before him had the strength of a first-grade grandmaster, in Chu Shanhe's eyes, he was still insignificant. He wanted to test the full extent of his power and discover his combat prowess in its most extreme state. This was not arrogance, but rather an immense confidence in his own strength and a firm belief in the second stage of the 9 turns Buddha body. "Old man, you're seeking death." Wang Li's expression immediately changed. How could this old man claim he was not even worth a single move? He wondered whether it was arrogance or ignorance. He roared, and then suddenly threw a powerful punch. In an instant, a massive gust of air surged from his fist, charging toward Chu Shanhe's head with the force of a thunderbolt. He aimed to smash this arrogant old man into a pulp. Humph, ignorant child. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and felt the blood in his body surge, accompanied by a roar like that of a dragon and a tiger. Then radiant golden light appeared, and in the next moment a terrifying aura emanated from him. At this moment, Chu Shanhe's momentum soared, and a dreadful presence erupted from him to the point that the ground beneath him could not withstand his terrifying aura and shattered into pieces, debris flying everywhere. This. Zheng Yuan, seated at the fighting platform, stood up with an expression of shock in his eyes, even exclaiming, "How is this possible?" What was he witnessing? How could a person's combat power increase so dramatically in an instant? He could sense that Chu Shanhe's battle prowess was now nearly on par with his own. "Wang Li, stop!" He shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Enraged Wang Li's fist was already in front. "Die for me!" Wang Li shouted loudly. "Get lost!" Chu Shanhe also roared in anger, unleashing terrifying power in an instant, striking out with a punch that was simple and brutal, devoid of any technique. The force was unstoppable. Boom! Chu Shanhe struck back, his fist crashing through Wang Li's punch with overwhelming force. Crack! The terrifying power shattered Wang Li's marble-like arm, flesh and stone flying in all directions. And it did not stop there. That fearsome punch swept from his arm straight to his chest, in an instant reducing Wang Li to nothing but dust. Wang Li didn't even have time to scream in agony before he was transformed into a pile of flesh, blood splattering and staining the entire arena. "Is that it?" Chu Shanhe retracted his fist, then stood calmly on the stage with his hands behind his back, his expression still very composed. Now an ordinary first-grade grandmaster seemed as fragile as paper before him, utterly unworthy of mention. He could easily annihilate opponents solely relying on the enhancement of the Buddha body, without even needing the Longyuan sword or the Kaitian. Silence. Utter silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the martial arts arena, where even the fall of a needle could be heard. The crowd was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the old man, standing on the stage with his hands behind his back. Heavens, what kind of existence is this old man? One punch. Just one punch. He turned a first-grade grandmaster. So terrifying. My goodness, this old man is too brutal. A grandmaster was instantly defeated by a single punch. I can't believe it. This is just too unbelievable. I can't comprehend the old man's strength. Can anyone explain what just happened? Could he be a second-grade grandmaster? No wonder he dared to enter this hell mode. It turns out the old man was hiding his true power. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted, as if a pot had boiled over, cheers crashing down like a tsunami. What was initially thought to be a certain death for Chu Shanhe turned out to be such a dramatic reversal in absolute despair. It must be noted that Wang Li's petrified skin was supposed to offer absolute defense against opponents of the same level. He could fight several without losing ground. Yet this grandmaster with absolute defense was dispatched in an instant by an old man who seemed frail. And the annihilation was so thorough, reduced to nothing but fragments. I guess this old man might be a second grade. Be a bit more confident, remove the might. He is definitely at that level. Who would have thought the Sun family would have a day of reckoning? The ones feeling the most miserable should be the remaining two grandmasters. The crowd began to speculate about Chu Shanhe's cultivation level. Gulp. At the fighting platform, Xia Hongyin and others widened their eyes, swallowing nervously. Old Chu, this. Wang Hong swallowed hard, his face dazed, unable to believe everything happening before him. A second-grade grandmaster? That punch definitely had the power of a second-grade grandmaster. Su Huanshan, recovering from his shock, wore a stunned expression. The power of Chu Shanhe's punch had exceeded that of a first-grade grandmaster. This meant that Chu Shanhe had somehow broken through to the realm of a second-grade grandmaster within a mere 10 days. He couldn't believe the magnitude of such a leap. It must be known that each promotion for a grandmaster is immensely challenging. After all, increasing combat power by 1,000,000 is not something that can be achieved in a day or two, yet old Chu had accomplished it. This is simply legendary. This old man is truly remarkable. A glint of unusual light flickered in Su Wanshan's eyes. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan and the remaining first-grade grandmaster displayed solemn expressions, their faces incredibly grim. Nobody expected Wang Li to be killed in a single punch. What should we do, Pavilion Master? The remaining first-grade grandmaster wore a grave expression. If even Wang Li could be defeated with a single punch, his own strength was not much different from Wang Li's, and stepping up would only mean delivering his head on a platter. Thus he needed to hear Zheng Yuan's thoughts. I will go meet him. Zheng Yuan's expression was also extremely serious as he fixed his gaze on Chu Shanhe on the arena. He clearly sensed that the power of that previous punch could match that of a second-grade grandmaster. If Huang he went, he would only be defeated in an instant. Now he finally understood why this old man chose the hell mode. He had evidently broken through to the second-grade grand. He could also guess Chu Shanhe's plan. First, he would use absolute strength to defeat the two first-grade grandmasters, then he would defeat Zheng Yuan, thus securing victory in hell mode. However, he would not let Chu Shanhe have his way. In the second round, he would step up. If he could defeat Chu Shanhe, that would be best. Even if he could not, he would fight with all his might to ensure both he and Chu Shanhe would suffer, allowing Huang He to finish. With that thought, Zheng Yuan stood up and slowly walked towards the arena. However, the next moment Chu Shan's words made his expression change dramatically, and not only him, but everyone else also gasped in shock. You two come at me together. In the center of the arena, Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back and slowly spoke to Zheng Yuan and Huang He. Is this old man crazy? The opponent is a second-grade grandmaster and a first-grade grandmaster. Even if he just defeated a first-grade grandmaster with a single punch, there's no need to be so arrogant. Does he really think that breaking through to second-grade grandmaster makes him invincible? Perhaps this old man has other hidden... I think so too. As a grandmaster, he must have a clear understanding of his own combat power, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen the hell mode. In the audience, everyone was in heated discussion. The host Luo Xin was also astonished, her delicate face filled with disbelief. This centenarian had shocked everyone from the beginning, first defeating a first-grade grandmaster with a single punch, and now he was brazenly challenging two opponents at once. Although in hell mode, he had to face three opponents, a wheel battle, and a Tunon were completely different matters. On the side, Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong all slightly changed their expressions, worry etched on their faces as they looked at the figure on the arena, a complex mix of emotions flashing across. Old man, I really don't know who gave you the courage to be so brazen. Zheng Yuan's expression darkened momentarily before relaxing, staring expressionlessly at Chu Shanhe as he spoke slowly. Stop wasting words and come over to die quickly. Chu Shanhe said calmly, his expression unperturbed. Truly seeking death. Zheng Yuan and Huang He's expressions instantly darkened. They exchanged a glance, then their figures flashed, and they arrived opposite Chu Shanhe. Old fool, since you are so arrogant, we will do as you wish. The killing intent surged between them. Their eyes met, sparking countless flames in the air. A powerful battle intent radiated from Zheng Yuan and Huang He. Boom. Then two terrifying auras erupted violently, their murderous intent soaring high into the skies. It was either you die or I die. In this situation, there was no other issue. Their only goal was to incapacitate this old man before them. After all, the family's mission still had to be completed. Nearby, Chu Shanhe watched Zheng Yuan and Huang He with an air of calmness. Then a brilliant golden light appeared, and he immediately unleashed a terrifying aura that forced Zheng Yuan and Huang He back several steps. Yet his expression remained calm. Show me your strongest state, otherwise when you die later you will have regrets. For such an enemy, he had no need for mercy. The second phase of the 9 turns floating pagoda golden body was activated. His gaze remained fixed on Zheng Yuan, wanting to test if his pure physical strength could surpass this second-grade grandmaster. As for Huang He, didn't even spare a glance as he had already defeated him with a single punch. Zheng Yuan and Huang He exchanged a glance, then let out a furious roar. Immediately their auras exploded completely. On the arena, a hurricane raged. Huang He produced a spirit tool resembling a demon beast's fang, glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Zheng Yuan also summoned his spirit tool, a massive axe. Against a boastful character like Chu Shanhe, they would ensure he died a miserable death. Come on. Chu Shanhe waved his sleeve, gesturing for the two to come. The great battle was about to commence. Boom. Zheng Yuan stepped forward, launching into the air, then swiftly descended, his massive axe bursting forth with dazzling light, a terrifying aura locking onto Chu Shanhe. The piercing sound of an explosion rang out as the giant axe tore through the void, striking towards Chu Shan's head with the might of thunder. Meanwhile, Huang He had circled around to Chu Shan's back, completely sealing off his escape route. Then they attacked together to try to kill Chu Shanhe in one fell swoop. Overestimating yourselves. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, his internal energies surging and roaring golden light shining brightly. The next moment he moved. He seemed to flash forward like a human tank charging towards Zheng Yuan. Wherever his true body passed, it emitted a series of sonic booms, the ultimate power of his flesh crushing the airflow to the point of explosion. What? Zheng Yuan and Huang He's pupils constricted sharply, unable to believe that this old man's physical training had reached such a formidable level. However, the two were only slightly surprised. In the next moment, their auras surged again, pushing their speed to the limit, instantly arriving before Chu Shanhe. Die! The two roared as the giant axe and beast fangs simultaneously erupted with terrifying killing intent, heading straight for Chu Shanhe. Chu Shan's expression remained unchanged. Bathed in golden light, he seemed like a descended deity, and he punched out fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, his golden fist clashed against Zheng Yuan's giant axe, creating a massive shockwave that whipped up a hurricane across the entire arena. Ding. In the next moment, Chu Shanhe felt a sharp pain in his back as Huang He's beast fang pierced into his skin. How is this possible? Huang He's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the beast fang spirit tool in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his full power strike had merely pierced through a layer of Chu Shan's skin. Was the opponent's defensive power truly this astonishing? With no time to think further, his aura surged again, the beast fang in his hand emanating a chilling light. He prepared to continue attacking. If one strike didn't work, he would try several. Seeking death. Chu Shanhe naturally sensed Huang He's movements. He snorted coldly, grasped Zheng Yuan's giant axe, and using it as a pivot leaped into the air, his legs suddenly glowing with golden light. Then he exerted all his strength to kick fiercely at Huang He. Huang He's expression changed drastically in an instant. He hurriedly raised the beast's tooth to defend himself, but the terrifying force directly shattered his arms, and then kicked into his chest. Poof! He instantly spat out blood and flew backward, tracing a line of blood through the air before heavily crashing against the edge of the arena, his chest caved in and his breath weak. No! Zheng Yuan roared in anger. He had thought that the joint attack with Huang He would seriously injure Chu Shanhe, but he never expected such a result. Chu Shanhe was unscathed while Huang He was nearly kicked to death. Moreover, he had inadvertently provided support for the opponent. Had he not retreated in time, Huang He would not have ended up like this. The guilt towards Huang He and the anger towards Chu Shanhe made his eyes turn blood red, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from him. The giant axe in his hand gleamed brilliantly, emanating a chilling aura. Die! Zheng Yuan roared, swinging the giant axe with the momentum of thunder aiming for Chu Shan's head. Chu Shan's expression remained calm, with his vital energy surging within. He swung his fist directly to meet the attack. This punch was faster and more ferocious, with a faint dragon's roar echoing from his fist. Bang! The two collided once more, and the next moment a figure flew out, revealing it was Chu Shanhe. He flipped in the air before landing and stepping back a few paces. Wow! This scene caused an uproar in the entire venue. This was the first time everyone saw Chu Shanhe being pushed back. He can easily defeat first-tier opponents, but against a second-tier grandmaster he immediately pales in comparison. It's a joke. The strength of a second-tier grandmaster is no laughing matter. Moreover, Zheng Yuan has a spiritual weapon. If this old grandmaster were to be defeated so easily, it would be unbelievable. However, this old grandmaster's strength is still terrifying. The body refinement technique with the golden body is frighteningly powerful. Have you noticed? Although the old grandmaster was pushed back, it seems he didn't suffer much damage. Is this the power of a perfected body refinement technique? The physical strength is already comparable to an average spiritual weapon. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Shanhe on the arena. They found that although he looked a bit disheveled, he seemed unharmed. If this is all you can do, then come and take my life. After pushing Chu Shanhe back with a swing of his axe, Zheng Yuan's confidence surged. He had a grasp of Chu Shan's strength, and a fierce expression appeared on his face, emitting a murderous aura. Indeed, pure physical strength is still somewhat lacking. Facing a second-tier grandmaster with a spiritual weapon, it still isn't enough. However, Chu Shanhe ignored him, looking down at the small wound on his fist from which a trickle of blood seeped out. Now he understood the enhancement of the 9 turns floating pagoda golden body. Next, it would be the unmatched sword intent. Indeed, he regarded Zheng Yuan as a target to test his combat strength, which was why he did not use the Long Yuan sword to defeat him at the beginning. If Zheng Yuan knew the true thoughts in Chu Shan's mind at this moment, he would surely be so furious that he would spit blood. Nevertheless, he was nearly at his limit. You old fool. Facing Chu Shan's disregard, Zheng Yuan was enraged, a surge of hatred causing his face. His eyes gradually turned crimson, a violent aura sweeping across the entire arena with gusts of wind swirling around him. The next moment he moved. His figure flashed, appearing above Chu Shanhe in an instant, as a faint blood-colored glow appeared on the giant axe. Die, old fool. Zheng Yuan roared, his giant axe fueled by his anger rushed towards Chu Shanhe. Come on. Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, watching the swiftly approaching axe. Bathed in golden light, his unmatched sword intent erupted instantly, and he pointed like a sword, slowly poking towards Zheng Yuan. What is this? Chu Shan's movements once again shocked everyone. Not only them, even Zheng Yuan's expression changed. He revealed a sinister grin and increased his speed, with the giant axe instantly arriving in front of Chu Shanhe, aiming to sever his hands. However, the moment his axe collided with Chu Shan's finger, his expression changed drastically. He felt an overwhelming aura emanating from that finger, heading straight for his heart, causing his mind to shake. In the next moment, his arm began to tremble, nearly dropping his weapon. Whoosh! He swung his arm, moving his feet instantaneously, putting distance between him and Chu Shanhe. Thinking of that terrifying aura, he was filled with dread. Under the influence of that aura, he felt a slight pang. What kind of monster is this old man? His expression was extremely grave. Still not enough. Chu Shanhe slowly retracted his finger, a look of disappointment on his face. With the boost of the unmatched sword intent, his combat strength could at most match that of a second-tier grandmaster. Fighting was fine, but to kill was still far from enough. Alright, prepare to welcome the arrival of your death. The test was over, and Chu Shanhe prepared to end this battle in one fell swoop. Sword come. As he spoke, he stretched out his arm, and the Long Yuan sword appeared instantly. Immediately, every weapon in the arena began to hum, be it a mundane weapon or a spiritual weapon. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the weapons in their hands in disbelief. Why did it feel like their weapons were in fear and submission? This. On the arena, Zheng Yuan felt the same. He tightly gripped his spiritual weapon, his eyes fixed on that sword. For a spiritual weapon to exhibit such a phenomenon, it meant that this sword was at least a treasure. Now he finally understood why the family had insisted on capturing Chu Shanhe. Not to mention that golden body refinement technique, or just based on this treasure alone, it could drive people completely mad. Die. Holding the Long Yuan sword, Chu Shanhe slowly uttered 2 words, then gently waved his arm. Not good. Zheng Yuan's eyes widened instantly. This sword made him feel as if he was enveloped by an immense death. He wanted to evade, but found that no matter where he hid, he could not escape that sword. No! He roared, watching that descending sword. He hurriedly raised the giant axe to defend. Crack! In the next moment, the giant axe shattered into pieces, and the Long Yuan sword pierced through Zheng Yuan. And with undiminished power, it instantly penetrated the arena, reaching the ground. Crack! Suddenly, the entire ground emitted a muffled sound, trembling violently. The next second, the hard arena cracked with several huge fissures with waves of energy radiating outward. Fortunately, there was the protection of the inner walls, otherwise the residual force of the central waves could have killed lower realm warriors. Zheng Yuan was directly cut in half. At that moment, everyone held their breath, staring in shock at the arena. Just one sword. It slayed a second-tier grandmaster. It turned out that this old senior's greatest strength was not the body refinement technique, but the sword Dao. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but draw a cold breath. For words terrifying indeed. From an old man to an old master, then to a senior elder, Chu Shanhe had no idea that with Zheng Yuan's death his titles in the hearts of others had changed repeatedly. From the disdainful and mocking glances at the beginning to the astonishment, admiration, and fear, now everyone's psychological state had undergone a complete transformation. He actually won. Wang Hongting stood up from the combat platform, staring blankly at the massive crack in the bisected body of Zheng Yuan, murmuring to himself. Then a flash of excitement crossed his face as he roared, "We won, we won." This ecstatic shout jolted everyone back to reality, and the entire venue erupted in applause. Xia Hongyin and Su Huanshan were also overwhelmed with excitement. They exchanged glances and saw the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. What they once thought was a certain defeat had unexpectedly turned into a victory. Moreover, it was a victory achieved through hell mode. Chu Shanhe's overwhelming performance of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly completely reversed the outcome of this story. I declare that the winner of this life-and-death battle between Xinyuan martial arts and Hongyin martial arts is Hongyin martial arts. With Luo Xin's reappearance, this martial arts contest officially came to an end. Today's life-and-death battle not only showcased such an exhilarating contest, but also witnessed a historic moment. At this moment, we have witnessed the first Hell Mode challenge in Huaqing, and our challenger has accomplished the remarkable feat of taking on 3 opponents, turning the tide with an overwhelming kingly presence. Here we congratulate Hongyin martial arts for winning this life-and-death battle and gaining the qualification to annex Xinyuan martial arts. At that time, members of the Federal Committee will come to assist Hongyin martial arts. Moreover, given that Mr. Chu Shanhe of Hongyin martial arts is the first to initiate a Hell Mode challenge, the Federation has decided to grant Hongyin martial arts a special honorary reward. This honor is unique in the entire Huaqing. Even the 4 super martial arts academies Ali Penguin Douyin and Wujiu did not have this. Oh ho! This announcement sent everyone in Hongyin martial arts into a frenzy. In the Sun family, son Xiao Yuan angrily smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. The television was still broadcasting the life-and-death battle, and when he saw Zheng Yuan being slain by a single sword strike, he realized that his scheme had completely failed. Not only had he failed to capture anyone, but he also lost a high-level martial arts academy and 3 grandmasters. Good, very good, you actually concealed your true strength from me. Son Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth, thinking it was a sure-win situation, but unexpectedly Chu Shanhe completely reversed the outcome, with Hell Mode forcefully taking on 3 opponents. Had he known that Chu Shanhe was this formidable, he would have dispatched someone of a higher rank to fight. In just 10 days, from a first-grade grandmaster to a second-grade grandmaster, even approaching the realm of a third-grade grandmaster. The only explanation is that Chu Shanhe had concealed his strength and played the fool. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't make sense. The breakthrough in cultivation is even more impossible, and Sun Xiaoyuan absolutely does not believe it. He is well aware of how difficult it is for a grandmaster to advance a single stage. Even with monstrous talent and unparalleled physique, it is impossible to achieve such advancement in just 10 days. It should be noted that the fastest person in the Federation to advance from a first-grade grandmaster to a second-grade grandmaster was that freak from the Wang family, who had been showing signs of extraordinary talent since birth, and was referred to as possessing the demeanor of an emperor, a reincarnation of a great emperor. Yet even such a prodigy took over 3 months to achieve it. 10 days is simply impossible. Chu Shanhe, oh Chu Shanhe, you have surprised me too much. However, the stronger Chu Shanhe becomes, the more Sun Xiaoyuan wants to know his secret, the more he desires to claim that secret for himself. Failing in the martial arts life-and-death battle means he must think of another way. Sun Xiaoyuan's eyes gleamed with various emotions as he picked up the materials and resume of Chu Shanhe from the table, beginning to ponder. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon 2 names. Chu Feng, Chu Yu. If straightforward means won't work, he will resort to underhanded tactics. As long as he can obtain Chu Shan's secret, he will stop at nothing. 2 days later, at the base of Hongyin martial arts, it was decked out in festive decorations. Today marks the day they annexed Xinyuan martial arts and advanced to the 67th position on the rankings. The appointment just came down, and it is worth celebrating. Xia Hongyin had already prepared a celebration banquet. Ever since the life-and-death battle concluded, they had been busy with the annexation of Xinyuan martial arts. Now that it was finally over, it was a good time to express their gratitude to old Chu. Old Chu is mighty, let us toast to old Chu. At the dining table, everyone raised their glasses, sincerely expressing their gratitude to Chu Shanhe. Everyone is too polite. Chu Shanhe clinked glasses with them, and then drank it all in one gulp. After all, this matter originated because of me. I also thank everyone for not abandoning this old man. He had heard about what happened before the battle that day. At that time things had gotten to that point, and everyone was still waiting for him. Even when Wang Li insulted him, Xia Hongyin still defended his reputation and spoke up for him. To be honest, being with these younger ones made him very comfortable, as if he had returned to the days of fighting together. After the round of celebration drinks, the relationships among everyone became closer. Old Chu, how about we spar a bit later? Su Huanshan set down his glass, looking at Chu Shanhe with a hint of expectation. You brat want to use me as a stepping stone, huh? Chu Shanhe chuckled. Who in Huaqing doesn't know that you Su Huanshan are a battle maniac, always looking for people to challenge, fighting to hone your skills and break through your limits. In the way of battle, you have successfully grasped its essence. So will old Chu agree or not? Su Huanshan said word by word. Agree, I must agree. Chu Shanhe nodded. My grandson can become a close buddy with your son, so I believe we can also become better friends. At age and seniority don't matter. From Su Wanshan's willingness to join Hongyin, it was clear that he was a man of true character, very much to Chu Shanhe. Su Wanshan's eyes sparkled as he slowly nodded at Chu Shanhe. Likewise in his heart, Chu Shanhe was also very much. Some words could be understood with just a glance. After the meal, the battle between Chu Shanhe and Su Huanshan on the Martial Arts Academy stage ended with Su Wanshan's defeat, but this battle brought about significant gains for both of them. Not just him, even Xia Hongyin and Wang Hong gained valuable insights toward breaking through to Grandmaster. Looking at the fallen Su Huanshan, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The battle maniac truly lived up to his name. If one got entangled with him, they should prepare for an unending assault. Su Huanshan only knew how to attack with no defense whatsoever. In his own words, the best defense is offense, and it's an all-out relentless kind. He didn't care about his own injuries at all, with only offense in his eyes of frenzied assault. Even if he had only one breath left, he could still bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent. Su Huanshan walked the path of battle. Whenever his fighting spirit and sword intent reached the unparalleled realm, he would be invincible among peers, even able to suppress those monstrous geniuses. During their spar, he deliberately used the unmatched sword intent to allow Su Huanshan to gain insights in that aspect of fighting spirit. In the following days, Chu Shanhe continued his studies as usual, maintaining a routine of going between the martial arts academy and home. Aside from eating, sleeping, and working, he spent all other time cultivating. Although he currently relied on the Pudu Golden Body and Longyuan Sword to achieve the combat power of a third-grade Grandmaster, his foundational realm was still lacking. Moreover, he knew that the Sun family would definitely not let this matter rest. Just because there was no movement now, it was merely the calm before the storm. He must take this opportunity to rapidly improve his realm. If he can reach above 7th grade master, gaining various enhancements, he would have a fighting chance against the high-level grandmasters of the Sun family. However, to defeat them is still far from enough unless he can comprehend a second sword technique and cultivate the 9 turns Pudu Golden Body to its 3rd stage. But that is obviously not feasible in a short time. The conditions are too harsh. Last time he was fortunate to obtain 3 drops of pure dragon blood combined with a high-level body tempering pill to break through in one go. However, the sword technique could be attempted. In the training room, Chu Shanhe was both cultivating and activating the sword talisman within his dantian, comprehending and deducing the complex and profound patterns on it. In a certain grove, Chu Feng stood bare-chested, holding a long spear, eyes closed, breathing evenly. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and a faint glow ignited at the tip of the spear. Accompanied by a soft dragon's roar, he thrust forward fiercely. Boom! Not far away, that large tree was pierced through and slowly toppled. Bang! Leaves fell all around, and a hint of joy flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Not bad, young one. At that moment, the teacher's voice came from the ring. To be able to master the first strike of the Dragon Elephant Haotian Spear technique in such a short time is much more impressive than I imagined. It's thanks to your good teaching, teacher. Chu Feng was quite modest. Ever since the incident with Sun Qian, he had been diligently cultivating. Through this period of training, he had successfully reached the peak of intermediate martial artists, just one step away from advanced martial artists. With your current combat power combined with the explosive force of this strike, you can compete against beginner martial artists. If you can successfully break through to advanced martial artists, then beginner martial artists will be no match for you. Understood, teacher. Chu Feng planted the spear into the ground, then sat cross-legged, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, preparing to gather his energy. Dingling. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Little sister. He took out his phone and frowned slightly. He'll be back shortly, don't. He thought it was Chu Yu calling him back home for dinner, so he replied impatiently. However, in the next moment he froze, and his expression changed dramatically. Brother, help me. On the other end of the phone came Chu Yu's voice, pleading for help. Xiao Yu. Chu Feng's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice growing icy as a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes, leaving no room for idle chatter. Location. I'm at. Don't come over. Brother, help me. Before Chu Yu could finish her sentence, a strange sound came from the other end of the phone, followed by a woman's voice saying, "You must be Chu Yu's brother. Today she has offended me and made me lose face. I will definitely make her pay. If you want to stand up for your sister, come to the back mountain. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, the call was abruptly ended and the sound of a dial tone echoed in his ear. "Even if you're the king of heaven, if you dare to lay a finger on my sister, I will risk my life to make you suffer." A cold glint shot from Chu Feng's eyes as he grasped his spear and dashed toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Chu Yu was hanging from a crooked tree, her hair disheveled, her face pale, and numerous wounds marred her body, the trickles of blood staining her white dress. "Zhou Wen, you just wait, my brother will not let you get away with this." Chu Yu struggled a few times, her eyes revealing a chilling glare. Her face bore several bright red handprints, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, making her look utterly miserable. "Chu Yu, do you really think your warrior brother can protect you here?" A disdainful look crossed Zhou Wenyu's face. "I'm not afraid of him at all, he's just a mid-level warrior. Otherwise, how could I have told him our location? To be honest, I hate your brother very much, because he disclosed my private matters to you. And you, Chu Yu, I never expected you to be such a shameless person. Is it wrong for me to break your lousy phone? I can compensate you for that, but why did you have to reveal my secret?" Zhou Wenyu's expression darkened as she swung the whip again, striking Chu Yu harshly. She had kept that incident very discreet, intending to take down Chu Feng, but he had rejected her, and even informed Chu Yu, resulting in today's revelation that left her humiliated and scolded harshly by her superiors in front of everyone. Not only had she been punished, but she had also become a laughingstock, which fueled her intense hatred towards the Chu siblings. After completing her main task, she directly captured Chu Yu to initiate her revenge plan. Chu Yu let out a painful scream as another wound opened on her body, blood oozing from the injury and staining her. "Zhou Wenyu, you can't bear to hear the truth about your disgusting actions. With someone like you, how do you think you can tempt my brother?" When the pain subsided, Chu Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto Zhou Wenyu's face. "Besides, is it really such a big deal that I didn't help you? Did you have to destroy my phone? Do you even know what that phone meant to me? You deserve it. You broke my phone and expect me to stay silent. Why should I?" As she finished, tears welled up in Chu Yu's eyes, and the last phrase was almost a shout. "If you don't stay silent, you must bear my wrath." Zhou Wenyu wiped the blood from her face, her expression turning sinister and even somewhat deranged. "My reputation has been completely ruined because of you two siblings. Rest assured, I will make you suffer. When your brother arrives, it will be the same." Zhou Wenyu shouted angrily, then twisted her wrist, the whip transforming into a blur, striking Chu Yu repeatedly like a swarm of venomous snakes. Chu Yu screamed in agony. She was just an ordinary person, not even a beginner warrior. How could she withstand the ferocity of that whip? Blood quickly stained her dress, droplets falling to the ground. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wenyu looked at Chu Yu's miserable state, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and unable to help but let out a maniacal laugh. Beside her stood a tall figure with long hair, quietly observing everything that unfolded, expressionless. "Where is your brother? I'm still waiting for him to come and kill me." Zhou Wenyu continued to whip Chu Yu while laughing loud. "Slut, if you dare to touch my sister, I will tear you to pieces." At that moment, a furious roar echoed across the head. Immediately after, a figure rushed in swiftly. It was the hurriedly arriving Chu Feng. Upon seeing his younger sister being so brutally abused, his eyes turned blood red. In the next moment, a dense killing intent erupted from him, and he thrust his spear through the air toward Zhou Wenyu. "Slut, go die?" The spear trembled, carrying a terrifying aura, and in an instant it arrived at Zhou Wenyu's back. Chu Feng, still full of rage, sent a fierce gust of wind that tore open a hole in Zhou Wenyu's clothes, exposing her fair skin. However, at that moment, a dagger suddenly appeared, directly blocking Chu Feng's swift thrust. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the two weapons collided, sending sparks flying. The dagger twirled and returned to the tall figure's hand. Just in that critical moment, he had acted swiftly to block that lethal attack aimed at Zhou Wenyu. Now Zhou Wenyu slowly turned around, her face slightly pale and her breath unsteady. To be honest, she had intended to put on an act, but she hadn't expected Chu Feng's attack speed to be so fast. Thankfully, Xiao Gao had quick reflexes to block that blow for her, otherwise she might have been directly killed. She still felt a pang of pain from that stab on her back, causing her to feel a chill now that she thought back on it. As expected of the man I admire, I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Calming her breath, Zhou Wenyu then fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, a playful smile on her face. "Seeing your furious expression, are you eager to kill me? Slut, I wish I could tear you to pieces." Chu Feng pointed his spear diagonally at Zhou Wenyu, a strong, killing intent emanating from him. "Let my sister go now? Sure, tonight, if you become my person, I will let you go. How about that?" Zhou Wenyu smiled playfully. "I'm afraid it will get dirty." Chu Feng replied coldly. "Stop talking nonsense, just let her go." "Chu Feng, you are looking for death." Zhou Wenyu's expression turned icy as she maliciously said, "Since that's the case, then die. Today this place will be your and your sister's grave." With a wave of her arm, she commanded Xiao Gao, "Kill them." Swish! As the words fell, the tall figure named Xiao Gao waved his arm, and the dagger danced in his hand, glinting coldly under the sunlight. He then slowly raised his head, flashing a charming smile at Chu. He could catch this. With that, his figure vanished before Chu Feng's eyes. How is this possible? Chu Feng was shocked. How could one person's speed be so fast? Could he be a martial master, or even higher? Little guy, retreat quickly. The opponent is a mid-level martial master. At that moment his teacher's voice echoed in his mind. Swish. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng's figure shot back, retreating behind. Don't you think it's a bit late to leave now? Suddenly Xiao Gao's voice rang in his ear, and in the next moment he was terrified to see Xiao Gao already at his right side, dagger aimed at his neck. Chu Feng's face turned serious, his aura bursting forth as he managed to shift his body slightly to the side. The dagger narrowly missed his neck, and then plunged deeply into his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out, splattering across his face. Ugh! Chu Feng groaned, disregarding the pain in his body, pulling back several meters to maintain a safe distance from Xiao Gao. Huff! He gasped for breath. This guy was actually a mid-level martial master, and he couldn't even see the opponent's movement trajectory. After all, he was only a mid-level martial disciple, far from a mid-level martial master. Brother! Chu Yu watched from midair, her heart in her throat, finally understanding why Zhou Wenyu could be so arrogant. It turned out to be a helper, a mid-level martial master. Brother, you must run, don't worry about me. Chu Yu screamed, frantically struggling, but what awaited her were several lashes from Zhou Wenyu, causing her to cry out in pain. Little wench, you talk too much. Zhou Wenyu struck down with several lashes, then smiled brightly at Chu Feng. Don't rush, take your time to beat her. When you are exhausted and unable to move, I'll have Xiao Gao deal with your sister, giving you a live broadcast. With that she wore a twisted smile. And you don't worry, I will take good care of you. After all, you cannot escape my grasp. So how does it feel to think about it? Exciting, isn't it? Little sister. Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, gripping his spear tightly. In the next moment, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from him, reaching the heavens above. You all deserve to die. He roared in fury, entering a berserk state, as the spear in his hand erupted with brilliant light. Swish! He moved the spear, thrusting toward Xiao Gao, and in that instant a faint dragon's roar echoed. Overestimating yourself. Xiao Gao snorted coldly, stepping forward, his dagger swiping upward to block Chu Feng's spear, then poof! In the next moment, Chu Feng spat blood, and was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and scattering countless fallen leaves. Brother! Chu Yu's complexion changed drastically in midair. Her body was struggling, but Zhou Wenyu's whip struck her again, causing her to gasp in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. I want to kill you. Chu Feng got up from the ground, his eyes blood-red, his aura violent. In that moment, he had completely lost his reason. Full wake up. At that moment, the teacher's voice echoed in his mind again, like an ancient bell, shocking him to, Teacher, I can't bear to see my sister suffer such humiliation. Chu Feng felt like a helpless child, hating his insufficient strength to protect his sister. I know. The teacher's voice resonated softly, as if making a significant decision. Alright, I will lend you a hand. After all, these two little pests are so disgusting. Xiao Feng watched closely. I will now teach you the second move of the dragon elephant Haotian spear technique. In the next moment, Chu Feng felt his body was no longer under his control, yet he was still moving, leaving him shocked. Teacher, this. Don't be surprised. At this moment, I am controlling your body. You just need to watch and comprehend it well. The teacher controlled Chu Feng's body, moving it a few times while saying, good physical quality. Then his eyes narrowed, and under the astonished gazes of Zhou Wenyu and Xiao Gao, an overwhelming aura radiated from Chu Feng. A mere mid-level martial master dares to attempt to assassinate my disciple, truly asking for death. In the next second, an ancient voice emerged from Chu Feng's mouth, then pointing the spear at Xiao Gao, he said, Come on, let me see how strong you are. Has it mutated? Xiao Gao's curiosity about Chu Feng's change flickered briefly, but his expression was now vastly different from before, filled with seriousness and gravity. He could sense that Chu Feng's change had also altered his combat power and cultivation level, otherwise he couldn't emit such a terrifying aura. But he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a mid-level martial master. He acknowledged that Chu Feng's spear technique was impressive and his explosive power was high, but it was still not enough against him. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Xiao Gao's face broke into a wicked smile, then he vanished once more. Just a trick. Chu Feng snorted coldly, then narrowed his eyes, the spear in his hand suddenly bursting forth with brilliant light. Kid, watch carefully. As the words fell, the spear thrust out at an eerie angle, and in the next second a scream was heard as Xiao Gao's figure appeared directly in the left front. In the next moment, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the spear, with brilliant light radiating from its tip, which instantly arrived at Xiao Gao's chest, piercing through him. This? Chu Feng was shocked. Just moments ago, from the perspective of a god, he clearly saw that at the moment the teacher thrust the spear, his wrist shook rapidly several times. Everyone saw the spear thrust out at an eerie angle, but what Chu Feng saw was the spear coiling like a dragon, curving as it shot out. It finally erupted completely, directly killing that mid-level martial master. This move seemed to open a new world for Chu Feng, plunging him into it, eagerly absorbing the new spear technique. Moreover, with this godly perspective, he comprehended even more and more profoundly. You? Xiao Gao looked down at the spear, piercing his chest, incredulity written all over his face. Then with wide eyes he slowly fell down, dying with his eyes wide open. Little brat, the rest is up to you. The teacher's voice rang out again, but this time, it was very weak. My spiritual energy has been exhausted, and I am about to fall into a slumber. Comprehend the second move well. It was Zhou Wenyu. At this moment, she looked at the skewered Xiaogao, her face filled with shock. Then as if going mad, she exclaimed, impossible. You couldn't have killed Xiaogao, he's a mid-level martial master. It must be an illusion, yes that's it. She couldn't accept the reality before her, acting as if she had lost her mind. What's impossible about that? With a sweep of his arm, Chu Feng tossed Zaigao's corpse beside Zhou Wenyu and slowly walked over, his spear pressing against her throat. That guy is dead, your backup is gone. Now you can die. No, you can't kill me. The pain at her throat made Zhou Wenyu fully believe the reality. Her face was filled with terror. I am from the Zhou family. My grandfather is a 7th grade grandmaster. If you kill me, my grandfather will surely slaughter your entire family. This. In that moment, Chu Feng hesitated, beginning to feel conflicted. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and the words 7th grade grandmaster kept swirling in his mind. He knew that if he killed Zhou Wenyu, it would definitely lead to a revenge frenzy from her family, just like what happened with Sun. However, if he didn't kill her, this matter would surely drag on indefinitely. It was clear that Zhou Wenyu was a vengeful and petty person. If he let her go this time, there would be endless trouble to follow. Just at that moment, Zhou Wenyu made a small move. She quietly sent a message to her grandfather informing him of her Xiaofeng, today Grandpa will teach you an idiom to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. At this moment, the memory of his grandfather's teachings from when he was young suddenly appeared in Chu Feng's mind. When dealing with enemies, kill them directly to avoid unnecessary trouble later. This is called cutting the grass and eliminating the roots. With that thought, a cold glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes, and then under Zhou Wenyu's shocked gaze, he pierced her throat. Ugh! She clasped her hands around her neck, trying to stop the bleeding, but blood continued to flow from her fingers, staining her clothes. Boom. Before long, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, unable to believe until her death that Chu Feng actually killed her brother. After killing Zhou Wenyu, Chu Feng immediately set his little sister down. As soon as Chu Yu touched the ground, she rushed into Chu Feng's embrace and began to cry. The pain of her body and the grievances of her spirit made her erupt in tears, unable to stop. All right. Chu Feng patted the girl's back, continuously comforting her. It's all over, everything is fine now. After a long while, Chu Yu stopped crying, and after regaining her composure, signaled for Chu Feng to carry her back. You think you can leave so easily after killing my granddaughter? At that moment, a furious voice rang out, followed by a terrifying aura enveloping them. The overwhelming killing intent was unabashed. The murderous intent surged into the sky, causing the surrounding dust and leaves to whirl into a massive vortex, with Chu Feng and Chu Yu standing in the center. The immense pressure made it extremely difficult for the two to breathe, and even Chu Yu was pressed down to the ground, while Chu Feng struggled to hold himself up, though he too was bent over. Chu Feng's forehead throbbed with veins, teeth clenched tightly, as he fought to keep himself from collapsing to the ground. For the sons of the Chu family, surrendering without a fight was not an option, it was both face and will. I really don't know who gave you the guts to even dare kill my granddaughter. As the words fell, a figure slowly stepped into the vortex, appearing before the two siblings. It was an old man in his 60s, dressed in a black tang suit, his expression grim and exuding a murderous aura. He then stretched out his arm, grasped the air, and in the next second Chu Feng was directly pulled to him, tightly grasped by the old man's hand around his neck. I didn't expect that a mere mid-level warrior could kill a mid-level martial master. Truly, your talent is astonishing. A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. If given time, perhaps even this old man would not be your match. As he spoke, his grip tightened. Ugh! Chu Feng's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and he gasped for breath as he struggled with his legs. Brother! Chu Yu was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming killing intent and aura, unable to move, watching helplessly as her brother was grasped by the neck, slowly being choked to death. No! Her small face turned pale as she weakly cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. All of this was because of her. If it weren't for her, her brother wouldn't have killed Zhou Wenyu, and now she couldn't believe that her brother's life was about to be lost at the hands of this old man. Brother! Bang! Just at that moment, the old man suddenly swung his arm, directly throwing Chu Feng to— If I were to kill you directly, it would be too blissful for you. With a wave of his arm, an invisible force bound the two siblings together. I want both of you to repent and pray before my granddaughter's spirit, and then on the day of her memorial, I will personally tear your bodies to pieces and bury you alongside her. To prevent Chu Feng and Chu Yu from playing tricks, the old man directly broke both of their legs. Instantaneously, screams erupted. Chu Feng and Chu Yu turned pale, cold sweat continuously dripping from their foreheads. Brother, it hurts so much. Chu Yu was on the verge of tears. Usually her grandparents wouldn't even dare to slap her, yet now she was to suffer such great agony. Don't cry. Chu Feng gritted his teeth against the tremendous pain, reached out to wipe away the tears swirling in his sister's eyes, and then with a fierce expression shouted at the old man, Aren't you afraid of my grandfather coming to take revenge on us? Revenge? The old man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. How ridiculous. I can't wait for your grandfather to come for revenge. At that time the three of you will be buried alongside my granddaughter." After saying that, he picked up Zhou Wenyu's corpse and left with Chu Feng and Chu Yu. Soon the vortex dissipated and only a single corpse remained on the back mountain, slowly being buried under fallen leaves. In the cultivation room, Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged on the floor, a fierce wind emanating from around his body. Upon closer inspection, this wind was actually composed of countless tiny sword qi. Countless sword qi continuously merged and then entered Chu Shan's body, only to emanate from his pores and split back into their original form, repeating this cycle endlessly. As time passed, Chu Shan's aura grew increasingly sharp, making him appear like a drawn sword quietly sitting there while exuding an overwhelming edge. Eventually those sword qi gathered above Chu Shan's head, gradually merging into an invisible giant sword. This giant sword radiated a fierce aura, causing the surrounding air to distort. In the next moment, the giant sword slowly descended, continuously merging with Chu Shanhe, being absorbed into his body. Whoosh! As the giant sword disappeared, Chu Shan's arm slowly lifted. Instantly, a terrifying sword qi appeared, swirling around his arm. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room began to rampage like a violent storm. Then Chu Shanhe abruptly opened his eyes and softly shouted, "Go." In the next moment, he gently thrust his arm forward, and the sword qi shot out with a rapid spin, instantly piercing the wall and leaving a deep sword mark. So this is the core essence of the second move. Far away yet close at hand, a distance of mere inches feels like eternity. Chu Shanhe slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of joy appearing on his face. After such a long period of effort, he finally comprehended the second sword move, named Jinghong. A fleeting glimpse in eternity, in an instant. If the first move is to disregard defense, unstoppable, like a tidal wave, then Jinghong disregards distance, an instant that feels eternal. A distance of mere inches feels like eternity. This is just the first and second moves. I wonder what kind of terrifying moves will follow. If this sword technique is perfected, how terrifying it will be. Chu Shanhe took a deep breath, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes alongside a newfound determination and hope. He was eager to witness the power of this sword technique once perfected. His understanding of Jinghong greatly boosted his combat strength, and in these few days his cultivation level had also risen to the 6th rank master. Chu Shanhe estimated that if he fully unleashed his power now, he could contend with 7th rank masters, or even higher. How far he could reach would need to be tested with someone. If I can elevate the Buddha golden body to the 3rd stage, I would be able to sweep through the entire master realm. Even those unique physiques, peerless geniuses, could be battled. Never mind, this is not something that can be rushed. I must take my time. Chu Shanhe felt he was overthinking. The conditions for the 3rd stage of the Buddha golden body were far harsher than those for the 2nd stage. It required the tempering of all organs and blood vessels, a degree of breakthrough that could not be achieved in a short time. I should head home. It's been so long. My old lady is probably scolding me again. After quickly straightening out his wrinkled clothes, Chu Shanhe opened the door to the cultivation room and stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyin rushing over with anxious expressions. "Great. Old Chu, you finally came out. What happened?" Chu Shanhe was taken aback. "What could make you two masters so anxious? Is there a problem at the martial arts?" "It's not the martial arts school, it's the Zhou family." Xia Hongyin's expression was quite complex before taking out her phone. "You'd better see for yourself." Chu Shanhe took the phone and glanced at it with curiosity. In the next second, a terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from him. On the phone screen, 2 figures were hanging in front of a martial arts school, while an elderly man in tan clothing was being interviewed by reporters. "These 2 bastards killed my granddaughter. As they say, a life for a life. I will take their lives in place of my granddaughter. For now, I will let them hang here for a few days. When I pay tribute to my granddaughter, I will personally send them to hell." The old man's expression was cold as he spoke to the camera. "If the elders of these 2 bastards wish to seek revenge, our Zhou family martial arts school welcomes them. I want them to know that killing someone from our Zhou family comes at a heavy price." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving only a reporter on the television screen. "We just interviewed a deputy master of the Zhou family martial arts school, whose strength is terrifying. It is said he is a 4th rank master. Now he has publicly invited the elders of those 2 children to seek revenge, showing immense confidence in his own strength. At the same time, we are also very curious about how those 2 children killed the Zhou family's little princess, and look forward to what will happen next. Stay tuned for our martial artist event, where Xiao Li will take you to understand this matter." After the reporter finished speaking, the camera switched to the 2 children, who were none other than Chu Feng and Chu Yu. At this moment, their faces were pale, their lips cracked, and they bore numerous injuries that stained their clothes red. They looked utterly miserable. "Little Feng Yuer, Zhou family." Chu Shan's veins bulged, his eyes wide with rage, his fists clenched tightly, even his nails digging into his flesh, with blood seeping through his fingers. His killing intent surged, reaching the heavens, and in his heart, there was only one thought: to annihilate the Zhou family. Dare to harm my grandchildren, they must be tired of living. His eyes shot out 2 icy glimmers, and in a flash he vanished from the martial arts school. "Let's go too." Upon seeing Chu Shan's disappearing figure, Su Wanshan's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. "Zhou family, you are going too far. Using the strong to bully the weak, not even letting children go, how shameless." Xia Hongyan's delicate face also revealed an icy aura, and she along with Su Huanshan and Wang Hong rushed towards the Zhou family. If anything happens to my 2 children, I will make the entire Zhou family pay in blood. Chu Shan's expression was anxious as he felt the blood and energy within him surging, pushing his speed to the limit. His gaze was icy, filled with killing intent. In just a few flashes he crossed several intersections, stunning countless passers-by. Meanwhile, inside the Zhou family martial arts school, 5 elders sat together, their auras fluctuating with an impressive presence, and they all bore similar features, especially the elder at the front, whose aura was the most terrifying. Eldest brother, do you think that Chu Shanhe will come? If not, should I go out and directly crush those 2 little bastards? That way Chu Shanhe might come even faster. No need, those 2 juniors won't stir up much trouble. If you kill them, it will drive Chu Shanhe into a frenzy, making it difficult for our plan to be executed. Rest assured he will definitely come. The eldest Zhou Zhiguo lowered his eyelids, revealing no expression, when suddenly his face changed dramatically, his gaze sharpening. He's here. In the next second, an earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the martial arts school. Masters, it's bad. An elder has come from outside and his strength is terrifying. We can't withstand it. As the door was forcefully pushed open, a master rushed in a panic, his face pale, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Boom, boom, boom. During the master's speech, the sounds of explosions echoed continuously, and the entire martial arts school shook with chandeliers falling and shattering. Damn it. Zhou Ziqing's expression turned grim as he suddenly stood up, his aura exploding. I will go meet him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he darted out. We should also go take a look. The eldest Zhou Zhiguo's eyes flickered, and he slowly rose, leading the other brothers out. Outside the martial arts school, countless passers-by had gathered, drawn in by the explosion and fighting sounds, quickly forming a large crowd. This old man is fierce. He directly demolished the Zhou family martial arts school's door. The strength of the Zhou family martial arts school is terrifying. Several deputy masters are 4th and 5th rank masters, and the main master is at the 6th rank. Is this old man looking for death? I think that old man must be the elder of those 2 children. Earlier, the Zhou family people publicly stated they welcome retaliation from their elders. Now the elders have come for revenge. That old man's strength is terrifying. I know the martial artist he just sent flying with a punch. He is a 6th rank master. My goodness, that old man must be a high stage master. Of course, if he didn't have some skills, wouldn't he be looking for death by coming here alone? I think that old man's ultimate fate will still be death. Although his strength is terrifying, the Zhou family members haven't even shown up yet. You must know that those Zhou family members are all high stage masters. The crowd watched the fighting scene, not far away, whispering among themselves. Boom. After Chu Shanhe punched the last master away, he swung his arm, and a gust of wind severed the ropes binding Chu Feng and Chu Yu. The 2 children fell down, caught by Chu Shanhe. Grandpa. Chu Yu's lips were pale and cracked. She looked at her grandfather, wanting to cry, but at this moment she was so exhausted that she didn't even have the strength to cry. Her throat moved, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chu Feng's condition wasn't much better. He bore numerous injuries from being whipped by the martial artists earlier. Although he hadn't fainted, he wasn't far from it. Children, grandpa is late. Seeing the miserable state of the 2 children, Chu Shan's hands trembled, tears brimming in his eyes filled with heartache. Inside, his fury burned, and in the next moment a torrent of killing intent erupted from him. Even with his mindset, his eyes were slightly red. He gritted his teeth and softly roared, Zhou family, I won't let this go. Then Chu Shanhe picked up the 2 children, preparing to leave. The main purpose of this visit was to rescue the 2 children. As for the account with the Zhou family, that could be settled slowly in the future. Moreover, in the current state of Chu Feng and Chu Yu, they couldn't afford to delay. They must be sent for treatment quickly as they were in the growth phase. Any potential after effects would impact their future development. Therefore, he had only lightly injured and knocked them out earlier. You destroyed the entrance of my martial arts hall and injured my disciples, and you think you can just leave? However, at that moment, a cold voice emerged from within the martial arts hall. Chu Shanhe sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching, and then saw a young man in traditional Chinese attire, over 60 years old, appear before him. It was Zhou Ziqing. Upon seeing the terrible scene outside the martial arts hall, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly, his killing intent showing no signs of concealment. Old man, I admire your courage for daring to come alone to our Hongshan martial arts hall. He looked at the elder before him, older than himself, and a cold smile crossed his lips. You think you can leave after coming here? What do you take our Zhou family for? Chu Shanhe remained silent. He had no desire to fight, only wanting to quickly take the 2 children for treatment to prevent any lingering issues. Furthermore, he sensed several terrifying auras approaching, among which one was even more powerful, belonging to a 6th-tier grandmaster. Right now, he was only eager to leave and ensure the 2 children were settled before seeking revenge. But the opponent would not give him that opportunity. Zhou Ziqing's aura locked onto him. As soon as he dared to leave, the other party would definitely strike. What do we take you for? Of course, as enemies. At that moment, Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyan, along with the crowd from the Hongyan martial arts hall, arrived. Her expression was severe, her voice cold as iron. Your Zhou family has gone too far, not even sparing 2 small children. At your age, you truly live like a dog. Since they had already become enemies, she would show no mercy. Then Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyin approached Chu Shanhe. "Chu Lao, are you alright? I'm fine, you came just in time." Seeing their arrival, a hint of gratitude flashed in Chu Shan's eyes as he handed the two children to Xia Hongyin. "Please take them for treatment. Leave it to me." Xia Hongyin took Chu Feng and Chu Yue, and when she saw the horrific wounds on the two children, a pang of compassion crossed her face, especially for Chu Yue, who was just an ordinary girl in her bloom, yet had been beaten to such a state. Then with a flicker of her form, she vanished with the two children. "Stay here." Zhou Ziqing wanted to stop Xia Hongyin. His aura exploded as he threw a punch toward her back, moving at high speed. But a figure faster than him emerged: Chu Shanhe. A burst of golden light erupted from him as he raised his foot, and in the next second, he was before Zhou Ziqing, following up with a punch. The wind from the punch howled as Chu Shan's fury transformed into a momentum like thunder, directly breaking the sound barrier, and in an instant it reached Zhou Ziqing's chest. Not good. Facing that terrifying punch, Zhou Ziqing's expression changed drastically. He knew he could not withstand it in a direct clash, and could only evade. His internal chi and blood roared as his technique rapidly circulated, forcing his body to shift slightly to the side. Boom. The punch still struck him, and an immense force surged forth, sending Zhou Ziqing flying. In the next second, a shadow rushed past, catching Zhou Ziqing's body. Even though much of the force was dissipated, Zhou Ziqing still spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Chu Shan's furious punch was not to be underestimated, causing him internal injuries. "Elder brother." Zhou Ziqing looked at his older brother behind him, his expression somewhat ashamed. "I." Zhou Zhigua glared fiercely at his younger brother. "I told you not to act out of line." Then his gaze turned to Chu Shanhe, not far away, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "The golden horizontal cultivation technique that fellow son Xiaoyuan truly did not deceive us. It seems that treasured artifact should also be real. Old man, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Zhigua sneered repeatedly. "Hand over your horizontal cultivation technique and that treasured artifact, and I can spare your life. It seems this was all part of your meticulous scheme, using my two children to draw me in." Chu Shan's eyes flashed with cold light. "As elders, you would sacrifice even your granddaughter's life for selfish desires. Are you even human? Whether or not I am human is not for you to worry about." Zhou Zhigua waved his arm, speaking lightly. "What you need to worry about now is whether you want to die or live." As his words fell, Zhou Ziqing and several other brothers swiftly surrounded Chu Shanhe, their auras erupting like a raging hurricane. The fierce winds caused the surrounding onlookers to quickly retreat, their faces filled with horror as they watched everything unfold. What is going on here? Are they preparing to gang up on him? What is the Zhou family trying to do? They don't need 6 to deal with one grandmaster, do they? It looks like they want to eliminate that old man, otherwise such a spectacle wouldn't occur. That old man's face looks so familiar. Wait, I remember. He is the old master Chu Shanhe, the one who defeated 3 opponents in the martial arts hall's life and death battle not long ago. Now that you mention it, I remember too. No wonder he looks so familiar. But even so, the Zhou family doesn't need to go to such lengths. No matter how strong Chu Shanhe is, he's only at most a 4th-tier grandmaster, while all 6 from the Zhou family are above 3rd-tier grandmasters. Their leader Zhou Zhigua is even a 6th-tier grandmaster. Just Zhou Zhigua alone could easily take out Chu Shanhe. The Zhou family is being overly cautious. As Chu Shan's identity was recognized, the discussions grew louder. In the midst of the crowd, Chu Shanhe stood calmly, letting the hurricane blow his robe as he stood with his hands behind his back, watching the group of grandmasters from the Zhou family. He slowly spoke. "If you want something, come and take it." Humph, utter arrogance. Zhou Zhigua let out a cold snort, and instantly an overwhelming aura erupted from him, merging seamlessly with those of his 5 brothers. An oppressive, nauseating force descended upon the battlefield like a suffocating tide. The 6 Zhou brothers were all grandmasters, each a peerless martial sovereign. Even the weakest among them commanded combat power exceeding 3 million. Their combined might surged to its zenith, unleashing a maelstrom that tore through the surroundings. Ancient trees were uprooted wholesale, and the earth itself trembled violently, soon fracturing into countless hairline fissures across the ground. And those cracks continued widening relentlessly. "Fall back now." The crushing atmospheric pressure contorted their faces in alarm. They retreated at breakneck speed until they stood 100 meters away. Only then did the suffocating weight begin to relent. Chu Shanhe remained rooted where he stood, his expression icy and unyielding. At this moment his countenance bore the gravity of one condemned not for sin, but for possessing something priceless. He held no grudge against the Zhou family, yet they had meticulously orchestrated this ambush, even sacrificing their own granddaughter's life as bait, manipulating 2 children to ensnare him within their trap. Their intent was brutally clear: kill and seize. They deployed their full strength without hesitation, leaving no room for counterplay. 6 against 1, a decisive absolute annihilation. A common grandmaster might have succumbed to despair, but Chu Shanhe's heart stirred with anticipation. His cultivation had surged dramatically. These foes would serve as the perfect crucible to test his newfound might. His gaze locked onto Zhou Zhigua, the 6th-rank grandmaster. He knew instinctively this man was his true quarry. The others, merely shadows beneath the sun. Without hesitation, he activated the pagoda golden body. Golden radiance blazed forth from his entire being. In the same breath, he extended his arm, and Long Yuan's sword materialized instantly in his grasp. Faced with such overwhelming odds, concealment was futile. He unveiled his absolute peak state. Is that the legendary artifact? The moment Long Yuan's sword appeared, Zhou Zhigua distinctly sensed his own spirit weapon quiver, not with excitement, but with primal fear, with abject subservience. Two flashes of sharp light darted across his pupils, unmasked ravenous greed. The brothers exchanged a single glance. Then Zhou Zhiqing stepped forward, his body dissolving into afterimages as he lunged toward Chu Shanhe. His aura pierced the heavens, a long serpentine whip coalesced in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the whip lashed forth like a venomous serpent coiling toward Chu Shanhe's throat. Simultaneously, the other four brothers surged forward, cutting off every escape route, sealing him within a lethal quadrilateral cage. Die! A cruel smirk curled Zhou Zhigua's lips as he beheld Chu Shanhe encircled. Then he unleashed his spirit weapon, a silver-white staff shimmering with faint silvery luminescence. In the next heartbeat, he launched skyward, the staff erupting in blinding radiance, hurtling downward with the cataclysmic force of thunderbolts aimed straight at Chu Shanhe's skull. 5 assailants converging. Only one strike needed to end it all. This formation was by all logic inescapable. Chu Shanhe's face hardened. Golden light blazed across his frame. Ignoring Zhou Zhigua entirely, he fixed his sights on Zhou Zhiqing, raised his arm, and slashed. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Long Yuan's sword, a torrent of incandescent brilliance flooding the blade. A colossal crescent of light burst forth, swallowing Zhou Zhiqing whole. Sky sundering, Chu Shanhe whispered, and the radiant arc cleaved downward, severing fate itself. Zhou Zhiqing had already been wounded earlier. Targeting him first was flawless strategy. This blow carried absolute certainty. Death was inevitable. No. As predicted, the sword light shattered his whip effortlessly, then consumed him utterly. A chasm split the earth, cleaving buildings in half like parchment. Second brother. Elder brother. The Zhou brothers stared, eyes bulging with disbelief. Especially Zhou Zhigua, whose aura flared a new fury, igniting his very blood. His staff whistled through air faster than thought, descending upon Chu Shanhe's head with murderous velocity. This strike would pulp his skull, vengeance for Zhou Zhiqing. Yet the next instant, Zhou Zhigua's eyes widened in shock. For Chu Shanhe's golden radiance intensified, his wrist twisted, and Long Yuan's sword reversed midair, intercepting the descending staff with flawless precision. Clang! The deafening resonance shook Huaqing to its foundations. Spectators clapped hands over ears, the less cultivated writhed on the ground. Eardrums ruptured, blood streaming from their ears. Die! After a fleeting moment of disbelief, Zhou Zhigua's lips curled once more into that chilling smile, for his brother's attacks had already landed. Surely even Chu Shanhe's legendary body-refining art could not withstand 4 coordinated assaults from 3rd and 4th rank grandmasters, each wielding spirit weapons. But the next second, his face contorted in utter disbelief. He roared, impossible. Indeed, their spirit weapons struck true. Yet when the golden light receded, Zhou Zhigua stared in horror. The blades had barely pierced Chu Shanhe's epidermis. Only the third brother's strike drew a trickle of blood. No deeper wound, no real damage. This. Not only Zhou Zhigua, but all his brothers stood frozen, jaws slack, disbelief etched deep into their features. That's it. A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Shanhe's eyes. Previously, under the pagoda golden body, his flesh had rivaled ordinary spirit weapons. Now, with his cultivation ascended, his corporeal resilience matched that of supreme-tier artifacts. That was precisely why he ignored the others, focusing solely on Zhou Zhigua. He knew their strikes would fail to wound, and reality mirrored his certainty. They had merely grazed his skin, drawing negligible blood. Such trivial harm meant nothing to him. Old man, I grant you your strength, but today's outcome is sealed. You will die by our hands. Failing their first assault, the Zhou brothers somersaulted backward, re-establishing distance. Zhou Zhigua gazed at his fallen brother's corpse, then at Chu Shanhe. His face darkened and 2 words escaped his lips, low and venomous. Form the formation. Yes. At his command, the 4 brothers' eyes flared with murderous intent. Their bodies flickered, shifting positions with dizzying speed. Strange energies converged above them, swelling, coalescing, until the sky dimmed entirely. A terrifying presence descended, enveloping Chu Shanhe in an inescapable shroud of doom. Look up! What is that in the sky? And at the cry, nearly every gaze shot upward, only to freeze in shock moment. Dark clouds churned overhead, crackling with jagged lightning, radiating an aura so terrifying it chilled the soul. As the Zhou siblings shifted their positions, the shape of the storm clouds warped and coalesced, until a colossal hand forged from searing lightning materialized before the stunned onlookers. Instantly, gales howled across the land. O thunder roared, O lightning split the heavens, I rain lashed down like a deluge. Old man, you should count yourself fortunate to perish beneath our thunder slaughter formation. Die! And Zhou Zhigua roared, swinging his arms violently. And crack! In that instant, the lightning hand blazed with incandescent fury, and a bolt of pure thunder descended, streaking straight toward Chu Shanhe beneath the crowd's horrified gaze. Humph! Chu Shanhe snorted coldly. His aura surged. Golden light erupted from his body like a miniature sun. He leapt skyward, dragon abyss, sword blazing in his grip, its resonant dragon's roar piercing the heavens. A moment later, an overwhelming force erupted from the blade. Astonished onlookers watched as a colossal dragon's silhouette coalesced in midair. Clutching dragon abyss sword, Chu Shanhe charged forward, borne aloft by the titanic dragon phantom, straight into the descending thunderbolt. And what did I just see? A dragon. A dragon. Truly a dragon. SSS. Is this Elder Master Chu's ultimate trump card? The dragon phantom's appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd. Voices broke into frantic, disbelieving cries. Even Zhou Zhigua and his brothers paled, but only for an instant. Then their eyes burned with feverish greed, their covetous expressions deepening. They exchanged glances, then unleashed their full power. The lightning hand in the clouds flared brighter, fiercer. And crack! And another thunderbolt crashed down. They granted Chu Shanhe no respite, pressing relentlessly, unleashing 2 thunderbolts in swift succession, determined to obliterate him utterly. This thunderslaughter formation had been unearthed by the brothers decades ago in an ancient ruin, and it was precisely this formation that had forged their legendary status. As their cultivation realms ascended, so too did the formation's dread power. Had they not grown careless, allowing Chu Shanhe to slay Zhou Zhiqing and thus weaken the first thunderbolt, they would never have needed 2 strikes, one alone would have sufficed. The twin thunderbolts struck in rapid succession, blindingly fast, so potent their energy warped the very air around them. Chu Shanhe's expression remained unshaken. He raised his sword and soared upward. The dragon phantom reared back and unleashed a deafening roar, then collided headlong with the first thunderbolt, releasing a cataclysmic surge of force. Crack! And roar! And dragon song shook the heavens. Before the crowd's wide-eyed horror, the dragon phantom and lightning entwined midair, sparking a maelstrom of violent energy, twisting the atmosphere into a vortex of raw devastation. And sever. At the maelstrom's heart, Chu Shanhe stood grim-faced, golden radiance blazing, spinning violently as dragon abyss sword flared with incandescent light. The dragon phantom solidified further, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, shattering the first thunderbolt, then clashing heat with the second. In moments later, the lightning dimmed, and the dragon phantom, exhausted, dissolved into shimmering mist. In a stalemate. Elder Master Chu is losing. 1 against 6. That's sheer brutality. And now they've deployed this bizarre formation. Elder Master Chu lost unfairly. Tell me who among the Zhou clan could stand against him unknown. What can you do? They hold the advantage. Anyone daring to accept the Zhou clan's challenge must be prepared to die. The Zhou clan's move reeks of underhandedness. Murmurs swelled. Many voiced outrage on Chu Shanhe's behalf. Soon the maelstrom dissipated, and a figure slammed hard into the earth. Chu Shanhe. His robes hung in tatters, his hair wild blood tracing a crimson line from his lips. Old man, now you know the true terror of our thunderslaughter formation. Zhou Zhigua sneered, then swiftly wove hand seals, preparing to deliver the final blow, and seized dragon abyss sword. Die. Nas the seals completed, the lightning hand descended slowly, crackling with lethal energy, bearing down upon Chu Shanhe with crushing intent. You rejoiced too soon. Chu Shanhe rose, battered yet eyes unyielding. He ignored the descending lightning hand entirely, scanning the battlefield before locking his gaze firmly upon Zhou Zhigua. He knew Zhou Zhigua was the formation's core. Eliminate him, and the thunderslaughter formation would collapse instantly. And you think I don't know what you're scheming? Zhou Zhigua saw through Chu Shanhe's intent and scoffed. You believe killing me will break the formation? Huh, forget whether you can kill me. Just touch me and you win. He spoke with arrogant certainty, his absolute faith in the formation and the perceptual distortions it imposed within its confines emboldening him beyond reason. That was why he stood unafraid. Is that so? Yet Chu Shanhe merely smirked, then erupted with overwhelming aura. With a flick of his wrist, dragon abyss sword hovered before him, spinning faster, fiercer. Stellar flash, Ni's whisper barely escaped his lips, before the sword vanished without trace. Your final futile struggle. Zhou Zhigua sneered, but his words died mid-sentence as a wave of lethal intent enveloped him completely. A heartbeat later, a blade flashed into view, dragon abyss sword. Impossible. Zhou Zhigua's face contorted in terror. He darted sideways, desperate to evade the lightning-swift strike. Yet no matter how he twisted or turned, the sword reappeared before him, each time closer, until with chilling inevitability it pierced straight through his chest. No. He screamed, life force evaporating, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed. Crack. Zhou Zhigua fell, the thunderslaughter formation shattered instantly. The crowd watched breathless as the lightning hand loomed over Chu Shanhe, only for it to dissolve into shimmering motes of light, vanishing into the sky. Spit. And with the formation's collapse, the other 4 Zhou clan grandmasters recoiled violently, blood bursting from their mouths as backlash tore through them. The black clouds dispersed, sunlight flooded the land once more. Chu Shanhe extended his arm. Dragon abyss sword flew back into his grasp. He stood tall, sword in hand, his killing intent blazing like wildfire toward the Zhou clan. Dare you covet what is mine, without weighing your own worth? In step by deliberate step he advanced, dragon abyss, sword scraping the earth, igniting showers of sparks. Damn you! Zhou Zhigua staggered upright, clutching his chest, his face deathly pale. He fumbled in his pocket, swallowing a supreme-grade healing elixir. Only then did his breathing steady. His eyes bled crimson, fixed murderously on Chu Shanhe's approaching figure. Why, you were only a Tier 3 Grandmaster. It's miraculous you've survived this long with that intellect, Chu Shanhe retorted dryly. You've been used as a pawn, and yet remain oblivious. Wasn't it the Sun family who fed you this lie? Did you ever ask yourselves, why didn't their top-tier experts intervene precisely, to wait like vultures swooping in only after you, and I lay broken and bleeding? That's when they'd claim the spoils. Perhaps they too believed you faced only a Tier 3 Grandmaster, and assumed you'd crush me effortlessly. But tell me, have you considered this? Even if you killed me and seized my possessions, would the Sun family spare you? Everyone craves power. Do you truly believe the Sun family is any different? Chu Shan's words struck like a thunderbolt in the minds of Zhou Zhigua and the others. Everyone loves good things, and Sun Xiaoyuan is no exception. Initially when they heard this news they didn't think too much about it, and Sun Xiaoyuan spoke so grandly that overwhelmed by the allure of the treasure, they automatically overlooked some common sense issues. Now that Chu Shanhe voiced it, they were struck like lightning, suddenly enlightened, and realizing their previous ignorance. Thinking of this, Zhou Ziguo's expression turned grim, as if he had just eaten a dead fly. Sun Xiaoyuan, he shouted in a low voice, you old man. Perhaps somewhere in the crowd the Sun family is watching our battle, waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses before they make their appearance and reap the benefits. Chu Shan's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly approached Zhou Zhigua, the blade of the Longyuan sword pressed against his neck. He spoke slowly, you sacrificed your granddaughter's life for this sword, and now you can't even protect your own life. Do you think it's worth it? In the face of treasures no one can remain calm. Zhou Zhigua replied coldly, if it were you you'd be the same. This battle is just a loss for me if I had won. Rest assured you will definitely not be the final victor. Before he could finish he was interrupted by Chu Shanhe. Often in such situations the first one to stand out is either a fool or possesses the extraordinary ability to dominate an era. Do you think several grandmasters from your Zhou family can suppress an era? As I said, even if you win, those from the Sun family will definitely not let you off. But none of this matters anymore, because you lost. As he spoke, Chu Shanhe slowly raised his arm, the Longyuan sword glinting coldly in the sunlight. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Oh, never let yourself be used as a pawn. In the end it's a matter of winners and losers. Who would have thought the outcome would be so dramatically ironic? Zhou Zhigua slowly closed his eyes. Death is not terrifying, but I am unwilling. However, the imagined scene did not occur. He opened his eyes to find that Chu Shanhe had already sheathed the Longyuan sword, standing with his hands behind his back in front of him. Your Zhou family broke my grandson's and granddaughter's legs, and we the Chu family killed your granddaughter and brother. Can we just let this matter go? Chu Shanhe spoke slowly with his hands behind his back. Are you really willing to let us go? Zhou Zhigua and the others looked incredulous. Actually, we have no grudges between us, do we? Chu Shanhe responded, since there are no grudges, why should I kill you? Moreover, you have paid the corresponding price, haven't you? After finishing, he gave a faint smile and turned to leave. The Zhou brothers exchanged glances, looking at the old man's back with mixed feelings. They then simultaneously gazed toward the southeast of Huaqing, where the Sun family's residence was. Sun Xiaoyuan. The eyes of the group glimmered with a frenzied, killing intent. Is that it? Why did Master Chu? Did he let the Zhou family go? It seems so. Master Chu is magnanimous and doesn't really believe he is as narrow-minded as the Zhou family. This is the demeanor of a master. On the other side, while everyone thought Chu Shanhe would leave no survivors, they were surprised to see him depart. This sparked a flurry of discussions. Look, those grandmasters from the Zhou family are on the move again. A voice broke the murmurs, and everyone's eyes turned back to the Zhou family martial arts hall. Zhou Zhigua and his brothers slowly stood up, then swiftly moved in the southeast direction. Southeast, isn't that the Sun family's location? Why the sudden change of direction towards the Sun family? Can someone explain this? Did you not hear their conversation? It seems the Zhou family got used by the Sun family, acting as pawns. Oh wow, so they are going for revenge against the Sun family. No wonder Master Chu left without killing them. It turns out there were no grudges between the two sides. Let's go, let's follow them. I have a feeling there will be a sensational battle ahead. Go. Figures flickered as the onlookers hurriedly followed. Not far away, Chu Shanhe stopped, watching the crowd rush toward the Sun family, a cold smile creeping across his. The reason for not killing Zhou Zhigua and his group was to let them deal with the Sun family. Just as he said, he had no direct conflict with the Zhou family, and he had avenged his grandchildren as Zhou Zhiqing died under his sword. Instead of killing other Zhou family members, it was better to spare them and let them deal with the Sun family. And now it is. As for the consequences, they have nothing to do with him, but he knew that with Zhou Zhigua involved, the Sun family's attention would not be on him for the next few days. Taking this opportunity, he could still improve his strength in preparation for the upcoming battle with the Sun family. Zhou Zhigua and his group would definitely not be the Sun family's match, but eventually he would still have to face the Sun family. Sun Xiaoyuan. A cold glint flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. Once I advance further, it will be the time of your Sun family's demise. The next morning a piece of news shook the entire Huaqing. 5 grandmasters from the Zhou family attacked the Sun family yesterday afternoon, and were all annihilated. Their bodies hung at the entrance of the Sun family, as a warning to all. May I ask Master Sun, why did the Zhou family attack you? On television a reporter was interviewing Sun Yaowu, the first among the second generation of the Sun family. He is Sun Shaoyuan's eldest son with unparalleled talent, just 2 realms below Sun Xiaoyuan, a 6th grade grandmaster. I don't know. Sun Yaowu slowly shook his head. Yesterday afternoon, they suddenly came to our Sun family causing a ruckus. When persuasion failed, they directly attacked. These guys acted like madmen, attacking our Sun family, without any warning. Fortunately, we reacted quickly and defended ourselves, which prevented unnecessary losses. However, there are reports claiming that your father Sun Xiaoyuan used the Zhou family, and that they were coming to demand an explanation when they were silenced by you. Is this true? Moreover, there were so many onlookers at the time. The reporter's sharp questions caused Sun Yao's expression to change slightly. To add a crime, there is no shortage of excuses. Our Sun family acts fairly. If anyone has evidence, please produce it. Sun Yao's voice gradually turned cold, causing the reporter to tremble. After a few unrelated questions, he hurriedly left. What a Sun family. Turning off the television, Chu Shanhe rubbed his temples. He knew that if Zhou Zhigua and the others went to the Sun family to demand an explanation or take revenge, their outcome would undoubtedly be death. But he didn't expect the Sun family to be so ruthless, directly killing Zhou Zhigua and his group. If they could kill Zhou Zhigua and the others, it meant the Sun family had completely lost patience and would soon turn their attention to him. Time was of the essence. I need to quickly enhance my strength. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. In the Sun family, within a secret chamber, Sun Xiaoyuan, Sun Yaowu, and an elderly man in black sat on the floor, staring blankly at the projection on the wall. The screen displayed the scene of Chu Shanhe battling the Zhou brothers within the Thunderkill formation, ultimately freezing at the moment when lightning struck and the dragon shadow soared into the sky. Father, I can guarantee that the quality of that sword has definitely surpassed that of a treasured artifact. Sun Yaowu gazed at the dragon shadow on the screen, his face betraying unmasked greed. I have greatly overestimated Chu Shan's opportunity, yet it still exceeded my expectations. Cough cough. Sun Shaoyuan's complexion was pale as he slowly spoke. I never imagined that the sword would be a divine weapon of even higher quality than a treasured artifact. Last night the Zhou brothers attacked, and he endured the thunderous strikes to break the Thunderkill formation, resulting in the annihilation of the Zhou brothers, but the price was that he suffered considerable injuries and needs to recuperate. This old fellow, how many secrets does he still have? Sun Shaoyuan's gaze sharpened, his greed intensifying. Just how great is that opportunity that allows a centenarian to attain such strength in such a short time? To defeat the Zhou brothers, his strength must at least be comparable to mine. The greater Chu Shan's transformation, the more I desire that opportunity, and my killing intent towards him grows stronger. Could it be that he has obtained the legacy of an ancient battle emperor? At this moment the elderly man in black spoke. His name was Sun Shaoxing, the younger brother of Sun Xiaoyuan, and the second A-rank grandmaster of the Sun family. It's very possible, Sun Xiaoyuan nodded. If it weren't for the legacy of the ancient sage, he wouldn't have been able to enhance his strength so rapidly in such a short time. The legacy of an ancient battle emperor. A glint of greed flickered in Sun Yao's eyes. If our Sun family could obtain that battle emperor's legacy, we would surely dominate the entire Asia-Pacific region within a few years. Battle emperors are exceedingly rare in the entire Federation. Each one is a mighty figure among humanity, a super powerhouse of domain lord level. Battle emperors. That is something to aspire to but cannot be reached. Sun Shaoyuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Let's not think that far ahead. Our current goal is to seize the opportunity from Chu Shanhe. Once my injuries are healed, it will be his end. Moreover, we must act quickly. I'm sure that this scene has also been noticed by other oldtimers, and they will absolutely not allow us to monopolize it. After speaking, he pointed at the image on the screen. A divine weapon capable of producing anomalies. Who wouldn't be? Sun Xiaoyuan was not wrong. The scene of Chu Shanhe confronting the Zhou brothers in the Thunderkill formation had already been captured and spread online. Other major forces in Huaqing were discussing this matter. With the emergence of the divine weapon, a storm was brewing. The atmosphere in Huaqing became tense, and the common people could clearly sense the suffocating aura of impending slaughter. Those super martial arts academies were scheming, observing, and waiting for movements from other forces. At the top of the first martial arts academy in Huaqing, Ali Martial Arts Building, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their backs, gazing at the scenery of the entire city. Both were clad in black tang suits, not very old, around 50 years of age. Anyone who recognized them would be astonished to see the two calmly chatting together. These two were none other than the so-called Big and Small Ma, the founders of Huaqing's top-ranking Ali Martial Arts Academy and the second-ranking Penguin Martial Arts Academy, both of whom possess strength above Grandmaster level. Old Ma, do you think Xiao Zhang from Duyin Martial Arts Academy will participate in this operation? The Martial General from Penguin Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Ma, spoke slowly. Xiaoma, haven't we fought with Xiao Zhang so many times? Don't we know his character? Back then he dared to challenge you even at the peak of the 9th rank Grandmaster level, let alone now that he has broken through to a 1-star martial general. The master of Ali Academy, Old Ma, chuckled, then said, with the emergence of this divine weapon, how could he not participate? Indeed, with this guy's arrogant nature, how could he possibly miss out? The martial general from Penguin, Xiao Ma, smiled self-deprecatingly. However, I must admit his talent at this rate, our Xiao Zhang will surpass us before long. That's you, don't involve me. Although the martial general, Old Ma, appeared to be cheerful, the pride deep in his eyes was unmistakable. The next moment, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted from him, soaring straight into the heavens. To surpass me, maybe in the next life. This was the pride of a 2-star martial general. Xiao Zhang is arrogant, but you are even more so. The martial general from Penguin slowly shook his head. Forget it. Oh, I won't waste time with you. I'm going back to accompany my little darling. When someone acts, remember to call me. You'll eventually die because of women. A glint of disdain flashed in Old Ma's eyes. What do you care? The martial general from Penguin rolled his eyes and then vanished in a flash. Old Ma watched the figure of Xiao Ma disappear and couldn't help but smile. He then looked up into the sky and murmured, the divine weapon is mine, ooh, none of you can take it away. This scene was not only happening with Ali and Penguin. Even the remaining 2 of the 4 super martial arts academies, Duyin and Wuji, began to take action. The 2 masters secretly met to discuss an alliance. As fellow super martial arts academies, they all knew each other's strengths. The martial general from Duyin, Zhang, was fully aware that Ali and Penguin would join forces, and he was unwilling to be outdone, seeking out the master of Wuji to form an alliance against Ali and Penguin. As for the Sun family, they were not regarded at all. Although their position in Huaqing was decent, they were utterly insignificant in the eyes of the 4 super martial arts academies. In a moment, a storm was brewing throughout Huaqing. Meanwhile, Chu Shanhe was completely unaware that he had been targeted by the 4 major powers. He and Su Huanshan left Huaqing and arrived at the Qinling Mountains. Since a dimensional rift appeared in the skies above the Qinling Mountains hundreds of years ago, the region had completely fallen, becoming a habitat for ferocious beasts. The surrounding cities suffered large-scale attacks from these creatures, and human powerhouses spent decades clearing the ferocious beasts from that dimensional space. However, the price paid was that the surrounding cities were all reduced to ruins. In the end, the Federation gathered the remaining people together and established a new city, which was Huaqing. Although the ferocious beasts from the dimensional space had been cleared, many still roamed free, taking refuge deep within the mountains. After many years of growth, they had become some taboo existences. Over time, the Qinling Mountains became a forbidden area for humanity. Of course, some daring martial artists would come here to wander, but if they encountered ferocious beasts, they would have to accept their fate. It is said that deep within the mountains resides a beast of Battle King level, but no one knows if this is true, as all martial artists who entered have died. The reason for finding Su Huanshan was that this battle maniac knew of a place in the Qinling Mountains with rich spiritual energy. Old Chu, if we walk another 500 meters and climb over that boulder, we'll be there. Su Huanshan cut through a thick tree with a knife pointing ahead. Let's go. Chu Shanhe nodded, then leaped forward towards the place Su Huanshan indicated, rushing rapidly, and soon arriving. Beneath the massive boulder lay a dense cluster of white-furred gorillas lazily sprawled on the ground, basking in the robust spiritual energy stirred by the mountain winds. How could there be white-furred gorillas here? Su Huanshan's expression changed repeatedly. The last time I came there was no— It's normal. Places rich in spiritual energy usually serve as auspicious ground, and let's not forget that there are fierce beasts in the depths of the mountains. Chu Shanhe swiftly regained his composure, his gaze scanning the surroundings as he pondered how to enter the innermost cave without alarming the group of white-furred gorillas. The reason the spiritual energy in this area was so dense was due to the existence of a spirit stone vein within that cave. But this place isn't even that deep. High-level fierce beasts possess intelligence, and since the white-furred gorillas are social creatures, their presence here must be due to their leader bringing them along. Chu Shan's gaze finally landed on the cave. I believe the gorilla leader must be inside that cave. What should we do? Su Huanshan's eyes flickered with a hint of dread. Even an ordinary white-furred gorilla possesses the combat strength of a 5th-tier master, not to mention their tough skin and formidable defense. There were around 200 of them here. Although he and Chu Shanhe were grandmasters, they could hardly withstand such overwhelming numbers, let alone the presence of a leader inside. If it comes to that, we can just kill these beasts. Chu Shan's eyes glinted with ferocity. It seems we have no choice but to do that. Su Huanshan paused for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Let's scout ahead first. After saying this, Chu Shanhe picked up a stone and threw it towards the gorilla group, immediately hiding his presence. Bang! The stone hit the ground, creating ripples like a calm surface disturbed. The white-furred gorillas instantly sprang to their feet, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce glint. From within the cave, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a giant ape, entirely snow-white, with a tuft of fiery red fur at its brow. Based on its aura, the gorilla leader likely possesses the strength of a 6th-tier grandmaster. Seeing the gorilla leader, Chu Shanhe assessed the strength of these fierce beasts in his mind. I believe we should be able to kill this group of beasts. Chu Shanhe said to Su Huanshan looking down. Since Master Chu is confident, what are we waiting for? Upon hearing this, the battle-crazed Su Huanshan's eyes erupted with immense fighting spirit. Roar! At that moment, the giant ape sensed Su Huanshan's battle intent and let out a furious roar, pounding its chest. Roar! Instantly, the white-furred gorillas echoed the roar, their beastly howls resounding through the entire forest, startling countless birds. Let's go! Su Huanshan licked his lips and charged forward with his large blade, leading the way. The blade is cold, and it will slash through the ranks of foes. His speed was swift, and in an instant he appeared before a white-furred gorilla. The large blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling light, and then the blade's glow intensified, striking down fiercely on the gorilla's head, cleaving it in two. Roar! The death of its underling infuriated the giant ape. A terrifying rage erupted from it, as it charged forward, pounding the ground with its fists towards Su Huanshan. Your opponent is me. At that moment, a golden light shot into the sky as Chu Shanhe arrived, facing the fierce beast. He activated his Buddha body and blocked the giant ape's path with a sword. Roar! The giant ape's rage soared as it swung its fists directly at Chu Shanhe's head. Oomph! Chu Shanhe coldly snorted, dodging its attack. His blood surged within him, and his fighting spirit soared. He hadn't slain a fierce beast in years. Today, he would use this creature to offer his sword. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his youth, when he slaughtered fierce beasts, his blood boiling. His aura surged to the heavens, his entire body radiated golden light, and his unmatched sword intent burst forth as he slowly raised his arm. Open the heavens. Time was of the essence, and he had no time to waste against these beasts, launching a direct strike with the heavens opening. In an instant, the dragon abyss sword's light surged brightly. The next moment, a massive sword light shot up into the sky, completely enveloping the giant ape. Roar! The overwhelming shadow of death caused the giant ape to roar incessantly, its fists pounding its chest. The tuft of fiery red fur on its brow suddenly lit up, and the next moment, a violent aura surged from it. Its eyes turned blood red, and it launched itself into the sky like a cannonball, charging towards the sword light. A gigantic sound erupted as the giant ape howled at the sky, using its claws to brace against the resplendent sword light, attempting to stop it with sheer force. However, this scene only lasted for a brief moment before the sword light cleaved through its claws, crashing down onto its tough hide. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, followed by a painful howl from the giant ape. A horrific wound appeared on its chest, blood gushing out and staining its snow-white fur. Goodness, is this the unparalleled sword intent? A flicker of realization flashed in Su Huanshan's eyes, and he began to swing his large blade even faster. Roar! The immense pain caused the giant ape to howl at the sky. Immediately, the fiery tuft of fur on its brow ignited, and in the next moment, the wound on its chest began to heal at a visible rate. Moreover, an even more violent aura emerged from it, causing its body to swell larger, with two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. In the next moment, the giant ape's eyes turned completely crimson, its aura continuously escalating rapidly, ascending from the 6th tier Grandmaster realm to the 7th tier. Its combat strength doubled. Roar! The giant ape howled at the sky, its rage soaring as its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chu Shanhe. Suddenly, it flashed forward, its sharp claws aimed directly at Chu Shanhe's head. Not just the giant ape, but the other white-furred gorillas also roared angrily, becoming incredibly ferocious, causing Su Huanshan to feel a significant increase in pressure. Master Chu, we must end this quickly. These guys have gone berserk. Oomph! Chu Shanhe coldly snorted, retreating swiftly before launching another strike. This time, the massive sword light had no effect. After going berserk, the giant ape's strength and defense had doubled, and the strike only grazed its fur, causing minimal damage. The giant ape's attack came again, and Chu Shanhe's expression finally turned serious. His aura surged once more. The dragon abyss sword floated before him, then began to spin rapidly. Surprise, go! In an instant, the dragon abyss sword transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The next moment, it reappeared at the giant ape's chest, piercing through its body. The giant ape couldn't even let out a cry of pain before it slowly fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon seeing their leader slain, the white-furred gorillas were instantly filled with fear, shrieking as they fled deeper into the mountains. Die! After Su Huanshan cleaved the last of the white-furred gorillas, the area was left with nothing but the terrifying ravine and the corpses of the gorillas. He wanted to pursue further, but was stopped by Chu Shanhe. Enough, don't chase them any longer. Chu Shanhe glanced around. Even desperate foes should not be pursued, let alone fierce beasts. Please guard me, I will go in now. Rest assured, Master Chu. Su Huanshan nodded, and watched as Chu Shanhe entered the cave. He then sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, wiping the blood off his blade. Upon entering the cave, Chu Shanhe immediately felt a pure surge of spiritual energy, which grew more intense the deeper he ventured. It seems Su Huanshan was right, there is indeed a spirit stone vein down here. Finally, he reached the innermost part of the cave, where he saw an abundance of spiritual energy continuously flowing from the crevice in the ground. It's a pity it's just a spirit stone vein, which can't be moved. If it were a living spirit vein, it would be a tremendous fortune. He fantasized, then suddenly chuckled at himself. I was expecting too much. If it were a living spirit vein, would it even be my turn? Sinan successful acquired the divine level martial skill, Bloodthirsty Rampage. As the system's voice echoed, a brief introduction of this supernatural ability appeared in Chu Shanhe's mind. Bloodthirsty Demon God Bloodthirsty Rampage. After its application, one enters a berserk state, and all attributes receive a doubling boost. Hiss. After reading the introduction, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This martial skill was simply monstrous, capable of doubling combat attributes. With this Bloodthirsty Rampage, I should be able to contend with a 9th-rank Grandmaster, or even face a half-step battle general in full force. He speculated in his heart. Setting aside his thoughts, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. The spiritual energy in this place was so rich that he needed to seize the time to cultivate, as he had little time left. Old Chu, something's wrong. At that moment, suddenly Su Wanshan's voice echoed. Chu Shanhe's expression changed, and he stepped out of the stone cave, immediately turning pale. He saw the previously fleeing white-haired gorillas had returned, and this time their numbers were even greater, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. Moreover, atop a giant rock stood a massive gorilla, its fur even whiter than before, resembling the one he had slain, with a tuft of fiery red fur between its brows. It was almost like an enlarged version of the previous one. At this moment, the giant gorilla was exuding an overwhelming hostility, with silver patterns appearing on its pristine fur, shimmering under the sunlight. This is... Chu Shanhe furrowed his brows, realizing that the previous white-haired gorillas were not fleeing, but had gone to summon reinforcements. This giant gorilla's aura was clearly far more terrifying than the last one, nearly at the level of a battle general. Old Chu, what should we do now? Su Wanshan's expression was serious as he gripped his large knife tightly. These beasts are clearly here for revenge. Chu Shanhe extended his arm, and the long yuan sword appeared. His expression remained emotionless as he stated, "It seems we have no choice but to fight our way out." Roar. As soon as the long yuan sword appeared, the giant gorilla suddenly let out a furious roar, sensing the presence of its offspring from the weapon's sound. It pounded its chest repeatedly, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that stirred up fierce winds and raised clouds of dust. Additionally, with its roar, the other white-haired gorillas joined in, beating their chests and howling. Su Wanshan instinctively covered his ears, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, it felt as though his head was about to explode. Chu Shanhe was not much better off, though after a brief moment of distraction, he activated his Buddha body, feeling much better afterward. "Oof, a bunch of beasts." He snorted coldly, and took the initiative, unleashing his unparalleled sword intent with a single strike. This time his target was not the giant gorilla, but the ordinary white-haired gorillas below. A terrifying sword light surged skyward, and then swiftly descended. Squeak! The cries of agony erupted as those white-haired gorillas could not dodge, helplessly watching as the massive sword light pierced through their bodies. With one strike, dozens of white-haired gorillas were annihilated. Hiss! Su Wanshan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. How terrifying indeed. Roar! The giant gorilla, upon seeing its minions slaughtered, let out a furious roar, then propelled itself into the air, its massive body launching upward, causing the giant rock beneath it to shatter into pieces, clearly displaying its terrifying strength. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, the giant gorilla's eyes flashing with bloodlust, and it swung its fist directly at Chu Shanhe. This punch altered the very skies, even tiny spatial cracks appeared in the air. The fist tore through the void, descending upon Chu Shanhe with a destructive force, smashing down towards his body. Not good. Quickly dodge. Chu Shanhe's expression changed, his figure flickering rapidly. At the same time, he swept the long yuan sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at the giant gorilla. Boom! The punch surged forward like a raging tide, and the sword energy capable of slaying grandmasters was utterly ineffective, dissipating in an instant. The fist, fueled by the giant gorilla's wrath and overwhelming might, slammed heavily onto the stone cave. Crack! Boom! The entire mountainside instantly split apart, collapsing to reveal the underlying spirit. Immediately, pure spiritual energy began to disperse, and the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees grew visibly faster, sprouting and blooming. Even droplets resembling water appeared in the air, a physical manifestation of liquefied spiritual energy, which only emerges when spiritual energy reaches a certain density. The liquid spiritual energy fell onto Chu Shanhe, then seeped into his body, absorbed by him, causing his aura to gradually grow stronger. Not only him, but Su Wanshan felt the same. He never dreamed he would witness the phenomenon of liquefied spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the internal injuries he suffered from the shockwave began to heal continuously. Roar! Without time to think further, he sprang up, instantly entering a combat stance, for with the giant gorilla's roar, the white-haired gorillas began to charge at them. Cold blade, furious slash against the three armies. The great knife shone brilliantly as he engaged in battle with a group of white-haired gorillas. Not far away, after the giant gorilla failed to kill Chu Shanhe with its punch, the bloodlust in its eyes intensified. It pounded its chest, and then charged towards Chu Shanhe, its massive feet thundering. Boom! Boom! With each movement, the entire mountain trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Oomph! Chu Shanhe snorted coldly. the Long Yuan sword floated before him and began to spin rapidly. Miraculous swan. In the next moment, the Long Yuan sword vanished, instantly appearing before the giant gorilla, stabbing towards its chest. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as sparks flew. The immense recoil sent the Long Yuan sword flying back. This scene caused Chu Shanhe's expression to change. His miraculous swan, which had never missed, failed to inflict any harm on the giant gorilla at that moment. No wonder it is about to enter the battle general level of ferocity. Chu Shanhe reached out, regaining hold of the Long Yuan's sword. His expression was serious, and then he focused his thoughts. In the next moment, a terrifying blood aura erupted from him, a violent presence causing the entire atmosphere to shift. His eyes turned blood red, and his back slightly bent. As the blood aura surged, even the Long Yuan's sword in his hand gradually turned crimson. Old Chu, this. The berserk aura and soaring blood energy caused Su Wanshan's expression to slightly change. At that moment, he felt as if Old Chu was more ferocious than the giant gorilla. Roar. The giant gorilla sensed Chu Shanhe's transformation. Its massive eyes rolled, and then it let out a furious roar, the fiery red tuft on its brow illuminating brilliantly. Its aura surged violently, its eyes filled with bloodlust. It too entered a berserk state. One human and one gorilla, each exuding an increasingly ferocious aura, causing the air around them to warp, with countless whirlwinds raging through the mountains. Roar. The giant gorilla roared and struck first its punch, breaking the sound barrier, as it instantaneously reached Chu Shanhe. Oomph. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards the giant gorilla with the Long Yuan's sword in hand. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between man and gorilla erupted completely, the violent aura causing the mountains to collapse continuously, and the spirit stone vein was shattered, scattering fine spirit crystals throughout the mountains. Why do I suddenly feel that the spiritual energy has become denser? Do you all feel this way? At the edge of the Qinling Mountains, several young martial artists who had come out of the city suddenly stopped. A tall man looked deep into the mountains, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I feel that way too. A female martial artist nodded. She glanced around and slowly spoke. Could it be because we have entered the Qinling Mountains? No. The earlier man shook his head. It wasn't this dense when I came yesterday. Then what is the reason? Everyone was quite curious. Let's continue forward, perhaps we will find the answer. But moving deeper may lead us to encounter fierce beasts. We need to be cautious. Let's stop wherever we reach. If we blindly venture deeper and encounter a fierce beast, we will be in serious trouble. Let's move forward for another 300 meters. If we still haven't found the answer, we will give up completely. What do you think? Alright. After reaching a consensus, they carefully proceeded. Soon they arrived at the previously agreed location. After searching around and not finding the answers they wanted, they looked quickly in the sky. At that moment, a gasp caught everyone's attention. They looked up, and their expressions in midair, two figures were colliding continuously, and they could faintly hear the metallic sounds of their clashes. Deshua, can you see clearly? Among the group, the tall man's cultivation was the highest, a first-grade grandmaster, allowing him to see farther than the I can see, but it's a bit blurry. Deshua shielded his eyes and focused intently on the sky. When he finally saw the two figures clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell? What is going on, Deshua? The others, unable to see, were particularly anxious. I didn't expect it to be a battle between our human experts and fierce beasts. Deshua began to relay. That fierce beast is a giant ape, and the senior opposite it is unclear, but he is glowing. Chu Shanhe had no idea that a few small fellows were watching him fight the giant ape from afar, activating his bloodthirsty rampage, raising his combat power to the level of a half-step battle general. Facing the giant ape's frenzied attacks, he could withstand them. Although he was hit by a few punches, the opponent was not faring any better. The Long Yuan's sword had pierced several holes in it, causing blood to flow incessantly. What troubled him was that this fierce beast was unlike humans. Their defensive capabilities were exceptionally formidable. It would be hard to kill it quickly. If it were a warrior of the same level, he would have already severed the opponent's head. Boom. He again blocked the giant ape's furious punch, and the immense force sent him flying. In midair, his body flipped, and he swung his sword. The Long Yuan's sword glowed brilliantly with blood light, and then a massive blood-red sword aura shot into the sky. Open the heavens. With a swing of Chu Shanhe's arm, the sword aura enveloped the giant ape. Roar. The giant ape stood on empty air, roaring to the heavens, then extended its arm to grasp the sword aura. Boom. The collision produced a tremendous sound that echoed throughout the mountains, and a terrifying shockwave turned into a hurricane rampaging through the mountain range. In the next moment, the giant ape's massive body fell from the sky, and a stream of hot blood sprayed down. That enormous body crashed into the mountain, shattering it into pieces. The giant ape struggled to rise from the debris, a horrific wound on its chest, bleeding profusely, staining its snowy white fur. It gasped for breath, a flicker of fear flashing beneath its blood-red pupils. Then it howled to the heavens and fled right before Chu Shanhe's astonished gaze. Seeing the giant ape escape, the white-haired gorillas began to jump around and soon disappeared into the woods. Phew, that nearly killed me. Su Wanshan sat down heavily on the ground, wiped the sweat from his face, and gasped for breath. At that moment the spiritual energy within him was nearly exhausted. If Chu Shanhe hadn't dealt with that giant ape, he would have run out of energy. Are you alright? Chu Shanhe slowly descended from the sky and sat down in front of Su Huanshan. His condition was not much better. The giant ape's punches had caused him considerable internal injuries, and he needed to adjust his breathing for recovery. I'm fine, just exhausted. As long as you're fine. Chu Shanhe smiled. It's a pity that beast escaped. Oh, let's hurry up and recover before heading. If that beast comes back with fierce beasts seeking revenge, we're finished. Okay. Deshua, what's the situation? Why is there no sound? On the other side, Deshua suddenly stopped relaying, making the others extremely anxious. It's over. Deshua withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke. The senior killed that fierce beast with a single sword. Really? Why would I lie to you? Deshua's eyes flickered. He actually didn't know what had really happened in the end. He only saw a blood-red sword aura appear and collide with the fierce beast. After that he couldn't see clearly because the shockwave was too strong and it was blocked by the mountain. The last sentence was something he made up a hope in his heart. Let's hurry back. I want to spread the word about this. It's a pity the photos came out blurry, otherwise they would be more. Someone took photos just now but the distance was too far, so only blurry figures were captured. We should be thankful we didn't encounter anything. Let's hurry back and never come out again. The group discussed and quickly left the area. At the moment of leaving, Deshua turned back to glance at the deepest part of the mountains. A few hours later, news of the battle between humans and fierce beasts in the Qinling Mountains stirred up a splash in Huaqing. Aside from entertainment gossip, the otherworld and fierce beasts were always hot topics, gaining much attention once published. However, when the vast majority of netizens saw the pixelated photos, they couldn't help but lose all interest and even directly blocked it. Some hot-tempered netizens directly criticized it in the comments. This news came and went quickly, barely making any waves until it caught the attention of a netizen named Xiao Guanjuan. He posted a thread titled, "Large amounts of spirit crystals appearing in the Qinling Mountains, suspected emergence of a spiritual vein," on the forum. Attached were several photos of spirit crystals he had collected. Quickly this thread rose to popularity, and the emergence of a spiritual vein in the Qinling Mountains caused a sensation throughout Huaqing. Chu Shanhe and Su Huanshan were completely unaware of this matter. After returning from the Qinling Mountains, Su Huanshan immediately entered a state of closed-door training. Today the battle between Chu Shanhe and the giant ape had greatly inspired him. He vaguely grasped something. Meanwhile, Chu Shanhe returned home, where Bai Shuang was taking care of Chu Feng and Chu Yu. The two children had suffered a great disaster, and Bai Shuang's tears had not stopped for the past 2 days. You know, these damned people, they could have come after us, but why do they have to torment the children? As she spoke, Bai Shuang's tears fell again. You know, the phone that was broken was the last thing their parents left for them. That was the only connection the child had, and now it's broken. In situations like this, no one feels good. Chu Shanhe patted Bai Shuang's shoulder and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I've already avenged them. They have paid the price with their lives. I'll see if I can fix the phone. Don't cry, you'll get you a glass of water. You look so haggard these past 2 days. It pains me to see you like this. After saying that, Chu Shanhe walked towards the kitchen. Suddenly he paused, frowned, and looked out the window. Has he finally lost control? For figures were seen floating outside the window, each exuding a fierce aura, their malevolence reaching the heavens, filled with murderous intent. Bai Shuang, noticing Chu Shan's actions, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chu Shanhe smiled, entered the kitchen, poured a glass of water for Bai Shuang, and softly said, "Watch the 2 children for me. I need to step out for a moment." "Be safe," Bai Shuang cautioned. Chu Shanhe waved his hand, walking out with his hands behind his back. As he stepped outside, a wave of overwhelming malevolence surged forth. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the 4 figures in the sky, his pupils filled with killing intent. Then he leaped into the air, stepping into the void before the 4 men, and slowly spoke. "Let's go. Today we will resolve this matter once and for all." With that he vanished in a flash, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Sun Xiaoyuan and Sun Xiaoxing exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes before immediately following suit. They hadn't expected Chu Shanhe to be so direct. Initially they had considered using his family as leverage, but it seemed unnecessary now. In their view, Chu Shanhe must have made up his mind. After all, he couldn't escape this matter, so it was better to engage in a straightforward battle. Even if he had ambushed people outside the city, they were not afraid. With 1 9th-grade Grandmaster, 1 8th-grade Grandmaster, and 2 6th-grade Grandmasters, as long as the battle general did not intervene, who among the Grandmasters could stand against them? Indeed, after recovering, Sun Xiaoyuan had successfully broken through to the 9th-grade Grandmaster realm, greatly enhancing his combat power. As soon as Sun Xiaoyuan made his breakthrough, he gathered his brother Sun Xiaoxing and his 2 sons Sun Yaowu and Sun Yinwu to find Chu Shanhe. They were eager to seize that opportunity. The 5 figures flew across the sky above Huaqing, heading towards the outskirts. Chu Shanhe, hand over the divine weapon and the opportunity inheritance, and we might spare your life. Outside the city, the 4 members of the Sun family slowly landed opposite Chu Shanhe. Sun Yaowei spoke coldly, "Otherwise you will meet a gruesome end." "You Sun family truly think highly of this old man, huh?" Chu Shanhe replied calmly, 1 9th grade, 1 8th grade, and 2 6th grade Grandmasters. This lineup is quite extravagant. Enough with the nonsense, Sun Xiaoyuan snorted coldly. Old man, if you don't obediently hand over your opportunity, and that divine weapon today, next year on this date, will be your death anniversary. You must have been looking forward to this day for quite some time. Chu Shanhe sneered. You've really worked hard during this time. First investigating me, then sending people to kill me, even using the Zhou family to scheme and watch from the sidelines hoping to profit in the end. Unfortunately, the Zhou brothers must have disappointed you. You didn't expect me to defeat them, did you? In the end, when things began to unravel, you sought to silence the Zhou brothers for reputation's sake, and now you've dispatched your strongest warriors from the Sun family to hunt me down. Honestly, I admire your persistence. Hand over the divine weapon and the opportunity. Sun Xiaoxing, a man of few words, spoke in a chilling tone, or else you die. As soon as the word die left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees, directly locking onto Chu Shanhe. Any movement from him would result in immediate attack. Hand over the divine weapon. Bring out the Battle Emperor inheritance. The others from the Sun family were also filled with murderous intent, their expressions grim as they stared at Chu Shanhe. The terrifying killing intent stirred the clouds in the air, forming a massive vortex. You want it, huh? Chu Shanhe smiled brilliantly, then flipped his wrist, and the Long Yuan sword appeared in his hand. As the sword was drawn, a sharp aura spread out, the blade shimmering, and the dragon at the sword's tail appeared vivid, and upon seeing the Long Yuan sword, the breathing of the 4 members of the Sun family quickened. Previously, they had only seen the power of the Long Yuan sword on a screen to gauge its quality, and now they were witnessing it up close for the first time. Indeed, a divine weapon, just the aura it emanates is intoxicating. With this divine weapon, our Sun family will surely ascend to new heights. Sun Xiaoyuan showed his greed openly, even mentally calculating the future. As long as he could break through the battle general realm in the future, combined with this sword, their Sun family would become a family comparable to the 4 major super martial arts schools. Divine weapon. Hand it over. Sun Xiaoxing's eyes flickered, then he stepped forward, a terrifying killing intent turning into a hurricane that enveloped Chu Shanhe. He swung his fist, lightning blooming on his knuckles, charging directly at Chu Shanhe's head with the force of thunder. His spiritual weapon was a pair of gauntlets obtained from an ancient relic capable of unparalleled attack, and the lightning on them also had a paralyzing effect. Sun Xiaoyuan, a man of few words, launched his attack with a fatal strike. Get lost. Chu Shanhe remained calm, watching the incoming punch, and with a thought, golden light enveloped him. The unparalleled sword intent erupted entirely as he gently waved his arm. He directly unleashed a strike that tore the heavens apart. In an instant, the massive sword light shot up into the sky, then slashed towards Sun Xiaoxing. Oomph! Sun Xiaoxing let out a cold snort, the lightning flickering on his fists. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging his fists to smash against the sword light. Boom! The explosive sound caused the ground to tremble several times, and as the dust settled, Sun Xiaoxing had retreated back to Sun Xiaoyuan's side. Elder brother, let's attack together. This old man's strength has increased again. Sun Xiaoxing fixed his gaze on Chu Shanhe, speaking each word clearly, at least an 8th grade grandmaster. I'm increasingly looking forward to that opportunity. Sun Xiaoyuan sneered coldly, uttering a single word: attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, Sun Xiaoxing and his brothers Sun Yaowu and Sun Yanwu soared into the sky, surrounding Chu Shanhe from 3 different directions, completely sealing off his retreat. Besides Sun Xiaoxing, Sun Yaowu and Sun Yanwu also summoned their spiritual weapons, a hatchet and a spear. Kill. As the most formidable force, Sun Xiaoyuan flipped his wrist, and a staff appeared. Then his figure flickered, instantly appearing before Chu Shanhe. An ominous aura burst forth from the staff, heading straight for Chu Shanhe's legs. Their goal was not to kill him, but to incapacitate him and pry that tremendous opportunity from his lips. Faced with the overwhelming assault from the 4 grandmasters of the Sun family, Chu Shanhe let out a furious roar. The next moment, a surge of bloodthirsty energy and violent aura erupted from him. In an instant, the world changed color. Confronted with the Foreman siege, he held nothing back and directly activated his bloodthirsty frenzy. In just a breath, his combat power reached a peak. Even the Long Yuan sword in his hand turned blood red, and upon closer inspection, the dragon's eyes at the tail of the sword had also turned crimson. You all must die. Chu Shan's back arched, a wave of overwhelming malevolence radiating from him. His white hair danced wildly, and at that moment he resembled a blood-soaked demon, causing the winds and clouds to change. Swish! The next second, he moved his entire being, transforming into a blur as he instantly vanished from the sight of the 4 members of the Sun family. Impossible! This scene caused the expressions of the 4 grandmasters from the Sun family to change dramatically. Suddenly losing their target, they were horrified to find their weapons heading towards their own people. Not good. Retract. Thankfully, they managed to pull back in time, otherwise they would have injured their own. Yet, even so, this sudden turn of events completely disrupted their plans. However, as grandmasters, their ability to adapt was strong. In the next moment, the 4 of them stood back-to-back, positioned in 4 different directions, vigilantly watching their surroundings, fearing that Chu Shanhe would attack from behind. Yaowu, he's above you. The next instant, a terrifying killing intent locked on his son Yaowu. and Chu Shan's figure appeared above him, the blood light on the Long Yuan's sword blazing. Slash! With a furious roar from Chu Shanhe, a blood-red sword light surged upwards instantly, descending upon Zhang Yao's head with the force of thunder. Choosing the weak, just like picking soft persimmons to squeeze, Sun Yao was Chu Shan's first target. "Yao, don't be afraid," Sun Xiaoyuan shouted loudly, and then a glowing energy shield erupted from his chest, enveloping all four of them. Boom! The sword light struck the energy shield with a deafening roar. At once the air in the area roared, hurricanes rampaged, the ground shook, and the earth cracked continuously. This was Sun Xiaoyan's second spiritual weapon, a defensive one, originally his life-saving trump card, but the urgency of the situation forced him to use it. At this moment his face was incredibly dark, as if it could drip water. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Chu Shan's strength had exceeded his imagination. He initially thought victory was assured, but it turned out that things were Everyone unleash your full power, let's end this quickly. With the energy shield neutralizing the sword light, and Sun Yao's crisis averted, Sun Xiaoyuan issued the command. As soon as the command was given, the four of them unleashed their auras, the rich blood energy continuously surging, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens, and then they leaped up, each taking a different position, surrounding Chu Shanhe, to launch a fierce attack. A violent aura erupted from Chu Shanhe, his berserk state, making him resemble a blood-soaked demon god, unafraid of the terrifying attacks from the four, his eyes filled with even more madness. With a wave of his arm, the Long Yuan's sword floated before him, then began to spin rapidly. Jinghong, go! In the next moment, the Long Yuan's sword vanished, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that instantly appeared before Sun Yao. In the latter's terrified gaze, it pierced through him entirely. "No!" Sun Xiaoyuan and the others roared, their eyes bloodshot, their momentum increasing as they unleashed their full speed. "Old fool, for killing my eldest son, I will never rest until you are dead." Especially Sun Xiaoyuan, for Sun Yao was his most valued son, raised as his successor. Now watching his beloved son be slain by Chu Shanhe with a single sword, he became utterly furious. His face twisted with rage, he leaped into the air, his staff bursting with dazzling light, carrying a terrifying killing intent as he struck towards Chu Shan's head. Simultaneously, the attacks from Sun Shaoxing and Sun Yanwu followed closely, with thunderous light erupting from their gauntlets, and Sun Yanwu's spear advancing fiercely, the violent aura distorting the very air. "You think you can escape unscathed?" Chu Shanhe scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, wielding the Long Yuan's sword towards the three. In that moment, golden light surged from within him, blood energy wildly churning like the roar of dragons and tigers. The Long Yuan's sword radiated brilliant light, the dragon's eyes on the sword's tail glowing with blood-red brilliance, and in the next moment, a blood-red dragon phantom soared into the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, causing the winds and clouds to change. A terrifying power emanated from the dragon's shadow as Chu Shanhe advanced towards the three with the dragon's might. What? The dragon's shadow reappeared, and the faces of Sun Xiaoyuan and the others changed dramatically. They had seen this scene before, previously witnessing him face the Zhou brothers' thunderous killing formation while wielding the dragon shadow. Since Sun Xiaoyuan had withstood it himself, he believed the power of this move to be merely that of an 8th rank grandmaster's full strength. Now that he was already at the 9th rank, he thought he could handle it well. But now, facing that terrifying dragon shadow, he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The move had already arrived, and there was no time to retreat. The three exchanged glances in the air, then gritted their teeth, their blood energy surging violently, and their auras skyrocketed once more. "We fight to the death." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three transformed into 3 streaks of cold light, filled with terrifying killing intent, crashing forcefully into the dragon shadow. Boom. A world-shattering explosion erupted in the sky, the terrifying shockwave causing the ground to tremble violently, the earth cracking and countless deep pits appearing, even felt as far as the city walls and within the city itself. What happened? Did a ferocious beast attack the city? Look up at the sky. Some nearby citizens rushed out of their homes, their faces filled with horror as they gazed at the mushroom cloud in the sky. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? What did I miss? This collision of power could very well be at the level of a war general. Let's go see for ourselves. Are you crazy? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you not hear? That is a battle at the level of a war general. You, a mere intermediate martial artist, would be obliterated by the residual force of the battle. Which 2 war generals are fighting? The crowd speculated and debated among themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, 3 figures appeared, crashing down from the sky like 3 blood streaks, creating 3 human-shaped craters in the ground. It was the 3 grandmasters of the Sun family, and at this moment they were in a terribly sorry state. Sun Shaoxing had nearly lost half his body, lying there convulsing, blood continuously flowing out, staining the earth beneath him red, and soon he breathed his last. As for Sun Yanwu, there was no need to say more. He had lost all breath and perished in the earlier collision. Only Sun Xiaoyuan fared slightly better, at least he was intact, but he was not much better off, with a gaping wound on his chest bleeding profusely, revealing some of his internal organs. His aura was waning, and he looked on in terror at the figure slowly descending. You are not a grandmaster. Sun Xiaoyuan screamed repeatedly. You are a war general. How could you possibly be a war general? You are a war general. Haha, you are actually a war general. The immense contrast and tragic ending drove Sun Xiaoyuan mad. He clutched his hair and laughed maniacally. You are actually a war general. You are actually a war general. Haha, this is truly hilarious. Chu Shanhe looked on expressionlessly, sheathing his aura as he stood before Sun Shen, deeply moved. He had finally destroyed the Sun family, not expecting that this incident stemming from a quarrel between two students would escalate to such a degree. If Sun Xian had known that his actions would lead to the downfall of the Sun family, he might not have been so arrogant. But the world is unpredictable. It was precisely because of his arrogance that the situation deteriorated, igniting Sun Xiaoyan's greed, ultimately leading to the Sun family's demise. Perhaps from the very beginning, everything had been predetermined. The Sun family was destined for destruction. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution, without fail. Ha ha ha, a war general. Sun Xiaoyuan continued to babble madly, and Chu Shanhe sighed. In your next life, don't be so greedy. With that, he gently waved his arm and struck down with his sword, ending Sun Xiaoyan's life. As night fell and the bright moon rose into the sky, two figures suddenly descended slowly outside, gazing at the cracked earth, and the chaotic scene. A flicker of surprise flashed in their eyes. That old man Sun Xiaoyuan schemed for a lifetime, yet he never expected to bring the entire Sun family into his. Under the moonlight, their faces became clearer, revealing two mounted warriors, with the one speaking being the small, mounted warrior of the penguin. One person fought against 4 grandmasters of the Sun family, all high-level grandmasters, and surprisingly one annihilating the Sun family. This Chu Shanhe seemed to be more than he appeared. The old mounted warrior glanced around, finally fixing his gaze in midair, where traces of battle energy still lingered. Is he a battle general level? The small mounted warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. No grandmaster other than a battle general could win against the Sun family's lineup. He isn't one. The old mounted warrior slowly shook his head. He hasn't reached the aura of a battle general, but he is close. Half a step to battle general. While this old man is truly deep and unassuming, no wonder he was unafraid when facing the Sun family. The small mounted warrior clicked his tongue, then directed his gaze at the corpses of several Sun family members in the big pit, sneering. Sun Xian, that old fox, played schemes for a lifetime, always hunting wild geese, but ultimately got his eyes pecked out by the geese. These aren't the main points. The old mounted warrior wore a serious expression. The key point is that a few days ago this Chu Shanhe was still a grandmaster, and I found out that a month ago he was merely an ordinary gatekeeper at a university. Within this month, when he gained people's attention, he had the level of a grandmaster, and then he killed people from the Sun family. This is also why Sun Xiaoyuan, upon learning of his son's death, dispatched a first-grade grandmaster. Our fixed mindset is that a grandmaster killing a grandmaster isn't an easy feat. As he spoke, a gleam of sharp light flashed in the old mounted warrior's eyes. But the outcome left everyone astonished. Chu Shanhe actually won, which means he possesses the combat strength of a grandmaster, and with that divine weapon, he was able to slay the Sun family's first grandmaster. These two events occurred within less than a week's time. Then there was the life and death battle of the martial arts school. The Sun family's affiliated martial arts school sent a third-grade grandmaster and 2 first-grade grandmasters to participate. But what was the result? All 3 were slain by Chu Shanhe with a single sword strike. Moreover, this was also a week after the previous incident. Next came the matter with the Zhou family. Facing several grandmasters of the Zhou family and their thunderkill formation, Chu Shanhe not only survived, but also broke their formation and defeated them. Let's not even discuss the thunderkill formation, just the cultivation levels of those Zhou brothers already belong to the high-end combat power of Huaqing. Zhou Zhigua is a 6th-grade grandmaster, and the others are all around the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. At that time, the level he revealed was that of a 7th or 8th grade grandmaster, but just 2 days later, he became a half-step battle general and annihilated the Sun family. Don't you think this is absurd? What do you mean? Upon hearing the old mounted warrior's words, the small mounted warrior's pupils suddenly contracted. The opportunities he received must be even greater, not just that divine weapon. That's right. The old mounted warrior nodded. Initially, we all thought the Sun family schemed for so long just for that divine weapon, but it seems the situation is not so simple. In just 1 month, an ordinary martial artist can grow into a half-step battle general. What kind of opportunity must that be? The old mounted warrior gazed up at the starry sky, a flicker of light sparkling deep within his pupils. What are you, tempted? Aren't you? The 2 mounted warriors exchanged glances and then slowly smiled. Such an opportunity neither of us can handle. Are you suggesting we seek out that person? The small mounted warrior pointed towards the gigantic building in the center of Huaqing. Exactly, I believe he will definitely be interested in this matter. This matter just got more interesting. The corners of their mouths curved into a smile, and then their figures flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next day, 4 corpses of the Sun family were discovered outside the city, and soon the news of the Sun family's annihilation spread, causing a great shock throughout Huaqing. Great. Those disgusting guys have finally been wiped out. Oh my god, I never thought I would see the day the Sun family was destroyed. It's truly wonderful. I must set off fireworks to celebrate. Let them go wild, let them be arrogant now they've been annihilated, they deserve it. Why does this news make me feel so good? Thank that hero for eliminating this great tumor for our watching. Those who had been bullied or harmed by the Sun family showed joyful expressions, clapping and cheering. However, those who were close to the Sun family, or were their lackeys, were trembling in fear. They had done plenty of evil deeds relying on the Sun family as their shield, and now that the Sun family had fallen, their former enemies were coming for them. It truly was a case of some rejoicing while others lamented. The instigator of this incident was completely unaware of all this. After returning home yesterday, he lay on his bed and enjoyed a deep sleep free from pressure and burdens, and he slept exceptionally soundly. It was only around noon that he woke up refreshed after washing up. With the improvement of his cultivation, his appearance gradually became younger. The wrinkles on his face had faded significantly, his skin had a sheen to it, and although his hair remained white, his spirit and demeanor were exceptionally good. Grandpa. At this moment, Chu Feng, Chu Yue, and Bai Shuang were having lunch, and upon seeing Chu Shanhe come out, they immediately stood up. With Bai Shuang and Chu Feng's encouragement, Chu Yue was feeling much better today. As for Chu Feng, he had already moved on. After experiencing this incident, he became stronger inside, realizing that strength was the greatest assurance in this world, and he trained much harder than before. If it weren't for needing to comfort Chu Yue, he would have likely gone out to train early in the morning. He'll go get you some food. Bai Shuang walked into the kitchen. How are you feeling? Are you better? Chu Shanhe sat beside Chu Yue, reaching out to pat his granddaughter's head. She had lost quite a bit of weight over the past few days. I'm feeling better. Chu Yue nodded. Grandpa promises you I will definitely fix your phone. Chu Shanhe smiled, and then picked up a chicken leg for Chu Yue. Don't think too much, even if the sky falls, Grandpa will support you. Thank you, Grandpa. Good, hurry up and eat. You've lost weight these past few days. Chu Shanhe patted his granddaughter's head, and then turned his gaze to Chu Feng. Finger, how are you? Is there nothing bothering you? Although Chu Feng was already an intermediate warrior, he was still a child, and after experiencing such significant events, it was inevitable for him to bear some mental shadows. Unlike Chu Yue, who would express her discomfort openly, Chu Feng would not say anything and would endure it alone. Chu Shanhe feared that keeping this matter bottled up in his heart would affect Chu Feng's martial path in the future. No. Chu Feng slowly shook his head. I only hate that at that time my strength was insufficient, and I could not protect my little sister well. It's not true that not feeling upset is a lie. After all, the teacher fell into a deep sleep because of that incident, and my little sister was also harmed. But his mental fortitude was very strong, and he would quickly adjust. You have done very well already. Chu Shanhe looked at him with satisfaction, and from his tone one could tell that Chu Feng did not carry any mental pressure, but instead turned this matter into motivation. Having such mental fortitude at a young age made Chu Shanhe very proud of his grandson, even if he did not say it outwardly. If you have any questions about your training in the future, feel free to ask me. If you need your grandfather, just speak up. Do not hide anything. Chu Shanhe patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng gave Chu Shanhe a deep look and nodded earnestly. After finishing their meal, Chu Shanhe went to the martial arts hall. Upon seeing that he was unscathed, Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong were momentarily taken aback, then displayed a hint of joy. They of course knew about the news of the Sun family's destruction and were aware that it was certainly the work of Chu Shanhe. However, what worried them was Chu Shanhe's condition. After annihilating the Sun family, he had also sustained serious injuries. After all, the four great masters of the Sun family were not to be underestimated. Now seeing Chu Shanhe standing before them safe and sound, they genuinely felt happy for him. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. To wipe out the four great masters of the Sun family meant that old Chu's combat power had already. The word that came to their minds was too astonishing to contemplate. Old Chu, are you alright? Xia Hongyin poured a glass of water for Chu Shanhe and asked with concern. Although she already had an answer in her heart, she still wanted to hear Chu Shanhe admit it personally to feel truly at ease. I'm fine. Chu Shanhe smiled, knowing that Xia Hongyin had more to say. He couldn't help but add, don't worry, those great masters of the Sun family couldn't harm me. Then, Xia Hongyin wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Chu Shanhe. Are you wondering whether I have broken through to the general level? As soon as this was said, not only Xia Hongyin, but even Wang Hong and Su Huanshan straightened their bodies, their eyes fixed on Chu Shanhe with intense focus. No. However, Chu Shanhe slowly shook his head, leaving them feeling disappointed. But I am just one step away from becoming a general. The few of them were first stunned, then their eyes widened. Old Chu, are you saying that you are now half a step to becoming a general? Exactly. Chu Shanhe took a sip of tea and slowly said, I came to ask you all, should we challenge a super martial arts hall? Hiss. Hearing this, the three present could not help but draw in a breath. A super martial arts hall means that the martial arts hall's strength must reach a certain level, with the minimum standard being that there is at least one general within it. However, how rare are masters at the general level? In the entire Huaqing, there were not more than 10. Moreover, to become a super martial arts hall, besides reaching the required strength, one also had to pass assessments from other super martial arts halls, which essentially meant that one had to challenge all other super martial arts halls. Winning would lead to promotion, greatly enhancing both treatment and prestige. Losing would simply mean going back to what one was doing with no penalties involved. But while it sounds simple, the reality is incredibly challenging. Huaqing has been established for hundreds of years, and there have only been 4 super martial arts halls. The most recent one was the Douyin Martial Arts Hall, which was established more than 10 years ago. Even with its exceptionally talented head, it had to challenge several times, and it seems that it was the head of Alice Hall that ultimately gave them a pass. If Chu Shanhe could say this, it meant that he was about to break through to the general level, which was why the 3 of them were so shocked. Old Chu, are you serious? Xia Hongyin swallowed hard. Aren't I discussing this with you? Chu Shanhe put down his teacup. I have been at the martial arts hall for so long without contributing much, and you have helped me quite a bit. It's time for me to do something for the hall. If you are unwilling, then forget I said anything. Phew, old Chu, this matter is too shocking. I need to think about it. Xia Hongyin exhaled a breath of air, patting her chest. She still felt as if she were dreaming. It's all right, take your time. Chu Shanhe smiled. After all, he was still a bit far from the combat power of a general. He estimated that if his 9 turns floating pagoda golden body reached the 3rd stage, his combat strength would basically reach the general level, where he could sign a few divine martial skills and gather some heavenly treasures. Regardless of the method, he believed that as long as he was given time, he would surely achieve it. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Xia Hongyin called out, and then the office door was pushed open and a master entered. Masters, here is an invitation letter from the city lord's mansion. Saying this, he handed a letter to Xia Hongyin. From the city lord's mansion. Xia Hongyin was momentarily taken aback and then waved her hand, signaling the master to leave. Once the door was closed again, she slowly opened the letter and her expression changed drastically. What's wrong? The 3 of them furrowed their brows. Old Chu, this is directed at you. Xia Hongyin handed the letter to Chu Shanhe. It states that you must arrive at the city lord's mansion by tomorrow morning. If you don't go, you will bear the consequences. My. Chu Shan's brow furrowed even deeper as he took the letter and glanced at it, then spoke calmly. I don't know the city lord, though. Why does he want me to go to the city mansion? It might not be the city lord himself, Su Huanshan interjected. The city lord has been in closed-door cultivation striving for the war god realm and hasn't shown himself for many years. Generally, the orders that are issued are from the deputy city lord. I don't know the deputy city lord either. But why would he do this? And his tone seems quite domineering. Chu Shanhe placed the letter on the table, his expression gradually turning somber. He thought he might understand the deputy city lord's intentions. When he was weak, the true big figures would not pay attention to him. Now that he had annihilated the Sun family and slain their 4 masters, anyone who took a little interest could easily investigate him. Let alone big shots like the deputy city lord. If he wanted to investigate him, there would be countless channels, making it incredible. After all, his strength had risen too quickly, reaching near the general level in just over a month. Considering it from the deputy city lord's perspective, if a general suddenly emerged in a territory he governed without any prior signs, he would naturally conduct an investigation. He could understand the deputy city lord's actions, but he could not fathom the other party's thoughts and attitude. If it were from a leadership perspective, inquiring, showing concern, and trying to establish a relationship would be perfectly fine. But from a personal standpoint, if he was curious about his secrets, or even felt greedy like Sun Xiaoyuan, then it would be a serious. The deputy city lord was a 6-star general, a truly terrifying powerhouse. Being targeted by such a master was certainly not a comfortable situation. What do you all think? Chu Shanhe turned his gaze to Xia Hongyin, and the others then, without waiting for their response, continued, Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just make sure you are not dragged into it later. They'll reply saying that I'm preparing for closed-door cultivation and will visit after I come out. Since he couldn't ascertain the other party's thoughts, Chu Shanhe decided to delay, taking as much time as he could. As the deputy city lord, he would not resort to any underhanded tactics, nor would he disdain to do so. As long as he said he was in closed-door cultivation, the deputy city lord would not say much. But the premise was that it should not take too long. Once a person loses patience, no one could predict what would happen next. Thinking of this, he picked up a pen and wrote vigorously. After finishing, he called a master to deliver the reply to the city lord's mansion. Old Chu, will this really work? Xia Hongyin and the others looked worried. I know what I'm doing. Chu Shanhe waved his hand. All right, you all go back to your tasks. I should also prepare for something. The city lord's mansion. Inside a cultivation chamber, a man of extraordinary bearing and noble grace gazed at the reply in his hand, his eyes flickering with a flash of killing intent. He was Lu Qinglong, deputy city lord of Hua City, a 6-star battle general. It was he who had penned the letter to Chu Shanhe. Confident in his status and strength, he had assumed Chu Shanhe would have no choice but to comply. Yet the man had brazenly refused, citing seclusion as his excuse, granting not even a shred of deference. Chu Shanhe, do you truly believe you can evade fate today only to escape it tomorrow? Lu Qinglong sneered coldly. With the city lord sealed in profound seclusion, Hua City answers to no one but me. Just wait and see. As Chu Shanhe had anticipated, Lu Qinglong, possessing such authority and stature, deemed petty schemes beneath him. He would simply await Chu Shanhe's emergence from seclusion before summoning him to the city lord's mansion. Summon my officers, he called out, then turned calmly to a junior officer. Bring me those 4 generals. The officer bowed and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, several figures hurried in. two mounted generals, and a man of similar age, Zhang, founder of the Douyin Martial Arts Academy. Beside him stood a one-eyed man, Wu Xian, founder of the Wujia Martial Arts Academy. In addition to these four, three elder generals entered, veterans whose years bore the weight of mastery. Deputy City Lord, what urgent matter warrants this assembly? An elderly man with silver-streaked hair spoke first. As a veteran general, he was the eldest among them, nearly 250 years old. By seniority alone, he could be grandfather to all the rest. Lao Ma explained it to them, Lu Qinglong said languidly. Though a man, his features were delicate and fair, more refined than any woman's. Very well. General Lao Ma nodded, then recounted the matter of Chu Shanhe. You've surely seen that viral video online. The divine weapon capable of invoking celestial phenomena is impressive, yes, but what is it beside an opportunity of cosmic magnitude? If what you say holds true, Chu Shanhe's fortune is indeed terrifying. Perhaps even the legacy of an ancient war, if it is the sovereign's legacy. At this their breaths quickened. As battle generals they understood the sheer terror embodied by a war sovereign. Above battle generals stood war gods, beyond them human kings, commonly called war kings, rulers of humanity itself. And above war kings reigned human emperors, the war sovereigns spoken of in hushed reverence. If a war king ruled a single city as its absolute sovereign, a war sovereign commanded an entire domain, a vast expanse comprising countless cities. The Federation comprised 5 such domains: the Asia-Pacific domain, the Liuli domain, the Dongwang domain, the Wuji domain, and at its heart, the Weiyang domain. War sovereigns were domain lords, figures of such rarity that the Federation held only a handful. To discover such a legacy within a centenarian was staggering. Even battle generals burned with envy. I summoned you all today to devise a strategy together. Lu Qinglong spoke slowly. I sent Chu Shanhe a summons to attend the city lord's mansion, only to be politely declined, citing seclusion. He claims he'll come after emerging. His refusal implies he intends to break through to battle general upon completion of this seclusion, General Lao Ma observed coolly. Even if he ascends to battle general, what then? Wu Xian retorted icily. Facing Deputy City Lord Lu and ourselves, what chance does he truly possess? Once one reaches the battle general stage, even with a sovereign's legacy, rapid successive breakthroughs are impossible. As Lao Ma said, he seeks this breakthrough now, so we wait until his seclusion ends. The moment he emerges, let the Deputy City Lord issue the order. Should he defy it, arrest him on any pretext whatsoever. Old Wu speaks wisely, I concur. So do I. We are battle generals, we need no shadowy machinations. So long as he remains within Hua City, all shall unfold as planned. Young General Zhang and the others nodded in agreement. Then we wait for his emergence. Lu Qinglong found the logic sound. Once Chu Shanhe emerged, he would crush him with overwhelming force. As a 6-star battle general, he harbored no doubt that Chu Shanhe's seclusion would not surpass his own power. At midnight, above the graveyard of chaos, a dimensional rift opened precisely on schedule, and a black figure slipped swiftly inside. That figure was Chu Shanhe himself. To fully attain battle general level combat prowess, only one path remained: advancing the 9-fold pagoda golden body to its 3rd stage. Had the white giant ape not shattered that spirit stone vein, the surface ground might have been the optimal site for cultivation and sign-in rituals. But now the vein lay ruined. Qinling Mountain had become crowded by day, and deep within its peaks lurked savage beasts. Thus the mountain was no longer ideal. Instead, this obscure dimensional overlap, unknown to all, proved an excellent alternative. Here he had previously broken through to the 2nd stage. Though he lacked dragon blood this time, a substance of unparalleled potency, high-grade body-refining pills served admirably as supreme auxiliary elixirs. Moreover, given the Deputy City Lord's hostility, Chu Shanhe deemed a prolonged seclusion advantageous. Time was his most precious resource, not only to complete the 3rd stage of the 9-fold pagoda golden body, but also to advance his foundational cultivation. A month passed. As days wore on, spirit crystals scattered across Qinling Mountain were gradually gathered, until their numbers dwindled and the event faded into casual conversation over tea and meals. Likewise, the Sun family's annihilation receded from public memory. History marched ever forward, its wheels grinding even great clans into dust. Hua City once again settled into its former tranquil serenity, yet beneath that calm lingered an undercurrent of quiet, chilling severity. Since Chu Shanhe entered seclusion, Xia Hongyin had spent every day wrestling with the prospect of elevating her academy to super martial arts academy status. She was torn. First, the promotion demanded near impossible rigor. Second, Chu Shanhe's outright rejection of the city lord's mansion invitation weighed heavily upon her. She feared retaliation, subtle yet damaging maneuvers from the city lord's mansion. Thus she remained deeply conflicted. Enough, I'll decide after Elder Chu emerges from seclusion. In her office, she set down her pen and massaged her temples. Better to train. Breaking through to Grandmaster is the only true certainty. She rose and left the office, heading straight toward the cultivation chamber. In another chamber, Su Huanshan practiced sword drawing and sheathing endlessly, his mind replaying Chu Shanhe's single stroke, absorbing its profound martial essence. Wang Hong trained just as fiercely. One step away from Grandmaster, he recently experienced an epiphany and seized the momentum determined to shatter the final barrier. At Chu Shanhe's home, Bai Shuang continued her daily routine, cooking for the children, dancing with her friends in the neighborhood square. Life flowed smoothly, though worry occasionally clouded her gaze. After all, Chu Shanhe had not returned home in a very long time. As for Chu Feng and Chu Yue, their wounds from the prior incident had healed completely. Notably, Chu Yue had undergone a subtle transformation afterward. Less disciplined than Chu Feng, yet still training diligently each day, frequently seeking his guidance. Chu Feng remained unwavering in his discipline, training until dawn, resting only briefly before resuming. Under such relentless rigor, he soon broke through to the advanced warrior rank. Meanwhile, the second technique of the dragon elephant heaven-striking spear art, entrusted to him by his master before slumber, grew ever more familiar, ever more integrated into his being. Though still only an advanced warrior, his explosive combat power rivaled that of a mid-rank warrior master. Master, I will never let you down. Deep in a secluded forest, Chu Feng thrust his spear, sending a whirlwind of fallen leaves spiraling sky. Time passed like a white horse galloping through a narrow gap, and in the blink of an eye winter had arrived. The chilly winds stirred the withered leaves, causing them to swirl in the air before gently landing on the ground, crunching underfoot. At the State Academy, whether in the training rooms, the back mountains, or on the martial arts platform, students were continuously practicing, meditating, and sparring. The students were, as if energized, bursting with enthusiasm and a strong fighting spirit. In the conference room, Qin Shuo wore a worried expression as he looked at the several teachers beside him. Everyone, the 100 Cities University League is about to begin, and we have yet to find that so-called swordsmanship genius. It seems we have no hope this year again. Dean, could it be that we have been trapped in a dead end from the very beginning? There is no such swordsmanship genius, it is merely our own imagination. Or perhaps this swordsmanship genius is not a student from our academy at all. The teachers sighed as well. It had been several months since that swordsmanship genius had made any appearance, and it began to make them doubt themselves. Sigh, if it really is just our empty fantasy, then how do we explain the shattered stone tablet and that soaring sword light? Qin Shuo also sighed deeply. He had thought about this possibility before, but each time he convinced himself otherwise, for that stone tablet had been in the academy for several hundred years, and no one understood its significance better than he did. Moreover, there had indeed been strange phenomena at that time compelling him to believe in the existence of the swordsmanship. The stone tablet could not have shattered for no reason. It indicates that someone must have grasped the secret within it. As for whether that person is from our academy, we have discussed this before, but we ruled out various doubts. Qin Shuo scratched his head. We can basically be 100% certain that this person is among us, yet we still do not know who exactly. Dean, I feel like we have been going around in circles from the start. Our preconceived notions led us to believe it must be a student, but what if it isn't a student at all? One teacher voiced his doubts, causing everyone to pause for a moment before they suddenly understood. Yes, Dean, what if it is not? If it's not a student, then it must be one of us teachers present. If it truly is one of us, would we have kept it a secret until now? At this point, we teachers can basically rule ourselves out. If it were a certain student, they would have shown themselves by now, though that possibility cannot be entirely excluded. Not a student, not a teacher, then who in our academy possesses the talent to decipher the secret of the stone tablet? Qin Shuo looked at everyone. What about the cleaning ladies and old Chu, the gatekeeper? Someone suggested. It can't be him, right? Who? The other teachers looked at him in unison. Impossible, how could it be him? He's so old, his vitality has diminished greatly, how could he possess such talent? In the next moment, Qin Shuo shook his head, dismissing the thought. At this point, it seemed he hadn't seen old Chu for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask, have you seen old Chu lately? Old Chu has been on leave for 3 months now, one of the duty teachers replied. He has been on leave for 3 months. Qin Shuo paused for a moment. Did he say why he was taking leave? No. Well, let it be. Old Chu is a veteran figure in our school. After all, he's old, so taking leave. After all, he doesn't have much work to do. Enough about him, let's discuss the league matters. The triannual 100 Cities University League was about to commence, and apart from the State Academy, the other 3 major universities in Huacheng were also preparing vigorously, and even the common people were talking about it. After all, this is a significant event for the entire Asia-Pacific region, akin to the importance of the college entrance examination a century ago. The higher a school's ranking, the more abundant the cultivation resources it receives, and even the city where the university is located will receive corresponding rewards. Do you think that our Huacheng will achieve better results in this 100 Cities University League? Of course, I have heard that Jinhua Academy has produced an exceptionally talented genius, and their physique is quite special. It is said to be a natural spiritual body with formidable battle capabilities. Bailu Academy has also produced a genius rumored to be a reincarnation of a sage belonging to the level of. The Military Academy has a pair of twins, and it is said they fought their way out of a battlefield from another dimension. Although they do not possess any special physique, their fighting power is impressive. Those prodigies from the Military Academy have superior fighting capabilities because their daily environment is drastically different. Even though there is protection from the school, they still face fierce beasts, which gives them much more combat experience than other universities, and that is crucial. Regardless, these three universities are the pride of Huaqing, and whether we can improve upon our last performance depends on. Did the State Academy not have a so-called swordsmanship genius recently? It was said that they comprehended the secret of the stone tablet within the academy. Don't mention that news is false. My second aunt works there as a cleaner, and she said there's absolutely nothing to it. It's all just a gimmick. Then it seems we can't count on the State Academy this time. Haven't we all gotten used to it? The common people were abuzz with discussions about the upcoming league. In a dimensional space, Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged at the center with his eyes tightly shut. Golden light flickered around his body, rising and falling in intensity. Within him his chi and blood surged constantly, and if one could see inside his body they would find that his organs were radiating golden light. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes, the golden glow around him gradually dissipating. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Still not enough. This final step is incredibly difficult. After such a long period of cultivation, he was just one final step away from the third stage of the 9 turns pagoda golden body, yet this last step had stumped him for a long time. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not break through. The effect of the high-grade body refining pills was also gradually diminishing as he had consumed too many of them. It seems that to break through this last step, I need to find a body refining treasure more powerful than the high-grade body refining pills. But how do I obtain such a treasure? If only I could sign in for something like the blood of a dragon race. So to obtain such a thing, I would have to sign in at a different location, and it would also depend on luck. Forget it, I won't think about that for now. Counting the time, today is the 99th day of my closed-door training. I wonder how things are outside. Has the deputy city lord made any moves? Now my strength is nearly comparable to that of a battle general. Although I may not be able to kill them, they won't be able to kill me either. But this is only the case for 1-star battle generals. If the opponent's cultivation is higher by a few points, things would be. However, once the 9 turns golden body breaks through to the third stage, my combat power will be drastically transformed, possibly leaping to the level of a 2-star or even 3-star battle general. It is known that the effects of bloodthirsty frenzy are doubled. The higher the base combat power, the more formidable one becomes after going berserk. Once the 9 turns golden body breaks through to the third stage, Chu Shanhe's base combat power could reach the realm of a 1-star battle general, and under the doubling effect he could ascend even further. I must work hard. A new day is about to begin, and I have 10 more high-grade body refining pills that are about to arrive. Chu Shanhe glanced at the enormous beast's corpse, and as the time came his mind stirred instantly. Sign in. But in the next moment the system's voice made his expression change dramatically. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of signing in consecutively for 100 times in a specific area. This area has been restructured and items obtained from signing in will be upgraded. As the system's voice faded, a milky white bottle appeared in Chu Shanhe's hand, the bottle feeling cool to the touch. The Millennium Spiritual Essence Stone Stalactite, having undergone 1,000 years, captures the essence of heaven and earth, a top-tier treasure. This. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Chu Shanhe was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. I didn't expect such a reward after signing in 100 times. This Millennium Spiritual Essence Stone Stalactite came just in time. Without any hesitation, he directly uncorked the bottle, and immediately a chilling aura wafted from the opening, followed by white smoke emerging from the bottle, a phenomenon of spiritual energy vaporization. Chu Shanhe let a drop drip out, and then swallowed it. In the next moment, the spiritual essence transformed into a vast surge of spiritual energy that flowed into his body, continuously cleansing his flesh. Even with the refining of the 9-turn floating pagoda golden body, black impurities began to seep out from his pores. The aura within him started to roll violently, as if boiling. The spiritual essence stone stalactite caused Chu Shanhe's physical strength to evolve once again. 3 days later, with 3/4 of the spiritual essence consumed, Chu Shanhe's aura grew stronger, and the golden light surrounding him became increasingly brilliant. Within him blood and chi surged, his organs vibrated continuously, producing ancient sounds akin to the ringing of a bell, and as the vibrations quickened, the golden light enveloping him grew ever more intense. Whoosh! Suddenly his eyes snapped open, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth, and then he soared into the sky, bathed in golden light, rising continuously like a small sun. As the golden light surged, his body expanded, and in the blink of an eye a massive golden giant over 20 zhang tall appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! The giant swung a punch, and that fist like the sun broke through the space barrier, creating black dimensional rifts, causing the entire space to tremble as if it were about to shatter. Whoosh! In the next moment the golden light dissipated, the giant vanished, and Chu Shanhe slowly descended from the sky, hands behind his back, gazing at the dimensional rifts above, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is this the power of the third stage of the 9-turn floating pagoda golden body? 9 turns of the pagoda, with each turn serving as a medium, each layer surpassing the last. Initially Chu Shanhe did not understand the meaning of this phrase, but now he comprehended. It turns out that the 9-turn floating pagoda golden body does not merely have 3 turns for 1 layer. Instead, at the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stages the body undergoes tremendous changes. Just like now, having broken through to the 3rd stage, his body expanded, and his power increased exponentially. I initially thought that upon breaking through to the third stage my strength would ultimately be on par with a 2-star battle general, but now it seems it's not just that. In giant form, if I unleash my full power, I could rival even 5-star or 6-star battle generals. During this time of hard training, besides the breakthrough of the floating pagoda golden body to the third stage, his cultivation level also smoothly reached the realm of a 7th-grade grandmaster. Now in the entire Hua city, besides the city lord and the deputy city lord, there are hardly any who could kill me. Even the deputy city lord would not suffice. It seems this dimensional space is about to collapse. I must leave. Chu Shan's eyes sparkled, and then he shot upwards, bursting forth from the dimensional rift. Crack. Soon as the dimensional rifts multiplied, this space could no longer withstand the pressure, instantly shattering into fragments, disappearing among the starry river. In the air above the mass grave, Chu Shanhe gently descended, gazing towards the direction of the shattered space for a long while before vanishing from the spot. Upon returning home, he unexpectedly found Bai Shuang and his 2 grandsons there, all 3 of them gathered in front of the television, completely engrossed. Even when Chu Shanhe returned, they did not notice. Ahem. Seeing this, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but cough lightly, causing the engrossed trio to awaken instantly. When they realized it was Chu Shanhe, they couldn't help but rejoice. Old man. Grandpa, you finally came back. Chu Yu jumped up, rushing into Chu Shan's arms, acting cute, and saying, Grandpa, where have you been these days? You didn't even send a message back? You have no idea how much I've missed you during this time. After saying this, she puffed her cheeks, looking at Chu Shanhe with a face full of grievance. Grandpa went out to take care of some matters. Looking at his granddaughter's expression, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks. Not sending you a message was my oversight, dear. To make it up to my precious granddaughter tonight, Grandpa will treat you all to a feast, and feel free to say whatever gifts you want. Grandpa will cover it all. Yay. Chu Yu's eyes instantly narrowed into crescent shapes, planting a kiss on Chu Shan's face, then said, Grandpa, I have good news to tell you. You have become a martial artist. However, before Chu Yu could finish her next sentence, Chu Shanhe directly spoke the answer. While holding his granddaughter, he could clearly sense the chi power within her. She was a beginner martial artist. Grandpa, you. Chu Yu's smile instantly froze on her face, giving Chu Shanhe a resentful glance, then hopped down from him, huffing, I won't talk to you anymore, stinky grandpa. You're still laughing. Chu Feng beside them couldn't help but laugh, prompting Chu Yu to grab a cushion from the sofa and throw it at him. You little girl are getting more and more insensible. Bai Shuang glared at her granddaughter, then stood up, looking tenderly at her. Old man, are you hungry? They'll go make dinner for you. No need, let's all go out to eat together tonight. Chu Shanhe shook his head, then turned his gaze to the television. What are you all watching? You seem so engrossed. The opening ceremony of the 100 Cities University League. Bai Shuang poured a cup of tea for Chu Shanhe and said, the Triennial University League has begun broadcast live throughout the city. Oh, soon it will feature your Shiji Academy. The 100 Cities University League. Chu Shanhe was initially taken aback, then realized, sighing, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Indeed. You've been out for 100 days without returning. Bai Shuang had been counting the days since the first day Chu Shanhe went into seclusion. You've worked hard during this time, my dear wife. Chu Shanhe looked at his wife's head, full of white hair, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. He then held her hand softly, saying, it won't happen again in the future. Next time you go out, remember to send a message home, so I won't have to worry every day. Just a few short phrases conveyed endless longing. What age are you at, still spreading dog food? Chu Yu mumbled, but was met with Bai Shuang's broom. What are you talking about, you child? You dare say we are dogs? As an elderly person, she did not understand the meaning behind some internet slang. Grandma, I was wrong. In a moment the house was in chaos. Alright, why bother with her? Chu Shanhe smiled, holding Bai Shuang's wrist, calming both of them down. The dog food the child is talking about is not the same as what you think. You just indulge her. Bai Shuang glared at him. She's old enough now, yet still so indiscreet. What will she do when she enters society? This is the generation gap. Chu Yu began to mumble again, but when she saw Bai Shuang's gaze, she immediately fell silent. Grandma, I was wrong. Alright, let's watch TV. Chu Shanhe took a sip of tea, then turned his attention to the screen. At this moment the screen displayed the appearance of Shiji Academy, with Qin Shuo leading a group of teachers, and behind them were several participating students, one of whom Chu Shanhe remembered quite well. It was that girl named Lu Yin who had been the first to gain recognition from a spiritual weapon in the Canjin Pavilion. With the grand unveiling of the 4 prestigious academies now concluded, the opening ceremony has officially drawn to. Tomorrow marks the departure of our academy's prodigies for Longqing, the heart of the Asia-Pacific domain, where they shall compete in the upcoming Inter-Academy League. The tournament will once again be held in Longqing, the central metropolis of the Asia-Pacific domain, where elite students from cities across the domain converge to vie for supremacy. Final rankings directly determine each academy's allocation of cultivation resources and influence the administrative rank of their home city. A city's rank governs its population capacity, territorial expanse, and the baseline provision of essential supplies, including guaranteed access to foundational cultivation resources for its citizens. The higher the rank, the more abundant and superior these benefits become. Correspondingly, the city's governor reaps immense advantages from a strategic perspective. The greater the martial prowess and spiritual cultivation level of its students, the stronger the governor's administrative competence is deemed. After all, these students are the Federation's future. May Sheiji Academy achieve outstanding results this time, murmured Chu Shanhe as he switched off the television, then instructed by Shuang and the two children to prepare for an outing, a rare family dinner together. The following day, Chu Shanhe rose at dawn, finished breakfast, and returned to the long-forgotten academy. Upon seeing his gatehouse spotlessly clean, he paused in quiet surprise. Master Chu, you finally arrived. At that moment, a duty instructor entered clutching a freshly laundered cloth. Since you're here, Master Chu, this is yours. And the desk still needs wiping, huh? Thank you, Instructor Zhou. Chu Shanhe accepted the cloth, touched by the gesture. No wonder it was so immaculate, someone had quietly tended to it in his absence. I'm deeply grateful for your efforts during my absence, Instructor Zhou. No need for such formalities, Master Chu, replied Instructor Zhou with a wave before departing to attend to other duties. After polishing the desk and completing his routine tasks, Chu Shanhe picked up a broom and made his way toward the academy's rear mountain. With a subtle shift of intent, he successfully logged his daily attendance, receiving 10 chi gathering pills. Ever since learning that 100 consecutive sign-ins would trigger a regional reset and upgrade all acquired items, his first objective had been to reset the rear mountain. It was here on this very slope that he'd previously obtained the Dayan Creation Heart Sutra. He wondered what treasures the upgraded region might yield. Even repeated sign-in rewards proved remarkably potent. Not especially useful to him personally, yet to others they were nothing short of celestial treasures. Take his two grandsons for instance. These chi-gathering pills and similar artifacts could serve as their foundational inheritance, early capital for their cultivation journeys. Alongside the 10 newly acquired chi-gathering pills, he retained a modest reserve of spirit marrow stone lactate and 3 vials of Hunyuan pills. These 3 vials of Dawandan, Great Restoration pills, had been earned during the final 3 days of his prior interdimensional trial. Each contained 10 potent healing elixirs. Huh! A thunderous shout pierced Chu Shanhe's ears, drawing his gaze instinctively toward its source, then freezing his expression. It was that young woman. Deep within the bamboo grove, a slender figure darted ceaselessly, her long sword cleaving the air with razor-sharp intensity, leaving deep gashes across the resilient bamboo trunks. Isn't she departing for launching today? Why train so fiercely? Chu Shanhe murmured to himself, then strode forward with hands clasped behind his back. Swish, swish, Yu Yen slashed relentlessly. Countless swordoras crisscrossed the air. She wielded the sword art taught by her master, explosive, overwhelming, swift enough to sever several thick bamboo stalks in rapid succession, reducing them to airborne fragments. Sweat glistened across her delicate face. Though ranked first among all students at Sheiji Academy, and designated a top contender in the league, this distinction applied solely within her own institution. Beyond Sheiji, the prodigies from Huaqing's 3 rival academies could effortlessly crush her. The chasm between them yawned like heaven and earth. She yearned to bring honor to her academy, but that impossible gap left her feeling powerless. Yet pride forbade her surrender to mockery. For weeks, she'd risen before dawn to train alone on the rear mountain. Undeterred, even today, the eve of departure. Swish, swish, swish. Her strikes accelerated, her form blurred, trailing afterimages through the air. This young woman possesses admirable fortitude. The sword art suits her well, and its explosive potential aligns perfectly with her temperament. Spurt. The moment the words left his lips, Yu Yen vomited a crimson arc midair and crashed onto the ground, her sword embedding itself quivering. Spurt. The moment the words left his lips, Yu Yen vomited a crimson arc midair and crashed onto the ground, her sword embedding itself quivering in the earth before her. Why? Her beautiful face twisted with raw, unyielding despair, pallor accentuating her fragile, heartbreaking vulnerability. Tears spilled silently down her cheeks. She had trained with desperate fervor, hoping to break through before the league began, only to collapse in failure. Young lady, such impatience will only harm you. A venerable voice resonated beside her. She turned and saw an elderly man with snow-white hair, his gaze warm and kind as he extended a gentle hand. Grandfather Chu. As the academy's revered gatekeeper, Chu Shanhe was known to nearly everyone, including Yu Yen. Clutching his hand, she rose shakily, blood stained her lips stark against her pallor. Feeling the warmth of his palm and meeting his tender smile, her nose stung sharply, and suddenly tears erupted, releasing weeks of pent-up pressure and sorrow. Grandfather Chu, I wanted so badly to secure glory for our academy, but my strength falls far short, and now I'm injured. Her sobs were wrenching. Already weak, she now bore a grievous internal wound, untreatable in mere hours, and the league loomed imminently. There, my child, no more tears. Chu Shanhe patted her shoulder gently. A minor internal injury, nothing beyond my reach. He withdrew a Hunyuan pill and offered it to her. A healing elixir, take it. You'll recover swiftly. Trusting him implicitly, Yu Yen swallowed the pill without hesitation. Then her eyes widened in utter astonishment. Grandfather Chu, your safety is all that matters. Chu Shanhe smiled faintly, bent to retrieve her fallen sword, and added, you cultivate the way of the sword, and coincidentally, I possess some modest proficiency. I've also observed your technique. You rush too eagerly. Let passion override prudence. Forcing the sword intent within your art invites calamity. Sword intent. I understand its essence. Watch closely now. I shall demonstrate but once. How much you grasp depends entirely upon your innate affinity. With that he stepped forward and unleashed an unparalleled sword intent radiant and absolute. So that's how it is. As Chu Shan's figure flickered, the long sword danced, and the enlightenment in Lu Yan's eyes grew more intense, even beginning to gesture with her hands, her joy unabashed on her face. Soon after finishing the sword dance, Lu Yan realized she had closed her eyes at some point. This girl has remarkable comprehension. She has entered a state of sudden enlightenment. I suppose after this awakening she will smoothly break through and her combat power will rise to a new level. Chu Shanhe smiled slightly, and then sheathed the long sword before him, leaving the back mountain with his hands behind. In the bamboo forest the bamboo leaves danced incessantly. Lu Yan stood quietly in the center, her aura becoming increasingly sharp, and even the long sword before her bust. Whoosh! 2 hours later a figure descended from the sky, slowly landing beside Lu Yan. Upon seeing her in a state of enlightenment, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of ecstatic joy on his face. This person was none other than Din Xinshua, who had once again led the team to Longqing. Before departing he had intended to gather these little ones together for a chat and provide some psychological counseling. However, he found that Lu Yan was absent. After inquiring, he learned that she had come to the back mountain to cultivate early in the morning, so he hurried over, not expecting to encounter such a situation. This girl already possesses a hint of a master's aura. Although there was no one else around, Xinshua still cautiously glanced around, fearing someone might intrude and disturb Lu Yan. It seems that too much pressure is not necessarily a bad thing. Just as Xinshua was lost in thought, a sharp aura suddenly soared into the sky, and he saw Lu Yan slowly opening her eyes. Dean, seeing Xinshua, Lu Yan was momentarily startled. What are you doing here? It's time to set off. Everyone is gathered. Oh, we're just waiting for you. I specifically came here to call you. Looking at the faint master aura around Lu Yan, Xinshua grinned. I didn't expect you to give me such a great surprise, breaking through to the master realm at this last moment. Congratulations. It's all thanks to the dean and the guidance of the academy. Lu Yan replied, which only deepened Qinshua's smile, nearly transforming his face into a beaming flower. Of course, Grandpa Chu's contribution was even greater. Lu Yan quietly thought to herself, growing even more curious about Chu Shanhe, this old gatekeeper, who usually seemed unremarkable, unexpectedly being a hidden master. It seems that one should not judge by appearances. At 10 o'clock noon, Qinshua and another 7th-rank master set off with Lu Yan and the remaining 3 competitors. They did not reveal Lu Yan's breakthrough information. This was their trump card, to be used only at the most critical moment. As they were about to leave, Lu Yan's gaze lingered in the crowd, seeking Chu Shan's figure, but ultimately, she left disappointed, for he did not attend the farewell ceremony. Go for it, little girl. On the top floor of the teaching building, Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, watching Qinshua and the others depart, sending his blessings to Lu Yan in his heart. After everyone had left, he turned his gaze toward the central Lord's mansion of Huaqing. Just now Xia Hongyin had sent him a message saying that another letter from the Lord's mansion had arrived containing similar content to the last time, instructing him to go to the Lord's mansion. Without any excuses, he must go. Can't you all refrain? Why must it be like this? Chu Shanhe sighed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, then his figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot. In the main office of the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy, Xia Hongyin looked at the letter in her hand with a worried expression. Her greatest fear had come to pass. Last time old Chu had used the excuse of seclusion to evade, but this time the deputy lord had issued a death order directly. No excuses could be made, as she must go. As for what to do there, everyone knew in their hearts. She had already told old Chu about this matter, and he said he would be there soon. Creak. Just as she was thinking, Chu Shanhe pushed the door and entered. Old Chu. Xia Hongyin stood up, and with a bitter expression handed him the letter in her hand. What should we do this time? Chu Shanhe glanced at the contents of the letter, then tore it into pieces, looking seriously at Xia Hongyin as he said, Hongyin, are you afraid of death? Boom. This question struck Xia Hongyin's mind like a thunderclap. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Shanhe, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her entire body trembling. Old Chu. You. She wasn't foolish as she understood what Chu Shanhe meant by this. It was too shocking. She stared intently at Chu Shanhe, seeing in the old man's eyes the corpses of millions, rivers of blood, countless bones scattered everywhere. Her whole body trembled, even the hair on her back stood on end, and a chill surged from her feet to the top of her head. She was well aware of why Chu Shanhe had to do this. Because he had no other choice. As soon as he stepped into the Lord's mansion, what awaited him would be an inescapable net. No one was foolish. It took Chu Shanhe less than half a year to rise from an unknown martial artist to a mere warrior. Anyone would want to know the secret behind it. Even she sometimes wanted to inquire, let alone those in positions of supreme authority. A general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to rise in rebellion. After a long time, she slowly spoke. Old Chu, are you really ready for this? What do you think? Chu Shanhe retorted, then smiled brilliantly. I think you have the answer in your heart, right? Yes. A hint of madness flashed in Xia Hongyan's eyes. In this life one can either live a mundane life or live passionately. I Xia Hongyan have experienced countless events from childhood to now. To have reached today's level there is nothing but madness. Now an even crazier thing has descended upon me. My blood has already begun to boil, and I vow to fight with you to the end. Do you really trust me? Chu Shanhe was somewhat surprised by Xia Hongyan's answer. You are a person who can create miracles. Xia Hongyan smiled brightly. And you have been creating miracles all along, haven't you? Good. If we lose, everything will be in vain. If we win, then get ready to welcome our era. Chu Shanhe laughed heartily, his voice growing louder, gradually becoming wild. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the entire office, as his blood surged, and his battle intent boiled. In life, one must stand tall and firm. Since this battle cannot be avoided, then fight. Since there is to be a fight, he must strike with the most formidable posture, making this world tremble, making heaven and earth itself bow down. He must also let the entire Huaqing know that this 100-year-old man is not to be trifled with. Declare war. Hongyan, take this reply to the city lord's mansion. Chu Shanhe found a pen and paper in the disheveled office, gracefully wrote a few large characters, and then handed it to Xia Hongyan, speaking blandly. We declare war on them. Yes, Elder Chu. Xia Hongyan was also inspired, took the envelope, and walked out. The letter was delivered to the city lord's mansion, and Xia Hongyan informed Su Huanshan and Wang Hong about this matter. What? Elder Chu wants to declare war on the city lord's mansion. When Su Huanshan and Wang Hong heard this news, their faces were filled with shock and horror. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to fight back. Xia Hongyan's fighting spirit soared. This matter was instigated by them. Elder Chu does not wish to go to war, but they are relentless. What do you think we should do? Fight. Su Wanshan's eyes flickered as he uttered a single word softly. People die, but birds fly to the sky. Those who live will endure for 1,000 years. Wang Hong was also infected by this atmosphere, his blood boiling. I never expected that Wang Hong would have a day to declare war on the city lord's mansion. Then it settled, oh, let's fight. With their determination made, they felt an unexpected lightness. In the face of life and death, their hearts instead became utterly calm. My. Suddenly Su Huanshan was taken aback, looking at Wang Hong and Xia Hongyan beside him. At this moment the two of them began to unleash their auras wildly. With their hearts relaxed, they both broke through and fully stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Congratulations. Su Huanshan smiled, not expecting that on the eve of the decisive battle the martial arts hall would gain 2 more Grandmasters. Su Grandmaster, you flatter me. Xia Hongyan and Wang Hong retracted their auras. As they were about to face the city lord's mansion in battle, there was no joy on their faces from their breakthrough to Grandmaster, but rather a trace of worry. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. After all, the opponent was the deputy city lord, and furthermore, several great generals of Huaqing were also his developed forces. Now that the city lord was not emerging from seclusion, the entire Huaqing was the territory of the deputy city lord. Yet despite this, they still chose to stand by Chu Shanhe's side out of righteousness, humanity, and their belief that Chu Shanhe could create miracles once again. Master, I've suddenly thought of a serious issue. Su Wanshan's voice continued, causing both to look over in unison, their eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. What issue? We are aware of this matter, but what about the others in the martial arts hall? Su Huanshan spoke blandly. Should we inform them? Of course we must inform them. This matter is of great importance, and it concerns our lives and fortunes. Our willingness does not mean others are willing too. Xia Hongyan pondered for 2 seconds, and then said, quickly gather the senior members for a meeting. At the city lord's mansion, Lu Qinglong looked grimly at Chu Shanhe's reply. The entire letter contained only a few short characters. If you want to fight, then fight. These few short words made Lu Qinglong, a 6-star general, lose his composure. Old fool, how dare you ignore my orders? He tore the letter into pieces and scattered the shreds which fluttered in the air before falling to the ground. And he dares to openly provoke me. Does he really think I am easy to deal with? Lu Qinglong exuded an aura of terrifying malice, then summoned several other generals to inform them of Chu Shanhe's attitude. This old fool really thinks that just because he has broken through to a general, he is invincible in the world. Wu Xian, a hot-tempered individual, and Lu Qinglong's confidant, exploded instantly upon hearing this. I really want to go over and crush that old fool right now. Master Wu, don't be impulsive. General Old Ma, the wise one among them, wore a serious expression, stroking his chin as he pondered for 2 seconds before beginning to analyze. Do you think Chu Shanhe would declare war on the city lord's mansion if he was inflated with arrogance? Otherwise, then you are greatly underestimating him. General Old Ma smiled. If you look closely at the things he has done before, you will find that he never fights battles without preparation. If he had no confidence or trump cards, he would never declare war on the city lord's mansion. Now he openly refuses to obey City Lord Lu and directly declares war. He must have a trump card or has greatly improved his strength during this seclusion. Even if he has improved, he cannot possibly match the 6-star General Lu directly, can he? Wu Xian persisted in his opinion and voiced it out. Old Ma, do you think everyone is as calculating as you, old fox? Think from his perspective. Oh, Chu Shanhe knows our goals and intentions. If he comes over, it's like seeking death. Wouldn't he struggle? If we are going to die anyway, we might as well die gloriously. Then let's just watch. General Old Ma did not argue with Wu Xin, but merely smiled faintly. Alright, everyone shut up. Lu Qinglong sat in a grim manner. Regardless of whether he has a backup plan or not, just based on his ignoring and provoking me, I can make him die 100 times. Now who doesn't know that Huaqing belongs to the Lu family, my Lu Qinglong? If he wants to die gloriously, then I will notify the people of the entire city that Chu Shanhe has betrayed humanity, and there will be no mercy. Lu Qinglong's killing intent soared. Meanwhile, in the Hongyin Martial Arts Hall conference room, the entire upper management of the martial arts hall was present, including Chu Shanhe. I have an announcement to make. Xia Hongyin glanced at the uninformed crowd and spoke clearly. Soon our Hongyin Martial Arts Hall will face the greatest challenge since its establishment. If we can get through this, then our martial arts hall will experience unprecedented development, leaping above the 4 major super martial arts halls. Upon hearing this, the senior members showed expressions of surprise. Master, what exactly is this challenge? Yes, what challenge could lead to such significant growth for our martial arts hall? But what if we can't get through it? One person, clear-headed, asked the crucial question. If we can't get through it, the martial arts hall will be destroyed, and we will perish, leaving a bad reputation for eternity. Xia Hongyian's voice was soft, but to the ears of those senior members it struck like a bolt from the blue, causing their faces to change dramatically. Master, please tell us what this challenge is that is so terrifying. What you said is giving me chills and my hair is standing on end. Master, don't hesitate, just say it directly. This atmosphere is making me feel nervous, it's too terrifying. Master, don't scare us. What is this challenge? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Shanhe finally spoke, his expression emotionless, his voice calm, as he gently uttered a few words. We declare war on the City Lord's mansion, and it will be a fight to the death. What? And at those words, everyone except the 3 who already knew gasped sharply, their pupils dilating in shock. Some even trembled uncontrollably, faces pale with terror. Thdhdh. Na Man's legs buckled, his entire body shook violently like grain rattling in a sieve, his speech reduced to stammering fragments. WWE, our martial hall, are declaring war on the City Lord's mansion. And not just war, but total annihilation. No, Master, surely you're joking. Today's April Fool's Day, isn't it? And Master, did I hear correctly? Declaring war on the City Lord's mansion. That's no different from walking straight into death. Voices overlapped, first frantic, then faltering, growing quieter and quieter until the conference room fell into absolute silence. Not even the fall of a needle could go unheard. All except Xia Hongyin and the 2 others stared fixedly at Chu Shanhe, awaiting his next words. And you heard correctly. We declare war upon the City Lord's mansion. Unyielding, irreversible. Chu Shanhe remained utterly calm. And I am not jesting. This is absolute truth. And unless something unforeseen occurs, the City Lord's mansion will act within half an hour. As for why, we shall not disclose that. And what you must now decide is whether to stand with us to the end, or withdraw, preserving your lives. Whatever choice you make, we shall utter no judgment, just as last time. And you have 10 minutes to deliberate. With that, he rose and strode out of the conference room. Xia Hongyin exchanged glances with the others, and followed him out, leaving behind only the trembling, petrified senior officials. Once Chu Shanhe and his companions had departed, several collapsed onto the table, their faces twisted with raw Is he mad? Declaring war on the City Lord's mansion, what madness possesses him? Others turned ashen-white bodies, convulsing violently, mouths gaped wide, gulping air, as though each breath were a desperate, agonizing struggle. What will you do? Stay or flee? Na few bolder souls quickly steadied themselves. Yet even they trembled at the knees, hearts hammering against their ribs. What's there to decide? Run now? Or linger here waiting for death? And exactly. Let's go. Though Master treated us well, no life is worth throwing away recklessly. I have a family, elders above, children below. I won't die here playing hero. I'm leaving too. In 10 minutes elapsed. Chu Shanhe and his companions re-entered the room, and gazed upon the senior officials whose expressions now held grim resolve. It seems your decision is made. You may act now. And the doors stand open. And at his words, the officials surged forward. None remained out, all vanished without hesitation. Xia Hongyin smiled faintly at the empty conference room. And good, they're all gone. No burdens weigh upon us now. And even if they'd stayed, they'd have served no purpose. Don't speak of them. Even we serve little purpose. Insu Huanshan and Wang Hong nodded in agreement. Then all 3 turned their eyes toward Chu Shanhe. And Master Chu, anything else to prepare? None required. And Chu Shanhe shook his head, gaze fixed beyond the window. And we simply wait. And as he spoke, a deep, resonant chime echoed across Huaqing, halting every soul in their tracks. Dong, dong, dong. And from the pinnacle of the City Lord's mansion, the great bell tolled ceaselessly, drawing every eye skyward. And Chu Shanhe led Xia Hongyin and the others out of the martial hall, staring toward the bell tower, eyes blazing with battle fury. It's been ages since that chime rang. What calamity stirs now? And whenever the bell sounds, momentous events, another beast assault. Last time the chime heralded the arrival of monstrous beasts. And no sign of beasts this time. No traces whatsoever. The populace murmured in confusion, until a voice boomed across Huaqing. Level 1 combat alert. A human traitor has lurked in watching for years. This traitor possesses formidable strength. An urgent execution order is hereby issued to capture and eliminate this traitor without delay. At that proclamation, a wave of terrifying murderous intent erupted from the city lord's mansion, so potent it pierced the heavens. Then, 8 figures shot upward like crimson comets, their thick, vital blood energy radiating like 8 burn. They arrived in an instant above Hongyin Martial Hall. 16 eyes locking onto their target, unleashing killing intent so fierce it seemed to pierce across vast distances and strike straight into the soul. Traitor, surrender now! And the crushing pressure coalesced in the air like gathering thunder, then detonated beside Chu Shanhe with earth-shattering force. In that instant, Chu Shanhe felt as though a mountain had slammed onto his back. His spine bent slightly under its weight. Traitor! Not traitor has hidden among us in watching for years. And who is it? Step forward. If you're even a battle general, I'll spit in your face. Die, traitor, and die. In ignorant crowds hearing the word traitor recoiled in horror, shouting curses with venomous fury. So that's why the bell rang. There's a traitor among us. And even battle generals have mobilized. The traitor must be extraordinary. Look, the generals hovered directly above Hongyin Martial Hall. Could the traitor be there? And let's go see for ourselves. Within moments, 10 li around Hongyin Martial Hall teemed with citizens, gazing upward at the 8 celestial figures, eyes alight with fervent awe. And these were battle generals, legends incarnate. Rarely glimpsed singly, yet today, all 8 had emerged at once. Amidst their rapture burned profound contempt for the alleged traitor. Begin, swift and decisive. In high above, Lu Qinglong cast his gaze upon Chu Shanhe and spoke coolly. In, once done, we'll divide the opportunity equally. Stand aside. I'll take him first. In Wu Xan stepped forward, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. In, let's see how formidable this old man truly is. At his words, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, surging violently toward the heavens. He took one step, and his inner blood energy roiled like a tempest, unleashing millions of units of combat power, instantly warping the very air around him. Below, all craned their necks skyward, watching that monstrous figure, especially Xia Hongyin and her companions. Though they knew this battle would be arduous, facing a battle general in flesh and blood still sent shivers down their spines. Battle generals embodied more than mere strength or authority. They were the bedrock of humanity's resistance against monstrous beasts, the unwavering guardians of the city walls. Some had fought since the dawn of the era, hundreds of years old. Their immense power granted them longevity. Each could live for centuries. That was why battle generals were revered as the spine of humanity. In Wu Xin closed the distance swiftly, and soon his true visage became clear to all. It's General Wu, the famed Wu of Wuji Martial Hall. Nay's my idol. I still recall vividly how he tore apart a beast-level bear barehanded, and I'm a lifelong member of Wuji Martial Hall. General Wu's name strikes fear across the land. May he rend this traitor limb from limb. In recognizing Wu Xin, spectators cried out in astonishment, adoration blazing even brighter in their eyes. Traitor, your life ends now. In Wu Xin roared, and charged straight toward Chu Shanhe. What? The traitor is him. The traitor is Master Chu. Someone in the crowd recognized Chu Shanhe and exclaimed in disbelief. No way, Master Chu can't be a traitor. I've interacted with the old man before. He's very kind. Isn't he the old gatekeeper from the State Academy? How could he be? Why can't he be a traitor? Have you ever seen a traitor with "I am a traitor" written on their face? True, I never expected the usually kind Master Chu to be a traitor. It's really true that you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Wait, will Master Wu tear him apart? Amid the astonished discussions and gazes of the crowd, Wu Xin had already arrived above Chu Shanhe, his hands radiating a sharp, cold light from his spiritual weapon, a pair of claw gloves. The robust power of his blood chi enabled his claw to move at a terrifying speed, distorting space itself as it approached with a thunderous force. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing the word traitor, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is truly ridiculous. He stepped forward, and the Long Yuan sword instantly appeared in his hand, activating his golden body, radiating a brilliant golden light that made him resemble a golden sun. What crime can't be fabricated? His white hair fluttered, and his robe billowed in the fierce wind. Facing Wu Xin's terrifying strike, he showed no fear. Instead, a look of disdain spread across his face. I never expected that you would go this far for your greedy desires. He advanced instead of retreating, and the Long Yuan sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, unleashing unmatched sword intent. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged from the blade. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Open the heavens slash! Chu Shanhe roared, and before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a massive sword light shot up into the sky, filled with boundless killing intent as it struck towards Wu Xin. Not good. Wu Xin's eyes widened in an instant, sensing a strong aura of death from the sword light. In the next moment, his aura surged again, blood chi wildly churning within him, and the pair of claw gloves on his hands erupted with rich blood chi power. The claw gloves expanded with the wind, and the terrifying claw marks violently collided with the massive sword light. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. Aren't you just a one-star battle general? Before Wu Xian could finish his sentence, the crowd saw the blood-red claw mark shatter instantly, while the sword light maintained its speed and enveloped him. PFF. Immediately after, Wu Xian spat blood and was sent flying. How could this be? This scene left everyone in shock. After all, Wu Xian was a battle general. They had assumed this old traitor would be torn to shreds by him, just as he had done to that battle general-level giant bear decades ago. But unexpectedly, he hadn't even been able to take a single hit. Many of Wu Xin's fans were teary-eyed, urging him to get up, while angrily cursing Chu Shanhe. Bang! Wu Xin's body smashed into a nearby building, the terrifying force causing the structure to shake violently, teetering as if it would collapse at any moment. People inside the building screamed in panic, rushing towards the first floor at top speed, turning the place into chaos. Chu Shanhe remained expressionless as he soared into the sky, holding the Long Yuan sword, his cold gaze fixated on Wu Xian below. He raised his arms slightly, and a terrifying aura erupted from the Long Yuan sword. What are you going to do? Feeling Chu Shanhe's overwhelming killing intent, Wu Xin's face changed dramatically. Kill you. Chu Shanhe uttered 2 words softly. No, don't. Wu Xin's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at Chu Shanhe in fright, trying to beg for mercy, but before he could finish, Chu Shanhe's sword came crashing down. PFF. In the next moment, Wu Xin's head was severed from his body, blood gushing like a fountain from his neck. The terrifying sword energy passed through Wu Xin's body, maintaining its speed and slicing the building in half. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the top of the building collapsed, crashing to the ground, sending shockwaves that rippled outward. Trees, roads, cars, everything along the way was crushed, continuing for a long distance before the waves dissipated. Fortunately, the people above had already escaped, or the consequences would have been dire. At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring in disbelief at the golden sun in the sky. Even the few battle generals in the air widened their eyes and shock-mouthed agape in astonishment. The entire world fell silent. The fans who had originally cheered for Wu Xian were now dazed, expecting to see him shred Chu Shanhe, but the reality had completely reversed. Chu Shanhe was not torn to shreds. Instead, he had decapitated his opponent with a single sword. How is this possible? That's Wu Xian, my idol. This is simply impossible. It can't be. This is all a lie. Some shouted angrily, even going mad. With Wu Xin's head severed, countless people's beliefs were utterly shattered. Their proud idol had been slain by a single sword. Just one sword had killed a battle general. The crowd couldn't believe the reality before them. In midair, Chu Shanhe lifted Wu Xian's head slowly, looking up, his sharp gaze colliding with that of the remaining battle generals. His eyes were cold and fierce, and at that moment the blood chi within him began to boil, a terrifying battle intent rising from the heavens. He roared to the sky, howling madly. You want to rob me of my opportunities, and to cover up your disgusting crimes, you even labeled me a traitor of the human race. Is this how you protect our humanity, huh? You are unworthy of the tidal backbone of the human race, and even less deserving of its protection. You are parasites of the human race, a disgrace. Didn't you want my opportunities? Didn't you want to kill me? Here I am. Come and fight. His voice boomed like a rolling bell, resonating in everyone's ears like thunder from the heavens, echoing loudly. Chills swept through all present, causing them to gasp in unison as the overwhelming battle intent changed the very color of the sky. The expressions on the faces of the crowd became increasingly diverse as they gazed at the golden sun in the sky, then shifted their attention to the 7 blood-red figures akin to emperors endlessly circling between the two. At this moment, the faces of Lu Qinglong and his companions were extremely grim. They could hardly believe that Wu Xian had been slain by a single sword strike from the enemy, and now Chu Shanhe was holding up his head, shouting incessantly. Bastard. Lu Qinglong's expression was incredibly dark. He was not concerned about Wu Xin's death, but rather about Chu Shanhe's words. He was the vice city lord commanding the entire Hua City, and in the eyes of the common people, he and the other generals present were the guardians of Hua City, supreme and selfless. But now with Chu Shanhe's roar, the crowd began to stir. Did you hear that? That traitor actually claims he was wronged. What on earth is going on? I'm a bit confused. As I said earlier, how could Master Chu possibly be a traitor? It seems the Vice City Lord covets something from him. If that's the case, then the Vice City Lord and the others are truly disgusting. They are all part of Hua City, yet they harbor greedy thoughts. Stop talking nonsense. How can you be so sure that this old man isn't a traitor? Perhaps he said that on purpose. We should just quietly watch and not speak out of turn. The crowd began to split into several factions, some supporting Lu Qinglong, others supporting Chu Shanhe, and of course there were those who remained neutral, prioritizing their own safety. Come and fight. In midair, Chu Shanhe's white hair danced wildly as he held Wu Xin's head in one hand, and the Long Yuan sword in the other, pointing the sword tip at Lu Qinglong and the others. You wanted my opportunity, didn't you? Come on. He swung his arm and hurled Wu Xin's head towards them, thrusting the Long Yuan sword forward as the head approached. Bang! The head exploded among a few people. Kill him. In the face of such humiliation, Lu Qinglong and several other generals turned extremely grim, their overwhelming killing intent radiating from them, causing the very sky to distort. He has surpassed a 1-star general, let me deal with him. A general stepped forward, his vitality surging violently, revealing his true persona. It was the veteran general named Chi Tian. He was the oldest, over 100 years older than Chu Shanhe. Had it not been for his severe injuries from fighting ferocious beasts, he would have likely reached the war god realm by now. Even so, his strength was terrifying. No one knew just how powerful he truly was, for among these generals, besides Lu Qinglong, none could withstand more than 3 moves from him. Now that Wu Xian had been swiftly killed, the others of the same realm could not rashly step forward, only he could take. His figure flickered, his wrist twisted, and a long staff appeared in his hand, translucent, like jade adorned with profound patterns, clearly not an ordinary item. Without a word, he had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with Chu Shanhe. In a few blinks, he arrived above Chu Shanhe's head, and the staff in his hand swelled with the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal staff that darkened the entire sky. The giant staff stirred the winds and clouds, twisting the surrounding space, carrying a terrifying aura that surged towards Chu Shanhe's head. As expected of a veteran general, his first move was a killing strike. On the ground, when the crowd saw Chi Tian make his move, they couldn't help but gasp, and then the commotion erupted. "Isn't that General Chi Tian? I can't believe he's still alive, my goodness. General Chi Tian is still alive. He's from the same generation as my grandfather's grandfather back then. He was already a 2-star general, and so many years have passed. How terrifying must his realm be now. Daring to kill General Wu now, it seems General Chi Tian can't stand it anymore, and is ready to use lethal means to completely eliminate this traitor. Once General Chi Tian makes his move, who would dare to compete with him? This time no one can save him, he is doomed." The crowd looked up in excitement and fervor at the sky, as if they could already see Chu Shanhe being smashed into pieces by that giant staff. "Master Chu." In front of the Hongyin martial arts hall, Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong all felt a surge of anxiety for Chu Shanhe. The terrifying aura from that staff could be felt even from such a distance. In midair, Chu Shanhe looked up at the enormous staff descending upon him. The crazed expression on his face intensified, and then a violent aura erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. In the next moment, his waist bent slightly, his eyes turned blood red, and his chi and blood began to boil violently, the brilliant golden light around him suddenly transforming into a blood-red glow. Bloodthirsty and frenzied. In an instant, his combat power multiplied, and the Long Yuan sword in his hand turned a deep blood red, while the dragon at the end of the sword also had blood-red eyes. Swish! In the next second, his blood-red eyes sharpened instantly. In that brief moment, it seemed as if he pierced through space, seeing through the immense shadow of the staff, locking eyes with Chi Tian. "Kill!" Accompanied by a roar, Chu Shanhe soared upward. The blood light on the Long Yuan sword surged, and in the next moment, with a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, the crowd was horrified to see a blood-colored dragon shadow appear in midair. The dragon roared through the 9 heavens, emanating a terrifying aura from the dragon shadow. The surrounding space twisted continuously, even revealing strands of black dimensional cracks. Carrying the dragon shadow, Chu Shanhe advanced with a world-destroying momentum towards the giant staff. Chi Tian's pupils constricted, his eyes flashing with fierce light, as his aura surged once again, the astonishing staff striking fiercely against the dragon shadow. Boom! In the world, the blood-colored dragon shadow collided with the immense staff, shaking the heavens and earth, twisting the surrounding space into deformations and causing strands of dimensional cracks to appear. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock, their minds filled with only 4 words. Terrifying indeed. Boom! The tremendous rumbling echoed through the heavens and the earth, the sound generated by the friction between the dragon shadow and the giant staff, causing everyone's brows to furrow. Some martial artists with lower cultivation even covered their ears as the piercing sound wave threatened to overwhelm their central nervous systems, almost causing their heads to burst. Crack! With the sound of a break, people were horrified to discover a crack appearing on the giant staff. How is this possible? Not only they, even the Chi Tian general's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Crack! Crack! As the cracks multiplied uncontrollably, with a loud bang, the giant staff was shattered into pieces by the dragon shadow, scattering like starlight in the air. At the same time, the long staff in the Chi Tian general's hand also broke in half, and due to the backlash of his energy, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is impossible. How could your combat power be so strong?" Looking at the broken staff in his hand, the Chi Tian general gasped in shock, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He looked at Chu Shanhe as if he saw a ghost, his pupils sharply constricting. Boom! But he had no time for anything else, as Chu Shanhe was already charging towards him with the dragon shadow. Although the blood color on the dragon shadow was rather dim, its momentum was unstoppable, like a bamboo being split, and it swiftly reached his front, even allowing him to see Chu Shanhe swinging his sword in the center of the dragon shadow. The Chi Tian general retreated, wielding the 2 broken pieces of staff, as the energy within him erupted completely, forming a blood aura shield in front of him. At the same time, he roared repeatedly, "How long are you going to wait? Attack!" Swish, swish, swish. As his voice fell, except for Lu Qinglong, the other generals erupted with momentum, carrying fierce attacks towards. Chu Shan's expression remained unchanged, even revealing a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't think that just because you've called for help, I won't be able to kill you. He twisted his wrist, and the Long Yuan's sword started to spin rapidly. Jinghong go. In the next moment, the Long Yuan's sword transformed into a blood-red light and disappeared. Instantly, under the horrified gaze of the Qi Tian general, it appeared right in front of him, bringing terrifying, killing intent straight toward his chest. Boom. Almost instantly, the blood shield in front of him was shattered, and the two broken staffs in his hands turned into fragments in an instant. His eyes bulged, his face twisted, and he let out a long howl towards the sky. Then a brilliant light shone from his chest. It was his defensive spiritual artifact activated at that moment to withstand Chu Shan's sword. However, his expression changed drastically in the next second. Bang! Just like before, this shield crumbled before the Long Yuan's sword in a heartbeat, and he watched helplessly as the sword pierced through him. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, and then his body crashed down towards the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The horrific wound on him continued to bleed, but after all, he was a seasoned general who had lived for over 200 years with a tenacious life force. While this injury would not be fatal, it completely robbed him of his combat ability. Hiss! All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and before everyone could react, they saw the Qi Tian general heavily injured and crashing into the ground, his breath weak. How is this possible? Even the Qi Tian general is not his opponent. Oh my goodness, what kind of combat power is this that even the Qi Tian general has failed? His strength can definitely rival that of the deputy city lord, or even stronger. Heavens, this Chu Laozong. No, now he should be called Chu Laozhan. He is just too terrifying. That dragon shadow, just now. Hiss. As people finally realized the tragic state of the Qi Tian general, the discussions erupted once again. At this moment, a dazzling golden light appeared, causing everyone to squint their eyes. Look up in the sky. The crowd squinted and looked up, and in the next moment their expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with horror. What did they see? A golden giant over 30 zhang tall. In midair, as the attacks of several other generals arrived, Chu Shanhe showed no hesitation and directly activated the third stage of the 9 turns floating pagoda golden body. In an instant, he transformed into a golden giant, appearing before everyone's eyes. What is that? How is this possible? What is happening? The appearance of the giant elicited renewed gasps of disbelief from the crowd. The entire worldview had collapsed. This golden giant was something they had never seen before. In front of the martial arts hall, Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong's eyes widened, their hearts stirred with this. Today, the shock that Chu Shanhe had given them was simply too much. Although they imagined that Chu Lao was someone capable of creating miracles, they were somewhat prepared for it before. However, when this golden giant appeared, they were utterly stunned. Is this Chu Lao's greatest trump card? The three exchanged glances and said in unison, no wonder he dared to declare war on the city lord's mansion. In midair, as Chu Shanhe transformed into a golden giant, the fierce attacks of those generals produced the sound of metal clashing against him, not injuring him in the slightest. What on earth is this? Several generals immediately distanced themselves, returning to Lu Qinglong's side, their eyes filled with horror and their expressions extremely grave. Just a bluff. Lu Qinglong's expression slightly changed, then he sneered. You all continue the same kind of attack from before, cut off his escape route, and leave the rest to me. The others looked at him, their eyes sparking in the air, and then they nodded in agreement, reaching a consensus in an instant. Boom. The momentum of the 6 exploded completely, the blood energy sweeping through the entire world, and each person's chest resonated with a continuous rumbling sound, as if their blood was boiling. The terrifying aura caused countless fragments of stone and fallen leaves on the ground to tremble madly, and in the next moment, even the ground began to shake. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, everything on the ground began to float, as if it had lost its gravity. Attack! With Lu Qinglong's roar, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the wind surged. The 6 generals transformed into 6 streaks of bloodlight, charging towards the golden giant. A historic moment was born in the entire Asia-Pacific region, and even the entire Federation. There had never been a scene where 6 generals simultaneously attacked a single person. No matter the outcome today, the name Chu Shanhe would resonate throughout the entire Huaqing, and even the whole Asia-Pacific region and the Federation, known by countless people. Chu Shanhe stood in the void, transformed into a 30-zhang golden giant, his blood energy raging as the 6 people's attacks turned into unparalleled pressure rushing towards him. For others it was manageable, but the main pressure came from the one directly opposite him. Deputy City Lord Lu Qinglong, a 6-star general whose mere casual strike could possess terrifying power, not to mention his thunderous strike at this moment. Yet he felt no fear, his eyes filled with an even greater madness. Then with a slight movement of his mind, bloodthirsty frenzy was activated once more. With the golden giant combined with bloodthirsty frenzy under the dual enhancement, every cell within him vibrated, and a violent aura swept across the heavens and the earth. In his eyes, 2 beams of blood-red light shot up into the sky. Kill! Roars of fury erupted from every direction. 6 battle generals surged forth like crimson suns, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Spiritual energy blazed from their weapons in dazzling brilliance, churning the very heavens. Air trembled violently across the expanse. Lu Qinglong's face twisted into a grotesque snarl. As a 6-star battle general, he now manifested the terrifying aura of a polar demon unleashed at full power. 60 million combat strength detonated instantly. A torrent of vital blood chi coalesced midair into a 4-meter-long crimson greatsword cleaving through void itself. A blade suffused with apocalyptic force, hurtling toward the 30-zhang golden giant. Even dozens of kilometers away on the ground, civilians felt the sky's crushing weight, as if Mount Tai had descended upon them. That dread-laden aura transformed the entire region into a living hellscape. Clashes between battle generals could shatter a master-level cultivator into fragments with mere ripples of pressure. At the battlefield's heart, just as the crimson blade light descended upon the golden giant's crown, the colossus moved, extending a colossal palm and clenching it shut, seizing the blade light in its grip. Crack! With savage force it crushed the blade light into wisps of dissipating blood chi. Then Long Yuan's sword surged skyward, swelling into a titanic blade. Sever! A colossal sword light erupted heavenward, enveloping 2 horse-mounted generals, Ma generals, in its annihilating aura. Huh! They roared in unison, swinging spear and warhammer in frenzied arcs. Boom! The sword light shattered, and both generals were hurled backward, bodies tumbling through the air. After sweeping aside the 2 Ma generals, the remaining assaults finally converged upon Chu Shanhe. Clang! 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 Metal shrieked against metal, sparks erupting like falling stars. His triple-turned photic golden body elevated his physical resilience beyond spirit artifacts, reaching the hardness of a treasure artifact. Ordinary spirit artifacts could not even breach his defense. Begone! In Chu Shanhe's gaze, only Lu Qinglong posed true peril. The rest were but insignificant insects. Long Yuan's sword swept horizontally, forcing the remaining 3 generals into desperate retreat. Die! In an instant, Lu Qinglong materialized above him, blackness coalescing in his hand, the soul-calling banner pitch dark and infinitely ominous. As he swung his arm, the banner blazed with obsidian light. Instantly, icy gales howled across the realm. Lonely wolves wailed in spectral lament. Countless spirits swarmed around Chu Shanhe, their shrieks piercing straight into his soul before hurling themselves forward in relentless waves. Bathed in golden radiance, the spirits vanished like moths consumed by flame, but their numbers were legion. Like water wearing through stone, they eroded his golden body layer by imperceptible layer. And as their wails tore at his consciousness, Chu Shanhe felt his soul being rent asunder. Then, his vision warped violently. He found himself lying upon a familiar bed. Staring at the well-known surroundings, Chu Shanhe froze. He turned to a mirror and beheld his own face, 20-something bespectacled. His expression shattered into utter disbelief. Is this the moment before my transcendence? Gazing at his hands, then touching his cheeks, he whispered in stunned incredulity, was I not locked in mortal combat with Lu Qinglong? How did I return? Could it all have been a dream? He glanced at the clock, then scanned the room. No. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, that cannot be a dream. If it were, I could not recall it with such vivid precision, nor feel its reality so profoundly. Therefore, this place is the dream, the soul-calling banner's illusion. In that instant, golden light blazed from his eyes, shattering the false world into shards, restoring reality before him. Lu Qinglong still wielded the soul-calling banner. The other generals pressed relentless assaults. Spirits continued their corrosive siege upon his golden body. And as searing pain pierced his awareness, he recoiled in horror. Several spirits had breached his golden body. Eyes blazing, he roared. A torrent of golden radiance erupted from his form, unleashing an aura of sheer cataclysmic might. In an instant, the generals were hurled backward by the shockwave, while the spirits shrieked in torment before dissolving. Impossible! Lu Qinglong's face paled. This was his ultimate trump card. The soul-calling banner, a treasure artifact capable of bypassing physical defenses to strike directly at the soul. Each time he deployed it, victory was absolute. Foes either had their souls shredded or sank helplessly into their own inner demons, doomed to perish at his hands. Yet Chu Shanhe had broken free from his mental prison with astonishing speed. Nothing is impossible. Chu Shanhe bellowed, and the golden giant flared with terrifying intensity, its aureole blazing ever brighter, blazing like a sovereign sun, illuminating all of watching. Crowds stood agape, jaws slack, eyes wide with stupefied awe. The golden giant stepped forward, its massive arm rising slowly, yet transcending distance itself, descending with crushing divine authority upon the generals. Annihilate. Its voice resonated like temple bells at dawn and dusk, echoing from the 9 heavens, reverberating across the cosmos, detonating within every listener's mind. No. Lu Qinglong frantically waved the soul-calling banner, countless spirits converging upon him, coalescing into an obsidian armor of shadow. Then he recoiled violently, finally comprehending why Chu Shanhe had dared declare war upon him. Die! That ethereal voice thundered again, the colossal hand materializing above them, bearing apocalyptic force, descending for annihilation. One general caught directly beneath found space itself fracturing around him, his body trapped, as if sinking into primordial mud, utterly immobilized. No. Spare me. Terror contorted his face as he stared upward at the descending titan's palm, begging desperately. But in the next breath the palm struck. His body exploded into scattered fragments, his voice severed mid-cry, life extinguished without trace. This. Others watched, hearts frozen in terror, fleeing faster than ever. If even Lu Qinglong stood no chance against him, then 1-star or 2-star generals were less than insects before him, easily crushed beneath a single palm. Halt! At that moment a voice thick with wrath thundered across watching skies. The sound seemed to come from the heavens above, echoing softly, yet distinctly, in everyone's ears. At the same time a peculiar force spread throughout the sky above watching, causing everyone present to pause in surprise, including Chu Shanhe, who halted his actions midair. He felt this power calm the turbulent blood energy within him, leaving him with a sense of hollow sorrow. Not just him, but even Lu Qinglong and the other remaining warriors who were attempting to flee stopped in their tracks, their gazes fixed in one direction. Above the city lord's mansion, a colorful bridge appeared resembling a heavenly corridor leading directly towards them. Soon everyone saw a figure slowly walking along the bridge. He walked at a leisurely pace, but reached Chu Shan's side within just a few breaths. The person was clad in white, resembling a graceful scholar. Upon seeing him, Lu Qinglong and the other warriors changed their expressions dramatically. He cast a casual glance at Lu Qinglong and the other warriors, finally fixing his gaze on Chu Shanhe. Looking at the 30-zhang tall golden giant, he smiled faintly, saying, "A commendable technique of body refinement, its physical strength rivals that of an ordinary treasured artifact." Chu Shanhe furrowed his brows slightly. Although the person before him appeared like a frail scholar, he had an instinctive feeling that this individual was anything but simple. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations from the man, nor could he feel his aura or breath. The man stood quietly there, seemingly full of flaws, yet he exuded an air of dominion over this realm. "Do you find this strange?" The man smiled faintly. "There's no need to be puzzled. This is merely my condensed avatar." "An avatar?" Chu Shan's brows knitted slightly. "Indeed, just a tool for communication," the man replied, his smile unwavering. "If I had not appeared, you would have dismantled the entire Huaqing. Are you the city lord?" At that moment Chu Shanhe finally realized the man's identity. "Indeed, I am the city lord of Huaqing, Li Zhixian." "I pay my respects to you, city lord." Chu Shanhe raised an eyebrow, then dismissed his golden body and offered a slight bow to the man. "You are too kind." Li Zhixian waved his hand, saying, "I am already aware of your situation. This matter is the fault of Lu Qinglong and the others. Rest assured I will restore your name." After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Lu Qinglong, not far away, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As he spoke sharply, "Lu Qinglong, you have crossed the line this time." "City lord." Lu Qinglong's expression changed drastically. He lowered his head and said bitterly, "It was my apologize to the elder and restore his reputation, then go to the extreme north hell to atone for your sins." Li Zhixian's voice was soft, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. As Li Zhixian's words fell, Lu Qinglong's expression changed completely. "City lord," he began, but was interrupted by Li Zhixian, whose gaze turned cold. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Lu Qinglong opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. He realized that his greed towards the opportunity concerning Chu Shanhe had utterly angered the city lord. Initially he thought that with the city lord in seclusion and Chu Shanhe being merely an insignificant old man, he could secretly carry out this deed. However, he never imagined that Chu Shan's strength would far exceed his expectations. Had he known, he would have acted decisively 3 months ago. Now regretting his hesitation, it was already too late. Moreover, he had not expected the city lord to appear at the last moment. At the same time, he felt fortunate that if the city lord had not shown up, he would have been defeated under Chu Shan's hand. Though he was strong, killing a 6-star warrior like himself would still be a challenge. Yes, all the words he had to say condensed into a single word, as Lu Qinglong bowed deeply to Chu Shanhe. "I am sorry." His attitude was extremely sincere, and Chu Shanhe, considering Li Zhixian's status, nodded slowly. Then Lu Qinglong took a deep breath and slowly addressed the citizens of Huaqing. "Everyone, I Lu Qinglong am here today to apologize. Because of my greed, I sought to kill and silence others, fabricating the matter of the human traitor and tarnishing their reputation. As the deputy city lord, I selfishly sought personal gain. They were right. I am unworthy of being this deputy city lord and unworthy to be the backbone of humanity. From now on I resign from the position of deputy city lord and willingly go to the extreme north hell to atone and reflect." Here I Lu Qinglong apologized to them. In front of everyone, Lu Qinglong stepped onto the colorful bridge and knelt before Chu Shanhe, bowing deeply. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot, turning into a streak of light heading towards the extreme north. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" As Lu Qinglong departed, Li Zhixian turned his gaze to the other warriors. "I am sorry. We deserve to die. We apologize to you, elder." The remaining 2 cavalry warriors and the female warrior all knelt before Chu Shanhe, offering their apologies. "So are you satisfied?" Li Zhixian asked with a smile, looking at Chu Shanhe. "You are quite considerate, city lord." Chu Shanhe nodded slightly. "That's good to hear." Li Zhixian waved his arm, causing the warriors to fall to the ground. "Go back and reflect properly. You have embarrassed me." "Yes." Under everyone's gaze, the warriors nodded and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, only Li Zhixian and Chu Shanhe remained in the air. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to flatter this old man. Chu Shanhe chuckled. You are no or Li Zhixian responded with a smile. Since that is the case, I won't beat around the bush. Now that Lu Qinglong is gone and the position of Deputy City Lord is vacant, I would like you to take on this role. Moreover, I believe that once you take office you will surely lead our Huaqing to new heights. You flatter me, City Lord. I am just an ordinary citizen. I prefer to spend time with family and friends sipping tea and enjoying skewers. Furthermore, I have no experience in management, let alone managing such a large city. I kindly request the City Lord to find someone more capable. I truly am powerless. He directly declined Li Zhixian's offer. Although the position of Deputy City Lord seemed appealing with power and influence, he knew it was not as simple as it appeared. Since you are unwilling, I will not force you, Li Zhixian said without anger at Chu Shan's refusal, his smile still intact. However, the door of the City Lord's mansion is always open to you. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to come by. Thank you, City Lord. Chu Shanhe offered a slight bow. Alright, I must continue my seclusion. Your interruption has cost. However, before I leave, there is one more thing. Li Zhixian smiled, then with a thought a voice echoed throughout the entire hall. I announce that from today onward the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy is elevated to the rank of a super martial arts academy, claiming the first position in Huaqing. As Li Zhaoxian slowly faded from view, Chu Shanhe pursed his lips, ultimately refraining from uttering the words that lingered in his heart. He cast a glance at the disheveled ground before soaring towards the crowd. At that moment in the crowd, Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong stared blankly at Chu Shanhe, who was arriving on the wind. They exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Especially Xia Hongyin, as she laughed, tears streamed down her cheeks. She had made the right bet. When she chose to stand with Chu Shanhe and declare war on the City Lord's mansion, aside from Su Huanshan and Wang Hong, everyone thought she had gone mad, and even in her heart, she felt as if she had lost her senses. No one believed in this endeavor. The upper echelons of the Martial Arts Academy all left, even proclaiming that the head of the academy had lost his mind and would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, even the members cursed them vehemently, and after being refunded their membership fees, they continued to disparage the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy, which had dwindled from thousands of members to just 4. When Vice City Lord Lu Qinglong, accompanied by 7 other battle generals, ascended above the Martial Arts Academy, an overwhelming murderous aura bore down on them like 100,000 mountains, nearly suffocating them. This was the first time they faced battle generals, and with so many of them. No matter how bold their hearts were, they began to waver, shatter, and even despair. In the eyes of these warriors, they were mere ants who a mere twitch of a finger could easily crush them. Even if Chu Shanhe was also a battle general, it was 1 against 8, and Lu Qinglong was a 6-star battle general, rendering their chances of victory nearly 0. However, when Chu Shanhe beheaded Wu Xian with a single sword strike and defeated the Qi Tian battle general with thunderous might, a ray of hope rose like a sun within the hearts of the despairing trio. But when the remaining battle generals, including Lu Qinglong, launched their fierce attack, their hearts sank once again to the depths. At that moment, they could clearly see the twisted space around them, where strands of black dimensional rifts appeared, a sign of power reaching its peak and tearing through the void. Just when they thought everything was about to end, Chu Shanhe once again refreshed their understanding. The 30-zhang golden giant suppressed everything. When that massive hand crushed Lu Qinglong and the other, Xia Hongyin and her companions couldn't help but cover their mouths. They knew they had made the right bet. Chu Shanhe not only won, but did so with absolute dominance. 1 against 8. Had the City Lord not appeared, surely the remaining battle generals would have perished, leaving only Lu Qinglong. Li Zhaoxian's final words echoed throughout the entire Huaqing. The Hongyin Martial Arts Academy had ascended to a super martial arts academy, ranking first in Huaqing. This filled them with immense excitement. They shared a knowing smile. Congratulations, Battle General. As they watched Chu Shanhe slowly descend before them, Wang Hong was the first to react, bowing slightly in respect. Xia Hongyin and Su Huanshan quickly followed Wang Hong's lead. At that moment, all 3 trembled with emotion and joy, their breaths even boiling over. From this moment on, the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy had completely reached the pinnacle of the Huaqing rankings. Wherever they looked, it was all Hongyin. This was not a dream. Seeing the tearful Xia Hongyin and the excitedly trembling Su Huanshan and Wang Hong, Chu Shanhe suddenly laughed, extending his arm to grasp the hands of the 3 and lifting them up. He faced everyone present, speaking each word clearly. We are the first martial arts academy now. Feeling the warmth of Chu Shan's hand, Xia Hongyin was beyond words. Tears streamed freely, and even the 2 steadfast men, Su Huanshan and Wang Hong, had reddened eyes, tears swirling within. No one knew the immense pressure they had endured, nor did anyone understand that if they lost this battle, they would be reduced to nothing, their names tarnished forever. Is there any wine? Chu Shanhe suddenly asked. There is. The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Then Su Huanshan's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing moments later with 4 jars of wine in hand. Congratulations to our Hongyin Martial Arts Academy for ranking first in Huaqing. Now, let's drink. Chu Shanhe shouted heroically, raising the wine jar. Drink. The 3 of them exchanged glances, also raising their jars and drinking deeply. After downing a jar of wine, the 4 exchanged glances, then forcefully smashed their jars on the ground. Who else is there to challenge us? Chu Shanhe roared at that moment. All his resentment and fury was swept away. Who else? The other three also shouted in anger, expressing their exhilaration. Let's go, we're heading back. The four of them linked arms and strolled towards the ruins. The setting sun elongated their shadows. The surrounding crowd gazed at the four figures, their hearts filled with emotion. This was the caliber of a battle general. Who would have thought that under heaven a high-level battle general would drink heartily with 3 first-grade masters linking arms? This was a supreme honor. Just this event alone was enough for Xia Hongyin and her companions to boast for a lifetime. From now on, even if other battle generals saw these three, they would have to be polite, for they were close friends of Chu Shanhe. Moreover, from this day forth, a super martial arts academy was born. This scene was secretly captured by many people with their phones, including reporters and self-media influencers. They could only feel envy. But another group of people was utterly dumbfounded. These were the former higher-ups and members of the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy. Who could have expected this battle, which no one believed in, would turn out like this? The Hongyin Martial Arts Academy not only did not perish, but soared to new heights, establishing itself as the top martial arts academy in Huaqing, which left those who had left the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy filled with regret, their intestines turning green with remorse. At this moment, Chu Shanhe and the others arrived at the old site of the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy, gazing at the ruins with a sense of nostalgia. Looks like we need to find a new place, or else we'll have to rebuild. Chu Shanhe slowly began. What do you all think? Finding a new place would be convenient, but I can't shake the feeling that something is missing in my heart. I feel similarly to Wang Hong. Seeing the martial arts academy I built with my own hands reduced to ruins then let's rebuild. At worst, we will wait a while. In any case, the name of the first martial arts academy won't run away. Let's rebuild, Su Huanshan said calmly. And now that we are the first martial arts academy, the new building must be unique. Wouldn't it be great if we designed it ourselves? Then it's decided. This matter will be entrusted to the three of you. Chu Shanhe waved his hand, finalizing the decision. Nightfall descended. The city lights began to twinkle. Chu Shanhe returned home, pushed the door open only to find the lights off, the entire house shrouded in darkness. Is no one here? He muttered to himself before turning on the lights, but in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Bai Shuang sat on the sofa, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at him. You're home, she said. Chu Shan's heart trembled. What happened? Did the two kids make you angry? What do you think? A single tear flowed down Bai Shuang's cheek as she spoke with a voice as fragile as a pear blossom in the rain. You're such a liar. What did I lie to you about? Chu Shanhe was even more puzzled, his face filled with questions. Why did Bai Shuang seem so inexplicably upset today? Why did you declare war on the city lord's mansion? Why did you challenge those 8 generals? Do you know that when those generals were attacking you, my heart was filled with despair? Tears flowed continuously from Bai Shuang's eyes, her voice growing louder. Why do you have to be so worrisome? You already knew? Chu Shanhe suddenly understood, and then weakly spoke. Although Lu Qinglong had slandered him as a traitor of the human race in front of the whole city, he had not revealed his name. Only those present at the time would know. Moreover, he had fought high in the sky, his aura fierce, making it difficult for ordinary people to see his face. Bai Shuang was just an ordinary person, and she was so far from the scene. How could she possibly know? Could it be that she was also there? Chu Shanhe speculated, or perhaps someone had informed her. But none of that mattered. What was important was that he knew his wife was angry and he needed to comfort her. Alright, don't cry. I'm fine now. Chu Shanhe walked over, gently wiping Bai Shuang's tears with a loving expression. Besides, the city lord came out to mediate, so this matter is already in the past. Thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you? Bai Shuang, furious, pounded her fist against his chest. What about me and the kids? But those are 8 generals. You. Alright, I know I was wrong. Chu Shanhe held Bai Shuang in his arms, softly comforting her. From now on I will discuss everything I do with you, alright? Stop being sad, it's my fault, my dear. If you keep crying you'll look old. Shut up. Bai Shuang was both angry and amused by this remark. I am already an old woman. Who said that? In my eyes you will always be the little girl following behind me. Chu Shanhe gently patted Bai Shuang's head. Old Chu, please don't do such foolish things again, okay? Bai Shuang nestled in Chu Shan's embrace, softly saying, I don't want to see your picture every day and cry my eyes out. If we were to leave, I'd be the one walking in front of you. What nonsense are you talking? Chu Shanhe shot a glance at his old partner. I am already a general now. My next goal is to make you a warrior, to increase your lifespan, and then find a way to make you youthful again, to fully restore your peak beauty. Let them see what a true beauty looks like. Really? A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai Shuang's eyes. Eternal youth might be the ultimate dream and goal for every woman. As long as there is hope, no matter how difficult, I will find a way, Chu Shanhe smiled. Then we will be a pair of immortal. Eternal life is not so easy to talk about, Bai Shuang sighed. Even those powerful kings and emperors have a day when they turn to dust. Perhaps only the legendary emperors can achieve immortality. Let's not talk about this anymore. Chu Shanhe changed the subject. By the way, where are those 2 kids? I haven't seen Chu Feng for the past few days. He hasn't come home, and said over the phone that he is cultivating. That child has become even more diligent since that last incident, Bai Shuang said softly. That's a good thing, a boy should have that kind of relentless spirit. Chu Yue, that girl, where is she? I don't know where she has run off to. She just ran off after school. Let her be a let the kids do. Crack. At that moment the door swung open, and Chu Yu bounced back in. When she saw her grandparents snuggled up on the sofa lost in their own world, she paused for a moment, then grinned. Looks like I came back at the wrong time. I didn't see anything. You two continue, we'll go take a walk, she said, ready to leave. Stop right there. Bai Shuang got up from Chu Shan's embrace, called out to Chu Yue, and then walked over to pinch her ear, pulling her back. It's so late, where do you think you're going? Come inside and eat. Grandma, it hurts. Chu Yu winced as she was pulled back by Bai Shuang, then managed to escape Bai Shuang's grasp and flung herself into Chu Shan's arms, looking pitiful. Grandpa, look at Grandma. Serves you right. Chu Shanhe had a face full of schadenfreude. Fold, Grandpa, I won't talk to you anymore. Chu Yu pouted, sitting to the side. Just eat your meal, Bai Shuang said as she brought a bowl of rice from the kitchen and stuffed it into Chu Yu's hands. Do you think you can win my forgiveness with just a bowl of rice? Chu Yu snorted, wrinkling her nose, and then started devouring the rice. I tell you, it absolutely works. Grandma, this fried rice is simply too delicious. Watching their mischievous granddaughter Bai Shuang, and Chu Shanhe couldn't help but smile. You little brat, eat slowly, Bai Shuang patted Chu Yu's head, and then went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. I'm really starving. After finishing a bowl of rice, Chu Yu lay back on the sofa, rubbing her round belly, feeling very content. What were you doing just now, eh? Chu Shanhe asked. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma, did you know? A super general has appeared in our watching. Hearing this, Chu Yu quickly sat up, her face filled with admiration. That super general fought against 8 opponents, and even made the deputy city lord plead for mercy. That 30-foot-tall golden giant was simply too cool. After saying this, her eyes sparkled. You have no idea, the atmosphere at the scene was truly explosive. As Chu Yu spoke animatedly, Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang exchanged glances, both wearing peculiar expressions. Were you at the scene? Chu Shanhe asked again. How could that be? Chu Yu rolled her eyes. That was a battle at the general level. As a little warrior, when I would have been torn apart by the shockwaves. I was at Yida Plaza with my classmates. Even from such a distance we could feel the blood-boiling spectacle. That super general was wronged and had no explanation. Instead, he charged in with his sword and crushed everyone with his might. It was simply so cool. Grandpa and Grandma, did you know? In the end, even the city lord was shocked. That was the city lord, and I saw him for the first time. All right, drinks. Chu Shanhe quickly interrupted his granddaughter, feeling relieved inside, as long as she didn't discover that the super general she spoke of was actually him. Given how spectacular that scene was, how could your grandpa and I not see it? We aren't that old yet. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes as well. I wish I had such amazing combat power, Chu Yu said with longing, then looked around and asked, by the way, where's my brother? Is he not back yet? Crack. Just then the door was pushed open again, and Chu Feng walked in slowly. Brother. Seeing Chu Feng, Chu Yu was overjoyed. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was just asking if you were back. I want to cultivate. If there's nothing else, I'm going to wash up and rest now. Chu Feng responded, then headed towards the bathroom. Stop right there. At that moment Chu Shanhe furrowed his brow and shouted angrily. The chilling voice echoed through the room, instantly silencing everyone. Bai Shuang and Chu Yu stared wide-eyed at Chu Shanhe, bewildered as to why he was angry with Chu Feng. Chu Feng trembled slightly, then feigned calmness as he looked at Chu Shanhe. What is it, Grandpa? What do you mean, what is it? Chu Shanhe slammed his palm on the table, and if he hadn't controlled his strength, the entire table might have shattered beneath his blow. Even so, everything on the table toppled over with a loud crash, creating a mess on the floor. What are you doing? Bai Shuang glared fiercely at the old man, saying, What's wrong? The child just came back and you're acting like this. Grandpa, did my brother get into trouble again? Chu Yu blinked, her big watery eyes looking as if she was watching a show. Isn't Xiao Feng fine? His clothes are clean and he has no injuries. Bai Shuang punched Chu Shanhe lightly, saying, Can't you talk to the child properly? Why yell so loudly? Do you want the neighbors to know how loud you are? Then turning her gaze to Chu Feng, she asked, Xiao Feng, what did you do to make your grandpa so angry? I. Chu Feng stammered, unsure of what to say. However, his eyes kept avoiding Chu Shan's gaze, not daring to make eye contact. You little brat, do you think becoming a high-level warrior means you can act tough? Chu Shanhe shouted angrily. You dare to run outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts? From the moment Chu Feng entered the room, he had smelled the scent of beast blood. Although Chu Feng had cleaned up while leaving no evidence, he was all too familiar with that scent. He could tolerate Chu Feng fighting with anyone, as humans posed little risk, especially with him around to protect. But he could not allow Chu Feng to engage in battles with ferocious beasts, as he was still too weak. Beasts, unlike warriors, lacked compassion. A single mistake could lead to death, leaving Chu Feng as mere prey. If anything were to happen to Chu Feng, he would likely collapse from despair. Though he was strict with Chu Feng, he was still very— This was the reason for his intense anger. What? Bai Shuang exclaimed, unable to remain calm any longer. She widened her eyes at Chu Feng, saying, Child, you went outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Brother, you. Chu Yu was equally shocked. Your courage is too great. Grandpa, let me explain. Chu Feng tried to say something, but Chu Shanhe stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Unfilial child. Chu Shanhe roared. What do you want to explain? That you did it for cultivation. That this is a situation every warrior must face. Do you want to explain that only by fighting ferocious beasts only in desperate situations can one grow rapidly? He continued, you may be young but you have no fear. A mere high-level warrior dares to sneak out of the city to kill ferocious beasts. Can't you find others in the city to spar with? Why must you go outside the city to face beasts? Xiao Yue, go get the ruler. Let me see if I can break his legs for running off like this. Grandpa. Chu Yu wanted to say something, but Chu Shan's gaze suddenly turned to her. Are you also disobeying me? No, we'll go right now. Chu Yu quickly shook her head and dashed into the house to fetch a ruler. Old man, let's talk this out calmly. Isn't the child back safely now? Seeing that long ruler Bai Shuang couldn't bear to let the child suffer and began to persuade the old man. Did he tell me properly when he snuck out of the city? Chu Shanhe was genuinely furious, and even Bai Shuang's persuasion fell on deaf ears. He glared, saying he came back fine. Watch closely. With that, he yanked off Chu Feng's shirt, exposing his upper body. There were several terrifying and hideous wounds on Chu Feng's body, which had already scabbed over along with various bruises. Is this what you call coming back fine? Looking at those scars, Bai Shuang and Chu Yu immediately covered their mouths, their eyes turning red, but Chu Shan's anger intensified. He kicked Chu Feng to the ground, shouting, "You little brat, you've really gone too far." Then he raised the ruler and struck him fiercely, leaving a blood-red mark. Chu Feng winced in pain, but gritted his teeth and endured it. His face was filled with stubbornness, and he was deeply dissatisfied with his grandfather's actions, shouting, "Didn't you say that warriors should move forward fearlessly and face all difficulties? You also said that warriors train to kill ferocious beasts and protect their homes. Now what's wrong with me going outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts? Dare to talk back, you little brat." Chu Shan's eyes blazed with fury as he raised the ruler for another strike. "Yes, I did say that, and I raised you this way, but you need to understand the order of things. Seeking death and protecting the homeland are two different matters. Before you can protect your home and kill ferocious beasts, you need to have the strength to do so. You think you can venture into the Qinling Mountains as a mere high-level warrior to hunt ferocious beasts? What's the difference between that and seeking death? This time you were lucky not to encounter higher-level ferocious beasts. But what if you had? Let's not even mention those grandmasters. It's just a mid-level martial beast would be enough to defeat you. Do you think you could overcome it or escape from its grasp? If something were to happen to you, how would your grandmother and I live with that?" Upon saying this, Chu Shan's eyes turned red. He had already experienced the pain of losing a child once, a feeling too agonizing to endure again in his lifetime. He had thought that as his strength grew, the two children would thrive under his protection, but he never expected Chu Feng to be so reckless, sneaking out of the city to kill ferocious beasts without consulting anyone. The deeper the love, the harsher the discipline. Grandpa. Seeing a tear fall from Chu Shan's eye, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized how desperately he craved power, neglecting the feelings of his family, especially his elderly grandparents. Chu Shan's words had awakened him completely. Previously, he thought that as long as he worked hard and pushed himself to the brink, his strength would grow rapidly. But he had not considered what would happen if he couldn't turn things around in a desperate situation, if he were to die and lose everything. This time he was lucky, encountering only lower-level beasts, but what if he faced stronger ones? Then everything would be lost. Grandpa was right. He had indeed been stubborn and had confused the order of things. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, I was wrong. Please calm down." He slowly lowered his head and apologized to Chu Shanhe, saying, "Go ahead and hit me. Just let me know that you're no longer angry, or I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit." Chu Shanhe snorted, coldly tossed the ruler aside, and returned to his room, genuinely angered this time. Lying in bed, he calmed his inner emotions. As a martial artist, he understood that every warrior needed to battle and kill. The ferocious beasts were what he faced daily in the first half of his life. Sleeping amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, seeking survival and breakthroughs in every dire situation, and when fatigue struck, encountering sudden ambushes from ferocious beasts, he would hurriedly grab his weapon to fight back. When facing a tide of beasts, he felt like a small boat struggling to find ways to keep himself alive. Even after decades, he remembered these experiences clearly. Only by enduring such hardships could a martial artist grow stronger, not just in vitality and cultivation, but in indomitable will. However, as an elder seeing his child sneaking off to find ferocious beasts, it would be false to say he wasn't scared. After all, it was his beloved child. Chu Feng's intentions were not wrong, but he forgot one thing: his own strength. What angered him most was that Chu Feng had sneaked out of the city without telling him. Of course, he could understand why the child did what he did. If he had known, he certainly would not have allowed him to go out. Sighing, Chu Shanhe tossed and turned on his bed, then got up, took the medicine box from the drawer, and walked out. Outside, Chu Feng was still kneeling in the living room, while Bai Shuang and Chu Yu were trying to persuade him, but he simply refused to get up. "If Grandpa doesn't forgive me today, I won't get up." Chu Feng said stubbornly, "I was wrong in this matter. I acted rashly and neglected your feelings, which upset Grandpa. Playing these games with me won't work." Chu Shanhe approached and shot him a fierce glare. "Get up, just acknowledging your mistake will suffice. Here, take this medicine box." He tossed the medicine box to Chu Feng. "Apply the medicine. Look at what you've done to yourself." "Thank you, Grandpa." Ouch. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Chu Feng's small face as he hurriedly stood up but perhaps he got up too quickly, pulling at his wounds and making him wince in pain. Come child, lie down here, grandma will apply the medicine for you. This scene made Bai Shuang's heart ache, and she quickly took the medicine box from Chu Feng's hands to make space for him. You just spoil him. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly. Who else should I spoil if not my eldest grandson? Just like you hitting children with a ruler. Look at the deep marks you've left, you don't even know to go easy. The child is already injured. Just don't talk nonsense. What if a ferocious beast doesn't kill him, but you do? Oh, roll your eyes elsewhere. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Just apply your medicine, or what does a woman know? After saying that, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Where are you going? I'm going for a stroll, eventually you all will drive me to my grave. That old man. Bai Shuang pouted, then carefully applied the medicine to Chu Feng. Child, tell me if it hurts, grandma will go easy. Got it, grandma. Grandma, I want to help too. Chu Yu joined in applying the medicine, then turned to Chu Feng and said, bro, do you know a super general has appeared in Huas? A super general? Chu Feng frowned. I don't know. Then you really missed on sin 1,000 year spectacle. Let me tell you. A few minutes later, a loud wail echoed from the room. What on earth did I miss? On another side, Chu Shanhe walked along the community's path, looking at the familiar surroundings, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The last time he strolled around was over half a year ago when he played chess with old Deng and the others. Grandpa Chu. The community isn't big, and he ran into acquaintances. Seeing him, they greeted him. Chu Shanhe nodded in response. As he walked, he arrived at the place where he used to play chess. It was still lively. Every day around this time, the elderly in the community would gather again to play chess, chat, and pass the time. Seeing Chu Shanhe approach, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. It's truly a rare guest who I never expected to see you, Chu Shanhe, again in this lifetime. Old Chu, you haven't been here in a long time. I thought you were done for not having shown up for such a long time. Everyone joked around. Get lost, you're the one who's done for. Chu Shanhe laughed and scolded, then turned his gaze to the chessboard. It looks like old Deng you're going to win. Of course. A slightly plump old man holding a tea jar chuckled. You know you're the only one in the entire community who can challenge me. Since you stopped coming, I haven't lost a single match. Upon hearing this, the others rolled their eyes. This guy is just showing off. Huh. Chu Shanhe chuckled, reaching down to pick up the chess pieces, and looked at old Deng. Shall we have a match? No. Old Deng waved his hands repeatedly. I have to go back now. Let me tell you, today my daughter and son-in-law came to take me out for a big meal. It's about time for me to head out for that. Old Deng, you're being a bit pompous now. Chu Shanhe laughed. Just one match that won't take long, or are you scared? Scared of you. As soon as he said this, old Deng instantly became unhappy, sat back down, cleaned up the chessboard, rolled up his sleeves, and took the pieces. Come, let me show you how I'll make you fall apart. Then bring it on. A sly smile appeared on Chu Shan's lips. He was very familiar with old Deng. As long as he used provocation, it would be a guaranteed success. Meanwhile, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the community, and an elderly man dressed plainly stepped out. He looked up at the dilapidated community, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the information stating that Chu Shanhe lived here, he would never believe it. This man was none other than the Chi Tian general. This afternoon, after the city lord sent them back, they discussed for a long time, and in the end they felt it would be better to apologize to him. The best way to apologize was over a drink, so they unanimously decided to set a table at the best restaurant in Hua City Tianlong residence to collectively apologize to Chu Shanhe. And so Chi Tian general came as the representative to extend the invitation. This time he lowered his stance significantly, even dressing like an ordinary old man, without any flashy symbols of status. He first bought some gifts at a store near the community entrance, then inquired about the building where Chu Shanhe lived, carrying the items as he walked inside. Upon arriving at the community, Chi Tian immediately spotted the figure sitting among the crowd, engrossed in a game of chess. At this moment, Chu Shanhe appeared no different from an ordinary elderly man, looking simple and kind, but Chi Tian knew that this old man could kill without even blinking, a terrifying thought indeed. The thought of that awe-inspiring dragon shadow and the world-destroying 30-foot golden giant made Chi Tian tremble uncontrollably. That unparalleled figure would remain etched in his mind for a lifetime. Having lived for over 200 years and being a 3-star general, he felt like an ant in front of such a person who could easily crush him with a single swipe. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and walked towards that direction. Watching Chu Shanhe, who was deeply focused on the chess game, he did not dare to speak or disturb him, instead choosing to quietly stand behind and observe. Those around thought he was just an old man from the neighboring community, come to watch the game, paying no further attention. Chu Shanhe placed a piece on the board, then turned his head to glance at Chi Tian, casually saying, "What brings you here?" In truth, he had noticed Chi Tian's arrival the moment he appeared, however he chose to remain silent. He held no goodwill towards these generals, and found it hard to believe that Chi Tian's sudden visit was without ulterior motives. "You continue your game, my matters are insignificant, and shouldn't disrupt your enjoyment." Although Chu Shan's voice was soft, it thundered in Chi Tian's ears, prompting him to speak quickly, fearful of disturbing Chu Shan's mood. "Then you should wait a moment and watch the game." Chu Shanhe smiled slightly, then turned his gaze back to the chessboard, picking up a piece and placing it down again. "Jumping the horse, continue the game, general." "MHM." Chi Tian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pressure he felt was immense. Chu Shan's aura was powerful, something others might not sense, but standing behind him Chi Tian felt it acutely. Old Deng opposite him shot a puzzled glance at Chi Tian, wondering why this old man seemed so afraid of Chu Shanhe. However, he said nothing as this was not his affair. What he needed to do now was to concentrate on the chessboard, figuring out how to counter Chu Shan's sharp attacks. Soon after his stubborn resistance, only one piece remained. I've had enough already. Old Deng collected his last piece, and said, today I had matters to attend to, that's why you won. Old Chu will have a rematch tomorrow. If I don't make you lose your armor and fleet, I won't bear the Deng surname. Alright, it's getting late, I need to head home, or I wouldn't want my daughter and son-in-law waiting anxiously. Ah, grand feast. Saying this, he stood up, leaving with a smug expression. What's so impressive about having a high-ranking master as a son-in-law? Exactly, he's not even a grand master, what's he bragging about? Next time I'll have my daughter find a grand master for a son-in-law, just to one-up him and make him furious. Alright, everyone knows old Deng. Aside from being a braggart, he's quite decent. Old Deng left, but was met with disdain. A relatively slender old man sat opposite Chu Shanhe, smiling and saying, Old Chu, shall we have a game? Tomorrow a friend has come. Chu Shanhe politely declined with a smile, pointing at Chi Tian behind him. If you want, I will. Another neighbor pushed Chu Shanhe aside, and the two began a new round of competition. Chu Shanhe, however, walked to a secluded spot with his hands behind his back, with Chi Tian cautiously following behind like a subordinate. Speak, what do you need from me? Chu Shanhe looked at Chi Tian with a face full of disdain. Old Chu, I specifically came to apologize to you. Though he was older than Chu Shanhe at this moment, he felt like a junior, lowering his voice. He then detailed the incidents involving them. Not going. Chu Shanhe directly refused, saying, just the thought of having a meal with you all makes me feel sick. Please, Old Chu. Chi Tian quickly interjected. We did wrong by you, but the mastermind is still Lu Qinglong. Besides, we realize our mistakes. You are magnanimous, please, just come once. Consider this a request from me. We are all generals of Huaqing, we will see each other often, as the city lord has said. Looking at Chi Tian's submissive posture, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but smile. Now they were the ones groveling. If it weren't for his own strength, they would have likely killed him already. Initially, he wanted to leave without further ado, but Chi Tian's last words changed his mind. In that instant, he thought of Li Zhixian, and he held a fairly good impression of the city lord. It was also out of consideration for Li Zhixian that he reluctantly agreed to Chi Tian. Wait for me a moment, I will inform my family. Old Chu, please take this, it's my humble intention. Chi Tian promptly handed over the gift box in his hand. Chu Shanhe looked Chi Tian up and down, and ultimately accepted the gift. Very thoughtful. A few minutes later, Bai Shuang came out linking arms with Chu Shanhe. Let me introduce, this is my wife, sister-in-law. Hello. Chi Tian immediately greeted her. Although he was quite old, he still respectfully referred to Bai Shuang as sister-in-law. After all, she was Chu Shan's first wife. You must be Shan's friend. Bai Shuang, unaware of Chi Tian's identity, smiled gently at him, then said to Chu Shanhe, you can go, why must you bring me along? Isn't it to let them meet you? Chu Shanhe smiled, and pointed at Chi Tian, saying, this is General Chi Tian. Boom. This statement thundered through Bai Shuang's mind, causing her pupils to constrict involuntarily. She had heard the legend of General Chi Tian since childhood. He was the backbone of the human race, the strongest among all in Huaqing, second only to the city lord and deputy city lord. Moreover, he commanded the largest military force in Huaqing, the Heavenly Soldiers Legion. Although she knew that her husband had fought against him during the day, she still couldn't help but tremble at the sight of General Chi Tian standing before her. At this moment, she finally realized that the friends Chu Shanhe spoke of were likely the remaining generals. Though it was said to be a gathering, it was actually an apology to Chu Shanhe. Instantly, Bai Shuang thought of this and said, I think I won't go, you all enjoy yourselves. Sister-in-law, you're already here, let's all go together. Chi Tian quickly flattered her. Moreover, I think they would very much like to meet you. After all, she was Chu Shan's wife, and Chu Shanhe was likely to become the deputy city lord of Huaqing in the future. As the deputy city lord's wife, they wouldn't want to miss the chance to curry favor with her. Bai Shuang looked at Chu Shanhe, seeking his confirmation with her eyes. Chu Shanhe smiled, and said, since Chi Tian has said so, let's go. Soon, under the guidance of Chi Tian, Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Huaqing, Tianlong residence. Located in the northern district of Huaqing, it may only have 3 floors, but its opulence rivals that of the city lord's mansion. No one knows who the mysterious owner of Tianlong residence is. Some say it is Lu Qinglong, while others claim it is the city lord Li Zhixian, but neither of them has ever made a clear statement. Looking at the resplendent restaurant, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This place is indeed the largest money-spending pit in all of Huaqing, and anyone who dines here must be either wealthy or of high status. Chu Lao's sister-in-law. Please. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Chi Tian, the warrior, respectfully gestured for them to enter. There's no need to be so courteous. Chu Shanhe shot Chi Tian a glance, and said flatly, you make me feel like a tyrant. Yes. Chi Tian's forehead broke into a sweat as he hurriedly nodded. Let's go inside. Chu Shanhe pulled Bai Shuang as they prepared to enter. Old Chu, Bai Shuang. Just then a surprised voice came from behind, causing Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang to stop in their tracks and turn around. They saw old Deng looking astonished at the two of them standing next to a beautiful girl in her 20s and a man of extraordinary presence. Old Deng. The couple Chu Shanhe and Bai Shuang were equally surprised, especially Chu Shanhe, who knew that old Deng's daughter and son-in-law wanted to treat him to a grand meal. Sure, old Deng, I didn't expect the grand meal you mentioned to be at Tianlong residence. Chu Shanhe smiled at old Deng and then looked at the girl behind him. This must be Xiao Jia. It's been many years since we last met. Uncle Chu Aunt Bai. Deng Jia sweetly greeted them and then introduced her fiancé. Let me introduce you to my fiancé Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao, this is Uncle Chu and Aunt Bai. Hello. Bai Shuang smiled and extended her hand. Xiao Jia has a good eye. This young man looks quite impressive. However, a hint of arrogance appeared on Zhou Chao's face, displaying an air of superiority as he glanced at Chu Shanhe and his wife, then looked at Qi Tian beside them. Seeing that the three of them were dressed ordinarily, just three ordinary old folks, he couldn't help but show a hint of disdain in his eyes. He ignored Bai Shuang's hand, making no move, and merely grunted softly. This scene caused the expressions of everyone present to subtly change. Chu Shanhe frowned tightly, his expression darkening as he glanced at Zhou Chao, wanting to say something, but was held back. Deng Jia quickly tried to ease the situation, awkwardly smiling. Uncle Chu Aunt Bai, please don't take offense, as Zhou Chao is a soldier and might be a bit reserved meeting you for the first time. Yes, Bai Shuang, don't take it to heart, the child is a bit shy. Old Deng chimed in. Bai Shuang merely smiled and chose not to quarrel with the young man. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Let's go inside. Qi Tian suddenly spoke up, breaking the stalemate. Old Chu, what brings you here? A friend invited us for a meal. Chu Shanhe cast a deep glance at Zhou Chao and then smiled. Aren't you also here to eat? Let's go in together. Just you guys? Can you afford to eat here? Do you know how much it costs for a meal here? Zhou Chao disdainfully glanced at Chu Shanhe and Qi Tian, snorting as he stepped inside. Old Chu, this. Old Deng looked embarrassed, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. Just moments ago, he could have found an excuse to ease the tension, but unexpectedly his son-in-law was so arrogant that he offended others with his words. Let's go, we won't hold it against the child. Chu Shanhe smiled. I apologize, Uncle Chu Aunt Bai. Zhou Chao can be like that. He'll be fine once he's familiar with you. Deng Jia also looked very displeased as she awkwardly smiled, and then took out a red box from her bag. By the way, Uncle Chu, I heard from my dad that you particularly like finger rings. This is something I had a friend bring back from Haiqing. I originally planned to visit you and Aunt Bai after dinner, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Uncle Chu, try wearing it and see how it goes. I'm sure you'll love it. Saying this, Deng Jia handed the box over. Her fiancé had repeatedly embarrassed them, and after all, they were neighbors, they would see each other often. Although they were not saying anything now, it was inevitable that there would be some unhappiness in their hearts. To prevent future estrangement between the two families due to this incident, Deng Jia took the liberty of giving the gift originally prepared for old Deng to Chu Shanhe, hoping to resolve the conflict with this finger ring. Old Deng saw this scene and was first taken aback, then immediately reacted, showing a look of gratification on his face. His daughter responded quickly and performed well. A finger ring. Chu Shanhe looked puzzled. He didn't remember anything about this. Then he suddenly realized Deng Jia's intention. Just as he was about to return the box to Deng Jia and refuse, a figure suddenly flashed over and snatched the box away. It was none other than Zhou Chao, who had just entered the restaurant. He was still wondering why Deng Jia hadn't followed him. Turning back, he spotted the previous scene, and his expression instantly turned cold as he quickly approached Deng Jia, retrieving the box. He had been enduring it. He had never wanted to come here, but he couldn't resist Deng Jia's persistent pleas, reluctantly accompanying her to have a meal with her father. In his eyes, Chu Shanhe and the others, as well as Deng Jia's father, belonged to the lowest strata of society, and he looked down on them, unwilling to waste much time on them, which led to the earlier scene. He could tolerate all of this, but when he saw Deng Jia preparing to give away the gift box, he could no longer hold back. What? Zhou Chaos' face turned dark and anger flickered in his eyes. This is a gift we chose for your father, worth several tens of thousands. Are you just giving it away? I think it's a waste to give it to your father, and now you want to give it to someone else. Do you really think my money comes easy? You really think too highly of yourself. Zhou Chao, you. Facing her fiancé's sudden outburst of anger, Deng Jia was taken aback, but then she reacted, her pretty face clouding with frost. What are you shouting about? I'm doing this because you offended them. Stop always acting like everyone owes you money. If it weren't for you, would I have to do this? What do you even count as to dare to speak to me like that? Zhou Chaos' eyes burned with rage, and then amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, he raised his arm and slapped Deng Jia hard across the face. You only have a bit of looks. If not for that, would I even look at you? What makes you worthy to be with me? Is it your cultivation? Or is it because your father is at the bottom of society? As a high-level master, I actually waste my time here for you. It's truly laughable. Deng Jia, from now on I'm done with you. We have no relationship left. After saying that, he turned and left with the gift box. Deng Jia stood there covering her face, completely stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. You beast. Old Deng was so furious that his blood pressure skyrocketed, his face turning red. Old man, if you dare to insult me again, I will take your life. Zhou Chao turned his head, his gaze icy, and then walked away. Stop right there. At that moment, a faint voice rang out. Zhou Chao furrowed his brows, stopping in his tracks, once more turning his head to look. He saw Chu Shanhe gazing at him, slowly speaking. After hitting someone, you think you can just leave? Who gave you the courage? Come over here and apologize. By the end of his words, his voice had turned utterly cold. Old man, what did you say? Zhou Chao scratched his ear, his expression dark, as he said, you want me to go back and apologize? The hell, what are you even worth to dare point fingers at me? As his words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. You think you're worthy of me apologizing? I'll say it again, come over here and apologize. Chu Shan's voice grew increasingly cold, like the ancient cold iron. Old Chu. Beside him, old Deng tugged at Chu Shan's sleeve, desperately signaling him with his eyes. The other party was a high-level master, able to crush them common folks with a single finger. Even if he slapped his daughter and deceived her feelings, it was normal for him to kick Zhou Chao away. In his view, this was perfectly normal. After all, in this era, strength was paramount. Who let him be a high-level master? Even Deng Jie blinked towards Chu Shanhe, saying, Uncle Chu, this is my family's business. Don't get yourself involved. Then he turned his gaze toward Zhou Chao, saying, Zhou Chao, my Uncle Chu is enraged. You should hurry and leave. We have no relation anymore. From now on, we are strangers. At least you know your place. Zhou Chao snorted coldly, then looked at Chu Shanhe. Old man, consider yourself fortunate today. Since that's the case, you must apologize. Chu Shan's voice rang out again. After hitting my niece, you think you can just leave? Hurry up and come apologize. This is my final warning to you. Old Chu. Old Deng was now anxious. Why are you so stubborn? I already said this is my family's matter. You don't need to. Uncle Chu, please say less. Seeing Zhou Chaos expression darkening, Deng Jie quickly stepped in front of Chu Shanhe. Zhou Chao, my Uncle Chu is old and talking nonsense. You should hurry and leave. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chao suddenly burst into laughter. In this day and age, even the most insignificant can jump out to play the hero. Then his expression abruptly turned grim, coldly addressing Chu Shanhe. Old man, you're asking for it. After saying this, he stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Chu Shanhe, raising his hand to slap him. He truly detested Chu Shanhe to the extreme. Although he couldn't kill him, he could still teach him a lesson, making this old man understand that not everyone could be offended. Chu Shanhe stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly watching Zhou Chaos' actions, his brow furrowing slightly. Unbridled. Just as he was about to take action, a furious shout reverberated through the air. Then Chi Tian instantly appeared before him, reaching out to grab Zhou Chaos' wrist. With a strong grip. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Zhou Chao let out a sudden scream. This unforeseen change caused old Deng and his daughter to turn pale, looking at Chi Tian in disbelief. They hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be so powerful. In contrast, Chu Shanhe looked at Chi Tian with a hint of surprise, loosening his tightly clenched fist. He was well aware of Chi Tian's intentions, but he let him be. Since Chi Tian wanted to manage this matter, let him. You. Zhou Chao glared at Chi Tian with a dark expression, the pain in his wrist twisting his features. Old man, let go of me. He attempted to pull his hand away, but Chi Tian's grip was like a vice, firmly holding onto his wrist. Which army? Chi Tian coldly spoke. Earlier he had heard Deng Jie introduce Zhou Chao as a soldier, and as the leader of the First Legion, he wanted to know more about Zhou Chaos' military background. This was also the reason he decided to intervene. Firstly, he wanted to show off in front of Chu Shanhe, and secondly, it was because Zhou Chao was a soldier. What's it to you? You want to report me? Zhou Chaos' face was icy as he coldly replied, listen, well, I am the captain of the 36th Squad under the 5th Division of the Fire Spirit Corps. If you know what's good for you, let go of me quickly, or I'll call people to come and kill you. So you're just a squad leader. No wonder you're— Chi Tian let out a cold laugh, then swung his arm, throwing Zhou Chao to the ground. I'm standing right here. Let's see how many people you can call over. Old man, do you really think you're something special? Zhou Chao clumsily got up from the ground, his expression vicious, then took out a healing potion from his pocket and swallowed it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Today I will let you know that there are existences you cannot provoke in this world. As his words fell, he stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Chi Tian, throwing a punch at his head. Ignorant. Although Chi Tian had been submissive in front of Chu Shanhe, he was still a 3-star battle general. Now being called old man by Zhou Chao stirred a strong killing intent within him. Facing Zhou Chao's fierce punch, he remained calm. Under Zhou Chao's shocked gaze, he slowly extended his right arm and gently pushed forward. Old man, die. Zhou Chaos' lips curled into a cold smile, thinking Chi Tian had given up, and his momentum surged even more, increasing the speed and power of his punch. He was confident that this punch would shatter Chi Tian's arm. Bang! Accompanied by his roar, their fists collided. The scene he imagined did not occur. Chi Tian remained standing calmly in place, not even moving his feet. How is this possible? Zhou Chao had an expression of disbelief, and in the next second his face changed drastically. He felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from Chi Tian's arm, as though he had been hit by a train, and his entire body was sent flying backward like a line of blood. Bang! The tremendous force caused Zhou Chao to crash into the ground, creating a large pit. Wow! Zhou Chao coughed up blood, staining the ground red. He wanted to struggle to get up, but the searing pain in his internal organs rendered him motionless. Chi Tian slowly approached Zhou Chao, stepping on his head, and looking down, saying, if you have any trump cards, feel free to— Old man, don't be arrogant. You'll suffer a terrible fate for provoking me today. Zhou Chao spoke with great difficulty. Isn't it just calling people? Qi Tian let out a cold laugh. Call them right now. Qi Tian's words startled the father and daughter from the Deng family, who looked at him with strange expressions. This old man knew that Zhou Chao was from the Golden Scale Legion, yet he still dared to let Zhou Chao call someone. It was hard to tell if he was confident or arrogant. The father and daughter exchanged glances at Qi Tian, then shifted their gaze to Chu Shanhe, and Bai Shuang noticing that the couple still wore calm expressions. Curiosity about Qi Tian's identity crept into their minds. Old man, since you're seeking death, don't blame me for what happens next. As Zhou Chao, with his head touching the ground, heard these words, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Then he struggled to pull out his phone from his mouth. Qi Tian coldly watched him finish the call, then kicked him away. Make them hurry, don't waste my time. Old man, you're dead for sure. Zhou Chao clumsily got up from the ground, his face twisted with malice. Soon, with a deafening roar and the sound of the ground shaking, the terrified civilians near Tianlong residence discovered that military vehicles were rolling in like a long dragon. On those military vehicles was a golden qilin exuding an imposing aura. It's the Golden Scale Legion. What are they doing here? Are they here to eat? Are you stupid? Do you need such a grand display just to eat? It's obvious they're here to anyone who dares to provoke the Golden Scale Legion is truly courting death. Amid the discussions, those vehicles stopped at the entrance of Tianlong residence, blocking the road completely. Soon the doors opened and warriors in the Golden Scale Legion uniforms jumped out one by one. From the front vehicle stepped out a middle-aged man in his 40s. As soon as he got out, a wave of overwhelming ferocity and bloodlust radiated from him, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. Isn't that the head of the 3rd Division of the Golden Scale Legion, Guoyang? Do you know him? Of course, head Guoyang, a 6th-grade grandmaster, is incredibly ruthless. He once single-handedly killed 2 7th-grade grandmasters. He's even nicknamed the King of Hell. What do you think? Oh my goodness, no wonder he exudes such ferocity. Since he's here, this matter must be serious. As the crowd murmured, Guoyang led a group of Golden Scale Legion members towards Tianlong residence, each one radiating murderous intent and an extraordinary aura. The lowest cultivation level among them was above 3rd-grade grandmaster. Minister. Upon seeing Guoyang, Zhou Chaos' face revealed a hint of joy as he hurriedly limped towards him. Seeing his subordinates in such a miserable state, Guoyang's expression instantly darkened. What happened? Who dares to strike my Guoyang soldiers? Are they tired of living? It's that old man. Zhou Chao exaggeratedly twisted the events, reversing black and white. He is truly seeking death. Guoyang's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. He slowly approached Qi Tian and coldly said, Old man, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my subordinate, then break your own arms. I might spare your life. Just you. Qi Tian was amused to the point of laughter. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he swung his hand and slapped Guoyang across the face. What are you even worth to speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Qi Tian's expression gradually turned cold. I don't care who you are. Guoyang covered his cheek, glaring at Qi Tian fiercely as he roared. You dare to hit me. He'll make you pay a painful price. After finishing his words, he waved his arm. Attack. Break him. I want him to wish he were dead. Yes. As the order was given, the Golden Scale Legion members unleashed their imposing auras surrounding Qi Tian with unfriendly expressions. So you think there's more of you? Qi Tian remained calm and shouted into the sky above Tianlong residence. If you still watch from up there, and don't come down, it'll completely turn against you. Huh. Senior truly knows how to joke. How could we only be here to watch? As his words fell, several figures suddenly appeared above the crowd and gradually descended. 3 men and 1 woman. With just you few. Guoyang thought Qi Tian would summon many people, only to find it was just 4. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, he suddenly recognized one familiar face among the 4, and his expression changed dramatically. Moreover, that person's gaze was coldly fixed on him. Their eyes met in the air. Lu. A wave of immense fear made him tremble, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he took 3 steps, as if they were 2, and directly knelt in front of Qi Tian and the others with a thud. Legion Commander. He didn't recognize anyone else, but he knew his own Legion Commander well. She was none other than the only female warrior, Lu Haiyan, the ruler of the Golden Scale Legion. He never imagined that his own Legion Commander would be here, and seemed to have a good relationship with this old man. If this old man's friend is a warrior, then his identity must be. With this thought, cold sweat began to flow down Guoyang's forehead, and he trembled violently. Don't call me that. In front of everyone, Lu Haiyan stepped closer to Guoyang, and then kicked him down to the ground. You really give our Golden Scale Legion a bad name, such a grand display. Legion Commander, you. Let me explain. Before Guoyang could say anything else, Lu Haiyan kicked him again, sending him spitting blood. What do you want to explain? I witnessed the entire incident firsthand. Lu Haiyan said coldly. Are you trying to defend yourself, or your little squad leader? Off. I. Guoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. You'll go to military Yes. Also, that guy is your division squad leader. That little guy is quite impressive. He dares to insult even the old warrior Qi Tian, and has also insulted my distinguished guest. How you deal with him is up to you. If there's no satisfactory outcome, you need not go to military punishment. Oh, just take your own. Yes. Guiyang trembled all over, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then turned to glare coldly at Zhou Chao, a terrifying killing intent surging forth. Bastard, I only made you the captain because I thought well of you back then. Guiyang's killing intent surged violently as he stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhou Chao, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, roaring with a fierce expression. Now you dare to betray me. You really think of yourself as someone important, blinding your dog eyes to not recognize even the Qi Tian battle general. I don't care if you seek death, but what do you mean by dragging me into this? You just dared to twist the truth and exaggerate in front of me. I was too trusting, believing your words. Saying this, he swung his arm and slammed Zhou Chao down to the ground. Boom. The ground in front of the Tianlong restaurant trembled, cracking and forming a large pit. It was evident how powerful Guiyang's blow was. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Zhou Chao immediately cried out in agony. At this moment he was drenched in sweat, his face extremely pale, with none of the previous arrogance remaining, replaced instead by sheer terror. And Minister, I was wrong. He could not have dreamed that the seemingly ordinary old man in front of him was actually the famous Qi Tian battle general. If he had known the other's identity beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to look down on him, let alone fail to curry favor. Moreover, he never expected that not only was the Qi Tian battle general present, but also the two Ma battle generals and the Hai Yin battle general. Zhou Chao could see a deep killing intent in Guiyang's eyes. He hurriedly apologized and begged for mercy, but it was too late. Guiyang completely ignored him, grabbing his ankle and smashing him down to the ground like a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled continuously, the pit growing larger, while Zhou Chaos' breath grew weaker. Every bone in his body was broken, leaving him lying on the ground like a dead dog. Minister, I'm sorry. Even so, he still insisted on apologizing to Guiyang. Get the hell out of here. Guiyang kicked him in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away until he crashed against a large tree across. Wow. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes. Trash, take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are, causing me to almost suffer the same fate. Guiyang cursed, his gaze constantly shifting toward the several battle generals, noticing their displeased expressions, and continued to beat Zhou Chao. The screams continued, blood gradually staining the ground. Let's go. Chu Shanhe saw that Zhou Chao was on the brink of death. He approached Deng Jie, gently stroking her head and speaking softly. Child, don't be sad about such scum. There are plenty of good men, and in the future I'll have your aunt introduce you to a good one. Old Deng, don't be upset either. Just treat this as stepping on dog poop. Chu Shanhe patted Old Deng's shoulder and smiled lightly. Alright, stop sulking. They'll treat you to a grand meal. Sigh, what a shame. Old Deng sighed slowly. This has nothing to do with the grand meal. I didn't expect this kid to look so decent, but have such a character. I just don't know how much suffering my daughter has endured under this beast. Dad. Deng Jie, tearful, gently grasped Old Deng's hand. I'm sorry for worrying you. Alright, don't be sad. Let's go eat. Chu Shanhe invited. I'm already full of anger. I don't feel like eating anymore. Old Deng waved his hand. I want to go home. You and your friends enjoy yourselves. After saying this, he took Deng Jie. Goodbye, Uncle Chu, Aunt Bai. Deng Jie waved to the two. Goodbye, Xiao Jie. Go back and persuade your dad. Don't let him get too angry, or he might hurt himself. Understood. As they watched the Deng family leave, Chu Shan's gaze finally shifted to Qi Tian and the other battle. Old Chu. The previously arrogant battle generals immediately showed humble expressions, forcing smiles as they greeted him. Old Chu's sister-in-law, the banquet is ready. Please follow me. Qi Tian glanced at Guiyang and then made a gesture. Old Chu, please. Please, Old Chu. The others quickly followed suit. Let's go. Chu Shanhe nodded, then with hands clasped behind his back, Bai Shuang linked her arm with his, and the two entered the Tianlong restaurant. Qi Tian and the others immediately followed. Across the street, Guiyang watched as Qi Tian and the others entered the restaurant, finally feeling relieved. He then kicked Zhou Chao, looking disgusted as he said, I now declare that you are expelled from the Golden Scale Legion. Aw, damn it, you almost got me killed. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on Zhou Chaos' face, then led his troops away, and this guy is really a jinx. Deserved it. Who told him to look down on others, and now he's hit a hard wall. He really thought he was someone important, daring to insult even the Qi Tian battle general. This guy is quite the oddity. As a soldier in the Legion, he doesn't even recognize the Qi Tian battle general. It's truly laughable. Alright, enough chatter. Since the show is over, let's leave. Let's go. Soon the crowd that had gathered began to disperse. In an instant, the entire road was left with Zhou Chao lying there like a dead dog, covered in blood, barely alive. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the door of the Tianlong restaurant, his vision blurred by tears. It wasn't because of physical pain, but because he finally realized what he had missed. At this moment, he finally understood Chu Shan's identity, and why the Qi Tian battle general had treated that old man with such respect. He was indeed terrified. In the entire Hua city, apart from the reclusive city lord, the only one who could instill fear in the Qi Tian battle general and the other battle generals was that newly promoted super battle general. He never imagined that Deng Jie's neighbor was that super battle general, and although he had a chance to soar to great heights, he was pushed away, and now he had even lost his military status. He regretted it. He hated it. He hated himself for looking down on others, for being arrogant, and especially for causing a rift with Deng Jie over a trivial matter. He wanted to slap himself, but alas his arms had long lost feeling. I regret it. I'm not human anymore. At this moment his emotions exploded, and he shouted to the sky going mad. If only he had been a bit more humble, if he had performed a bit better with Deng Jie, and that super battle general's connections, his future would have been limitless. He would have become a battle general admired by thousands, perhaps even have his name recorded in history. How glorious, how honorable that would be. But now all of that was completely buried by his pride and his lowly view of others. At this moment Zhou Chao was like a lost dog, his limbs broken by Guiyang. He could only crawl forward, no longer caring about the pain in his body. He only wanted to find Deng Jie, hoping she could forgive him and reconcile. Only then could he have a chance to rise to that super battle general. Mom, look at that person, he looks like a dog. Just then a young woman passed by with the child innocently pointing at him. Don't talk nonsense, be careful, he bites us. The woman glanced at Zhou Chao with disgust, then quickly picked up the child and walked away. Zhou Chao paid no mind to this. He continued to crawl forward toward Deng Jie's home. Soon he was blocked. Time passed like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. During this period, 2 major events occurred in Hua City. The new building of the Hongyin Martial Arts School was fully completed, becoming one of the landmark structures of the city. The unique design along with the extravagant costs spent on the super training room was such that even the city lord's mansion sent a small section of a spiritual vein as a gift. Xia Hongyin without any hesitation buried it directly in Chu Shanhe's exclusive training room, which was located underground beneath the martial arts school, a full 2 stories deep. As the absolute ruler, Chu Shanhe held an unquestionable priority. No one dared to voice any dissent. The second event was that the 3 universities of Hua City achieved unprecedented victories in the Baicheng University League, leaping from over 80 to the top 15. What surprised everyone the most was that this ranking was secured by the Shiji Academy, with Lu Yin rising to fame in a single battle, becoming the biggest dark horse of this league. Although she ultimately fell short in the competition for the top 10, she captured the admiration of countless people, especially with her unique sword intent, which even attracted the attention of formidable sword masters who wanted to take Lu Yin as their disciple. However, Lu Yin declined their offers, stating that she already had a master, thus quashing the ambitions of those sword masters. The Shiji Academy also gained the status of a prestigious academy and received substantial rewards. This made Din Shua as happy as a child. Even now, nearly a month later, he still recounts the event. After all, since the fall of the black and white twin prodigies of the Design Academy 100 years ago, no talents had emerged from the entire academy, nor had they achieved such a remarkable ranking. This was something he could boast about for years, and Lu Yin was also designated as a key training target for the academy, becoming the most promising young person in Hua City. Moreover, her mysterious master became a topic of discussion among the masses. Initially, people thought Lu Yin was merely making excuses to refuse those sword masters. But when she returned and Din Shua expressed his desire to take her as a disciple, he maintained his stance. Now Lu Yan's mysterious master had become the subject of everyone's conversations. As for Chu Shanhe, he merely smiled faintly. He had sent a message to Lu Yin instructing her not to reveal her identity, and he would not take her as a disciple, instead offering guidance when he had the time. His daily routine consisted of 3 points: the academy, the martial arts school, and his home. Moreover, with the passage of time, he was on the verge of completing 100 consecutive sign-ins at the back mountain of the academy. For this achievement, he hadn't even gone to sign in at the martial arts school's training room. During this time his strength had once again increased. He had developed a vague impression of the third sword move, yet he still couldn't grasp that crucial point. Moreover, his foundational realm had reached the 8th grade Grandmaster level. As for the Buddha's golden body, it had only improved slightly. After all, every 3 transformations represented a hurdle, and breaking through to the next stage would require even more effort. He did not use the remaining few drops of spiritual essence stalactites. After all, using them wouldn't lead to a breakthrough to the next stage, so it was better to save them for a crucial moment. Besides, saving them for the children would also be beneficial. In addition, he had already accumulated several hundred qi gathering pills which he had shared with Chu Feng and Chu Yue, but the effects were too potent. Just one pill nearly overwhelmed the 2 children. It is worth mentioning that with the help of 1 qi gathering pill, Chu Feng successfully broke through to the martial master realm, becoming a junior martial master. Chu Yu also advanced a level, moving from a junior martial artist to a mid-level martial artist. As the end of the year approached, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. It's snowing. Awesome. We can have a snowball fight again. It's that time of the year when it snows again. No matter the era, snowball fights remain one of the indispensable pleasures. Several figures in the training ground were engaged in a lively chase and playful tussle. As the snowflakes fell, the entire Hua City was wrapped in a layer of silver, and Chu Shanhe had another task: shoveling. Carrying a broom to the back mountain, he felt somewhat excited, not because of the snow shoveling, but because today he would achieve his 100 consecutive sign-ins at the back mountain. I wonder what I will get from the back mountain this time. He then focused his mind. Sign-in. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 consecutive sign-ins. This area has been restructured, and the sign-in rewards have been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. You have obtained the star plucking hand. As the system's voice fell, the scenery before Chu Shanhe suddenly transformed into a vast starry universe. Suddenly a massive hand appeared, blocking out the sun and the moon coming from the horizon, its palm wide open, completely enveloping several stars within, and then it fiercely squeezed. In the next moment, the stars fell, turning to dust. As the starry sea vanished, the scenery in Chu Shanhe's eyes returned to normal, followed by a description of the star-plucking hand appearing in his mind. Star-plucking hand, one of the divine abilities of the Void Emperor, can grasp the sun and moon, plucking the stars. No wonder it's so terrifying. It can crush stars. That turns out to be from the Void Emperor's divine abilities. Chu Shanhe couldn't help but take a sharp breath, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This was already the second divine item he had obtained from an emperor. The first was the Long Yuan sword from the Ziwei Emperor, and the second was the star-plucking hand from the Void Emperor. Every emperor is a figure of unparalleled grandeur, dominating their era and suppressing all. The river of history is long and distant, and no one knows how many emperors have appeared in the human race, nor whether those emperors are still alive. Chu Grandpa. Just at that moment, a crisp voice interrupted Chu Shanhe's thoughts. He came back to his senses and turned his head to see Lu Yin waving at him from not far away. She then skipped over to Chu Shanhe, her little face flushed, appearing quite adorable. "This is for you." Saying this, she opened her hands, revealing a warm roasted sweet potato. "You little girl." Chu Shanhe patted Lu Yan's head, took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, and hummed. It was sweet and fragrant. "Delicious, right?" Lu Yan beamed, showing her beautiful dimples. "This is my mother's secret roasting method. It smells so good." "You are thoughtful, girl." Chu Shanhe smiled. "So what cultivation problem have you encountered this time?" "Nothing can escape, Chu Grandpa's." Without the slightest embarrassment, Lu Yan smiled broadly, and then expressed the confusion she had encountered during this period. After listening, Chu Shanhe patiently clarified her doubts, sharing his own experiences one by one. As Lu Yan listened, the light in her eyes grew brighter. Chu Shanhe's words cleared her confusion. All the things she had previously not understood became clear. An hour later, feeling enlightened, Lu Yan bid farewell to Chu Shanhe to continue her training. Chu Shanhe smiled, and then picked up the broom to start shoveling the snow. Bang! 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 Just then a rapid bell rang out, and a white protective shield appeared over Hua City. "Warning! Warning! Beast Tide is coming." "What?" Chu Shanhe's pupils shrank sharply, and then he soared into the sky, rushing towards his home. "The ferocious beasts have attacked the city. What should we do? How could there suddenly be a beast attack? Could it be because of the appearance of spiritual crystals in the Qinling Mountains last time? Hurry and prepare to escape." Aside from the martial artists, the ordinary citizens are in a state of panic. Chu Shanhe returned home at the fastest speed and found that Chu Yu was already back, packing things together with Bai Shuang. It is always wise to prepare ahead. "Is Chu Feng not back?" Chu Shanhe looked at Chu Yu. "My brother went to the martial arts hall. He went with Su Pengzi." Su Pengzi is Su Changxing, who has undergone a complete transformation in character after the incident with Sun Qian, and with his own efforts and the help of his father Su Huanshan, he has stepped onto the path of a martial artist and is now a high-level martial artist. "I see, Chu Yu, protect your grandmother." Chu Shanhe nodded, then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. "Old man." Bai Shuang's mouth moved. "Be careful. Don't worry, Grandma, Grandpa, and my brother will be fine." Chu Yu reassured, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "Every time there is a beast attack, there are huge casualties. I hope this time Grandpa and my brother can hold on." With the sound of alarms ringing, a large number of martial artists gathered in front of all the martial arts halls in Huaqing, while the three major legions mobilized, their expressions serious, heading towards the city gates. On the city wall, two mounted generals along with Lu Haiyan looked solemnly towards the direction of the Qinling Mountains, where a rolling cloud of dust approached rapidly. "It is indeed the beast tide. What should we do?" Lu Haiyan frowned tightly. "I can't believe there are so many ferocious beasts deep in the Qinling Mountains. These beasts must not be allowed to destroy our home." A cold glint flashed in the old general's eyes as he issued orders. "The three major legions heed my command. You will divide into three directions and eliminate the ferocious beasts." "Yes." Under the city gate, the three major legions already assembled immediately stood at attention, their roars echoing through the heavens and earth. "For major martial arts halls, heed my command." The old general continued to issue orders in a steady manner. "You will be at the forefront, cooperating with the three major legions." "Yes." Masters from other martial arts halls come forth and ascend the city wall. "Your target is those avian ferocious beasts. Be cautious of their aerial attacks. Everyone else remain on standby." "Yes." As the old general's commands were issued one after another, the martial artists of Huaqing sprang into action. Boom. As the ground began to tremble, the beast tide finally arrived. At the forefront was a group of white-haired gorillas. "Kill them." With the command given, the three major legions charged forward, engaging in battle with the ferocious beasts. In front of the city gate, the masters of the four major martial arts halls unleashed their fierce, killing intent as they joined the fray. Screech. Not long after, with a series of piercing cries, large shadows descended from the sky, revealing the avian ferocious beasts. Leading them was a giant eagle, its entire body a shade of blue, its sharp beak and claws glimmering coldly in the sunlight. They moved quickly, instantly arriving above Huaqing. "Annihilate these beasts." With the old general's arm waving, the masters who had been waiting on the city wall leapt into action, their spiritual weapons bursting forth with resplendent light. The chilling roars and cries echoed continuously as the three generals stood calmly on the city wall, gazing into the distance. They knew this was only the first wave of the ferocious beast's attack, and the general-level beasts had not yet appeared. Those ferocious beasts were their true targets. "Is there no news from General Chi Tian?" The old general glanced towards the city lord's mansion and spoke in none. Lu Haiyan sighed. The chances are slim. If the city lord had emerged from his closed-door training, what about old Chu? The old general asked again. Currently the strongest forces in Huaqing are Chu Shanhe and city lord Li Zhixian. As of now, Li Zhixian is still in seclusion, and they can only rely on Chu Shanhe. Old Chu should be coming soon. Lu Haiyan said there is still some distance from the Shiji Academy to here. At this moment in the city lord's mansion, a figure was pacing back and forth. It was General Chi Tian. He looked at the tightly shut door of the training room, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately did not knock. He came to wake up Li Zhixian, but considering that this was the most critical moment, if he interrupted him forcibly it might cause cracks in his foundation. So he thought for a moment and decided against it. For now he would not disturb him. If it truly came to an irretrievable point, it would not be too late to wake him then. How is it? Has the city lord not emerged from seclusion yet? Just then Chu Shanhe slowly descended, looking at Chi. Not yet. It seems we have reached a critical moment. Chi Tian replied. I think we should not disturb the city lord and observe the situation for a while. If it really doesn't work, we can call him later. Then we won't call him. Chu Shanhe nodded. Let's head over to the city wall. Let's go. The two exchanged glances, then transformed into two streaks of light, heading towards the city wall. At this moment outside the city wall the sounds of battle continued, and the ground was still strewn with corpses. The soldiers of the three major legions had completely lost their minds, and the fight and roars filled the air. The battle in midair had also reached a fever pitch. With several masters falling, the avian ferocious beasts were gradually diminishing, their bodies falling one after another. How is the battle situation? Chu Shanhe and Chi Tian landed on the city wall, observing the battlefield below, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. Old Chu! Old Chu! The three immediately greeted him, then shook their heads. The situation is not optimistic. This is only the first wave of the beast's attack. The old general slowly spoke, and the general-level ferocious beasts have not yet appeared. The most critical thing is that we still don't know how many general-level ferocious beasts there are. This is troublesome. Chu Shanhe frowned. Not knowing the enemy's top combat power means we cannot act rashly. Why don't we charge into the depths of the Qinling Mountains directly? Lu Haiyan suggested. There is no need for that. Chu Shanhe shook his head. They will show up, but we just need to wait. But Lu Haiyan wanted to say something, but Chu Shan's expression suddenly changed. They are coming. Boom. As the ground trembled violently, a massive figure slowly emerged from the Qinling Mountains. It was a humanoid creature standing upright, towering like a mountain, with jet-black fur resembling steel needles adorned with mysterious inscriptions. This was a colossal golden-haired ape, exuding a terrifying aura as it approached Huaqing, step by step, each stride leaving a giant pit behind. This aura. On the city wall, Chu Shanhe and the other generals couldn't help but narrow their eyes, their expressions changing slightly. They exchanged glances, then exclaimed, "Half-step war god." This. Lu Haiyan's body began to tremble. How do we fight against a half-step war god level golden-haired? Even if the city lord comes out of seclusion, he might not be able to defeat this terrifying beast, right? Does this mean our Huaqing is truly destined for destruction? This aura. On the city wall, Chu Shanhe and the other generals couldn't help but narrow their eyes, their expressions changing slightly. They exchanged glances. It hasn't even started and you're already retreating. This is not the female warrior I know, Chu Shanhe said, patting her shoulder, offering a bit of encouragement. Right now the world is still uncertain, and we don't know who will win or lose yet. Old Chu. Lu Haiyan looked deeply at Chu Shanhe, wanting to say something more, but at that moment a fierce wind swept through, and they saw a massive dark cloud filling the sky, instantly darkening the area. Caw! A fierce bird cry echoed from the dark cloud, piercing through stone and metal, causing them to furrow their brows slightly. Soon the cloud dispersed, revealing a blood-red giant bird diving down from above. Another one is coming. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and several generals furrowed their brows tightly. Blood Sparrow. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Chi Tian's general. I didn't expect this beast to still be alive, and its cultivation has reached the level of a 3-star general. Caw! The Blood Sparrow had clearly noticed Chi Tian's general on the wall, instantly revealing its ferocity, with a piercing cry that echoed through the clouds, then charged forward with terrifying killing intent. 100 years ago you escaped, but this time I will surely rip you apart. Chi Tian's general snorted coldly, his aura erupting completely. He stepped forward and his long staff grew enormous in an instant, crashing down fiercely toward the Blood Sparrow. Caw! The Blood Sparrow flapped its wings, exuding a fierce presence. Then with a powerful thrust of its wings it engaged in battle with Chi Tian's general. Boom! The colossal golden-haired ape continued moving forward, its eyes like two blood moons full of malice. What should we do, old Chu? Lu Haiyan looked at Chu Shanhe. I will hold off that giant ape, the other one I leave to you. Chu Shan's face turned serious, his words causing the other three to recoil in shock. There's another one. It's underground. Chu Shan's gaze fixed intently on the ground, not far away. It's coming. As soon as he spoke, a pair of gigantic pincers emerged from the ground, followed by a tremor, as a massive scorpion burrowed up from beneath. It gleamed with silver light, especially its tail, each segment sharp and menacing, with the barbed tip resembling the scythe of death glinting coldly in the sunlight. Snap! The silver scorpion's pincers opened and closed, emitting a metallic grinding sound. Let's go. Chu Shanhe spoke calmly, then his aura surged, a dazzling golden light enveloping him. He bent his legs and leaped towards the golden-haired giant ape. Midway he flipped his wrist, and the long yuan sword appeared in his hand. Roar! The golden-haired ape pounded its chest, then grabbed a small mountain peak and yanked it free, uprooting the entire mountain. Then it forcefully twisted its hands, and the mountain instantly transformed into a gigantic stone rod. Whoosh! The stone rod swept through the air with a destructive momentum toward Chu Shanhe. Boom! Chu Shan's expression remained unchanged, his aura rising again, golden light shining brightly around him. The next moment, a 30-meter-tall golden giant appeared in midair. But it wasn't over. In giant form, Chu Shanhe directly activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The long yuan sword surged with power, the dragon eyes at the sword's tail radiating a bloody glow. Open the heavens, slash! A soaring blood-red sword light appeared, imbued with unparalleled sword intent, crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt onto the stone rod. Rumble! As if the apocalypse had descended, the space twisted instantly, with strands of black dimensional cracks appearing, and a hurricane began to rampage, resembling a hell on earth. In midair, the battle between Chi Tian's general and the Blood Sparrow also reached a fever pitch. Beast, you escaped last time, but this time I will tear you to shreds. Chi Tian's general stood in midair, roaring in rage, his aura surging again, and his long staff burst with dazzling light. With his swing, countless staff shadows enveloped the Blood Sparrow. Caw! The Blood Sparrow howled to the sky, its wings flapping continuously, creating a terrifying whirlwind that stirred the myriad staff shadows, producing a piercing friction sound. On the ground, three figures completely surrounded the silver giant scorpion, launching fierce attacks that sparked countless sparks against its silver shell. Not far away, the battle among the three armies also raged on. Outside, watching the roars of fierce beasts, the shouts of warriors, and blood dyed the ground red, with corpses littering the area, both of fierce beasts and warriors. It was a scene beyond horrific. The battle was chaos, with the heavens and earth turned upside down. As time passed, the numbers on both sides drastically decreased. The three armies suffered heavy losses, losing nearly half of their men in just one day. Of course, their achievements were notable, having slain countless fierce beasts. As night fell and the bright moon rose. Roar! Suddenly, the golden-haired giant ape howled to the sky, then swatted Chu Shanhe away with a single strike before heading deep into the mountains. The remaining fierce beasts, upon hearing that roar, also retreated. Soon outside, watching only the corpses littered the ground, the exhausted warriors, and the acrid smell of blood. Chu Shanhe and the others returned to the city wall, the gates opening to allow the warriors to hurry back to rest. Suddenly, Chi Tian's general's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chi Tian's general, Chu Shanhe, and the others' expressions changed, instantly realizing that Chi Tian's general had a deep wound on his chest inflicted by the Blood Sparrow's talons. It's nothing. Chi Tian's general took out a healing potion from his pocket and drank it, regaining some color. How? Chu Shanhe withdrew his hand from his pocket, originally intending to give Chi Tian a Hunyuan pill, but seeing he had a healing potion, he gave up the idea. He then turned his gaze to Lu Haiyan and the others. This time the fierce beasts clearly came prepared. That giant crab is quite strong, nearly comparable to a 2-star general, but its defense is high. We struggled greatly to break through its defense and sever one of its pincers, but the cost was considerable. General Old Ma spoke softly, his expression also grim. He had been struck by the giant scorpion's tail during the day, suffering serious internal injuries, but he had already taken a healing potion and was feeling much better. Lu Haiyan and General Xiao Ma had also sustained injuries of varying degrees. My situation isn't good either. Chu Shanhe recounted his own situation. That giant ape was a half-step war god, and with his current fighting power he was still lacking, only able to hold it off. Killing it was simply too difficult, unless he used the star-plucking hand. However, the consumption of the star-plucking hand was too great. If he ultimately failed to kill that giant ape, he would be in danger himself. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not use this last trump card. The three armies have also suffered heavy losses, Lu Haiyan said gravely. I don't know how many more attacks we can withstand from the fierce beasts. The stars twinkled in the sky, but the city of Hua was as bright as day, with hardly anyone able to sleep. The news of the daytime battle had already reached their ears, causing their bodies to tremble. To think there is a ferocious beast at the half-step war god level, this is going to destroy our Hua city. I heard that the war generals have been injured. What are we to do? Why is the city lord still in seclusion? Does he really want to put us in peril? We cannot be so negative. We must hold ourselves together. Think of those warriors who are fighting for us. The war generals are still here. The outcome is not yet decided. How can we speak of defeat? Don't just stand by helplessly, don't become a burden to those heroes fighting for us. Yes, just stay quietly. They are already exhausted. Do not drag them down further. The common people stayed in their homes, hands clasped together, fervently praying for the warriors. On the city wall, Chu Shanhe stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the distant mountains. Today, among the three main legions, how many brothers have we lost? The old General Ma beside him grinned, revealing a grim smile. Over a third already. This is just the first day, and so many brothers have died. Tomorrow's casualties may be even greater unless someone among us can manage to lend a hand. These words silenced everyone. Ferocious beasts are far more ruthless than humans, and possess innate talents that humans cannot match, particularly their formidable defensive abilities. Under normal circumstances, one or two may not be noticeable, but in large-scale battles like this, they become quite troublesome. If only the city lord could come out of seclusion. Lu Haiyan glanced at the direction of the city lord's mansion. Only Li Zhixian could emerge, and if he did, this battle would become much easier. But alas! She paused, not continuing her words. Is it possible to seek reinforcements from other cities? Chu Shanhe furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. No way. Old General Ma shook his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. Our Hua city's location is at the very edge of the entire Asia-Pacific region. The nearest city is on the other side of the Qinling Mountains. To seek reinforcements, we would have to cross the Qinling Mountains or take a long detour, but if that's the case, time will be significantly delayed. By the time reinforcements arrive, our Hua city would have already turned into ruins. Then it seems we can only rely on ourselves. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Shan's eyes as he looked at the soldiers below. If we cannot determine victory by tomorrow, our soldiers' morale will plummet and chaos will ensue. Once a wave of momentum is lost, it becomes harder to regain strength. Qi Tian and the others exchanged deep glances, with Chu Shanhe understanding the meaning of his words. This battle primarily depended on them. If they could slay a beast at the war general level, it would greatly boost morale. Then they saw Su Huanshan lift his sword with one hand and shout loudly before the three armies. This is our homeland where our families live in peace. Behind us are our loved ones. If we do not want to see them perish at the hands of these beasts, we must fight to the bitter end. In this battle, we have no retreat left. We only have one word: fight. I know some of you are on the verge of breaking down, but remember that if you fall, your family, your homeland will all be destroyed, killed, or even devoured by these beasts. This statement was directed at the masters and grandmasters of the martial arts schools. Compared to soldiers, their resolve was always a bit lacking. Moreover, we still have the war generals and even the city lord. Su Huanshan continued to roar. As long as they are here, these ferocious beasts will not break through our walls. Tomorrow, when these beasts return, we will ensure they leave without a trace. Leave without a trace to protect our homeland. Leave without a trace to protect our homeland. The three armies roared with fury, including those warriors on the brink of collapse, who could not help but rise and let out a furious roar towards the heavens, their fighting spirit soaring. In response, Chu Shanhe and the others revealed smiles, casting a deep glance at Su Huanshan. You all rest, or I will keep watch. Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. He stood on the city walls all night. At dawn, the first rays of morning light shone upon the city, illuminating the world, while the blood on the ground remained starkly red. Bang, bang, bang. The ground began to tremble. The roars of beasts and cries of birds echoed from the Qinling Mountains. All troops prepare for battle. With a loud shout, all the warriors were awakened, their momentum exploding instantly. They leaped up, heading outside the city, ready to engage. Old Chuyu, Lu Haiyan, and the others quickly arrived, and upon seeing that silhouette, they were taken aback. You haven't slept all night. It's nothing. Chu Shanhe shook his head, his gaze fixed on the billowing dust and mist. We need to change our tactics. We cannot repeat what we did yesterday. If we continue like this, our losses will be too great, and we won't be able to hold on for long. Lu Haiyan and the others understood this logic, but how should they change the tactics? Now that the city lord was in seclusion, only Chu Shanhe could barely hold off the diamond giant ape, while the other two war general level beasts were also slightly at a disadvantage, merely holding on, unable to defeat them. But several tried to speak, but they were interrupted by Chu Shanhe. I will hold off the diamond giant ape, the blood sparrow, and that scorpion. You all work together to eliminate the remaining beasts as quickly as possible. Are you crazy? They were furious. I am not crazy, I know what I am doing. Chu Shanhe replied calmly. In war, someone must make sacrifices, right? The longer we delay, the greater the losses among the warriors. They all have families. But old Chuyu. The others looked at Chu Shanhe with complex expressions, feeling a knot in their hearts. Among us, my combat strength is the strongest, and I am most suited for this task. Chu Shanhe smiled slightly. If you all are fast enough, then my burden will be greatly reduced. Hearing this, the others felt even more distressed. Boom, boom, boom. The shrieks and cracking sounds echoed as three massive figures appeared before them, charging toward Hua City with overwhelming ferocity. Just three beasts. Chu Shanhe stood tall, his white hair billowing, his long robe fluttering in the wind. He leaped into the air, exuding a commanding presence. Chu Shanhe, Deputy City Lord of Hua City, today, I shall slay those three beasts. On the city wall, Lu Haiyan and the others gazed at that figure, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He finally admitted to being the deputy city lord. Since their battle with Chu Shanhe back, then they all remembered the words spoken by Li Zhaxian when he ended that turmoil. Lu Qinglong had gone to the extreme north to refine in the purgatory, and Li Zhaxian had asked Chu Shanhe to become the deputy city lord, but he had refused. Over the past few months, they had subtly pressed on this matter, yet Chu Shanhe had remained unresponsive. Now he finally uttered those words. Furthermore, he did so in front of all the soldiers and the entire populace. Among the army, all the soldiers stood solemnly, slightly bowing to Chu Shanhe, their eyes brimming with tears. Did he intend to monopolize the three great ferocious beasts? The ferocious beast army surged forward, with the three legendary beasts being particularly terrifying. Despite Chu Shanhe's unparalleled combat power, he was but one man, and yesterday, all the battle generals had been unable to withstand them. Just the half-step war god realm King Kong giant ape could render him powerless, not to mention the addition of a blood sparrow and a giant scorpion. They were different from the common folk. Seasoned on the battlefield, they understood the terrifying nature of these three ferocious beasts. Even if Chu Shanhe was a high-ranking battle general, how could he possibly face all three alone? In ancient times, a great emperor of the human race single-handedly commanded the ages, suppressing 10 points. Now we have the deputy city lord of Huaqing, Chu Shanhe, aiming to monopolize all three ferocious beasts. At this moment, the morale of the army was unprecedentedly unified, reaching its peak. All the soldiers were inspired by that statement, their battle intent soaring. Boom. With the emergence of brilliant golden light, Chu Shanhe stepped forward, and the next moment a 30-zhang tall golden figure appeared in midair. Immediately a violent aura surged into the sky, and the Long Yuan's sword turned blood red. With a dragon's roar resonating, the massive blood-colored dragon shadow appeared between heaven and earth. Chu Shanhe stepped through the void, bringing the dragon shadow as he charged towards the three great ferocious beasts. Roar! The King Kong giant ape let out a deafening roar, swinging its stone cudgel through the void with thunderous force towards Chu Shanhe. Screech! Crack! The blood sparrow and the giant scorpion followed closely, their claws and beaks as sharp as divine weapons, completely sealing off Chu Shanhe's escape route. Let's join in, and we can't waste the opportunity that old Chu has fought for us. On the city wall, the war general Qi Tian's eyes turned blood red, and then his aura erupted as his long staff swelled in the wind. He swung the staff, sending a myriad of shadows crashing into the midst of the ferocious beast horde. The two cavalry generals exchanged glances with Lu Haiyan, their killing intent soaring as they darted onto the battlefield. Roar! Screech! Rustle! The roars of beasts, the shrieks of birds, and the piercing cries of insect-like ferocious beasts echoed throughout the entire expanse. Brothers kill! In the heat of battle, the soldiers of the three armies roared in unison, their attacks growing even stronger. The battlefield quickly showcased a one-sided situation with the corpses of the ferocious brothers kill. In the heat of battle, the soldiers of the three armies roared in unison, their attacks growing even stronger. The battlefield quickly showcased a one-sided situation with the corpses of the ferocious beasts piling up like mountains. Although the addition of the four battle generals alleviated much of the pressure on the three armies, the sheer number of ferocious beasts was overwhelming. After all, too many ants can kill an elephant, let alone ferocious beasts. Roar! With the furious roar of a white-haired gorilla, the ferocious beasts began to change their formations, no longer attacking mindlessly, but instead adopting a coordinated strategy. This made the speed of killing them even slower. In midair, Chu Shanhe faced the assault of the three great ferocious beasts, his expression unchanged, as the Long Yuan's sword instantly expanded, its blood-red sword light soaring into the sky. With a terrifying aura, it enveloped the blood sparrow. Indeed, he not only had to restrain the three great ferocious beasts, but also kill the blood sparrow and the giant scorpion, with the blood sparrow being his first target. Though its strength surpassed that of the giant scorpion, as a bird-type ferocious beast, its defense was not as formidable. A single strike would at least severely injure it. The sword light swiftly descended, causing the blood sparrow's feathers to stand on end. Screech! It let out a long cry, furiously flapping its wings, summoning a terrifying whirlwind to disperse the sword light. Flash! Chu Shanhe pressed forward, the Long Yuan sword forcefully descending. The blood-red sword light tore through the air, reaching directly above the blood sparrow's head before crashing down. A piercing bird's cry echoed across the heavens, and the massive body of the blood sparrow was cleaved in two by the sword light, blood pouring down like torrential rain. Bang! Crack! Although he cleaved the blood sparrow in one strike, the King Kong's stone cudgel and the giant scorpion's pincers struck Chu Shanhe fiercely. Puff! The golden giant transformed into a streak of blood that smashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain. Old Chu, deputy city lord. This scene shocked everyone, their gazes fixed on the golden giant, which was now covered in countless cracks. Brothers kill for me. The old war general's aura surged, and the spirit weapon in his hand erupted with brilliant light, obliterating vast swathes of ferocious beasts. He knew that only by completely exterminating these ferocious beasts could they free their hands to assist Chu Shanhe. Therefore, they had to accelerate their pace to resolve the issue. In an instant the battle cries shook the heavens. Wow! Chu Shanhe spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had shattered, and his waist felt as if it had been broken. The King Kong giant ape's cudgel had struck his lower back. Fortunately his 9 turns golden body protected him, otherwise that blow would have shattered his spine. He hurriedly took out a primordial dan and swallowed it. The next moment the immense medicinal power rapidly healed his injuries. The cracks on the golden giant slowly began to disappear. Roar! With the death of the blood sparrow, the King Kong giant ape's eyes turned blood red and a violent aura erupted from its body. It howled to the sky, its momentum soaring, and its body grew even larger. At this moment it had directly stepped into the war god level. This is bad. Chu Shanhe's expression changed dramatically. He had no confidence against even the half-step war god King Kong giant ape, let alone a beast of the war god level. With no time to think further, he took out another primordial dan and swallowed it, then stepped forward. The sword light of the Long Yuan sword surged violently, beginning to spin wildly. Chu Shanhe's eyes glinted with madness, and the golden giant's eye shot out 2 beams of scarlet light. The terrifying surge of blood energy erupted, distorting the air around the golden giant. The diamond giant ape roared to the sky, its blood-red eyes glaring as its massive body crouched slightly, then leaped up, creating 2 terrifying deep pits in the ground. Soaring into the air, the giant ape blocked out the sun, its stone club sweeping through the air with the force of thunder aimed directly at Chu He's head. The death of the blood sparrow sent it into a complete frenzy. A colossal shadow of death enveloped Chu Shanhe as the Long Yuan sword spun faster and faster. Jinghong go! Chu Shanhe swung his arm, and the Long Yuan sword transformed into a beam of blood light, vanishing in an instant. In the next second it appeared directly at the chest of the diamond giant ape, stabbing fiercely with a terrifying aura. A piercing sound resonated throughout the heavens, and the earth, countless sparks flying. The battle god level diamond giant ape had an incredibly tough body, yet even so the Long Yuan sword left no mark on it. However, it effectively halted the diamond giant ape's attack. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, then twisted its wrist, redirecting the stone club to smash down on the Long Yuan sword. This is the moment. Chu Shanhe aimed to seize these fleeting seconds. His gaze sharpened as the golden giant's arm stretched out, a complex and mysterious rune appearing on its massive boom. A terrifying vortex appeared in the sky, lightning flashing and hurricanes raging, sending waves of chilling energy surging forth. What is that? After sweeping away the fierce beasts in front of them, several battle generals looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Roar, caw, rustle. Even the fierce beasts began to feel uneasy, the unsettling aura making died. In the next second, with a roar echoing through the heavens and the earth, everyone was terrified to see a gigantic hand emerge from the vortex. The hand seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens, yet appeared right before them, moving slowly, but instantly reaching the silver giant scorpion. This was Chu Shanhe's second target, using Jinghong to hold back the diamond giant ape for a moment before unleashing the star-snatching hand to instantly slay the silver giant scorpion. Crack! The silver giant scorpion's pincers waved continuously, its body shining brightly with silver light, even displaying waves of purple patterns. The enormous scorpion tail hook burst forth with a brilliant light, carrying a terrifying aura as it struck towards that hand. However, in the next second the giant scorpion let out a shriek as its tail hook, akin to divine weaponry, disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with that hand. The giant scorpion's pincers twisted as it tried to burrow into the ground to escape, but it was already too late. The giant hand grasped its entire body and squeezed gently. In the next moment, the giant scorpion shattered into fragments, dissipating between heaven and earth. Its death sent all the warriors of Huaqing into a furious roar, their blood-boiling faces flushed and veins exposed. In an instant, their momentum surged as rich blood energy coalesced into an indomitable will to fight, their spiritual weapons bursting forth with brilliant light, filled with astonishing hatred as they struck fiercely at the fierce beasts. Compared to yesterday, with Chu Shanhe single-handedly battling 3 fierce beasts and 4 battle generals joining the fray, the pressure on the 3 armies had significantly eased, resulting in minimal casualties thus far. Now, with Chu Shanhe having slain the blood sparrow and the giant scorpion, everyone's fighting spirit, sword, and more fierce beasts fell under their blades. However, in the next second their expressions changed drastically. With a star-snatching hand, Chu Shanhe's spiritual energy within him instantly depleted, unable to sustain the golden giant's form, causing it to fade significantly. How everyone could almost see Chu Shanhe's emaciated figure reappearing in midair. This was not the main issue. The critical point was that the diamond giant ape had already flung the Long Yuan sword away, and clutching the stone club instantly appeared before Chu Shanhe. With its arm raised, the massive stone club swung fiercely towards Chu Shanhe. Whoosh! The stone club tore through the void, arriving before Chu Shanhe with a devastating force. Chu Shanhe quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, then extended his arm. The Long Yuan sword returned to his hand in an instant, slightly raised. This was the greatest defense he could muster at that moment. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed across the sky. The Long Yuan sword could not withstand such a terrifying blow. Bang! Blood mist erupted around Chu Shanhe, his golden body shattered as the stone club smashed down upon him, nearly bisecting him. Chu Lao, Deputy City Lord. Amidst the bloody skies as everyone roared in fury, Chu Shan's body shot out like a cannonball. Blood splattered, forming a line of crimson in the air. Quick, save him. Old Ma the battle general was the first to react. He roared and dashed towards the direction where Chu Shanhe was flying. At the same time, Chi Tian the battle general quickly followed suit. The two transformed into two streaks of light, and after a few seconds finally caught up to the flying Chu Shanhe, who looked like a bloodied figure, blood pouring from his mouth. Drink. The two shouted loudly, their momentum exploding forth, barely managing to withstand the violent impact. Chu Lao. The two took out their best healing potions to feed Chu Shanhe, but he continued to spit blood, unable to take any in. Wow. After another mouthful of blood was spat out, Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes. He was weak as a whisper, struggling to speak. The rest is up to you. Before he finished, his head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Chi Tian and Old Ma roared to the sky, their gazes fixated on the diamond giant ape, which was becoming increasingly furious, then began to run towards Huaqing with a quake-like force. Not good, that beast is going to smash the city. The two's expressions changed drastically, a hint of despair appeared. A battle god-level fierce beast which even all the warriors combined could not match posed the greatest challenge after Chu Shanhe had slain two battle general-level fierce beasts. The question now was how to withstand the rampaging diamond giant ape. The answer was already evident. It was simply impossible to withstand it. He'll hold it off. You take Chu Lao and hurry into the city, then get all the civilians to evacuate as quickly as possible. A determined glint flashed in Chi Tian's eyes. He knew he could not hold off the rampaging giant ape for long. Yet even so, he charged ahead, hoping to buy precious retreat time for the others in Huaqing. If the diamond giant ape entered the city, it would be a catastrophe. Chi Tian. Old Ma yelled in despair, his throat moving, and finally uttered, "Come back alive." After saying this, he carried Chu Shanhe towards Huaqing. Beast, if you want to conquer my Huaqing, just see if your Chi Tian grandpa agrees. Chi Tian's eyes turned blood-red, his aura erupting as he swung his long club, unleashing a brilliant light and a flurry of club shadows towards the diamond giant ape. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes as it casually swept its long club. Though it was merely a simple sweep, to Chi Tian it felt like a heavenly calamity. The massive stone club loomed larger and larger before him, crushing any thought of resistance. While he too wielded a long club at this moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant beneath that massive stone club. Swish! The stone club sliced through the void, arriving before Chi Tian in an instant. The battle general was filled with despair, having no time to dodge, and could only watch helplessly as the stone club grew larger in his sight. Bang! Just then a seven-colored light suddenly shot out from the city lord's manor, instantly shattering that stone club. To destroy my Huaqing, you are merely dreaming. Then a figure slowly ascended from above the city lord's mansion, a seven-colored rainbow appearing beneath his feet. It was Li Zhaoxian, who had finally emerged from his seclusion at this critical moment. With one step forward, the seven-colored rainbow continuously extended, and although Li Zhaoxian's pace was slow, he had already arrived before the diamond giant ape after just 3 steps. At some point, a paper fan appeared in his hand. Dressed in white, the paper fan fluttered, resembling a scholar. Even his attacks appeared light and airy, the fan flipping and waving gently. In the next moment, a wound suddenly appeared on the arm of the diamond giant ape. Moi! This unforeseen scene caused the Qitian battle general to be momentarily stunned, then burst into ecstatic shouts, looking at Li Zhaoxian. City Lord, you finally come out in your presence. I have ascended. Li Zhaoxian took another step forward, instantly arriving beside the Qitian battle general, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, I'll leave the rest to me. Then a terrifying aura erupted from his body, distorting the surrounding air. Although he looked like a mere scholar, the aura he emitted at that moment was akin to that of a demon king. The city lord has accumulated strength over the years. After over 40 years of seclusion, he has finally ascended to the rank of war god, reaching the 2-star war god level. The Qitian battle general's face was filled with joy, the gloom in his heart dissipating as he descended towards the ground with a joyful demeanor. Not only him, but the other generals and the soldiers also showed expressions of delight. When Chu Shanhe was bleeding in the sky, they had completely despaired. Even Chu Shanhe could not withstand the terrifying diamond giant ape. Who else in the entire Huaqing could resist? Even if they combined the remaining battle generals, they would likely not survive more than a few blows from that fierce beast. Then they saw the Qitian battle general risking himself, daring to hold back the diamond giant ape for a while, buying time for the citizens in the city to evacuate. But at that moment, the city lord unexpectedly emerged from seclusion. Their despairing hearts reignited with hope. Inside the city, the citizens who were about to evacuate looked at the appearance of the colorful clouds, momentarily stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Great! The city lord has finally come out. Now, we don't have to evacuate. The city lord's emergence means the end for the fierce beasts. Just now, the deputy city lord has slain 2 battle general level fierce beasts. Now only one remains. With the city lord and several other generals slaying, it is more than enough. Heaven opens its eyes. Who would have thought that at a critical moment our city lord would emerge from seclusion? Kill, kill, kill. Slay those vile beasts. The crowd was ecstatic to madness, shouting to the point of losing their voices. The entire city was cheering, but only one person was in tears by Shuang. With her husband bleeding and his life unknown, she wished she could fly over to see Chu Shan's condition right now. But unfortunately Chu Yu and Chu Feng were still beside her. Not wanting to worry the children, she forced herself to cover her mouth to stifle her cries. Grandma, what's wrong with you? The two children looked at Bai Shuang, who was in tears, puzzled. It's nothing, Grandma is just excited to see the city lord emerge from seclusion. Bai Shuang's heart felt like it was being cut into pieces. Yes, I'm excited too. Chu Yu looked at the gradually dimming seven-colored clouds above her eyes, sparkling with countless little stars. The city lord has finally emerged from seclusion. Soon we will win this battle. Yet Chu Feng had a serious expression, having vaguely heard Chu Shan's voice just now, even catching the 3 words, but he could not be sure if that was his grandfather. After all, many people had the same name. Moreover, he knew his grandfather's strength. While formidable, it was still far from that of a battle general. Having preconceived notions, he did not genuinely consider that the newly appointed deputy city lord was his grandfather. In the city lord's mansion, old Ma battle general placed Chu Shanhe on the bed, tears welling in his eyes. Old Chu, do you see? The city lord has emerged from seclusion. You are watching is saved. Old Chu, you must open your eyes and see how we are about to achieve victory. He looked at Chu Shanhe, whose eyes were tightly shut, trembling all over. If it weren't for the faint trace of breath still in Chu Shanhe, he would have thought he was already dead. Outside the city, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The appearance of Li Zhaoxian caused the morale of the 3 armies to soar, and the speed of killing the fierce beasts increased dramatically, especially after the Qitian battle general rejoined the battlefield. In midair, Li Zhaoxian held a folding fan, his gaze cold as he stared at the diamond giant ape, a killing intent surging. Roar! The diamond giant ape also howled at the sky, continuously pounding its chest with both hands. Then the mark on its forehead began to heat up, and its aura increased a few degrees. Even on its black fur around the neck, pale white runes appeared, intricate and mysterious. I know you want to avenge your child. Li Zhaoxian's expression was calm, his tone icy. But that is a delusion. You wish to sacrifice the population of 1 million in Huaqing to mourn your deceased child. Perfect, this time I will annihilate all of your kind. Roar! The diamond giant ape seemed to understand Li Zhaoxian's words, its eyes turning blood red, and its violent aura exploded completely. It howled at the sky, then leaped into the air, swinging its fist down. That massive fist was like a small mountain blotting out the sun, carrying a destructive aura straight towards Li Zhaoxian's head. Hump, foolish beast. Li Zhaoxian snorted coldly, and the paper fan in his hand erupted with a burst of 7-colored light, then gently waved. Whoosh! In the next moment, the diamond giant ape was directly fanned away, crashing into a nearby mountain and shattering it. Roar! It quickly got back up, letting out another roar, swiftly rushing towards Li Zhaoxian. Go! Li Zhaoxian waved his arm, the paper fan transforming into a 7-colored rainbow light, instantly arriving beside the diamond giant ape, then under its terrified gaze effortlessly severed one of its arms as it charged. If it weren't for it hastily tilting its head, it would have surely lost its head in that blow. The paper fan spun back and returned to Li Zhaoxian's hand. Roar! The diamond giant ape's wails echoed through the heavens, and the earth blood continuously pouring from its shoulder, staining a nearby, small mountain red. At that moment, a hint of fear finally appeared in its gaze. Then it let out a huge roar, its massive body turning to flee towards the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Indeed, it was afraid, and it had issued a retreat order. This person in white was too terrifying, it could not afford to provoke him. Trying to escape. Li Zhaoxian snorted coldly, then waved his arm again, a 7-colored ribbon appearing in the sky, directly wrapping the giant ape within it. Then the 7-colored light intensified. The diamond giant ape's roars echoed through the heavens and the earth as it struggled desperately to break free from the 7-colored ribbon, but to no avail. As the 7-colored light refined it, the diamond giant ape's voice grew weaker and weaker, ultimately becoming nothing more than a skeleton falling across the mountains. With the death of the diamond giant ape, the remaining fierce beasts had no will to fight and turned to flee. But the warriors of Huaqing offered them no opportunity. In the dead of night, outside the city walls, the air was filled with the clamor of voices and the blaze of flames as the ferocious beasts of the Qinling Mountains were utterly annihilated, their countless corpses forming a mountain at the foot of the walls. Leaders from the 3 great legions directed their troops in clearing the battlefield, stacking the beast carcasses together before tossing a torch onto the pile. Instantly, the flames blazed brightly, reflecting the excited faces of the soldiers. The city was as bright as day, with the common folk cheering, celebrating, and reveling. We have won. From now on, there will be no more ferocious beasts in the Qinling Mountains. We won't have to take the long route to Jiang City anymore. Roar! Compared to the lively atmosphere outside, the Lord's residence was shrouded in gloom. The charcoal fire burned quietly, dispelling the chill of the harsh winter. The water in the basin had already boiled, and Lu Haiyan soaked a blood-stained towel in the water. As she gently swirled it, the basin's water instantly turned crimson. This won't do. If old Chu continues to spit blood like this, he won't last long. The commander Chi Tian anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. The other warriors stood quietly voiceless, their hearts racing with worry, yet they felt utterly helpless. Lord, do you have any way to save old Chu? Chi Tian's gaze turned to the furrow-browed Li Zhixian. I'm not an alchemist, nor do I possess rare treasures. How can I save him? Li Zhixian's expression was grim. Old Chu's condition was already dire. He had begun brainstorming, seeking any possible way to save this hero of Huaqing. Amid his worries, he held great respect and admiration for the century-old elder. Without his desperate struggle against 3 opponents, Huaqing might have already fallen. It was during that crucial moment that he achieved a complete breakthrough, turning the tide. He was well aware of the circumstances at the time. Urgency was essential, yet he couldn't move from his position at the most critical moment. Fortunately, old Chu single-handedly killed the blood sparrow and the giant scorpion, granting him the most precious time to advance. This can't go on. If we don't administer timely treatment, old Chu's life will be in danger. Lu Haiyan wiped away the blood that old Chu had coughed up, her eyes filled with tears. At that moment, there wasn't a single part of him unscathed. He was covered in cracks. He looked as if he had been shattered, and he continued to cough up blood, sending chills down the spines of Chi Tian and the. They had already administered the best healing potions, but the effects were minimal. Although some wounds were beginning to heal, he was still coughing up blood. A sight to behold. I should take him to the medicine city. In his current state, only their lord can provide treatment. At this moment, Li Zhixian spoke slowly. But the lord of the medicine city is eccentric, and he always demands bizarre conditions for healing. Are you sure you can persuade him to help? Chi Tian looked worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Zhixian flipped his wrist, revealing a paper fan that quickly expanded, a cascade of colorful light emerging from it, enveloping old Chu before gently lifting his body onto the fan. Lord, an elderly woman seeks an audience outside. She claims to be old Chu's wife. At that moment, a guard stepped in to report. Old Chu's wife. Everyone was taken aback. Li Zhixian hurriedly said, quickly invite her in. Soon Bai Shuang rushed in, and upon seeing old Chu, who was gasping for breath on the fan, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Old man. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, her complexion was pale, and her breathing quickened. Old man, don't scare me. Sister-in-law. Chi Tian and Lu Haiyan helped her up, watching the tear-streaked Bai Shuang, their hearts heavy. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will ensure old Chu is safe. Li Zhixian stepped forward, waving his arm as the 7-colored light calmed Bai Shuang's spirit somewhat. Time is of the essence. I must take him to the medicine city for treatment. Please, sister-in-law, do not be sad. Wait for our return. My old man, you must be all right. Bai Shuang's face was wet with tears. Her gentle hand brushed across old Chu's cheek, her heart filled with sorrow, her voice hoarse. You saved the lives of 100,000 citizens of Huaqing, but what can I do to save you? You said we would live forever together. You can't go back on your word. I'll be waiting for your return. Tears blurred her vision completely, and Bai Shuang wiped her eyes, looking at Li Zhixian before kneeling down. Lord Li, I entrust my old man to you. You must bring him back, I beg you, as his wife. Sister-in-law, please don't kneel. It's unnecessary. Li Zhixian quickly helped Bai Shuang up, then said, he is the hero of Huaqing, the hero of us all. He will be fine, and he cannot have anything happen to him. I will definitely bring him back safely. Soon a streak of colorful light swept across the sky above the Lord's residence. Whoosh! The rainbow light crossed the Qinling Mountains, heading eastward. The medicine city is located in the northern region of the Asia-Pacific domain, far from Huaqing. Even at full speed, it took Li Zhixian 3 days to reach Medicine City. As he gazed at the ancient city, radiating a sense of antiquity, a glimmer of hope flashed in Li Zhixian's eyes, and he entered the city with Chu Shanhe. Upon entering, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs shook him to his core. Medicine City, as the name suggests, is a city filled with medicinal materials, where one can find every kind of herb, whether precious or common. This place is not only a paradise for herb merchants, but also a hub for the production of alchemists. Since the revival of spiritual energy, some have discovered mysterious inscriptions in ancient ruins. Some of these inscriptions record cultivation methods, while others contain ancient pill formulas. After nearly 1,000 years of development, alongside martial artists, alchemists have also rapidly advanced. Those with exceptional talent deciphered those mysterious ancient pill formulas, and after numerous trials ultimately managed to refine pills. Today, healing potions, chi consolidation elixirs, and body-refining liquids all come from these alchemists. However, the requirements to become an alchemist are exceedingly strict, making them extremely rare. Interestingly, while only one alchemist might emerge among 10,000 in other cities, this probability greatly increases in Medicine City. This is why Medicine City is said to be a place that produces alchemists in abundance. Medicine City is vast, nearly 5 times the size of Huaqing, with a population exceeding 100 million, making it the most populous and thriving trading city in the entire Asia-Pacific domain. Li Zhixian hurried to the entrance of the city lord's mansion, whereupon 2 guards immediately stepped forward, crossing their spiritual weapons to block his path. Who goes there? What is your purpose? The 2 guards glared at Li Zhixian, then shifted their gaze to the nearly unconscious Chu Shanhe behind him. I am Li Zhixian, the city lord of Huaqing. I seek the aid of the city lord of Medicine City to save my friend. Li Zhixian fished out some money from his pocket and pressed it into the guard's hands. I would appreciate it if you could inform the city lord. A request for medical assistance, is it? The guards eyed the money in their hands, their expressions turning satisfied. One of them then said, "Wait here, I will inform the city lord right away." One guard ran inside, while the other looked at Li Zhixian with a strange expression. "You say you are the city lord of Huaqian?" "Indeed, Li Zhixian." "Then your hope may be slim." The guard shook his head. "You must know our city lord's rules. His requests are not something a mere city lord from a lower-tier city can fulfill. Cities are classified into 3 tiers based on population. Lower-tier cities have a population of 1 million, intermediate-tier cities have 10 million, and upper-tier cities boast over 100 million. Medicine City is one of the few upper-tier cities in the Asia-Pacific domain. From population and area to the quality and strength of its city lord and martial arts associations, it far surpasses Huaqian. Take these 2 guards for instance. Their strength is at the 4th grade grandmaster level. In Huaqian they would basically be the heads of various martial arts associations. Yet in Medicine City they are merely guards. This exemplifies the disparity. How can we know unless we try? Li Zhixian smiled slightly, his gaze turning towards the entrance where the guard who had gone inside was just emerging. "The city lord requests your presence." "Thank you, brother." Li Zhixian cupped his fists and carrying Chu Shanhe. Upon entering he was greeted by the sight of a massive alchemical cauldron. It is said that this cauldron fell from the heavens hundreds of years ago, and it was because of this cauldron that Medicine City took root here. After centuries of development, it has become a benchmark in the Asia-Pacific domain. Continuing inward, they finally stopped before an alchemy room under the guard's guidance. "City lord, your guests have arrived." The guard knocked on the door and quietly retreated. With a creak as the door opened, a nonchalant voice came from within. "Come in." Upon entering, Li Zhixian was stunned by the scene inside. The floor was littered with various bottles and jars as well as some withered herbs, and even some ashes from furnaces. In a word, it was messy and chaotic. Further inside, he saw an old man with a dark face, greasy hair, and an appearance suggesting he was around 60 or 70 years old, hunched over a cauldron scrutinizing it intently. "I am Li Zhixian, the city lord of Huaqian, paying my respects to the city lord of Medicine City." Li Zhixian slightly cupped his fists. The tier of the city determines the power dynamics between the two. This old man is the city lord of Medicine City, surnamed Yao, known as Yao Chun, revered as the alchemy master, the #1 alchemist in the Asia-Pacific domain. "You are the one with the 7-colored divine light, Li Zhixian." Upon hearing Li Zhixian's voice, Yao Chun stopped examining and turned to look at him. Seeing Chu Shanhe, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Why bring someone on the brink of death to me? I implore you, esteemed Elder Yao, to save my friend." Li Zhixian hurriedly spoke. "It is precisely because his injuries are so severe that I traveled thousands of miles to Medicine City to seek your assistance." No treatment, no treatment, oh please return." Yao Chun waved his hand. "This kind of patient is purely a waste of time and resources. You would be better off finding a good burial site for him to rest in peace." After saying this, he turned back to the cauldron to observe as he was in the middle of refining pills. Thud. However, the next moment Li Zhixian directly knelt down, his face filled with a pleading expression. "I implore you, esteemed Elder Yao, to save my friend. I understand your rules. Rest assured, whether it be over a mountain of blades or through a sea of flames, I, Li Zhixian, will not hesitate, as long as you can save my friend. What on earth has this old man done to owe you a life debt?" Yao Chun turned back, looking at Li Zhixian with surprise. "He doesn't owe me a life debt. He owes one to all of Huaqian, to the millions of citizens of Huaqian." Li Zhixian recounted how Chu Shanhe had single-handedly battled 3 fierce beasts, risking his life to slay 2 of them, only to be gravely injured by the diamond giant ape. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's disdainful expression finally turned serious as he looked back at Chu Shanhe, a glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. "This is a hero indeed. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yao Chen wiped his face and quickly said, "Lay him on that bed, let me see what the situation is." Yes. Li Zhixian was overjoyed, carefully lifting Chu Shanhe onto the bed before standing aside to quietly watch Yao Chen's treatment. Yao Chen's gaze swept over Chu Shanhe, and only then did he notice the terrifying wound on Chu Shan's waist, causing him to frown slightly. The situation of this old hero does not look optimistic. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhixian's expression changed drastically, his heart racing to his throat. However, the next words from Yao Chun brought his heart back to its rightful place. "But it can be treated, though it will take some effort." As Yao Chen's voice fell, his demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a nonchalant and somewhat neurotic character into one of mastery. If it weren't for his disheveled appearance, who would suspect he was the foremost alchemist in the Asia-Pacific region? His fingers quickly tapped on Chu Shan's body a few times, then, with a flick of his wrist, several golden needles appeared in his hand. With a swish, Yao Chen's arm swung, and the needles instantly pierced several major acupoints on Chu Shanhe. Wow! In the next moment, Chu Shan's chest heaved, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Zhixian stood silently nearby, not daring to breathe, fearing he would disturb Yao Chun. Once the blood was expelled, Chu Shan's breath quickly became weak. Yao Chun remained unfazed, applying a few more golden needles, gradually stabilizing Chu Shan's breath. "His internal organs are severely damaged. I can only protect his heart pulse. Moreover, there is a pure medicinal energy within him that is slowly repairing his organs." The fact that he has survived this long is precisely due to that pure medicinal energy. His life is preserved for now, but it is still not enough. I will need to use my unique secret method. At this point Yao Chen suddenly paused and looked at Li Zhaoxian. The reason I acted just now was that he is a hero. You understand my rules, now let us discuss the conditions. Please speak, senior. Li Zhaoxian clasped his fists. You need not climb a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of fire, nor do you need to offer any rare treasures. I only need you to agree to one thing 1 month from now when the no. One relic opens you will accompany me inside. Correct. Li Zhaoxian's heart stirred. Exactly. Yao Chen nodded. I need to refine a super pill, and I am currently lacking a rare treasure, which is located within the no. One relic. As long as you find a use for me, I will do my utmost. Li Zhaoxian nodded. When the time comes I will assist you in obtaining that rare treasure. Excellent, your awareness is commendable. Yao Chen was very pleased with Li Zhaoxian's attitude and waved his hand. Now let us go by the medicinal materials. After saying this, he scribbled a long list of medicinal materials on a piece of paper and handed it to Li Zhaoxian. Half an hour later, the huge black medicinal cauldron in the city lord's mansion was boiling. Yao Chen threw the medicinal materials Li Zhaoxian had purchased into the cauldron one by one in order. As time passed, the water in the cauldron gradually turned into a dark green viscous liquid, emitting a pungent and unpleasant smell. Alright, place him in now. After completing all this, Yao Chen waved his arm, and Chu Shanhe's body floated above, then submerged into the dark green viscous liquid, leaving only his head above the surface. I've done all I needed to do. When he awakens will depend on when he absorbs the medicinal energy completely. Time flowed like a shuttle. Day and night alternated, and soon a week had passed. During this week, Li Zhaoxian had remained by the medicinal cauldron watching over Chu Shanhe. As time progressed, Chu Shanhe's breath grew stronger, his complexion fully returning, and the viscous liquid on his body was gradually diminishing. In the city lord's mansion, many people came and went every day, yet everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to it, not bothering to glance at Li Zhaoxian and Chu Shanhe as if they were invisible. In the past few days, Yao Chen had only appeared once. For the rest of the time, he remained in his alchemical room. Almost every other day his cauldron would explode, causing the entire city lord's mansion to shake. However, the guards showed no signs of surprise whatsoever. They had long since grown used to it, and continued with their— Why did it fail again? I clearly followed the recipe. Damn, this recipe can't be fake, can it? This is unacceptable. The sounds of Yao Chen's lament echoed throughout the alchemical room. To this, Li Zhaoxian couldn't help but shake his head. Over these days, Yao Chen's image in his mind had been refreshed time and again. If his name were omitted, he might think he was a madman. Boom. At that moment, a strong aura of blood emerged from the cauldron. Everyone in the city lord's mansion turned to look. Even Yao Chen, covered in dust, rushed out of the alchemical room. Haha, it finally succeeded. This statement left Li Zhaoxian filled with excitement, momentarily stunned, gazing at Yao Chen in disbelief. Senior, please don't tell me this is your first experiment. No, it has been countless times already. Yao Chen's words made Li Zhaoxian sigh in relief, but the next sentence nearly made him spit out blood. But your friend is the first to succeed. What the heck? Li Zhaoxian looked at Yao Chen with a strange expression, feeling as if he had been tricked. This old rascal is quite devious. Soon as the blood aura dissipated, a figure slowly descended from the cauldron. It was Chu Shanhe. Although he had not fully recovered at that moment, he could still speak and walk. City Lord, thank you for your trouble. He approached Li Zhaoxian, clasping his fists with a grateful expression. Though he did not know what Li Zhaoxian had done for him, he understood that this place was the Medicine City, and considering the distance from Huaqing to Medicine City, just arriving here consumed a tremendous amount of energy, not to mention anything else. Without him, he might have died long ago. As long as old Chu can recover, this is nothing. Seeing Chu Shanhe's rosy complexion, Li Zhaoxian felt very pleased. You should be most grateful to me. Without me, you would have died long ago. At that moment, Yao Chen suddenly spoke, causing both men to slightly pause. Chu Shanhe appeared even more puzzled, then slowly asked, City Lord, who is this beggar? This was hardly Chu Shanhe's fault. Firstly, he did not know Yao Chen, and was unaware of his identity, and secondly, at that moment, Yao Chen's appearance was indistinguishable from that of a beggar. Disheveled and in ragged clothes, it was impossible to tell he was the lord of a city. Beggar. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's eyes widened instantly, and he leaped up, roaring at Chu Shanhe. Open your eyes, and see clearly. I am the city lord of Medicine City, and your savior. You old fool, you really make me furious. Wah. 20 minutes later, in the alchemical room, Yao Chen was panting heavily, looking as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head, while staring at Chu Shanhe. Alright, I just said you're a beggar, what's the big deal, eh? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes, looking disgusted. Besides, with your appearance, what else could you be but a beggar? As the lord of a city, you should take better care of your image. Say that again, and I swear I'll crush you. Yao Chen was once again infuriated. For 20 minutes straight, he had not stopped arguing with Chu Shanhe. If it weren't for Li Zhaoxian, who could no longer bear it, and separated them, it would have continued. But unfortunately, less than a minute later, it started again. Fine, you're amazing. Is that enough? Chu Shanhe replied irritably. I was ignorant before, but now that I understand, I apologize. Thank you for saving my life. Yao Chen snorted coldly. I didn't need your gratitude. I should have just let you die. Now that you're fine, hurry up and get lost before I get angry seeing you. After saying this, he directly issued an eviction order. Thank you, senior. I will take my leave now. I'll see you in a month. Li Zhaoxian clasped his fists. Go on, hurry up. Yao Chun waved his hand. Let's go, old Chu. Let's go. Chu Shanhe surveyed the entire alchemical room, then his mind stirred. Sign it. Since we're about to leave, why not sign? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ta Ching Pill Sutra. As the system's voice faded, a surge of knowledge flooded into Chu Shan's mind, the piercing sensation, causing him to involuntarily gasp, and even support his head with his hand. Chu Lao, what's wrong with you? This scene made Li Zhaoxian halt in his tracks. Seeing Chu Shan's pained expression, he thought his injuries had relapsed, and quickly turned back to assist him. Not just him, even Yao Chun was momentarily taken aback, just about to speak, when Chu Shanhe regained his composure. It's nothing, just a bit dazed. Let's go then, City Lord. Chu Shanhe quickly explained. Playing tricks. Yao Chun scoffed, hurry up, go away. Upon exiting the City Lord's mansion, Li Zhaoxian looked at Chu Shanhe with a puzzled expression. Chu Lao, are you sure you're alright? Since stepping out of Yao Chen's alchemy room, he noticed that Chu Shan's complexion had been changing unpredictably. I'm really fine, City Lord. Chu Shanhe reined in his thoughts and shook his head. Taking advantage of the previous moment, he digested the knowledge in his mind, and he was startled by what he found. The Ta Ching Pill Sutra turned out to be an ancient alchemical technique, and not only that, it contained countless pill formulas, the names of which Chu Shanhe had never even heard of. Moreover, within his dantian appeared a pill-shaped rune as mysterious and intricate as that sword rune suspended above his dantian. At this moment his mind was incredibly clear, fully integrating all the knowledge of alchemy. Then let's head back. Since Chu Shanhe wouldn't speak, Li Zhaoxian had no choice. Now that Chu Shanhe had awakened, the purpose of their trip to the medicine city was accomplished. Next it was time to go back. Let's wait a few more days. I'm not fully healed yet, and I want to recover completely before. However, Chu Shanhe slowly shook his head, saying after all, the medicinal herbs here are very complete. Just a moment ago he saw a pill formula that was exactly what he needed to heal his injuries. As long as that pill was refined, he would be completely healed, which was why he chose to stay. Alright, let's wait until you're healed before heading back. Li Zhaoxian pondered for 2 seconds before nodding. Anyway, I have to come back with the City Lord of Medicine for a trip to the No. 1 ruins in a month. The No. 1 ruins. Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. Isn't that place sealed by the Federation? How is the No. 1 ruins were the first ancient civilization ruins discovered by the Federation, where a wealth of inscriptions was obtained, giving rise to the current cultivation methods and martial artist system, as well as the alchemist system. It can be said that the No. 1 ruins are the birthplace of this era. Without the No. 1 ruins, there would be no present-day Federation. Later, the No. 1 ruins were controlled by the Federation, which originally stipulated that they would open once a year, but 50 years ago the Federation suddenly announced the sealing of the No. 1 ruins. As for the specific reason, at that time Chu Shanhe was merely a small soldier and had no authority to know. Now hearing that the No. 1 ruins were going to open again, how could he not be astonished? I don't know either. The City Lord of Medicine told me this as a condition for healing you. Li Zhaoxian shook his head. The City Lord of Medicine said he needs a rare treasure to refine pills, which is located in the No. 1 ruins. What's the name of that rare treasure? And what pill does he want to refine? Chu Shanhe instinctively asked. Now that he had fully integrated the entire Ta Ching Pill Sutra, he was particularly interested in matters concerning this. He didn't say. Li Zhaoxian continued to shake his head. When we go to the No. 1 ruins, take me along. I can't miss this opportunity to take a look. I feel it's unlikely. Just look at Yao Chen's attitude toward you. Don't worry, I'll make him agree to take me. Chu Shanhe smiled mysteriously. To this, Li Zhaoxian did not ask further. After all, it was not his business, and he didn't want to get involved in their mess. The two found a hotel to stay in, and Li Zhaoxian began to rest as he was quite exhausted during this time. Chu Shanhe, however, walked with his hands behind his back to a place called the Medicine King Pavilion. As one of the 3 main medicinal material selling points in Medicine City, it was bustling with customers every day. Even now, more than 10 o'clock in the evening, it was still crowded. The Medicine King Pavilion was large with a total of 3 floors, and its influence was substantial. Not only did it sell various medicinal materials, but it also took on alchemy tasks with over a dozen alchemists inside. After wandering around the first floor, Chu Shanhe headed straight for the second floor. But soon he was stopped. Please show your membership credentials. The second floor of the Medicine King Pavilion was accessible only to members, and they had to be high-level members given that the valuable medicinal materials were located upstairs. If one did not possess a bit of wealth and influence, they could not ascend. Chu Shanhe glanced at the guard-like staff member and slowly spoke, I would like to discuss some business with the Medicine King Pavilion. I wonder if you could introduce me to your pavilion master. What kind of business do you want to discuss? The staff member sized up Chu Shanhe, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Dressed plainly, and at such an age, Chu Shanhe did not appear to be someone of wealth or power, and having never seen him before, he immediately formed a judgment in his mind. Pill formulas. Chu Shanhe slowly opened his mouth. I wonder if you are interested in them. Herb formula. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly grinned widely with a look of disdain, saying, Old man, if you have a mental issue, go buy some mental health potions. If not, just turn left outside, where there are big trees providing shade. Since the alchemist lineage became a systematic entity, the term herb formula has become exceedingly valuable. In the early days, people simplified the ancient fragments of formulas to research the various potions we have today. Whenever a herb formula appears, it is frantically snatched up by the major alchemist guilds with prices skyrocketing. Of course, there are those who take advantage of this opportunity to engage in speculation, casually mixing some herbs and giving it a grandiose ancient name, claiming it was obtained in some secret realm or from an alternate dimension. Initially, these frauds made quite a bit of money, but nowadays, anyone who mentions the term herb formula is automatically regarded as a scammer. In the eyes of this staff member, Chu Shanhe was just an old con man pretending to have a herb formula for monetary gain. Don't believe me? Chu Shanhe slightly furrowed his brows, noticing not only the staff member, but also the customers nearby were casting strange looks at him. Old man, do you think your acting has reached an extraordinary level, or do you think I am foolish? The disdain on the staff member's face grew stronger. I'm kindly telling you to leave quickly. There's nothing here. If you refuse to listen, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, a fierce aura surged from him. I truly have a herb formula, an ancient one. Chu Shanhe felt helpless. How could no one believe him when he spoke the truth? What an ancient herb formula. The staff member's eyes widened, instantly followed by a burst of laughter. Old man, take your ancient herb formula and go cool off somewhere else. Don't disturb our Herb King Pavilion's business. Not only him, but even the customers nearby burst into laughter. This old man must be visiting our herb city for the first time. This is a scam tactic from hundreds of years ago. How shameless at your age, still dreaming such fanciful dreams. These days, where are there so many ancient herb formulas? This old fellow must be a scammer. If you don't leave, just wait to be thrown out by the Herb King Pavilion. Ha, old scammer. The crowd's voices were low, but with Chu Shanhe's keen hearing, he could clearly catch their whispered discussions, causing his expression to twist in a peculiar manner. He sighed and shook his head slightly. Forget it, since you don't believe me, I shall take my leave. The Herb City doesn't only buy precious herbs through the Herb King Pavilion, the other two shops, 100 Herbs Hall and 10,000 Pills Garden, also have them. Since the Herb King Pavilion doesn't believe I have a formula, it'll go elsewhere. Old sir, please hold on. Just then the staff member spoke again, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. What is it? Don't you not believe I have a herb formula? Chu Shanhe stopped and turned to look. It's not that I don't believe, it's just that the words ancient herb formula carry too much weight. Many scammers say the same. I hope you can understand, old sir. The staff member mocked. If you truly have an ancient herb formula, could you show it to me? No need, opportunities are rare. I originally intended to do business with you at the Herb King Pavilion today, but it seems this deal is not worth pursuing. Chu Shanhe clearly caught the hint of mockery in the staff member's eyes. How could he not know what he was thinking? With a blank expression, he coldly stated, I never expected your grand Herb King Pavilion to conduct business in such a manner, rejecting a deal presented to you. No wonder you can't compare with 100 Herbs Hall and 10,000 Pills Garden. You lowly creature with dog eyes. Chu Shanhe would not give this person a good expression. It's fine if you don't believe me, but to trample on my dignity for your entertainment is somewhat excessive. Chu Shanhe had been young once and could see through such petty tricks at a glance. After speaking, he flicked his sleeve and, old thing, who are you cursing? The staff member's expression instantly turned cold. After all, he was a manager-level figure at the Herb King Pavilion, a minor leader, and many people usually fawned over him, giving him a sense of superiority. Now a damned old man dared to say he had dog eyes, and especially in front of so many people, this made him feel extreme. He took a step forward, his aura exploding, directly blocking Chu Shanhe's path. Old man, apologize. He looked at Chu Shanhe with an arrogant demeanor, but his tone was icy. Get lost. Chu Shanhe frowned tightly, uttering a single word dismissively. Old man, you are seeking death. It's one thing to scam in my territory, but now you dare to insult me. The staff member was furious, a terrifying, murderous intent soaring into the sky, his 8th grade master aura fully unleashed. In an instant, all eyes turned towards them. Who is this old man? Why is he arguing with Manager Zhang? Some customers in remote positions, having missed the earlier scene, looked on curiously. That old man is a scammer claiming to have an ancient herb formula. Manager Zhang asked him to show it, but he insulted Manager Zhang instead. This old scammer is too audacious. Having failed to con here, he still dares to insult someone. Manager Zhang will surely smash his head soon. I think Manager Zhang is furious this time. A look at his imposing demeanor. The onlookers, having not understood the real situation, expressed their disdain and disgust towards Chu Shanhe, eagerly anticipating Manager Zhang beating him up. Am I wrong? A cold glint flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes as he slowly spoke. Don't you have an inkling of what you're thinking in your heart? Step aside, I don't want to cause trouble today. Why don't you tell me what you're thinking? Manager Zhang sneered. You old scammer, play your role quite well. Do you want to say I want you to show the formula and then ridicule you for it? Please, what era is it? Everyone is busy. Who has the time to spare? You're really good at playing the thief who calls out to catch thieves. Chu Shanhe was so enraged he laughed. Old man, stop wasting words. You insulted me. Hurry and apologize. Manager Zhang continued to sneer. Otherwise, it'll make you crawl out of my Herb King Pavilion. Apologize. 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 At this moment, the onlookers also chimed in, demanding Chu Shanhe apologize. Ha ha ha. Chu Shanhe laughed, but in the next second his expression turned cold as he glared at Manager Zhang, a murderous aura erupting. What if I don't? The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, and a terrifying intent to kill enveloped the entire Medicine King Pavilion, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. He is actually a battle general. This old battle general is unfamiliar to me, I wonder which city he hails from. Manager Zhang truly seeks death, daring to provoke a battle general. Now I finally realize that we might have been deceived by Manager Zhang. How could a battle general insult him for no reason? How could an old battle general not have a pill formula? What do you say? In almost an instant, those who had previously called Chu Shanhe an old scammer, wanting to see Manager Zhang deal with him, quickly changed their tune, their faces taking on expressions of respect and flattery. You are a battle general. Manager Zhang's face changed instantly, going from arrogance to terror in less than a second. The terrifying killing intent completely enveloped him, casting a huge shadow of death that left his face pale and trembling violently. What's wrong? Are you scared now? A hint of disdain flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes. Weren't you going to make me crawl out of your Medicine King Pavilion? Come on, let me see just how capable you are. Battle general. Manager Zhang stammered, then under the gazes of the crowd, he knelt down before Chu. I was wrong, I underestimated you. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. With that he began to bang his head repeatedly, even drawing blood from his forehead. Oomph. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, retracting his aura and walking towards the exit. He couldn't be bothered to— Old sir, please hold on. At that moment a figure walked in from outside and blocked Chu Shanhe's path. Do you intend to stand up for him? Chu Shanhe sized up the newcomer, who wore a gray robe and appeared to be in his 60s. Although his hair was gray, his complexion was rosy, and he exuded vitality. You misunderstood, old sir. The man smiled. I am Wei Yuan, the pavilion master of the Medicine King Pavilion. I just returned from an errand and saw the conflict between you and our staff. I have gathered a general understanding of the situation from them, and I apologize to you, old sir. It is my failure to discipline. As he spoke, Wei Yuan slightly bowed to Chu Shanhe. You are too polite, Pavilion Master Wei. Chu Shanhe nodded, slightly adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. I have heard that you have a business proposition for our Medicine King Pavilion. I am very interested. Would you be willing to overlook past grievances and accompany me to my office? I have some treasured spiritual tea there, and we can discuss business matters. Wei Yuan's attitude was very sincere, winning Chu Shanhe's favor. Since Pavilion Master Wei has said this, if I refuse it would seem too pretentious. I appreciate Pavilion Master Wei's character, so I will gladly oblige. You flatter me, old sir. Please after— Wei Yuan smiled slightly and gestured for him to enter. Once Chu Shanhe ascended the stairs, he turned his gaze back to Manager Zhang, coldly stating, You are fired, you can leave. In an office on the second floor, Wei Yuan poured a cup of spiritual tea for Chu Shanhe, the fragrance wafting through the air. May I see the pill formula from you, old Chu? Here. Chu Shanhe produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over, then picked up the teacup to savor. Wei Yuan took the paper, glanced at it, and his brow furrowed slightly. This pill formula hardly resembled an ancient lost formula. It was on ordinary paper with mediocre handwriting, giving him the immediate impression of a fraud. If you want to imitate an ancient pill formula, at least find some ancient-looking paper and write in a more ethereal style. What is this supposed to be? Is this how insincerely you fabricate something? Do you think you can extort us here just because you are a battle general? Based on the aura and tone that Chu Shanhe exuded earlier, he had thought there was a genuine ancient pill formula. After all, a master at the battle general level could access certain ruins and other dimensions, making it possible to acquire lost ancient formulas. However, upon seeing the ordinary paper and mediocre handwriting, his disappointment was complete. Pavilion Master Wei, you don't believe this is an ancient pill formula? Chu Shanhe glanced at him and set down the teacup, speaking coolly. Old Chu, this doesn't look like an ancient pill formula either. Wei Yuan smiled awkwardly. Moreover, I have never heard of this Qingling Moonflower pill before. It seems Pavilion Master Wei's understanding of pill crafting is insufficient. Isn't it normal that you haven't heard of an ancient pill formula? Chu Shanhe remained unperturbed and continued, Besides, have you ever seen anyone who acquires an ancient pill formula willingly handed over? And isn't a pill formula essentially about the ratios of the ingredients listed? Must it be on ancient yellowed paper or a fragment of a stone tablet to prove its authenticity? You have seen the pill formula. If you cannot recognize its worth, there will be others who can. I know what you are thinking. You simply feel that this paper and handwriting look too casual, thus assuming it is a fake. Enough, a summer bug cannot discuss ice with winter insects. If you understood, I wouldn't need to say anything. If you don't understand, no matter how much I explain, it won't matter. No need to trouble yourselves. I take my leave. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. His initial purpose for coming here was to buy all the ingredients for the Qingling Moonflower pill, but he never expected the materials to be so expensive that his funds were insufficient. As for borrowing from Li Zhaoxin, he hadn't considered it. He already owed the man a life. Now to borrow money was out of the question. Other materials were manageable, but the primary ingredient was absurdly expensive, with Qingling moongrass being classified as a rare and precious herb. Thus he came up with the idea of discussing business with the Medicine King Pavilion. The main effect of the Qingling Moonflower pill was to heal internal injuries, with its efficacy surpassing that of the Hunyuan pill. Chu Shanhe believed that if this pill could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly attract a large number of martial artists. In this way he would not only avoid spending money himself, but could also profit from this pill. It was a win-win situation. Why not seize the opportunity? He initially thought that Wei Yuan, being the second-in-command of the Medicine King Pavilion, would possess considerable skills, but he did not expect his knowledge to be so shallow that he couldn't understand it. This left Chu Shanhe feeling quite disappointed. Seeing him walk away so freely, Wei Yuan couldn't help but ponder over his earlier words. The business deal fell through and the other party was leaving. The Medicine King Pavilion hadn't been rude in any way, which should be the normal course of events. Yet Wei Yuan felt that letting him leave just like this seemed like a loss. Strangely compelled, he called out to Chu Shanhe, "Old sir, please wait. I cannot understand this pill formula, but my master surely can. Could you wait a moment while I call him over?" "Your master?" Chu Shanhe halted, turning his head with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, my master is the pavilion master of the Medicine King Pavilion, its founder and a master in the alchemy world, second only to our city lord the alchemist Zhuanzhang Yaochen." As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration and fervor flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. "Oh." Chu Shanhe was somewhat surprised. After pondering for 2 seconds, he slowly nodded. "In that case, please ask your master to come over. Anyway, if he changes locations, the previous situation might occur again." Now Chu Shanhe understands that one without any Dao attainment cannot comprehend the ancient pill formulas. Had he known it would be so troublesome, he would have gone directly to find Yao Chun. However, since Wei Yuan has said so, he sat down again, waiting for his master's arrival. Soon an old man with gray hair, looking about the same age as him, hurried over. "Where is it? Where is the person who possesses the Qingling Yuehua Dan formula?" "Master, the formula belongs to Elder Chu. He is over there." Wei Yuan pointed towards Chu Shanhe. "Dao friend, may I take a look at your Qingling Yuehua Dan formula? I am Wei Yuan's master, Fong Tianlei." The old man hurriedly approached Chu Shanhe, rubbing his hands with a face full of anticipation. "Here." Chu Shanhe tossed the formula out again. Upon receiving it, Fong Tianlei didn't pay attention to the paper or the handwriting, but examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more astonished his expression became. Finally, he read the formula from beginning to end once again. This is indeed the formula for the Qingling Yuehua Dan. As he spoke, he became extremely excited. His hand, holding the paper, trembled. "Master, this really is." Wei Yuan glanced at Chu Shanhe, and then quietly asked, "Of course it's real." Fong Tianlei's eyes sparkled. "I have seen this formula in a precious classic, but it was however, the materials within it are identical to those in this formula, and the materials in the classic are not as comprehensive as those in this formula. You can leave for now. Oh, I need to have a good discussion about this business with Elder Chu." "Yes." Wei Yuan nodded, and then exited the office, closing the door behind him. Inside the office, Fong Tianlei was filled with excitement as he looked at Chu Shanhe, his voice trembling slightly. "I wonder what price is this Dao friend preparing to offer for the Qingling Yuehua Dan formula? I won't sell this formula." However, Chu Shan's words left him stunned, and his expression instantly turned cold. "Dao friend, you are playing games here. I don't think you can do as you please just because you are a war general. Master has misunderstood." Chu Shanhe smiled. "I won't sell this formula. I only want to share the profits 50-50. You will cover the cost of the medicinal materials, and I will only take a share without investment." "Share the profits." Fong Tianlei was taken aback, then said, "Do you know how much the cost of the Qingling Yuehua Dan is? Do you know how much a single Qingling Yuehua plant costs?" "I know," Chu Shanhe replied. "Precisely because I know I proposed this trading method. Although the cost is high, I believe you are well aware of the medicinal effects, and this is unique. If you are unwilling, I can seek elsewhere." No, I'm willing." After leaving the Yaowang Pavilion, Chu Shanhe found himself holding a gold medal. The gold medal bore a large character for medicine and was the exclusive membership card of the Yaowang Pavilion, During their conversation, he was astonished to discover that this peer in front of him was incredibly knowledgeable about the art. Some of his remarks had enlightened him, solving the problems he had faced in alchemy for many years. At that moment, his gaze towards Chu Shanhe completely changed. A few words could inspire him, as if receiving a profound awakening, and he could even produce ancient pill formulas. This was simply a hidden master. He needed to establish a good relationship, not only giving him the exclusive membership card, but also promising that whenever Chu Shanhe needed, the Yaowang Pavilion's medicinal materials would be available to him at will, including rare materials and even heavenly treasures. Furthermore, the alchemy rooms and training facilities of the Yaowang Pavilion would be freely available to him, just like at home, without any need for formality. The next day, early in the morning, Chu Shanhe was startled awake by a rapid knocking on the door. Upon opening the door, it was Fong Tianlei. "Brother Chu, I've come to deliver the pills to you." "So soon you've refined them?" Chu Shanhe was somewhat surprised. He thought it would take at least a day or two, but he didn't expect Fong Tianlei to have completed it in one night. "Of course, I am a fourth-tier alchemist." Fong Tianlei spoke with a hint of pride as he mentioned being a fourth-tier alchemist. Fourth-tier alchemist? Chu Shanhe was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a novel term. "Yes." Fong Tianlei was stunned. "This is our alchemist ranking system. First tier is the lowest and ninth tier is the highest." "You didn't know?" Chu Shanhe regarded him as a transcendent being with vast knowledge in alchemy, yet he didn't expect him to be unaware of the most basic ranking system. His reaction was that Chu Shanhe was pretending, but Chu Shan's next words left him completely dumbfounded. I don't know, this is my first time encountering it. Alright, as long as you're happy. Fang Tianlei said in frustration. Tell me about your field of alchemy, I'm quite interested. Chu Shanhe suddenly became enthusiastic. Fang Tianlei's expression turned strange. Oh, could it be that he was deliberately testing me? With that thought, he cleared his... An hour later, Fang Tianlei left with a dry mouth, while Chu Shanhe looked unsatisfied. So this is how alchemists are ranked. The higher the rank, the faster the refining speed, and the better the quality. Moreover, alchemists need to take exams as well. Once my injuries are healed, I'll go take the qualifying exam. I wonder what tier I can reach. Now he was very interested in the profession of alchemists. Then he took out the porcelain bottle and poured out the Qingling Yuehua Dan, and immediately a peculiar medicinal fragrance filled the room. Looking at the snow-white pill, he tilted his head and swallowed it directly. In the next moment, a pure and immense medicinal power suddenly erupted within his body. Today, a significant piece of news set the entire medicine city ablaze with excitement. The Medicine King Pavilion announced the release of a miraculous healing elixir, the Qingling Yuehua Dan, specifically designed to treat internal injuries and hidden ailments, a formulation passed down from ancient times. Fang Tianlei slyly claimed that the recipe was obtained from a secret realm, asserting that after more than a decade of deciphering, he had finally cracked the formula for Qingling Yuehua Dan. As the master of the Medicine King Pavilion and a fourth-grade alchemist, Fang Tianlei's words carried significant weight, especially since he had undergone certification from the Alchemist Association, driving the warriors into a frenzy. Which warrior does not engage in battles and suffer injuries? The Qingling Yuehua Dan is akin to gaining an extra life, and its ability to treat hidden ailments left those whose realms had regressed due to such ailments eager to try it. In an instant, countless people surged towards the Medicine King Pavilion. The effects of this Qingling Yuehua Dan must be extraordinary. It surely comes at a hefty price. The Medicine King Pavilion has yet to announce a price. We are still in the dark about the specifics. It is said that the primary herb of the Qingling Yuehua Dan is the Qingling Yuekao, a precious medicinal material. Just the cost of the herbs alone is substantial, so this elixir cannot be cheap. I have brought all my savings. If it can cure my hidden ailment, I would willingly go bankrupt. Who wouldn't? If the effects of this elixir are truly as Fang Pavilion Master claims, it would be a blessing for all. I still trust Fang Pavilion Master's integrity, especially with the endorsement from the Alchemist Association. Its effectiveness must be genuine. Hurry up. I can hardly wait. Outside the Medicine King Pavilion, the warriors were filled with anticipation. Inside, Wei Yuan stood at the door of an alchemy room, where Fang Tianlei was busy refining pills. After returning from Chu Shan's residence, he immediately resumed his alchemical work, as there were still some Qingling Yuechao in stock. Fang Tianlei planned to use up those herbs. It wasn't until noon that Fang Tianlei, looking exhausted, emerged from the alchemy room. As soon as he stepped out, Wei Yuan hurried over, offering a towel. Master, a large number of warriors have gathered at our entrance, all here to purchase Qingling Yuehua Dan. What do you think about the pricing? Fang Tianlei took the towel from Wei Yuan, wiped the sweat from his face, and slowly replied, Go out and tell them that due to limited quantity, we will only sell 20 pills this time. The highest bidder wins. The strategy of hunger marketing, which has been in use for centuries, is still applicable. Given the extraordinary effects of Qingling Yuehua Dan, selling it in large quantities would be counterproductive, especially since they did not have ample stock at the moment. After consuming all the Qingling Yuekao, Fang Tianlei managed to produce a total of 12 batches, each containing 5 pills, amounting to only 60 pills. Understood. Wei Yuan nodded, and then stepped back. Upon reaching the entrance, the waiting warriors immediately... Wei Pavilion Master, what is the price of the Qingling Yuehua Dan? Yes, Wei Pavilion Master, please announce it quickly. We have been waiting for so long. Amidst the buzzing crowd, Wei Yuan cleared his throat and waved his hand to signal for silence. Due to the ancient recipe's complexity, the alchemical process is extremely difficult, and as you all know, the Qingling Yuechao is a rare herb. This time we have exhausted all the Qingling Yuechao in our Medicine King Pavilion, and my master has only managed to produce 20 pills of Qingling Yuehua Dan. There is no fixed price. We will proceed with an auction. The highest bidder wins. I bid 1 million. As soon as Wei Yuan finished speaking, a warrior began bidding. I bid 1,500,000. 2 million. 3 million. Almost instantly the price soared to 5 million and continued to rise, ultimately settling at 7,500,000. The moment that price was declared, the crowd fell silent. As the Upper City Medicine City is a hub of economic trade in the Asia-Pacific region with hundreds of thousands of residents, but beyond that it depends on individual strength and family background. Typically, an ordinary warrior, even if they went bankrupt, would only reach about 5 to 6 million. 7,500,000 had already surpassed 80% of the crowd. I didn't expect even the headmaster of the Four Extremes Martial Academy to show up. I don't have that much money. I can't compare to the headmaster of the Four Extremes Martial Academy, so I give up. 7,500,000 is just their starting bid, but it's already my limit. I also give up. It seems we are fated to miss out on Qingling Yuehua Dan. As one person withdrew, it wasn't long before a large number of warriors began to leave. This was a contest of strength and background utterly unrelated to them. Those who remained were mostly either affluent or noble. I bid 10 million. At that moment another voice spoke up belonging to the headmaster of a martial academy. 13 million. The Four Extremes Martial Academy obviously did not intend to back down. 15 million. The other parties still accepted the challenge. You? The headmaster of the Four Extremes Martial Academy shot a fierce glare at the opponent, ultimately unwillingly withdrawing from the bidding. There was no choice. 13 million was already his limit. 15 million once. 15 million 15 million three times. With Wei Yuan's call, the first Qingling Yuehua Dan was finally sold for. On the top floor of the Medicine King Pavilion, Fang Tianlei stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the scene below, a smile unconsciously creeping across his lips. Soon only one of the 20 Qingling Yuehua Dan remained, and the price had soared to 30 million. This is the last one. Let the bidding begin. Wei Yuan brought out the final porcelain vial, causing the eyes of those who had not secured a bid to turn red. I want the last Qingling Yuehua Dan. At that moment a brazen voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a young man in luxurious attire walking over, casually scanning the surroundings. His gaze lowered as he spoke softly. Who wants to contest with me? Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Though the young man was not old, his family background was quite formidable. His name is Xiaohua. His father is the commander of the Yinglong army in the Asia-Pacific region, holding a 5th-grade official title of 4-star Battle King, and also the defender of Medicine City. As a trade hub for the entire Asia-Pacific region, Medicine City is highly valued. In addition to its own defense forces, the region's lord directly assigned Xiao Zhantian to lead the Yinglong army here for garrison duty. Xiao Zhantian held a very high position in Medicine City. Even the city lord Yao Chun had to show him respect. As the only son of Xiao Zhantian, Xiaohua took advantage of his father's power and status, becoming the top-tier arrogant young master in Medicine City, excessively proud and brazen. Now seeing Xiaohua's arrival, the warriors instinctively took a step back. Even Wei Heng's expression changed. I wonder how much young Master Xiao will bid. So much. Xiaohua slowly raised a finger. Young Master Xiao bids 10 million. Although 10 million is somewhat low considering the other party is the son of Xiao Zhantian, the #1 playboy of the Medicine City, 10 million is still 10 million better than nothing. Wei Yuan consoled himself in his heart. However, Xiaohua's next sentence left him completely stunned. What I mean is I offer $1. Saying this, Xiaohua pulled a coin from his pocket and slowly extended it towards Wei Yuan, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Xiao, this. Wei Yuan's lips twitched. He had thought it was 10 million, but it turned out to be just $1. Indeed, a playboy remains a playboy, making shocking remarks and being extremely arrogant. The lips of the other martial artists pressed together, ultimately swallowing back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. What does sect leader Wei think? This is counterfeit money. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiaohua's eyes, and the smirk on his lips grew more pronounced. Know this. At this moment cold sweat was streaming down Wei Yuan's forehead. Although he was a battle general level expert, he felt immense pressure in front of Xiaohua Master. Should he accept this $1 or not? If he accepted, it would be a huge loss. But if he didn't, he would completely offend Xiao. He wasn't afraid of just Xiaohua. What he feared was the background behind him. Not to mention his father Xiao Zhantian. Even a few from the Yinglong army could bring disaster upon him and the entire Medicine King Pavilion. Young Master Xiao is too modest. Just when Wei Yuan was undecided, a hearty laughter rang out, followed by a figure descending from the sky. It was Fang Tianlei. He stroked his beard, smiling at Xiaohua. Young Master Xiao, coming to my Medicine King Pavilion to buy medicine is an honor for us. This pill is free. I will give it to young Master Xiao. Then thank you, Pavilion Master Fang. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Xiaohua's eyes completely vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. He enjoyed dealing with such agreeable people. The Qingling Moonflower pill, bring it to me. He snatched the porcelain bottle from Wei Yuan's hand, then turned around and laughed heartily. Pavilion Master Fang, you are a very interesting person. This young master likes you. Young Master Xiao, take care. Fang Tianlei maintained his smiling demeanor. After Xiaohua left, he turned to the other martial artists and said, Everyone, the last Qingling Moonflower pill has been taken by young Master Xiao. Our Medicine King Pavilion has none left, so please head back. Pavilion Master Fang, when will the next one be? Yeah, just tell us the date. I need to prepare. When will it be, Pavilion? I don't know this time either. It depends on when our Medicine King Pavilion can gather the raw materials. Fang Tianlei smiled. Everyone, let's wait for news. Hearing this, the martial artists left with regret, and Fang Tianlei and Wei Yuan returned to the Medicine King Pavilion. Master, why did you give that Qingling Moonflower pill to Xiaohua? Wei Yuan was puzzled. He is a playboy, but General Xiao is quite reasonable. It's just a Qingling Moonflower pill. It's fine to give it away. Fang Tianlei replied nonchalantly. Anyway, we have already made a lot this time. Besides, I believe this Qingling Moonflower pill is definitely for Xiaohua to buy for Xiao Zhantian. Even if not, it's for someone from the Yinglong army. Think about what this represents. What does it represent? Wei Yuan blinked. In the future, don't focus solely on alchemy. I read more books to enhance your intelligence and emotional intelligence. Go prepare the accounts for this Qingling Moonflower pill. Fang Tianlei shook his head helplessly and then turned to his disciple. Is fine in many ways, but he is too naive regarding human affairs. Why do I feel like Master is scolding me, but I have no evidence? Wei Yuan scratched his head and then went to work. 2 days later an aura suddenly erupted from Chu Shanhe, and he slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, it is an ancient pill, its efficacy is remarkable. Feeling the surging vitality within him, he was completely healed at this moment. Slowly rising, he tidied up his clothes a bit, and then walked outside. He found Li Zixin across from him, still cultivating, so he did not disturb him. Upon arriving on the street, the rich aroma of medicine and the shouts of vendors instantly brought Chu Shanhe back to his previous life, making him feel as if he were in a market. He wandered around the medicine city with his hands clasped behind his back. Master Yang is here, let's hurry over. This time, I must have Master Yang help me identify that strange medicine. If I could get Master Yang's guidance, that would be a huge gain. I wasted the opportunity last time, oh I must not miss it again. Suddenly a large crowd hurriedly ran towards a certain direction, their expressions excited and chattering away. What's going on? Seeing the crowd, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel puzzled. It felt just like those obsessed fans from his past life rushing to see a celebrity. Even several nearby vendors' eyes lit up as they quickly packed up and ran in that direction. Friend, what happened? Chu Shanhe grabbed a vendor and asked, who exactly is Master Yang that makes you all so crazy? You don't even know Master Yang. The vendor looked at Chu Shanhe with a strange expression and said, Master Yang is a master of identifying medicines. It is said that he can see through all things in the world. I can't talk to you anymore, or I have to hurry over. After saying that, he dashed away. A master of identifying medicines. Chu Shanhe frowned. It was the first time he had heard. He then asked a few more people and finally understood what it meant to identify medicine. Identifying medicine refers to discerning medicines and pills. This is a unique game in the medicine city, similar to gambling on stones in his past life. Aside from the population, the most abundant things in the medicine city are various medicines and pills. Over time, some ancient medicines or pills will be covered with a hard layer. Due to the long passage of time, no one knows what is inside. Only by polishing away this layer can the true appearance inside be revealed. Many merchants will collect these items and polish them for direct sale, akin to the raw stones in gambling, relying on one's eyesight and experience to purchase. If done well, it can lead to a meteoric rise, but if luck runs out, it can lead to losses. One step in heaven, one step. It is precisely because of the many unknowns that countless people are fascinated and driven to madness. Where there is demand, there is a market. Thus the masters of identifying medicines emerge, just like the appraisers in stone gambling. Through their experience and abilities, they increase the chances of obtaining good items. Therefore, such people are particularly sought after by gamblers. Moreover, Chu Shanhe learned that this Master Yang had never failed, even unearthing an ancient pill that was ultimately bought by Baichao Hall for a staggering price of 100 million. He announced that his eyes had mutated and could see through all things in the world. As long as he took action, he would be successful, without fail guaranteeing good items. This is also why he has become so popular. Curious, Chu Shanhe followed the crowd into a shop named Taba Hall. I wonder if the owner here has the surname Ma. Seeing this name, Chu Shanhe silently scoffed and walked in with his hands behind his back. Taba Hall was large, but at this moment, it was very crowded. At the end of the crowd, Chu Shanhe spotted the legendary Master Anyang. The old man appeared to be over 60 with graying hair and a rosy complexion. Especially striking were his sharp eyes glimmering with an intimidating majesty that made people reluctant to meet his gaze. Master, please guide me. Master Anyang, we spoke last time, you said to come next time, and now I am here. Please help. Master, as long as you are willing to guide me, I will pay whatever you ask. The crowd looked wild with excitement, their eyes glowing red as they pushed forward almost like they were going mad. Some women even flirted, throwing coy glances at Master Anyang, and some bolder ones even pulled down their collars. Seeing this, Chu Shanhe was somewhat shocked. What was the difference between this and those brainless idol-chasing fans? And those women, surely they would willingly offer themselves if Master Anyang spoke. So no matter the era, it seems popularity is king. He shook his head, his gaze turning toward the strange medicines that looked like stones. With curiosity on his face, he walked over and reached out to touch one of them. The next moment, the pill talisman on his dantian began to rotate gently, and a line of text appeared in his mind. Beginner blood chi potion. Moi. Chu Shanhe's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected this talisman would have such a function. If that's the case, it meant he could know about all the strange medicines here. To verify his thoughts, he continued to touch several strange medicines. As expected, he received all the information about these strange medicines in his mind. They were all low-grade potions not worth much. Hey old man, stop touching everything. At that moment, a haughty voice rang out, followed by a plump middle-aged man walking over, looking displeased as he stared at Chu. The new book launch is about to start. Why are you still standing here? New book launch. Chu Shanhe was taken aback. Isn't Master Anyang a master of medicine identification? What happened to him becoming an author? You must be a fake fan. This time Master Anyang will not only identify pills, but also bring his first book detailing his experiences and techniques in pill identification. This book is a culmination of Master Anyang's experiences, and you fans are truly in for a treat. As long as you study it a bit, you too can become a master in pill identification. Hurry over, opportunities are fleeting. The plump man urged. Thank you all for taking the time to come here. I am deep. At this moment, Master Anyang also began to repay everyone for their love and enthusiasm. I have specially brought my first work. about the experiences and techniques of pill identification. Saying this, he picked up a beautifully bound book from the table and waved it in front of everyone. I believe you can tell the content of this book from its title. Although you may not have my eyes that can see through all things, I have still written down my years of experiences in pill identification, hoping everyone can learn some knowledge in this area. I will be leaving Medicine City tomorrow for a trip. After studying this book, even if you don't become a master in pill identification, at least you will have a better chance of not being deceived when identifying on your own. As his words fell, the scene erupted once more. Master, stop talking. How much is it? He'll buy it. Yes, I'll buy it. Master is truly a living Buddha, taking the time to write this book for us who do not understand pill identification. Master is magnificent. Master is magnificent. The crowd shouted passionately. Thank you all. I now declare the new book launch officially begins. Each book is not expensive, priced at 10,000 yuan. After the launch, I will randomly select 15 people from among you to personally guide them in medicine identification. As Master Anyang's voice echoed again, the followers went wild, rushing forward with money in hand to buy the book. Seeing this scene, Chu Shanhe's expression was quite peculiar. Wasn't this just like the methods of those pyramid schemes in his Master Anyang is quite something? He chuckled and ignored it, turning to continue searching for strange medicines. Before long, over 100 books had been snatched up. Master Anyang wore a satisfied expression, then stroked his sparse beard and spoke slowly. Next, let's move on to the next segment. There are a total of 15 spots. Let's see who will be the lucky one. Master, Uncle, choose me. The crowd was ecstatic, eager to stretch their hands toward Master Anyang's mouth. You the first. Master Anyang's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a man dressed rather elegantly. Me. The man looked incredulous. That's right, it's you. Master Anyang nodded slightly, smiling with an aura of a master radiating from him. It's me, it really is me. The man jumped up in excitement, his eyes filled with joy as he bowed respectfully before Master. Which one should I choose? Let me see. Master Anyang's eyes focused, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes, scanning back and forth over the strange medicines. So enviable. Master Anyang actually opened his heavenly eye. As expected of a master opening the heavenly eye like this. I must be next with the master's heavenly eye. I will definitely earn a fortune this time. The crowd was incredibly excited. Soon Master Anyang's gaze fixed on a strange medicine, his eyes dimming and his body slightly trembling, turning pale. Alright, I have seen what is inside with my heavenly eye. You should buy it. This one. The man eagerly ran over, pointing to a large, strange medicine thickly wrapped about the size of an adult's head. After seeing Master Anyang nod slightly, he finally lit up, straining to carry it down. Then looking at the owner, he asked, how much is this? He'll buy it. To Chu Shanhe's surprise, the owner of the Taba Hall turned out to be the chubby, middle-aged man he had just encountered. Thinking back to what the man had said earlier, Chu Shanhe's expression became peculiar. He was quite familiar with this kind of routine. 550,000. Under the gaze of everyone, the owner slowly stated a price. 550,000. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and exclaimed, Boss, this price seems a bit high. To bet 550,000 on a mysterious pill is indeed a hefty price. Although residents of the Medicine City are millionaires on average, spending most of one's fortune on a single pill is quite a dilemma. If he made money, everything would be fine, but if he lost, it would be a significant issue, especially since he had come here without his wife's knowledge. 550,000 is still too high. Oh, if you don't want it, he'll buy it. At that moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. This was seen by the master with his heavenly eye. Oh, it must be something good. Boss, where do I pay? If he doesn't buy it, I will. As he spoke, he was about to swipe his card to pay. I want it. Let me have it. The master is definitely correct. Although the price is steep, once the treasures inside are revealed, it will be a fortune. With such a thick layer, it must be ancient. If it's an ancient pill, then that would be a huge profit. 550,000 is nothing. Boss, I want this. I can add another 50,000. Meanwhile, many people rushed over, their expressions excited, eager for that mysterious pill. I want it. Who says I? Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly shielded the mysterious pill with both hands and paid as fast as he could. Everyone, don't fight. This is only the first quota. There are still 14 left. Now we will draw for the second quota. As the middle-aged man finished paying, Master Anyang's voice rang out again. Master, choose me. Choose me. Me. The crowd instantly went wild, quickly raising their hands. You. Master Anyang looked around and chose a woman dressed quite luxuriously, clearly someone wealthy. Just like the previous one, Master Anyang's eyes sparkled as he selected a mysterious pill for her to purchase. This one is 1 million. This time the shopkeeper quoted an even higher price, but the woman showed no hesitation, paying directly and then happily stroking the mysterious pill that resembled a stone egg. Meanwhile, Master Anyang continued to draw for lucky participants, but Chu Shanhe's expression grew increasingly strange. He had not commented on the first one, but he had seen the second mysterious pill, which contained nothing more than a bottle of high-level recovery potion. Not to mention 1 million, it wasn't even worth 10,000. The more I look at this Master Anyang, the more he seems like a scammer. To validate his suspicions, Chu Shanhe carefully observed the master's every move over the next period, discovering that he consistently chose participants who were rather wealthy. Moreover, every mysterious pill he recommended was priced at 50 to 60,000, or over 100,000. and most importantly those pills were all quite large, and had thick layers requiring significant time to polish. Even more, he noticed that whenever someone hesitated, someone would step up to create a tense atmosphere, and it was always the same few individuals. So this is a scam after all. Chu Shanhe understood. He glanced at the mysterious pills drawn for the lucky participants by Master Anyang and gently touched one. They were all worthless junk, the best being a wasted chi condensation pill not worth a dime. It seems that Master Anyang, the shop owner, and those accomplices are colluding to exploit these fools using the guise of pill identification to sell these worthless items at inflated prices for massive profits. This is no different from those internet celebrities from my past life selling products seemingly providing benefits to the family, while actually just exploiting them. Seeing the excited expressions of those fools, Chu Shanhe shook his head helplessly and walked out. Knowing that the other party was a scammer, he had no intention of exposing them. As long as they existed, there was no need for him to interfere. It was a willing buyer and seller situation, and he did not want to meddle. Besides, in this day and age, no one would believe him. He might even be rejected and ridiculed by those fools, which was not an endeavor he wished to undertake. Moreover, these people had nothing to do with him. Their being scammed was none of his business, and he was no saint. The last quota goes to that old gentleman. However, just at that moment, Master Anyang's finger suddenly pointed at him. Instantly, all eyes turned his way. Me? Chu Shanhe pointed to himself, incredulous. That's right, this old gentleman, it's you. Master Anyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. He even walked over, patted Chu Shanhe on the shoulder, and smiled, surprised. You are indeed the last lucky one. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes and waved his hand. No need, I just came to have a look. Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I don't need this quota. Let someone else have it, thanks. Knowing the other party was a scammer, Chu Shanhe did not want to be the fool and immediately declined. Don't need it. Master Anyang frowned, then revealed a look of disappointment, lamenting. Old gentleman, there's no need to be so polite. I saw you fumbling around earlier without any skill or method. Thinking of your age, it's not easy, so I offered you this last quota. Old gentleman, let me ask you one last time, are you sure you want to give up this precious quota? Truly want to turn down my good intent? As he spoke, he pretended to clutch his chest dramatically. What's wrong with this old man? To give up such a good opportunity. The master chose him, and he doesn't want it. He must have a screw loose. Let's be understanding, after all, the old gentleman is quite old. I don't want it, I want it. I want it, master. The few accomplices immediately stepped forward, starting to stir up trouble. Thank you for your kindness, master, but I really don't need it. Chu Shanhe continued to shake his head. Old gentleman, don't refuse so quickly. Seeing that the previous tactics didn't work, Master Anyang changed his strategy and went for the emotional angle. He stroked his sparse beard, displaying a look of compassion, and slowly spoke. I know saving a bit of money is not easy for you, and I truly don't want to see your hard-earned money go to waste. After all, you are over 100 years old, it's normal to be frugal. I am concerned for you, old gentleman, and do not have ulterior motives, so rest assured I will definitely help you. This statement once again deeply impressed those fervent fools. Master, as expected, is a master. He has achieved so much, yet still thinks of helping this old gentleman. This is the demeanor of a master, capable of identifying pills, talented, and so kind-hearted. I am utterly a fan now. Master, please accept my knee. After being swayed by Master Anyang's charm, those accomplices turned their gazes to Chu Shanhe, starting to persuade him. Old gentleman, hurry. Master Anyang is giving you this last quota because he doesn't want to see your money go to waste. The master is concerned for you. What are you hesitating for? Rest assured you will definitely profit greatly from this. Watching their serious expressions almost made Chu Shanhe laugh. Unexpectedly, these scammers were truly like old sows in a corset, all lined up. Thank you all, but I really don't need it. Old sir, your worries are truly unnecessary. What do you mean by my worries? What do you think I am thinking? You must think that you are too old to keep any good things that I might find for you. I understand the principle that a common man becomes a target when he possesses something valuable. You are just afraid that someone will harbor ill intentions towards you once I leave. Am I right in saying this? Don't worry, I assure you that this time I will help you safely bring the treasure home. If anyone dares to covet this old gentleman's treasure, don't blame me for turning against them. As long as anyone dares to make a move against this old gentleman, they will forever be on my blacklist and become— Master, what are you talking about? We are all one family. How could we turn against our own? Yes, master, rest assured. Rest assured, my foot. You see that strange medicine behind you on the right? Just that one. Don't hesitate, I guarantee you will make a fortune. Boss, since I have a connection with this old gentleman today, could you give him a discount on that strange medicine as a favor to me? Certainly, master, since you have spoken, I will definitely give a discount. The original price was 700,000. At an 80% discount, old sir, you only need to pay 560. Old sir, please pay quickly. I assure you this is the best of the 15 available today. You should be delighted, old sir. Who would have thought Master Anyang would treat you so well? Where else could you find such a good opportunity? Hurry and make your payment. Come on, such a good deal, I'm letting you have it. Every time you're the loudest saying how you can't find such a great opportunity. Now that the opportunity is here, I'm giving it to you. You pay and take the item. What are you doing, old sir? Your patience has run out. You look at Master Anyang coldly, saying, If you're going to cheat, well, if they are willing to let you cheat, that's their business, but to cheat me is your mistake. And I've said I don't need it, or what are you all doing? Is this all just to show off? Are you doing it because you think it's funny, or because I gave you face? Gah. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar, and everyone began to criticize Chu Shanhe. Old man, have you lost your mind to say Master Yang is a swindler? Master Yang has taken such good care of you. How dare you be ungrateful? You old fool, get out of here if you don't have money. You're being a white-eyed wolf. Hurry up and leave. Apologize to Master Yang before you leave. This is defamation. Shut up. Shut your mouths. You fools, still counting other people's money after being deceived. With a furious shout from Chu Shanhe, the scene fell into complete silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but Chu Shanhe's aura was simply too formidable, with strands of terrifying energy subtly emanating from him. To be honest, I truly feel sorry for you all. Treating a fraud as an idol, do you really think he is helping you choose good thing? You are mistaken. He is merely harvesting you like leeks. If you say Master Anyang is a fraud, then you must have a certain level of understanding about distinguishing pills, right? Show us if you can choose something. If it's a waste product, then don't pretend here. Apologize to Master Anyang and get out. In these times, don't try to explain the truth to a leak. Even so, there were still people in the crowd snickering sarcastically. You old fool, since you claim him a fraud and refuse my help, you must also know how to identify pills. Hearing this, Master Anyang nodded, and then coldly said, how about this? Let's have a contest to see who can identify. If you choose a good item, it shows you have some vision, and the slander against me will be wiped clean. But if you pick out a waste product, then kneel and apologize to me. So do you dare to compete? When these words were spoken, everyone's gaze once again focused on Chu Shanhe, who was competing in identifying pills. Competing in identifying pills. Do you really want to compete with me in identifying pills? Chu Shanhe frowned. Absolutely. Master Anyang patted his chest and confidently said, since you don't believe me and even accuse me of being a fraud, then prove that you really have the ability and dare to compete. Looking at his expression, Chu Shanhe knew he must have a backup plan, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. After all, he had a golden finger. Do you want to go first, or should I? Master Anyang asked. You go first, Chu Shanhe replied nonchalantly. In that case, I won't be polite. Master Anyang looked at Chu Shanhe with a cold smile, then his eyes gleamed as he scanned the strange pills, selecting one. This one. Chu Shanhe's expression changed subtly as he looked at the strange pill he had chosen. He had just touched it, and it contained nothing but a common grade qi and blood potion. How could Master Anyang, with eyes that could see through everything, choose this item? Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's your turn now, please. At this moment, Master Anyang waved at him, indicating he could start. Chu Shanhe said nothing and approached the strange pills, reaching out to touch them one by one. What is this old man doing? Master Anyang has heavenly eyes, and he's touching every strange pill. Does he really think his old hands can discern what's inside? I think this old man is just putting on a show. He definitely can't do it. I've never seen someone touch them like this. This is a joke, right? With this level, he still dares to say Master Anyang is a fraud. It's truly disgusting. Watching Chu Shanhe's actions, the leaks all showed disdain and even mocked him. Even Master Anyang was stroking his beard, looking at him with a face full of disdain. Chu Shanhe ignored all of this and touched every strange pill in the shop before ultimately selecting a palm-sized one. This one. He held the strange pill in his hand and nodded to indicate his choice. Then please, shopkeeper, take the trouble to refine it for us. Seeing Chu Shanhe choose something good, Master Anyang winked at the shopkeeper. The latter immediately understood and took the strange pill to the refining room. Soon he walked out with a beaming face, holding a porcelain bottle. Master Anyang truly deserves to have eyes that can see through everything. Once again, he did not disappoint us. Look, a high-grade recovery pill has been produced. Wow, it's actually a high-grade recovery pill. Master, you're amazing. One high-grade recovery pill must be worth at least 150,000, truly worthy of being a master. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but cheer loudly. The recovery pill, as its name implies, restores spiritual energy, just like a blue potion in a game. A bottle of high-grade recovery potion costs about 15,000, and further up is the recovery pill. Compared to potions, the price of pills is generally 10 times higher due to better effects and fewer impurities. The market price of a high-grade recovery pill is around 150,000. Seeing this scene, Chu Shanhe's brows furrowed tightly. He had just sensed that the strange pill contained a common-grade energy potion. How could it suddenly become a high-grade recovery? He looked at Master Anyang, and then at the shopkeeper, suddenly understanding a bit. A switcheroo. No wonder Master Anyang was so confident earlier. His backup plan was here. Turns out his eyes were also deceiving. Before, he thought those eyes could truly see through, but it was just a trick to he really couldn't see anything at all, completely relying on tricks to deceive. Alright, it's your turn now. At this moment, the shopkeeper extended his hand. Let me take it to refine. I want to see what kind of good stuff you can pick. Master Anyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking over coldly. There's no need to trouble you, we'll do it myself. Chu Shanhe brushed the shopkeeper's hand away, then looked at Master Anyang. In that case, open your eyes wide and see clearly. After saying this, he flipped his wrist, and the long yuan sword appeared in his hand. Then he slashed towards the layers of the strange pill. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Shanhe directly sliced through the thick crust of the strange medicine in his hand with his sword. Crack! As the crust shattered, the contents inside fully came into view. It was an ancient porcelain bottle aged and worn, a true relic. Following this, Chu Shanhe slowly removed the cork, and an extraordinary fragrance of medicine instantly filled the entire Taba hall, overwhelming everyone's sense of smell. What is this? It smells so good. Could it be an ancient elixir? I heard that only elixirs of a certain grade emit such a rich fragrance. If that's the case, then it's possible that there really is an elixir inside, and it's an ancient elixir. If it is an elixir, it must be worth much more than Master Anyang's high-grade recovery elixir. We've only just caught a whiff of the fragrance, we haven't even seen what's inside yet. What if it's not an elixir? The crowd began to murmur, their expressions towards Chu Shanhe shifting. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Chu Shanhe poured the contents into his palm. It was a pill entirely white jade in color, so clear and translucent that it was almost a sight to behold. The wonderful fragrance of the medicine emanated from it. Is this a foundation establishment pill? Someone in the crowd exclaimed upon seeing the white jade pill, disbelief etched across their face. What is a foundation establishment pill? The person beside them looked puzzled. You don't know what a foundation establishment pill? I read about it in an ancient text. It is a pill used by ancient warriors for foundation establishment, essentially building a foundation to enhance one's talent. The last appearance of a foundation establishment pill was in Longxing, sold for 1,000 by a big shot, and it wasn't as good. The person's breathing quickened. This foundation establishment pill is so clear and translucent, it must be of the highest quality. He looked at Chu Shanhe, excitement written all over his face. Old man, will you sell me this foundation establishment pill? I'll offer 15 million. Hiss. At this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 15 million. Even Chu Shanhe was shocked, never expecting this foundation establishment pill to be so valuable. Just a moment ago, he had examined all the strange medicines and found that this one contained an ancient elixir. After all, Master Anyang had obtained a high-grade recovery elixir through cheating, and among all the strange medicines, only this foundation establishment pill could compare. However, he had predicted that this foundation establishment pill would be worth a few million at most, but he never expected it to reach such a high price. At this moment, the shop owner and Master Anyang exchanged glances, of fleeting greed flashing in their eyes. Even the two swallowed hard. They were part of a scheme, having collaborated to deceive others. The shop owner specialized in sourcing the cheapest goods, but he never expected that someone would actually find a treasure here. An ancient foundation establishment pill valued at 15 million, or even more. Impossible, sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? Even Master Anyang, wanting to confirm the accuracy of the elixir, said deliberately, I can't be mistaken. The earlier man shook his head confidently, turning to Chu Shanhe again. Old man, will you sell me this foundation establishment pill? If you're not satisfied with the price, I can add a bit more. Just 15 million, and I'll sell it. Chu Shanhe smiled, not being greedy. It was just a foundation establishment pill. Perhaps it was precious and hard to come by for others, but for him, as long as he gathered the raw materials, he could refine as many as he wanted. Moreover, the raw materials for the foundation establishment pill were not too hard to find. He also didn't expect to make a substantial profit this time. Aside from the 20% fee to the shop owner, which was 3 million, the remaining 12 million would be entirely his. Who says this elixir is yours? Just then the shop owner stepped forward, quickly approaching Chu Shanhe, reaching out to snatch the elixir, but was evaded by Chu Shanhe. What do you mean? Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. This elixir is mine from my shop. The shop owner narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent in his voice. You haven't even paid, how can you say it's yours? Give me the elixir, and you can leave. We'll consider this matter as if it never happened. What are you, jealous? Chu Shanhe scoffed. Why didn't you say that earlier? You're planning to break the rules. It's clearly stated that during a duel the price of strange medicine is set at 20% of its total value. I assume you as the shop owner should know this rule, right? I don't know. All I know is you haven't paid, which proves this item isn't yours. The murderous intent on the shop owner's face grew more intense. Old man, this is my territory. Do you think you can just walk away? Exactly, do you think you can escape? At this moment Master Anyang also spoke up, then waved his arms around him. As his voice fell, several people moved in unison, completely encircling Chu Shanhe, their gazes fierce and expressions unfriendly. You really are all in this together. Chu Shanhe remained unfazed, a mocking smile crossing his lips as he addressed the customers. Now you should believe me. Your idol Master Anyang has teamed up with the shop owner and these thugs to set up a scheme specifically to fleece you. The strange medicines in your hands are nothing but worthless items. Old man, you're looking for death. Master Anyang had fully torn off the disguise, his face twisted in rage, and his overwhelming aura revealed him to be a second-tier grandmaster. His murderous intent soared as he coldly looked at Chu Shanhe. Give me the elixir, or I'll ensure you have no place to be buried. Old fool, hand over the elixir. The shop owner's aura also surged. He was also a grandmaster. Even the thugs were of high-tier mastery. In an instant, the entire Taba hall was filled with a terrifying killing intent, causing those with low cultivation or no cultivation to tremble in fear. Just a moment ago they were furious about being deceived by Master Anyang, but that anger had long since dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. They never expected Master Anyang to be a grandmaster. Wealth is indeed important, but compared to life it's nothing. At the same time, they suddenly harbored resentment towards Chu Shanhe. If this old fool had exposed the scheme earlier, they wouldn't have fallen for it. It's all this old man's fault. If Chu Shanhe knew the thoughts swirling in their minds, he wouldn't know what expression to make. At this moment, he looked at Master Anyang, the shop owner, and the thugs with a calm expression and spoke faintly. What if I refuse? Then died. With Master Anyang's words, a terrifying, murderous aura erupted from him, causing fierce gusts of wind to swirl in the hall, scattering debris across the floor. His face darkened as he glared at Chu Shanhe. Old fool, not only did you expose me and tarnish my reputation, but now you even take away our medicinal pills. You really are tired of living. Old man, if you don't hand over the pills, you will die a miserable death. The shopkeeper sneered, flicking his wrist to reveal an axe in his hand, exuding an aura of coldness. I will chop you into pieces. Chu Shanhe remained calm, even shaking his head helplessly. But you insist on dragging me into your schemes. Chu Shanhe remained calm, even shaking his head helplessly. But you insist on dragging me into your schemes. I have already refused, yet you persist in your arrogant tricks, and even want to compare alchemy with me. If you're going to distinguish pills, do it properly. I can accept cheating, but your nonsense and envy are really irritating to me. Now you're even relying on numbers to try to kill me. He scoffed. The last person who had this thought has grass over their grave taller than a person. Since that's the case, I might as well send you on your way. As he spoke, an even more terrifying aura erupted from him, and the tempest grew wild, causing all present to struggle for breath under the immense pressure. General. Master Anyang looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with terror, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The shopkeeper was similarly affected. The sinister smile on his face was completely replaced by fear as the terrifying pressure nearly suffocated him in front of Chu Shanhe. Though Chu Shanhe was smiling to him, he appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell. General. He trembled all over, lacking the strength to hold the axe which fell from his hands to the ground. The two grandmasters were no better off, while the others fared even worse, with some kneeling to the ground, the overwhelming pressure nearly breaking their spirits. Do you think this old man is easy to bully? Chu Shanhe slowly lifted the long yuan sword, pressing it against the shopkeeper's neck, saying softly, still want to chop me into pieces? Come on, let me see you try. Thud. The shopkeeper's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The icy tip of the sword made his throat twitch. He opened his mouth, but ultimately lacked the strength to utter a word. Indeed, at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to beg for mercy. He was merely a second-tier grandmaster facing a general. He was but an ant, easily crushed. To be honest, I don't want to kill, but you have gone too far. Chu Shanhe shook his head lightly, then thrust his arm forward, and the long yuan sword instantly pierced through the shopkeeper's neck. Suddenly blood spurted out like a fountain. Bang! The shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he clutched his throat as he slowly fell to the ground. Next, it's your turn. He then turned his gaze towards Master Anyang. The events had reached this point, and this guy was the instigator. Why provoke him in the first place? Master Anyang's face lost all color, his legs buckled, and he knelt before Chu Shanhe, his head bobbing up and down like a chick pecking at rice, repeatedly bowing to Chu Shanhe. Master, spare me. It was me. Poof. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Shanhe slashed off his head with a single stroke. In your next life, be a good person. The thick smell of blood filled the entire hall, making people nauseous. The customers huddled in the corners, trembling in fear. Compared to them, the few who were dragged down earlier were now collapsed on the ground, some even wetting their pants. They were filled with immense dread. With the shopkeeper and Master Anyang dead, it was now their turn. However, to their surprise, after dealing with Master Anyang, Chu Shanhe put away his sword. If I find out you dare to deceive again, you'll see what happens next. With that, he walked out of the Taba hall, hands clasped behind his back. Whoosh. Instantly, the pressure in the hall dissipated, and everyone was drenched in sweat, looking at the two corpses on the ground with disdain. Some even kicked the bodies in frustration, venting their dissatisfaction. They then took their belongings from the counter and quickly left. 1 minute later, the vast hall was left with the few exchanged glances, then slipped away silently. It was unclear who called the police, but soon the enforcers from the Medicine City arrived, taking away the two corpses. The Taba hall was sealed with a notice, completely confiscated. Bang! Bastard! In an alchemy room, a middle-aged man smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, his face dark as he glared at the sharp-nosed, monkey-like figure below. If Chu Shanhe were here, he would recognize that this guy was one of Master Anyang's lackeys. At this moment, he wore a respectful expression as he said to the middle-aged man, "Young master, what should we do next?" "What to do? Of course we take revenge." The middle-aged man's face was dark to the extreme. "I put in so much effort to raise Anyang, only to be destroyed by an old fool. With Anyang dead, do you know how much I have lost?" The man's expression was ferocious. "I must take revenge, and I want that foundation establishment pill in his hands as well." "But he is a general." "So what if he's a general? Don't forget, this is Medicine City, my territory." A glint of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. "You keep an eye on him. Once I finish my current matters, I will kill him." "Understood." Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a week passed. During this time, Chu Shanhe accomplished two things. First, he rented 2 cultivation rooms with the most abundant spiritual energy in Medicine City for himself and Li Zaxian. Fang Tianlei transferred over 200 million from the profits of the Qingling Yuehua pill. He immediately spent it all not for any other reason, but purely to ensure he could sign good items. The room for Li Zaxian was rented out of gratitude for saving his life. The rent was 300,000 a day and he rented it for a month. Such extravagant spending completely shocked Li Zaxian. As the city lord of Huaqing, his annual salary was only over 10 million. However, he didn't say anything, merely casting a deep glance at Chu Shanhe before locking himself in the cultivation room and not coming out again. The second matter was a visit to the city lord's mansion to discuss with Yao Chen about taking him to the No. 1 ruins. At the time, Yao Chen refused without a second thought, but after Chu Shanhe gave him a pill recipe, he immediately became Chu Shan's good friend and readily agreed. This could not help but make Chu Shanhe slowly raise a middle finger. What a shameless guy. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in and received 1 hour of enlightenment on alchemy. As the system's voice faded, Chu Shanhe slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the alchemical symbol above his dantian began to gently rotate, releasing an ancient and profound aura with each turn. In the past few days, aside from signing in for a golden spirit sacred fruit for the first time, the rest have all been hours of alchemical enlightenment, 1 hour each day. As a top-tier heavenly material, the golden spirit sacred fruit has extraordinary effects capable of enhancing the strength of the physical body, making it perfect for cultivating the Buddha's golden body. However, Chu Shanhe chose not to consume it. In the Tai Ching alchemy scripture, he discovered a type of pill called the golden spirit solidification pill, which is the best pill for cultivating horizontal training techniques. The golden spirit sacred fruit is one of its main ingredients. Chu Shanhe planned to gather the raw materials for the golden spirit solidification pill and refine it, using it to break through to the 4th stage of the Buddha's golden body. If he were to consume the golden spirit sacred fruit now, it would enhance his Buddha's golden body, but it wouldn't be as effective as refining it into a pill. Soon the hour of enlightenment came to an end. He slowly opened his eyes, having gained deeper insights into the path. The path of alchemy is indeed the most profound and complicated among the 3,000 paths. Compared to the sword path, it is simply perplexing with countless intricacies. Forget it, I'll take a walk. I've been cooped up in the cultivation room for so many days, comprehending alchemy every day. At this rate, I feel like I'm going to go insane from its complexities. Rubbing his forehead, Chu Shanhe stood up and left the cultivation room. He first headed to the apothecary pavilion to find Fang Tianlei. What has Elder Chu been busy with lately? You haven't come to visit me. Seeing Chu Shanhe, Fang Tianlei rushed to serve him tea, as if he were seeing an idol. After taking a sip of spiritual tea, Chu Shanhe asked, do you have fire, extreme light, flame grass, and dragonbone wood here? These are the other 2 main ingredients for refining the golden spirit solidification pill. Fire, extreme light, flame grass, and dragonbone wood. Fang Tianlei's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Chu, are you joking with me? What's wrong? Chu Shanhe was puzzled. Don't you know that these 2 are top-tier heavenly materials, the kind that are rare and hard to find? How could I possibly have them here? Fang Tianlei wore a bitter smile. I thought your apothecary pavilion, being one of the 3 major institutions in the Medicine City, would have such heavenly materials. You think too highly of our apothecary pavilion. Chu Shanhe sighed. Forget that, I need you to help me gather these herbs. As he spoke, Chu Shanhe took out a piece of paper with a list of various herbs written on it, which were indeed the other ingredients for the golden spirit solidification pill. Fang Tianlei took a glance at the paper, slowly nodding. The others are fine, but this blood spirit flower is a bit tricky. What's the issue? Chu Shanhe inquired. This herb is at the Mundane courtyard. You know our relationship there. So what? They are your rivals, not mine. Chu Shanhe snorted. I don't believe that Mundane courtyard wouldn't be tempted by. After leaving the apothecary pavilion, Chu Shanhe headed straight for the Mundane courtyard. As one of the 3 major herb institutions in Medicine City, Mundane courtyard was also quite large, with a similar ancient style as the apothecary pavilion. At the counter, he explained his purpose to the manager. You want to buy blood spirit flower? The manager, a woman, looked Chu Shanhe up and down and smiled slightly. Sir, please wait a moment. The blood spirit flower is a rare herb, and I cannot make that decision. I will ask our leader to come down and speak with you personally. Thank you. Chu Shanhe was slightly surprised by the politeness of this female manager. How could there be such a big difference compared to the one at the apothecary pavilion? Not long after, a woman in a qipao exuding charm approached. Sir, are you the one looking to purchase the blood spirit? That's right. Then please follow me. The woman turned and headed toward the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Chu Shanhe quickly followed. Call someone from your management who can negotiate. I urgently need the blood spirit flower. Hurry, hurry. If this matter is delayed, no one can take the responsibility. At that moment, with a loud whoosh, a group of people rushed in. Leading them was a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an air of arrogance. Behind him were several burly men emanating a fierce aura, clearly not easy to provoke. The young man spoke arrogantly, ignoring the other customers around him. Upon seeing this young man, the woman in the qipao frowned slightly before revealing a sweet smile and walked down. Oh, it's young Master Xiao. Are you the one after the blood spirit flower? Witnessing the woman's sudden shift in demeanor, Chu Shanhe was left dumbfounded. He then glanced at the young man who had achieved the master realm at such a young age, indicating high talent. However, he was puzzled why the woman in the qipao would show such attitude toward someone like him. Despite her charming appearance, Chu Shanhe could sense a terrifying aura from her, at least the strength of a 4-star. Yet such a formidable woman displayed such attitude towards a young master. And the burly men behind the young man, each possessing the strength of a grand master, exuding fierce and bloody auras, clearly soldiers who had seen battle. What kind of person could afford to have soldiers as bodyguards? Chu Shanhe wondered within. Antlon, please don't ask about this. I'm in a hurry. Please give me a price, and I will thank you later. The young man smiled and encouraged. Antlon smiled enchantingly, so anxious. This little guy wouldn't be using this herb to impress some girl, would he? I really wonder which girl in Medicine City could catch young Master Zhao's eye. The young man chuckled. Antlon, you truly know people well, but I won't say who it is. You'll find out soon enough. Alright, I won't tease you any longer. The blood spirit flower is priced at 18 million. If you give 15 million, it will be fine. Do you have that much money? As soon as these words were spoken, nearly all the customers in the Mundane, including the manager and even Antlon, turned to look, their expressions quite strange. That young Master Xiao looked at Chu Shanhe with a playful expression, speaking in a tone that was undeniably provoking. Hey old man, who are you? I am a customer here to buy the blood spirit flower, Chu Shanhe replied calmly, and I am purchasing it right in front of you. He then turned to Antlon, who was dressed in a cheongsam, and slowly said, hey, you are the one in charge here, right? I want to ask, didn't I come to you first to buy this blood spirit flower? Don't you have to follow a first-come, first-served policy in business? Well, of course, first-come, first-served is a principle however, some matters have to be prioritized. Young Master Xiao is buying this blood spirit flower to save someone. As the saying goes, saving a life is more valuable than building a 7-story pagoda. Old sir, if you give him some face, it is equivalent to. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Shanhe directly interrupted her. He is buying the blood spirit flower to save someone. Does that mean I am not? Chu Shanhe was so amused that he laughed. This logic of yours is not applicable anywhere. There is no such way to conduct business. Old man, saving someone is your own business. At this moment, young Master Xiao arrogantly spoke. This blood spirit flower is already decided for me. You should leave before you embarrass yourself. Do you understand? What do you think, you can just forcefully take it? Chu Shanhe scoffed. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Old man, don't. Young Master Xiao's expression darkened instantly, and his tone became cold as ice. Get lost, or you— Oh. Chu Shanhe frowned, and his expression also turned gloomy. What if I don't? Then I will kill you. A fierce killing intent flashed in young Master Xiao's eyes, as he brazenly declared, if you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see if you can. Chu Shanhe suddenly smiled faintly, then stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of young Master Xiao, grabbing his neck and lifting him up as if he were a small chicken. I know your background may be profound, but what does that matter? Chu Shanhe tightened his grip, slightly unable to tolerate this second-generation rich kid who relied on his family's background to bully others. The last person to speak to him this way and act with impunity was Sun Qian, and now the entire Sun family had been eradicated, their graves possibly overgrown with grass. Now encountering another arrogant young man, he certainly would not indulge his bad habits. Cough cough. Young Master Xiao's face instantly turned a pig liver color, and he struggled desperately to break free from Chu Shan's grip, but it was futile. Hold. The bodyguards behind him immediately changed their expressions. A wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from them, as they coldly glared at Chu Shanhe. Old man, let go of our young master. Old sir, what are you doing? Even Aunt Lan's expression changed dramatically as she hurried over to speak. Do you know who he is? How could you act so rashly? I don't care who he is. Chu Shanhe remained unfazed, even tightening his grip again. Even if his father is the king of heaven, I still need to speak to him properly. How can one threaten me like this? Just because he doesn't want to give the blood spirit flower, he thinks he can kill me. Who does he think he is? Old sir, please don't be stubborn. Let him go quickly to avoid bringing disaster upon yourself. Antlon looked at young Master Xiao, whose breathing was becoming increasingly labored, and her expression turned anxious. He is the only son of General Xiao Zhantian of our Medicine City. If you kill him, General Xiao will definitely not let you off. Xiao Zhantian. Hearing this, Chu Shanhe was taken aback, then said, the Xiao Zhantian of the Yinglong army. That's right. Antlon breathed a sigh of relief. Since you know General Xiao, you understand his temper. Let go quickly. If this continues, it will cost lives. I didn't expect you to be Xiao Zhantian's son. Chu Shanhe swung his arm, tossing Xiao Hua to the ground, and coldly said, you are so arrogant and overbearing, so full of yourself. Does your father Xiao Zhantian know? You old man, who do you think you are to even dare speak my father's name? Xiao Hua gasped for breath, looking extremely displeased. He coldly glared at Chu Shanhe, his killing intent soaring. Do you believe I can have someone kill you right now? I don't believe it. Chu Shanhe slowly shook his head and said lightly, little brat, don't think that just because you mentioned your father's name you have the right to act arrogantly. Even if I slap you in front of your father, he wouldn't say anything. Just from what I said, if your father hears it, he would probably slap you to death. He looked at Xiao Hua and noticed some resemblance to Xiao Zhantian, unable to help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that over 30 years had passed, and Xiao Zhantian had gone from a mere squad leader to the position of general. Moreover, he never expected to encounter Xiao Zhantian's son here and almost kill him. However, one must acknowledge that his talent was evident. Back then Xiao Zhantian was only in his 20s, yet he had already reached the master realm with limitless prospects. Now being the general of the Yinglong army was well-deserved. Old man, you are truly seeking death. Xiaohua's face turned hideous. As Xiao Zhanshan's son, he was used to being arrogant and regarded his reputation as paramount. Now seeing an elderly man daring to act against him, and even using his father's name to educate him, it infuriated him. Dare to disrespect my father. Kill him for me. Xiaohua's killing intent soared to the heavens. Yes, young master. The bodyguards nodded immediately, and then a wave of terrifying aura erupted from them, each possessing strength above the 5th rank master. In an instant the hall of Mundane was filled with gusts of wind. Beside them Aunt Lon sighed slightly at this scene. After casting a sympathetic glance at Chu Shanhe, she waved her arm, and an invisible wall of energy immediately blocked the gusts. Since when did Xiao Zhanshan's soldiers become like this? Chu Shanhe frowned slightly, then shook his head as his gaze turned cold. Since that's the case, I will properly discipline you for Xiao Zhantian. Bold. The bodyguards' eyes narrowed, their killing intent soaring, and then they stepped forward, launching an attack. However, the next second their expressions changed dramatically. A more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Chu Shanhe, causing their movements to halt. General of war. They could hardly believe that this seemingly elderly man was actually a general of war, the suffocating pressure making it difficult for them to breathe. It wasn't just them. Even Aunt Lon looked surprised, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Did Xiao Zhantian train you to become masters, just to let you follow his son to bully the weak? Chu Shan's expression was very displeased as he kicked out. Bang bang bang. The next moment those bodyguards lay on the ground, clutching their chests, their faces twisted in pain. Have you forgotten what the duty of the Yinglong army is? Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura as he looked down at the few guys lying on the ground, slowly speaking. Do you need me to remind you? We know we were wrong, please spare us, senior. They quickly shook their heads. From Chu Shan's aura and tone they realized that this old general likely knew General Xiao, and even if he didn't, he must know some big shot in the Yinglong army. Otherwise he wouldn't be so angry. Although Xiao Zhantian had instructed them to protect Xiaohua, they had also been quite displeased with this second-generation rich kid, who was arrogant and disrespectful. However, due to Xiao Zhanshan's temper, they had quietly endured. But now encountering Chu Shanhe, they realized they had finally run into a hard wall. Moreover, they saw this opportunity to let Chu Shanhe teach Xiaohua a good lesson. The bodyguard's submission made Xiaohua's expression change, and he turned to Chu Shanhe, his face even more ferocious. Don't think you can take advantage of me, just because you're a general. Oh, Chu Shanhe said, somewhat surprised. Are you planning to call your father over to settle this? You aren't worthy of having my father personally intervene. Xiaohua scoffed, thinking that with so many experts in the Yinglong army, dealing with a mere general should be easy. No, you must let your father come. Otherwise I will beat you until you can't get up. Chu Shanhe suddenly smiled brightly. Looking at Chu Shan's radiant smile, Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. To him, that smile resembled the grin of a... He had a strange illusion that if he truly didn't allow his father to come, the old man would certainly humiliate him in front of... As the most arrogant second-generation heir in the Medicine City, if he were to be publicly humiliated by having his pants pulled down, he would become the laughingstock of the entire city. This kind of humiliation was something he could not accept, and he immediately abandoned the thought of contacting other relatives, picking up his phone to call his father Xiao Zhantian. Hello, what is it, you little brat? A heavy voice reverberated from the other end of the line. Dad, I was bullied by an old man. He is a battle general and insists on having you come. What? Which old man is so bold? Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Shanhe felt a wave of emotions, never expecting to see Xiao Zhantian again in this lifetime. He instinctively wanted to shout his name into the phone, but Xiaohua had already hung up. With a grim expression he glared at him. You old fool, when my dad arrives it will be your end. If you kneel down and apologize now, I might consider letting you off with a dog's life. Thinking that his father was coming soon, Xiaohua returned to his previous arrogant demeanor. I hope when your father arrives you remain this arrogant. Chu Shanhe smiled silently upon learning Xiaohua, with Xiao Zhanshan's son, his attitude had already changed. This was also the reason he insisted on having Xiao Zhantian come. First, it was an old acquaintance reunited, and second, he wanted to witness Xiaohua in a major social embarrassment. He was just waiting to see Xiao Zhantian discipline Xiaohua. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, a tall and imposing man entered the hall of Mundane. Son, is it that old man who bullied you, and even specifically called for me to come? Who is so bold? Xiao Zhanshan's deep yet angry voice echoed throughout the hall. It's me. Chu Shanhe stood calmly with his hands behind his back. Although Xiao Zhanshan's presence was imposing, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing that familiar figure. You are. Xiao Zhanshan's gaze fell upon him, their eyes colliding midair. They stared at each other, as if a long time had passed, yet it felt so close. Dad, it's him. At that moment Xiaohua rushed to Xiao Zhanshan's side, preparing to complain. However, the next second Xiao Zhantian pushed him aside and walked directly toward Chu Shanhe, his face revealing excitement. Dad! Xiaohua thought his father was about to act and immediately pointed at Chu Shanhe, shouting, Old man! Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a slap from Xiao Zhantian. How dare you speak to your Chu grandfather like that? If you continue to be so disrespectful, I will slap you to death. After giving his son a cold glare, Xiao Zhantian quickly approached Chu Shanhe, and under the astonished gazes of everyone gave Chu Shanhe a powerful hug. Uncle Shanhe, Captain. Chu Shanhe also patted Xiao Zhanshan's back vigorously, his face filled with excitement. Back in the day, Xiao Zhantian was their captain, and Chu Shanhe, being the oldest and most senior member, had taught him many skills in military tactics and survival in the wild when Xiao Zhantian first joined the army. In fact, there were several times when Chu Shanhe risked his life to save him. As Xiao Zhanshan's strength grew, his position changed from a team member to a captain. But no matter what position he held, he always respected Chu Shanhe deeply. At that time, Chu Shanhe was already over 70, and he affectionately called him Uncle Shanhe. When Chu Shanhe had to retire due to declining health, Xiao Zhantian had cried like a child that day. Uncle Shanhe, you. Looking at Chu Shanhe, who radiated vitality and strength, Xiao Zhantian was filled with disbelief. He never expected that years had passed, and his Uncle Shanhe had not become a frail old man who, instead with age his vitality had been rejuvenated, becoming remarkably strong, and even his cultivation had jumped to the level of a battle general. He was very well aware of Chu Shanhe's condition back then. It's just that I've had some fortunate encounters in these years. Chu Shanhe smiled, his expression somewhat excited. I told you back then that you were not an ordinary person. Who would have thought that after more than 30 years you have become a military leader in the Yinglong army? Your cultivation has even reached the level of a battle king. I still can't keep up with your pace. Uncle Shanhe, you're too modest. If it weren't for you back then, I might have died under the claws of the ferocious beasts. Any achievements I have today are thanks to you, Uncle Shanhe. As a leader of the army and a battle king level figure, Xiao Zhantian was usually admired by thousands wherever he went, but now he appeared like a child in front of Chu Shanhe. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. The most uncomfortable one was Xiaohua. He initially thought that with his father's arrival he could finally hold his head high, and even had plans on how to torment Chu Shanhe. However, unexpectedly this person turned out to be an old acquaintance of his father, and judging by his father's tone, he seemed to owe him a favor. Now he finally understood the meaning behind Chu Shanhe's earlier words. I hope, when your father arrives, you remain this arrogant. Instantly 2 words floated in his mind. Finished. Xiao Zhantian and Chu Shanhe, after reuniting old friends and chatting for a while, finally shifted their gaze to Xiaohua. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over to apologize to your Chu grandfather. Xiao Zhanshan's gaze was icy, and this was the first time Xiaohua had seen such an expression from his father. He immediately shrank his neck, his head down, and slowly moved toward Chu Shanhe. Damn it, can you move a bit faster? Xiao Zhantian kicked him directly. Thud. The next moment Xiaohua stumbled a few steps forward and then directly knelt before Chu Shanhe. Apologize. Xiao Zhantian roared like thunder, raising his hand. Chu grandfather, I was wrong. Perhaps this time Xiaohua's threats to kill Chu Shanhe truly infuriated Xiao Zhantian, for his slap was accompanied by a gust of wind. Xiaohua kept pleading for mercy, crying out in agony. Today I will beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Soon a pig's head was completely born as Xiaohua's face was bruised and swollen, looking absolutely pitiful. Enough, he is just a child. Children speak without restraint, don't hurt him. Seeing that it was about time, Chu Shanhe held Xiao Zhantian back. How old is he, yet still getting away with childish nonsense? Xiao Zhantian kicked again, saying, Uncle Shanhe, if you weren't a battle general today, you would have surely fallen at the hands of this little brat. I thought this kid was weak, so I specially assigned a few bodyguards, but I never expected him to commit such a rebellious act. As he spoke, he shot a cold glare at Xiaohua, saying, now go back and reflect on your actions. Yes. With a swollen face, Xiaohua gritted his teeth in pain and obediently left Mundane garden. This really angers me. Xiao Zhantian sighed helplessly. Alright, don't be angry. Chu Shanhe patted his shoulder. It's rare for us to meet today. I'll come, let's go drink. Uncle Shanhe truly understands me. Xiao Zhantian chuckled and leaned closer to his ear, saying, you have no idea, I've been managed by that tigress lately, am dying to indulge. Hearing this, Chu Shanhe looked at Xiao Zhantian in surprise. It turns out, even the war king is afraid of his wife. Uncle Shanhe, don't look at me with that kind of gaze, you are the same. The 2 men exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Boslan, wrap that blood spirit flower for Uncle Shanhe. The money will be on my account, I'll pick it up later. Alright, Lord Xiao. Aunt Lan watched the backs of the 2 with a faint hint of envy in her eyes. The friendship between men is just that pure. The drinking continued late into the night, recounting tales from decades ago to the present. When Xiao Zhantian learned that Chu Shanhe's son and daughter-in-law had sacrificed themselves, he immediately cried like a child. In his heart, he had always regarded Chu Shanhe as an elder, and he never expected that this 100-year-old man had such a heartbreaking past. He didn't know what words to use to comfort this elderly man with graying hair, so he could only express it with wine. Fortunately, many years have passed since the incident, and Chu Shanhe had long since come to terms with it, but every time he mentioned it his heart would involuntarily twitch. Neither of them used spiritual energy to dissipate the alcohol, they were both completely drunk. When both of them collapsed on the table, the guards who had been waiting outside for a long time took them back. In the office of the Yinglong army, when the guards brought the inebriated Xiao Zhantian inside, they found a figure sitting by the bed. Sister-in-law, the commander drank too much. Since you are here, I will take my leave. The guard laid Xiao Zhantian on the bed and quickly departed, also closing the door behind him. Seeing the drunken and reeking Xiao Zhantian, Yi Qing's anger flared up. Earlier her son had come home bruised and battered, and upon her questioning she learned that he had been beaten by Xiao Zhantian. She was infuriated and came to the army to confront him. However, she did not expect Xiao Zhantian to not be in the army at all. She waited until now to finally see her husband. Drink, 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 that's all you know how to do. Yi Qing picked up a pillow and smashed it directly onto Xiao Zhantian's body. Just as she was about to explode, she noticed tears streaming down his face. Uncle Shanhe, please don't be sad. Your son and daughter-in-law died in battle, and from now on Xiao Zhantian will be your son. Uncle Shanhe, if it weren't for you saving me from the clutches of a ferocious beast back, then there wouldn't be today's Xiao Zhantian. Here I bow to you. Consider it as you accepting me as your son. Uncle Shanhe. Listening to Xiao Zhantian's drunken ramblings, Yi Qing's gaze softened. She had always known about Uncle Shanhe. Ever since she married Xiao Zhantian, he would mention this name almost every 2 days. Eventually, she learned what kind of person Uncle Shanhe was in her husband's eyes. In fact, she was quite curious and always thought it would be nice to meet this Uncle Shanhe. She never expected that her husband had been drinking with him this time, and her anger dissipated instantly. Having been married to Xiao Zhantian for over 20 years, she naturally understood what this person meant to him. What if Yi Qing tucked Xiao Zhantian under the covers and quietly sat by the bed listening to her husband's ramblings. Before long, tears streamed down her face. The next day, Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes, shook his aching head, and then circulated his qi instantly, refining the alcohol, restoring himself. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he suddenly realized that he had drunk with Xiao Zhantian until he passed out last night, and he had no knowledge of what happened afterward. Where is this? The spiritual energy is so rich. He got out of bed and looked around, his face filled with confusion. He discovered that this was a cultivation room, and the spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant, already showing signs of misting. Could it be that Li Zhaoxian brought me back? With a sense of doubt, he muttered to himself, feeling immensely refreshed from the abundant spiritual energy. Then, casting these questions aside, since he was already here, he might as well sign in. With a thought, he declared, sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving 10 pieces of Dao tea. The system's voice left Chu Shanhe momentarily stunned, but then a smile brightened his face. After many days, he never expected to sign for Dao tea again, and this time, it was a full 10 pieces. Just like last time, each leaf lasts for 10 hours. This is truly a treasure. Chu Shanhe gazed at the 10 pieces of Dao tea emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, and his smile grew even more pronounced. I believe these 10 pieces of Dao tea can help me comprehend the third sword move, perhaps even the fourth one as well. He had already begun to plan the use of these 10 pieces of Dao tea in his mind. Creak. At that moment, the door to the training room opened, and Xiao Zhantian's head peeked in. When he saw that Chu Shanhe was awake, he smiled, and then pushed the door open to enter. Uncle Shanhe, there was simply no other place last night, so the guard settled you here. This is my exclusive training room, don't feel out of place. Xiao Zhantian scratched his head like a simpleton, looking a bit embarrassed. What do you mean by out of place? Chu Shanhe smiled. This is better than anywhere else with abundant spiritual energy. I feel refreshed waking up this early. I'm glad Uncle Shanhe likes it. It's almost mealtime. I came to invite you to my home. Yi Qing has been eager to meet you and has made breakfast waiting. Yi Qing is my wife. After drinking so much yesterday, your wife didn't clean you up. Chu Shanhe was someone. I don't know about that. This morning I woke up and saw a note she left for me. Xiao Zhantian chuckled. It said I must. That child is thoughtful. Let's go. Under Xiao Zhantian's lead, the two drove out of the military compound and arrived at to Chu Shanhe's surprise. Despite Xiao Zhantian being such a powerful military commander, the place he lived was surprisingly ordinary. A 3-bedroom apartment with simple decoration. Yi Qing, Uncle Shanhe is here. As soon as they entered soon a woman in her 40s dressed in home attire and wearing an apron walked out. Though a housewife, she exuded an extraordinary aura. It was Yi Qing. Uncle Shanhe is here. Yi Qing slightly bowed to Chu Shanhe and said with grace, Zhantian, please let Uncle Shanhe sit. The meal is ready, I'll get you chopsticks. Breakfast consisted of home-style dishes, fried dough sticks, soy milk buns, eggs, and 2 appetizers prepared by Yi Qing along with a bowl of millet porridge. Chu Shanhe was not pretentious and started eating a bun. By the way, where is the child? After finishing one bun, he curiously glanced at Xiao Zhantian and his wife. He clearly remembered that Xiao Zhantian had sent Xiaohua home to reflect on his actions yesterday, but he didn't see him today. I sent him to the military to train with the soldiers. Xiao Zhantian said, that little brat has been spoiled by his mother. If it weren't for running into you this time, I wouldn't have. That little brat is too bold. He chooses to learn how to be a playboy instead of something useful. He needs a good lesson. I've decided to have him stay in the military from now on. If he dares to act recklessly, he'll break his legs. Only you can do that. Yi Qing shot Xiao Zhantian a fierce glare, and he immediately lowered his head. Chu Shanhe smiled. The child has good talent, we cannot let it go to waste. Your approach is commendable. I plan to send Chu Feng to you for training as well so you can train him well. Chu Feng is no longer a child. Originally, he planned to send him to the Hua City Military Academy after graduation, where there is systematic training and cultivation, and he could often turn on the battlefield. For someone like Chu Feng, this would be the perfect fit. However, he has now changed his mind and decided to send Chu Feng directly to Shaozhantian, where the first military's training intensity is greater and can help Chu Feng's strength grow faster. Secondly, it would serve as a reality check for him. His talent is indeed impressive, and even in a military academy he would stand out, which could easily lead to arrogance and complacency. The greatest fear for a martial artist is this. But if he is sent to the military, he will be treated as the weakest, which can ignite his competitive spirit. Most importantly, with Shaozhantian the war king around, no one would dare to touch him. It is a win-win situation. That is absolutely no problem, uncle. Shaozhantian nodded, and then exchanged a glance with Yi Qing. What do you two have something to discuss with me? Chu Shanhe clearly sensed everything. Uncle Shaozhantian and I have discussed, and wish to acknowledge you as our father. Yi Qing's expression suddenly became serious, and this statement left Chu Shanhe stunned. Uncle, please do not rush to refuse. Let me explain. Zhantian has always treated you as family, and we are both orphans. You are Zhanshan's teacher and savior, fully deserving to be our father. Yi Qing's voice was soft as if she were stating a matter, but Chu Shanhe was already in tears, his heartstrings deeply touched. Father, please allow your child to bow to you. Good child, quickly get up. For the next few days, Chu Shanhe remained in seclusion for cultivation. With the aid of the Dao Ti, the sword rune above his dantian spun wildly. A profound and ancient aura emanated from it, with the runes flashing intermittently. In Chu Shan's mind, a vague sword shadow was continuously taking shape. A few days later, the sword aura around him grew increasingly sharp, with countless illusory sword shadows appearing around his body. Swish! Suddenly those sword shadows became solid and began to wildly dart around Chu Shan's body, resembling mischievous children. As the speed of the sword shadows increased, they ultimately formed a sword net that completely enveloped Chu Shanhe. After an unknown period, the sword net transformed back into countless sword shadows floating around Chu Shanhe. In the next moment, Chu Shan's eyes suddenly opened wide, the light of the sword flickering in his gaze. Go! He shouted softly, and the dense sword shadows surged toward the walls of the training room. I didn't expect this third move to be an area attack technique. Chu Shanhe let out a light breath. After consuming 6 pieces of Dao Ti and spending more than half a month, he finally comprehended the third move of the sword technique. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. I like this name. During this period, my foundational cultivation has already surpassed that of a war general. Coupled with the support of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, my overall combat power should be comparable to that of a 1-star war god, though the specifics can only be determined through battle. Chu Shan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he slowly rose and walked out of the training room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a figure waiting for him. To his surprise, it was Yao Chun. What is it? Chu Shanhe was taken aback and slowly spoke. What do you want from me? You idiot, don't you realize what day it is? You just finished your retreat. Yao Chun cursed, directly noticing Chu Shan's bewildered expression. He couldn't help but explode in anger. The ruins. The ruins. How could you forget such an important matter? Look at my memory. Chu Shanhe finally realized why Yao Chun was so upset, and instinctively he lightly retorted. Isn't it today? What time is it now? Why go so early? Do you realize that we will be delayed on the way? Yao Chun was so angry, he nearly jumped up. The ruins are in Mountain City, which is still quite far from here. Have you lost your mind? You don't even know this basic knowledge. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Shan's expression changed, and he pulled Yao Chun, his figure flashing as they disappeared from the spot. Soon 3 figures zipped past above Yao City. If we are delayed because of you and can't enter, I will die for you to see. In the air, the 3 flew swiftly, with Yao Chun still grumbling. Alright, I was wrong, okay. Chu Shanhe felt a headache coming on and seemed to show weakness. Once this trip to the ruins is over, I will give you a pill formula as compensation. Really? Yao Chun's eyes immediately lit up. Really, just please keep your mouth shut. Okay, before I shut up, let me ask you one last question. How do you know so many ancient pill formulas? And what type of pill formula are you planning to give me? Can you give me a hint? Also, do you think we can obtain the spiritual herb I need from this trip to the ruins? And about that pill formula you gave me last time, it really... Shut up, say one more word, and the formula will be off the table. Alright. Watching the 2 bicker, Li Zhaoxian looked on in silence. Aren't you all grown up? Why are you acting like children? Mountain City is located in the southeastern part of the Asia-Pacific region, separated from Yao City by a city of mutual trust and a fire city. The 3 of them pushed their speed to the limit and finally arrived at Mountain City around 4 in the afternoon. Mountain City, an ancient city with a long history, exudes an air of antiquity. Even the city walls are carved by time, holding too much history. One could even say that the appearance of the first ruins marks this city as the birthplace of modern martial artists. Though its history is long, it remains a first-class city with a population exceeding 100 million. The city bustled with traffic, with various shops lining the streets, and the shouts of vendors filled the air. It was very similar to Yao City, except here they sold not only medicinal materials, but also various artifacts, weapons, ancient texts, and even the cubs of fierce beasts. After entering the city, the 3 headed straight for the small mountain in the center of Mountain City, which is why it is called Mountain City. The entrance to the ruins is right above that small mountain. Besides them, Chu Shanhe noticed several groups of martial artists heading in that direction. When they reached the small mountain, almost 100 people had already gathered there, each boasting an extraordinary aura, starting from the 6th grade war general level. Each time the ruins open, spots are allocated with the city lord taking priority, followed by major families and powerful factions, Yao Chen explained. Isn't it surprising that the highest cultivation level here is only at the war god realm? Exactly. Chu Shanhe slowly nodded, scanning the crowd. The lowest was a war general, while the highest was merely a war god. Logically speaking, some city lords and the top combatants from major factions shouldn't have such low cultivation levels. Not to mention the lords of those upper-class cities, aside from Yao Chen, who is an exception, the others are all war king level experts. Not to mention the lords of those upper-class cities, aside from Yao Chen, who is an exception, the others are all war king level experts. Tian and the Yinglong army to guard. That's because the ruins contain the laws of heaven and earth, which only allow a maximum of war gods to enter. War kings who do so will be targeted and killed by these laws. Yao Chen said. Laws of heaven and earth. Chu Shanhe nodded, as if he understood. Though the first ruins are ancient, they are rich in treasures, and there are some forbidden places, which makes everyone extremely curious, eager to search inside. If one can find ancient inscriptions or ancient books, that would be a huge gain. Of course, many are here with specific goals, just like us, Yao Chen continued to explain. It seems that the time for the ruins to open is set for the evening. Let's rest here for a while to regain our energy. When we enter the ruins later, let's first get that spiritual herb before discussing anything else, and don't trust anyone. Everyone can be afflicted by greed. So can I trust you? Chu Shanhe scoffed. What if you get the herbs and decide to kill both of us? Chu Shanhe, you bastard. Yao Chen became furious. Am I that kind of person? Don't forget we're a team. Do you know what a team means? Alright, I was just joking. Why are you so hard to tease? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes, and from the corner of his eye he spotted a man with a handlebar mustache approaching them. City Lord Yao, long time no see. The man with the handlebar mustache looked at the furious Yao Chen and chuckled. Who has offended the City Lord? Do you need me to teach him a lesson? Hu Jiwan. Yao Chen glanced at the man with the handlebar mustache, a look of disdain on his face. Why are you everywhere? Do my affairs concern you? Quickly disappear from my sight. The sight of you makes me want to vomit. City Lord Yao, I'm just trying to help you. Hu Jiwan replied, maintaining his smile, not angry at all. Get lost. I don't need your help. Yao Chen waved his hand, dismissively expressing his disdain. I'm more afraid of you stabbing me in the back. City Lord Yao is still so fond of jokes. Hu Jiwan smiled lightly. Since you don't welcome me, let's meet again in the future. Farewell. After saying that, he turned and left gracefully. However, in that instant of turning, his expression became extremely grim, with a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Who is he? Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian simultaneously looked at Yao Chen. Just a petty person. Yao Chen waved his hand, then said, be careful of Hu Jiwan and his accomplices when we enter later. These guys specialize in schemes. Last time I almost fell into that guy's trap. Although I don't know what they plan to do in the ruins, I can assure you it's nothing good. Then why don't we scheme against them? Li Zhaoxian suddenly revealed a cunning smile. This statement left Chu Shanhe and Yao Chen momentarily stunned before they exchanged a knowing smile. Sometimes the tacit understanding between men is so profound. Boom. At that moment, the small mountain suddenly began to tremble, followed by a rise of purple mist, hazy and ethereal, as an ancient aura wafted outward. It's here. Everyone in front of the mountain widened their eyes, standing up, intently staring at the depths of the mist. Soon a dimensional rift appeared, and some indistinct shadows appeared within everyone's view. These shadows were close at hand, yet gave the impression of being from another realm. The entrance has appeared, let's move. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then figures shot up into the sky, rushing towards the dimensional rift. In an instant, there was a throng of people and spiritual energy surged. Let's go in as well. Yao Chen, Li Zhaoxian, and Chu Shanhe exchanged glances, and then transformed into streams of light, entering the ruins. Boom. Not long after, the small mountain returned to calm, the shadows dissipated, and the dimensional rift gradually vanished. The once bustling foot of the mountain was now eerily silent, with only a few fallen leaves gently drifting down. In the dimensional rift, Chu Shanhe followed behind Yao Chen and Li Zhaoxian, suddenly encountering several different time-space tunnels before them. There are several paths to the first relic, and different choices will lead to different landing points. Yao Chen explained ahead, as he had been to the first relic several times and had considerable experience. We will take the leftmost tunnel. The landing point there is closer to our target. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the time-space tunnel, with Li Zhaoxian and Chu Shanhe immediately following. In just a moment, a flash of white light appeared before them. They were immediately greeted by a scene change, and a rich spiritual energy surged towards them. This place is simply a paradise for cultivation. Signing in here would surely yield good rewards. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy, Chu Shanhe's heart surged with excitement. Had he not already utilized his sign-in chances for the day, he would have been unable to contain himself. The three figures gently landed, with Yao Chen appearing calm as he had visited several times before. However, for Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian, it was their first visit, their faces filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Not only was the spiritual energy rich here, but the scenery was also exceptionally beautiful. An outsider might mistake it for a paradise having nothing to do with the notion of ruins. Before them lay a lake, its waters crystal clear with strands of spiritual energy, rising gently from the surface, complemented by spiritual herbs emitting a faint medicinal fragrance nearby. If these were placed outside, they would be considered valuable medicinal materials, but here they resembled wild grass and flowers, hardly garnering any attention. Now Chu Shanhe finally understood why so many people came to the ruins seeking opportunities. Further away, some peaks shimmered with colors, with even more spiritual vines and herbs enhanced by the swirling mist of spiritual energy, resembling a fairyland. If only we could live here, it would be so comfortable. Li Zhaoxian sighed. This place is perfect for cultivation or any— What are you thinking? Yao Chen rolled his eyes. Do you really think this is a fairyland? Don't be fooled by the current tranquility and beauty. Once night falls, powerful beasts will emerge. The reason no one has dared to step into those forbidden places for centuries is precisely because of the terrifying beasts. Let's hurry while it's still light out. Yao Chen's words made Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian's expressions change. They exchanged a glance, and quickly— On the way they encountered several factions, yet all were hurrying towards their own destinations, presumably fearing the beasts that roamed at night. Suddenly a fierce sound of fighting made them halt. Looking ahead, not far away, two groups were locked in a chaotic battle with flowers, grass, and trees around them in disarray. Don't meddle. Oh, let's go around. Yao Chen glanced and prepared to leave. The dragon bone wood was discovered by us first. Who do you think you are to lay hands on it? If everyone here is so ridiculous. Indeed, heavenly materials belong to the worthy. Your Haiching clearly is crackling. After several voices echoed, the fighting resumed. However, it was those few words that made Chu Shanhe stop in his tracks. Let's go. What's wrong? Seeing this, Yao Chen and Li Zhaoxian also stopped, looking at Chu Shanhe with confusion. The dragon bone wood. A glint of excitement flashed in Chu Shan's eyes as he calmly said, I need that item. You mean? Exactly as you— The three exchanged glances, then concealed their presence, slowly approaching a large tree, observing the two factions battling below, ready to take advantage of the situation. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and after a fierce struggle, the few warriors from Haiching finally could not hold on any longer, collapsing into a pool of blood with unwilling expressions. The two battle gods managed to escape, but the opposing side did not pursue. Instead, they picked up the dragon bone wood and prepared to leave. Let's go. At this moment, Yao Chen, who had been observing, was about to rush out, but was pulled back by Chu Shanhe. Now is not the time. I'll wait a little longer. Haven't they already? Yao Chen wanted to say more, but his expression suddenly changed. He saw a group of people emerging from another direction. It was Hu Jiuan and his crew. Hand over the dragon bone wood. Thank you, our enthusiastic Qingqing partners, for driving away the Haiching people. Hu Jiuan stepped forward with a demeanor of no relatives, even smiling in a rather lewd manner. The Hu family of Shanqing. The expressions of the Qingqing group changed significantly, especially when looking at the arrogant and lewd smiles of Hu Jiuan and his crew. The few quickly stood up, backing up against each other, watching Hu Jiuan warily. This guy was already notorious, and many were unwilling to associate with him because he was a true scoundrel. One could never know when he would stab you in the back. Of course, they were even less willing to see this guy. But as fate would have it, just when they thought to retreat, they encountered the Hu. You wish. The dragon bone wood is ours. The Qingqing experts were filled with murderous intent, their aura erupting. Instantly, a fierce wind ravaged the surroundings. No, it's ours. Hu Jiuan smiled faintly. You're really thinking about how to compete with us? Hurry up and hand it over, or I will kill you. As his words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the few people behind him. Under the astonished gazes of a few people from Qingqing, the aura of Hu Jiuan and his companions erupted completely, revealing themselves as a group of battle-hardened experts. Hand it over, or you will meet a gruesome fate. The mocking smile on Hu Jiuan's face grew more pronounced as he flipped his wrist, revealing a dagger stained with blood. With a flick of his hand, the blade sparkled with dazzling light. What should we do? The experts from Qingqing exchanged glances, and a fierce aura swept across the entire— Hu Jiuan, I am Qingfeng, the son of the city lord of Qingqing. For my father's sake, let this matter rest. We truly have great use for the dragon bone wood. The leader of the Qingqing group said, as long as you do not take the dragon bone wood, feel free to make any demands. Once we leave the ruins, I will definitely ensure your requests are met. He invoked his background, hoping to intimidate them. However, the mockery on Hu Jiuan's face showed no sign of diminishing as he slowly shook his head. You are the son of the city lord of Qingqing. Absolutely true. Qingfeng puffed out his chest. But what— Hu Jiuan suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Don't think that just because you are the son of the city lord it makes a difference. Even if you were the son of the federal lord, it wouldn't matter. The dragon bone wood is mine. Even if the heavenly king comes, it won't change anything. That's what I say. With that, he waved his arm, and the few people behind him began to close in. You. Qingfeng's expression changed suddenly. Hu Jiuan, are you really not afraid of facing our Qingqing's wrath after leaving the ruins? Wrath? Hu Jiuan sneered. Then I will just kill all of you, won't that suffice? Attack! As the words fell, he stepped forward and instantly appeared before Qingfeng, his dagger radiating a scarlet light, filled with a terrifying killing intent, aiming straight for Qingfeng's throat. His first strike was a lethal one, offering no chance for the opponent. A ruthless character indeed. Chu Shanhe assessed silently from a branch. Hu Jiuan, you will regret this. King Feng's face darkened as his aura erupted, a massive hammer appearing in his hand, which he swung fiercely at Hu Jiuan. The battle was about to erupt. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged, causing the entire space to tremble. The combat strength of battle god level experts exceeded 100 million, creating a vast area of conflict. Even Chu Shanhe and the other two had to shift positions multiple times. Both sides aimed to annihilate each other, striking mercilessly. Their spiritual weapons tore through the heavens and earth, crashing down upon their opponents. Chu Shanhe and the other two watched the battle intently from the branches. The people of Qingqing are going to lose. When do we strike? Wait a bit, Qing Feng has not been pushed to the brink yet. He must have a backup plan. What are you anxious about? Let them fight fiercely. It would be best if they perish together. That way we can obtain the dragon bone wood without lifting a finger. How do you know that we are the only ones hiding nearby? What if there are other forces? Then we will wait until the end. Li Zhaoxian's last words made Chu Shanhe and Yao Chun turn to look at him. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He spoke weakly. That's right. The two shook their heads. You look delicate like a scholar, yet your heart is so cunning. You're quite the schemer. The two raised their thumbs in approval. Hu Jiuan, you are forcing my hand. On the battlefield, as Hu Jiuan's dagger pierced King Feng's shoulder, King Feng's eyes turned blood red, and he let out a roar, his chest heaving violently. Not good. Hu Jiuan seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically as he retreated. Roar. In the next moment, Qing Feng howled in fury, visibly gathering his blood and energy towards his throat. This roar was like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and earth. This was a secret technique of the Qing family, named the Lion's Roar technique. Once the sound wave was unleashed, the ground cracked and mountains crumbled. Clearly Qing Feng had not reached that level yet, but as a battle god his roar still held considerable power. The sound waves surged like a tsunami, completely enveloping Hu Jiuan, resembling a giant beast roaring, akin to waves crashing against the shore. It even swept across miles, turning nearby trees into powder. Even Chu Shanhe and the other two covered their ears, displaying expressions of pain. In the center of the sound waves, Hu Jiuan was in agony. He felt a splitting headache, blood pouring from his mouth, and nose looking extremely disheveled. However, he managed to steady himself, and a golden light radiated from his chest, forming a protective barrier to withstand King Feng's Lion's Roar technique. Damn it! Hu Jiuan shook his aching head, his expression dark as he glared at Qing Feng, not expecting to almost suffer. Qing Feng, I told you that you will surely die. As his words fell, another identical dagger appeared in his hand. He then brought the two daggers together, merging them. In the next moment, a double-ended spear appeared in his grasp. Holding the spear, Hu Jiuan's aura transformed once more, becoming even more ferocious. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, transforming into a series of afterimages appearing before Qing Feng in an instant. The spear radiated a chilling aura with a terrifying, killing intent enveloping Qing Feng. King Feng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated, turning into a streak of light, evading the attack. He pushed his speed to the limit, trying to evade Hu Jiuan's assault, but as time passed, the spear came ever closer. There was no way around it. Hu Jiuan's cultivation was already a notch above his. Furthermore, Qing Feng had just fought 2 consecutive battles, leaving him in no condition to compare. Qing Feng was in a dire situation, with several wounds on his body, blood not flowing, but staining his green attire. Seeing that Qing Feng was at his wits' end, a cold glint flashed in Hu Jiuan's eyes as he accelerated again, the bloodied spear lunging straight for King Feng's throat. No. The other experts from Qingqing changed their expressions dramatically, attempting to rush over to save him. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the enemy and could not get through. They were almost swept away by the sudden surge of power. Die! Hu Jiuan grinned maliciously, thrusting the spear forward, instantly arriving before Qing Feng. Hu Jiuan, I will not spare you even in death. Qing Feng roared in fury at this moment. He had no spiritual energy left, only able to watch as Hu Jiuan's spear approached him. Suddenly a flash of cold light appeared, accurately striking the tip of Hu Jiuan's spear, causing it to veer off and stab into King Feng's shoulder. This scene caused Hu Jiuan's expression to change slightly as he withdrew his spear, looking warily around. Qing Feng let out a long sigh of relief, having dodged a bullet, and he was also curious about who had intervened. Hu Jiuan, we meet again. In the next moment, a figure slowly walked over. It's you. Hu Jiuan's expression instantly darkened upon hearing that voice. The figure before him was none other than Yao Chun. Yao Chun, dare you sabotage my plans? Hu Jiuan's voice, cold as ancient glacier ice, sent a chill rippling through the air, lowering the ambient temperature several degrees. His internal qi and blood surged violently, unleashing a torrential wave of murderous intent. His sullen eyes locked onto Yao Chun like those of a venomous serpent. What precisely do you mean by your plans? Yao Chun scoffed, flicking his wrist. The glint of cold steel reappeared in his grasp, a pestle, its surface radiating razor-sharp spiritual pressure. As you yourself said, rare treasures belong to those with virtue. Were you not also seizing the opportunity while Qing Feng lay weakened? Yao Chun wrinkled his nose in disdain. A petty man like you dares accuse me of ruining your plans. Do you even possess any plans worth ruining? You dare? Hu Jiawen's murderous aura intensified further. His spear began pulsing with crimson light. Just as he was moments away from slaying Qing Feng and claiming the dragon bone, Yao Chun had emerged at the final threshold, shattering control entirely. Truth be told, his resolve to kill Qing Feng stemmed from fear. Fear of Qingqing City's retaliation once they exited the ruins. Only the dead keep silent. Kill. Seize treasure. Such was their creed, and their sole lifeline. Now that lifeline had been utterly severed by Yao Chun. Not only was the dragon bone lost, but Qing Feng's inevitable vengeance upon exiting the ruins would surely crush them. All of this, every calamity, stemmed from Yao Chun. Yao Chun, I truly regret sparing you last. Hu Jiawen's eyes blazed crimson. He stepped forward, sweeping his spear in a devastating arc, roaring with apocalyptic fury as he charged straight toward Yao Chun. Humph, Hu Jiawen. Last time I treated you as a brother, yet you struck me from behind. Yao Chun snorted coldly. His pestle swelled midair, blazing with divine radiance, its overwhelming aura illuminating the entire forest in brilliant, searing light. Boom. Spear met pestle in cataclysmic collision, blotting out heaven and earth, dimming sun and moon. Both warriors staggered backward several steps, their weapons recoiled and returned to their hands. So it is, alchemists simply cannot match martial cultivators in raw combat power. Yao Chun sighed, inwardly gripping his pestle. Though his cultivation realm surpassed Hu Jiawen's, his actual combat efficacy amounted to merely 80%, and an alchemist's physical body lacked the sheer resilience of a martial cultivator's. Do you truly believe you can stop me, Yao Chun? Hu Jiawen bared his teeth in a savage grin, his gaze piercing, murderous intent boiling skyward as he lunged forward. Do you really think I stand alone, eh? Yao Chun flashed a radiant smile, then swung his pestle again, wreathed in terrifying force. Simultaneously, a pillar of seven-colored light pierced the heavens, enveloping Hu Jiawen completely, halting his movement mid-lunge. Seven-colored divine light. Hu Jiawen's face paled instantly. Within that luminous vortex, his body grew leaden. His speed, strength, even the flow of spiritual energy within him slowed markedly. The raging torrent of qi and blood within him cooled abruptly, like water, freezing mid-splash. Never in his wildest imaginings had he expected the seven-colored divine light to manifest here, let alone bind him. Unexpected, wasn't it? A smirk widened on Yao Chun's lips. His gaze hardened, his arms snapped forward. The pestle materialized before Hu Jiawen's chest and struck with crushing force. Cough. Blood erupted from Hu Jiawen's mouth as he hurtled backward. Yao Chun, you coward. Face me, unknown. He steadied himself, his features twisted into grotesque fury. Don't waste your breath dreaming. Yao Chun rolled his eyes. Would an alchemist ever duel a martial cultivator, unknown? Preposterous. Had it been his former self, he might have accepted such a challenge. But after Li Zhexian had imparted to him the supreme art of underhanded tactics, enlightenment had struck like lightning. Ambush over duel always. And truth be told, he simply couldn't win a fair fight anyway. This very strategy had been devised earlier among the three of them. Li Zhexian's seven-colored divine light could suppress anything. Even if he hadn't yet mastered its ultimate form, immobilizing foes remained well within his reach. Whether for stealthy strikes or tactical restraint, it was the perfect tool. Hu Jiawen nearly choked on his own rage. He let loose a sky-rending roar, then surged forward once more, his spear cleaving reality itself, bearing apocalyptic fury straight toward Yao Chun. Yet again the seven-colored light descended, slowing his motion to a crawl. Thud! Yao Chun's pestle slammed into his chest anew, sending him flying backwards, spitting blood once more. Grara! Hu Jiawen's face contorted in utter humiliation. The seven-colored divine light was a martial cultivator's bane. If no countermeasure existed, one became little more than a living target awaiting blows. Ha ha ha! Blissful! Seeing Hu Jiawen's agonized expression, Yao Chun felt profound satisfaction. Torturing an enemy, it seemed, was far more exhilarating than he'd imagined. He'd originally brought Li Zhexian along to subdue the monstrous beast with the seven-colored divine light, but ironically deploying it against Hu Jiawen proved even more gratifying than acquiring the rare treasure itself. One or two more strikes, and Hu Jiawen, the treacherous wretch, would lie broken beyond revival. Yet the anticipated moment never came. Hu Jiawen abruptly reined in his aura and fled, vanishing before Yao Chun's astonished gaze. Retreat. Yao Chun, next time I catch you we'll settle this. Farewell for now. Seeing Hu Jiawen flee, his remaining allies likewise withdrew, vanishing into the shadows in swift succession. They got away, oi. Yao Chun wore an expression of lingering disappointment. Come back and fight. I dare you. His voice echoed hollowly through the treetops, unanswered save for a few drifting leaves spiraling silently downward. Huff. The Qingqing cultivators exhaled deeply in unison, collapsing onto the forest floor, gasping raggedly for breath. Having endured 2 consecutive battles and sustained grievous wounds, their faces were deathly pale. We owe you our lives, Elder Master Yao. Qing Feng approached, having hastily ingested healing pills during Yao Chen's clash with Hu Jiawen. Now his wounds had scabbed over and were healing slowly but steadily. Gratitude shone across his face as he bowed deeply to Yao Chun. Young Lord Qing Feng, please. No. Yao Chun waved dismissively. We happened to pass by. And besides, Hu Jiawen and I have old scores to settle. Seeing him prey upon you, we intervened without hesitation. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Though it is regrettable we failed to eliminate Hu Jiawen this time. Elder Master Yao, your life-saving grace shall never be forgotten. Qing Feng continued earnestly, should Qing Feng, or Qingcheng City, ever serve your purpose, Elder Master Yao, command us without reserve. Let tomorrow's matters wait for tomorrow. Yao Chen smiled faintly. However, my friend has business with you now. Your friend? What business? Qing Feng blinked, startled. Let him speak for himself. Yao Chen turned toward the thicket and called out, exasperated, must I personally invite you both? Whoosh. At his words a streak of prismatic light flared. Then stepping forth, bathed in its glow, came Li Zhaxian, robed in white, scholarly and serene, and Chu Shanhe standing tall with arms folded behind his back. Those two show-offs, Yao Chen muttered, rolling his eyes again. May I ask, senior fellow cultivator, what brings you to me, eh? As Chu Shanhe and Li Chengxian descended gracefully, Qing Feng clasped his fists in salute toward Li Chengxian. As for Chu Shanhe, he was simply ignored. Surely a mere battle general, likely Li Chengxian's attendant. Not me. Him. Li Chengxian smiled faintly and stepped aside. You? Qing Feng froze, utterly unprepared to find that the one seeking him was this elderly man. Indeed. It is I. Chu Shanhe nodded lightly before speaking calmly. I require the dragon bone wood currently in the young lord's city master's possession. At these words, Qing Feng's expression instantly stiffened. You seek the dragon bone wood? Precisely. Chu Shanhe affirmed, nodding. It is precisely for the dragon bone wood that we intervened. He spoke plainly. No pretense, no circuitous prelude. For time was precious, and once the dragonbone wood was secured they would depart immediately for their next destination. Yet those words made Yao Chen grimace sharply. That old fox. Just moments earlier he had claimed it was sheer coincidence. A case of righteous intervention upon witnessing injustice. Only for Chu Shanhe to expose the truth so swiftly, leaving him utterly mortified. The embarrassment was so profound it could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room. Qing Feng cast a long penetrating glance at Yao Chen, who averted his gaze. Desperate it seemed for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. The dragonbone wood is non-negotiable, Chu Shanhe continued, voice resolute. Young Lord City Master, if you hold even a sliver of gratitude for our having saved your life, grant my request. Of course refusal remains an option, though should you choose it. Chu Shanhe flashed a dazzling smile, then his countenance hardened into icy severity. I shall kill you, and claim the dragonbone wood regardless. You. The sudden shift in demeanor startled Qing Feng. Momentarily speechless, he turned his gaze toward Yao Chen and Li Chengxian. In his estimation, Chu Shanhe was but a lowly battle general. If Yao Chen and Li Chengxian refused to endorse him, there was no reason to take his word seriously. Even injured as he was, crushing a mere battle general would be effortless. Yet Yao Chen's and Li Chengxian's reactions sent another wave of shock across Qing Feng's face. Do not look to me. His will is mine, Yao Chen declared coolly. The dragonbone wood must be ours. Should the young Lord City Master refuse, we shall have no choice but to sever ties irreversibly. After all, your life was restored by my hand. Taking it now would merely settle the debt. Life or death? Choose wisely, young Lord City Master. Li Chengxian merely unfurled his folding fan and fanned himself gently. You? Qing Feng's inner world churned like a storm-tossed sea. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined such influence wielded by a single battle general. So much so that even 2 legendary war gods deferred to his command. His curiosity about Chu Shanhe's true identity deepened. After a moment of silent contemplation, he finally produced the dragonbone wood. Since this dragonbone would mean so much to you, I offer it freely, as repayment for saving my life. Though reluctant, Qing Feng knew the circumstances left him no alternative but surrender. He harbored no doubt, should he dare refuse, all 3 would end him without hesitation. Rare spiritual treasures were valuable, but life itself remained paramount. Many thanks, young Lord City Master. Chu Shanhe accepted the dragonbone wood with quiet composure. You saved my life, oh, I return a rare spiritual treasure. Our accounts are settled. Qing Feng's expression hardened once more. Should we meet again, it will be as adversaries. Let us go. With that he led the others from Qingxing away from the site. Clutching the dragonbone wood, a subtle smile curved Chu Shanhe's lips. The 3 principal ingredients for the golden spirit solidification pill were now all but complete. Hey old man, do you intend to refine pills with this dragonbone wood? Yao Chen leaned in, eyes gleaming with fascination, gazing at the luminous spine-like sacred wood pulsing with spiritual energy in Chu Shanhe's palm. Indeed, Chu Shanhe nodded, then deftly concealed the dragonbone wood within his sleeve. What pill is it? Might you share its name? Yao Chen's eyes blazed with excitement. A true alchemical devotee, he relished such scholarly exchanges. The golden spirit solidification pill. Chu Shanhe withheld nothing. A pill designed to fortify the physical body. What? You too seek to refine the golden spirit solidification pill? At those words, Yao Chen's expression shifted abruptly. He gasped aloud. What is wrong? Is there some issue? Chu Shanhe blinked in surprise. You know of this pill, eh? Tell me, why did I come here? What rare treasure did I seek? Yao Chen evaded the question, countering instead. Seeing the odd glances exchanged between Chu Shanhe and Li Qingxian, he instantly grasped their unspoken thoughts, and before either could rebuke him hurried to clarify. I sought the final principal ingredient, the fire extreme radiant flame fruit. Moi. Now it was Chu Shanhe's turn to be stunned. Surely you do not mean to say the mysterious pill you refined was also the golden spirit solidification pill. Of course, strengthening my corporeal frame was precisely why I undertook its refinement. Else why expend such immense effort? What uncanny coincidence. Perhaps fate has woven this thread. With no rational explanation forthcoming, they ascribed it to destiny. Yet the official formula for the golden spirit solidification pill makes no mention of dragonbone wood as an ingredient. Yao Chun voiced his confusion. Its three principal components are the fire extreme radiant flame fruit, earth heart bloom, and gold sun vine, and none of its auxiliary formulations include dragonbone wood. Where did your formula originate? Chu Shanhe furrowed his brow. He understood gold sun vine, an acceptable substitute for the exceedingly rare golden spirit fruit, both sharing metallic affinity. But earth heart bloom and dragonbone would belong to fundamentally opposing elemental affinities, one fiery, the other woody. Alchemy obeyed the 5 elemental interactions: the golden spirit fruit, embodied metal dragonbone, wood and the fire extreme radiant flame fruit fire. Fire subdues metal, metal subdues wood. Thus the elemental balance among principal ingredients was strictly ordained. Substituting dragonbone wood for earth heart bloom would yield 2 fire affinity components and only 1 metal, utterly incompatible. Such an imbalance would not only prevent successful pill formation, but risked catastrophic furnace explosion, total failure, grave losses. I purchased it at great expense, Yao Chun replied. Is something amiss, say? And if I told you the formula you bought is counterfeit, would that constitute a serious problem? Chu Shanhe spoke with quiet, unshakable certainty. What? Hearing Chu Shan's words, Yao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying that the pill formula I obtained is fake? Exactly. Chu Shanhe nodded, then recited the correct pill formula to Yao Chun and explained the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. As a pharmacist, you must understand this principle. The earth heart spirit flower belongs to the fire attribute. How could it possibly merge with the fire extreme light flame fruit? If the person who sold you the formula isn't a fraud, then there must be an issue with the formula itself. Yeah, why didn't I think of the mutual restraint of the 5 elements? After Chu Shan's analysis and explanation, Yao Chun suddenly had an epiphany, as if receiving a divine revelation. I always wondered why my practice with the simplified version ended in explosions. It turns out this was the reason. With your skills, you still dare to call yourself a pill master, the #1 pharmacist in the city. You must have used connections to get that title. Chu Shanhe couldn't help but roll his eyes, instinctively retorting, "You can shut up. I earned it through my own strength. You think you're so capable. I just didn't think of it. That doesn't mean I can't, okay? Alright, you just didn't think of it." Seeing this guy about to start rambling again, Chu Shanhe quickly nodded. "However, you need to clarify the situation with the pill formula once we get out. If there is an inherent problem, that's normal, but if you were deceived, then there's something more to this matter. Don't worry, I spent a great deal of resources for this formula. If that scoundrel dares to deceive me, I will not let him go." A cold glint flashed in Yao Chen's eyes. "Alright, let's discuss this matter later. We need to hurry to our destination. Time is running out." "Then let's go." Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixin nodded. After saying that, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, flying deeper into the ruins. Under Yao Chen's guidance, the 3 soon arrived at the edge of a magnificent and towering cliff. One side of the cliff was a bottomless abyss, pitch black, resembling the giant maw of an ancient beast, imparting a tremendous sense of oppression. On the other side was a steep ancient path, quite vague and concealed. If it weren't for Yao Chun leading them, Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixin would never have known. This place is called the Ghost Sorrow Gorge, one of the forbidden areas within the ruins. Be careful, do not fall into that abyss. If you do, it would mean certain death. Has anyone ever gone into that abyss? Chu Shanhe asked. No one has. Years ago, the Federation organized a suicide squad to go down, but to this day those people have not returned. They died down there. Yao Chen's expression grew serious. This abyss is very deep. No one knows exactly how deep it is. Moreover, the deeper you go, the greater the spatial resistance and pressure, which could crush a person to death. So is this place called a forbidden area because of the abyss, eh? Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixin looked at him. No, the abyss is only the second reason. Yao Chun slowly shook his head. The first reason lies above. The guardian of the fire extreme light flame fruit, an ancient relic species, the golden winged rock. An ancient relic species. The two exchanged glances, a trace of horror flashing in their eyes. It is known that the strength and talent of ferocious beasts entirely depend on their bloodline power. The more ancient their lineage, the stronger their strength. If ferocious beasts were compared to ordinary people, then ancient relic species would be akin to royal family members. Their bloodlines contain terrifying power. Once awakened, their combat ability is immeasurable. Indeed, last time it was because of this golden winged rock that I couldn't obtain the fire extreme light flame fruit. Yao Chun wore a look of regret. That beast is too ferocious and fast. Ordinary martial artists can't even touch it, and they can only be mercilessly tortured to death by it. No wonder you called me here. Li Zhixin now understood why Yao Chun had said those things to him when they first met. Exactly. Yao Chen nodded. Your seven-colored divine light is the nemesis of this speed-type, ferocious bird. I called you here specifically to deal with this golden-winged rock. It's getting late, let's head up. That beast should be in a deep slumber at this time, a perfect opportunity. The three quickly climbed up that ancient path, and in just a few leaps they reached halfway up. As they got closer, Chu Shanhe and Li Zhexian finally saw the true form of the golden-winged rock. This rock stood 10 zhang tall, its wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. The golden feathers shimmered in the sunlight, and a peculiar fleshy crest adorned its head, glowing with mysterious runes. Not far from the rock, a spirit vine bore a fruit radiating a scorching light, distorting the surrounding air. It was the fire extreme light flame fruit. This beast is becoming more ancestral. It now has the fleshy crest of an ancient Kunping. Yao Chen's expression turned incredibly grave. The more ancestral the ferocious beast, the stronger its combat power. While it is still in slumber, let's take action directly. The three exchanged glances, and then Li Zhexian's aura erupted completely. A beam of seven-colored divine light shot into the sky, soaring upwards, and then enveloped the golden-winged rock. Caught. At that moment, the golden-winged rock suddenly opened its eyes, a flash of blood-red light flickering before its golden feathers bristled. Sensing danger, it let out a thunderous cry, releasing a deafening bird screech. Then with a flap of its wings, it stirred up a terrifying whirlwind that swept towards Chu Shanhe and the others. At the same time, Li Zhexian's seven-colored divine light completely enveloped it, causing its movements and speed to suddenly stall. Yet even so, its speed remained astonishing, instantly reaching above the three. Its claws sharp as steel hooks came boom. Yao Chen unleashed his full aura, and his pestle for concocting medicine expanded rapidly as it struck down fiercely at the golden-winged rock. Simultaneously, a violent aura surged into the sky, followed by a 30 zhang tall golden giant appearing. It swung a massive hand carrying a destructive force towards the rock. With their first move, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Chu Shanhe went all out, combining the Buddha's golden body with bloodthirsty rage and the star-plucking divine technique, determined to crush the rock with overwhelming force. Caw! The golden-winged rock let out a long cry to the sky, its golden light surging and its aura explosively rising. With a flap of its wings, it burst forth from the seven-colored divine light before everyone's astonished eyes, transforming into a streak of golden light as it charged towards the giant hand. Chu Shanhe activated the power of blood and qi within his body. A terrifying aura continuously gathered on that giant hand. The golden giant roared with fury, its imposing presence soaring to the heavens as the 30 zhang golden body wielded the star-plucking hand, striking fiercely against the body of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock let out a cry, golden light bursting forth from its body with gray patterns erupting from the fleshy crest atop, its head shimmering and spreading all the way to its beak. Boom. Upon collision, a deafening roar echoed through the entire ruins, shaking the entire Ghost Cho Gorge, causing massive stones to tumble into the abyss. What happened? It's from the Ghost Cho Gorge. My God, whose audacity is this to dare step into the Ghost Cho Gorge? That ancient legacy is not to be trifled with. Are they out of their minds? Don't they fear being torn apart by the golden-winged rock? Everyone in the ruins paused their actions, looking over in this direction. Some even rushed over to see what was happening. The golden-winged rock emitted a sharp screech, directly struck away by that giant hand flying hundreds of meters. It flapped its wings to steady itself, its fierce eyes glowing red, fixating intently on the 30 zhang golden giant. This beast's physical form is incredibly strong. Chu Shanhe frowned, tightly surprised that he couldn't kill the golden-winged rock with that strike. However, this fell within his acceptance. If it could be easily killed, it wouldn't be called an ancient legacy. The rock's fierce aura surged, its blood-red eyes began to shake violently, then transformed into a streak of golden light, once more charging towards Chu Shanhe. Sir, come. Chu Shanhe remained unperturbed, extending his arm, the long yuan sword appearing in his hand with a sharp aura. Open the heavens slash. As he saw the incoming golden light, Chu Shanhe swung his arm, a massive sword beam soaring into the sky. Even the long yuan sword rapidly expanded its blade, turning blood-red, the dragon's eyes at the sword's tail glowing red. The blood-red sword beam enveloped the golden light, then slashed down fiercely. The golden-winged rock reached its top speed, its body spinning wildly, its wings slicing the air, creating ripples in space as it charged forward. Clang! The deafening sound once again resounded through the heavens and the earth. The rock arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, but this time it was injured, feeling a searing pain in its wings, several golden feathers falling and blood seeping from them. If it weren't for using its bloodline power to mitigate that terrifying sword beam, it might have been injured even more severely. Screech. A sharp screech rang out again. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings, directly diving into the clouds, then plunging down, its golden claws reaching out, aiming to shred the golden giant. The rock's claws were incredibly sharp, carrying a chilling aura as they swiftly reached the giant's head, directly clawing at it. Chu Shanhe's white hair flew, his aura surged, and the long yuan sword erupted with dazzling light, beginning to spin rapidly. Jinghong go. In the next moment, the blood-red giant sword appeared at the rock's throat, piercing forward with terrifying killing intent. The rock's expression changed, its wings trembled, instantly transforming into a streak of light, and vanishing from the spot, the Long Yuan's sword stabbing into thin air. City Lord, hold it down. The rock's speed was indeed lightning fast, causing Chu Shanhe to feel headaches, prompting him to shout for Li Zexin's assistance. At the same time, he ordered Yao Chun to directly pick the fire extreme light flame fruit. The three acted separately. Whoosh. In the next moment, a seven-colored divine light arose, the paper fan in Li Zexin's hand radiating dazzling brilliance. He did not chase the rock, but prepared to strike. When the rock attacked Chu Shanhe again, he would strike, catching it off guard. Beside him, Yao Chun flickered, leaping several times, arriving before the spirit vine, staring at the fiery red fruit. He then took out a white jade box covering the fire extreme light flame fruit. Screech. At that moment, a golden light appeared, the golden-winged rock diving down with overwhelming ferocity and violent killing intent, heading straight for Yao Chun. Beast, your opponent is me. Chu Shanhe would not let it succeed. The golden giant stepped forward, the Long Yuan sword spinning madly, instantly arriving before the rock. Meanwhile, Li Zexin waved his arm, the seven-colored divine light instantly enveloping it, slowing the rock's movements. Puff! The Long Yuan sword pierced through its wing, instantly splattering blood, golden feathers falling. Scream! The rock let out a miserable cry, disregarding the fire extreme light flame fruit, its wings flapping wildly, using its speed to break free from the seven-colored divine light's confinement. Repositioned in the sky, the rock let out a long howl, shaking mountains and rivers, its body shining with golden light, and the fleshy crest atop its head erupted with brilliant radiance, the gray patterns reappearing this time, spreading over its entire body. Whoosh! The rock howled towards the heavens, then its wings violently trembled in the astonished gazes of the three, all its feathers suddenly unfurled, detaching from its body and shooting down. The wind howled, and the rain of arrows glimmered. Each golden feather now resembled a golden blade slicing through space with destructive force, completely enveloping the three. Chu Shanhe's expression changed, his white hair flowing, the golden body standing between heaven and earth, and in the next moment countless sword shadows appeared around him, with the Long Yuan sword erupting in terrifying blood-red light. The numerous sword shadows began to shake violently. With every tremor, their momentum increased. 10,000 swords returned to origin. With Chu Shanhe's furious shout, the dragon shadow on the Long Yuan sword soared to the sky, crushing the dense array of feather blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of countless metal collisions rang out, the sword shadows vanished, and golden feathers fell. I didn't expect this old fellow to be so terrifying. Yao Chun glanced at the spectacular scene, his mind shaken. He then swiftly picked the fire extreme light flame fruit, closed the white jade box, tucked it into his bosom, and quickly returned to Li Zexin's side, the pestle in his hand radiating a soft glow. If given the chance, he would strike directly. Screech! The rock screeched, its eyes filled with unwillingness. It initially wanted to use this move to completely pierce the opponent, but unfortunately the sword was too powerful, severing many of its feathers. With no choice, it trembled, its wings, the golden feathers reversing and returning, covering its body again, though far fewer than before. Its eyes glowed red, its entire form shining with golden light. Then, with a reluctant roar in the astonished gazes of the three, it trembled its wings and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the heavens and the earth. It actually escaped. Not far from Ghost Cho Gorge, figures flickered. As they watched the golden light vanish, astonishment spread across their faces. How is it possible? That ancient creature was actually driven away. Whose combat power is so terrifying that even the golden-winged rock could be forced to retreat? My heavens, someone actually managed to confront that rock heathen. It is an ancient species showing signs of regression, and its speed is unmatched. How could he possibly ignore the rock's terrifying speed? Which city does this person who can manifest a golden giant come from? These were all here to fish in troubled waters, hoping for a chance to reap some benefits. Yet when they arrived, they witnessed the golden-winged rock in retreat, while the 30-zhang tall golden giant remained standing between heaven and earth. Some of the earlier arrivals even saw the moment when the golden feathers clashed with countless sword shadows, a sight simply breathtaking. Get lost. The Long Yuan sword returned to Chu Shanhe's hand. The golden giant's gaze swept around Ghost Cho Gorge, buzzing in the ears of those opportunists like thunder. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances, and ultimately some left, while others hesitated, contemplating whether to. After all, they had just fought against the rock, and even though it retreated, it had consumed a great deal of their strength. If you don't leave, you will die. However, at that moment, they were horrified to see the golden giant move again. The blood-red giant sword hovered in the air, followed by a myriad of sword shadows appearing directed straight at them. Those who still harbored some hope were now pale with fear, their figures flickering as they fled wildly. Above Ghost Cho Gorge, countless sword shadows hovered in the air, and the Long Yuan sword emanated a terrifying aura. Once the figures disappeared, the sword shadows shattered with a bang, and the golden giant instantly dissipated into the air, revealing Chu Shanhe's figure as the Long Yuan sword returned to its normal size back in his hand. Old man, not bad. As Chu Shanhe slowly landed, Yao Chun was about to speak, but found his face turning pale, followed by a mouthful of fresh blood being spat out. Chu Lao, old thing, what happened to you? Seeing this, Yao Chun and Li Zexin's faces changed drastically as they hurried forward to support him. Excessive consumption, severe injury. Chu Shanhe weakly spoke. Here, take these healing pills. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin immediately took out a handful of healing pills and stuffed them into Chu Shanhe's mouth. If it weren't for Chu Shanhe being exhausted at that moment, he would have wanted to slap this guy. It must have been intentional. As a large handful of pills entered, they instantly transformed into pure medicinal power, healing his internal injuries and organs. If not for his solid Buddha body, and having comprehended the 10,000 swords returning to one in advance during the duel with the golden-winged rock, he would have certainly been unable to withstand the rock's final attack. Even with the resistance from the 10,000 swords returning to one, those golden feathers still inflicted significant damage on him. The earlier display that drove away those opportunists was entirely a bluff. Fortunately, they managed to scare those people away, otherwise it would have been even more troublesome. Meanwhile, at a mountainside within the ruins, several figures were quietly advancing. Not far from them lay a snow-white leopard. Under the leopard were 3 small cubs lazily lying on their mother, looking completely content. Boss, I didn't expect to encounter the cubs of the white jade leopard this time. They are worth quite a bit. Wait, old Lu, you handle the small ones, the bigger ones are up to us. Hu Juan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seized the opportunity to strike fiercely. Roar! The mother leopard sensed danger and instantly flipped over, letting out a long howl. Whoosh! Hu Juan took the lead, a blood-red spear appearing in his hand, its shadow soaring with terrifying killing intent, enveloping the mother leopard. At the same time, the other members also experienced a surge of momentum, their weapons bursting forth with brilliant light, completely sealing off the mother leopard's escape route. Under the siege of 5 god-level experts, the mother leopard was only able to hold on for 3 rounds before Hu Juan pierced it through with a spear. Had it not been for old Lu catching the cubs beforehand, the aftershocks of that battle would have surely killed those 3 little ones. The 3 little ones had no idea that their mother had already been killed. They continued to sleep with their eyes half closed. Take good care of them. Hu Juan withdrew his spear, took a brief rest, and prepared to settle down in this place as night was about to fall. Boss, look! Just then a terrifying pressure descended. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a golden light rushed from the horizon, and as it drew closer, they realized it was a golden-winged rock. Whoosh! In an instant, the rock appeared above them, and even Hu Juan and the others could see its golden claw. Get down! The group instantly fell to the ground as the golden claws swept overhead, heading straight for the mother leopard's corpse. So its target was that leopard. The rock arrived quickly and left just as fast, restoring the sky to brightness. Hu Juan and the others scrambled up, their faces pale with fright. Isn't that beast in Ghost Cho Gorge? How did it come here? Perhaps it came out to hunt. Isn't it allowed to have a meal, eh? The group commented. Enough chatter, let's find a place to settle down quickly. Tiamat Mountain is about to get dark. Hu Juan interrupted them, his face serious. The golden-winged rock has appeared. If we wait any longer, those ferocious beasts will all come out. Everyone nodded and continued upward. Just then a bird's cry rang out, and Hu Juan and the others were horrified to see the flying golden-winged rock turn back. Not good this time, it seems its target is us. Damn it, let's fight it. This guy seems injured. Whose speed can match it? Prepare for battle. That beast is injured. Ooh, our chance has come. The faces of the group changed drastically, their auras erupting as their weapons shone brilliantly. Kill! With Hu Juan's loud shout, he stepped forward, the blood-colored spear soaring into the sky, tearing through the void and fiercely stabbing at the golden-winged rock. The others immediately followed, their inner chi boiling, almost simultaneously unleashing their strongest attacks. In an instant, blades and sword lights enveloped the golden-winged rock. The several individuals were war gods. Their attack power was terrifying, and the overwhelming aura made the surrounding trees rustle, stirring up countless dust and fallen leaves. Caw! The golden-winged dapeng bird glared fiercely, having just been severely injured by a human with a large hole pierced through its wing. Although it had just consumed a white jade leopard, restoring some vitality, it was still insufficient. It needed more nourishment. After digesting the white jade leopard, it set its sights on these humans. Not only that, but it had developed an extreme hatred for humans, not only for wounding it, but also for stealing its long-guarded fire extreme glare fruit. It could not defeat that golden giant, so was it unable to devour a few humans to vent its anger. Thus Hu Juan and his companions unfortunately became the targets of the golden-winged dapeng bird's wrath. The dapeng bird screeched, its speed reaching its peak, transforming into a stream of light that soared into the clouds, then swooping down with its massive wings spread wide, blocking out the sun and plunging the entire area into darkness. Caw! Its wings swept across like 2 sharp blades, directly slicing through the oncoming sword lights into 2. Then with a violent flap of its wings, a hurricane erupted, stirring up wild winds and instantly enveloping Hu Juan and the others. Hu Juan and his companions changed expressions, unable to believe that this creature was so terrifying. Their fierce attacks were actually severed by its wings, even reversing the situation. If the raging wind were to strike them, it would surely exact a painful toll. Boom! Several beams of light erupted from the chests of Hu Juan and the others as their defensive spirit artifacts activated all at once. Then a blood-red light surged from Hu Juan's long spear, and he stepped forward, the spear swelling in the wind with a blood-colored serpent apparition appearing at its tip. The serpent flicked its tongue and bit fiercely toward the head of the golden-winged dapeng bird. The red flicking tongue was the spear of Hu Jiuan. Caw! The golden-winged dapeng bird let out a long cry and actually met the attack with its body. In a flash, its terrifying golden claws appeared above the serpent, striking down fiercely. Bang! The serpent apparition shattered instantly, yet the attack continued unabated and struck violently against the blood-red spear. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and soon after, with a muffled groan, Hu Jiuan was sent flying, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hiss! Seeing this, the others couldn't help but gasp in shock, realizing that the physical strength of this dapeng bird was extraordinarily formidable, and coupled with its unmatched speed, they found themselves at a loss. This beast is too powerful. How are we supposed to fight it? It's physically strong and fast, our attacks can't even touch it, and even if they did, they couldn't break its defenses. What should we do then? Run. If you think you can outrun the golden-winged dapeng bird, then go ahead and try. The group was completely despaired, their expressions grim. Even 7 war gods faced with this ancient ferocious beast had no means to contend, and as time passed, they might even end up as food for this creature. Caught. The golden-winged dapeng bird coldly fixed its fierce eyes on them, then let out a long cry, flapping its wings and soaring into the clouds, transforming into a golden stream of light, diving down directly at the group. Hu Jiuan and the others turned pale as Gold hurriedly activating their defensive spirit artifacts and simultaneously using their techniques to respond. In that moment, everyone's hearts sank. They had underestimated the strength of this ancient creature, and this was still its weakened state. They could hardly imagine how terrifying the golden-winged dapeng bird would be at its peak. Would they even be able to withstand a single encounter? Boom. In just one diving attack, their defensive spirit artifacts showed signs of cracking. We need to retreat into the mountain, Hu Jiuan decisively ordered, and then the group frantically dashed towards the mountains. Caw! The golden-winged dapeng bird flapped its wings and instantly appeared above them, its golden claws carrying a terrifying force that struck against their defensive spirit artifacts. Crack! Several more cracks appeared, and even the protective light dimmed significantly. Boss, what do we do? This won't do if this goes on. Well, be caught by this beast. The group was exhausted, their expressions constantly shifting. I remember that deep within this mountain is another forbidden area. Oh, wherever there is a forbidden area, there are fierce beasts. Hu Jiuan's face turned grim. Let's take a gamble and flee at full speed into the depths. Upon hearing this, the group felt their energies surge again, speeding up and desperately running deeper into the mountain. The golden-winged dapeng bird transformed into a stream of light, its wings like divine weapons relentlessly crashing into the group. Crack! Crack! The protective light of the group finally shattered under the dapeng bird's repeated assaults, completely turning into scrap. Caw! The dapeng bird let out a long cry, spreading its wings and tearing through the void directly toward Hu Jiuan and the others. Boss, it's coming. We're going to die. Damn it. The group cried out in despair. Even Hu Jiuan wore a face of hopelessness, not expecting that this trip to the ruins would turn out to be their doom. Moreover, they hadn't done anything wrong. They had just run into the injured golden-winged dapeng bird and were now being pursued for no reason. Damn it, I'll fight this beast. Hu Jiuan's face flashed with madness. Even if I die, I'll pull out a few of its feathers. With his words, his aura erupted completely, and the others did the same, preparing to fight the golden-winged dapeng bird to the death. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying beast roar echoed from deep within the mountain, shaking the entire peak, causing rocks to crack and the mountains to collapse. Even Hu Jiuan and the others covered their ears, blood streaming from their orifices. Caw! The golden-winged dapeng bird halted, screeching at the depths of the mountain. Then with a flap of its wings, it transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the horizon. The mountains returned to tranquility. Hu Jiuan and the others shook their heads, the pain on their faces not yet faded, but upon seeing that the golden-winged dapeng bird no longer pursued them, they collapsed onto the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked towards the depths of the mountain, their eyes filled with terror. What kind of fierce beast lurked within that a single roar could possess such power, even causing the ancient species, the golden-winged dapeng bird, to flee in panic? The group exchanged glances, then crawled forward on the ground, fearing that the terrifying beast would discover them. Finally, before nightfall, they found a cave to hide in and sealed the entrance with a massive stone. Hurry up and recover. Hu Jiuan's expression was grim as he sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate. This time they truly had terrible luck. First they were intercepted by Yao Chun and the others, and now they were being hunted down by the golden-winged dapeng bird. He felt extremely frustrated. Damn it, if I get angry, I'll charge deep into the mountain and lure that terrifying beast out. No one will survive. A flash of madness flickered in his eyes. As night fell, the entire ruins were engulfed in darkness where one could not see their own hand. With a beast's roar echoing through the heavens and the earth, the entire ruins trembled. The fierce beast howled, shaking the mountains and rivers, and the trees rustled with the falling leaves. In the night of the ruins, fierce beasts roamed freely and fierce birds shrieked to the heavens. Soon a terrifying presence approached as fierce beasts clashed with one another. In the mountain ravines, fierce beasts appeared constantly, with various horrifying sounds of battle-tearing beast roars and bird cries resounding in the darkness. In the middle of Guicho Gorge within a cave covered by spiritual vines, Chu Shanhe, Yao Chun, and Li Zhixian sat cross-legged in meditation. After repelling the golden-winged rock and driving off the multitude during the day, they did not engage in anything else, but instead dug the cave to prepare for the night. The cave they dug was not very large, capable of accommodating 6 to 7 people. This was also due to the 3 fearing crowding and having ample time to excavate. Outside Guicho Gorge, the beast roars rang out continuously, the terrifying impact causing the entire gorge to tremble. Soon a bird's cry resounded through the sky, one they were all too familiar with. It was the call of the golden-winged rock. It must be that a fierce beast encountered the rock, leading to a confrontation. The beast roars and bird cries persisted until late at night, gradually fading away. Finally, it is quiet. Yao Chen dug at his ears, then took out a luminous pearl from his pocket, instantly The earlier battle between the golden-winged rock and the fierce beasts made them extremely cautious, not daring to even breathe out of fear of being discovered by those beasts. Under the soft glow of the luminous pearl illuminating the faces of the 3, Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yao Chen. What are your plans next? Now that we have obtained the fire extreme aurora fruit. Yao Chen slowly spoke. We have 2 choices, either stay here until the exit of the ruins opens in 10 days. The second option is to continue wandering within the ruins. There are many opportunities and treasures here, it just depends on whether we can encounter them. What do you think we should choose? He posed the question to Chu Shanhe, having completely discarded his previous sense of superiority after witnessing the terrifying battle prowess during the day. Initially thinking of Chu Shanhe as just a national hero, his impression changed entirely when he learned about an ancient pill formula from him. However, even so, he still looked down on Chu Shanhe a bit. Although his theoretical knowledge of alchemy was strong, and he knew quite a few ancient pill formulas, this trip into the ruins was about combat prowess. A warrior's cultivation might be strong outside, but within the ruins it was hardly sufficient. However, having already obtained someone else's ancient pill formula, he felt it was inappropriate to voice his true thought. But when Chu Shanhe faced the ancient species, the golden-winged rock, by himself, his impression of him changed drastically. Thus he instinctively inquired about the next plans and actions from him. Since we have to wait 10 days for the exit to open rather than hiding here, we might as well go out and try our luck. The opportunities and treasures here are numerous. How can we not take some back to justify this trip into the ruins? Moreover, we have a third option. At that moment, Li Zhixian spoke. Under the puzzled gazes of the 2, he said nonchalantly, we can also rob others. Good idea. Chu Shanhe and Yao Chen instantly gave him a thumbs up. As night faded away and the sky cleared, the fierce beasts returned to their lairs, and the entire ruins fell back into silence. The warriors also emerged from the caves or other hiding spots, feeling the abundant spiritual energy. They felt rejuvenated. At Guicho Gorge, Yao Chen also poked his head out of the cave covered by spiritual vines, and then leaped down. Come on out, the fierce beasts have returned. He stretched lazily, greedily, inhaling the air. Chu Lao, let's go down. In the cave, Li Zhixian glanced at the still-seated Chu Shanhe and also jumped down. When only he was left in the cave, Chu Shanhe finally focused his thoughts. Sign in. At that moment, he felt a bit excited as this was his first sign-in within the ruins, and he was in the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy he had encountered. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to what good items he could sign out. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have obtained the Emperor's weapon, the All Things Mother Chi Cauldron. As the system's voice fell, the scenery before his eyes changed. It was a vast starry sky, with a towering figure radiating golden blood standing at the end of the stars. Above that figure's head floated a bronze cauldron from which chaotic energy flowed. Then that figure took a step forward, instantly appearing before Chu Shanhe, with the floating cauldron pressing down, dominating the ages. Boom. The starry sky before him shattered, and the scenery returned. The All Things Mother Chi Cauldron, the weapon of Emperor Yi Tian, forged from the primordial chaotic energy of heaven and earth, capable of refining all things. Immediately, a brief introduction of the All Things Mother Chi Cauldron appeared in Chu Shan's mind. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face filled with astonishment. No wonder this is the #1 ruin. Even the items obtained from sign-in are so powerful. This All Things Mother Chi Cauldron is the second Emperor's weapon after the Long Yuan sword. He flipped his arm, and as the All Things Mother Chi Cauldron appeared, the spiritual energy within the entire ruins began to become chaotic. Looking at the bronze cauldron flowing with chaotic energy, a hint of fervor flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. Can it refine all things? It must be able to refine fierce beasts as well, right? A strange thought flashed through his mind. Hey Chu Lao, what are you doing up there? Hurry down, we are setting off. At that moment, Yao Chen's impatient voice came from outside the cave. Hearing this, Chu Shanhe retracted the bronze cauldron and then moved, flashing out from the cave. Will waiting a few minutes kill me? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. What are you doing in there, old man? Don't tell me the commotion from those fierce beasts last night scared you shitless, or has your age made your legs and feet slow? Yao Chen smirked. Go to hell. Chu Shanhe was immediately filled with black lines on his head. Yao Chen chuckled lewdly. Where are we going? Wherever we wander. Yao Chen didn't know where to go either. The ruins were so vast they could go anywhere. As for those other forbidden areas, he didn't even think about them. Too dangerous, one misstep could cost them their lives. Now that they had obtained the Fire Extreme Aurora fruit, their objective had been achieved, and there was no need to gamble with their lives. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are great, but one must have a life to obtain them. Let's hurry, someone has found the entrance to the Divine Cave. It is said that there are countless divine objects in the Divine Cave, and we must rush over. I didn't expect our luck to be this good. The opening of the Divine Cave is a once-in-a-century event. Just then several excited voices reached the ears of the three, followed by a few streaks of light shooting off into the distance. What is the Divine Cave? Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixin looked at Yao Chen. It is said to be the site of a divine being's fall where the Divine Cave holds the treasures left behind by them. Yao Chen's expression suddenly became serious. But the entrance to this Divine Cave is very difficult to find. There is a legend that the entrance exists in different spaces, and it only appears when two spaces overlap. The ruins have been discovered for hundreds of years, yet the entrance has only appeared once. The last time it appeared was a long time ago. According to historical records, our domain lord found a divine object inside the cave at that time, which greatly increased their strength. And they became the domain lord in one fell swoop. Is this Divine Cave really that powerful, eh? Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixin couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. A spark of fervor flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances, instantly solidifying their goal. We should head to the Divine Cave as well. As the words fell, the three turned into streaks of light and vanished from the spot. In front of a majestic stone mountain, it was now crowded with people. Halfway up the stone mountain, a pitch-black entrance appeared, looking unfathomably deep, with howls echoing from within akin to the cries of ghosts, sending shivers down people's spines. Is this the legendary entrance to the Divine Cave? Hey, are you sure this is the Divine Cave? It feels more like a den of demons to me. Listen to the eerie winds blowing out from inside. I can confirm this is indeed the legendary Divine Cave. I have seen it in historical texts. The last time the entrance appeared, it exhibited the same phenomenon. It is said that the entrance to the Divine Cave only appears when two spaces overlap. Those howling winds must be a spatial storm caused by a dimensional rift, right? This ruin is already a dimensional space. If that's the case, then the Divine Cave must be another dimensional space. That should be the case. It is said that the Divine Cave is the site of a divine being's fall, which in our terms would be a grave. The tomb of the divine being is likely built in a unique dimensional space, which makes a lot of sense. Looking at the pitch-black entrance, everyone's expressions varied. Soon Chu Shanhe and the others arrived, and upon hearing the discussions, their expressions turned peculiar. After glancing around, they found that everyone was just talking, but not a single person dared to take action. No one wanted to. After all, the Divine Cave was merely a legend, but that ominous entrance was too frightening. What if someone entered? Everyone was waiting for the first person to step into the Divine Cave. As time passed, the entrance began to shimmer. Seeing this, the crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Soon, under the alliance of several factions, the first group of people entered the Divine Cave. Watching the first group enter, the others also sprang into action, transforming into streaks of light and rushing in. Should we go in too? Yao Chen asked quietly. Don't you know that the first bird gets shot? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Exactly, we can just wait here, letting those who enter take the treasures before we snatch them away. That's right, Li Zhixin added with a pout. Despite looking like a scholarly gentleman in his white robes, he was actually quite cunning, always thinking of ways to scheme against others. Exactly, Chu Shanhe nodded, then glanced over at Hu Jiawan and the others in the distance, smiling as he said, those guys haven't gone in yet. Why are we in such a hurry? Yao Chen and Li Zhixin looked over, and their gazes clashed in midair with Hu Jiawan and the others. Sparks flew. It was a tense moment as old enemies met. Hu Jiawan and the others revealed fierce glints in their eyes, but when they thought of Li Zhixin's seven-colored divine light, they could not help but suppress their overwhelming killing intent. Let's go. Then under the watchful gaze of Chu Shanhe and the others, they left the place directly. Wait, why are they leaving? This isn't like them. Yao Chen was puzzled. Do you really think they have left? Chu Shanhe scoffed. Those guys must have circled around our line of sight to find another spot to hide and wait for those coming out of the Divine Cave. Then let's also avoid their line of sight and ambush them. Yao Chen cackled mischievously. Both sides, with their own intentions, found a place to conceal themselves. Before long, a horrifying scream suddenly echoed from the pitch-black entrance. Quickly, a figure staggered out, bearing terrifying wounds, with one arm bitten off, blood pouring out. His face was filled with terror as he shouted, "This is not a divine cave, it's a den of demons." Soon several figures flew out, and Chu Shanhe and the others recognized one of them. Qing Feng from Qingchen. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his flesh mangled, almost losing his balance and falling into the pool of blood. Run! There are ferocious beasts inside. This is not a divine cave, it's a den of demons. Someone shouted, dragging their bloodied and mangled body as they fled in panic. Swish, swish, swish. Soon a swarm of shadows crawled out from the entrance, and under the sunlight, everyone finally saw their true form. They were countless ants. Each of these ants was the size of a baby's head, pitch black, with their fierce fangs gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Crack, crack. With the appearance of the ant swarm, the massive rocks in front of them were instantly shattered and ground to dust. Run! People continuously rushed out from the cave, and some even had numerous ants still clinging to them. No, some who didn't manage to escape were completely covered by the ants, leaving nothing but bones behind. The overwhelming army of ants made everyone's scalp tingle. Chu Shanhe and the others dared not linger any longer and quickly retreated as a swarm of ants was approaching them. These ants were too terrifying, they had never seen anything like them, and even the records of the Federation's ferocious beasts did not mention them. Boom, boom, boom. Soon someone organized an attack against the ants, and instantly spiritual energy, surged divine abilities, soared into the sky. Surrounding the stone mountain, a dense army of ants surged forward like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Chu Shanhe and his companions quickly retreated. This was even more severe than a beast tide, as it was a species organized and disciplined. Before long, 1/3 of the stone mountain was covered with dark ants, overwhelming and countless. Most importantly, their sharp mandibles seemed unbreakable, capable of crushing anything. A warrior unleashed his full might, wielding 2 massive axes that shone brilliantly. He swung his arms, and in an instant the axes spun through the air, cleaving the void, striking down towards the swarm of ants with thunderous force. But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically as the ants immediately gathered together, forming the shape of 2 gigantic hands that directly intercepted the 2 axes. A series of cracking sounds echoed in everyone's ears. In just a moment, the 2 axes were reduced to splinters, scattering across the stone mountain. What the hell are these ants? They're so ferocious. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that these little ferocious beasts can withstand us. Someone suggested, and as the words fell, everyone took action, unleashing a violent aura that enveloped the entire stone mountain. Having learned from the previous warrior's experience, no one dared to use weapons for blunt strikes. Instead, they resorted to magical bombardments or flashes of blades. In an instant, ant corpses flew everywhere, and the spiritual energy around the stone mountain began to run rampant. Chu Shanhe and his companions were the same, unleashing their attacks upon the swarm of ants. Heavenly opening slash. A violent aura erupted from Chu Shanhe, causing his white hair to flutter and his waist to bend slightly. The Long Yuan's sword shone brilliantly, and then a beam of sword light shot into the sky, enveloping the ants. Boom. The terrifying sword energy struck fiercely into the ant swarm, exploding like a pot boiling over, sending countless ant corpses flying everywhere. The dark cave continually spewed forth ants, seemingly endless. Although many ants were killed under the bombardment, they kept coming in waves. Soon as their internal spiritual energy depleted, some careless warriors, and even gods of war met their end here, buried under the ants, their bones utterly gone. Find a way to block that cave, someone proposed. Instantly, several figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing forward, lifting large stones in an attempt to block the cave. But in the next second, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The stones were utterly useless and were directly bitten to shreds by the ants. Boom. At that moment, the stone mountain began to tremble wildly, and the dark cave was expanding continuously. Soon, to everyone's horror, a giant ant emerged from the cave. Standing several meters tall, its body shimmered with silver light, and a special mark adorned its forehead, looking exceptionally terrifying. As the Ant King emerged, its 2 antennae waved wildly, as if transmitting some information. In the next moment, all the ants emitted a rustling sound, causing everyone to change color in fear, as if facing a great enemy. Run! Someone shouted, and in an instant, countless streaks of light shot into the sky as people fled for their lives. These ants were too terrifying, coming in endless waves. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. It was better to escape than to fight. Under the command of the Ant King, the ants began their assault. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, some ants sprouted thin wings from their backs. We've disturbed the ant nest. At the foot of the stone mountain, after killing the latest batch of ants, Chu Shanhe and his companions frantically fled in one direction. Someone must have triggered the ants' taboo, otherwise they wouldn't appear in such endless waves, and even the Ant King wouldn't have emerged. Who knows? None of us have been inside before. In the eyes of the Ant King and those ants, we were merely incidental targets. Just look at the position the Ant King is pursuing to understand the real target. Hey, those ants have stopped chasing and are retreating. After passing the stone mountain, Yao Chen excitedly noticed that the ants behind were retreating towards the cave. It seems the Ant King has dealt with the target. The 3 landed, letting out a long breath. What else is in that divine cave besides the ants? Yao Chen asked curiously. What do you want to go in and take a look? Or do you think you can take on those ants and the Ant King? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Could it be the overlap of dimensional spaces has completely transformed the divine cave? Yao Chen pondered. Is it possible that the Ant King inadvertently entered the divine cave and made it its nest, starting to lay eggs and reproduce? Don't forget, the last time the divine cave was discovered was hundreds of years ago. Given the speed at which ants lay eggs and reproduce, they could produce billions in a few hundred years. Very likely. Chu Shanhe did not deny this speculation, but still looked at Yao Chen with disdain, slowly speaking. What does this have to do with us? Yao Chen was momentarily speechless, then slowly raised a middle finger at Chu Shanhe. Damn old man, can't you let me show off just once? TCH. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes, then soared into the air, looking towards the stone mountain, where the cave resembled a giant beast devouring its prey, with waves of black ants continuously pouring in. Eventually the silver ant king appeared, and Chu Shanhe clearly saw a golden egg with mysterious runes on it on the ant king's body. No wonder the ants mobilized entirely. It turns out someone stole their egg. That golden egg is clearly not an ord. After the ant king burrowed into the cave, Chu Shanhe slowly landed and recounted the situation to the other two. It's a pity that the divine egg was taken back by the ant king, otherwise it wouldn't be long before a fierce beast with a bloodline possibly purer than ancient relics would be born. Yao Chun expressed regret. If someone could tame that thing as a beast companion, it would greatly enhance both combat prowess and other aspects. The key is the ability to show off. Who wouldn't envy you for having a divine pet? I'll wait for me, you two. The seven-colored divine light streaked across the sky as Chu Shanhe and the others crossed the stone mountain, beginning to wander aimlessly. The ruins were vast, truly vast. Initially, when Yao Chen told them, Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixian did not believe it. A mere dimensional space couldn't possibly be that large. However, after crossing the stone mountain, and then a vast grassland standing in midair, and gazing into the distance, they found they could not see the end at all. They finally believed in the enormity of the ruins. Boom. Suddenly a series of runes flickered in the air, and a large net shimmering with inscriptions appeared above the three. The net darkened the sky, completely enveloping the three of them. Then they felt their blood freeze, their movements suddenly halted, and they all fell to the ground, warily observing their surroundings. It seems we have been ambushed, Yao Chun said, holding a pestle, his expression serious. This is a formation. Who is ambushing us? Li Zhixian waved his paper fan, and the seven-colored divine light shot up, but the next second it was rebounded in midair. Chu Shanhe frowned tightly. Swish, swish, swish. As Chu Shan's voice fell, the surrounding runes began to flicker, and a terrifying killing intent emerged within the entire formation, followed by the appearance of countless golden battle spears suspended in the air. In the next moment, the battle spears began to shoot towards them, densely packed, completely engulfing all space with a chilling aura that made people tremble. Huh. The expressions of the three changed, and Yao Chun acted first, instantly enlarging the pestle as it acted like a shield above their heads, blocking the attack of the battle spears. Li Zhixian waved his paper fan, and a seven-colored divine light spread across the entire space, but unfortunately those battle spears did not slow down, penetrating that seven-colored divine light and appearing before them with terrifying killing intent. Humph. Li Zhixian's expression remained unchanged as the paper fan began to spin, producing a clanging sound as the battle spear struck it. In the next moment, a violent aura surged from the side, and Chu Shanhe slightly bent his waist, his white hair fluttering, and his eyes turned crimson. Immediately, countless sword shadows appeared around his body, and the Long Yuan sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, exuding a chilling light. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless sword shadows sliced through space, colliding with the golden battle spears. At the same time, the Long Yuan sword surged forward, directly piercing through the golden light, and crashing fiercely against the barrier of the formation. Boom. The entire space trembled, but soon after more battle spears followed, completely sealing off the escape route for the three. Yao Chen swiftly performed a hand seal, and in the next moment a pill furnace soared into the sky, rapidly enlarging. Clang, clang, clang. The furnace was inscribed with blue runes, emitting a faint blue light to block those battle spears. With the pestle above the furnace to the left, and Li Zhixian beside them, the three formed a protective triangle, fully abandoning their offense and concentrating on defense. The rest was left to Chu Shanhe. Buzz. Chu Shanhe stepped forward, and a golden giant appeared, attempting to see if he could burst this formation using the physique of the floating pagoda. Unfortunately, his idea was too naive. As the giant appeared, the large net also instantly expanded. Do you really think the old man is easy to bully? The golden giant extended an arm, and the Long Yuan sword swelled in the wind, a blood-red giant sword appearing between heaven and earth, sweeping out. Clang, clang, clang. Countless battle spears were severed, transforming into specks of spiritual energy that dissipated within the formation, only to reconstitute. It seems that only by breaking this formation can we be truly safe. With a thought, Chu Shanhe began the Long Yuan sword spinning frantically. Jinghong, go. In the next moment, the Long Yuan sword instantly appeared before the barrier of the formation and stabbed fiercely into it. The runes on the barrier flickered solid as a rock. However, it only held for a moment before shattering into fragments broken by the Long Yuan sword. In the next moment, the myriad golden battle spears disappeared, and the scenery before the three changed. Let's go. The three retracted their powers and began to rush forward frantically. But not long after, another dazzling flow of light appeared, and the formation runes lit up again, enveloping the three inside. Sequential formation. The three were astonished. Unlike the previous formation, the golden battle spears had transformed into numerous vines. Without any hesitation, Chu Shanhe activated the floating pagoda's golden body, and just like last time, utilizing the numerous distances of the Jinghong sword technique, the Long Yuan sword directly pierced through the formation. Next they encountered the third sequential formation, with the vines transforming into meteorites continuously crashing down upon the three. Golden battle spears, green vines, and now meteorites. If I'm not mistaken, the next will be fire and water. This formation carries the essence of the 5 elements. This time Chu Shanhe did not abandon the giant form, but maintained it, as the long yuan sword thrust, fiercely shattering the formation. As expected, the fourth was indeed the descent of heavenly fire, and the last was the endless waves. Ultimately, they broke free with traces of blood on them, and sustaining some minor injuries. Who exactly is ambushing us? Yao Chen roared, his expression dark to the extreme. Li Zhixin and Chu Shanhe were the same, exuding a murderous aura, clearly enraged. Chu Shanhe, holding the long yuan sword, gazed into the distance, and slowly spoke. Come out, and let us see your true forms. As his words fell, a total of 12 figures descended from the sky, completely surrounding the three. Each of the 12 exuded extraordinary auras with 8 battle gods and 4 high-grade warriors. Terrifying indeed. I didn't expect you to break our 5-element killing formation. No wonder you were able to defeat the golden-winged rock and obtain the fire extreme light flame fruit. The leader was a lean man whose aura was repressed, but extraordinarily terrifying. At this moment his gaze was fixed on Chu Shanhe, or more precisely on the long yuan sword in Chu Shan's hand. With a cold laugh he said, So there's a divine weapon to assist you, however it will soon be mine. Who are you? Chu Shan's expression was serious as he coldly replied, It seems we don't know each other, do we? Does robbery require a prior acquaintance? The man continued to smirk. Hand over that sword, and the fire extreme light flame fruit, and I might spare your lives. Chu Shanhe stood firm with his sword, his expression cold and unfeeling, saying nothing, but raising the long yuan sword in his hand. At the same time Yao Chen and Li Zhixin also exuded a chilling killing intent. It seems you are refusing a toast, and insisting on a punishment. The man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he calmly said, In that case die. Then waving his arm he shouted, Attack. In an instant a terrifying aura erupted from everyone, a pale blue barrier appearing, and the sound of a massive tsunami resounded through heaven and earth. Boom. The 12 attacked together, the blue barrier crashing towards Chu Shanhe, and the others like a colossal wave bearing boundless killing intent. Bang. Nearby several boulders were swept up by the gigantic wave, turning to dust and merging into it. Rise. Yao Chen shouted, unleashing his aura as the pill furnace reappeared, instantly enlarging and blocking in front of the three. Go. At the same time Li Zhixin's 7-colored divine light burst forth, waving his paper fan as the divine light enveloped the 12 figures. The assailants felt their spell-casting movements slow, their expressions changing slightly. Then the leader roared, yet the massive wave surged fiercely. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Shanhe unleashed all his power, the golden giant soaring with a violent aura, sword shadows filling the sky. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Chu Shanhe roared, the long yuan sword accompanied by countless sword shadows fiercely striking towards that tremendous wave. Bang bang bang. In the next second, under Chu Shan's astonished gaze, those sword shadows plunged into the wave, disappearing without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. I've seen this move of yours before, the leader sneered. We are a united divine power specifically designed to counter your sword technique. Come at me with your lives. With his roar, the 12 figures erupted in azure light, the wave swelling, even more resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast determined to devour Chu Shanhe and the others. Old man, they are the 12 guardians of Haiqing. As Yao Chen urged the alchemy furnace, he spoke. This combined divine ability can only be effective if it bypasses the waves and kills them directly, otherwise we will definitely be crushed. But that wave divine ability specifically targets spiritual artifacts. Encountering them directly is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Is it really that difficult? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Shan's mouth. Finding the right method to counter it would make things much easier. Perhaps this divine ability was unsolvable for others, but for him it was exceedingly simple. Boom. The long yuan sword instantly enlarged, and the blood-colored giant sword began to spin wildly. Jinghong, go. In the next moment, the long yuan sword vanished, and then before the horrified eyes of the 12 guardians of Haiqing, it directly appeared in front of the weakest battle general. 12th brother. Amidst the crowd's screams, the blood-colored great sword instantly pierced through his body. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the 12th brother collapsed to the ground, unable to close his eyes in death. With one person killed, the power of the giant wave immediately diminished. Old rat, I will kill you. The remaining 11 people looked fierce, their eyes bloodshot, as they fully urged the terrifying giant wave fiercely towards Chu Shanhe. Oomph! The golden giant extended his arm, and the long yuan sword returned to his hand. Then with a thought, spiritual energy in the heavens and earth became chaotic, even affecting the terrifying giant wave, which paused for a moment. Die! The 11 roared in unison. Bang! Then the waves surged with great force, countless spiritual energies layered together, completely enveloping the golden giant. Big brother, wait. I want to tear that old rat apart to avenge 12th brother. I will strip his tendons and peel his skin. Use his head to honor 12th brother. The 12 guardians of Haicheng roared, but in the next moment their expressions completely stiffened, their pupils dilating and disbelief etched on their faces. Impossible. How could this happen? He has another divine weapon. Under their horrified gazes the golden giant had already vanished, replaced by a bronze cauldron exuding a hazy aura. The cauldron hovered in midair and below Chu Shanhe, and the others remained unscathed. Old thing you. Even Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian looked incredulous. Just when they thought they were doomed, Chu Shanhe suddenly retracted the golden giant, then a flash of blue light appeared, and they saw the bronze cauldron appear above their heads. Runes flickered on the cauldron, completely absorbing the astonishing giant wave. Just a defensive artifact. Chu Shanhe spoke lightly. He had summoned the Wanwu Mother Chi cauldron with the mindset of trying it out, not expecting it to work so well. The bronze cauldron could refine all things so naturally, it could also refine the combined divine ability of those 12 people. Truly an imperial weapon, terrifying indeed. Then with a thought he retracted the Wanwu Mother Chi cauldron, slowly raised the Long Yuan sword in his hand, the sword tip slanting towards the 12 guardians of Haicheng. Now they should be called the 11 guardians. He spoke coldly. You and I have no grievances, yet blinded by greed you sought to kill and plunder, then surrender your lives. As his voice fell he took a step forward, the violent golden giant reappeared, and the blood-colored sword light soared into the sky. Open the heavens slash. He swung his sword, the massive sword light, carrying a terrifying aura, fiercely slashed down. Several battle gods erupted with momentum, their weapons revealing themselves, all wielded long whips, a pale blue light bursting forth, intertwining to form a blue net suspended above their heads. Boom. The sword light struck the net, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Fortunately, the net was sturdy enough, or else it would have collapsed the heavens and the earth. The eldest rat's expression was quite grim. Despite their large numbers, they could do nothing against an old man. Simultaneously, his heart shook. This old man's strength was truly terrifying. No wonder he dared to confront the golden-winged rock. At that time, they had also witnessed the terrifying clash between the myriad swords returning to the sect and the golden-winged rock's innate divine ability. Compared to the others' terror, they revealed a rare look of delight. After leaving the Ghost Worry Gorge, they had been plotting to kill and plunder. They arrived early to set up here after seeing Chu Shanhe and the others at the Stone Mountain, initially believing that relying on the 5 elements killing formation and their 12 people's combined divine ability would completely annihilate these 3. In their plan, even if these 3 broke through the 5 elements killing formation, they would be at their last breath, not to mention their combined divine ability specifically countered the myriad swords returning to the sect. Taking them down should have been a simple matter. Unfortunately, they did not anticipate that the 5 elements killing formation would only hold them for a moment, and even the combined divine ability was broken. The 12th brother was instantly defeated. Even more unexpectedly, the opposing side had another treasure that rendered their attack to nothing, causing them not to inflict a single injury. Who would have thought that despite our meticulous planning, even using the 5 elements killing formation, we could not kill the opponent, and instead lost the 12th brother's life. The rat's face was turning as dark as water. Since it's come to this, let's use that move. But big brother, that move is for dealing with. Someone showed a hesitant expression. No matter. The failure of their carefully laid plans and the tragic death of a brother made the rat reckless. I must kill him to avenge 12th brother. As long as I kill him, his 2 divine weapons will be ours, and then we won't have to worry about that beast. Form the formation for me. With a furious roar from the rat, the remaining 10 began to assume quite peculiar poses and frantically formed seals with their hands. God-slaying formation, open for me. As the words fell, the ground suddenly lit up with radiant seals. These seals combined to form complex patterns. Not good, retreat quickly. Upon hearing the name God-slaying formation, Yao Chen's expression changed drastically, shouting to Chu Shanhe, old man, danger. Go to hell. The rat's expression twisted in cold laughter. Do you think you can escape? The runes on the ground increased in number and coverage, and soon a gigantic, complex, and profound formation pattern formed beneath the 11 people's feet. Boom. Suddenly the entire ground began to shake, and in an instant the ground cracked open, rocks trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred. Jinghong, go. Chu Shan's eyes narrowed, sensing a hint of death's aura. He swung his arm, and the Long Yuan sword began to spin, then vanished. The target was the last one, ranked 11th. However, this time Jinghong was unable to penetrate the person's body. The runes on the ground flashed, and a white light appeared, knocking the Long Yuan sword away. Chu Shanhe extended his arm, the Long Yuan sword returning to his hand, his expression grave as he looked at the 11 people forming the formation. At this moment, the runes on the ground had formed a giant rune totem. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a bow and arrow. In the next second, the totem lit up, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and hurricanes raged. Old man, be careful. This is the city protecting divine power of Haicheng. City lordly will stop them. Under the torrential rain, Yao Chen's expression was extremely serious. He then waved his arm, and the alchemy furnace reappeared, instantly enlarging as it charged towards the dark clouds above. Li Zhaoxian's aura surged, as well a brilliant seven-colored light erupted from his paper fan. With repeated waves, the dazzling seven-colored divine light completely enveloped the 11 members of the Zishur. Crack! In the next moment, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down directly, sending the alchemy furnace flying. At the same time, Yao Chun felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, it's unstoppable. Yao Chen's face turned exceptionally grim. He was well aware of the power of this god-slaying formation. Even with Chu Shanhe's godly defensive treasure, it would still be challenging. All of you die. Zishi's face twisted in rage as he roared. Although Li Zhaoxian's seven-colored divine light tried to stop it, the formation was already in place, beginning to condense the heavenly and earthly Tao. It then surged violently, completely covering the 11 of them and Chu Shanhe. In the next moment, an endless aura of slaughter descended from the heavens. This slaughter aura gradually coalesced into arrows of carnage. Meanwhile, a divine bow also appeared in Zishi's hand, gripped tightly. As the divine bow emerged, an infinite aura of slaughter emanated from it, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The 11 members of Haicheng radiated a brilliant blue light at this moment, while Zishur held the divine bow and drew the bowstring. In the next moment, an arrow imbued with overwhelming murderous intent appeared, resonating with the other arrows. As the bowstring trembled, countless arrows of slaughter shot towards the golden giant, as if this world was about to be buried beneath these arrows, making the massive figure appear particularly small. Chu Shanhe looked up at the countless arrows in the sky, a terrifying light of slaughter enveloping him. Every arrow contained a powerful murderous force whistling through the air. His expression was serious, with his blood and chi boiling within him. A violent aura surged upwards, and a crimson light shot from his eyes. He then roared towards the heavens, and countless sword shadows appeared in the space between heaven and earth. The Long Yuan sword trembled violently, erupting with astonishing murderous intent, as if it were roaring and shaking, ready to shatter the heavens, causing the nearby crowd's hearts to race and their minds to be shocked. Bang! The clash between the sword shadows and the arrows of slaughter caused the very heavens to tremble, even tearing the fabric of space as dimensional storms began to rage. The 11 members of Haicheng turned pale. Zishi's face was grim, shocked within, not expecting this old man to possess such formidable combat power. He drew the bowstring again, and in an instant the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his hands. An arrow with even more terrifying aura appeared, changing the colors of heaven and earth, and the winds began to howl. Arrow of God-slaying, go! He locked onto Chu Shanhe's aura, then released his fingers, sending the arrow with the aura of God-slaying whistling towards Chu Shanhe. In an instant, brilliance erupted as the divine arrow pierced through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. Facing the God-slaying arrow, Chu Shanhe did not dare to be careless. His expression was severe, and focusing his gaze, the golden giant's arms stretched out abruptly. In the next moment, a complex and mysterious rune appeared on that massive palm. Boom! A terrifying vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, filled with thunder and lightning and raging winds. Waves of unsettling auras emanated from within. What is that? In the next moment, under Zishi's horrified gaze, a gigantic hand emerged from the vortex. The hand seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens, yet appeared as if it were right in front of him, seemingly slow, but in an instant it reached the arrow's face. Boom! Upon collision, a more terrifying shockwave erupted, and the dimensional storm raged even more, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the giant hand directly grasped the god-slaying arrow, causing both to dissipate into the air, transforming into specks of spiritual light. Zishi's face was as dark as water. He had once again underestimated this old man's combat power. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew the bowstring again, and this time 3 god-slaying arrows appeared. At this moment, the 11 members' faces were extremely pale, beads of sweat the size of soybeans constantly emerging from their foreheads. This was already their last limit. Whoosh! 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 The 3 divine arrows shot towards Chu Shanhe from 3 different directions, sealing off all his retreat routes. Open for me! Chu Shanhe's aura surged upwards, the speed of the dying creation Heart Sutra accelerating. The Long Yuan sword flipped, unleashing the open sky and the stunning swan. In the void, 2 gigantic sword lights appeared, facing off against 2 of the divine arrows. In an instant, the void was transformed, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, as if the entire sky was about to be shattered. Then he took a step forward and slashed upwards under the heavens, targeting the final arrow. The Long Yuan sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, its momentum unstoppable, as it tore through the void, colliding fiercely with the divine arrow. Boom! The sound of an earth-shattering explosion reverberated once more, causing the entire void to shake several times. Whoosh! The storm intensified, and the golden giant was sent flying, while the divine arrow continued unabated, shooting towards him. Chu Shanhe's expression was grave as he steadied himself in the void before slashing out again, this time with greater power than before. At this moment, the complex patterns on the sword body flickered incessantly. Crack! The Long Yuan sword struck the divine arrow once more, the power of the emperor's weapon exploding at this moment, shattering the divine arrow into countless fragments of energy that dissipated in the world. Die! Chu Shan's murderous intent soared as he stepped forward in the void, instantly arriving before Zishu, then slashing out with his sword. In an instant, an unparalleled power swept through the entire void. Zishu and the 11 others' faces changed dramatically as the defensive spiritual devices lit up. A golden light curtain appeared over several of their bodies, forcefully withstanding this earth-shattering sword. However, the immense force caused several of them to groan, their faces pale blood and chi in turmoil. Chu Shanhe clearly did not intend to relent. The golden giant descended from the sky, his arms swinging again for another strike. Boom. As the sword light fell, the golden light curtain shattered, and the violent force instantly shattered all the defensive spiritual devices, striking the 11 members directly, sending them flying into a mountain, shattering the mountain, and creating cracks like a spider web. Wow. The 11 of them spat blood, lying on the ground in disarray, their breaths weak. Their leader Zishu was in even worse condition, with only half of his body left. As the golden light dissipated, Chu Shan's figure slowly descended from the sky, holding the Long Yuan sword, and gradually approaching the 11 individuals from Haicheng. The sword tip pressed against Zishu's throat as he coldly spoke, "The town's divine abilities of Haicheng. Merely this." Huh. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Zishu's face. "You dare to kill and plunder, yet you don't even consider if you possess such capabilities." At this moment, Zishu had lost half of his body, his breath feeble, his face filled with despair, and his eyes stared blankly at the elder looking down at him. His throat moved as he tried to speak, but alas, he was left with barely a breath, lacking the strength to utter a word, only able to grunt and mumble. "Old man, if you dare to kill my brother, our young city lord will not spare you." Nearby, a bodyguard revealed a fierce expression, but the next moment, with a swing of Chu Shan's arm, a sword light pierced directly through his neck. In disbelief, he widened his eyes, then slowly fell to the ground while clutching his throat. Noisy. Chu Shan's gaze turned cold again as it fell upon Zishu. "In your next life, try to be a good person." With that, he swung his arm, and in the next moment, Zishu's head flew off. Brother. Old man, we will fight you to the death." Zishu's head was severed, causing the others to reveal sinister expressions as they struggled to rise and circulate their chi and blood, preparing to fight Chu Shanhe desperately. "You bunch of rotten fish and shrimp." Chu Shanhe scoffed, raising the Long Yuan sword high. "Stop, don't." At that moment, Yao Chen's voice suddenly rang out, but the sword in Chu Shan's hand had already swept out, and the 12 bodyguards of Haicheng were utterly annihilated. What happened? After killing those few, Chu Shanhe turned to Yao Chen, noticing the other's hesitant expression. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. "We've gotten ourselves into trouble." Yao Chen shook his head slowly. "What happened?" Chu Shanhe retracted the Long Yuan sword, then swallowed a few recovery pills, speaking indistinctly. "I didn't expect the young city lord of Haicheng to be here too." Yao Chen's expression turned serious. Just now, while slaying the 12 bodyguards, he heard someone mention that their young city lord was also in the ruins, which was why he tried to intervene, but unfortunately Chu Shan's actions were a bit faster, and by the time he spoke, those few had already been killed. The young city lord of Haicheng. While recovering, Chu Shanhe asked, "Is she very powerful?" "To describe her in 2 words, terrifying." Yao Chen said slowly, "The young city lord of Haicheng can be considered the peak combat power among all of us entering the ruins. Of course, she's at the 7-star war god realm, and she has a spiritual body perfectly attuned to spiritual energy. Of course, she's at the 7-star war god realm, and she has a spiritual body perfectly attuned to spiritual energy, with a compatibility of 100%. Yao Chen nodded slowly. "Not only does she have unparalleled talent, but she also possesses 2 divine weapons, her combat power comparable to that of an 8-star or even 9-star war god. Most importantly, she has 3 suitors: Lu Qing, the young city lord of Lu City, Xiang Tian, the young city lord of Xiang City, and Taihao, the saint of the Dao sect. These 3, along with the young city lord of Haicheng Heilinger, are all prodigies, having reached high levels of the war god realm at a young age. Their combat power is terrifying indeed. Since we've just killed the 12 bodyguards of Haicheng with Heilinger's temperament, she will definitely seek revenge. Just one Heilinger is already fearsome. With those 3 suitors added, our chances of victory are 0. Yao Chen sighed. "I was just about to stop you, but unfortunately your actions were too quick. Even if I didn't kill them, do you think they would spare us given their personalities?" Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. "This grudge has already been formed. Rather than letting a tiger return to the mountain, it's better to eliminate them directly. Moreover, the ruins are so vast, at worst we can hide until we leave. I refuse to believe those few prodigies can still come after us. Hopefully Heilinger doesn't know about this." Yao Chen shook his head, wearing a worried expression. "Don't panic, we haven't encountered them yet." Chu Shanhe patted his shoulder. "Since they are so terrifying, let's hide for a few days and see how things develop." In his current state of full power, his combat strength could reach the 5-star war god stage, but facing those 4 prodigies was still insufficient, unless he could break through the floating Buddha golden body to the 4th stage in a short time or comprehend a 4th sword technique. Now that he had obtained the extreme flame fruit, and all the materials for the golden spirit solidification pill were prepared, he planned to refine the golden spirit solidification pill in the coming days to elevate the floating Buddha golden body to the 4th stage. "It seems that's the only way." Yao Chen nodded. Soon 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky, disappearing on the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, 4 figures were slowly advancing. Suddenly a young girl with a veiled face and a graceful figure stopped, then took out an ancient bronze mirror from her. In the next moment her delicate body trembled, and a murderous intent surged. What happened, Linger? The other 3 also halted, looking at her with puzzled expressions. The 12 bodyguards of Haicheng have been killed. Hai Linger gazed at the image in the mirror, her eyes revealing a cold, "Who killed them?" Upon hearing this, the others showed expressions of surprise. The strength of your 12 bodyguards is considered above average, and they also have combined abilities. The person who killed them must not be underestimated. Which city's power was it? The young man in a Taoist robe slowly spoke. Xiang City, or your Haicheng's mortal enemy Sha City? Neither. Hai Linger shook her head and slowly said, "It was an old man." An old man? The others' eyes widened in disbelief. "You can see for yourselves." Hai Linger, unsure how to explain, handed the bronze mirror to the 3. After looking, they revealed strange expressions. "It seems this old man is from Yaozong. Ooh, I saw the Lord of Yaozong. Although this old man is at the 5-star war god level, his divine abilities combined with the divine weapons in his hand can elevate his strength to the 6-star or even 7-star level. It is quite reasonable that your 12 bodyguards were killed by him. Don't be angry, Linger. Oh, once we acquire that stone tablet, we will help you kill that old man." "Yes, Linger, he's just a lowly old man. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken." After discussing, the 3 began to flatter her. "Old man, Hai Linger will let you live a few more days." A fierce, murderous intent flashed in Hai Linger's beautiful. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, 4 figures were slowly making their way forward. In a hollowed-out stone mountain, a bright, luminous pearl floated above the cave, illuminating the entire space. This was the refuge of Chu Shanhe and his companions. To avoid being found by Hai Linger and the others, they had deliberately excavated a stone mountain to hide inside. After recovering for most of the night, Chu Shanhe was now in optimal condition. Outside, the roars of fierce beasts and the cries of predatory birds surged as night fell, signaling the start of chaos within the ruins. In the cave, Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him awaken, Yao Chen spoke solemnly. "Have you made up your mind to refine the golden spirit solidification pill here?" "Yes, I have decided." Chu Shanhe nodded slowly. "We don't have much time left. The golden spirit solidification pill can enhance our physical strength and power, which might increase our chances of survival if we encounter Hai Linger and the others in the future." "You are not wrong," Yao Chen replied, nodding. "Then let's get started." As his words fell with a thought, a pill furnace appeared in the cave. This was also the reason why the 3 of them had excavated the entire mountain's belly. Yao Chen's pill furnace was a divine artifact, not only providing excellent defense, but also increasing the success rate of pill refinement by 30% and enhancing the quality of the pills by 20%. "Here." Chu Shanhe waved his arm, and in the next moment the golden spirit sacred fruit appeared, immediately filling the cave with a rich aroma and dazzling golden light, leaving Yao Chen astonished. "I didn't expect you to have such a divine herb," Yao Chen exclaimed as Chu Shanhe also tossed him the dragonbone wood and the fire extreme light flame fruit. "I'll leave the other auxiliary herbs to you. Don't worry, I've prepared them already." Yao Chen waved his arm, and a large pile of herbs appeared on the ground, instantly filling the cave with fragrant aromas. "Let's begin." He then formed hand seals with both hands, and in the next moment flames erupted from beneath the pill furnace, engulfing it. Although Chu Shanhe had the complete pill refinement process in his mind, he had never practiced it. To be safe, he ultimately left this task to Yao Chen. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Flames roared within the cave and fragrant vapors wafted from the pill furnace as Yao Chen entered the final stages of pill refinement. He was seen rapidly forming hand seals, causing the pill furnace to tremble. This commotion caught the attention of Li Zhixian, who was meditating nearby, and he watched Yao Chen's actions with curiosity, as it was his first time witnessing pill refinement. On the other side, Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed with the aura of the great Tao enveloping him. He was comprehending the Tao. Aside from receiving the primordial Qi cauldron on the first day of signing in, he was able to sign in for 2 hours of enlightenment time each day during these past few days. Above his dantian, the sword path rune slowly rotated, and with each rotation, the aura of the great Tao emanating from Chu Shanhe grew richer. In his mind, the prototype of the 4th sword technique was slowly taking shape, but he still lacked the key insight, unable to grasp the most crucial point. After 2 hours, his enlightenment time ended, and he slowly opened his eyes to see Yao Chen's dark-aged face. "Old man, you're awake." Yao Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of large teeth, startling Chu Shanhe. "Can you move a bit further away? You don't realize how big your teeth are. They look like a donkey's," Chu Shanhe remarked with disdain. "Get lost." Yao Chen rolled his eyes and slowly raised a middle finger at Chu Shanhe. "I am mentally exhausted from refining pills, and you old geezer do nothing but cultivate every day. Now you say I look like a donkey. That really infuriates me. Take your pill and go away." Saying this, Yao Chen directly threw the porcelain bottle at Chu Shanhe and angrily sat down beside him. "You refined it so quickly." Chu Shanhe expressed surprise, initially thinking it would take another 2 or 3 days, but he didn't expect Yao Chen's speed to be so fast. Opening the porcelain bottle, golden light flickered, and the aroma of herbs filled the air. When Chu Shanhe poured out the pills, he was shocked to discover there were 5 of them, each adorned with intricate pill patterns. The quality was exceptionally high. Not bad, I didn't expect your pill refinement skills to be so impressive. Chu Shanhe praised Yao Chun, but the latter completely ignored him. Alright, don't be angry. I was just joking. Reluctantly, he admitted his fault and handed 2 pills to Yao Chun, saying, there are 5 in total, 2 for each of us, and the last one for Lord Li. At least you still have a conscience. Yao Chun said, the sadness on his face disappearing, replaced by a mischievous grin. In the astonished gaze of Chu Shanhe, he jumped in front of Li Zhixian and laughed heartily. Lord Li, I won. I told you he would distribute them this way. Are you betting on my distribution? Yes, just now I bet with Lord Li on how you would distribute these 5 golden spirit solidification pills. I said 2-1, and he said 3-0. Yao Chun wore a proud expression. Why would it be 3-0? Chu Shanhe looked at Li Zhixian. This golden spirit solidification pill's success is partly credited to you, City Lord. You can't distance yourself from it. Don't forget we are a team. Yes, that's right, we are a team. Yao Chun smiled mischievously. Li Zhixian's lips moved, but the words he intended to say remained unspoken. Only a face full of emotion remained. In his understanding, during the acquisition of the Dragonbone Wood and Fire Extreme Light Flame Fruit, he had only contributed a little effort. The main powerhouse was Chu Shanhe, and ultimately the pills were refined by Yao Chun. He had no role in it at all. So in the earlier bet, he thought Chu Shanhe would never allocate anything to him. But unexpectedly, it was indeed as Yao Chun said. Chu Shanhe would not do 3-0, only 2-1. Alright, enough with the pretentiousness. Chu Shanhe patted Li Zhixian's shoulder, handing him a golden pill, and said, from now on, don't overthink it. We are a team, sharing both blessings and challenges together. Yes, sharing both blessings and challenges together. Yao Chun chimed in. Good brother. Li Zhixian smiled, took the pill handed to him by Chu Shanhe, and swallowed it. That's more like it. The other 2 smiled and also swallowed their pills. In the next moment, golden light burst forth from the 3 of them. In the cave, golden light dazzled. Chu Shanhe, Yao Chun, and Li Zhixian immediately sat cross-legged to circulate their cultivation techniques, and began to absorb the immense medicinal power. The golden spirit solidification pill truly deserved to be the pinnacle of the body refining series. After just a moment, Chu Shanhe felt his cells inside begin to vibrate violently, and then in pairs they gradually started to merge. This sensation was akin to 2 quantum particles entangling with one another, constantly colliding and merging. At this moment, Chu Shanhe felt a searing heat throughout his body. The collision and fusion of his cells caused his entire physique to visibly wither, instantly turning him into a gaunt figure, skin stretched tightly over bone. Chu Shan's expression remained unchanged. He understood that this was the necessary path to break through the 4th stage of the 9 turns pagoda golden body. 2 days passed quickly. The golden light in the cave had long since dissipated, and Yao Chun and Li Zhixian opened their eyes one after the other, a torrent of powerful auras erupting from their bodies. You actually broke through. Yao Chun was astonished to find that Yao Chen's realm had actually reached the stage of 6-star battle god. It was just good fortune. Yao Chen's complexion was flushed, his face filled with joy. He had been stuck at the 5-star battle god stage for decades, but today he finally broke through with the help of the golden spirit solidification pill. Moreover, the strength of his physical body had increased by an unknown number of times, and the old ailment caused by Hu Jiawang stabbing him in the back had completely vanished. His vital energy surged like a tsunami, washing over his flesh and blood, and a dull sound emerged from his chest. It was the sound of his vital energy rolling. You aren't doing too badly either. Yao Chun looked at Li Zhixian's translucent physique and couldn't help but praise. Although your realm hasn't improved, it seems your body has already stepped into the jade body stage. Thanks to that golden spirit solidification pill, otherwise I wouldn't have reached the jade body stage either. Li Zhixian smiled, then looked at Chu Shanhe. I just wonder if old Chu can bring us a bit of surprise this time. I think it's unlikely. Haven't you seen that he's already skin and bones? Yao Chun looked at Chu Shan's withered appearance, unable to suppress a hint of astonishment. What kind of brutal training method is this old fellow practicing to end up in such a miserable state? I think it should be his golden giant body. Otherwise the commotion wouldn't be so great. The 30-foot golden giant still amazed Li Zhixian. The first time he saw the pagoda golden body was when Lu Qinglong and several other generals attempted to kill Chu Shanhe. As a result, they were nearly annihilated by the 30-foot golden giant. Who would have thought that just a few months later, when the golden giant reappeared in his line of sight, their opponents had transformed into ancient species like the golden winged roc and the Sea City 12 Guardians. Yet despite the terrifying nature of these enemies, they were all suppressed by the golden giant. From battle general to battle god, and then later facing off against heavenly spirit heir and other prodigious talents, Li Zhixian couldn't help but wonder how many more hidden cards this old man had yet to reveal, and whether he could withstand those prodigious talents. Soon Chu Shan's emaciated body began to regain its fullness, and faint golden patterns appeared on his skin. At this moment, within Chu Shan's body, all the vital energy completely boiled over, emitting a dull sound. The fusion of cells had entered its final stage. Apart from the last few, the others resembled golden pearls, dazzling beyond compare. As the last 2 cells in his body fused in an instant, a sound akin to the evening drum and morning bell resonated from his chest, and a surge of golden light erupted from his body, enveloping the entire cave in a golden ocean. Beside him, Yao Chun and Li Zhexian squinted, their faces revealing expressions of horror. Just how terrifying could this brutal training method be to produce such extraordinary phenomena? The golden patterns multiplied, eventually covering his entire body. Swish! At that moment, Chu Shanhe's eyes suddenly snapped open, two beams of golden light piercing through the stone mountain and soaring into the heavens. As the golden light dissipated, the golden patterns on Chu Shanhe gradually faded, and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at the astonished faces of the two beside him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is such an exaggerated expression really necessary? Old man, you wouldn't happen to be the reincarnation of some great power or emperor, would you? Yao Chen swallowed hard. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many extraordinary phenomena. When those golden patterns covered Chu Shanhe's whole body, I distinctly felt a chilling aura, a sensation, as if I were an ant facing a giant elephant. 1 foot from them could squash me. How can there be so many reincarnated emperors? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a 100-year-old with completely white hair reincarnated as an emperor? Those extraordinary phenomena were just due to the uniqueness of the cultivation technique I practice. Is it that brutal training method of the golden giant? Li Zhexian inquired. Exactly. I just broke through to the next stage with the help of the golden spirit solidification pill. Chu Shanhe replied casually, my strength has improved a bit. Can you handle those little ones like Hai Linger? Yao Chen looked hopeful. I think not yet. To truly reach their level, I likely need to break through one more stage. I estimate that the 4-turn pagoda golden body might allow me to achieve battle prowess comparable to a 7-star or 8-star battle god, but still not enough against those prodigies, let alone 4 of them working together. Then let's stay here for now. Yao Chen's expression was gloomy, and he handed his remaining golden spirit solidification pill to Chu Shanhe. Take this, continue your seclusion, and see if you can break through again. It's not that easy. Chu Shanhe chuckled, returning the pill. I used 2 golden spirit solidification pills just for this breakthrough. The next stage will be even harder to break through. 1 pill won't suffice. You should keep it. As an alchemist, your physical strength is still insufficient. This pill can enhance your body further. If you can reach the jade body stage, that would be even better. I see. Yao Chen's expression darkened further. Let's stay here until the day the ruins exit opens. Although we can't kill them, they won't be able to kill us either. My physical strength now surpasses that of divine weapons. Upon hearing Chu Shanhe's words, Yao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Really? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, try it with your pestle. Let's skip that. I'm afraid your strength will shatter my pestle. Go away. Chu Shanhe slowly raised a middle finger. He shouldn't have engaged with this guy who could not produce anything valuable. Boom. At that moment, the entire stone mountain suddenly began to shake violently, rocks falling, and the cave looked like it was about to collapse. The 3 exchanged glances, then transformed into streaks of light and rushed out. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The entire ground was cracking with massive fissures, causing the mountains to break apart, trees to scatter, and lakes to flow backward, as if the entire ruin was about to collapse. What on earth happened? A resplendent light of 7 colors appeared as Chu Shanhe and the others stood atop, gazing into the distance, their brows tightly furrowed. In the distance, streams of light emerged, clearly indicating that the tremors of the ruins had thoroughly disturbed everyone. Look over there. Soon under Yao Chen's exclamations, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the depths of the ruins, its brilliance engulfing the entire area. Who discovered some treasure? Everyone was taken aback. That direction is the Tianbei Forbidden Zone. Yao Chen's expression changed significantly as he pointed towards the beam, saying, someone has actually entered the Tianbei Forbidden Zone. Tianbei Forbidden Zone. What is that? The 2 newcomers looked puzzled. It is said to be the center of the ruins, housing an ancient stone tablet that fell from the sky, hence called the Tianbei. It is rumored that this tablet contains the secrets of the emperors. Yao Chen patiently explained. As you all know, anything connected to the emperors is fiercely coveted by everyone. Unfortunately, several terrifying ancient pureblood beasts guard that place. This commotion must mean that someone has engaged with those ancient beasts. That's terrifying. Li Zhexian and Chu Shanhe's expressions changed, and they subsequently asked, but what is that beam of light? The reason the Tianbei Forbidden Zone is classified as the first Forbidden Zone is due to that beam of light referred to as the threshold. Once someone steps out, they cannot use their divine powers, relying solely on the strength of their physical body to advance. Now that the beam is shining, someone must have stepped into that domain. Physical strength. Chu Shanhe's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look. With that, he took the lead, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards that direction. Seeing this, Li Zhexian and Yao Chen quickly followed. They crossed a vast grassland and several lakes, climbing over a few rocky hills, and finally arrived at the so-called center of the ruins. Here, clusters of misty spiritual energy floated in the air, resembling thick fog. Moreover, the trees here were extraordinarily tall, with ancient trees soaring into the clouds, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters, their branches thick and sturdy, resembling giant dragons, astonishing all who beheld them. At this moment, quite a number of people had gathered here, and streams of light were arriving from afar, clearly drawn. At the front of the beam stood many people densely packed, all eager to rush, and yet hesitating, worried about their life. Inside the beam lay the legendary Tianbei Forbidden Zone, and only those who passed through the beam could see the ancient stone tablet. Chu Shanhe and the others found a spot to observe, their expressions subtly shifting. How many people have died here? Inside the beam, the ground was littered with white bones, an endless sea of them, sending chills down one's spine and causing goosebumps. There are those who failed to break in, as well as those who accidentally stepped in here, Yao Chen explained. Anyone who cannot withstand the terrifying pressure will be buried here. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, behind the beam, deep within the Forbidden Zone, chaos erupted, the roars of beasts reverberating through the heavens and earth as someone breached the beam and engaged with the beasts. The violent aura shook. Even the emperors standing here felt like experiencing an earthquake. As the spiritual mist dispersed, everyone saw through the light curtain a massive figure howling towards the sky. It was an ancient pure-blood beast resembling a crocodile, but with a single intricately patterned horn on its forehead. This was a descendant of the ancient Tian crocodile with a pure-blood lineage, exuding a terrifying aura. I didn't expect it to be the offspring of the ancient Tian crocodile. No wonder it is the most terrifying Forbidden Zone. This pure-blood beast is simply terrifying. I wonder who has entered the Forbidden Zone this time. Anyone who can engage with such a beast must be a prodigious talent. The crowd was filled with awe, realizing that this was no longer their battlefield. Bang! Opposite the ancient Tian crocodile, a graceful figure bathed in blue light appeared, a blue moon illuminating her hand, which then knocked the ancient Tian crocodile back. It's the daughter of the city lord of Haiqing, Hailinger. I didn't expect her talent to be so terrifying. Last time I went to Haiqing, she was only a second Star War god, and now she can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Tian crocodile. Born with a spiritual body, her affinity with spiritual energy is 100%, and her cultivation can be described as growing by leaps and bounds in a day. Many people exclaimed as this was their first time seeing Hailinger in action. Since entering the ruins, her goal had always been that Tianbei. Her slender figure was entirely azure, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The dazzling blue moon in her hand carried a heart-stirring aura as she advanced towards the ancient Tian crocodile. Roar! The rune atop the ancient Tian crocodile's horn glimmered, followed by a blinding beam of light, appearing completely enveloping Hailinger. Boom! The depths of the Forbidden Zone trembled violently, and the ground cracked with countless fissures. Hailinger's figure appeared amid the mist, her azure hue fading slightly. What a terrifying ancient Tian crocodile! That is a pure-blood beast. It is said that its ancestors could tear the heavens apart in ancient times. I wonder if this beast can match the prowess of its ancient ancestors. Hailinger is no slouch either. As a human prodigy, she can battle such an ancient beast like this. The crowd began to stir. Just a moment ago, Hailinger was able to repel this fierce crocodile. Why is it now? Some were puzzled. Clearly, Hailinger intends to subdue this fierce crocodile as her beast companion. As this statement emerged, many gasped in shock. Subduing an ancient pure-blood beast as a pet, Hailinger's courage is indeed remarkable. No wonder she is a born spiritual body. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive collisions continued deep within the Forbidden Zone as Hailinger battled fiercely. Not far from her, a colossal, treading heaven elephant shook the heavens, its terrifying hooves raised, ready to crush its opponent. Beneath the massive elephant's feet stood a young man clad in a Dao robe radiating light, with his black hair flowing. In his hands appeared numerous talismans, and facing the terrifying, treading heaven elephant, his expression remained calm as he hurled the talismans one by one. Instantly, the heavens were ravaged by fierce winds, countless thunders echoed, and heavenly fire erupted as various phenomena manifested completely surrounding the treading heaven giant elephant. The Taoist sons of the Tao sect possess rare physiques and unparalleled talents, mastering the talisman techniques of the sect, effortlessly subduing a pure-blood beast. It is said that he is the reincarnation of a Tao lord, which is why his talent is so monstrous. Whether that is true or not remains to be seen. Even if he is not the reincarnation of a Tao lord, the achievements of the Tao son will surely be high. Perhaps we will witness the rise of the next Tao lord. Hailinger, the Tao son, and the two young city lords from Luqing and Xiangqing are stirring up a storm in the Forbidden Zone. I wonder if they can retrieve that Tianbei this time. Some voices of doubt emerged. Boom. Deep within the Forbidden Zone, the four greatest talents of the human race battled against four pure-blooded ferocious beasts, their clash causing the heavens to darken and the earth to tremble, obscuring the sun and moon. Outside the beam of light, the onlookers felt a mix of anxiety and fear. These four are unexpectedly strong, standing their ground against the four ferocious beasts without falling. In the crowd, Yao Chen wore a serious expression. Fortunately, their target is that heavenly monument, otherwise if it were us, we would have perished long ago. Truly deserving of the title of prodigious talents, they are remarkably fierce, especially that Hailinger. Her divine abilities counter the ancient heavenly crocodile, driving this ferocious beast into a frenzy. This is already the 6th time she has repelled the ancient heavenly crocodile. I wonder if she can subdue it. If she truly subdues it, her combat power will increase significantly, and then that beast alone will be enough for a roar. The ancient heavenly crocodile's horn once again emitted a dark glow, and its tail swept out, with a terrifying gale launching an attack towards Linger. Blue light radiated from Linger as her figure flickered. The blue moon in her hand transformed completely into a full moon. Bang! The crocodile's tail swept past Linger's body, striking a towering ancient tree, which instantly turned to dust scattering in the wind. Looking again, Linger's form gradually faded. It was an illusion. Her true self had already reached above the ancient heavenly crocodile, the full moon in her hand emanating a terrifying aura as it descended upon it. Roar! The heavenly crocodile roared in anger, the runes on its horn glowing brightly. It did not retreat, but charged forward, its horn transforming into a terrifying blade aimed at Linger. The battle once again caused tremors deep within the forbidden zone, and this time, the ancient heavenly crocodile was finally injured, a trickle of blood flowing down from its head. However, Linger was also suffering, her complexion pale, her breath unstable. Buzzing. At that moment, waves of terrifying sound reverberated throughout the sky, emanating from the innate divine power of the red sunfire bat. Everyone covered their ears. The sound waves were too terrifying, affecting only the soul. It felt as if their souls were being violently torn apart, leaving them in a daze. Fortunately, those who came here were the top figures from each city and faction. They quickly regained clarity, but instinctively stepped back a few paces, looking fearful. Chu Shanhe and his companions were no different. The sound wave attack from the red sunfire bat was exceedingly terrifying, capable of killing without a trace. Quick look. The young lord of Lu City is completely unaffected. The crowd turned to see their expressions suddenly changing as they collectively gasped. How is this possible? They saw Lu Qing at the center of the sound waves, standing there calmly, completely unharmed. Truly worthy of the Lu family's clan, defending divine ability within reach across the world. Someone began to explain. Although we see Lu Qing on the opposite side of the red sunfire bat, in reality, he has already moved to some unknown location. This ability that ignores distance is simply the nemesis of sound wave-based ferocious beasts. It is utterly ineffective against him. Indeed, at the very moment the sound waves ceased, Lu Qing's figure gradually vanished, only to reappear behind the red sunfire bat, wielding a massive hammer that radiated a sharp light and bore a destructive aura, striking down upon the red sunfire bat. Bang! The enormous body was instantly smashed to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Beast, today is your day of death. Lu Qing snorted, coldly charging towards the red sunfire bat with the hammer. Meanwhile, the battle between Daozi and the treading sky elephant, as well as Xiang Tian and the last pure-blooded ferocious beast, had also entered a heated stage. It was a flood dragon stirring the heavens and the earth, terrifying beyond measure. Xiang Tian, holding nothing but the purple light radiating from his body, unmatched in vitality, relied solely on his hands and strength. After punching the flood dragon away, he seized its tail and swung it around before smashing it violently into the ground. That Sangtian body is truly as legendary as its name suggests. I wonder who is stronger between him and the primordial sacred body. They were originally deadly rivals, though I heard that a prodigy from the Yi family has also appeared, so rest assured these two will meet eventually. Everyone marveled at Xiang Tian's unparalleled dominance. In the crowd, Chu Shanhe had already been stirred up. Now his 9 turns floating tower golden body had reached the 4th turn, and he was eager to test just how strong his physical body had become. Moreover, he was also very curious about what secrets lay within that so-called heavenly monument that could compel the 4 great prodigies to exert all their effort to compete for it. With a thought, he took a step forward and entered the beam of light. Old Chu, you old fool. Yao Chun and Li Zexion's expressions changed dramatically as they attempted to reach out to grab Chu Shanhe, but it was too late. Everyone look. Someone has entered the beam of light. Another prodigy. Chu Shan's actions drew attention from those around him, sparking heated discussions. However, when they saw that it was a snow-white-haired old man, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of disbelief. Is this old man not afraid for his life? Within the beam of light, no divine abilities or techniques can be used, and only pure physical strength can withstand it. I really don't know who gave him the courage to be so bold, thinking his physical body could rival that Sangtian body. This old man seems intent on seeking death. He will surely be crushed. Sigh, there's now another skeleton on the ground. While those 4 great prodigies are fighting, why would you go and join the chaos? The crowd had varied expressions. Within the beam of light, a tremendous pressure came crashing down on Chu Shanhe, causing his body to bend instantly, his legs trembling as if they were made of sifted flour. Open for me. He roared angrily, activating the 1st turn of the floating tower golden body. In an instant, he was enveloped in golden light, stepping forward 1 step at a time. Very quickly, the terrifying pressure struck again. Without any hesitation, the 2nd turn of the golden body was activated, the golden light intensifying further, and the pressure immediately lessened considerably. Chu Shanhe continued to advance, but outside, chaos erupted. This old man is impressive. He has some skills. No wonder he wanted to go in and try. It turns out he is training in a physical cultivation technique. This is only the beginning, he has only walked 1/3 of the way. The pressure inside only increases as one goes further. If the old man has no more tricks up his sleeve, then he can just wait for death. You're right, the old man has already stopped moving, he must be out of tricks. Does he really think he can make it through? Under the doubtful eyes of the crowd, Chu Shanhe, within the beam of light, came to a halt once more, as if carrying a mountain on his back. Boom. In the next moment, a 30-foot-tall golden giant appeared before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The golden giant, this old man, is the one who defeated the golden-winged rock at Ghost Worry Gorge. I always thought it was some prodigy who defeated the golden-winged rock, but I didn't expect it to be an old man. What is this old man's background to be so terrifying? Undeniably, the old man's strength is indeed formidable, but compared to the 4 great prodigies, he still falls. His age is evident. Comparing a 100-year-old man to prodigies with unparalleled talent and monstrous physiques is simply not comparable. At the moment the golden giant appeared, someone recognized the identity of Chu Shanhe. Why does this golden giant feel even more terrifying than what we saw a few days ago at Ghost Worry Gorge? Of course, he has taken the Fire Extreme Aurora fruit. Such heavenly materials are immensely beneficial for body refinement, so it's no surprise his golden body has become stronger. I suddenly look forward to this old man stepping through the light pillar into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. If he can truly break through the light pillar, then we will have another person on our side against those 4 fierce beasts. It seems there is a great chance of seizing the heavenly steel this time. How do you know if there are other fierce beasts deep? As they watched the golden giant continue forward in the light pillar, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. In the crowd, Yao Chun and Li Zhexian looked at Chu Shanhe with serious expressions. They were not worried about the light pillar. Chu Shan's confident entrance meant he had full confidence in getting through. What they were worried about was that once he entered the Forbidden Zone, he would confront Hai Linger and the others hidden. If Hai Linger really took action against Chu Shanhe, how would they resolve that? The two frowned. That old fool is always so impulsive. Yao Chun was so angry he wanted to slap Chu Shanhe, saying, I just want to slap him to death. It's useless to say so much now, old Chu has already entered. Li Zhexian's expression was also grim. In this situation, we can't help, we can only see how old Chu fares. In the light pillar, Chu Shanhe transformed into a golden giant, and the terrifying pressure instantly diminished. He took a step forward, continuing deeper inside. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, the 4 great prodigies erupted, completely glowing like brilliant suns, unleashing terrifying powers and sending the fierce beasts flying. In an instant, the roars of beasts echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. The group regrouped and glanced at the 4 pure-blooded fierce beasts before shifting their gaze to the massive heavenly steel in the depths, their eyes filled with fervor. At this moment, they sensed something and turned to see a 30-zhang golden giant advancing in the gravitational area of the light pillar. It's him. Hai Linger raised her brows. Although it was her first time seeing this golden giant, she had a deep impression of him. This figure had appeared in the images transmitted by the Rat Clan before their demise. I didn't expect this old fool to dare come here himself. Lu Qing, wielding a large hammer, revealed a hint of coldness in his eyes, with a smirk on his lips. Let's see if he can get past the gravitational area first. Daozi's face was calm, the mark on his brow faintly visible. This old man has cultivated body refinement techniques. Well, his physical strength is surprisingly robust. Xiang Tian, however, looked on with great interest. As a celestial body of the heavens apart from his arch-nemesis, the Yi clan's ancient sacred body, this was the first time he praised another body refinement technique. After all, standing at the peak and looking down, everyone appears as mere ants. Or we will deal with that old man later. Hai Linger looked at the golden giant, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in her eyes, then turned back. Focus on dealing with these fierce beasts. We must obtain the heavenly steel. Roar. Buzz. The heavenly crocodile roared, the fire bat flapped its wings, the flood dragon exhaled, and the heaven-shaking giant shook the heavens. After the 4 fierce beasts suffered losses at the hands of Hai Linger and the others, their ferocity surged, filled with terrifying rage, and they charged once more at the 4 great prodigies. The two sides once again clashed fiercely, causing the entire Forbidden Zone to tremble. Within the light curtain, Chu Shanhe remained oblivious to the fact that Hai Linger and the others had already pronounced his death sentence. The golden giant pressed on, finally halting at 3/4 of the way through. The terrifying pressure was simply the sum of the previous 3 times. Even the 3rd transformation of the pagoda golden body could not withstand it, as cracks began to appear on the golden body. 4th transformation of the golden body, unleash. Chu Shanhe hesitated not at all and directly activated the 4th transformation of the golden body. In an instant, golden light shone brilliantly, and to the astonishment of everyone, the golden giant began to shrink. The originally 30-zhang golden giant shrank by half in an instant. Although its size diminished, its aura grew increasingly formidable. Moreover, intricate patterns appeared on the golden body, resembling tattoos. The patterns were complex and mysterious, and it seemed as if a golden pagoda materialized behind Chu Shanhe. It can get even stronger. This scene caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. The 4th transformation of the pagoda golden body refreshed their understanding. They had initially thought the appearance of the golden giant was the limit for Chu Shanhe, but they didn't expect it to be capable of becoming even stronger. Did this really just enhance a bit? Among the crowd, Yao Chen's eyes nearly popped out. Remembering what Chu Shanhe had said in the cave, he slowly raised a middle finger at the figure in the light pillar. This old man is such a show-off. Beside him, Li Zixin couldn't help but scoff. In the light pillar, the fourth transformation of the golden body appeared, and the terrifying pressure instantaneously dissipated. Chu Shanhe moved as if on level ground, taking a few steps to exit the chilling gravitational area. Swish! As he stepped into the depths of the forbidden zone, he immediately felt a terrifying killing intent rising. Ahead, the four great prodigies were fiercely clashing with the four fierce beasts' divine abilities and martial techniques flying about. He actually made it through. It seems we underestimated this old man. What a surprise. If we want him to live a little longer, we must take care of these beasts first. Then it will be his time to die. The four great prodigies were somewhat astonished by the old man who had intruded into the forbidden zone, but their killing intent and disdain did not diminish in the slightest. However, their attacks grew increasingly fierce, and in an instant the four fierce beasts were falling back. Chu Shanhe observed the four prodigies akin to sons and assessed that he indeed could not defeat them. While he might hold his own unknown against four, there was no chance of victory. However, he was not worried as they currently had no energy to deal with him. On the contrary, he could take advantage of this time to accomplish many things. He could even sneakily attack from behind, catching them off guard. But that thought was swiftly extinguished, as aiding the fierce beasts against human prodigies meant he would have no way back. Taking advantage of the battle, his gaze turned deeper, where a towering heavenly steel stood between heaven and earth. What secret does this steel hold that makes the four great prodigies so desperate to seize it? Chu Shanhe circumvented the battlefield and walked toward it. But he was more curious about how they planned to take such a mass. In the forbidden zone, the four ferocious beasts let out a furious roar as they saw another human intruder. The ancient sky crocodile's single horn suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forcing Linger back, while its massive tail swept towards Chu Shanhe. Buzz buzz buzz. The crimson sunfire bat also emitted a terrifying sonic attack, attempting to prevent Chu Shanhe from entering the depths. The sky elephant and the flood dragon acted similarly. As Chu Shanhe approached the heavenly stele, a violent aura swept across the entire realm, momentarily increasing their power. Bastard, what does this old man want? Lu Qing transformed into an illusion once again, using the skill of distance in an instant to evade the sonic attack of the crimson sunfire bat, and appeared beside Linger. Daozi and Xiang Tian were in the same situation. Facing the rampaging beasts, they were also retreating step by step, a stark contrast to their previous advantage. The four of them glared at Chu Shanhe, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Not far away, Chu Shanhe flickered his figure, easily dodging the terrifying tail swipe of the sky crocodile, but he could not evade the sonic attack of the crimson sunfire bat, and had to retreat. Old man, do you want to die? Lu Qing's expression was icy. Come help us, or let's kill these four beasts together. Why should I care? Besides, who do you think you are to command me? Chu Shanhe replied nonchalantly, clearly sensing the murderous intent from earlier. He realized that Linger had learned about his killing of the 12 guardians of Haiqing. Hearing this, he shot back without hesitation, as they were enemies anyway, and he did not want to waste more words. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, his killing intent palpable. As the young lord of Lu City, he had unparalleled talent, and had always been under the spotlight, commanding respect wherever he went. His words were like edicts, but unexpectedly he was now rebutted by a centenarian. Moreover, being told he was nothing was truly baffling, but it was unclear whether it was arrogance or ignorance. The other three also wore cold expressions, looking at Chu Shanhe with hostility. If your ears are not working, you should see a doctor soon. Chu Shanhe said calmly, stop pretending to be a big shot here. Whatever you're thinking, don't think I don't know. Hurry and deal with the beasts. I need to go check on the heavenly steel. With that, his aura erupted completely, his 15-jong golden body shining brilliantly, and then he took a step forward, darting deep into the forbidden zone. Bastard! Linger and the others gritted their teeth, their figures flickering as they tried to chase after him. But with the earth-shattering roars of the beasts approaching, the four ferocious beasts charged at them with terrifying auras. The four of them clashed once more with the four beasts. Damn, this old man is too shameless. Wasn't he supposed to assist the four great prodigies in attacking those four beasts? How did he slip away alone? It seems he wants to take advantage of the conflict. Bah, shameless, utterly shameless. This scene caused those watching from outside to show disdain, cursing endlessly. In the depths of the forbidden zone, the sounds of battle reverberated through the heavens and earth. Chu Shanhe's entry drove the four ferocious beasts into a frenzy. The violent aura caused the four great prodigies' expressions to change drastically. This old man, I must tear him. While Lu Qing cursed angrily, he activated his divine abilities and approached the crimson sunfire bat from behind. The terrifying aura from the hammer in his hand erupted, and with Lu Qing's fury it struck fiercely on the bat's back. Meanwhile, the attacks from Linger, Daozi, and Xiang Tian also hit it simultaneously. Faced with the rampaging four ferocious beasts, they immediately changed their combat strategy and focused fire to take down one. The Crimson Sunfire Bat was the weakest and hence the easiest to kill, so it became their first target. Buzz buzz buzz. The fire bat sensed the breath of death and began to flap its wings frantically, unleashing terrifying sonic waves. At the same time, the fire runes on its body abruptly lit up and terrifying crimson flames appeared sweeping through the entire space as the fire bat's wings flapped. The horrifying temperature distorted the surrounding air, igniting the towering trees in an instant. The entire area was transformed into a sea of fire. It actually forced the four great prodigies to retreat. Drink. High Linger's body trembled, her aura increasing as her 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly, and a brilliant blue light enveloped her. At the same time, a scepter appeared in her hand. Waving the scepter, countless ice crystals instantly appeared in the air. Go! With a delicate shout from High Linger, the countless ice crystals surged towards the fire bat. When the sea of fire met the ice crystals melted instantly, extinguishing the flames. Soon the sea of fire disappeared, but High Linger's divine ability also lost its offensive power. The falling ice crystals landed on the fire bat, sizzling as they evaporated into water vapor in the air. Damn it! The plan to quickly take down a ferocious beast failed, leaving High Linger's expression extremely grim as she looked into the distance, seeing the golden figure drawing closer to the heavenly steel. This old man. The other three also wore expressions as cold as ice, not expecting that after all their efforts they would end up making someone else a benefactor. We need to speed up, or if he gets close to the heavenly steel and discovers the secret within it, will be a huge loss. High Linger's tone was exceptionally cold. The secret of the stone tablet was also told to her by her grandfather, who said it contained the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor, which was why they were fighting so desperately. The Thunder Ancestor, one of the great emperors of the human race, was said to have comprehended the Tao during a thunderstorm and could control lightning, ultimately transforming into thunder to suppress an era. As her voice fell, four terrifying auras suddenly erupted from the four of them, showcasing the prominence of their High Linger radiated light. Her innate spiritual body not only had a perfect affinity with spiritual energy, but also possessed a unique resonance with a certain Tao. At this moment, wisps of Tao's aura emanated from her, making her appear as if a goddess had descended. Go! Her entire being glowed blue, and the blue moon in her hand containing terrifying energy transformed into a massive wave sweeping towards the fire bat. Beside her, Xiang Tian's purple aura surged wildly. In the next moment, purple patterns appeared from behind his ears, spreading to half his face and down his neck. His celestial body was unmatched in dominance. He stepped forward, shaking the void with an unparalleled force, arriving beside the fire bat, and then punched down. Meanwhile, Daozi and Lu Qing also unleashed their divine abilities, jointly assaulting the Crimson Sunfire Bat. If one attempt failed, they would try again. This time, all four of them would reveal their trump cards, determined to slay the fire bat. Roar! At the same time, the celestial crocodile roared in fury. The heavens echoed with a long cry, and the dragon's roar of the flood dragon reverberated throughout the world. The four great prodigies joined forces, and their four fierce beasts did not hold back either, all unleashing their innate divine abilities to shield against the terrifying attacks aimed at the red Sunfire Bat. Unfortunately, this was the strongest strike from the four prodigies, and their innate divine abilities only managed to block a large portion of the attacks. In the next moment, the red Sunfire Bat let out a mournful cry as its massive body crashed to the ground. Terrible and gruesome wounds appeared on its wings, and crimson blood flowed out, staining the earth, while its breath grew weak. Roar! Seeing the fire bat in such a miserable state, the other three fierce beasts went completely berserk, charging with their innate divine abilities towards the four great prodigies. However, the situation was not favorable. Without the red Sunfire Bat, they could not withstand the attacks from the four prodigies and were steadily forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Chu Shanhe seized the opportunity to reach the foot of the gigantic stone tablet. The stone tablet emanated an ancient aura covered in moss. Chu Shanhe looked up and found mysterious and profound special symbols on its surface, which resembled earthworms, leaving him utterly confused. Could these earthworm-like symbols hold the secret of the stone tablet? He was filled with doubt and circled around the stone tablet, finding nothing particularly noteworthy apart from those symbols. But what do these symbols represent? What do they specifically mean? He was filled with questions, utterly at a loss. With no other options, he could only jot down all the symbols on the stone tablet first, hoping to decipher some secrets later. However, before long, he felt that his thoughts were overly naive. The stone tablet was enormous, and those densely packed earthworm-like symbols were countless, giving him a headache. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the battle on the side of the four great prodigies had reached its conclusion. The ancient celestial crocodile had its tail severed, and the celestial phenomenon was pinned down by Daozi's talisman, ultimately crushed by Xiang Tian. The last flood dragon was almost killed by High Linger and Lu Qing. The four fierce beasts, battered and bruised, fled in four different directions. High Linger and the others wanted to pursue, but they were hindered by the enemy's speed, and they were nearly exhausted. Most importantly, Chu Shanhe had already reached the stone tablet, leaving them no time for anything else. The four swallowed recovery pills and madly rushed towards the stone tablet. I must kill that old bastard. Lu Qing still remembered how Chu Shanhe had insulted him earlier, feeling the urge to attack. In the blink of an eye, the 4 rays of light arrived at the stone tablet, only to find that Chu Shanhe was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? The 4 figures slowly descended, their faces filled with confusion. Could he have gone inside? Xiang Tian pointed deeper within. No matter, as long as he hasn't uncovered the secret of the stone tablet, that's all that matters. Hai Linger cast a deep glance ahead, then shifted her gaze to the towering stone tablet before her. Those densely packed symbols resembling earthworms made her head throb. Xiang Tian, Lu Qing, and Daozi also looked at her, and after observing for a moment, they all turned their attention to Hai Linger. Linger, are you sure this stone tablet holds the secret of the Thunder Ancestor? This is what my grandfather told me. Hai Linger did not conceal anything. Her curious hand reached out to touch the stone tablet, finding nothing unusual, only the slippery moss and the ancient aura. My grandfather read ancient texts and said that the secret of the Thunder Ancestor is inscribed on this stone tablet, and it might even contain the Thunder Ancestor's legacy. The legacy of the Thunder Ancestor. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals' pupils shrank involuntarily. Could the secret be contained within these earthworm-like symbols? Daozi's brow furrowed tightly. Instantly, the 4 gazes shifted back to those symbols. No way, there are so many symbols. Before long, Xiang Tian gave up. No matter, let's record these symbols first. At this moment, Hai Linger began to doubt herself. Could it be that her grandfather had made a mistake? However, since they had gone through so much effort to arrive here, there must be some reward. The stone tablet was large, the symbols countless, yet Hai Linger carefully observed from top to bottom, memorizing them. Boom. At this moment, the stone tablet suddenly trembled, and the moss began to fall off. What happened? Did Linger unlock the secret of the stone tablet? Xiang Tian and the others were startled and rushed to Hai Linger's side. I don't know. Hai Linger was equally puzzled, as she hadn't done anything except memorizing those symbols. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors of the stone tablet continued. Amidst the 4 prodigies' confusion, those symbols unexpectedly emitted a brilliant light, and under their astonished gazes they began to move slowly, gradually coming together to form mysterious patterns. The 4 were left dumbfounded. Crack. Soon a crack appeared on the stone tablet, and it multiplied. This stone tablet is going to shatter. Hai Linger and the others were horrified. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening? The 4 remained bewildered, unsure of what was occurring. As the symbols shifted, a mysterious totem appeared before their eyes, faintly revealing countless bolts of thunder. At the same time, the sky above the entire forbidden zone began to flash with lightning, as if a heavenly tribulation was upon them. It's the exclusive totem of the Thunder Ancestor. Along with this strange phenomenon, Hai Linger's expression changed drastically as she recognized the totem. This means that there truly is the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor here. The other 3 were astonished, and together they reached out towards the totem, their gazes filled with fiery eagerness. Crack. In the next moment, a bolt of thunder descended, completely knocking the 3 back. The legacy is mine. Hai Linger's eyes narrowed, and she quickly dashed towards the totem, reaching out to grasp it. But another bolt of thunder struck down, pushing her back. The 4 exchanged glances filled with doubt and disbelief. Crack. Yet again, several bolts of thunder struck down, causing the stone tablet to completely shatter. At that moment, the 4 discovered a figure in the center of the stone tablet. This figure was seated cross-legged in the void, eyes tightly shut, surrounded by flickering lightning. As the bolts of thunder fell, the aura of thunder around him grew increasingly dense. Impossible. How could it be him? Get lost. The appearance of this figure drastically changed the expressions of the 4, who all yelled in rage. The figure is none other than Chu Shanhe. Initially, he, like Hai Linger, intended to memorize all these symbols and reflect on them later. However, as he began to record them, he realized there were simply too many. If he continued at his current pace, he would be intercepted by the 4 great prodigies before he could finish. Resolutely, he decided to take action, and picked up the Longyuan sword, preparing to slice off the side of the stone tablet that bore the symbols and take it back for further study. Yet, just as the Longyuan sword made contact with the stone tablet, a terrifying suction force erupted from the tablet, pulling him entirely into its interior. Inside the stone tablet, there was a sea of thunder, and the countless bolts of lightning pierced through his body. Fortunately, his physical strength had reached a certain realm, otherwise he would have been obliterated by the multitude of thunder. As the lightning tempered his body, he faintly grasped a hint of the Tao amidst the chaos of thunder. Gritting his teeth, he took out a piece of enlightenment tea leaf and swallowed it, beginning to comprehend the Tao within the thunder. His great transformation sutra possessed the ability to seize the essence of all things, gathering the 3,000 Taos into one. Soon a thunder rune gradually appeared above his dantian, standing beside the sword and alchemy runes. The rune exuded Taoist aura, constantly flickering with lightning. At the moment the rune formed, a cosmic phenomenon occurred resembling the sight that the 4 great prodigies had just witnessed. A totem arose, the stone tablet cracked, and thunder rumbled down. This is impossible. Outside, Hai Linger and the others looked at Chu Shanhe, suspended in midair, disbelief etched on their faces, their eyes turning bloodshot. This was the target they had painstakingly sought after rushing here from the relics, crossing through the gravity zone, and defeating the 4 fierce beasts. They never expected that in the end this old man would snatch it away from them. The four could not accept this reality, their anger surging. Interrupt his inheritance. As the thunder fell, the lightning around Chu Shanhe grew increasingly intense, and his aura became ever more terrifying. A cold glint flashed in Hai Linger's eyes as she decided to take action without hesitation. If she couldn't have it, then no one else could. This suggestion was quickly adopted by the other three. In the next moment, the four erupted with a fierce aura radiating brilliant light. Each unleashed their strongest divine abilities, four beams of different colored light, shooting towards Chu Shanhe. Boom. Crack. At that moment, the thunderclouds above began to spin faster, and several bolts of thunder, as thick as barrels, fell in an instant, blocking the four fierce attacks. Damn it. The faces of Hai Linger and her companions changed dramatically as they accelerated their speed. Yet the falling thunder descended with equal swiftness, mercilessly blocking all their attacks from reaching Chu Shanhe. Linger, this isn't going to work. Xiang Tian's body radiated purple light as he glanced complexly at Chu Shanhe amidst the thunder. He approached Hai Linger, grasped her arm, and shook his head slowly. We can't interrupt the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance, or our efforts would be in vain. Even if I die today, I will destroy this inheritance. Hai Linger's once beautiful face was now filled with a fierce expression. When a woman turns ruthless, she can be more terrifying than a ferocious beast. She formed seals with her hands, and a brilliant blue light erupted from her. Then a blue crescent moon rose behind her, nurturing a vague shadow that resembled an ancient ferocious bird. As it flapped its wings, an unsettling aura emanated from the crescent moon. Linger, you. The other three looked at the situation, their lips moving, but unable to voice their thoughts, simply watching her actions in silence. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous beast roar resounded from deep within the forbidden area, shaking the earth, causing leaves to fall, and instantly cooling the atmosphere. A devastating aura followed, making the faces of the four prodigies change dramatically. Soon a brilliant golden light shot skyward. Within the golden light, a colossal creature slowly approached. It resembled a golden lion, but with a pair of dragon horns on its head and golden scales on its brow, while lightning sparkled across its body. Behind it followed four fierce beasts: the ancient sky crocodile, the blazing sunfire bat, the earth-shattering elephant, and the flood dragon. What is this? The four prodigies were completely stunned by the sight. Hai Linger's pupils constricted as she exclaimed, Swan and I. What? The other three's faces changed completely at her words. This is the legendary ferocious beast Swan and I. It is said that in ancient times the Swan and I king was the mount of the Thunder Ancestor. It seems this legend is not unfounded. This is a descendant of the Swan and I king. Although its bloodline is not very pure and does not possess the same monstrous abilities as its ancestors, it is still beyond our capability to defeat here. Hai Linger trembled, making a swift decision. We retreat. Go. In the next moment, the four transformed into streaks of light and fled outward. Roar. The immense body of Swan and I took several steps forward, and its lightning surged. Then several thick bolts of thunder erupted from its body, attacking the four. Boom, boom, boom. The four prodigies' expressions changed as they pushed their speed to the limit, barely managing to evade Swan and I's assault. The bolts of thunder struck several ancient trees, instantly turning them to ashes. Hiss! The four prodigies couldn't help but gasp in shock. Any lightning that struck any one of them would be an unbearable price to pay. Damn it, what is this? We didn't obtain the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance, and are now being pursued by this Swan and I. Lu Qing said with a face full of frustration, cursing. Who knew that there would be a legendary Swan and I beast deep within? Xiang Tian's expression was also grim. Let's wait outside for that old thing. I don't believe he will stay in there forever. Hai Linger thought that Chu Shanhe had seized her Thunder Ancestor inheritance, her expression filled with venom. Look, the Swan and I isn't chasing us anymore. Compared to the other three, Daozi appeared relatively calm. He turned around and noticed that the Swan and I and the four fierce beasts were not pursuing them, but were rushing towards Chu Shanhe. Could it be that they also want to stop the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance? Aren't they supposed to be guarding the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance? They are not guarding what they want. To plunder. As Daozi's voice echoed again, the expressions of the other three changed drastically. The Swan and I and the four fierce beasts arrived at the stone tablet, gazing at the cracked stone tablet, and the Chu Shanhe illuminated by lightning in midair, letting out a long howl to the heavens. The Swan and I roared, its golden light intensifying, resembling a sun, turning the entire forbidden area into a golden ocean. Then from the depths of its golden pupils, two bolts of golden lightning shot forth, tearing through the void and striking fiercely towards Chu Shanhe. Boom. Above the dome, the thundercloud vortex rumbled, followed closely by several bolts of thunder attempting to block the two golden lightning strikes of the Swan and I. However, when the two forces collided, the thunder seemed to melt away like ice meeting magma, instantly vanishing. The golden lightning surged forward with unstoppable momentum, piercing directly into Chu Shanhe's forehead. Boom. At the same time, Chu Shanhe's body was engulfed in lightning as the golden lightning transformed into the essence of Swan and I, charging towards the rune of thunder. Humph! Chu Shanhe let out a cold snort, and with a thought the nearby sword path rune transformed into countless sword rays completely enveloping the essence of Swan and I. Roar! The essence of Swan and I flickered with lightning, and several bolts of thunder appeared scattering the myriad sword rays as it continued to advance with its limbs. It flipped the sky and stirred the rain, attempting to disrupt Chu Shanhe's dantian, seeking to shatter it and devour the rune of thunder. Seeking death. Chu Shanhe's thoughts stirred, and the sword path rune began to spin wildly, followed by a terrifying sword ray enveloping the entire dantian as it slashed towards the essence of Swan and I. At the same time, the alchemy rune emitted a hazy aura of the Tao, its patterns glowing and transforming into the shape of the Mother Chi cauldron, smashing fiercely towards the essence of Swan and I. Roar! The golden essence of Swan and I roared in anger, lightning flashing as it bathed in the onslaught of countless thunders. Boom! As the sword rays and lightning collided along with the Mother Chi cauldron, Chu Shanhe's dantian turned upside down like roaring waves, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Wow! Chu Shanhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the speed of the great evolution scripture accelerated even further as the aura of the Tao continuously emanated from his body. Above the dantian, the sword light vanished, and the essence of Swan and I also dimmed to an extreme, both sides suffering heavy losses. It withstood the sword light, but could not endure the Mother Chi cauldron. The essence of Swan and I let out a mournful cry as it was shattered, transforming into countless golden lightning bolts that were absorbed by the thunder rune. Poof! At the stone tablet, Swan and I suddenly spat out blood and was sent flying. It stabilized itself in the void, then roared at the sky, the lightning surging on its two dragon horns. Simultaneously, the four great beasts roared in unison. Boom! With the roars of Swan and I, and the four great beasts, countless ferocious creatures in the ruins began to respond, shaking the entire ruins with their roars, and the fierce birds screeched. What happened? Why did the ferocious beasts go berserk? It must be from within the forbidden area. Outside, the talented observers changed their expressions drastically. In the forbidden area, even the four great prodigies were horrified, exchanging glances before swiftly rushing out. They had just seen Swan and I's failed attempt to seize the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance, resulting in the loss of most of its essence, and in its rage it communicated with all the ferocious beasts in the ruins, seemingly intent on killing all humans. At this moment, there were still several hours until the entrance of the ruins would open. In other words, if they couldn't withstand these hours, they would perish to the ferocious beasts. The four of them rushed through the light pillars, seeing others still dazed in place, and couldn't help but shout, "Hurry and run. Find a place to hide. The ferocious beasts in the ruins are about to go wild." Upon finishing, the four transformed into streaks of light and vanished before the crowd. Roar! Just after they left, the terrified onlookers saw the four great beasts charging through the light pillar towards them. The terrifying gravitational zone had no effect on the ferocious beasts, especially the treading sky elephant, whose four massive feet shook the earth, causing the ground to crack. Run! Although they did not know what had happened inside, there was no time for them to ponder. They quickly activated their skills to mobilize spiritual energy and began to flee. The No.1 ruins, as the first ancient ruins discovered by the human race, is a treasure land filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, the inscriptions and bone texts inside have allowed humanity to step into a new era. It is no exaggeration to say that all current cultivation techniques, including the path of cultivation, originated from this No.1 ruins. Although 100 years have passed, its significance is no longer as great as it once was. Many still come here to try their luck and seek opportunities. However, this is also a place of death, for due to the passage of time, the ferocious beasts here are exceedingly terrifying. Ancient species and pure-blood ferocious beasts can be seen, and now even the legendary Swan and I has appeared. A slight misstep here could lead to death buried in this place. Opportunities coexist with peril. At this moment, under the furious wrath of the king of ferocious beasts, Swan and I, the entire world erupted. Ferocious beasts and birds left their nests, breaking the rules, and even during the day they all came out. They were filled with rage, their ferocity overwhelming. As soon as they saw humans, they would open their bloody maws and attack. No. Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death. In just a moment, screams and sounds of fighting echoed from all corners of the ruins. The ferocious beasts went berserk, and humanity faced the greatest peril in history. Some people did not even know what had happened until death claimed them. Screech. A bird's screech resonated through heaven and earth. It was the golden-winged great Pung, transforming into golden light, constantly darting across all corners of the ruins, its fierce eyes scanning the ground like a radar, searching for those who sought to seize the fire extreme light flame fruit. Especially that old man it remembered vividly, having lost to him last time. This time it must kill him. However, instead of encountering its enemy, it stumbled upon several fleeing individuals. Kill it. Both sides immediately engaged in battle, and in an instant divine abilities filled the sky and bird cries rang out. Roar. At another part of the ruins, a great roar echoed through the heavens. It was a black-patterned giant rhinoceros, whose four hooves shook the earth as it opened its bloody maw and devoured two humans before crushing another with its hooves. Such occurrences were happening constantly throughout the ruins as some low-level martial artists instantly became food for the ferocious beasts, a sight too terrible to behold. In the depths of the ruins at the stone tablet, after causing the ferocious beast riot, Swan and I returned to its original position, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chu Shanhe. The earlier plundering had caused it to lose part of its essence, driving it into an immense fury. How soon its golden pupils began to surge with lightning again, preparing for another round of plunder. However, at that moment Chu Shanhe suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. In the next instant, 2 bolts of thunder erupted from his eyes, directly sending Swan and I flying. Whom familiar beast dares to disturb me on my territory? Chu Shanhe took a step forward, his whole body shimmering with lightning, then extended his right hand, slowly speaking, "Thunder come." As Chu Shanhe's voice fell, the thunderclouds in the sky stirred, electric light spilling forth, exuding a heart-pounding aura, seemingly brewing a thunderous strike. Roar! The fierce beast Swan and I let out a furious roar, its entire body glowing with golden light, lightning flickering around it, as it opened its massive mouth, shooting a bolt of thunder towards Chu Shanhe. Go! Chu Shanhe's expression remained unchanged as he pointed at Swan and I, instantly illuminating the thunderclouds with dazzling lightning. In the next moment, a terrifying thunderbolt descended, several times more powerful than Swan and I's strike. Boom! The 2 thunderbolts collided without any surprise, and Swan and I's thunderbolt was directly shattered. The shocking thunder swept through the air like a raging tide, completely enveloping Swan and I. Roar! Swan and I roared in anger, a wave of golden ripples surging from its roar akin to the crashing of monstrous waves. Heavenly roar technique. This is the divine ability of the ancient Swan and I king, passed down to its descendants. When the shocking thunder met Swan and I's heavenly roar technique, it twisted as if trees encountered fierce fire, ultimately disintegrating into points of lightning that vanished into the air. The fierce beast Swan and I truly lives up to its reputation. Chu Shanhe was not the least bit surprised. If a single thunderbolt could kill Swan and I, it would not be called the king of fierce beasts. With a step forward, the golden body of the Buddha suddenly activated, revealing a 15-jong tall golden giant adorned with intricate golden patterns. Immediately, a violent aura swept across the heavens and the earth. The golden giant's eyes shot forth blood-red light, its entire spine slightly bending, exuding a fierce spirit. The bloodthirsty fury combined with the forturned golden body caused Chu Shanhe's aura to surge, his blood boiling. The fierce beast Swan and I let out a long howl, charging madly towards Chu Shanhe on its 4 hooves, with the lightning around it growing increasingly intense. Chu Shanhe's expression was calm, lightning flickering around him. He then swung his fist with a sharp aura towards Swan and I. He refrained from using the Long Yuan sword, wanting to test just how resilient his forturned golden body was. The man and beast engaged in a brutal melee, the terrifying shockwaves shaking the ancient trees, causing leaves to fall and branches to sway wildly. They collided repeatedly, and the surrounding ancient trees were ultimately reduced to dust. Swan and I was not only proficient in lightning techniques, but also possessed an incredibly formidable physique. Its massive form was terrifying, and each strike of its thick golden claws cracked the trees or ground. Chu Shanhe's violent aura swept across the entire forbidden zone, his fists colliding with Swan and I again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 fought with earth-shattering ferocity, the howling winds and terrifying shockwaves overwhelming the entire forbidden zone. Chu Shanhe's violent aura swept across the entire forbidden zone, his fists colliding with Swan and I again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 fought with earth-shattering ferocity, the howling winds and terrifying shockwaves overwhelming. If this continued, it would not end well. Boom. Another collision occurred, and Swan and I roared. The heavenly roar technique was unleashed once more. Golden ripples erupted along with the sound waves, surging towards Chu Shanhe like relentless ocean waves. Chu Shanhe's golden light surged, his blood boiling as his white hair flew wildly. With a flick of his wrist, the Long Yuan sword appeared, sweeping horizontally. The ancient sword swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a blood-red giant sword, a terrifying sword light appearing as it slashed towards Swan and I's head. Roar! The roar shook the heavens. Swan and I's heavenly roar technique failed to take effect, and suddenly the dragon horns on its head lit up, divine radiance spreading forth, its aura soaring into the sky. The dazzling light engulfed the entire forbidden zone. Puff! In the end, both Chu Shanhe and Swan and I coughed up blood, being sent flying to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. No wonder it is the king of fierce beasts. It is indeed so formidable. Chu Shanhe had blood at the corner of his mouth, but he stood up again, holding the giant sword, stepping forward to charge at Swan and I. The 2 collided once more, their moves grand and lethal, both sides intent on killing each other. Open the heavens slash. The terrifying sword light shot into the sky, carrying a heart-pounding aura as it slashed towards Swan and I. Roar! Swan and I's dragon horns shone brightly, unafraid, stepping into the void to charge Hedon. With another earth-shattering sound, both sides retreated a few steps to stabilize their forms before charging again. The ferocious attacks collided, creating deafening sounds and bright golden light. Both engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, the fiercest melee unfolding. Bang! Chu Shan's sword struck Swan Ni's dragon horn, producing a piercing and dull sound, with lightning crackling, utterly terrifying. Crack! At that moment, lightning suddenly flickered in Swan Ni's eyes, and two bolts of thunder struck Chu Shan's abdomen, sending him flying. Wow! Chu Shanhe steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then the lightning runes above his dantian began to rotate, absorbing all the thunderous power within him. Good fellow, you actually ambushed me. His expression turned cold as he slowly spoke. Since it is this way, let me show you what the true principles of lightning are. As his voice fell, lightning flickered in his eyes, and the lightning rune above his dantian began to spin rapidly. Lightning erupted from his body as if the thunder god had descended. At the same time, the sky above became dark with rolling black clouds, and lightning surged. Purple lightning. With that, Chu Shanhe swung his arm, and in the next moment the black clouds rumbled, cracking as a purple lightning bolt tore through the void, carrying a destructive aura that completely enveloped Swan Ni. Swan Ni roared, its body flashing with lightning as it opened its mouth to unleash a bolt of thunder in an attempt to resist. Boom! The two bolts of lightning collided in the air, distorting the atmosphere and unleashing a dimensional storm. Then in Swan Ni's incredulous gaze, the purple lightning instantly shattered the bolt it had unleashed, then struck down from above, crashing heavily onto its body. Roar! The immense pain caused Swan Ni to roar incessantly, its body flickering with purple light, and the golden fur that exuded majesty now emitted a burnt smell. Swan Ni's massive form continued to leap around, seemingly trying to alleviate the pain in this manner. This was its most tragic moment. The purple lightning was overwhelmingly tyrannical, rampaging through its body. Fortunately, it was proficient in lightning techniques, otherwise a typical fierce beast would have been pierced through and turned to ash. As the lightning techniques defeated Swan Ni, Chu Shan's expression remained calm, and then his aura changed once more. The long yuan sword floated before him, beginning to spin wildly. Startling Swan Go. With a surge of energy, he aimed to completely eliminate this king of fierce beasts. The long yuan sword glowed brilliantly with lightning, then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly reaching Swan Ni and piercing deeply into its body. The terrifying rotational force caused its blood to spurt everywhere. Roar! Swan Ni roared, the scales between its brows erupting with dazzling light, its aura surging violently, even sending the long yuan sword flying. It was furious as the king of fierce beasts. Its bloodline was noble, virtually invincible in this region. Even other pure-blooded fierce beasts fell under its rule. Now it never expected to be defeated by a human. It was unwilling but helpless. This human had mastered the principles of lightning, making it fundamentally no match. After using its last life-saving technique, it turned its body and fled. Chu Shanhe did not pursue. He extended his arm, and the long yuan sword returned to his hand, though it was in a deactivated state, his figure slowly descending from the air. Having battled with Swan Ni, his condition was not much better. The earlier melee had inflicted considerable injuries on him. Fortunately, Yao Chun had given him several bottles of healing pills. He swallowed a few pills, and his internal injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. In that instant of recovery, he did not hesitate, and directly traversed the gravitational zone of light, beginning to navigate through the ruins. He needed to find Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian. Now that fierce beasts were rampaging through the ruins, he feared for their safety. Roar! At that moment, a black, ferocious tiger blocked his path, its massive body resembling a small mountain, as it opened its blood-stained mouth and roared at him. The black Sha tiger exuded an overwhelming ferocity, with two terrifying glints of killing intent shooting from its eyes. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Roar! The black tiger's roar shook the heavens, and then its claws extended viciously toward Chu Shanhe, ready to strike. In its eyes, Chu Shanhe was merely prey. Its claws were still stained with blood, remnants of the several human geniuses it had just devoured. Noisy! Watching the incoming tiger claw with a calm expression, Chu Shanhe extended his arm forward, and in the next moment a thunderbolt radiating a terrifying aura descended from the sky, directly reducing the black Sha tiger to ashes. After dispatching the black Sha tiger, Chu Shanhe hesitated not at all, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the distance, worried about the safety of Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian. Along the way, he witnessed scenes of battles between the human race and ferocious beasts, also seeing the heart-wrenching moment when beasts tore apart human geniuses, and many teaming up to confront the four great ferocious beasts. There were also the four great talents Hai Linger, and others mercilessly slaughtering the ferocious beasts. The entire relic trembled, the ground stained with blood. The ferocious beasts roared, and the fierce birds shrieked. Moreover, there were human geniuses roaring in despair, facing numerous ferocious beasts. The relentless slaughter spread across every corner of the ruins, turning the entire area into a blood-soaked world. Many were still quite young, also talented individuals. Had they been given a bit more time, many would have undoubtedly become powerful figures. However, now facing the terrifying ferocious beasts, there was no way to escape from the heavens above or the ground below, and they could only perish tragically beneath the pillars of these beasts. Chu Shanhe watched the tragic scenes unfold, his heart growing more anxious. Along the journey he encountered several ferocious birds, but with 2 bolts of lightning falling he reduced them to ashes. To him, ordinary ferocious beasts were simply not worth his attention unless he encountered ancient relic species or those few pure-blooded beasts, then it would be somewhat troublesome. He did not attempt to help others slay the ferocious beasts. There were far too many such situations everywhere he looked, and even if he wanted to help he simply couldn't. He dealt with any he could effortlessly, while for those he could not he would just watch their fate unfold. Outside the Ghost Worry Gorge a gigantic figure covered the sky, exuding a terrifying might. It was the golden-winged roc, and at this moment with a single flap of its wings it severed at least a dozen fleeing individuals in half, their screams echoing as they fell into the abyss. The golden-winged roc shrieked repeatedly, blood flowing from its wings. After slaying these individuals it soared back into the clouds, seeking its previous enemies. The periphery of other forbidden zones was the same. Rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the ground. In this blood-soaked world with rampaging ferocious beasts and trembling mountains, all the human race had not expected such an unprecedented ferocious beast uprising upon entering the relic. Everything came too suddenly without any warning. Many were meditating or walking in groups within the relic only to be ambushed by ferocious beasts leading to their demise. Now seeking any opportunities was nonsense. Everyone wished they could grow 2 more legs to run faster. Survival was the only matter at hand, and it was the greatest challenge they had ever faced in their lives. Everyone gritted their teeth and held on, knowing that in just a few hours the exit of the relic would open. Boom. The golden-winged roc flapped its wings, soaring tens of thousands of miles into the air, its massive wings sweeping across, severing countless trees and rocky mountains, sending giant boulders crashing down and dust rising. A dazzling golden light approached from the horizon at incredible speed, causing many to change their expressions dramatically, their faces filled with despair. This ancient relic species was too vicious, not to mention its terrifying speed. No one could match it. The roc's enormous body blotted out the sky, sweeping past as it went, leaving a barren wasteland in its wake, with rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. In the belly of a rocky mountain, Yao Chun and Li Zhixian appeared, pale blood staining the corners of their mouths. They had just fought a ferocious beast which eventually fled, but they too had sustained serious injuries. Fortunately, the location was not too far from the previous alchemy cave, allowing them to escape here. Hurry, take this, and quickly circulate your energy to heal your wounds. Yao Chun wasted no words, directly handing a bottle of healing elixir to Li Zhixian, then also opening a bottle and pouring it into his mouth before sitting cross-legged on the ground to circulate his energy. Now time was life, and no place was absolutely safe, and they had to constantly ensure their status was at full. Li Zhixian did the same, swallowing the elixir and beginning to adjust his breathing. Boom. Soon the entire rocky mountain trembled, thoroughly waking the 2 of them, as they saw giant boulders fall and the mountain fissure grow larger. Quickly they saw a sky-blue demon bull crashing through the rocky mountain, its enormous eyes fixed intently on them, a terrifying malice rising into the sky. Roar! Upon seeing humans within the rocky mountain, the sky-blue demon bull raised its hooves, ready to crush these 2 ants in one blow. Quick withdraw. Li Zhixian's expression turned serious, then he waved his paper fan, and in the next moment a rainbow-colored divine light shot up into the sky, completely enveloping the sky-blue demon bull and causing its movements to suddenly stall. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 of them pushed their speed to the utmost, transforming into streaks of light as they fled outward. Roar! The rainbow-colored divine light vanished, and the sky-blue demon bull let out a furious roar, then began to chase after them. Boom! Each step of that enormous body caused the ground to tremble and crack. Damn it, how could we encounter such a high-level ferocious beast? Yao Chun cursed involuntarily while fleeing. Despite the sky-blue demon bull's massive body, it was not slow at all, quickly closing the distance. However, Li Zhixian's rainbow-colored divine light appeared again, creating distance between them and the bull. Roar! The enraged bull roared thunderously, and after being toyed with repeatedly, its anger exploded, causing the horns on its head to emit brilliant light. Then it opened its mouth, and a blue light beam surged toward the 2. Scatter! Li Zhixian waved his arm, and the moment the rainbow-colored divine light shot out, he twisted to the side. Whoosh! The blue light beam grazed past the 2's ears and shot into the sky. However, the terrifying corrosive effect still caused them some suffering. Boom! Seizing this opportunity, the sky-blue demon bull charged forward, its horns glowing, seemingly ready to crush both of them in one go. Damn, it'll fight it. Yao Chun's expression tightened, his aura soaring, then the pestle appeared swelling in the wind, and he struck fiercely at the bull's head. At the same time, Li Zhixian's rainbow-colored divine light enveloped the bull once more. Then he swung his arm, and the paper fan transformed into a terrifying weapon, spinning as it slashed toward the bull's abdomen. Everyone knew that the abdomen of such ferocious beasts was the weakest point in their defense. Roar! The 2 of them coordinated perfectly, and after the rainbow-colored divine light restrained the bull, the pestle and paper fan struck fiercely against its body. A mournful scream reverberated through the heavens, and earth and blue blood splattered across the sky. A ghastly wound appeared on the bull's abdomen, continuously bleeding. It let out a furious roar, its eyes bloodshot, and once again brilliant light erupted from its horns emanating. Not good, this beast is about to unleash its innate divine ability. We must withdraw. Yao Chun withdrew the pestle, his expression changing dramatically. Go! Li Zhixian also unleashed a rainbow-colored divine light, preparing to retreat. Just then a sharp shriek of a bird echoed from the horizon, and in the next moment they saw a golden streak of light rushing toward them. Bad news, it's the golden-winged roc. Yao Chun and Li Zhixian exchanged glances, their faces filled with dismay. Ahead loomed the golden-winged roc, while behind them was the azure bull demon, two fierce beasts pursuing them relentlessly, leaving Yao Chun and Li Zhixian in utter despair. If it were any other fierce beast, they could perhaps rely on Li Zhixian's seven-colored divine light to suppress it, possibly gaining a chance to escape, but facing the golden-winged roc, the fastest of all beasts, they were outmatched. The seven-colored divine light could not suppress it at all. This is bad, Yao Chun said directly, abandoning resistance, his face filled with despair. We previously stole the fire extreme light fruit, and it's clear this time it's come for revenge. Moreover, with old Chu not here, how can either of us contend with that beast? We can't fight it, and we can't escape. What's the point? I never expected to die here in my lifetime, Yao Chun lamented. Don't give up, Li Zhixian replied, his face resolutely determined. Perhaps a miracle will happen. Miracle? Yao Chun scoffed. Even if we risk our lives, we can't defeat that beast. Never give up until the last moment, Li Zhixian insisted. Li Zhixian looked at the approaching golden light and slowly spoke. When the time comes, unleash all your power. I'll do my best to suppress it with my seven-colored divine light, and you run as far as you can. It would be best if we could find old Chu, then there would be someone to deal with it. Brother, you. Yao Chen's face turned. Someone has to face it, right? Li Zhixian smiled. My seven-colored divine light serves this purpose. No way, how could I leave you behind to escape alone? Yao Chen shook his head. Even if I escape in the end, I won't live in peace for the rest of my life. I'm afraid of having nightmares. If we die together. As he spoke, a firm determination flashed in his eyes. Although he seemed carefree and reckless, he was principled when it came to major issues. This was also why, despite their bickering, Chu Shanhe still chose to be his brother. Listen to me. Li Zhixian was about to say something, but at this moment the azure bull demon's innate powers had already gathered and two azure beams shot from its horns. With terrifying corrosive force they surged towards the two of them. Caught. At the same time a sharp cry echoed and the golden-winged roc charged forward. Its enormous wings obscured the sky like divine weapons, slicing through the void, aiming to cleave through the two. Get down. Li Zhixian reacted quickly, unleashing his full momentum, the seven-colored divine light, enveloping them, and he pulled Yao Chun down to the ground. The two could only watch as the azure beam collided with the wings of the golden-winged roc. Caught. In the next moment the roc's cries echoed through the heavens as the terrifying corrosive beam caused a large portion of its wings to corrode away. Had it not been for its terrifying physical strength, this strike would have surely pierced through its wings. Yet even so, a great deal of feathers were corroded away, revealing its bare flesh. The golden-winged roc was filled with rage, its hard-earned wings injured again. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it flapped its wings, its massive body soaring into the sky before diving down. This time its target was not Yao Chun and Li Zhixian, but the azure bull demon. How dare a beast of mixed blood injure it? The roc, proud of its noble bloodline as an ancient Kunpeng descendant, could not tolerate such an affront. It had finally sensed the aura of its enemy, and was ready to take revenge, only to be injured by a mere mixed breed. Coincidentally, this wound was right where Chu Shanhe had pierced it last time. Now it was completely enraged, disregarding its enemy, and launching a fierce assault on the azure bull demon. Roar! The azure bull demon roared, seemingly trying to convey that it was unintentional, but the roc was too. A bird cry resonated, and then a flash of golden light appeared. In the next moment, the azure bull demon's body was cleaved in half, its azure blood turning that patch of land desolate. This scene left Yao Chun and Li Zhixian stunned, then they quickly reacted and began to flee frantically. However, the roc's speed was unparalleled. After slaying the azure bull demon, it immediately pursued the two. With a flap of its wings it ascended rapidly. In an instant the massive figure overshadowed them, darkening the entire space. A fierce wind howled as the roc's claws extended, aiming to strike the two. Go! Li Zhixian swung his arm, and the seven-colored divine light enveloped the roc, causing its movements to stall abruptly. The two then fell to the ground, fleeing towards a nearby grove. They had hoped to use the trees to hinder the roc's speed, but soon realized they were mistaken. With a flap of its wings the roc effortlessly severed the trees in half. Is there no respite for us? Yao Chun flung his pestle towards the golden-winged roc, striking it fiercely. Clang! However, the roc did not dodge. The pestle hit its head, as if striking metal, and then it bounced back. Li Zhixian's seven-colored divine light continually enveloped the golden-winged roc, but the effect was minimal, instead draining his internal spiritual energy rapidly. The continuous use of magic rendered his complexion pale, causing him to slow down. Caught! The golden-winged roc broke free from the seven-colored divine light once more, and dove swiftly towards the two, its golden claws shimmering with a cold light in the sun. Its ferocity was overwhelming as it continued to screech. This is bad. We're doomed. Watching those golden claws approach, despair appeared on Yao Chun and Li Zexion's faces as they exchanged glances. There won't be a miracle this time, will there? Yao Chun lamented. Crack. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crashing onto the body of the rock. Instantly feathers scattered and the rock, enveloped in lightning, let out a shriek as its body crashed into a nearby stone mountain, causing boulders to tumble and the mountain to collapse. No way! Yao Chun exclaimed in disbelief. Is this really possible? I told you to believe in miracles, Li Zhe. Though he said this, his eyes were filled with shocked disbelief written all over his face. If the previous incident was a fluke, then what was this? Could it be that their luck was truly defying the heavens? Miracles always happened in perilous situations. However, the next moment this thought was shattered as a figure descended from the horizon. It was Chu Shanhe. He had sensed the aura of the golden-winged rock and initially intended to ignore it, wanting to find Yao Chun and Li Zexien as quickly as possible. But upon seeing that flash of seven-colored light, he knew he didn't need to search anymore. Without hesitation, he waved his arm, summoning thunder. Fortunately, the bolt of thunder struck the rock, just in time, allowing the two to escape their peril. Old Chu. Seeing Chu Shanhe, Yao Chun felt a lump in his throat. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you had perished deep in the Forbidden Zone. When Chu Shanhe entered the Forbidden Zone, they had seen the four great fierce beasts go berserk, and shortly after the four great talons emerged, urging everyone to flee, warning that the beasts in the area were about to erupt. They hadn't even had time to think when the words of the talons came true. The fierce beasts in the ruins had all emerged from their nests, going completely berserk. They had been swept apart by the crowd, fleeing in all directions. Initially thinking that if the beasts went berserk, even the four great talons would be terrified, then Chu Shanhe in the Forbidden Zone would surely be doomed. But unexpectedly, Chu Shanhe was still alive, and at the most critical moment he had saved them. Thinking of this, Yao Chun could barely control his emotions. You can't expect good things from a dog. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Can't you hope for something good from me? Get lost, I'm not worried about you. The look of deep emotion on Yao Chun's face vanished in an instant as he slowly raised a middle finger. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I was wrong, alright. Chu Shanhe, too lazy to argue with him, shrugged with annoyance, and then looked at Li Zexien. We're fine. Seeing that Chu Shanhe was unharmed, Li Zexien finally relaxed his tense heart. Ever since the beast riots began, he had been constantly worried about Chu Shanhe's safety, even believing, like Yao Chun, that Chu Shanhe had perished deep within the Forbidden Zone. But to his surprise, he was alive, and seemingly even stronger. It's good to hear that you're fine. Chu Shanhe nodded, then his gaze turned towards the golden-winged great pung, just as the bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, its fierce eyes fixed on them. The gazes of both sides met in the air, sparking collisions of intensity. Screech. The great pung let out a sharp cry, its wings shaking as it charged into the clouds, then dove down. That terrifying speed made its entire body appear blurry, distorting the surrounding space. Its massive beak tore through the void, hurtling towards Chu Shanhe with the force of thunder. Its eyes blazed with ferocity, the malice palpable, with a hint of bloodlust flickering within. It was said that when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The killing intent of the great pung towards Chu Shanhe far exceeded that of Yao Chun and Li Zexien, considering that it was this very fellow who had injured it back then. Oomph. Looking at the rushing great pung, Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, and then his aura erupted completely. A flash of golden light revealed a 15-jong tall golden body before the two. The violent aura swept through the heavens and earth, bending Chu Shanhe's waist slightly, his eyes turning blood red, with blood-colored patterns appearing on his golden body, adding an air of mystery. Get lost. He did not wield the longyuan sword, but instead threw a punch. The four-turn floating pagoda golden body could withstand a hard hit from even a swan ni, let alone a golden-winged great pung. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of Yao Chun and Li Zexien, Chu Shanhe actually punched the great pung away. No wonder he could walk out alive from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. It turns out his body-refining skills have reached such a terrifying level. The two stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Screech. After being blasted away by a punch, the great pung steadied itself, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It let out a long cry, then its aura surged again, glowing with golden light, like a sun. With a flap of its wings, its golden feathers transformed into countless arrows raining down toward Chu Shanhe. Chu Shanhe flipped his wrist, and the longyuan sword appeared. Then he unleashed the myriad swords, returning to their origin instantly, creating countless sword shadows around him, slashing towards the golden-winged great pung with a terrifying aura. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of clashes echoed through the heavens and earth as the sword shadows shattered, and the rain of arrows broke apart. Once again, using his divine powers did not faze Chu Shanhe, prompting the great pung to let out a sharp cry and retract its feathers. If you have no other skills, then prepare to die. Chu Shanhe spoke coldly as the longyuan sword floated before his chest, beginning to spin wildly. The great pung was enraged. Previously it had been harmed by this very move, and now it attempted to use the same trick again. The flesh crown atop its head began to emit a grayish light, sharpening its golden eyes. Then before the stunned gazes of the crowd, it transformed into two golden whirlwinds, locking onto Chu Shanhe's eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Chu Shanhe felt dizzy, as if his soul were being torn apart, causing his breath to falter and nearly fall to the ground. What is this? A gifted divine ability. Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's expressions changed dramatically as they exclaimed in unison, "How is this possible? Wasn't the golden-winged Great Peng's gifted divine ability that golden rain of arrows? How can it have a soul-attacking ability too? Don't forget it is a descendant of the Kunping." Li Zhaoxian's expression turned serious as he gazed at the flesh crown atop the Great Peng, slowly speaking. He had seen soul attack methods before. Previously, Lu Qinglong had used such a technique against Chu Shanhe. Now the golden-winged Great Peng's divine ability was thousands of times more powerful. Even at such a distance, he could still feel the sensation of his soul being torn. "Chu, old man, wake up." He clenched his, "Old Chu, I am your grandpa." Yao Chun was also trying to wake Chu Shanhe using his own method. However, this approach proved utterly ineffective. In the next moment, both of their expressions changed drastically. They saw the Great Peng's wings swell enormously, radiating golden light, and fiercely strike down towards Chu Shanhe's head. Like a pair of gigantic golden hands, the force was incredibly terrifying, coupled with the speed that tore through the void. If this hit, Chu Shanhe's head would explode. A flicker of excitement flashed through the Great Peng's eyes. "Elder Chu, old man." As the golden-winged Great Peng slammed its colossal wings toward Chu Shanhe's head, Yao Chun and Li Xian burst forth with thunderous cries, then unleashed their full might and struck without hesitation. A massive pestle and seven-colored divine light instantly materialized before the Great Peng, attempting to halt its descent. Screech! Yet the bird's ferocity was overwhelming. Golden radiance blazed across its body, and within seconds both the seven-colored light and the pestle shattered in failure. Whoosh! Its wings remained unyielding as they crashed down upon Chu Shanhe's skull. "Get away!" At that very moment, the golden giant's eyes erupted with thick crimson light, and a maelstrom of savage energy surged across the heavens and earth. In the next instant, two enormous hands shot forth, seizing the Great Peng's wings with absolute force. "Did you truly believe I'd fallen under your control? I've been waiting for this very moment." Chu Shanhe's gaze regained clarity, his aura exploded outward. The intricate patterns along the golden giant's back flared brilliantly as its hands wrenched violently apart. "Ryup!" Screech! A mournful cry tore from the Peng's throat as its wings were torn asunder. Blood gushed forth and golden feathers scattered like falling stars. The blow had severed both wings outright, inflicting catastrophic damage. Its golden radiance flared once more in desperate defiance, while the fleshy crest atop its head flickered erratically. In the next breath, new wings began regenerating. Yet with every inch they grew, the Peng's vitality waned, then it abruptly retreated. Genuine terror now etched deep within its blazing eyes. It had awakened a new innate ability, confident this time would finally slay its ancient enemy. Yet never imagined its strength would prove so terrifying, nearly costing it its life once again. Though its wings regenerated, its condition no longer permitted further combat. As an ancient bloodline relic, limb regeneration was instinctual, but each such act drained vital essence severely. Whoosh! Sovereign of the skies, unmatched in speed. Even wounded, the Great Peng vanished from sight. "Think you can flee?" The golden giant discarded the severed wings, narrowed its eyes, and slowly extended its arm. Instantly the sky churned, dark vortexes roiled overhead, exuding waves of dread-inducing energy. Then a colossal golden hand emerged from the abyss. Divine art, star-plucking hand. Though it appeared sluggish, it traversed the heavens in the blink of an eye, materializing directly above the fleeing Peng. It descended, crushing down with cataclysmic force. Screech! A final agonized cry pierced the air, then silence. The star-plucking hand struck, true golden blood sprayed across the sky, countless feathers spiraled downward like dying embers. With a deafening boom, the Peng's massive form slammed into a stone mountain, its sheer impact pulverizing the entire peak into dust. Chu Shanhe then stepped upon empty space, descending with serene authority. He stood aloft, arms crossed behind his back, gazing down upon the near-lifeless Peng, his limbs wreathed in crackling violet lightning. "Die!" 2 words softly spoken, then his arms swept downward. A bolt of heaven-splitting thunder erupted, striking the Peng with devastating precision. And thus perished this fearsome ancient relic, struck down by celestial lightning. "Goodness, so you truly slew this ancient bloodline relic." Yao Chun and Li Xian arrived swiftly, staring dumbfounded at the lifeless Great Peng, swallowing hard in disbelief. "Merely an ancient bloodline relic." Chu Shanhe spoke calmly. "I once drove off the king of beasts, the Qilin. What is a mere Peng compared to that?" "What did you say?" Their gazes froze anew, staring blankly at Chu Shanhe. "You encountered the Qilin and defeated it." Especially Yao Chun. He had ventured here many times, fully aware of the king of beasts' unspeakable terror deep within the forbidden zone. Indeed, Chu Shanhe offered no concealment. "That Qilin sought my death, and nearly succeeded. Enraged by defeat, it triggered the beast uprising." He then recounted the events within the forbidden zone in broad strokes. "So the beast uprising was entirely your—" Having heard the full account, Yao Chun and Li Xian stood slack-jawed in awe. Then, "The heavenly steel truly holds the legacy of the Thunder Patriarch?" they asked in unison. Impossible. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. The steel is indeed linked to the Thunder Patriarch, but contains no inheritance of his. My unique cultivation art merely allowed me by sheer accident to comprehend the Tao of heavenly thunder. Otherwise I would have been reduced to ashes by those 10,000 thunderbolts. Even now, recalling the horrifying storm he faced upon being drawn into the steel sent chills down his spine. The place resembled nothing less than a boundless sea of lightning. Only his pagoda golden body's fourth transformation saved him from utter annihilation. Incredible. Slowly they raised thumbs in silent, awestruck admiration. What else could they say? Envy alone sufficed. The four celestial prodigies had labored tirelessly, even clashed with the four primordial beasts. Yet ultimately the treasure within the heavenly steel had been claimed solely by Chu Shanhe. Though not quite theft, few could survive those 10,000 thunderbolts, let alone effortlessly grasp the Tao. Fate indeed governs opportunity. So, you are unquestionably the greatest beneficiary of this ruin expedition. Yao Chen blinked, then quipped, had I known I'd never have brought you inside, granting you such unparalleled fortune. Had I refused, you'd long since have become the great Peng's meal, and perhaps even fertilizer for some wildflower. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes again. Don't you see? This was destiny. And tell me, did you truly invite me of your own accord? I paid my dues. What dues, eh? Li Xian, unaware of their prior arrangement, looked curiously puzzled. An ancient alchemical formula, Chu Shanhe retorted dryly. Do you honestly think this shameless old man would ever invite me voluntarily? Ha. One formula for such fortune. You're hardly at a loss. Let's drop this. Shall we discuss something else? Yao Chen chuckled, then gazed rapturously at the Peng's corpse. Now this is treasure. Surely you don't harbor unusual preferences? Chu Shanhe and Li Xian instinctively stepped back, faces twisted in revulsion. Nonsense. Yao Chen scoffed. Don't you know the golden-winged great Peng is a veritable trove? Its talons and beak are peerless materials for forging artifacts, and its heart, a legendary medicinal rarity beyond price. Without delay, he leapt down to begin harvesting. Yet even in death the Peng's carcass proved astonishingly resilient. Lacking proper tools, he made no progress. He turned to Chu Shanhe for aid. Elder Chu, this one's yours. I thought you had some real skills. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes in annoyance, then summoned the Long Yuan sword, effortlessly disassembling the corpse of the giant rock, as if it were mere vegetables. A pair of claws, the bird's beak, and that golden heart were all collected. We struck it rich. As Chu Shanhe dissected the body, Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with greed, displaying the demeanor of a miser. All right, wipe your mouth, you're drooling. Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian looked at him with disdain. We must hurry, otherwise the blood and flesh of the giant rock will attract other ferocious beasts, and it will be troublesome then. Although Chu Shan's current strength was enough to sweep away all the ferocious beasts in the ruins, he still wished to avoid excessive fighting. The exit of the ruins would open soon, and he hoped to pass through safely. The three transformed into flowing light and left the place. Shortly after, several ferocious birds swooped down from the sky and began to fight fiercely over the giant rock's corpse. As flying creatures, the golden-winged rock, being an ancient species, had a lineage far more noble than theirs. If they could devour its flesh and blood, their bloodlines might evolve. In the eyes of the ferocious birds, the corpse of the giant rock was a supreme tonic. Meanwhile, the ground trembled as several ferocious beasts were attracted by the scent of blood and instantly launched a battle for the spoils. In an instant, the place became a hellish battlefield. Chu Shanhe and the others watched from a distance, unable to help but gasp in awe at the spectacle. Let's wait here. The exit of the ruins will open in half an hour. Yao Chen glanced at the time and spoke. Then let's head towards the Ghost Cho Gorge. Li Zhaoxian suggested. The entire ruins are teeming with ferocious beasts. The Ghost Cho Gorge is relatively safer due to the presence of the abyss. All right, let's go to the Ghost Cho Gorge. The three agreed and turned into flowing light, flying in that direction. At this moment, at the outskirts of the Ghost Cho Gorge, a blue light fell, killing a large number of ghost bees, causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to either die or flee, restoring the previous silence. Only the pungent smell of blood lingered in the air. Hai Linger slowly descended, standing on a large stone while gazing into the distance, then spoke softly. The exit of the ruins will open soon. I wonder how that old thing is doing. He was ambushed by the swan and he must have become food for the king of ferocious beasts. Three other figures landed beside Hai Linger. The one who spoke was Xiang Tian. Even when encountering the ferocious beast riots, the four of them managed to fight their way through unscathed, only acquiring a bit of the smell of blood on them. The four prodigies were extraordinarily powerful. Even the four great ferocious beasts could not gain the upper hand against them, let alone those ordinary ferocious beasts. The four swept through as if unstoppable. I hope he's still alive, that way I can personally kill him. Lu Qing's expression darkened as he could never forget Chu Shan's insults towards him. I also hope he is still alive, that way I can seize his thunder ancestor inheritance. A glint of killing intent flashed in Hai Linger's beautiful eyes, as this matter had long haunted her. Unfortunately, the king of ferocious beasts is not just for show. Surviving the clutches of that swan and is equivalent to. Xiang Tian shook his head, but before he could finish, he saw three streaks of light approaching from the sky, and his expression suddenly changed. The one leading them was none other than the Chu Shanhe they had been obsessively thinking about. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Daozi's lips curled into a smile as he said, he's here. I didn't expect that old thing to have such good luck managing to escape from the Swan Nis grasp. A sinister smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. But that works in my favor. It seems that the Thunder Ancestor inheritance is destined to be mine. Heilinger also smiled faintly. With a flash, Chu Shanhe and his companions landed, and soon saw the four prodigies not far away, first taken aback, then cursing softly. What terrible luck! How could we run into these guys? It wasn't that he feared the four of them, but he felt that they were about to leave, and he preferred to avoid conflict if possible. Previously in the Forbidden Area, he had insulted them, and he had comprehended the Tao of heavenly lightning from the stone tablet. In a certain sense he had cut off their hopes. It's over, how come they are here? Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's expressions changed drastically. Previously they had killed the 12 protectors of Haiqing, which had all— It's over, how come they are here? Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's expressions changed drastically. Previously they had killed the 12 protectors of Haiqing, which had already created enmity with these people. Now encountering them, sparks were bound to fly. I hope Heilinger doesn't know about that matter. Yao Chen prayed silently. However, the next moment he felt he was overthinking. The four prodigies moved swiftly, completely surrounding the three. Old thing, you are indeed quite lucky to escape from the Swan and I. Lu Qing sneered. But encountering us here means your time is up. Then he looked at Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian with arrogance. You two get lost. Although the two were city lords in Lu Qing's eyes, they were absolutely insignificant. As the young lord of Lu City, he had too many accolades surrounding him. He completely disregarded these two city lords. Yao Chun was slightly better since Yao City was the only major economic trade city in the Asia-Pacific region, and as the city lord many people had heard of Yao Zun's name. But he didn't even know Li Zhaoxian, as watching status was simply too low to catch his interest. You two should find a place to stay, this is my business with them. Chu Shanhe also waved at the two of them. Knowing that a battle was inevitable in the current situation, he urged them to— Can you do it? Yao Chen asked quietly. They are the four prodigies. If things go south, we can advance and retreat together. Don't forget we are city lords, and even if they want to kill us, they must consider the rules of the Federation. No need, for little brats can't stir up much trouble. Chu Shanhe replied calmly, viewing the four as mere children due to their ages. Old thing, you're very arrogant. Lu Qing's expression darkened as he extended his arm, a large hammer appearing in his hand with a fierce killing intent erupting from his eyes. Go, don't let them hurt you when the fighting starts. Chu Shanhe gave the two a reassuring look. Once they had reached a safe distance, his gaze turned to the four prodigies' hands behind his back as he spoke lightly. Come on. Let me see just what kind of abilities you four little brats possess. How utterly arrogant. At those words, the four heavenly prodigies' faces darkened as a murderous aura surged skyward. Lu Qing charged first, roaring as he leapt above Chu Shanhe. His great hammer erupted in a dazzling radiance, and with the force of thunder smashed toward Chu Shan's head. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly. With a mere thought, golden light swelled mightily as his golden body activated. Patterns along his back shimmered, and he thrust his fist upward. A terrifying aura radiated from his fist. Ignorant fool, die. Seeing Chu Shanhe so presumptuous as to meet his hammer with a bare fist, Lu Qing could not help but sneer. He redoubled his momentum. The great hammer ripped through the void and hurtled forward with even more dreadful velocity. He roared, intent on smashing Chu Shanhe to death, already imagining the old man reduced to pulp beneath his blow. But in the next instant his smile froze. Clang. The metallic collision rang out across the entire Guicho ravine, the tremendous echoes reverberating without end. The golden fist met the great hammer. Lu Qing felt a monstrous force assault his arm, making it tremble violently. His weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. How is this possible? Startled by the sudden reversal, he retreated to his original position, staring at Chu Shanhe in astonishment. There is nothing impossible about it. Xiang Tian spoke slowly. He looked at the 15-Zhang golden colossus, and his eyes burned with fervor. The other has cultivated the pinnacle Hunglian technique. Both his bodily strength and his force have reached a rare zenith. You do not lose unjustly. At his words, the purple kiblood within him boiled, a faint violet radiance emanating from his frame. Let me give you a taste. He stepped forward and struck with a single punch. Though simple, the blow warped the surrounding air, its aura domineering and razor-sharp. Good, come. Chu Shanhe roared and answered with another fist. Boom. Their blows collided and the entire ravine trembled. The shockwaves shattered boulders and uprooted ancient trees. Boom, boom, boom. The two grappled fiercely. Golden and violet light burst forth, blasting from heaven to earth. The forest was sundered as their silhouettes vanished into the sky. Daozi looked up at the entangled figures and could not hide his surprise. I didn't expect this old man's Hunglian to have reached such a degree. He can go toe-to-toe with Xiang Tian for so long without losing ground. Having endured the gravity zone shows his bodily strength surpasses that of ordinary men, yet we still underestimated him, another observed. Heilinger lightly tucked a stray lock of hair and said coolly, still, no matter how formidable his body, it means nothing. I will personally seize the Lei Zhu inheritance from him. Oof, just now I was careless. That old thing truly hides his depth. Lu Qing's expression turned sour. He burned with anger at being outmatched. The strike had failed to beat Chu Shanhe and left him humbled. His fury flared, and his killing intent swelled. If it were any other time he might have let it slide, but with the goddess watching, this defeat wounded his pride deeply and sharpened his hatred toward Chu Shanhe. Nearby, Yao Chun and Li Zhixian clenched their fists, eyes fixed upon the furious clash. Both felt their hearts grip with worry. These were the four heavenly prodigies. Each alone possessed terrifying combat power. No one could guarantee a sure victory in an unknown. Now Chu Shanhe faced all four. Though he had just repelled Lu Qing with one punch that had been only an initial probe, the prodigies had not yet unleashed their true divine arts and finishing moves. Their strength remained unspent. Boom. Chu Shanhe and Xiang Tian's battle had entered a white-hot phase. Both possessed peerless physiques, their strength akin to divine armaments. Every punch that struck sounded as if it hit tempered steel, booming with dull, thunderous reverberations. Clang! Yet another colossal collision detonated as if two blades had met. Its tremor made the onlooker again. Xiang Tian exulted, his chi blazing. His heaven-dominating body was unmatched aside from his nemesis, the Huanggu Xingdi. This was the first time he had met one who could trade blows with him so relentlessly. He reveled in the fight. Since his clash with that Yi family prodigy years ago, he had not felt such exhilaration. Xiang Tian stopped toying around. At that moment, Hai Linger's voice rang out. There is little time. We must finish this swiftly. As her words fell, a terrifying aura burst from her. Azure light flared, and a blue moon materialized behind her. Within it, a phantom stirred, sending forth a spine-chilling presence. At the same time, Lu Qing and Daozi erupted, completely preparing to unleash their divine arts to annihilate Chu Shanhe. Xiang Tian hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. Purple ki-blood surged through him in a total eruption, a titanic aura shooting skyward. In that instant, the four heavenly prodigies all unleashed their full power. You little brats. Today I will teach you on behalf of your elders the meaning of respecting the old and loving the young. Chu Shanhe showed no fear. A feral aura swept the ravine, the golden giant's waist bent, and his eyes turned blood red. He flicked his wrist, and the Long Yuan sword appeared, swelling in the wind, until it became a blood-hued greatsword. Go! Hai Linger struck first, blue moon in hand, its dreadful aura bearing down to suppress Chu Shanhe. The blood-hued greatsword flashed. Kaitian slash. Its blade roared as it leapt skyward and cleaved toward Hai Linger. Old man, go die. At the same time, Lu Qing's figure flashed above Chu Shanhe, his great hammer raised to crash into the old man's skull. Clang! Chu Shan's mind shifted. In the next instant, the Wanwu Muki Ding manifested and directly blocked Lu Qing's savage hammer. The ear-piercing sound echoed through the entire Guichou ravine, reverberating without cease. Zhun. On the other side, Daozi's assault came as well. A talisman etched with complex patterns exuded a chilling aura. The talisman transformed into a gigantic character Zhun and descended to suppress Chu Shanhe. Let thunder come. With the colossal Zhun descending, Chu Shanhe felt his movements falter and his spiritual energy run awry. Without hesitation, the Thunder Dao talisman at his dantian began to turn slowly. In the next instant, a thunderbolt fell from the heavens, striking that talisman with blinding fury. Boom! Chu Shanhe faced three opponents alone, countering their three formidable attacks. Instantly, the entire Ghost Gloom Gorge began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck, causing boulders to tumble and mountains to collapse. Even the abyss cliff started to crack, with stones being swallowed by the chasm like raindrops. This. Yao Can and Li Zhixian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. Their astonishment lay not in the terror of the three celestial prodigies, but in the abnormal prowess of Chu Shanhe, who single-handedly withstood the terrifying divine abilities of all three. At the same time, they felt a mix of anticipation and worry, not to forget that their opponent also had Xiang Tian, a peerless genius with the power of the celestial body. How would Chu Shanhe respond? Old man, you are formidable, but facing us for your outcome today is destined to be. Xiang Tian's purple blood surged, and he stepped forward, unleashing a tyrannical punch. The purple fist, accompanied by a howling sound, tore through the void, striking directly at Chu Shan's chest with the force of thunder. At this moment, he was dealing with the other three, leaving his chest exposed. If that's too early to say. Chu Shanhe bellowed, his momentum shifting as he focused his thoughts. Boom. In the next moment, a dark, swirling vortex appeared above, emanating a chilling aura akin to a black hole. Following that, a massive hand reached out from the void, seemingly distant, yet near at hand. What is this? Under Xiang Tian's astonished gaze, the gigantic hand traversed through time and space, arriving right above him, carrying an overwhelming destructive force as it came crashing down. Drink! Xiang Tian shouted, his blood energy intensifying. A domineering aura erupted from him, his black hair flying as a glimmer of purple light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, an ancient bell's phantom appeared behind him. The bell, ethereal and ancient, enveloped the entire realm. Break for me! Xiang Tian charged forward with the bell to smash down that giant hand. Boom! Upon collision, a shockwave erupted, tearing through the heavens and creating rifts in the void, unleashing a tempest of dimensional storms. As the sword light shattered the thunder's destruction and the giant hand dissipated into ethereal light, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale in an instant. The clash of three ultimate moves against the three celestial prodigies unleashed a terrifying backlash that felt as if his internal organs had been violently struck. The only thing was that the Mother Chi cauldron had completely absorbed Lu Qing's attack. The four celestial prodigies regrouped, their expressions serious as they gazed at Chu Shanhe. They hadn't anticipated that this old man was so formidable, capable of withstanding their combined divine abilities. Especially Lu Qing, whose attack had once again failed. Standing before Hai Linger, he felt utterly humiliated knowing that Xiang Tian and Daozi were all suitors of hers. Having suffered 2 rounds of assault, he was now thoroughly at a disadvantage. Old fool, let's see how many times you can. Killing intent surged in Lu Qing's eyes as his figure gradually faded, activating the technique of short distance to the horizon. Instantly, he transformed into a hazy form, his aura becoming undetectable. Mere tricks. Chu Shanhe stubbornly swallowed a second mouthful of blood, and then the Long Yuan sword floated before him, beginning to spin wildly. Jinghong, go! In the next moment, the Long Yuan sword vanished without a trace. Hai Linger and the others widened their eyes, their pupils shrinking in alarm, for they could no longer sense the sword's presence, as if it had disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Lu Qing's scream echoed in the void, followed by a spray of blood, as his figure reappeared, only now with a horrific wound on his abdomen. The expressions of the three shifted slightly. They were acutely aware of how terrifying Lu Qing's short distance to the horizon technique was, allowing one to ignore distance, hiding oneself in the void, and instantly reaching the desired location. Whether attacking or retreating, it was an incredibly powerful technique. But now this move had been countered. They did not know that Jinghong was also capable of ignoring distance, effectively countering the short distance to the horizon. Lu Qing, bloodied in the air, returned to his 3 companions, quickly swallowing healing pills and sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. He had not even seen the sword before it pierced through his abdomen. Had he not reacted quickly, instinctively tilting his body just a bit, that sword could have penetrated his dantian, incapacitating him instantly. Chu Shanhe stretched out his arm, and the Long Yuan sword returned to his hand. After defeating Lu Qing, he looked at Hai Linger and the others, slowly speaking. Let this be the end. I truly do not wish to harm my fellow countrymen. Impossible. Hai Linger replied, coldly, her eyes flashing. You have taken what should have rightfully belonged to me, the Lei ancestors' inheritance. Now you wish to stop here. Things aren't that easy. Unless you can hand over the Lei ancestors' inheritance. I told you there's nothing from the Lei ancestors' inheritance in that stone tablet. Do you believe me? Chu Shanhe wore a helpless expression. How utterly ridiculous. You can even summon heavenly thunder, yet you claim you haven't obtained the Lei ancestors' inheritance. Hai Linger's gaze turned even colder. As her voice fell, a brilliant blue light erupted from her, rushing towards Chu Shanhe once more. Sigh, how come today's youth do not believe in others? Chu Shanhe shook his head, then extended his arm coldly, stating, purple lightning flash. In the next moment, a thundercloud appeared in the sky, crackling with lightning, emanating a heart-stopping aura from within. Crack! With a deafening explosion, a thick purple lightning bolt roared down, striking fiercely at Hai Linger. You still claim you haven't obtained the Lei ancestors' inheritance? The emergence of the purple lightning only infuriated Hai Linger further. Within the blue moon, that phantom once again materialized, radiating an aura of terror. Boom! The purple lightning collided violently with the blue moon, causing the heavens to change color and the sun and moon to lose their light. This scene was utterly terrifying. Instantly, the blue moon exploded and the purple lightning struck Hai Linger. A delicate cry rang out as Hai Linger was sent flying, her body enveloped in smoke. Her once smooth hair now stood on end, crackling with arcs of lightning. She was still too young, having completely underestimated the power of purple lightning. Her blue moon could not withstand even a moment of it. Of course, this was not her fault. Being a congenital spiritual body, she had stood at the pinnacle since birth, and now at such a young age had reached such a realm and comprehended her family's divine abilities, leaving her without any rivals. Until she encountered Chu Shanhe. Watching the goddess transform into such a miserable state, both Xiang Tian and Dao Zi couldn't help but twitch their lips, glancing at Chu Shanhe with a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't that a bit too heavy-handed? After all, she is a girl, showing no mercy whatsoever. However, they could understand the reason behind Chu Shanhe's actions. Hai Linger was overly obsessed with the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor, leading to a surge of murderous intent. If she hadn't been subdued with a single strike, her relentless personality would surely have caused endless trouble. In truth, they didn't have such a strong obsession with the Thunder Ancestor's legacy. Both of them only came to help because they liked Hai Linger. Now that the legacy had been seized by Chu Shanhe, it only indicated that it was his destiny, and the Thunder Ancestor had recognized him. Yet Hai Linger was still not done, which inevitably created a sense of rejection in their hearts and greatly diminished their impression of her. Especially since Chu Shanhe had just single-handedly blocked their 4-person assault, earning the admiration of Xiang Tian and Dao Zi. Achieving such strength at such a young age was worthy of their respect. Moreover, he hadn't even intended to strike first. It was they who had prepared to go all out for the sake of the Thunder Ancestors' legacy. The righteousness of their nation left them feeling somewhat ashamed. Now it's your turn. After dealing with Hai Linger, Chu Shan's gaze turned to Xiang Tian and Dao Zi, his voice cold as ice. Hai Linger's actions had thoroughly angered him. Senior, we won't fight anymore. Xiang Tian and Dao Zi exchanged glances, then cupped their fists towards Chu Shanhe. We apologize for our foolish actions earlier. We shouldn't have been blinded by profit and attacked you. Please forgive us, don't take it to heart. Here we are making amends. Saying this, the two slightly bowed. Moi. This scene left Chu Shanhe stunned. Initially, he thought it was just a tactic to delay, but when he saw Xiang Tian and Dao Zi retract their momentum and apologize to him, he realized they genuinely wished to cease hostilities. He was not a stubborn person. Besides, he had never wanted to fight. Now that the two had proposed a truce, he seized the opportunity to pull back his aura and spoke slowly. You two are indeed more mature. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Senior. Just then Xiang Tian suddenly spoke up. Are you preparing to fight again? Chu Shanhe turned his head. You misunderstand, Senior. Xiang Tian quickly waved his hands and smiled. Will there be an opportunity to spar with you again in the future? Having battled Chu Shanhe barehanded before, he found it immensely exhilarating and looked forward to the next fight. Hua City, Chu Shanhe. Chu Shanhe turned back and slowly uttered a few words. Xiang City, Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian responded. Watching Chu Shanhe leave, the two exchanged glances again and helplessly said, Let's keep an eye on these two. The exit of the ruins will open in a few minutes. This expedition into the ruins has truly been a roller coaster ride. Indeed, who would have known the final outcome would be like this? And there's Linger. As they spoke, both of them stopped simultaneously, exchanged glances again, then smiled slightly. Everything was left unsaid. At this moment, Chu Shanhe had also found Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian. The commotion from his battle with the four great prodigies had completely destroyed the area where the two had been, forcing them to retreat to the edge of the abyss. Old Chu, you really can do it. Watching Chu Shanhe suppress the four great prodigies single-handedly, Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian felt their hearts finally settle. Upon seeing Chu Shanhe approach, Yao Chun directly punched his shoulder in excitement. They are just four little kids. Chu Shanhe chuckled modestly. Could you not show off for once? Yao Chun rolled his eyes, then slowly raised his middle finger. Even Li Zhaoxian looked disdainful. Only he could call the four great prodigies little kids. However, you do have the capital to show off. While mocking him, Yao Chun genuinely admired Chu Shan's strength. The exit of the ruins will open soon, in just a few minutes. Then he glanced at the time and slowly spoke. I didn't expect you to be the biggest winner in this expedition into the ruin. Your gains are not small either. Chu Shanhe did not deny it. Comprehending the Thunder Dao's principles was an Not only did I achieve my goals for this expedition, but I also obtained the claws and beak of the golden-winged rock, as well as that golden heart. These are treasures that cannot be bought with money. Haha, once we return, you should find a master craftsman to forge a weapon for yourself using the claws and beak. Your combat power will surely increase significantly. Hearing you say that makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Hee. Get lost. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes, then turned to Li Zhaoxian and handed him a porcelain bottle. Inside are 2 drops of spiritual essence that I obtained deep within the Forbidden Zone. If it weren't for you leading me to the Medicine City, I might have already died, let alone this expedition into the ruins. We traveled together. How could I allow you to go empty-handed? To avoid being too outrageous, he specifically said the spiritual essence was found deep within the Forbidden Zone so that both of them could accept it. Old Chu, you can't do this, but it's too precious. Li Zhaoxian quickly waved his hands. I saved you, so it's only right. You single-handedly faced the beast tide and saved the lives of 100,000 citizens in Hua City. If I didn't save you, I would be cursed by heaven. After all, this is my responsibility. And regarding this expedition into the ruins, that golden spirit solidifying pill is already my greatest gain. You should keep the spiritual essence. I don't want it. Just take it, no need to talk nonsense. Before Chu Shanhe could speak, Yao Chun snatched the porcelain bottle and stuffed it into Li Zhaoxian's hands, rolling his eyes. We are brothers, oh why be so polite? The spiritual essence will help you the most now, enhancing the quality of your 7-colored divine light. Once we return, I'll give you a few drops of Tai holy water. Combined with the spiritual essence, the effects will be doubled. In this expedition into the ruins, the three had experienced life and death together, forming an incredibly strong bond, almost as if they were sworn brothers. Li Zhaoxian looked at Chu Shanhe. Just take it easy, right? Your 7-colored divine light quality is still too poor, only capable of controlling a... Chu Shanhe smiled. When will your 7-colored divine light possess the legendary power to sweep away all things? That would truly be unrivaled in the world. How is that possible? Li Zhaoxian stored the porcelain bottle and rolled his eyes. If I really reached that realm, I would surely be an emperor, by now capable of suppressing an era. Then you must work hard, Emperor Zhaoxian. You best become an emperor soon so I can walk through the entire federation with you. For both of you, I will also strive to become an emperor. The three waited with laughter for the opening of the ruins. Just 1 minute left. At that moment, all the survivors in the ruins wore expressions of anticipation. They truly did not want to stay there for even a minute longer. Boom. Soon with the appearance of dimensional rifts in the sky, the exit of the ruins opened. Whoosh. In the next moment, many figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in. Let's go too. At the edge of the abyss, the three of them exchanged glances, preparing to leave. But just then an unexpected change occurred. Crack. A bolt of lightning shot from afar, striking Chu Shanhe directly. Roar. At the same time, a beastly roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, shaking the entire ruins. Not good. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, reaching Chu Shanhe and his companions in an instant. Chu Shan's expression changed drastically as he pushed Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian away, then activated his golden body with a thought. Crack. The lightning struck Chu Shanhe fiercely, the terrifying aura forcing him to retreat constantly. Crack. Finally a stone fell, and Chu Shanhe stepped into the void, finding himself at the edge of the abyss. Old Chu. Old man Chu. Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's expressions changed dramatically, wanting to rush back to help, but were halted by Chu Shan's shout, "Don't come over," because he saw that the swan and I had already arrived. This creature had somehow emerged from the depths of the forbidden zone, hiding in a place waiting for this final moment to ensure Chu Shanhe remained trapped in the ruins. The massive golden figure appeared, causing everyone to change their expressions. Ignoring others, they transformed into streaks of light and rushed toward the exit. They did not wish to be caught by the ferocious beast at this moment. "Hurry and leave, don't mind me," Chu Shanhe shouted towards Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian, this sudden scene catching him off guard as well. Who would have thought that this ferocious beast bore such a grudge, and its methods were so insidious? Roar. The swan and I roared, lightning surging all over its body, and then a terrifying thunderbolt erupted from its dragon horns, targeting Chu Shanhe. Boom. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Chu Shanhe hesitated not at all, activating his bloodthirsty rage, preparing to annihilate this beast in one strike. But at that moment, a figure charged out from behind a giant rock, throwing a blood-colored spear with great force. The spear swelled in the wind, instantly arriving before Chu Shanhe and crashing into him. This caused Chu Shanhe, already somewhat unsteady, to wobble even more. Crack. Just then the swan NIS thunderbolt struck him as well, forcing him to stagger back, leaving him without a foothold. The dark abyss yawned like a ferocious beast, completely swallowing Chu Shanhe. Old Chu. No. Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's eyes turned blood red as they roared in anguish. They watched helplessly as Chu Shanhe was struck into the abyss, that golden figure plummeting rapidly. The two stared in horror, finally recognizing the figure that had delivered the fatal blow at such a critical moment. "It's you. You little villain, I will kill you." This man was Hu Jiawan, who had been lurking here for a long time. Even if the swan and I had not shown up, he would have struck at Yao Chen's back at the crucial moment. He couldn't defeat Chu Shanhe, and with Li Zhaoxian wielding the seven-colored divine light, Yao Chun became his prime. Ever since these three had taken his dragon bone, he had borne a grudge. After the ferocious beast's rampage, he fled, and ultimately killed the beast that had been chasing them despite all his brothers perishing. Then he came here to recuperate, but unexpectedly discovered Chu Shanhe and his companions, which sparked the idea of stabbing them in the back. Originally it was supposed to be Yao Chun, but unexpectedly the Beast King suddenly attacked Chu Shanhe. With a thought, he seized the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow at the critical moment. Together with the swan and I, they completely sent Chu Shanhe plummeting into the abyss. Seeing Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian's figures approaching, he hesitated not at all, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing towards the exit. Want to escape? Li Zhaoxian's killing intent surged, and the seven-colored divine light enveloped him, causing his speed to suddenly slow. Following that, Yao Chen's pestle and alchemy furnace appeared simultaneously, smashing down upon him and driving him into the ground. No. Hu Jiawan was filled with terror, for coincidentally the swan and I happened to pass by its massive hoof, landing directly on him. Bang. He instantly turned into a mist of blood, exploding into death. Roar. The swan NIS roar shook the heavens, its malevolence rising as it headed straight for the abyss. We must go. Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian exchanged glances, and then transformed into streaks of light, disappearing from the spot. Even though their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness at that moment, Chu Shanhe had already fallen into the abyss, and they were no match for the swan and I. What else could they do but flee? They wanted to save him, to leave together, but their strength simply did not allow it. Old Chu. The two roared in frustration. Roar. The swan and I arrived at the edge of the abyss, looking down below. Discovering that annoying aura completely swallowed by the abyss, it turned and left. As the exit of the ruins closed, those who survived could not help but weep bitterly when they once again smelled the air of the mountain city. Among the crowd, Li Zhaoxian and Yao Chun wore expressions of regret. Although Hu Jiawan was also crushed to death by the swan and I, compared to losing Chu Shanhe, that was insignificant. A wave of sorrow spread over the two. Both city masters had red eyes at this moment. Especially Li Zhaoxian, who had promised Chu Shan's wife that he would bring him back. But now not only had he died, but even his body was gone. He truly did not know how to face her afterward. Yao City. At that moment, Xiang Tian approached, patted Yao Chen's shoulder, and spoke slowly. They had watched the sudden scene from the sky, but the distance was too far to help. They had watched Chu Shanhe fall into the abyss with their own eyes. For this, Xiang Tian wore a face of sorrow, having initially thought they could still spar, but unexpectedly this was the outcome. He had it coming. Not far away, Lu Qing appeared, quite happy. Chu Shanhe falling into the abyss was the best outcome for him. As for Hai Linger, she had already returned to her former goddess appearance, but she felt uneasy because with Chu Shan's death the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor had also vanished. She had originally planned. But it was too late to say anything now. She took a deep look at Yao Chen's side, then transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Haha, this is really satisfying. I will celebrate properly when I return later. Lu Qing laughed heartily, reveling in the misfortune of others while forgetting to disdain them. Then he too transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. I was also very saddened by the unexpected death of Senior Chu, but a person cannot be brought back to life. Please both of you take care. Xiang Tian looked regretful, then left with Daozi. People gradually departed, and at the foot of the mountain Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian could finally hold back, no longer tears streaming down their faces. When the ruins open again in 3 months we will go in and see if we can find old Chu. Yao Chun wiped his tears and spoke slowly. Though he said this, he felt it was self-hypnosis. Even though he had not witnessed Chu Shan's death with his own eyes, falling into the abyss was tantamount to death. A cool breeze blew and a few fallen leaves drifted down, adding a touch of desolation. The tranquility of the ruins was restored once more with only the lingering scent of blood narrating the brutal events that had transpired. In the depths of the Ghost Woe Gorge a golden figure plummeted swiftly downward, attempting to grasp at the protruding stones on the cliffside to halt his descent. Alas, the terrifying gravity shattered the stones, proving utterly ineffective. As he descended deeper, Chu Shanhe could only feel the surrounding pressure intensifying. The abyss was profoundly deep. How deep, he wondered as he felt he had been falling for an eternity, yet had still not reached the bottom. Am I truly destined to perish in this abyss? Chu Shanhe struggled for a while, but soon surrendered for his effort. After an indeterminate time, he noticed that the stone walls on either side finally changed color, transforming from black rock to a copper or vein. It was surprising to discover such a vast copper vein beneath the abyss. Chu Shanhe now found solace in acceptance of life and death were fated. He would continue his fall to the abyss bottom, for with his golden body of the stupa the chance of dying from a fall was minimal. Moreover, his mindset had shifted from initial fury to despair, and now to curiosity, creating significant fluctuations within him. They say falling into the abyss equates to death, yet he now felt a profound curiosity. What lies at the bottom of the abyss? Shortly after the disappearance of the copper vein, he finally reached the abyss bottom. A massive tremor erupted as the golden giant's feet slammed into the ground, instantly causing the earth to crack. This is the legendary bottom of the abyss. Chu Shanhe steadied his mind, and looked around. Apart from a few weathered, eroded bones, there was nothing else. However, he did not let his guard down, and walked a distance further. The so-called terrifying entities did not appear. The bottom of the abyss resembled an ancient path, revealing no layers of ferocious beasts along either side. Aside from those few bones, he was the only living being. Now I finally understand why falling into the abyss is tantamount to death. As Chu Shanhe continued along the path, he encountered bones at almost every interval. Some belonged to humans, others to beasts. So it seems there are no terrifying entities down here at all. One either dies from the fall or from starvation. However, it makes sense. Being this high, one cannot possibly fly back up. He murmured to himself as he advanced. After walking for an indeterminate time, he was grateful for the treasures he carried. Otherwise, like those humans and beasts, he would have exhausted himself long ago. This abyss has been greatly exaggerated. Could it truly be devoid of anything? After walking for so long, I must have covered nearly 1,000 miles. Why have I not reached the end? The abyss above isn't that long. At this pace, when will it end? I could at least encounter some ferocious beast to relieve my boredom. This is unbearably dull. After an extended period, something unusual finally appeared ahead. A towering bronze door emanating an ancient aura. Could the secrets of the abyss lie behind this bronze door? The bronze door was tall and adorned with complex, mysterious runes along with images of flowers, grass, fish, and insects. It was coated in patches of rust, exuding an air of antiquity. Driven by curiosity, Chu Shanhe reached out and pushed against the bronze door, only to find it immovable. Boom. In the next moment, a surge of golden light erupted, and the golden body of the stupa activated, revealing a 15-jong tall golden giant. He shouted, mustering all his strength to push the door. Crack. With a resounding noise, the bronze door slowly creaked open, rust flakes falling away, releasing a pungent, moldy scent. This is a bronze ancient temple. Upon seeing the interior, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel astonished. He carefully stepped inside, the ground covered in a thick layer of dust, spider webs sprawling everywhere. Several sentient spiders spun webs towards Chu Shanhe, seemingly treating him as prey. However, with a gentle squeeze of his arms, several spiders were instantly reduced to ash. Continuing forward, a massive corpse blocked his path. What is this? Chu Shan's pupils constricted as he slowly approached. The corpse had dark skin, muscular build, and sturdy arms, its upper body bare, wielding a stone spear. Most importantly, its blood-red eyes remained defiantly open, appearing to die with great reluctance. Chu Shanhe glanced at those scarlet eyes, a shiver running down his spine, as if he were an ant facing a dragon. The sensation was akin to an ordinary person standing before a deity. Even in death, the lingering aura sent chills down Chu Shan's back, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Chu Shanhe took a sharp breath, hurriedly averting his gaze, not daring to meet its stare. Once eye contact was made, even with a calm mindset, he could not help but feel a terrifying pressure. A tremor from his very bones and bloodline, and no matter how strong his will, it was futile. Do not look into its eyes. Chu Shanhe urged himself to avoid eye contact, sidestepping the corpse's gaze as he began to look downward. This figure must be over 10 meters tall. The dark skin resembles that of people from the non-show domain. But how many years has it been since he died, yet he hasn't decayed into a dry corpse? If not for the thick dust covering him, I might have thought he had just died. There are no wounds on the corpse, but how did he die? After observing for a long while, Chu Shanhe shook his head. He could deduce nothing from these remnants. No need to dwell on this any longer. I should explore the interior. Chu Shanhe jumped over the corpse and continued onward, navigating unobstructed. After about 50 meters, he encountered another bronze door. However, this door was much smaller than the previous one and was ajar. What is this? Chu Shan's face was filled with curiosity as he walked through the bronze door, his expression changing drastically in the next moment. He gasped in astonishment. This place wasn't large, perhaps the size of a study, with a bronze ancient coffin at its center. Surrounding it were large black ants. Beside them were countless smaller ants. These ants were the same ones that had once emerged from the divine cave. So this bronze ancient temple is indeed the legendary divine cave. At this moment, the ants were in a state of slumber. Chu Shanhe held his breath, preparing to leave quietly. However, at that moment, the ant king's eyes suddenly opened, and its antennae stood erect. In the next instant, all the ants awoke, releasing waves of terrifying aura. Rustle. Crackle. This is bad. Chu Shan's expression changed drastically as he unleashed his full momentum and quickly retreated. However, once he ran outside, he was horrified to discover that ants were swarming from all directions, converging towards him. This is definitely an ant nest. A violent aura swept across the entire hall, and then the Long Yuan sword swept out. Whoosh. A terrifying sword light instantly obliterated a large number of ants. Rustle, rustle. But there were simply too many ants. They were densely packed all around him. Soon he found himself surrounded, and waves of excruciating pain surged from his feet as the ants gnawed at his golden body. Get lost. The Long Yuan sword swung, and countless sword shadows appeared around Chu Shanhe. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. In the next moment, innumerable sword shadows sliced through the space, shooting towards those ants with a fierce aura. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with the sounds of metal clashing. Once again, a large number of ants perished beneath Chu Shan's sword. Although the pressure lessened significantly, there were simply too many ants. Before he could retreat a few steps, they quickly surrounded him again. Open the heavens, slash. Star plucking hand. A soaring sword light and a gigantic palm appeared, causing the entire bronze hall to tremble. Large groups of ants died, yet more kept pouring in. It was a vicious cycle. These ants seemed endless. Even though Chu Shanhe unleashed all his divine abilities, even sacrificing the Mother Chi cauldron as a weapon to strike fiercely, he still couldn't escape. Squeak. Just as Chu Shanhe was about to exhaust his strength, a peculiar sound wave resonated, causing the mass of ants to retreat and vanish without a trace. If it weren't for the numerous ant corpses on the ground, Chu Shanhe might have thought nothing had ever happened. The Ant King's massive form slowly emerged from the bronze door, and an overwhelming pressure completely enveloped this aura. Chu Shan's expression changed drastically, disbelief etched on his face. Could it be the Battle Emperor realm? The Ant King moved slowly, but he showed no desire to flee. A fierce beast at the Battle Emperor realm was not something he could withstand at this moment. Even if he could run, how far could he get? Chu Shanhe fell into utter despair. He had contemplated countless possibilities, but ultimately he would still die at the hands of the Ant King. The entire hall fell silent save for the slow footsteps of the Ant King and the sound of Chu Shanhe swallowing nervously. Gulp. His throat moved again, and beads of sweat had already formed on Chu Shan's forehead. Finally, the Ant King stood before him, its antennae rising up. Just when Chu Shanhe thought the Ant King was about to make a move, he was horrified to discover that the target of its two antennae was not him, but the Mother Chi cauldron floating above his head. The Ant King's antennae touched the Mother Chi cauldron, slowly caressing it, as if it were a beloved object. Could it be that its target is this Mother Chi cauldron? Chu Shan's mind stirred. Then, to his utter disbelief, the Ant King actually knelt down. Indeed, it directly knelt down, its massive body prostrating on the ground, as if in worship. Moreover, the peculiar sound wave resonated again, echoing throughout the hall. However, Chu Shanhe could not understand it. Yet he dared not move, quietly watching the Ant King. Soon the Ant King stood up again, its antennae trembling. The ants reappeared, but this time they were not attacking. Instead, they began to carry away the dead ant bodies. What is happening? The hall instantly returned to its former state, and Chu Shanhe was filled with confusion. What on earth was going on? Although he did not understand why the Ant King retreated, at least he was safe. Why do I feel like these ants are afraid of the Mother Chi cauldron? Chu Shanhe looked at the ancient cauldron above his head, seemingly coming to a realization. This was a weapon of the Emperor, imbued with the aura of an emperor. Could it be that this group of ants mistook me for the legendary Emperor? He was lost in thought. Then he went deeper inside where the ants had long since disappeared, leaving only a bronze. Chu Shanhe gently approached, slowly opening the coffin lid. In the next moment his expression shifted slightly. Inside was actually an egg. The egg was about the size of an ostrich egg with mysterious and intricate patterns all over it glowing faintly. This is the egg that was stolen earlier. Chu Shanhe reached out to pick up the egg, examining it closely, his face filled with confusion. Is this an ant egg? When the divine cave appeared, someone had gone in and stolen this egg, but ultimately the ant army mobilized, and even the ant king appeared to eliminate those who took the egg before retreating. He never expected to see this egg again. However, what puzzled him was that if this egg had been in the bronze coffin all along and was guarded by the ant king and the ants, how did those people manage to take it? Perhaps because it was stolen previously, the ant king decided to place this egg in the coffin. In the end, he could only speculate this possibility. Now that the ant king and the ants had vanished, only this mysterious egg remained. Chu Shanhe looked at it repeatedly before placing it back in the coffin. Now trapped in this ghostly place, he couldn't leave. He couldn't take the egg with him either. He might as well put it back in its... Let's see if he could wait for the day it hatches. Wait, why am I looking forward to an ant hatching? He shook his head and chuckled. Crack. Just then the eggshell suddenly cracked open, and a hazy glow enveloped it, releasing a misty aura. This is... Chu Shanhe looked again, only to see a curled-up shadow appearing within the glow. This shadow did not resemble an ant, it looked like a dog. The more he looked, the more it resembled a newborn puppy that had yet to open its eyes. How could an ant's egg hatch into a dog? Chu Shanhe was filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the appearance of this little creature. Soon the eggshell completely shattered, and the hazy light and misty aura were fully absorbed by the little creature, revealing its true form to Chu Shanhe. It was a small black puppy, sleek fur about a foot in size. It slowly opened its eyes, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, utterly bewildered. Moreover, its entire body trembled, as if it were cold. Seeing this, Chu Shanhe picked it up and gently stroked its soft fur, trying to warm the little creature through contact. Once the puppy had fully adapted, Chu Shanhe cradled it in his hands, examining it closely. Isn't this just a little black? He examined it repeatedly, and found that this little creature bore no difference from an ordinary little black dog. There were no special marks on its forehead, nor any mystical patterns in its fur. Only its pair of eyes was very expressive, pitch black, and as lustrous as gemstones. This is too ridiculous. Chu Shanhe held the puppy in his arms, utterly incredulous. An ant's egg actually hatched into a dog. Or is it that this was originally a dog egg? But dogs don't lay eggs. If you say this is an ancient species, I might accept that, but this little creature looks just like an ordinary black dog. No matter how you look at it, it seems the same. Woof. Just as Chu Shanhe was lost in thought, the little dog in his arms suddenly let out a cute yelp. Then it wriggled out of his grasp and jumped into the coffin. To Chu Shanhe's astonishment, it started gulping down the eggshell piece by piece. After finishing the eggshell, the little dog had grown quite a bit. With a sudden leap, it jumped onto Chu Shanhe's shoulder and licked his cheek, with its tongue barking, eagerly indicating that it was still hungry. Chu Shanhe picked up the little creature again and looked around, but found nothing edible. In despair, he took out a few pills and placed them near its mouth, but the little dog shook its head repeatedly, refusing to eat. You little creature. Chu Shanhe felt a bit helpless. All he had left besides the pills were a few drops of spiritual essence and 2 leaves of Dao tea, which were treasures he couldn't possibly give to it. If only Yao Chun were here. Suddenly he missed Yao Chun, who always had plenty of spiritual herbs on hand. Woof. The little dog continued to bark at Chu Shanhe, its belly still hungry. Stop barking. Chu Shanhe glared at it fiercely. You only know how to eat, but when I offer you pills you refuse. How am I supposed to know what you want to eat? There's nothing else to give you to eat. The little dog blinked its eyes with a look of grievance, its expression quite human-like. Woof. A mournful and pitiful cry escaped its mouth, and then it could only lick its paws repeatedly. Really, this is too... Chu Shanhe couldn't take it anymore. He poured out a heap of spiritual essence and offered it to the little dog. If you don't eat this, then it's all gone. However, upon seeing the spiritual essence, the little dog's eyes suddenly lit up. It stretched out its tongue and swallowed the drop of essence. The next moment it closed its eyes and fell asleep on Chu Shanhe's shoulder. Is this what it means to fall into a deep sleep? Chu Shanhe was speechless, feeling like it was just like a pig, only knowing how to eat and sleep. He then picked up the little dog and placed it back into the coffin, sitting cross-legged beside it, slowly closing his eyes as well. He didn't know how long it had been, but Chu Shanhe felt something wet on his face. When he opened his eyes, he found the little dog awake, licking his face. All right, little creature. He lifted the little dog again, placing it on his shoulder, and stood up to stretch. In this empty bronze ancient hall, the little dog became his only companion. I wonder if I can check in here. After stretching, Chu Shanhe glanced around, then focused his thoughts. Check in. Check in successful. You have received a vial of Tintasandier's spiritual essence stalactite. As the system's voice faded, a milky white porcelain vial appeared in Chu Shanhe's hand, feeling icy cold with a thin layer of frost on the outside. Tintasandier's spiritual essence stalactite, a super treasure formed by the convergence of spiritual energy over 10,000 years. Meanwhile, an introduction to the Tintasandier's spiritual essence stalactite appeared in his mind. Last time it was 1,000 years. I didn't expect this time to get a Tintasandier's spiritual essence stalactite. Chu Shanhe's expression brightened. Ever since my pagoda entered the third transformation, the 1,000-year spiritual essence stalactite had become useless to me. This Tentasandier one should work right. Woof. At that moment the little dog was barking incessantly at the porcelain vial, its eyes shining brightly, and its 4 paws were flapping excitedly. Go away, this isn't for you to eat. Chu Shanhe set the little dog aside, and then took out a drop of the 1,000-year spiritual essence, offering it to its mouth. This is your food. The little dog opened its mouth and swallowed the essence. Without any surprise, it immediately fell into a deep sleep. This little creature. Chu Shanhe placed the little dog back in the coffin, then opened the porcelain vial. Instantly, a chilling aura swept through the entire hall, followed by a dense spiritual energy spreading out. He poured out a drop and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closing his eyes. The scene shifted to Yao City, the Lord's mansion. Yao Chun and Li Zhaoxian had been back for several days, but the two had been staying in Yao Chen's alchemy room without going out. Chu Shan's death was too much of a blow to them, and they didn't know how many times they had secretly cried at night. Men do not shed tears easily, but it's just that they haven't reached the point of sorrow. Brother, are you planning to go back or stay here? Yao Chen looked at Li Zhaoxian, his expression bitter, and slowly spoke. When I brought Chu Lao here before, I promised his wife that I would safely take him back, but now. Li Zhaoxian had a desolate look, and even now he didn't know how to face Bai Xuan. I want to wait 3 months, and then go to the ruins to take a look. He clenched his fists tightly, clearly not wanting to face Chu Shan's death yet. But Yao Chen hesitated, then sighed. Fine, then let's go after 3 months. As you say, what if there's a miracle? I believe Chu Lao is still alive. Li Zhaoxian was also trying to convince himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment a knock on the door sounded, and a guard's voice came from outside. Reporting to the Lord General, Xiao seeks an audience. Why has Xiao Zhantian come? Yao Chen frowned. He must have come for Chu Lao. Li Zhaoxian replied. He and Chu Lao had a very special relationship. Should we tell him the truth, or keep it from him? Let's tell him the truth. Do you think we can hide it from him? Then I want to go over. The door to the alchemy room opened. Yao Chen tidied up a bit, and then walked towards the conference hall. In the large conference hall, Xiao Zhanshan's impressive figure stood there. Upon seeing Yao Chen approach, he immediately came forward. I don't know what brings General Xiao to me. Though he had guessed Xiao Zhanshan's purpose, the necessary formalities were still required. Lord Yao. Xiao Zhantian slightly nodded as a greeting, and then asked, a while ago I heard that my adoptive father along with you and Lord Li went to the No. 1 ruins. Now that you and Lord Li have returned, why isn't my adoptive father here? I was worried, so I came to inquire. Your adoptive father? Yao Chen looked puzzled. It's Chu Shanhe. Xiao Zhantian slowly spoke. What? Old Chu is your adoptive father? Hearing Xiao Zhanshan's words, Yao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Originally he thought that their relationship was merely one of camaraderie, just a visit to offer condolences, but he never expected that Chu Shanhe and Xiao Zhantian had such a connection. Yes, my adoptive father was originally my savior, and also my mentor on the path of cultivation. I thought I would never see him again after he retired 30 years ago, yet unexpectedly we met again in Yao City. Xiao Zhantian chuckled. You know, I'm an orphan lord of Yao City. This reunion with my adoptive father must be fate, so I decided to acknowledge him as my adoptive father. Lord of Yao City, where is my adoptive father now? Well, Yao Chen's expression suddenly became difficult to read, as if he were hesitant to speak. He initially intended to inform him about Chu Shan's situation, not knowing their relationship, but now that he understood, he found it hard to voice it. Given Xiao Zhanshan's temperament, if he were to learn about Chu Shan's situation, he would undoubtedly cause chaos in the Lord's residence. Seeing Yao Chen's demeanor, Xiao Zhanshan's brows furrowed. Lord of Yao City, has something happened to my adoptive father? As his words fell, a fierce aura exploded, and his tiger-like eyes became sharp. Sigh. Yao Chen sighed, his expression turning sorrowful as he slowly spoke. To be honest, Commander Xiao, I am uncertain whether old Chu is alive or dead. He is still in the first relic. What happened? Xiao Zhanshan's brows furrowed even deeper. The exit was already opened and the 3 of us were prepared to move out, but at the last moment someone launched a surprise attack, causing old Chu to fall directly into the abyss beneath the Gui Cho Gorge's fate unknown. Yao Chen's face was filled with bitterness. What? Xiao Zhanshan's tiger-like eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying my adoptive father fell into the abyss of Gui Cho Gorge? That's right. Yao Chen nodded, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly spoke. Commander Xiao. A violent killing intent erupted from Xiao Zhantian. The pressure from the warlord level made Yao Chen feel as if a mountain was crashing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Even the terrifying winds swept through the entire conference hall, creating chaos. What's the difference between falling into the abyss and death? Xiao Zhantian could not accept this news. His eyes turned blood red as he stepped forward to Yao Chen, grabbing his collar and coldly asking, who ambushed my adoptive father? It was Hu Jiuwan from Lingtai Mountain. Yao Chen's face turned pale as the terrifying pressure made it hard for Lingtai Mountain. Xiao Zhantian noticed Yao Chen's abnormality, immediately retracting his aura, causing the terrifying pressure to dissipate, allowing Yao Chen to take a deep breath. I apologize, Lord of Yao City, I was presumptuous earlier. Xiao Zhantian showed a face of regret. It's alright, Commander Xiao, you are a person of passion, I understand. Yao Chun gasped for air, waving his hand, then a flash of hatred appeared in his eyes. It was the disciple of the Hu family from Lingtai Mountain. If it weren't for his sneak attack at the last moment, old Chu wouldn't have fallen into the abyss. Lingtai Mountain, I will not let this go. Xiao Zanshan's killing intent soared as he coldly stated. If it were other families from different cities it might be a bit troublesome, but with the evildoers from Lingtai Mountain there's no need to hold back. The Domain Lord wanted to thoroughly eradicate those tumors in the first place. Thank you, Lord of Yao City, for telling me this. I shall take my leave. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Zhantian left the Lord's residence filled with terrifying killing intent. Yao Chen looked at the mess of tables and chairs, then sighed. The evildoers from Lingtai Mountain are not so easily eradicated. I hope Commander Xiao doesn't let his anger cloud his judgment. Hu Jiuan has killed so many people, yet he has remained undisturbed all these years, because his background is too deep. The evildoers of Lingtai Mountain are not just from the Hu family. The 10 major evildoers are united, and if Commander Xiao dares to strike against the Hu family, he will undoubtedly face retaliation from the other 9 families. Perhaps he won't even be able to conquer the Hu family before being surrounded. If the 10 major evildoers could be easily eradicated, they wouldn't have existed for so many years. Unless the Domain Lord is determined to destroy them, mobilizing the 5 armies to completely flatten Lingtai Mountain. Otherwise it will be very difficult. Although the Swan and I was the main force at that time, Hu Juan's attack was the most lethal. Without his sneak attack, Chu Shanhe might have escaped danger. Now that the relic is closed, they cannot rush in to kill the Swan and I, so all their anger was directed at Hu Jiuan. Even if Hu Jiuan is already dead. What happened? And what did Commander Xiao say about old Chu's news? At this moment, Li Zhixian walked in, looking curiously at the chaos. All of this was caused by Commander Xiao's anger. A warlord is terrifying, and the pressure nearly suffocated me. Recalling that moment when he could barely breathe, Yao Chun felt a pang of fear, then recounted everything that had happened. Old Chu is actually Commander Xiao's adoptive father. Li Zhixian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this news. Yes, I just recognized him. Yao Chen nodded. This incident with old Chu has already ignited Commander Xiao's fury, and he is preparing to send troops to eradicate the evildoers of Lingtai Mountain. By the way, Hu Jiuan is a descendant of the Hu family from Lingtai Mountain. That despicable villain, no wonder he always strikes from the shadows. As soon as this person was mentioned, Li Zhixian gritted his teeth in hatred. In the Dragon Army's camp, Xiao Zhantian angrily entered his office and then picked up the communication device to send a message to his superiors. Soon a reply came back consisting of only a single line. Know this matter is of great importance and must be considered carefully. You continue to guard Yao City and do not act recklessly or face military punishment. Seeing the superior's message, Xiao Zhantian smashed the table in front of him with a punch. Bastard. Always talking about careful consideration. Consideration, my ass. I've long been displeased with that group, and now they have even harmed my adoptive father through their descendants. I will definitely take revenge for this. Xiao Zanshan's rage surged and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He then stepped out of the office shouting, "Everyone assemble." Xiao Zhantian gathered all the Yinglong army, preparing to lead the troops to attack Lingtai Mountain, just as everyone was ready to set out. A figure rushed in, and under the astonished gazes of the Yinglong army approached Xiao Zhantian and swung a palm fiercely across his face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Xiao Zhantian, do you wish to rebel? The person coldly stared at Xiao Zhantian, their eyes reddened, tears threatening to fall. How did you come here? Seeing Yi Qing in front of him, Xiao Zanshan's previously furious expression softened a bit. If it were anyone else who dared to obstruct him, he would surely punish them on the spot. But unfortunately this person was Yi Qing, and he couldn't bring himself to raise a hand against her. Xiao Zhantian had stood out among the Yinglong army and rose to the position of commander at a young age, not only due to his unparalleled talent, but also because of Yi Qing's significant influence. Though Yi Qing had little cultivation, every time Xiao Zhantian achieved remarkable feats in battle, it was due to her strategic planning. One could say that Yi Qing was Xiao Zanshan's military advisor. If I hadn't come, would you have already led your brothers to attack Lingtai Mountain? Yi Qing spoke coldly, tears finally streaming down her face. You are disobeying orders, do you understand? I know, but... Xiao Zanshan's expression was complex. I just can't swallow this anger. Then force yourself to... Do you know what the consequences would be if you attacked Lingtai Mountain this time? If the 10 notorious criminals of Lingtai Mountain were so easy to eliminate, the Domain Lord would have sent troops to encircle them long ago. Why wait until today? Moreover, the higher-ups have stated that this matter is of great importance and requires careful deliberation, yet you dare to openly disobey. Do you think you are invincible? Huh. Your death is not the main concern, but what about so many brothers? Do you think the criminals of Lingtai Mountain are just ordinary roaming bandits? You are already a commander, and still so impulsive. You should consider not only yourself, but also your brothers. If you all sacrifice yourselves this time, what will happen to their families? What about me? Xiao Zhantian, you have truly disappointed me this time. At the end, Yi Qing nearly shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground. They. For a moment, Xiao Zhantian was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Behind them, the soldiers remained calm. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences, and some had even predicted this scene. They all knew that Xiao Zhantian had an impulsive personality, always acting hastily. Soldiers were bound by duty to obey, and as members of the Yinglong army, they could not disregard Xiao Zhantian's commands. But every time after gathering, Yi Qing would appear fiercely educating Xiao Zhantian, and then either formulate a battle plan or dismiss them, allowing them to do as they pleased. Yi Qing was acknowledged as the strategist of this army. It seems we are about to be dismissed. Although I don't know what happened, it must be something significant to make the commander this furious. I think this matter is quite serious for the commander, otherwise he wouldn't risk defying orders to lead us to attack Lingtai Mountain. Has he ever not disobeyed military orders? True, forget about that. Let's go play cards later. Will we win? We'll go if we win. Of course we'll win, otherwise what's the point? Whispers erupted among the crowd. What are you doing? You still want let the brothers disperse? Yi Qing shot a fierce glare at her husband. Oh. With his wife having spoken, Xiao Zhantian weakly nodded, then waved his arm. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the couple in the martial arts arena. Yi Qing was truly angry at Xiao Zhantian's recent actions, coldly saying, "Why did you do this?" Even now she did not know the reason. She had hurried over only after seeing the message from the adjutant. The adoptive father was schemed against by the Hu family of Lingtai Mountain and fell into the abyss of the first relic. Xiao Zhantian's face was filled with bitterness. I was furious. We finally got along well with our adoptive father. But as he spoke, this Battle King's eyes turned red, his voice choking up. You say adoptive father? Hearing this, Yi Qing was also taken aback, her eyes reddening. Even as she covered her mouth with her hand, she couldn't hide her sorrow. Otherwise I wouldn't have acted this way. Xiao Zhantian squatted on the ground, covering his face with his hands, tears flowing from between his fingers. The adoptive father's revenge must be taken, but not in this manner, do you understand? Yi Qing also squatted down and embraced her husband. She could understand his feelings and comprehend what he... But Xiao Zhantian wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Yi Qing. There is no but. This matter, as the higher-ups stated, must be deliberated carefully. Your impulsive attack will only lead to the unnecessary sacrifice of your life and those of your brothers. Not only that, but your reputation will also be tarnished, because this is a case of you defying orders during military operations. What should I do then? Xiao Zhantian clutched his hair in frustration. We can first do this. Yi Qing whispered a few words into his ear. Is this feasible? Let's give it a try. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Li Zhixian received a message from General Qitian stating that the rewards for the 100 Cities University competition had arrived, and the messenger brought official documents that required his signature as the city lord. We must face what we need to face. Li Zhixian sighed helplessly, then bid farewell to Yao Chun. As for the matters regarding old Chu, let's just delay it. You can come up with any excuse you want. Yao Chun patted Li Zhixian's shoulder, and then took out several porcelain bottles, handing them to him. These pills are for you to give to old Chu's family, as my acknowledgement to them. The red bottle contains body refining pills. I heard that old Chu's wife is not a martial artist, so this should be for her. The blue bottle contains qi condensing pills for his 2 grandsons. Thank you on behalf of old Chu's family. Li Zhixian accepted the pills and cupped his fists towards Yao Chun. It's nothing. Yao Chun waved his hand. After you handle your matters, don't forget our appointment in 3 months. Don't worry, I won't forget. Li Zhixian nodded, then transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the... In watching at the home of Chu Shanhe. Grandma, where has Grandpa been lately? I haven't seen him for a long time. Chu Yu asked, sitting on the sofa with a bag of snacks, glancing at Bai Shuang. Perhaps he is in seclusion. Bai Shuang's expression suddenly darkened, then she forced a smile that was more sorrowful than crying, slowly saying, You know your grandfather. Oh, I see. Chu Yu did not notice her grandmother's unusual demeanor. She simply nodded after receiving an answer and continued to eat snacks while playing on her phone. It's getting late, I need to go buy groceries. Are you coming? Bai Shuang glanced at the time, and then got up carrying a basket. Chu Yu was about to say she would go, but just then Chu Feng suddenly walked out of the room, affectionately saying to her, Little sister, come here for a moment, I need your help. I won't help, but let's talk about it when I return with Grandma from grocery shopping. Chu Yu rolled her eyes, then got up and called Bai Shuang, Grandma, wait, I'll go with you. At that moment, however, Chu Feng suddenly grabbed her and shouted to Bai Shuang, Grandma, you go by yourself. Ooh, I really need to talk to my little sister. Then you two stay at home and behave. Don't cause any trouble, Bai Shuang instructed before leaving the house. Chu Feng, are you crazy? Why do you need me now when you could have asked earlier? Chu Yu angrily bit Chu Feng's arm. Chu Feng, unfazed by his sister's attack, pressed her head down and said with annoyance, Are you a pig? I can only ask you at this moment because it's something important. Haven't you noticed that Grandma has been acting a bit off lately? What's wrong with Grandma? Chu Yu asked, puzzled. Isn't she the same as usual? She makes meals on time, sleeps, and goes out to dance in the square at the usual hour. You really are a pig, Chu Feng said with disdain. I can't believe you don't even notice Grandma's unusual mood. Haven't you noticed that Grandma seems distracted lately? Besides, I've already told you that I've seen her wiping away tears in the middle of the night more than once. Grandma was crying. How did I not know about that? At that time you were sleeping like a pig, how could you possibly know? Chu Yu angrily bit Chu Feng's arm again. Don't break your teeth, okay? Chu Feng said nonchalantly, continuing. Grandma's abnormal behavior must mean something has happened. Moreover, the last time I came back I saw Grandma on the street at the time. She usually dances in the square. But she wasn't dancing if she went to the city lord's mansion and then came out looking lost not long after. Think about it, Grandma is just an ordinary person and our family doesn't have any connections. How could she enter the city lord's mansion? Considering this along with Grandma's recent odd behavior and Grandpa not returning for so long, I suspect something has happened to Grandpa. Otherwise Grandma wouldn't be so. Chu Feng analyzed, managing to piece together the situation quite accurately. No way. Grandma just said Grandpa is in seclusion. Chu Yu replied, looking incredulous. She probably just doesn't want us to worry, you fool. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, truly overwhelmed by his sister's intelligence. So what happened to Grandpa? If you ask me, who should I ask? Chu Feng shrugged. If we ask Grandma directly, she definitely won't tell us. So we have to go to that place to investigate. What place? The city lord's mansion. A few minutes later, Bai Shuang returned with a basket of vegetables, calling for her grandchildren, but no one responded. Where did these two kids run off to? It's already mealtime, Bai Shuang said, losing her appetite as her grandson was absent. She simply set down the basket and decided to wait for Chu Feng and Chu Yu to return before cooking. Then she went back inside, picking up an album from the bedside, her eyes reddening. Old man, when will you come back? Do you know how worried I am about you? The photo was of her and Chu Shanhe taken during her 90th birthday. Do you know I've been having nightmares lately? You don't know how hard it is to keep this from the kids. Do you know how much I've been hiding? You old man at this age still making me worry endlessly. As she spoke, tears began to flow. The city lord's mansion. On the opposite street, two sneaky figures crouched by the wall watching the movements of the city lord's mansion. Brother, why can't we just go over and ask? Chu Yu looked up at Chu Feng. Do you think the city lord's mansion is a place anyone can enter freely? Chu Feng rolled his eyes. What if we get caught and labeled as terrorists? Then what's the point of hiding here? Waiting. Chu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Waiting for what? Just waiting to see if anyone goes in. Hey, little sister. Before Chu Feng could finish, he saw his sister walking straight towards the gate of the city lord's mansion. That stubborn girl. He cursed under his breath and quickly chased after her. Stop. Without any surprise, the two were stopped by the guards. Who are you? We are. The guards were at the master realm level, and the pressure from their presence was not something the two could withstand. The air felt much colder, especially for Chu Yue, who was just a beginner martial artist. The pressure was even greater, making it difficult for her to breathe. Chu Feng shielded his sister behind him, and then spoke. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand, we were just passing by. Although he was already a high-level martial artist, he felt very small in front of the masters. The tremendous pressure and tension made his face pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Quickly leave, this is not a place for you to come. The guards saw that they were just students and prepared to drive them away. But at that moment Chu Yu gritted her teeth and said, we are not just passing by, we came to find someone. My. The guards frowned at her words. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for my grandfather. Chu Yu gasped. Your grandfather? The two guards exchanged glances, then asked, who is your grandfather? My grandfather's name is Chu Shanhe. He hasn't returned home for a long time. We saw my grandmother come out from here, so we wanted to ask. As she spoke, her voice grew softer because she noticed that the expressions of the two guards had changed. If not, then forget it. Maybe we were overthinking it. We'll take our leave now. The immense pressure made Chu Yu quickly change her tone, and after speaking, she pulled Chu Feng, wanting to leave. Stop. However, the next second the guard's voice made their movements halt instantly, their expressions changing drastically, and they even began to tremble. Master. We. The immense pressure caused both of their faces to turn pale, and Chu Feng even managed a smile that looked worse than crying, struggling to speak. What do you mean by we? The guard's cold voice sounded again. Stand here and wait. I will go inside to report to the city lord. This remark left the siblings momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance filled with disbelief. They actually agreed. I told you if Grandma can go in and out, so can we. Do you think Grandpa will? The two whispered to each other, but as soon as they saw the guard stepping out again, they immediately You two follow me. The guard spoke, then led the siblings into the city lord's mansion. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the ancient and majestic interior. Big brother, so this is what the city lord's mansion looks like. Look at that dragon sculpture, it looks so real. The little girl couldn't help but tug on Chu Feng's sleeve and whisper, be quiet and walk properly. Besides being curious, Chu Feng felt a heavy sense of pressure forcing him to walk straight, without daring to breathe heavily. Now hearing his sister still daring to comment, he shot her a fierce glare. Relax, there's no need to be so tense, just treat it as if this is your home. The guard chuckled at Chu Feng's nervousness. We won't harm you. Yes, master. Chu Feng's anxious feelings eased slightly, but he remained stiff, causing Chu Yu to nearly burst into laughter. She had never seen her brother look like this. Soon under the guard's lead, the siblings stopped in front of the last room. City lord, I have brought them. The guard gently knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle voice came from within, and the door opened automatically. Go in, the city lord has been waiting for you for quite some time. The guard gave the two a knowing glance before stepping back. Brother, the city lord, huh? That gentle voice must belong to a handsome man. Upon hearing the title city lord, expressions on the siblings' faces varied. Chu Yu was excited, while Chu Feng grew tense again. To the little girl, this was her first encounter with someone at the pinnacle of Huaqing, and that gentle voice melted her heart, filling her mind with images of what the city lord might look like. But for Chu Feng, he never imagined he would one day meet the top combatant of Huaqing. The war god realm loomed in his eyes like an insurmountable mountain. Perhaps one day he too could reach the summit, but for now he had to look up to them. "You two little ones, are you waiting for me to come out?" At that moment the voice in the room rang out again, causing the siblings to startle, abruptly snapping out of their fantasies, and they cautiously walked in. "Close the door." "Oh." The two obediently closed the door gently before turning their gazes towards the most prominent figure in Huaqing. Wow, so handsome. Wow, so powerful. That was the first impression of the two. Clad in white, standing with hands behind his back, he was strikingly handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura. Li Zhaoxian looked at the two little ones frozen in place and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you doing standing there? Come over and sit." With a wave of his arm, the little ones found themselves uncontrollably seated in two chairs. "This is high-quality spiritual tea. Drinking it will help with your cultivation." After that, Li Zhaoxian poured 2 cups of spiritual tea for them, treating them like honored guests. This action caused the two little ones to exchange a surprised glance. "Do you find it strange?" Li Zhaoxian, knowing their thoughts, smiled. "Is it surprising that a city lord would treat 2 children with such courtesy?" That's right." While Chu Feng was still stammering, Chu Yu directly nodded in agreement. "Young man, learn from your sister. There's no need to be so formal." Li Zhaoxian patted Chu Feng's shoulder and laughed. "Did you hear that, brother?" Chu Yu raised her eyebrows at Chu Feng, and then smiled at Li Zhaoxian. "City lord, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I thought our city lord would be an old man like my grandpa. Are you disappointed?" Li Zhaoxian chuckled at Chu Yu's words. "But your grandpa does fit the identity and image. By the way, city lord, do you know where my grandpa went?" At this point, Chu Feng finally gathered the courage to say a complete so soon into the main topic. Li Zhaoxian laughed. "I thought you wanted to chat a bit." "City lord, it wouldn't hurt to chat either." Chu Yu's eyes squinted into crescents. Not only was Li Zhaoxian exceptionally charming and handsome, but he was also so approachable and even capable of joking, which was completely different from the images she had imagined. She couldn't help but relax completely, and even began to joke. "Little sister." However, Chu Feng shot her a big eye roll. "How can you talk to the city lord like that?" "It's fine. Oh, I really like your sister's personality. It's very much like your grandpa's." Li Zhaoxian looked at the two siblings, noting that Chu Feng bore some resemblance to Chu Shanhe. With excellent talent, at such a young age he already possessed the strength of a high-level martial artist, which was truly impressive. Given time, Chu Feng would surely grow to the war god realm, or even higher. Meanwhile, Chu Yu had inherited her grandfather's character. The two siblings each had their own unique traits. As for your grandpa, I can only say he has gone to a very mysterious place, and won't be back for a while. He paused before continuing. "You came here secretly behind your grandma, right?" The two nodded obediently. "We also wanted to come over and understand the situation after seeing grandma coming in and out." "I said so." Li Zhaoxian chuckled, then waved his arm, and several porcelain bottles appeared on the table. "Some red. These are gifts your grandpa entrusted me to bring back for you. Gifts from my grandpa." Upon hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes instantly lit up as she couldn't help but reach for a bottle, opening it. The rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire room, causing both of them to shudder. "This is..." The siblings were instantly filled with astonishment. "The bottle you opened is called the Qi condensation pill. I'm sure you've heard of it." Li Zhaoxian smiled. "I won't introduce its effects. You both know that your grandpa spent a lot of money in the pharmacy city to buy these just so you two could cultivate well and rapidly increase your strength." "I certainly will." Chu Feng's heart burned with passion as he understood his grandpa's intentions. "Grandpa, rest assured I will not disappoint you." With these Qi condensation pills, he was confident that by the time his grandpa returned, he would break through to the master. Seeing the determination on Chu Feng's face, Li Zhaoxian nodded slightly and said, "If you have any questions regarding your cultivation in the future, feel free to come find me, or you can ask other generals or grandmasters. This place is completely open to you too." He then took out 2 tokens and handed them to them. "This." The siblings exchanged a glance, their faces revealing unspoken shock as they gazed at the golden token. Chu Yu's eyes instantly squinted into crescent shapes. Sweetly she said, "Thank you, city lord." Seeing Chu Feng still dazed, she tugged at his clothing corner, looking disdainful as she said, "Brother, why are you still standing there? Just take the token given by the city lord." "Thank you, city lord." Chu Feng finally reacted, accepting the token and expressing his gratitude to Li Zhaoxian. Even though Li Zhaoxian was very approachable, he still felt a bit constrained. After all, he was a figure of the war god level. "You're welcome. Make sure to keep the token safe. You two are the only ones in the entire Huaqing who possess one." Li Zhaoxian smiled, picking up a red porcelain bottle, and said, "This bottle contains a body refining pill for your grandmother." Chu Yu nodded. "If you have no questions, feel free to explore. You can roam around here, and of course if you want to go back you can do so at your leisure." "City lord, I want..." Chu Yu was about to say something, but was suddenly pulled by Chu Feng, who quickly opened his mouth. "Thank you, city lord. Our grandmother is waiting for us to eat, so we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Watching the two little ones leave, Li Zhaoxian sighed helplessly. What must be faced still has to be faced. Exiting the city lord's mansion, Chu Yu pouted, looking dejected as she shook off Chu Feng's hand, saying, "What are you doing, brother? What's wrong with taking this great opportunity to explore the city lord's mansion? Opportunities are everywhere, we have the token after all. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. I really don't know what you're thinking all day. I'm thinking about handsome guys. Chu Yu clasped her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. I want to find someone as handsome as the city lord in the future. Wake up, stop dreaming. Chu Feng directly interrupted her fantasy. Right now we need to hurry back and tell Grandma about this matter. Perhaps Grandpa went to a place that made Grandma worry. Now that we know the truth from the city lord, it should put her mind at ease. And there's this pill which is a special gift Grandpa prepared for Grandma. I'm sure she will be very happy. Then let's hurry back. I hope this gift can make up for the trouble she might give us for going out at mealtime. As they spoke, the siblings wore happy expressions bouncing back home. Grandma, we're back. You two little rascals, where have you been? Bai Shuang, upon hearing this, walked out from the house looking at the two little ones with a helpless roll of her eyes, then said, You must be hungry. Grandma will go make you some food. Grandma, there's no rush for food. Chu Yu stepped forward, grabbing Bai Shuang's hand, and smiled mysteriously. We have something good for you. What good thing? Ding ding ding. Chu Yu waved the bottle of body refining pill in front of Bai Shuang, saying, Look what this is. What is it? Bai Shuang looked even more puzzled. What happened to you, child? Are you okay? She reached out to touch Chu Yu's forehead. I'm not running a fever or anything. Oh, Grandma. Chu Yu stomped her foot. This is the body refining pill specially prepared by Grandpa for you. Of course, Grandpa also prepared a gift for us, which is the chi gathering pill. Grandma, the city lord is told. At this moment, Chu Feng also spoke up. He said Grandpa went to a mysterious place and won't be back for a while, telling us not to worry. The city lord came back. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang's body trembled violently. Yes, these are the things Grandpa entrusted the city lord to bring back for us. The two little ones thought Grandma was excited upon hearing this news, and quickly stuffed the red porcelain bottle into her hands. Grandma, don't be too excited, be composed, Chu Yu giggled. Grandma is not excited, Grandma is composed. Bai Shuang took the porcelain bottle and walked into the room in a daze, leaving the siblings confused. What's wrong with Grandma? I don't know. Soon Bai Shuang re-emerged from the room looking very urgent, and said to the two little ones, If you two are hungry, go buy something to eat outside. Grandma has something to take care of, and will step out for a bit. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Now the two little ones were even more puzzled, exchanging glances before shrugging their shoulders. Grandma's reaction is strange. Shouldn't she be happy? Why does she look like this? Let's go follow her. Let's go. The two agreed in unison and chased after her. However, they did not see Bai Shuang's figure even after reaching the entrance of the community. Grandma must have gone to the city lord's mansion. Let's go. The two quickly headed towards the city lord's mansion, but when they got there, they found no sign of Grandma. The guard said Bai Shuang had never been there. Brother, could it be that we were overthinking? Chu Yu frowned. Then where did Grandma rush off to? Chu Feng was also confused now. Meanwhile, at home, Li Zhaoxian sat on the sofa, while Bai Shuang prepared a cup of tea for him. City lord, have some tea. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite, just sit down. Li Zhaoxian waved his hand. Those two little ones might have already gone to the city lord's mansion. City lord, please tell me the truth. Has something happened to our family's mountains and rivers? Bai Shuang's voice trembled. Sister-in-law, Grandpa Chu's injury is already fine, you can rest assured about this. Li Zhaoxian sighed. However, the situation is quite complex now. Although he is fine, he hasn't fully recovered and still needs further care and treatment. To avoid worrying Bai Shuang, he had to stabilize the situation with a kind lie. How long will it take? Upon hearing that the person was fine, Bai Shuang's tense expression relaxed significantly. At least 3 to 4 months, at most half a year. Li Zhaoxian spoke. Now that the city lord is personally treating Grandpa Chu, you don't need to worry. And those pills, they really were entrusted to me by Grandpa Chu to bring back. Originally, I wanted to give them to you personally, but unexpectedly the two little ones came to find me, so I gave them to them. I was hoping to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to think too much. Of course, this is also my fault for not telling you right away. As long as he is fine, that's good. Bai Shuang's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed completely. Thank you so much. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Li Zhaoxian waved his hand, then his ears perked up slightly. The children will be back soon, so we'll take my leave. You can rest assured about Grandpa Chu, I will take care of everything. Li Zhaoxian waved his hand, then his ears perked up slightly. The children will be back soon, so we'll take my leave. You can rest assured about Grandpa Chu, hiss worthy of the war god. This sudden scene made Bai Shuang gasp in surprise. As an ordinary person, it was the first time she had witnessed such a miraculous scene. Instantly disappearing. She then took out the bottle of body refining pill from her pocket, her gaze intense. She did not notice that on the rooftop of a building Li Zhaoxian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching her, his expression complicated. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Then he looked towards the horizon, murmuring, Grandpa Chu, you must be all right. In Lu City, at the city lord's mansion, the young city lord Lu Qing looked at the man kneeling before him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. You mean to say you have a deep-seated grudge against Chu Shanhe? Yes, young city lord. The man replied, pressing his head down, his voice hoarse, a fierce aura emanating from him. I never expected that not only does your name resemble mine, but your enemy does as well. Lu Qing's cold smile grew more pronounced. However, Chu Shanhe has already fallen into the abyss of the ruins, dead beyond resurrection. The fact that you came to find me at this moment is indeed useful to me. The man continued. Chu Shanhe still has family, especially his grandson, who possesses great talent. I believe we can take this opportunity to eradicate them completely. The man spoke further. This is where young city lord can make use of me. He slowly lifted his head, revealing himself to be Lu Qinglong, the former deputy city lord of Hua City. At this moment his face bore a terrifying scar resembling a centipede, and a surge of bloodthirsty energy emanated from him, a drastic change from before. Oh, Lu Qing sneered repeatedly. Although your reasoning is rather crude, it still piques my interest. However, I dislike your name. Let's change it. From now on I shall be called Shadow, willing to be your shadow, young city lord. A hint of malice flashed in Lu Qing. Ever since he was defeated by Chu Shanhe and exiled to the extreme northern purgatory by Li Zhaoxian, he had lived a nightmarish life for more than half a year. No one knew what he had experienced there, and he wished never to recall it. The hatred that sustained him until the end was a deep-seated animosity towards Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian. With each passing day in that place his hatred for these two intensified. Therefore upon his return he thought of avenging himself in Hua City. However, when he passed through Lu City, he unexpectedly heard of the enmity between young city lord Lu Qing and Chu Shanhe, prompting him to come to the city lord's mansion. His first intention was to secure a future for himself, and second, to have Lu Qing shelter him, allowing him to leverage that power for revenge. Although he had broken through to the war god realm in extreme northern purgatory, he knew he still had no chance against Li Zhaoxian. I like what you said. From now on you shall be the leader of my shadow assassination squad. Lu Qing's lips curved into a slight arc as he sneered. I will allocate some personnel for you, and then you shall head to Hua City to eradicate Chu Shan's family completely. Yes. A vicious glint flashed in Shadow's eyes. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the ruins within the bronze ancient palace beneath the abyss, Chu Shanhe was radiating golden light. With 3/4 of the 10th Ascendier spirit marrow stone consumed, his Buddha gold body had reached the peak of the 4th stage, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th transformation. Beside him the little black dog had also grown a bit, now sleeping with its eyes closed. Unlike before, it had a hint of silver on its 4 paws. Moreover, as the little black dog slept, the silver on its paws shimmered. Soon Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes, the golden light around him dissipating. Still a bit short. He exhaled a breath of stale air. It had been nearly 10 days he had attempted to break through to the 5th transformation every day, but each time he had failed, and today was no exception. The challenge of breaking through to the 5th transformation of the Buddha gold body is truly daunting. This 10th Ascendier spirit marrow stone is nearly exhausted, yet I still haven't broken through. He looked at the nearly empty spirit marrow in the porcelain bottle and sighed helplessly. I wonder if I can succeed in breaking through once this bottle of spirit marrow is completely used up. Perhaps I am too impatient. It's only been a short while, yet I'm already thinking of breaking through. Then he chuckled at himself. Calculating the days I've already stayed here for over 2 months, achieving such results is already astonishing, yet I remain unsatisfied. Human desires truly grow heavier as one's abilities increase. If my Buddha gold body can truly reach the 5th transformation, my combat power could rival that of a battle king. Moreover, my mastery of the Thunder Tao has also improved significantly. In these days he had been signing in here daily. The reward for repeated sign-ins was an hour of enlightenment, all of which he devoted to comprehending the Thunder Tao. Over time his understanding of the principles of the Thunder Tao deepened. I shouldn't think too much. Let me calm down and focus on enlightenment. With the successful sign-in, an hour of enlightenment began. Chu Shanhe closed his eyes once more, an ancient aura emanating from him. Above his dantian, the Thunder Tao rune began to slowly spin, the mysterious symbols flickering continuously. Soon arcs of thunder began to appear around Chu Shanhe. Beside him the silver on the little dog's paws also shimmered incessantly. Just then a fierce wind suddenly whipped through the entire bronze palace, and a dark vortex appeared at the ceiling, silently hovering above Chu Shan's head. Then a thundercloud appeared, crackling with lightning, among which were several brilliant purple lights. Boom! As the Thunder Tao aura around Chu Shanhe intensified, the thundercloud boiled and churned violently, lightning flashing everywhere. Crack! With a deafening thunderclap, Chu Shanhe seemed to be unaware, his body emanating even more brilliant lightning as the thunder struck him and was then absorbed. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder grew increasingly numerous, and the rate at which it fell quickened. Soon the heavens and earth transformed into a sea of thunder, completely enveloping both man and dog. Before long the thundercloud dissipated, and the black vortex vanished without a trace, restoring the bronze palace to its original appearance. Boom! A short while later Chu Shanhe abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light surrounding him, and 2 bolts of lightning shot forth from his eyes. 10,000 thunderbolts. With a thunderous roar, Chu Shanhe unleashed a torrent of lightning from his body, blinding, searing, and colossal, coalescing instantly into a roaring sea of thunder that raged across the battlefield, unleashing countless bolts in relentless, deafening barrages. Boom, boom, boom. A savage, oppressive aura surged forth from the thunderous maelstrom. Each bolt that struck the ground carved out a massive crater. Soon the earth was pockmarked with ever-deepening wounds, layer upon layer of devastation. The energy cost of this technique is staggering. Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged on the scorched earth gathering his breath before speaking slowly, yet its destructive power is undeniable. Even a war king ensnared within that thunder sea would struggle desperately to break free. Truly, the lightning Tao's law of annihilation reigns supreme in slaughter. But once unleashed it leaves me utterly drained. Should my target survive the first strike, I risk being turned upon and slain. My cultivation realm remains too low. Though my combat prowess is extraordinary, my myriad divine abilities fused into one, the foundation beneath it all remains perilously weak. In truth, I am precisely like a character in a past life game, mana depleted before the battle ends. It is time I elevate my foundational realm. He uncorked a vial of premium spirit-condensing pills and swallowed them whole. Instantly, the great derivation creation heart sutra activated, sparking a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy above his crown, spiraling down through his biwi acupoint and flooding his meridians. Days later, Shanhe, the little black dog, slowly opened its eyes. Within those obsidian-like orbs, ancient runes flickered briefly. It shook its fur, glanced at Chu Shanhe immersed in cultivation, then turned its gaze toward the colossal crater nearby. Suddenly it twitched, its nose eyes blazing with instinctive recognition, then vanished in a blur, leaping headlong into the crater's depths and beginning to dig furiously. Hua City, Lord Mayor's residence. A small figure wielded a long spear with disciplined ferocity in the courtyard, while several veteran war generals. The figure was Chu Feng. Ever since Li Zhixian had granted him the official token, he trained here daily. This place teemed with far denser spiritual energy than his home or school. His practice drew crowds of war generals. At first their silent scrutiny unsettled him, but when they began offering precise, incisive critiques after each session, he grew to cherish their presence. Their insight was razor-sharp. They perceived flaws, instantly diagnosed them unflinchingly, and offered concrete refinements, propelling Chu Feng's strength upward at an astonishing pace. Then, a dragon's cry echoed. Chu Feng's aura surged and his spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing deep into the massive stone of the garden's artificial mountain. Crack! Instantly fresh fissures spiderwebbed across the stone's surface. The war generals exchanged glances, astonishment shimmering in their eyes. His rapid progress left them quietly awestruck. Not bad, boy. Your spear technique has sharpened remarkably. Chi Tian war general tossed Chu Feng a towel, his face alight with genuine admiration. No wonder you're the grandson of your grandfather. One day Hua City shall boast yet another war general, born of your blood. Thank you, General Chi Tian. Chu Feng caught the towel and wiped the sweat from his brow, gratitude sincere and unfeigned. You're quite the sly one. Why thank only General Chi Tian? Do you think we've no towels to offer? General Lao Ma spoke with gentle irony, smiling faintly, causing Chu Feng to stiffen, flustered by the tea. Enough, you'll frighten the child. Lu Haiyan chuckled softly. Look how tense he's become. You stand at the threshold of grandmasterhood. Cease training for these next 2 days, settle your heart, gather your spirit, and prepare for the breakthrough. Are there special methods for breaking through to Grandmaster? Chu Feng's youthful face crinkled with earnest, wide-eyed confusion. The method remains unchanged, but your recent ascent has been too swift. Obsession with speed risks undermining your foundation. Lu Haiyan elaborated patiently. Your prodigious talent is undeniable, yet if haste corrupts your roots, even brilliance becomes hollow. The cost outweighs the gain. I understand now. Thank you, General Lu. Enlightenment dawned. Chu Feng bowed, deeply reverence pure and profound. This boy truly knows his manners. The war generals exchanged warm smiles, then added, it grows late. Head home. Remember, no cultivation these days. Rest deeply. Calm your heart. Yes, yes. Chu Feng nodded vigorously, packed his things, and walked home from the Lord Mayor's residence. As he walked, the surging power coiled within his limbs made a quiet smile curl his lips. The nearness of grandmasterhood lifted his spirit so high he hummed a light, carefree tune. That's Chu Shanhe's grandson. From a rooftop, a shadow watched the small figure pass, and murmured aloud. Indeed. Beside him stood a figure cloaked entirely in black, voice gravelly and dry. You've witnessed his talent these past days. No further explanation is needed. A true genius. Given time, he will surely rise as a celestial sovereign. Even the former young lord reached grandmasterhood at this very age. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Lu Qing's talent had been. Yet this youth matched it almost perfectly. Eradicate the threat, while still in its cradle. With those words he stepped forward, and in an instant appeared directly above Chu Feng, palm crashing down. At that very moment Chu Feng's joy shattered. His heart lurched violently, every hair on his body bristling as a suffocating shroud of death descended upon him. Instinctively he rolled sideways, just as the bracelet on his wrist blazed with radiant light. Boom. The detonation shook all of Hua City. Crack. The bracelet shattered. Blood erupted from Chu Feng's mouth. He flew backward, slammed into the ground, and lay motionless, unconscious. Even with his reflexes at peak speed, and his protective artifact activated, he could not withstand that single palm strike. The bracelet, a gift from General Chi Tian, was modest in quality, yet sufficient to deflect a full-force blow from a war general. But his assailant was a high-rank war general. Though the bracelet absorbed 80% of the attack, the remaining 20% proved catastrophic for a high-level martial artist. Quick reflexes, yet utterly futile. A cold, contemptuous smile curled his lips as he strode forward, reaching the barely breathing Chu Feng in an instant, and raised his foot to crush the boy's skull. Though the palm strike had failed to kill him outright, the outcome remained inevitable: one stomp, and his skull would explode. "Dare you, wretched scion!" At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the Lord Mayor's residence, followed by an overwhelming, terrifying aura surging forth. This aura was capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, causing the man's movements to come to an abrupt halt, his complexion changing drastically under the immense pressure. His momentum erupted completely as he aimed to kill Chu Feng and escape before the opponent's rescue arrived. However, in the next moment, a seven-colored divine light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him, rendering him immobile. This sudden turn of events made his eyes widen in disbelief as he exerted all his strength to break free from the restraints of the seven-colored divine light, but to no avail. In fact, the more violently he struggled, the stronger the feeling of confinement became. "Save me!" He roared to the heavens, hoping for his companions to come to his rescue, but despair soon washed over his. From the city lord's mansion, the seven-colored divine light surged, and a figure rushed over. Dressed in white, holding a paper fan, he appeared graceful, yet emanated a terrifying, killing intent. It was none other than Li Zhixian. Within a few breaths, he arrived before the man, abruptly closing his paper fan and thrusting it fiercely against the man's heart. Puff! In the next moment, the man spat out blood and was sent flying. But that was not the end. Li Zhixian stepped forward once more and instantly reappeared beside the man, opening his paper fan, its edge slicing like a blade across his neck. Blood gushed forth instantly, and Li Zhixian quickly retreated, using his paper fan to block the spray, thus preventing his white attire from being stained. High-level warriors were formidable, yet before him, they were as fragile as paper. Killing him required only 2 moves. After dealing with the troublesome man, Li Zhixian appeared once again beside Chu Feng and checked his nostrils, finding a faint breath remaining. He then took out a pill from his pocket and placed it in Chu Feng's mouth. "City Lord." At this moment, Chi Tian and the other warriors arrived late, looking at the barely conscious Chu Feng and the completely lifeless assassin with grim expressions. "It's fine now, the man has been dealt with. Take the body back and see if you can find any clues." "Understood." After speaking, Li Zhixian carried Chu Feng and stepped onto the seven-colored divine light, returning to the city lord's mansion. "Damn it, how dare they attempt an assassination in our Hua city?" Chi Tian cursed as he approached the corpse and kicked it hard, grumbling. "Once I find out who sent you, I will definitely dismember that person into pieces." Since a few months ago, when Chu Shanhe single-handedly saved 1 million citizens of Hua City from peril, the attitude of these warriors towards him had taken a complete turnaround, earning them profound respect and admiration. This also explained why they taught Chu Feng so diligently, and even Chi Tian gifted him a defensive spiritual artifact. All of this stemmed from their respect for Chu Shanhe. Now that Chu Shanhe was absent and Chu Feng had suffered a terrifying attack on his own territory, it was a heavy slap in the face for these warriors. Fortunately, the city lord acted promptly to rescue the young lad. Had Chu Feng been killed, they would have been at a loss on how to face Chu Shanhe. They were truly enraged by this assassination attempt. Thus, the mastermind behind it became their primary target. I suspect this assassination was directed at old Chu. The old horse warrior's eyes flashed with wisdom as he began analyzing. To send a 6-star warrior as an assassin, such forces are rare. At the very least, such a force cannot exist in our Hua city, which is among the lowest-tier cities. This indicates that the assassin must be from a mid-tier or even a high-tier city. Considering old Chu's current location, it is highly likely they are from Medicine City. However, since old Chu went to Medicine City for healing, how could he have provoked such a formidable force? This was the point he couldn't comprehend. Regardless, let's take this guy back and see if there are any clues. Chi Tian waved his hand, then grabbed the corpse by the leg and lifted it up. Boom. Just then a figure descended from the sky, its terrifying aura causing all the warriors present to change their expressions drastically. God of War. In an instant, the few of them unleashed their momentum, and their weapons shone brightly as they attacked the descending figure. However, the figure was incredibly fast, dodging all the attacks in a few flickers before arriving before Chi Tian, delivering a powerful palm strike. Chi Tian was shocked to his core, immediately unleashing his strongest attack, but unfortunately the gap in strength was too great, and that palm struck heavily against his shoulder under the horrified gazes of everyone. Chi Tian was sent flying, crashing through a wall. The figure showed no hesitation, grabbing the corpse from the ground and disappearing from view in a few leaps. Chi Tian, are you alright? The other warriors sighed in relief and quickly helped Chi Tian up, their faces filled. I'm fine. Chi Tian swallowed a healing pill, reattaching his shoulder blade as he spoke slowly. The sudden turn of events made everyone's brows furrow and the atmosphere turned tense. The opponent actually has a God of War. Just thinking of that terrifying pressure made Chi Tian feel a chill. It seems they do not come with good intentions. The old horse warrior's expression was grave. I didn't expect that 6-star warrior to merely be the vanguard. The target is Chu Feng, so it must be related to old Chu. What exactly happened in Medicine City? We need to return and ask the city lord. I feel that this assassination attempt is even more terrifying than the last beast tide. Let's hurry and ask the city lord. The others nodded, transforming into streaks of light as they headed toward the city lord's mansion. At that moment, Li Zhixian had just settled Chu Feng, and upon seeing the injured Qi Tian and the other solemn-looking warriors, spoke slowly. Let's go to the conference hall. He had also sensed that earlier aura, but was focused on providing Chu Feng with aid at the critical moment, so he did not reveal. In the conference hall, after Li Zhixian explained everything about Medicine City and the incidents that occurred in the ruins, the expressions of the warriors changed drastically. So you mean to say that old Chu is still trapped in the ruins and his life or death is uncertain? That's correct. Li Zhixian nodded. Originally, I did not plan to return. I intended to wait until the ruins reopened next month to search for old Chu, but unfortunately the federal envoy arrived, forcing me to come back. However, this trip back is not without its value. At least I saved the young lad's life. What are your thoughts on this assassin? Li Zhixian looked at the crowd. Which of the people I mentioned earlier do you think is responsible? From what the city lord just said, the person with the greatest conflict with old Chu besides the ferocious offspring of Lingtai Mountain, Hu Jiuwan, is the 4 great prodigies. The city lord also mentioned that even though Hu Jiuwan succeeded in his ambush, he was ultimately brought down by him and the city lord of Medicine City and killed by the Swan Ni, which eliminates that possibility. Among the 4 great prodigies, Xiang Tian and the Taoist can be ruled out first, leaving only Hai Linger from Hai City and Lu Qing from Lu City. The old horse warrior began to analyze. However, with old Chu now in a perilous situation, to be frank, without a miracle he is likely to be in grave danger. If that's the case, Hai Linger can also be ruled out, as her target is merely that inheritance. Now only one remains. At this point, the old horse warrior's gaze turned towards the others. In the council chamber, everyone exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Lu Qing. Exactly. Old General Ma nodded and slowly began. Whether it is from the hatred towards Elder Chu or from the personal power, he meets all the conditions. Lu City is one of the few superior cities. As the young city lord, the extent of Lu Qing's power is evident. Only such influence would dare to use a 6-star general as the vanguard for an assassination. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of the Hu family from Lingtai Mountain. After all, when Hu Jiuwan died, so many eyes were watching. If someone reported to the Hu family, such a possibility exists. However, the likelihood is very small, considering that Lingtai Mountain is too far from our watching. One is in the eastern region, the other in the western region. If for someone from Lingtai Mountain to come and assassinate, they would have to cross most of the Asia-Pacific region. It would take months for that trip. In terms of timing, it doesn't add up. Thus, the biggest suspect now is Lu Qing. After hearing old General Ma's analysis, everyone gradually came to a conclusion. Li Zhixian frowned deeply. Based on the performance in the ruins, Lu Qing indeed harbored a fierce killing intent towards Chu Shanhe. This point was clear when Chu Shanhe fell into the abyss. Upon their exit from the ruins, Lu Qing's actions made it evident. There is an 80% chance. Old Master Ma nodded. The remaining 20% points to the Hu family of Lingtai Mountain. However, regardless of which of these 2 families it is, neither is someone we can afford to provoke. Currently, the assassination team has only shown 2 members, one a 6-star general and the other a war god. Who knows if they have other team members and what levels of strength those members possess. This is something we are unaware of. This situation is the most deadly. If there is another war god, then even with the city lord we would not stand a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The power disparity was evident. Among them, the strongest was only the Qitian general, who did not even reach the level of the deceased vanguard. That is not a problem. We can call for reinforcements from watching. Li Zhixian, however, remained calm. Given the scale of this incident, he felt it necessary to inform Xiao Zhantian and Yao Chun. Especially Xiao Zhantian, with so many experts in the Yinglong army, sending a few over could easily resolve this. Qitian, go to Elder Chu's home and bring back the sister-in-law and the girl to prevent them from becoming frantic and taking action against them. Understood. After saying this, Qitian general vanished from sight. Everyone else be extra vigilant during this time. I will now go summon reinforcements. Understood. This sudden assassination attempt plunged the entire high command of Huaqing into tension. When Baishuang and Chu Yu were brought to the Lord's mansion and saw the unconscious Chu Feng, their expressions changed drastically. Brother, Xiao Feng, the 2 exclaimed, and Baishuang quickly asked, Gentlemen, what exactly happened? Someone attempted to assassinate you. It may be directed at Elder Chu. Li Zhixian spoke slowly. But don't worry, the child is fine. I saved him, and he should wake up from his coma in about 2. Also, sister-in-law, you should stay here for the time being. This way we can better protect you, and you can take care of Chu Feng. Alright. Upon hearing that Chu Feng was safe, Baishuang finally felt relieved and nodded. Outside the cave in the Qinling Mountains, the shadow looked at the corpses on the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. Number 1, what do we do now? Next to him stood a war god from the Lu family named Lu Yuan, who was a cousin of Lu Qing, possessing considerable strength at the 5-star war god level. Although he called the shadow number 1, there was no trace of respect on his face. He was present in this small team simply because Lu Qing wanted him to keep an eye on the shadow. The shadow was aware of this, glancing at Lu Yuan before saying blandly, what was originally a simple task has unexpectedly been ruined by this fool. Now the other party must be on guard. If we wish to strike now, it will be very difficult. Then we can just flatten Huaqing. Their city lord is only a 3-star war god. I alone can annihilate them all. Lu Yuan scoffed, always feeling that the shadow was being overly cautious. If it were him, he would have completed the task and returned by now. But the other party is a city lord. If they were to die by our hands, what will you say to the federal inspector? Then what do you suggest we do? Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Since we cannot do it within Huaqing, let's annihilate them outside the city. A fierce glint flashed in the shadow's eyes as he whispered a few words in Lu Yuan's ear. Is that feasible? It definitely is. Then I will begin my actions now. Thank you for your efforts. Lu Yuan left, and the shadow glanced at the corpse on the ground, a sinister expression crossing his face. Li Zhixian, I will personally twist your head off. And Chu Shanhe, while I regret not being able to kill you myself, I can wipe out your entire family, letting you all A few days later, a black cloud rushed towards Huaqing from the horizon. Quick look, what is that? Just a dark cloud. What's so surprising about it? This means it's going to rain soon. On the city wall, a patrol soldier commented on the dark cloud. I don't feel like it's just a dark cloud, though. Did you hear any strange noises? Doesn't it feel like there are flying insects buzzing around your ears? Yes, that's the sound. I heard it too. Just as the few were puzzled, the dark cloud drew nearer, and their expressions changed drastically. Quick, ring the alarm bell. This is definitely not just a dark cloud. The great bell of Huaqing tolled again after months of silence, drawing every eye. Why is the bell ringing once more? What on earth is happening? Wasn't the ferocious beast exterminated months ago? Could the beast have returned to assault the city? When will this end? How has it started again? With the 3 legions mobilized, it looks like another catastrophe is upon us. The townsfolk murmured as the streets filled with onlookers, necks craned toward the city lord's residence. From that direction, soldiers charged, crazed and grim, toward the city walls. The city lord's residence. The Cheetian generals and others froze at the bell, then swept up to the rooftops. The next moment, their faces changed. A dark mass on the horizon surged closer, and its true form finally revealed itself. Not a cloud, but a teeming swarm of Gui, Tu Feng, a black tide of insectal horror. Damn it! Why are they coming toward Huaqing? Several generals frowned, then became streaks of light as they took positions on the walls. What is going on? The Cheetian general asked a minister in the army. I don't know, at first we thought it was a storm cloud, but it's Gui Tu Feng. The minister of the Jinlin army looked grim. Those things were way up at the northern edge of the Qinling Mountains, several ranges away. Why would they suddenly come today? What do you think, Lao Ma? All eyes turned to General Lao Ma. He narrowed his eyes, watching the advancing swarm, and spoke slowly. Man-made. You mean? Several generals paled. Exactly. Lao Ma nodded. What we feared has come to pass. I never imagined the enemy would possess such a method. Those wretched creatures, the Cheetian general spat, they only know underhanded tricks. It seems their target is not merely Chu Lao's family. A sharp intelligence flickered in Lao Ma's eyes. This will be a brutal fight. Let us hope the reinforcements the city lord promised arrive in time. He looked down at the 3 legions and said slowly, this time our duty is not only to keep these Gui Tu Feng beyond the walls, but to be wary of assassins as well. Do not fight alone. Form squads, minimize casualties. Yes, thundered the 3 legions in unison. Deploy. The city gates opened, and the 3 legions poured forth in full force. A 7-hued radiance flared, and Li Zexin's figure appeared upon the wall, his expression grave as he stared at the sky, darkening swarm, brow furrowed. It seems the situation is grimmer than we imagined. City lord, I think. Lao Ma murmured into Li Zexin's ear, and Li's frown deepened. Are you saying they intend to strike at me as well? Merely a premonition. Lao Ma spoke slowly. If their sole aim were Chu Lao's family, killers of that caliber could have slipped in by stealth. To raise such a commotion here in Huaqing. Apart from you and I, who else could be the target? Li Zhixian recalled the events at the ruins and his lack of enmity with Lu Qing. Lu Qing knows who I am, and there is no grudge between us. If he sought my annihilation merely because I am Chu Lao's friend, that would be excessive. I don't know for certain, it is only a hunch, Lao Ma said, shaking his head. In any case, be cautious. Li Zexin's gaze fixed on the tightening mass of Gui Tu Feng. As they drew nearer, the ceaseless beating of wings swelled into a thunder that made the air tremble. Outside Huaqing, the 3 legions held ready, generals on the walls brimming with killing intent. Kill. With Cheetian generals roar, the battle between humanity and the feral swarm ignited once more. Each Gui Tu Feng was the size of an infant, fierce and grotesque. Twin rows of terrible fangs flashed coldly in the sun as their wings blackened the sky. Following Lao Ma's tactics, the legions fought in trios, 3 warriors back to back in a triangular formation, effective for both offense and defense. Die! Cheetian general surged forward, his momentum erupting. His staff swelled in the wind into a titanic club and crashed down with earth-shaking force. A single blow felled ranks of Gui Tu Feng. Other generals unleashed their arts, and the carcasses of the insects rained to the ground like hail. Yet even so, the swarm remained thick and unrelenting. Soon several Gui Tu Feng drove their barbed stingers into a soldier's back. With a scream, his body instantly withered, mummified, as if drained of life. They were named Gui Tu Feng for a reason, their distinctive mode of killing. Once stung, it was as good as a death sentence. More terrifying still, after consuming a victim's flesh and chi, they could instantly transmute it into their own spiritual energy, swelling their power. This is why Gui Tu Feng vexed every opponent. After feeding, their bodies bulged, and their auras grew more brutal. Lao Lu, with a comrade slain, the two survivors' eyes turned blood red. Their ferocity spiked, and they cleaved wildly at the swarm. Though they cut down a portion of the insects, both warriors soon became nourishment themselves, mummified and tumbling to the earth in a cloud of dust. Outside, watching, the spiritual energy surged, and soldiers and insect corpses fell alike. On a peak of the Qinling Mountains, Inying and Lu Yuan watched the fray with curled lips and cold amusement. These are merely appetizers, Inying sneered, then looked to Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan, bring out something stronger. Lu Yuan whistled once. From the mountain's depths flew forth Gui Tu Feng of immaculate silver, one marked with faint gold veins. The five fiends, wrathful and swift, streaked like flashes toward Huaqing. A curse broke from the battlefield as commanders perceived the new threat. Shitian General's sweeping strike suddenly met a distant, heart-chilling aura. He turned, and his face fell as pale dread crept in. Be on your guard. Warrior-grade Gui Tu Feng have appeared, and among them a hive king of war god rank. He roared, wielding his staff as a storm of shadowed strikes. With a thunderous cry, he tore through a mass of the swarm and annihilated them. Lao Ma's face tightened. I never imagined the enemy could even command a hive king, he muttered. This exceeded all his... On the wall, Li Zhixian stood in white, watching the few approaching Gui Tu Feng. His paper fan flared with light, and in the next instant 7-hued radiance blanketed the heavens. What is that, so dazzling? How breathtaking it is! As the 7-colored divine light emerged, its radiant brilliance enshrouded Huaqing in a gossamer veil of prismatic hues. Citizens across the city gazed in awe. Many young girls clasped their hands together, forming prayerful gestures. Are you fools? Can't you even recognize the city lord's 7-colored divine light? Someone scoffed, rolling his eyes with disdain. Upon the city wall, as Li Xian ascended, the 7-colored divine light spread across heaven and earth, freezing the ghost-head wasps utterly in place, motionless, paralyzed. Even the silver-tier general-class ghost-head wasps staggered mid-motion, as if sinking into thick, viscous mud. Then with a single step he closed the distance to one silver ghost-head wasp, and with a graceful sweep of his folding fan severed its head clean away. Crack! In an instant the general-tier wasp split cleanly, and 2 black ichors sprayed forth, reeking of putrid decay. Buzz! Witnessing this, the golden-veined queen wasp violently vibrated her wings, golden sigils flared across her carapace. And in the next breath she shattered the divine restraint, launching herself at Li Xian like a lethal spear. This queen was terrifying, ranked at 2-star war god, possessing blinding speed and an exoskeleton harder than tempered steel. Her colossal stinger gleamed like a razor-edged blade. Even the resonance of her wing beats could destabilize the mind. Though Li Xian held the rank of 3-star war god, he found himself momentarily outmatched, forced to guard against unseen assassins even as he fought the queen. Fortunately, his 7-colored divine light had evolved, its slowing effect had intensified dramatically, and now bore the added power of binding restraint. Thus the queen's might was severely diminished, and no longer could she rely on speed alone to strike down her foes. Fortunately, his 7-colored divine light had evolved, its slowing effect had intensified dramatically, and now bore the added power of binding restraint. Thus the queen's might was severely diminished, as the clash between Li Xian and the queen raged on, the 7-colored divine light began to wane. Sensing the general-tier wasps straining against their bonds, the warriors seized the fleeting moment to annihilate them outright. Focus fire, crush one utterly. Old Ma War General's gaze sharpened, then with a surge of overwhelming aura his weapon transformed into a torrential deluge, crashing toward the foremost ghost-head wasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At his command the other generals struck as one, unleashing synchronized devastating blows. Boom. The silver ghost-head wasp detonated, instantly reduced to fine ash. Their faces lit with triumph. They repeated the tactic, obliterating the second wasp without delay. At that very moment the 7-colored divine light's binding dissolved completely. The ghost-head wasps surged back into motion, fury erupting across the battlefield. Savage, razor-sharp assaults descended upon the troops and elite generals alike, plunging the field into chaos. On a distant hilltop Shadow watched, his eyes widening in shock as Li Xian's light immobilized scores of wasps. I never imagined Li Xian's 7-colored divine light had evolved, and that his cultivation had ascended to 3-star war god. This grows complicated. What is there to fear? Leave him to me. Lu Yuan spoke indifferently. 5-star war god, he deemed a 3-star opponent formidable, yet ultimately killable. Brother Yuan, would you grant me the honor of delivering his final blow? Shadow asked quietly. Lu Yuan paused, gazing deeply at him. Your primary target is the city lord himself, is it not? Precisely. A venomous glint flashed in Shadow's eyes. He and Chu Shanhe are my sworn enemies. But Chu Shanhe is already dead. Only the city lord remains. Rest assured, if Li Xian falls, Chu Shanhe's family will meet the same fate. You play your hand well. Lu Yuan remarked coolly. My cousin entrusted you with command. I assumed it was for rude eradication. Yet you wield it for personal vengeance. Eradication and retribution need not conflict. Shadow replied. Indeed, it stands to reason. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Since you've spoken so plainly, I shall ensure you deliver that final strike yourself. Thank you. Shadow bowed deeply. You're welcome. Lu Yuan's expression remained serene, yet when his gaze met Shadow's, a cold edge of lethal intent flickered within his eyes. Within the ancient ruins inside the bronze grand hall, a sharp cutting aura erupted, and Chu Shanhe slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging tide of vital energy coursing through his body, he smiled faintly. So this is the realm of the war god, truly incomparable to the mere rank of war general. His aura rippled, his dantian had doubled in capacity. Woof! Suddenly Xiao Hei's voice rang up from the pit. Then in a blur the little black dog shot upward, leaping into Chu Shanhe's arms, and nuzzling him eagerly with its head. All right, I know you've missed me terribly. Chu Shanhe beamed, ruffling the dog's soft fur affectionately. Woof! The pup wore an expression of pure delight, then tugged insistently at Chu Shanhe's sleeve. What do you want? Chu Shanhe frowned, puzzled by the odd behavior. Woof! It barked again, released his sleeve, dashed back to the pit, then returned, pulling urgently at him once more. You mean, something lies beneath? Chu Shanhe ventured aloud, and the dog nodded emphatically. Truly. Cradling the pup, Chu Shanhe stepped down into the pit, and froze. There before him stood a bronze door, its ring directly beneath his feet. How can a bronze door lie buried underground? Chu Shanhe knelt, inspecting closely, and realized this door mirrored the grand entrance exactly, only scaled down proportionally. Along the door's rim, he spotted paw prints. Did you dig this up? He glanced at the pup, only then noticing fresh soil clinging to its claws. Woof! Woof! The dog yelped joyfully, bouncing up and down, clearly seeking praise, as if shouting, it was me. Applaud me. Reward me. Truly impressive. Chu Shanhe chuckled, stroking the dog's sleek coat, then turned his attention to the bronze ring. What lies beyond this door? Why was it buried here? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Should I open it? After a long silent pause, Chu Shanhe reached out and grasped the ring firmly. He resolved to open the door. His aura erupted, his vital energy boiled fiercely, and with all his strength he wrenched the ring backward. In the next instant his face paled in shock. Outside, watching the battle raged fiercely, having reached a boiling point. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the seven-colored divine light was restraining the enemy, numerous ghost-headed bees perished, leaving only a quarter of the once overwhelming swarm. The ground was already covered with a thick layer of black corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air, causing nausea. Of course the soldiers also suffered casualties, though not significant. At this moment the warriors' morale surged as they rallied to eliminate these repulsive creatures completely. On the other side, several great generals engaged in fierce combat, with the remaining 2 silver ghost-headed bees. Die! The Chi-Tian general roared, and his long staff transformed into a myriad of shadows, crashing down fiercely onto one of the silver ghost-headed bees. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out. Boom! Although the ghost-headed bee blocked the Chi-Tian general's attack, it had no chance to defend against the subsequent strikes from 2 cavalry generals being blasted away. Buzz! 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 The other giant bee flapped its wings, charging forward with a terrifying aura. However, at that moment, a burst of fire erupted from Lu Haiyan, followed by a massive fireball hurtling towards the giant. Creak! The ghost-headed bee's 2 rows of fangs opened wide, and to everyone's shock it directly bit the fireball into pieces. Attack together! The old cavalry general immediately changed tactics, and the group's momentum surged explosively. On the other side, the battle between the Bee King and Li Zhixian was also intense. Swish! The 7-colored divine light appeared, completely enveloping the Bee King and restraining it. Li Zhixian's paper fan erupted with a terrifying aura, spinning wildly like a circular blade, slashing fiercely across the Bee King's abdomen. A shrill wail echoed, and a wound instantly appeared on the Bee King's abdomen, black, foul blood gushing out. Buzz! 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 The Bee King's wings began to tremble violently, and a controlling sound wave attack followed, causing Li Zhixian's spirit to shake violently and his movements to slow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Bee King darted forward like a flash of light, its golden stinger aimed, as if to pierce the heavens, descending upon Li Zhixian with an earth-shattering momentum. It stabbed fiercely at his heart. Humph! Li Zhixian snorted coldly, his blood and chi boiling completely, his momentum rising further. The 7-colored divine light appeared instantly, and his paper fan opened, blocking his heart. Clang! Sparks flew as the Bee King's terrifying strike was thoroughly deflected by Li Zhixian, and with the binding of the 7-colored divine light, another wound appeared on the Bee King. On the mountain peak, the shadow quietly observed everything, then said to Lu Yuan, "It's almost time. We should act and serve them the final feast. I've been waiting for this moment." As Lu Yuan finished speaking, he stepped forward and vanished in a few flashes. Li Zhixian, don't be too surprised when you see me later. The shadow sneered as he transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Die, beast! On the battlefield, with a furious roar from the Chi-Tian general, he smashed his staff onto the last silver ghost-headed bee's head, instantly causing it to explode, eradicating the final silver ghost-headed bee. Who else dares to stand? The Qi Tian general's momentum soared as he shouted to the heavens. I do. But before he could bask in his victory, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful palm strike. Wow. The Qi Tian general immediately spat out blood and was sent flying. Save him. The two cavalry generals exchanged glances and swiftly moved to intercept the flying Qi Tian general, pulling out healing pills to feed him. At the same time, Lu Haiyan arrived here, watching the source of the voice with a guarded expression. Just as I thought, it's you. The old cavalry general raised his eyes, gazing at the figure in a black robe, and coldly spoke. You plotted this beast attack with great effort, intending to lure us out of the city to take action, didn't you? Perhaps we are not your primary target. Your main target is our city lord, right? As expected of the wisest old cavalry general, you can even guess this. You are still as clever as ever. The shadow chuckled coldly, standing above them, looking down at several old friends. Who exactly are you? How do you— Hearing this, the old cavalry general's expression changed dramatically. I am your old friend. As he spoke, the shadow slowly unfastened his black robe, revealing his true face. Upon seeing the shadow's true form, the old cavalry general and the other two generals' expressions changed dramatically, revealing disbelief. I never expected it to be you. After the shock, the old cavalry general spoke with a complex expression. I never thought you could emerge from the extreme northern purgatory, and even more so to see you in this state, Deputy City Lord Lu. Lu Qinglong, why have you done this to us? We are. Lu Haiyan's eyes turned red as she shouted at the shadow. However, before she could finish her words, the shadow interrupted. From the moment Li Zhexian exiled me to the extreme northern purgatory, we were no longer connected. And now I am called Shadow. Lu Qinglong is already dead. I never thought that one day we would meet as enemies. The old cavalry general spoke slowly. Although you've broken through to the war god realm, do you really think you alone can kill the city lord? Who said I'm the only one? The shadow sneered and clapped his hands. Yuan, it's your turn to appear. Swish. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's figure appeared before everyone, the terrifying pressure causing all their faces to change dramatically. Although they were unsure of Lu Yuan's true combat strength, Qi Tian and others could clearly feel that this pressure far exceeded that of the city lord. In other words, this guy was at least a 4-star war god. What a damn it, just when I was afraid of this, it really happened. The old cavalry general cursed, inwardly fearing the emergence of a second war god in the opposing team. Now, not only had this war god appeared, but he was also a war god with a higher realm than Li Zhexian. In this battle, they truly had no chance of winning. Unless a miracle occurs. Boom. On the other side, Li Zhexian finally slew the Bee King and immediately swallowed a recovery pill. Because Lu Yuan was already approaching him. Lu Qinglong, you ingrate. Outside the city wall, Qi Tian, the battle general, stood up slowly, clutching his chest, his face pale. He glared at the shadow and roared, it was the city lord who took you in when you were homeless. And during that battle when you were nearly dead, it was I who pulled you from the jaws of a ferocious beast. It was during that time that I fell ill, and to this day my realm has stagnated at the 3-star battle general without any improvement. And these people, they have also helped you to some extent, haven't they? You became the deputy city lord because we all believed you were talented. Cough, cough. Qi Tian coughed up blood, perhaps from exerting himself too much, yet even so he was filled with rage. But now it seems we were blind back then. You are truly a scum. Qi Tian continued to roar, the city lord sent you to the extreme north inferno for reflection, yet you, the ingrate, have now brought others to attack the city lord and us. To call you scum is an insult to scum. You are nothing but a beast. Even if we raise a dog for so many years, it would at least wag its tail at us. Wow. Suddenly Qi Tian spat out a mouthful of old blood, his anger causing his qi to surge. Qi Tian. The other battle generals changed their expressions and quickly took out a pill to feed him. Qi Tian, don't waste your breath on that kind of person. You are gravely injured now. Your anger will harm you further. Stop speaking. Lu Haiyan looked coldly at the shadow and spat. Old fool, be careful not to die from anger. Unmoved by Qixin's furious insults and Lu Haiyan's disdain, the shadow remained calm, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I already said the previous Lu Qinglong is dead. I am now called Shadow. I won't rush to kill you. I want you to watch Li Zhexian be torn apart, then I'll kill you one by one. Unfortunately, Chu Shanhe is already dead, otherwise he would not escape death either. He continued, after I kill you, I will slowly crush the bones of Chu Shan's grandson. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. As he spoke, a twisted smile appeared on Shadow's face. Several battle generals were infuriated, but they felt powerless. They desperately wanted to kill this guy, but their strength did not allow it. On the other side, Lu Yuan looked at Li Zhexian slowly and said, I'll give you a chance, sever your meridians and kneel before me, and I might consider sparing your worthless life. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting breath. Li Zhexian's expression was serious as he coldly replied, are you so starved for attention that you need to seek existence from me? You are truly seeking death. Lu Yuan's expression darkened instantly, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, distorting the surrounding air, and violent winds ravaged the area. Not far away, Qi Tian and the others instantly felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. 5-star battle god, terrifying indeed. Are you an idiot? Even in such a situation you still speak such nonsense? Li Zhexian said with disdain. After spending time with Yao Chun, he found himself speaking increasingly like him. If you want to fight, then hurry up, if not, just roll away. Lu Yuan grinned ominously. It has been a long time since anyone spoke to me this way. Then I must be quite lucky. Li Zhixian smiled, deciding to play along with him. It would be best to delay until reinforcements arrived, that way he could mount a thorough counterattack. After he reported this matter to Xiao Zhantian was furious and immediately sent 2 centurions over both high-level battle gods. Calculating the time, it should be a little while longer. However, during this time the pressure on Li Zhixian was immense. If he could hold out until then, it would be great, if not, death awaited him. I hope you can still smile so brightly later. However, after Lu Yuan said this, he stepped forward, and a terrifying aura surged forth with no flashy movements, just a simple straight punch. The punch aimed directly at Li Zhixian's head. The wind from the punch howled, and a piercing sonic boom erupted as this punch broke the sound barrier. Whoosh! Li Zhixian retreated instantly, and at the same time the 7-colored divine light enveloped Lu Yuan, causing his movements to slow down drastically. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly created distance. Is this your skill? Lu Yuan was not surprised. He had merely been testing the waters. If he could truly kill a 3-star battle god with a single punch, then that battle god was simply too weak. He let out a sinister laugh, then jumped into the air, a Qinglong Yinwen knife appearing in his hand. If this is all the skill you have, then just die. The Qinglong Yinwen knife began to spin violently, and radiant light burst forth from the blade. Lu Yuan, wielding the large knife, exuded an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as he struck fiercely at Li Zhixian. The blade cut through the void, transforming into a streak of light, instantly reaching Li Zhixian's face. Li Zhixian's expression changed drastically, the 7-colored divine light enveloping the large knife, while the paper fan in his hand shimmered with ancient patterns appearing on the ribs of the fan. He twisted his wrist, opening the paper fan and blocking it in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed across the heavens, and a terrifying shockwave blew away countless corpses of ghost-headed bees. Immediately after, a figure spewed blood in midair, turning into a streak of blood as he flew backwards. Wow! Although he blocked Lu Yuan's strike, the terrifying force still caused Li Zhixian injury. Li Zhixian steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression very serious. In the face of the 5-star battle god, that terrifying attack power made it impossible for him to resist. The gap in strength was too great. However, he did not lose heart. He swung his arms repeatedly, enveloping the entire area with the 7-colored divine light, slowing Lu Yuan's spiritual energy circulation. The 7-colored divine light sweeps away all things, but unfortunately your level is still too low. Lu Yuan, filled with rage, stepped forward with the large knife, sneering, if only your 7-colored divine light could step up a level, I would have no way to deal with you, and I would even retreat. Unfortunately, you are just one step short. He turned the blade, and the terrifying aura erupted from the edge of the knife once more. Lu Yuan stepped forward, raising his arm ready to end Li Zhixian's life with one slash. Die! A massive crescent appeared. Even with the slowing effect of the 7-colored divine light, it was still whoosh. The crescent-shaped blade light sliced through the void, completely locking onto Li Zhixian's aura. Li Zhixian's expression changed as the 7-colored divine light continuously enveloped the blade light, attempting to reduce its speed or bind it. Unfortunately, his realm was still lacking compared to Lu Yuan, resulting in mediocre control. At the same time, he rapidly dodged, trying to create distance from the blade light. Yet even so, a few minutes later the blade light still approached him. Bang! The paper fan opened, and the patterns on its ribs flickered again. This time the paper fan began to spin rapidly, blocking Li Zhixian like a shield. Boom! The blade light struck the paper fan fiercely, and a tremendous sound of collision echoed through the heavens and the earth. A tiny crack instantly appeared on the fan's surface. Puff! The overwhelming recoil caused Li Zhixian to spit blood and fly backward, crashing heavily against the city wall, creating a human-shaped pit on the thick wall. City Lord! City Lord! Seeing this, several great generals shouted, and even the soldiers below wore worried expressions, clenching their fists tightly, with their nails digging into their flesh, blood flowing through their fingers unnoticed. For Lu Qinglong, the former deputy city lord, their killing intent surged, but their strength was insufficient, otherwise they would have rushed forward to fight desperately. Lu Qinglong, you bastard! The Qitian general began spewing curses, mercilessly berating the shadow. Old thing, if you dare to talk back again, do you believe I will directly kill you? After being continuously insulted, the shadow's expression finally changed. He coldly stared at the Qitian general and spoke. I spit. Hurry up and kill me. The Qitian general showed no fear, cursing. I was truly blind. Had I known you were an animal, I should have let the ferocious beasts eat you back then. Shut up. Unable to endure any longer, the shadow stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Qitian, striking out with a palm. The wind from his palm howled, sending Qitian flying away. Wow! Qitian spat blood again, his breath weak. You? The expressions of several other generals changed drastically. Watch closely. If you anger me, I won't hesitate to kill him. This is a warning. If you continue, then go to hell. The others dared not voice their anger, gripping their hands tightly, veins bulging, their eyes bloodshot. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan slowly approached Li Zhixian with a large knife, grinning maliciously. I didn't expect you to be so resilient like a cockroach. However, your life is mine to take. Not even the Heavenly King can save you, mark my words. If you can withstand 2 of my strikes, then you can die with honor. As his words fell, the large knife in Lu Yuan's hand began to spin wildly, and then he thrust his arm forward. The spinning knife drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the space to twist. With the howl of a hurricane, the tip of the knife transformed into a sharp whirlwind. Boom! The whirlwind, with the force of thunder, violently pierced toward Li Zhixian's chest. Am I really going to die? Li Zhixian's expression changed dramatically as he glanced at the horizon, but the scene he hoped to see did not appear. He was not in a good state after fighting the Bee King, and had just forcefully blocked 2 strikes from Lu Yuan. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, making it a delusion to think he could block this strike. With no reinforcements in sight and his condition deteriorating, Lu Yuan's strike was immensely powerful. Even in his prime, it would require great effort to withstand. Swish! He gritted his teeth, channeling the little spiritual energy he had left to unleash a 7-colored divine light, attempting to stop it. However, he knew this was merely self-comfort. At most, it would only delay his death. City Lord! City Lord! The expressions of several other generals changed drastically as they erupted with energy, wanting to rush forward. But the shadow alone repelled them all. The disparity in realms was too great. If the shadow wished, he could instantly. It seems your luck has truly run out. Lu Yuan sneered. At the moment he struck Li Zhixian, he withdrew his momentum, twisting his wrist, changing the strike into a slap. The heavy back of the knife slammed hard into Li Zhixian's chest, causing him to spit blood repeatedly, his complexion turning pale. Why don't you kill me? The immense pain twisted Li Zhixian's features. At that moment he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, overwhelming agony engulfing him. If I killed you so easily, it wouldn't be much fun. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Moreover, I've promised someone your life is meant for them. As he spoke, he grabbed Li Zhixian by the neck, dragging him to the shadow's side. Here you go. He flung his arm, and Li Zhixian crashed to the ground like a dead dog. City Lord! City Lord! Qi Tian and the other's eyes were about to burst with rage. Everyone shut up, or he'll chop you all down. Lu Yuan extended his large knife, the fierce aura making I didn't expect this day would come for you, Li Zhixian. I certainly didn't anticipate this. Li Zhixian struggled to speak. I didn't expect my good intentions would incite your resentment. If killing me can relieve your grievances, then go ahead and do it. I only ask that you spare them. This is between us, and they are innocent. City Lord! City Lord! Upon hearing this, Qi Tian and the others roared, their energy surging. Don't move, or I can't guarantee my large knife won't lose control. Lu Yuan pointed his knife, and they dared not voice their anger. Don't come any closer. Li Zhixian struggled to move his hand a few times, then said, Lu Qinglong, spare them. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those trash. The shadow sneered. Do you have any last words? Hurry up and say them, so you can be on your way. Also, don't make things difficult for old Chu's family if they are innocent. That's impossible. The shadow shook his head. The primary task this time is to kill Chu Shanhe, his entire family, ensuring he is completely cut off from descendants. Of course, he is already dead and won't witness this scene. Won't you face divine retribution? Li Zhixian's eyes widened with rage, wanting to move, but his head was pinned down by the shadow, unable to budge. Divine retribution? The shadow glanced at the sky, sneering repeatedly. I don't believe in such nonsense, but it's just a story to fool children. Since you have no words left, then go die. As he looked at Li Zhixian with a sinister grin, he slowly raised his foot. Crack! However, at that moment a bolt of thunder struck down, hitting him fiercely. The numbing energy twisted his expression, and he howled in immense pain. What is this? Is it a bolt from the blue? Could it truly be divine retribution? Amidst the crowd's confusion, a figure slowly descended from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. What is that? Radiating with lightning, could it be the thunder god? Bathed in the lightning, the figure's true visage remained obscured, and all felt a terrifying pressure descending from above. A bolt from the blue, lightning striking in broad daylight. Could this be the Thunder Ancestor? The Qi Tian battle general's gaze flickered as he suddenly recalled a legendary figure. The Thunder Ancestor. At these words, everyone turned pale. The Thunder Ancestor was an emperor who had vanished for hundreds of years. How could he appear out of nowhere at this moment? Impossible. The old Ma battle general's gaze was intense, filled with disbelief. He couldn't shake the feeling that the figure in the lightning seemed somewhat familiar. Who is this really? This scene caused Lu Yuan's expression to change dramatically. Gripping his Qinglong Yanue blade tightly, he fixed his gaze on the figure, not believing it could be the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor is a powerful figure who comprehended the Tao during the Thunder Tribulation, ultimately transforming into the Thunder Law King and becoming an emperor reigning over an era. How could such a person possibly appear here? Moreover, it was rumored that after shattering the void, the Thunder Ancestor pursued the path of immortality and had long since vanished from history. But if it isn't the Thunder Ancestor, then there are only a few who command the way of thunder in the entire Federation, and they certainly wouldn't show up here. In the vast Asia-Pacific region, there was no one who wielded thunder. In that instant, countless possibilities flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. Haha. At that moment, Li Zhixian, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into tears, followed by uncontrollable laughter. Among all these people, only he knew who that person truly was. Indeed, one must believe in miracles. Li Zhixian laughed heartily, lying on the ground as he looked up at the figure in the sky, tears streaming down his face as he coughed up blood. What a ridiculous joke. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold. Swinging his large blade, he decided he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He needed to eliminate Li Zhixian to ensure the mission's success. However, just then the figure slowly pointed, and in the next instant another bolt of thunder struck down fiercely upon the Qinglong Yingyue blade, causing Lu Yuan's whole body to tremble. Move again, and you die? A deep, resonant voice emerged from the figure, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the heavens and the earth, making it difficult for Lu Yuan to breathe. Beside him, Lu Qinglong was even more overwhelmed. He looked up at the figure, fear flashing in his eyes, and the immense pressure twisted his features, causing the ghastly scar on his face to writhe, as if alive. His face contorted in rage, his aura erupted violently, and his vital energy surged within him. He aimed to withstand this immense pressure and kill Li Zhixian. Though he did not know who that person was, he understood they were definitely an enemy. He had to kill Li Zhixian, otherwise his efforts would be in vain. In the next moment, he flipped his wrist, and the soul-calling banner appeared. His eyes turned crimson as he vigorously shook it, and with the shaking of the banner the entire world turned ominous and terrifying. Ever since he broke through to the war god realm, the power of this move had undergone a tremendous transformation. As the soul-calling banner moved, countless ghostly figures emerged accompanied by howling winds. Those ghostly figures instantly surged toward the figure, dense and overwhelming. With a cold snort, the lightning surged. Before the ghostly figures could reach, they were obliterated by the lightning. I said not to move, so why do you keep talking? The figure stretched out its arm once more. Boom. This time several bolts of thunder struck down in different directions, completely sealing off Lu Qinglong's escape route. Stop playing tricks and get lost. Lu Qinglong roared, his blood radiating fiercely. Then a strange blood-red mark appeared on his forehead, spreading with his shout. In an instant, blood-colored patterns appeared on half of his face, looking exceedingly mystical. A violent aura erupted, and he stepped forward, swinging his arm, producing a gigantic blood sphere in the air. Die. Lu Qinglong's veins bulged and his eyes flickered with blood light. The blood sphere, exuding a terrifying aura, smashed toward the figure in the lightning. Mere tricks. Boom. As his words fell, the lightning dissipated and golden light surged, revealing a 15-zhang tall golden giant before everyone's eyes. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. It's Vice City Lord Chu. My heavens, it's actually Vice City Lord Chu. What on earth has Vice City Lord Chu experienced to become so terrifying? And it looks like there's even a dog lying on his shoulder. Is that really a dog? What kind of operation is this? With the appearance of the golden giant, everyone finally saw the figure's true form. Not only the soldiers, but even the old Ma battle general and others revealed expressions of wild joy. Indeed, that figure was none other than Chu Shanhe. When he opened the bronze door underground, what appeared behind it was a spatial passage made up of dimensional rifts. A terrifying suction force surged. He had no time to think, and quickly embraced the small black dog falling into the spatial passage. Fortunately, his Buddha gold body was hard enough to withstand the terrifying dimensional storm. To his surprise, the other side of this passage turned out to be above, watching. Thus he unexpectedly emerged from the room. Returning once more filled him with immense joy. He had intended to give his family and friends a huge surprise, but upon seeing Li Zhixian on the verge of collapse, being trampled underfoot, his heart instantly erupted with rage. And so the previous scene unfolded. It's you. The appearance of the golden giant caught Lu Qinglong off guard at first, then a sinister smile spread across his face. He was far too familiar with this scene. Initially, he had nearly been killed by this golden giant's slap. Now facing his enemy made his vital energy surge even more violently. Die. Seeing his enemy, Lu Qinglong roared, and the speed of the blood sphere increased even further. Simultaneously, he shouted at Lu Yuan, "He is Chu Shanhe, let's attack together and avenge the young city lord." Alright. Lu Yuan's killing intent soared. He had long heard of the conflict between Chu Shanhe and Lu Qinglong. Initially thinking he was dead, he never expected him to reappear now. In that case, he would thoroughly avenge his cousin. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and the Qinglong Yingyue blade in his hand shone with brilliant light, the crescent blade aura reappearing with unparalleled momentum, fiercely slashing toward Chu Shanhe. The blade aura and blood sphere came one after the other, completely sealing off Chu Shan's retreat. Old Chu, Deputy City Lord. Under the city wall, the warriors, including Qi Tian and all the soldiers, could not help but change their expressions when they saw the blood sphere and the terrifying blade light, shouting in unison. Qi Tian and the others clenched their fists tightly, their hearts unconsciously rising to their throats. Although old Chu had just subdued everyone with 2 thunderous strikes, he was but one man now facing 2 battle gods, including a 5-star battle god. It was uncertain whether he could withstand it. At this moment, if the city lord could still fight, then this battle would basically have no suspense. Unfortunately, Li Zhixian lay on the ground, unable to move, yet a brilliant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A 2-star battle god and a 5-star battle god were barely enough to fill the gaps for old Chu. It should be known that in the ruins old Chu had fought against 4 great prodigies without falling behind. These 2 were simply not enough to be seen. At this moment, although his face was pale, he appeared completely relaxed, taking out a few pills and swallowing them before getting up to join Shi Tian and the others. City Lord, are you alright? Several warriors immediately expressed their concern. It's nothing, just a... Li Zhixian waved his hand, then sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his recovery. City Lord old Chu. Several warriors glanced at the sky, their faces filled with worry. Just too trash. Li Zhixian said calmly, their master is just a stray dog before old Chu, let alone them. Watch closely and experience it well. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. This. The warriors exchanged glances, their faces filled with horror, then looked up. In midair, the shocking blood sphere and the terrifying blade light intertwined and instantly arrived before Chu Shanhe. The terrifying airwaves distorted the air, stirring up countless dust. Humph, overestimating oneself. The golden giant snorted coldly, the golden patterns on his body glowing, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, he unleashed a direct punch. What is old Chu doing? Is he being so arrogant? Facing those 2 terrifying attacks, is the deputy city lord really planning to withstand them with his body? He's using divine powers like that huge hand before. The astonishment on everyone's faces was hard to express, all feeling that Chu Shanhe was being too arrogant. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Qinglong thought the same, exchanging glances, the sinister smiles at the corners of their mouths growing more intense, their momentum surging again. Die! With their furious roars, the speed of the blood sphere and blade light increased further. However, the next second their expressions changed drastically, and everyone else couldn't help but gasp in shock. They saw the golden giant's fist strike out, the fist wind howling, bringing unparalleled momentum. First it shattered the blood sphere, and then without losing speed it struck violently against the blade light. Screech. The piercing sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing others to cover their ears, feeling a sharp pain in their heads. Crack. The blade light could not hold out for long before cracks began to appear. How is this possible? In the incredulous gazes of Lu Yuan and Lu Qinglong, the blade light instantly transformed into dots of spiritual light and vanished. His strength. The 2 had been incredibly confident about the previous attack. Even if he were a 6-star battle god, he shouldn't be able to block it so easily. Yet the opponent not only blocked it, but did so relying solely on his physical strength. This indicated. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces revealing terror. Especially Lu Qinglong, who clearly remembered that Chu Shanhe still had a palm technique that fell from the sky, which nearly killed him. His strongest technique hasn't been unleashed yet. Lu Qinglong's face was extremely grim. I didn't expect that after such a long time apart his strength would reach such a terrifying level. What do we do? Lu Yuan gripped his Qingsong moonblade tightly, looking deeply at Lu Qinglong. Now even if we wanted to run, we wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Qinglong's expression was malicious. Don't forget he has lightning techniques. Our speed can't possibly surpass lightning, especially with Li Zexion's 7-colored divine light assisting. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Zexion's position, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Just a moment ago, he was so close to killing Li Zhixian. At this point, we can only go all out and strive for a sliver of hope. Lu Qinglong said coldly. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, and then his momentum erupted, the Qingsong moonblade shining with dazzling light. At the same time, Lu Qinglong also unleashed a violent aura, the red patterns on his face flickering incessantly, and soon his blood energy converged, quickly forming a blood sword before him. Flash. The 2 figures flickered, the blade light and blood sword once again merging into one, directly tearing through the void, bringing with it the might of thunder, fiercely charging toward Chu Shanhe. Humph. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, extending his arm. In the next moment, a thundercloud appeared in the sky, lightning flickering, exuding waves of heart-pounding aura. It's time to end this lightning flash. With a light shout, the thundercloud surged, and purple light intensified, followed by a bolt of purple lightning descending from the sky, directly locking onto the 2. The terrifying pressure enveloped the 2, causing their expressions to change drastically. I will chop you to death. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, the blade shining brilliantly, fiercely striking down with the force of thunder. Beside him, Lu Qinglong, however, had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He hurled his blood sword fiercely, then took out a dark yellow talisman and crushed it hard. Crack. The purple lightning instantly struck Lu Yuan, the terrifying power, directly turning this 5-star battle god. I'll shadow you, damn bastard. This was his last sentence before dying, filled with unwillingness, but it was of no use. Because with the explosion of the talisman, Lu Qinglong's figure flashed and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Trying to run. Humph. Chu Shanhe frowned, then took a step forward, disappearing in a few flashes. However, he quickly returned, his momentum reining in as he slowly landed before Li Zhixian, looking at the pale figure in white, concerned. Are you alright? I'm fine. With some time to recover, I will heal. Seeing that familiar face, Li Zhixian directly gave Chu Shanhe a big bear hug. That's great, you're okay. Upon closer inspection, the corners of his eyes were already moist. Sorry to worry you all. Chu Shanhe, filled with emotion, patted Li Zexion's back, comforting him. Alright, so many people are watching. 2 big men hugging like this is not a good influence. City Lord, why are you crying? The eyes of Chi Tian and the others were very perceptive. Am not, it's just the wind and sand that made my eyes squint. Li Zhaxian shook his head in denial. But City Lord. Chi Tian was about to say something, but Li Zhaxian waved his arm, and a gust of wind swept him directly to the City Lord's mansion. You've sustained serious injuries, you need to rest well. Seeing this, the other warriors couldn't help but click their tongues, realizing the terrifying strength of the battle god. What on earth is going on? Looking at the countless corpses of ghost-headed bees and the fallen soldiers, Chu Shanhe frowned tightly. Could it be another beast tied? No. Li Zhaxian slowly shook his head. It's a man-made plot targeting you and me. Sunshine strategy. Chu Shanhe was taken aback, his brows slightly furrowing. What do you mean? As you saw earlier, apart from the guy you struck down, Lu Qinglong managed to escape. Li Zhaoxian slowly spoke after he emerged from the extreme north inferno. He broke through to the 2-star war god realm. However, as his power surged, his hatred towards us deepened. He believes that I sent him to the extreme north inferno to harm him and you as well, considering that the whole incident began because of you. This time he allied with Lu City. The young city master Lu Qing knows you have fallen into the abyss of the ruins and are dead, so he instructed Lu Qinglong to bring people to assassinate your sister-in-law and the 2 children. At this point, Chu Shan's expression changed dramatically, and a violent aura erupted, shocking everyone. Even the little dog on his shoulder was startled awake, its 2 gem-like eyes blinking, filled with confusion. Did they succeed? If Bai Shuang and the 2 children were killed, he did not know if he would become a murderous demon. No. However, Li Zhaoxian's words eased his violent aura somewhat. Previously, they sent a 6-star war general to assassinate Chu Feng. Fortunately, the Qitian war general gifted him a defensive spiritual artifact, allowing him to evade that fatal attack, but he was still severely injured. But rest assured, I have already used pills and qi to heal Chu Feng's injuries. We are just waiting for him to regain consciousness. As for your sister-in-law and Chu Yue, both are safe and sound. It's good that they are unharmed. At this moment, Chu Shanhe finally let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at the Qitian war general and the others, bowing deeply. I thank you for this matter. Here are some high-grade qi condensing pills. Please accept them without hesitation. You're too polite, Chu, old man. The group was instantly overjoyed, although they said so their hands still reached out, not expecting Chu Lao to be so generous. In a low-level city like watching, a single qi condensing pill is worth millions, and they are rare commodities, almost non-existent. Usually the group relied on their cultivation techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, at most using some qi condensing potions, but the effect was minimal, especially when breaking through to the war general. A single high-grade qi condensing pill is already very precious. To think he gave out an entire bottle. We are all brothers, no need to stand on ceremony. Then he took out a pill and handed it to the Qitian war general. I know you suffer from an old ailment, which has damaged your foundation, preventing you from advancing further. This is the Qingling Yuehua pill, which can heal your old ailment and restore your foundation. This. Upon hearing this, the Qitian war general was stunned, and the other war generals also looked astonished. Such a pill exists in the world that can heal old ailments and restore foundations. I used it to recover. I've already tested its effects on you, so you can use it with confidence. Chu Shanhe smiled, then stuffed the Qingling Yuehua pill into the Qitian war general's hand. If you still don't believe it, you can swallow it now and give it a try. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that this thing is too precious. The Qitian war general's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness, but after hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose to refuse. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chu Shanhe. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to use it, then use it. Swallow it immediately. You old geezer, why are you getting more and more pretentious as you age? Then I will thank you, Chu, old man. The Qitian war general no longer pretended, opening his mouth to swallow the Qingling Yuehua pill. The immense medicinal power instantly dissolved and surged through his meridians towards his dantian. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged, and his cultivation technique began to operate, healing his old ailments. Watching the Qitian war general enter into healing, Chu Shanhe nodded, then continued, what's the deal with these ghost-headed bees? Given Lu Qinglong's hatred towards us after failing to assassinate Chu Feng, he believed that we would definitely be on guard. Moreover, as the city lord, if he killed me in Huaqing, he would face sanctions from the Federation, and it might even implicate Lu City. So he used this group of ghost-headed bees to create a situation where ferocious beasts attacked the city, luring me out to kill me. Fortunately, the spiritual marrow and the Tai holy water you gave me allowed my 7-colored divine light to evolve, otherwise the soldiers would have suffered heavy losses. Of course, the most important thing is that you appeared at a critical moment and eliminated that 5-star war god, completely turning the tide. Otherwise, what you would have seen would be our corpses. Li Zhaoxian felt fortunate just thinking about the earlier scene. It's a pity that Lu Qinglong managed to escape. A hint of regret flashed across Chu Shanhe's face. He had followed the aura earlier, but unfortunately, Lu Qinglong's talisman was too mysterious, and he did not catch up. Don't worry, the monk can run, but the temple can't. After he escapes this time, the only place he can go is Lu City. However, precisely because he escaped, I feel that our situation will be even more passive. If they dare to act recklessly, I will dare to kill them. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. By the way, who was the one who attacked me? If they dare to act recklessly, I will dare to kill them. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes. By the way, who was the one who attacked me at the end? At that time his attention was solely on the swan and I, and he did not notice that figure, otherwise he wouldn't have been caught off guard. It was Hu Jiawan. Li Zhaoxian said coldly, however he is already dead. After you fell into the abyss, I and Yao Chen attacked him, and he was finally crushed to death by the swan and I. So it was that bastard. Chu Shanhe nodded. Since he is dead, there is no need to pursue it. Suddenly 3 black shadows rushed in from the horizon, causing Chu Shanhe's expression to change slightly as he turned to look. He sensed an overwhelming killing intent from those 3 individuals. Why is it not over yet? Saying this, he stepped forward preparing to eliminate them. However, at the next moment, he was stopped by Li Zhaoxian. They are our people. Oh, don't act impulsively. Our people. Chu Shanhe was taken aback. They should be reinforcements sent by General Xiao. Li Zhaoxian recounted how he had called for reinforcements, and Chu Shanhe finally understood. The 3 arrived quickly, and when they saw the ground littered with ghost-headed corpses, and the group chatting idly, they were left stunned. Wasn't it said that there was a fierce battle here? How could it be like this? May I ask if you are masterly? 3 figures slowly descended. One of them, a burly man of the 7 stars battle god, approached Chu Shanhe and inquired. I am not. Chu Shanhe smiled, then pointed to Li Zhaoxian. He is our city lord. I apologize for the misunderstanding. The burly man cupped his fists towards the 2, having assumed that Chu Shanhe, being older and carrying a heavier air of hostility than the others, was the city lord. But it turned out he was mistaken. City lordly, may I ask what is the situation? The man looked at Li Zhaoxian saying, did you not inform us that Commander Xiao's situation was urgent? We came specifically to provide support. Thank you. Li Zhaoxian cupped his fists, smiling. The situation was indeed very urgent at the time, but our deputy city lord has returned and completely overturned the situation. The crisis has now been resolved. I apologize for our late arrival. The burly man said, since the crisis has been resolved, we will return to report. Thank you for your trouble. Let's go. The 3 left as swiftly as they arrived, transforming into 3 streams of light that vanished into the horizon. The distance between Yaocht and our Huaqing is indeed too great. It's commendable that they managed to arrive in such a short time. Li Zhaoxian sighed. It took him 3 days to travel to Yaocht carrying Chu Shanhe to seek medical help. There's nothing we can do. After all, we are just a small border town. Chu Shanhe felt helpless. In such situations he had no power. The entire Asia-Pacific region was far too vast, with several upper-level cities, each occupying vast territories and housing hundreds of millions. The same could be said for intermediate and lower-level cities. Speaking of which, I have good news for you. Li Zhaoxian smiled. Due to the achievements of the State Academy in the 100 Cities University League, rewards have been granted. Besides the cultivation resources, the area of our Huaqing will increase by 1/3, and the population can grow to 10 million. That's truly wonderful. Chu Shanhe was very pleased. Huaqing was his hometown, and now that the territory and population were increasing, it was undoubtedly good news. The level of a city is linked to the education level of the children and the cultivation resources available. The higher the level, the more advanced the resources they can access. To give a simple example, in Yaocht, pills like qi condensing pills and body refining pills are common, but in Huaqing they are exorbitantly priced and often unavailable. This illustrates the disparity brought about by city levels. Alright, I'll leave the remaining matters to you. I'll head into the city first. Chu Shanhe looked around and then walked towards the city. Deputy City Lord. Deputy City Lord. Deputy City Lord. Now that the crisis had been completely resolved, the soldiers of the 3 armies shouted in unison. It was this old man again. He was there last time, and this time as well, always stepping up or descending from the heavens at the most critical moments to completely reverse the situation. After the events of the last time, and this time, Chu Shanhe's position in the hearts of the soldiers grew increasingly significant. Thank you all for your hard work. Chu Shanhe waved at the soldiers, and then shouted, hurry up with the aftermath. Once it's done, the city lord will give you time off to spend with your families. After saying this, he looked at Li Zhaoxian and smiled. Am I right, city lord? Yes, you are absolutely right. Li Zhaoxian also smiled. The deputy city lord is correct. There will be 3 days off once everything is over. Long live the city lord, long live the deputy city lord. In the city lord's mansion, Chu Feng was still in a deep coma, while Bai Shuang wiped his face with a damp towel. Her eyes were red and swollen, indicating that she had cried not long ago. Child, you must be all right. Bai Shuang sat by the bed, unable to suppress a sigh. If anything happens to you again, how will I live? Your grandfather has already, temporarily cannot return. Now you are in this state. What kind of misfortune has our family encountered to lead to such an ending? Child, please wake up. Your grandmother does not wish to experience the feeling of sending off a black-haired person with white hair again. Do you understand? That feeling is very painful, very painful. As she spoke, Bai Shuang's tears fell again. In just one night, her white hair, once a strong woman, she now slightly bent her back, looking as if she had aged several years in an instant. Creak. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a figure walked in. Xiaoyue, why did you finish your training so quickly? Bai Shuang did not turn around, thinking it was Chu Yu. Since Chu Feng encountered misfortune, it had deeply affected Chu Yue, who had plunged herself into the training room. At this hour, besides a few guards, only the 3 of them remained in the city lord's mansion, and no one else had come in. Chu Shanhe said nothing, gazing at his wife's slightly bent figure and her nearly full head of white hair, his eyes red. In just a few months of absence, how had she aged so much? He understood well that both his previous severe injuries and this time falling into the abyss where his life was uncertain were huge blows to Bai Shuang. He didn't even need to ask Li Zhaoxian to know what kind of situation Bai Shuang was in. "Why are you not speaking, girl, you?" This strange sound made Bai Shuang turn around, and in the next moment, she was taken aback. Then her tears could no longer be contained, and she shakily extended her hand. "Old man, is that you?" Even her "It's me." Seeing Bai Shuang's haggard face, Chu Shanhe felt a lump in his throat and could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "It's me, I'm back. You old man still know how to come back." All the grievances from this long period finally erupted at this moment. Bai Shuang hugged Chu Shanhe tightly, pounding her fists against his chest. "You ungrateful old man, do you know how worried I've been about you during this time? Do you know how hard it was for me to hide things? I know." The more Bai Shuang cried, the heavier Chu Shanhe's heart felt. Embracing his lifelong companion, he slowly spoke, "I'm sorry for making you worry." After months of separation, Bai Shuang cried like a weeping willow, all her grievances, worries, and longing bursting forth at this moment. Chu Shanhe simply held his old partner, standing quietly as tears soaked his chest. He could understand Bai Shuang's feelings at that moment, and did not comfort her, knowing that sometimes emotions buried deep within needed to be released. After a long while, Bai Shuang's sobs finally ceased. She looked up, cupping Chu Shanhe's face with her hands, her tearful eyes reflecting sorrow. "Old man, promise me you won't do this again, all right?" "Okay." Chu Shanhe nodded, then gently touched Bai Shuang's forehead. Looking at her nearly completely white hair, he felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, You don't need to say sorry to me. At this age, I don't seek wealth or status. I only wish for our family to live peacefully and for our children to grow up healthy. Though I know that with greater power comes greater responsibility, like when you single-handedly held off the beast attack, saving the lives of millions and watching. I am proud of you, but I also worry. If something were to happen to you, how would I and the children survive?" "Don't worry, such things won't happen again." Chu Shanhe wiped away the tears at the corners of Bai Shuang's eyes and spoke slowly, "Now the number of people who can hurt me is very few. Ever since the Buddha golden body entered the fourth transformation, his physical body had become as formidable as a pure-blooded beast, and ordinary divine weapons could not harm him in the slightest. If he reached the fifth transformation, even lower-tier battle kings would be unable to break through his defenses." "All right, no more crying." Chu Shanhe spoke gently, then looked at Chu Feng. "How is the child doing?" Lord Li said, "Finger's injuries are under control. Now we just need to wait for him to fully awaken." Bai Shuang released Chu Shanhe and wiped her tear-streaked face, gently grasping his hand. "Old man, do you think Finger will have any lasting issues?" "Everything will be fine with me." Chu Shanhe patted Bai Shuang's hand, giving her a reassuring look, then placed his hand on Chu Feng's pulse to check his condition. Indeed, as Li Zhaoxian had said, Chu Feng's internal injuries had nearly healed. As long as he awakened and rested for a while, he would fully recover. Moreover, he discovered that this boy harbored a mysterious power within him. Though faint at the moment, its quality was impressive. Chu Shan's gaze landed on the ring on Chu Feng's hand. He had sensed this mysterious aura before, and initially thought it was just his imagination. Now he could confirm that the peculiarity lay within that ring. Although he was unaware of its origin, Chu Shanhe chose not to inquire further, as everyone had their secrets. If the ring were truly harmful to Chu Feng, he would have likely revealed it by now. "By the way, where is Chu Yu?" Releasing Chu Feng's wrist, Chu Shanhe asked again. Without his granddaughter's chatter, he felt a bit out of place upon return. "I brought her back a little friend." "What kind of friend?" Bai Shuang asked, her face full of curiosity. "A dog." Chu Shanhe chuckled, then snapped his fingers. Soon a shadow darted in, quickly jumping onto Chu Shan's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its head. "It really is a little black dog." Bai Shuang looked at the small black dog, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "This dog is quite special, especially its eyes, which are like black gemstones. Women regardless of age love such adorable little animals, and Bai Shuang was no exception. This dog has a mysterious origin. It hatched from an egg." Chu Shanhe recounted the story of how the little dog hatched, causing Bai Shuang's eyes to widen in disbelief. "So this dog is an ancient species?" "You could say that, but at present Xiaohe doesn't show any signs of being an ancient species. It looks just like an ordinary little black dog. If I had to point out a difference, it would be that its eyes are very bright." Chu Shanhe spoke slowly. "By the way, its paws have also changed recently. They used to be black. I've really never heard of a dog hatching from an egg, nor have I seen one before." Bai Shuang reached out, and the little dog sensed Chu Shan's aura, promptly leaping onto her hand. Affectionately, it licked Bai Shuang's palm with its tongue, making her laugh heartily. "This little guy sure knows how to win." Chu Shanhe chuckled. "From now on, Xiaohe will follow you. It was originally meant for Chu Yue, but it seems you're more then I shall take it as a birthday gift from you." Bai Shuang stroked the soft fur of the little black dog, smiling. Chu Shanhe was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. "Right? I almost forgot such an important matter. November is approaching, and the 1st is your birthday. Wife, tell me, how do you want to celebrate this birthday? As long as you say it, I will definitely fulfill it. What else can we do? Once Finger wakes up, we can all have a happy meal together." Bai Shuang had no grand wishes. "All right then, I will personally cook for you." Chu Shanhe still doted on Bai Shuang, even though they were both getting older. Really? Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang's eyes lit up, and she reminisced, honestly, I haven't had your cooking in a long time. Yes, ever since. Chu Shanhe instinctively began to speak, then paused, and waved his hand. Forget it, it's all in the past. Tell me about Chu Yu, where has she gone? She went into seclusion to cultivate. Bai Shuang sighed. After Finger was attacked yesterday, it triggered her completely. She found a cultivation room to seclude herself, saying she wouldn't come out until she reached the master level. You see, it's not so easy for her to break through to master, but I can't discourage her. She can be quite stubborn at times. Chu Shanhe chuckled, then rose to his feet. You don't need to worry about this, I'll leave it to me. I will check on her in that cultivation. In the cultivation room, Chu Yu was heavily burdened, continuously throwing punches at the sandbag before her. At this moment she was drenched in sweat and her wrists were red and swollen, clearly a result of overtraining. The attack on Chu Feng with his life uncertain made her realize the importance of strength. Since entering here, she had been training herself in the most frenzied manner. The weight she bore was nearly as much as that of a high-level warrior. As time passed, her punching speed slowed and her strength diminished. Chu Yu, you can do it, you must do it. You need to break through, you need to avenge your brother. She constantly motivated herself in her heart, raising her swollen and painful arms to continue punching. The more she trained, the more anxious she became, her resentment growing stronger and her eyes reddening. Wow. Finally, her blood surged, causing her throat to taste sweetness, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then she fell heavily to the ground, her consciousness gradually fading. In that moment of closing her eyes, she seemed to sense that her grandfather had returned. What happened to the girl? When Chu Shanhe returned home carrying the unconscious Chu Yue, Bai Shuang immediately, seeing her precious granddaughter's pale complexion, arms swollen to the size of her thighs, and blood at the corner of her mouth, her expression changed drastically, filled with anxiousness. She pushed herself too hard. Chu Shanhe gave a wry smile. The pressure she put on herself was too great, leading to a surge of qi and blood. At that moment, when he pushed open the door, he happened to see Chu Yu spitting blood and fainting. He rushed forward to check her wrist, and found that it was just a faint caused by the reversed flow of qi and blood, and there was no serious harm, allowing his worried heart to finally relax. What is wrong with this child? If it weren't for Chu Yu's current dire state, Bai Shuang would have wanted to hit her. Well, the child's intentions are good, but she is just too anxious. She hasn't done anything wrong in essence. Chu Shanhe gently placed Chu Yu on another bed, then took out a pill and fed it to her. There's nothing serious, she'll wake up after a while. You should rest too, you've been tired for so long, and I'm here. He then stroked Bai Shuang's cheek, his face full of tenderness. Then you keep an eye on them, I'm going to take a nap. Now that Chu Shanhe was back, the immense pressure in Bai Shuang's heart dissipated, and she completely relaxed, needing to rest properly. Soon she fell into a deep sleep. Chu Shanhe covered his old partner with a blanket, tidied up the bedding for the two children, and then walked out of the room, closing the door gently. Vice City Lord. At the door, two guards saw Chu Shanhe come out, and immediately stepped forward to greet him. The two held deep admiration for the elderly man before them, who had single-handedly resisted the ferocious beast army, and turned the tide, not just once but twice. They had just heard from other brothers that at the critical moment Vice City Lord Chu Shanhe descended like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly annihilating the enemy with a mere flick of his hand. Chu Shanhe nodded. Have the City Lord and the others returned? They have returned. It seems they are in the conference hall. A newcomer is inside speaking with the City Lord. The guard replied. Got it, you all continue your work. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Shanhe patted both of their shoulders, and then walked towards the conference hall with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, he was curious about who this newcomer was. Yes. The two immediately stood up straighter and saluted Chu Shanhe's back. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Li Zhixian was arguing with a woman about something. As soon as they saw Chu Shanhe enter, both of them stopped. Old Chu, you're here. Li Zhixian immediately came forward. Why didn't you talk more with your sister-in-law? He knew that Bai Shuang had been worried and missing Chu Shanhe during this time. Now that Chu Shanhe was back, he thought they would have a lot to discuss, but he didn't expect him to come out so quickly. She is tired and has gone to rest. Chu Shanhe smiled, and then looked at the woman. Who is this? The woman was dressed in black with a beautiful face, her hair tied in a ponytail, looking refreshed and capable, and her cultivation level was not low. She was actually a one-star war god. Hello, my name is Lan, and I am Li Zhixian's wife. The woman was very forthright, extending her hand and introducing herself. Nearby, Li Zhixian, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat it out upon hearing this. Lan, don't talk nonsense, who agreed to that. He then looked at Chu Shanhe awkwardly. Old Chu, don't listen to her nonsense, I have nothing to do with her. Li Zhixian. Lan stomped her foot angrily, exuding an aura of dominance. You will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime, humph. Hello, Chu Shanhe. Chu Shanhe glanced deeply at the two of them, then reached out and shook Lan's hand. Since you two have something to discuss, I will not disturb you. Please continue. Saying this, Chu Shanhe turned to leave. Had he known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Old Chu, just in time, I need to talk to you about how we plan for Huaqing in the future. Li Zhixian immediately followed, dragging Chu Shanhe out of the conference hall, as if fleeing. Li Zhixian. Lan stomped her foot angrily, watching Li Zhixian's awkward back, then burst into laughter. What a foolish man, but I like him. Li Zhixian, you will never escape from my grasp. I will make sure of it in this lifetime. Humph. In Li Zhixian's dormitory, as the door was quietly locked, he finally let out a long breath. That girl is truly your wife. Chu Shanhe poured 2 cups of tea and slowly spoke. You wouldn't be a heartless man who abandoned her, would you? Old Chu, would I be that kind of person? Li Zhixian rolled his eyes, and then drank the tea in one go. To make a dignified war god thirsty, it seems the two of them had quite a verbal spar earlier. Although you look gentle and refined, who knows what you've done in the past? Is this just an act? Chu Shanhe leisurely sipped his tea and said slowly. I. Li Zhixian felt more wrong than Do-yi, and then with a complex expression slowly began to speak. That Lan is my classmate. Back when we were at the Chanlin Academy, we studied in the same class and were desk mates. So you were desk mates after all? Li Zhixian looked somewhat embarrassed. Yes, we were desk mates. At first I didn't have any romantic thoughts about her. I just thought studying together was nice, especially since her talent was also quite good. Besides the basic training, we would also spar with each other. In this way our grades remained at the top, and later we slowly developed feelings for each other. As he spoke, Li Zhixian's expression grew even more complicated. Originally, I thought I would be with her for life, always together. Our mutual dream was to roam the rivers and lakes, becoming a pair of chivalrous partners. Black and white, I must say you two are indeed a good match. Chu Shanhe expressed that he was quite optimistic about this couple. However, this beautiful wish quickly shattered after our graduation. After graduation, her family found out about us, contacted me, and told me to break up with her, saying I was not worthy of her. At that moment I realized that her background was quite substantial. Her father was a human sovereign powerhouse, and also the lord of the Kanglin domain. Li Zhixian sighed helplessly. And I was just an orphan and a poor boy with identities that were worlds apart. Although my talent was good, the gap was still too large. So you chose to escape. Exactly. Li Zhixian had a sorrowful expression. I chose to escape, leaving the Kanglin domain, crossing half the Federation to come to our Asia-Pacific domain. First I enlisted in the army because at that time I thought if I worked hard in silence, one day after achieving success and becoming a dominant figure, I would return to find her in glory. However, after enlisting I realized how ridiculous that thought was. I ultimately became the city lord of Huaqing, and I never had the courage to contact her. I thought my relationship with her would end like this, but unexpectedly she somehow found out my location and secretly ran away from home to find me from thousands of miles away. A girl like that you should cherish even more. Chu Shanhe has secretly admired the girl, named Lan. I know I want to be with her and be together forever. Li Zhixian had a bitter expression, but I understand it won't be long before her father sends someone to bring her back, so it would be better to heartlessly refuse her outright and let her completely abandon this thought. However, before he could finish his words, Chu Shanhe directly interrupted him with a stern shout. Fool. Chu Shan's sudden thunderous shout left Li Zhixian momentarily stunned. Elder Chu, I said you're truly a fool. Chu Shanhe wore an expression of profound disappointment, as if gazing upon unrefined or that refused to temper into steel. Don't you realize how selfish your actions are? Have you ever considered what the young lady truly feels? You believe yourself unworthy of her, crushed by shame over your lineage and station. Yet have you ever paused to reflect, after all these years, she journeyed thousands of miles just to find you? Proof enough of her enduring devotion. And she came in secret, fleeing her own home. She braved countless perils, evading even her father's relentless pursuit solely to stand before you, to be with you. And yet you remained timid, hesitant, paralyzed by fear. No wonder she called you a coward. Frankly, were you my own son, I'd have slapped you senseless long ago. Surely that's excessive, Elder Chu. Li Zhixian stammered, startled by Chu Shan's imposing aura. He knew he held no ground to argue. Excessive. What is love if not mutual pursuit and shared growth? Chu Shanhe fixed him with a piercing glare. A mere domain lord has cowed you into submission. Do you possess no ambition at all? You bear the 7-colored divine light, yet act like a trembling wretch. Were I in your place, I'd confront her father Hedon. East or west of the river, fortune shifts. Never underestimate the rising youth. How can you doubt that one day you'll surpass even the human emperor? Since antiquity, only 2 mortals have ever manifested the 7-colored divine light, the ancient sage Kong Xian and you. Legend says sage Kong Xian stood peerless beneath the celestial emperors, his 7-colored divine light sweeping away all things. Compare him to yourself, both bear this sacred radiance, yet the chasm between you yawns immeasurable. He was a sage, Li Zhixian muttered, curling his lips. And how do you know you cannot one day ascend to sainthood? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. Enough, I won't waste breath further. Go ponder it yourself. Speaking now, seeing the young man remain obstinately obtuse, Chu Shanhe sighed deeply, then turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he departed. Li Zhixian sat silently on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. Anlin's arrival ignited a whirlwind of excitement throughout the city lord's manor. Bold and unapologetic, she introduced herself simply as Li Zhixian's wife, sparking fervent speculation among every servant and guard about the truth of her claim. And overnight, every glance cast toward Li Zhixian transformed utterly. Days later, a deafening roar shattered the stillness. The cultivation chamber of the city lord's manor convulsed with gale-force winds as Qi Tian, the war general, fully awakened. Not only had his chronic injuries vanished and his foundation restored, but his long-stagnant cultivation surged forward like a celestial rocket, shattering barriers without pause. In a single breathtaking ascent, he vaulted across multiple ranks, from 3rd-star War General straight to 7th-star War General, a feat bordering on the miraculous. Congratulations, General Chi Tian. Congratulations, General Chi Tian. All assembled at the manor offered their felicitations, their gazes shimmering with envy. City Lord, Elder Chu. Chi Tian acknowledged each in turn, then approached Li Zhixian and Chu Shanhe, bowing deeply from the waist. My deepest gratitude. Years of suppression erupted all at once. Li Zhixian clapped Chi Tian heartily on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Hua City now boasts another elite war general. Keep striving. Aim for the pinnacle war god. I shall walk steadfastly in the footsteps of the City Lord and Elder Chu. Post-awakening, Chi Tian's complexion glowed with vitality. His formerly withered skin grew plump and radiant, his hair darkened and thickened, his entire being now thrummed with vigor and spirit. Congratulations, General Chi Tian. At that moment, Anlin descended from the heavens like a falling star. City Lord, may I ask who is this? Chi Tian stared bewildered at the unfamiliar face. I am Anlin, Li Zhixian's wife, she declared without hesitation. Here we go again. Li Zhixian buried his face in his hands. This phrase had nearly driven him to madness these past days. What? You're the City Lord's wife? Chi Tian's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he turned to Li Zhixian. City Lord, when exactly did you wed? He then extended a crimson envelope. I prepared this decades ago. Finally the moment has come. May your union flourish for 100 years, and may heirs grace your household soon. Old Chi Tian Yu. Li Zhixian stood flustered and speechless, mortified beyond measure. I accept this on behalf of my spouse. Thank you. Anlin accepted the envelope with effortless grace, then winked at Li Zhixian. Did you hear that? They wish us swift progeny. So when shall we begin? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Every eye locked onto Li Zhixian, breathless in anticipation of his reply. This spectacle eclipsed even the thrill of slaying a ferocious beast. I must attend to urgent matters. Excuse me. Li Zhixian fled instantly, eliciting amused sighs and knowing smirks from all present. Over those days, whispers of Li Zhixian and Anlin's bond had spread far and wide. Whenever the subject arose, bystanders gathered eagerly, feasting on the gossip like rare delicacies. Simultaneously, hushed conjectures multiplied behind closed doors. Every possible rumor took flight. Li Zhixian. Anlin stamped her foot in frustration as he vanished. What on earth just happened? As the crowd dispersed, only Chi Tian remained rooted in place, utterly baffled. It's a long story. You'll understand in time. Chu Shanhe clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Now, attend to the duties you've neglected these past days. Oh right. Still dazed, Chi Tian wandered off to fulfill his tasks. Once head gone, Anlin drew near Chu Shanhe and whispered, Elder Chu, will this plan truly work? Why rush? Chu Shanhe replied coolly. He cannot escape. Rest assured, I stand watch. In the end he will marry you, willingly or not. Li Zhixian could never have imagined this scheme originated with Chu Shanhe himself. That very day after leaving Li Zhixian's chamber, Chu Shanhe sought out Anlin, betraying his charge outright, then devising a meticulous strategy to secure Anlin's victory over Li Zhixian's heart. I trust you, Elder Chu, Anlin affirmed, then asked. Do you know where he's gone now? Where else? The usual place. Chu Shanhe gestured toward the west. Understood, they'll find him at once. Her words barely faded before she dissolved into thin air. What a delightfully intriguing pair, Chu Shanhe murmured with a faint smile, then strode from the City Lord's manor, walking the bustling streets, watching common folk labor with quiet contentment etched upon his face. He journeyed steadily westward, until halting before a landmark edifice, Hongyin Martial Arts Academy. It had been far too long since had seen Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyin. Today he would renew old bonds with cherished friends. Recalling those days when the three fought side by side, a soft smile touched his lips as he stepped across the threshold. Halt! A sharp command froze him mid-stride. Instantly a figure materialized before him, blocking his path. The figure was quite tall, with well-defined muscles prominently displayed. He stepped forward, blocking Chu Shanhe's path and completely obstructing his line of sight. Chu Shanhe looked up and saw a face filled with disdain. What do you want? He asked, frowning slightly. The burly man's disdain deepened as he pointed to a nearby intersection and slowly said, Turn left at that intersection, walk 300 meters ahead, and there's a Xinxing martial arts school, which might be more suitable for you. Looking at the ordinary elderly Chu Shanhe, the man felt an inexplicable sense of superiority rise within him, thinking that an ordinary old man simply did not deserve to come to their prestigious martial arts school in Huaqing. With neither money nor talent, even if he wanted to apply for a membership, it would only be the most basic card. He had no resources, and elderly people were often troublesome with many issues. Thus he blocked Chu Shanhe from entering. The man was a receptionist at the Hongyin Martial Arts School, and ever since it was awarded the title of the best martial arts school in Huaqing, membership had become a status symbol among the people of Huaqing. It seemed that only members of the Hongyin Martial Arts School were considered superior. From ordinary citizens to wealthy individuals, even some famous people in Huaqing aspired to become members. Moreover, as the number of members increased, the large Hongyin martial arts school could hardly accommodate so many people. Xia Hongyin and Su Huanshan had to revise the rules to limit the number of memberships issued. As such, membership at the Hongyin martial arts school had completely become a symbol of status, with only a few spots available each month. Many people were almost fighting to secure a membership. Some ordinary people without connections began to come up with ideas trying to ingratiate themselves with the receptionists through flattery, gifts, and favors. Over time, this made the receptionists increasingly arrogant, secretly leveraging their positions for personal gain. In their eyes, the pursuit of greater benefits meant that the powerful or wealthy became their primary targets. They even had their own set of rules, refusing entry to those they deemed unworthy under various pretexts, thus lightening their workload and reducing unnecessary receptions. Ordinary martial artists typically did not catch their attention, let alone someone like Chu Shanhe, an elderly man. What do you mean by that? The burly man's words caused Chu Shanhe to frown slightly. What do you mean? The burly man seemed a bit impatient, directly pushing Chu Shanhe. I've made myself very clear. Leave quickly, this is not a place for someone like you. He originally thought to shove Chu Shanhe away, but was surprised to find that the old man did not budge at all. Old man, don't cause trouble. Ooh, I've already been very respectful to you. Oh, Chu Shanhe suddenly laughed. So should I thank you then? No need. Leaving quickly would be the best thing. The burly man waved his hand dismissively. I can leave, but before I do, can you tell me why I can't go in? Chu Shan's smile grew even brighter. Just arrived, not understanding. Do you want to know why? Upon hearing that he was a newcomer, a glint of interest flashed in the burly man's eyes. He leaned closer to Chu Shanhe and rubbed his fingers together. The implication was quite clear. Since when was this a rule? Chu Shanhe glanced at the iconic building and then deeply scrutinized the burly man. It's always been this way. The burly man, seeming to find Chu Shanhe tedious, impatiently shouted, Hurry up, don't waste my time. Is that so? Chu Shan's smile vanished, instantly replaced by a cold expression. With that, he swung his arm and struck the burly man across the face. The force sent him flying, crashing against a railing before coming to a stop. Bring your supervisor to me. Chu Shan's expression was grim. In just a few months, he never expected the Hongyin martial arts school to become like this. Of course, he did not believe that Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, or Wang Hong could do such things. As the best martial arts school in Huaqing, many would come seeking it. With such a large workload, the three of them certainly could not handle it alone. Since many had left the school, it was necessary to reorganize the leadership. Someone must be profiting from this situation. If there were no one backing him, a mere receptionist would not dare to be so rampant. Thinking about the martial arts school he had desperately fought to protect, only to see it plagued by such vile occurrences, he was determined to root out this pest. Many passers-by noticed the burly man being slapped away by an old man and began to point and gossip. You old fool, how dare you hit me? The burly man slowly got up from the ground, glaring at Chu Shanhe with a twisted face, his eyes bloodshot, and the fiery pain on his face fueling his murderous intent. You really are asking for it. As his voice fell, his aura erupted completely, revealing his status as a second-rank master. He then stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Chu Shanhe, launching a fierce punch. The punch whistled through the air, striking with the force of thunder towards Chu Shan's head. Oomph! Chu Shanhe coldly scoffed, slowly extending his hand, directly seizing the burly man's fist before the astonished crowd. How is this possible? The burly man's expression changed drastically as his aura surged further. He exerted all his strength to break free, but Chu Shan's grip was like a vice, firmly holding his fist, rendering him immobile. This is truly outrageous, Chu Shanhe said coldly as he tightened his grip. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, followed by the burly man's screams resonating in the air. I truly wonder who gave you the courage to act this way, Chu Shanhe said with an icy demeanor, continuing to drag the burly man step by step toward the martial arts school. Old man, I warn you, let go of me right now. Sweat beads the size of soybeans appeared on the burly man's forehead, his face contorting in pain. He roared, I'm a member of the Hongyin martial arts school. If you provoke me, you'll regret it. Enough. Chu Shanhe swung his hand back, knocking out several of the burly man's teeth with one strike. Hiss. This scene caused everyone to change their expressions. This old man really dared to strike. After all, the man was a member of the Hongyin martial arts school. Was he declaring war on them? No one had dared to provoke the school since it became the best in Huaqing. Today was the first time. Could this old man be from another martial arts school looking to challenge us? I don't know, but looking at the old man's fierce demeanor, he's definitely not someone to be taken lightly. Do you guys feel like you've seen this old man somewhere before? Now that you mention it, I also feel like he looks familiar. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Who is this person who dares to barge into our Hongyin martial arts school? At the entrance of the Hongyin martial arts school, more than 20 masters rushed out, surrounding Chu Shanhe, each of them casting unfriendly glances at him. Step aside, I'm looking for your leader. Chu Shan's expression darkened and his voice was extremely cold. He looked around, realizing that all these people were unfamiliar faces he did not recognize. Who wants to see me? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. As the crowd turned their gaze, a corpulent figure slowly emerged. With each step he took, the flesh on his body quivered, even the fat on his face trembled. It's the manager of Hongyin Martial Arts School. This is going to be a good show. Manager 2 is a second-tier grandmaster, and his methods are quite brutal. It seems this old man is doomed. Aside from the three masters, his strength is the most formidable, otherwise he wouldn't be called the Butcher. As they watched the fat man approach step by step, the expressions of the crowd subtly changed, their gazes toward Chu Shanhe, filled with pity. Of course, some individuals still scrutinized Chu Shanhe with their chins in hand. The old man seemed familiar, but they couldn't recall his name. "Old man, are you looking for me?" The crowd parted as Tu Shan approached Chu Shanhe, his face gloomy as he coldly stated, "Let him go." "Are you their leader?" Chu Shan's expression remained unchanged as he examined Tu Shan from head to toe, casually asking, "What position?" "Manager." Tu Shan's eyes glinted with coldness, his tone even more frigid as he questioned, "Did you not hear me when I said to let him go?" "Oh." Chu Shanhe smiled lightly, saying, "What if I refuse?" "Then you will pay the price." A sinister grin spread across Tu Shan's face as a terrifying aura erupted from him, the pressure of a grandmaster making everyone present feel a heavy weight bearing down on them. Their expressions shifted slightly, instinctively taking a few steps back. "Old man, I will ask you one last time, will you let him go?" Being confronted by an old man in front of so many people made Tu Shan's face incredibly grim. "No." Chu Shan's smile broadened, and with a flick of his wrist he completely dislocated the burly man's arm. "Ah!" A scream instantly pierced the air. "Boss!" The burly man's face twisted in agony as he cried out repeatedly, "Old man, you're seeking death." Tu Shan's eyes narrowed, brimming with murderous intent. He bent his legs and leaped into the air, his massive body beginning to spin, turning into a meat projectile charging toward Chu Shanhe. It's a meat projectile attack. This is Manager Tu's ultimate move. Even grandmasters of the same realm would suffer severe injury or death if they took this hit heed. This old man is going to be done for. The crowd's expressions shifted again, retreating further back. Even those grandmasters surrounding Chu Shanhe quickly withdrew. The range of Tu Shan's attack was vast. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Looking at the rapidly approaching meat projectile, Chu Shan's expression remained calm, a cold smile gracing his lips. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, he swung the burly man and hurled him toward the meat projectile. Bang! As the sound of shattering bones filled the air, Tu Shan was sent flying while the burly man lay unconscious, his bones completely pulverized. Everyone's eyes widened at the scene. They had not expected Tu Shan's ultimate move to be so easy. While marveling at Chu Shan's cleverness, they looked at the burly man with deep sympathy. His face was covered in blood, looking utterly tragic. "Old fool, you dare to kill someone from my Hongyin Martial Arts School." Tu Shan steadied himself, and upon seeing the burly man's pitiful state, he erupted in anger, roaring, "You will die today, even if the King of Heaven comes. It won't matter, I stand by my words." As his voice fell, his aura surged once more. He flipped his wrist, and a rake appeared in his hand. "Die, old." He stepped forward, swinging the rake, the sharp teeth of the rake emitting a dazzling light as it charged toward Chu Shanhe with terrifying murderous intent. "Get lost." Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, standing with his hands behind his back. As Tu Shan approached him, he kicked out in a flash. Bang! In the next moment, Tu Shan's hefty body was sent flying, the immense force causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat, blood spurting from his mouth. Hiss! Watching Tu Shan bounce a few times on the ground, the crowd gasped in shock. To kick a third-tier grandmaster like that, what kind of power does this old man possess? Their expressions changed once again. It should be known that aside from this old man, the three masters of the Hongyin Martial Arts School were all 6-star grandmasters, meaning Tu Shan was considered the fourth strongest in the school. Although Tu Shan was the manager of the Hongyin Martial Arts School, everyone understood that it wouldn't be long before he became the fourth deputy master. Yet now he had been severely injured by an old man with a single kick. Wait, an old man. Thinking of this, a figure that had disappeared for more than half a year appeared in his mind, slowly overlapping with the old man before him. Could it be? As his realm advanced, Chu Shan's appearance also underwent a tremendous change. Looking much younger, aside from his still white hair, both his looks and aura had transformed dramatically. Especially after comprehending the principles of lightning, he had shed a bit of kindness, gaining a touch of sharpness. Tu Shan, blood at the corner of his mouth, stood up, his expression twisted as he glared at Chu Shanhe, roaring like thunder, "I will definitely kill you today." After saying this, he took out a pill, swallowed it, and his eyes turned blood red, a violent aura emanating from his. The rake in his hand was further smeared with blood. "Die, old fool." Tu Shan roared, swinging the rake, once more preparing to end Chu Shan's life. "Stop." Just then a clear voice rang out, followed by three figures appearing. It was Xia Hongyin Su Huanshan. At this moment the trio looked extremely grim as they glared at Tu Shan coldly, saying, "Manager 2, what do you intend to do?" "I want to kill him." Tu Shan revealed a bloodthirsty expression. "You three masters arrived just in time, that old fool." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wang Hong step forward, instantly arriving before him, raising his arm, and to everyone's astonished gazes striking his hefty face hard. Immediately the flesh on Tu Shan's face jiggled, and he was once again sent flying, crashing against a nearby pillar. "You wretched thing, you don't even recognize old Chu and dare to speak arrogantly here." Wang Hong shot a cold glance, then turned his face filled with excitement as he looked at Chu Shanhe. Old Chu, you have returned. Not just him, even Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyin were extremely excited. At that time when the fierce beast attacked the city, Chu Shanhe single-handedly killed 3 beast generals, delaying until Li Zhexian emerged from his seclusion, but unfortunately, he was severely injured by that gorilla. The 3 had witnessed that scene with their own eyes. In the end, they only knew that Li Zhexian took him to the medicine city for treatment, but after that they were completely in the dark. Now seeing Old Chu again after half a year, they were undoubtedly overjoyed. However, thinking that they would meet under such circumstances, their hearts were filled with rage. Although they didn't know why Old Chu had attacked Tushan, they knew that for Old Chu to act so ruthlessly, Tushan must. Earlier they had also been startled by Tushan's murderous intent, initially wanting to see who dared to act recklessly in the Hongyin martial arts school, but they hadn't expected it to be Old Chu. Thus they immediately came out to intervene. We will settle this later. Chu Shanhe coldly glanced at the 3, then approached Tushan, lifting him up and coldly stating, "Is it your idea to secretly amass wealth under the guise of your position? What money-making scheme? I know nothing about it." Tushan's face, resembling that of a pig's liver, quivered as he struggled intensely. Beside him, Su Huanshan and Xia Hongyin exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing across their faces. They were completely unaware of the situation. They then asked Old Chu what exactly is going on. The Hongyin martial arts school has become tainted and foul now. Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, then recounted the story of himself and that big man. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xia Hongyin and the others changed dramatically. This is outrageous. Su Huanshan, known for his fiery temper, did not wait for Chu Shanhe to act. He flipped his wrist, revealing a large knife, which he pressed directly against Tushan's neck, coldly stating, "Tell me what is going on here." "Old Chu, please calm down. It is our mismanagement that has allowed such matters to arise within the martial arts school." Xia Hongyin looked apologetically at Chu Shanhe, now understanding why Old Chu was so furious. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. When did the name of our Hongyin martial arts school become a tool for some to make money?" Chu Shanhe swung his arm, his expression extremely grave. "Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this." Xia Hongyin's delicate face was cold and frosty as she turned her gaze toward Tushan, saying coldly, "Manager Tu, you better tell the truth, or you will pay the price. Speak." Su Huanshan exerted a bit of force, causing the blade to cut into Tushan's neck, a trickle of blood flowing out. "I truly know nothing about it." Tushan's flesh trembled as he shouted in grievance, "I only acted against Su Hong because I saw Old Chu attacking him. After all, Su Hong is one of us in the Hongyin martial arts school. As for the money-making scheme, I really know nothing about it." He was almost in tears. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would never have intervened. Now, not only had he offended Old Chu, but he was also branded with a bad reputation. Now it was like falling into a mud pit. It was no better than excrement. "Go wake Su Hong up and ask him what exactly—" "Yes." With a basin of cold water splashed down the unconscious, Su Hong was jolted awake. Upon seeing Wang Hong and Xia Hongyin in front of him, he immediately shouted, "Masters, you came at just the right time. That old guy wants to—" Ouch! Perhaps due to his excitement, his wound reopened, causing him to grimace in pain. "Shut up." However, before he could finish, he saw Wang Hong's predatory gaze fixed coldly on him. The terrifying pressure made his expression freeze. "Master, now just answer my questions, no more nonsense, or I'll kill you." That icy tone made Su Hong tremble, and he nodded timidly. "Did you exploit your position to solicit benefits from—" Upon hearing this, a flash of terror crossed Su Hong's eyes as he glanced at Wang Hong, then at the nearby Chu Shanhe. He realized this matter could not be kept hidden any longer. He nodded dejectedly in admission. "You bastard." Wang Hong, with his fiery temper, immediately kicked Su Hong, sending him flying. Wow! After being kicked, the already severely injured Su Hong turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Notify everyone in the martial arts school to gather here." Xia Hongyin's delicate face was filled with frost. An hour later, after a thorough investigation by the 3 masters, the money-making incident was completely unveiled. To everyone's surprise, the senior management of the Hongyin martial arts school had been completely unaware of it. The incident was orchestrated by a few reception staff in collusion with those at the front desk, and the amount involved was— In the end, all those involved were expelled, and the Hongyin martial arts school announced the abolition of the membership system. The school's facilities would be open to all citizens of Huaqing, with regular training courses and simultaneous live broadcasts, all permanently free. Of course, excluding the training room. When this news broke, all the citizens of Huaqing cheered in unison, especially the grassroots martial artists, who were ecstatic. "Damn it, I never expected these guys to be so bold as to engage in such filthy activities right under our noses." In the office, Wang Hong, with his explosive temper, began to fume. "This is truly embarrassing. This is what they call darkness under the lamp. None of us saw this coming." Su Huanshan spoke slowly. If Old Chu hadn't discovered it today, this matter might have continued indefinitely. Tushan has been the most wronged today. Thinking of those staff members who meticulously carried out underground operations, Xia Hongyin felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, this matter was discovered in time, otherwise it would definitely have led to trouble. The reputation and prestige of the martial arts school would have been ruined by these guys. Alright, enough talking. Let's just put this matter behind us. Chu Shanhe waved his hand, signaling for them to stop. He then pulled out several porcelain vials and placed them on the table. In just half a year, your cultivations have reached this level. Not bad. Perhaps this cultivation level is already quite high in watching, but it is still far from enough. These are advanced chi condensation pills which will allow you to quickly elevate to the general rank. That way, even if you encounter unexpected situations, you'll have the ability to protect your lives. After experiencing the trials in the medicine city and the ruins, Chu Shanhe deeply felt the inadequacy of watching strength. They could send out a 5-star war god for an assassination squad, while aside from him, they only had Li Zaxian as a 3-star war god. Had it not been for his good luck in unexpectedly opening the spatial passage, which just happened to be above Huaqing, perhaps Li Zaxian and his family would have already been slaughtered by Lu Qinglong. In this era, strength is paramount, and through these events he realized a truth: two fists cannot fight again. After all, he was but one person, as sometimes he simply could not consider the bigger picture. If he were to be held back, the danger to those around him would significantly increase. Moreover, with Lu Qinglong's escape, it was likely that news of his emergence from the abyss of the ruins had already spread. He understood the principle of being wrongfully accused while possessing something valuable. A storm is brewing. What he was doing now was preparing for a rainy day, whether it was for Li Zaxian, Qi Tian, or the 3 individuals before him. He would provide them with the greatest assistance possible, striving to elevate their strength to a higher level in the shortest time. This way they would have a bit more confidence when facing the impending danger. Advanced chi condensation pills. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 lit up, and even their breathing quickened. Old Chu, this is a gift for you all. Chu Shanhe smiled, saying, take it, and quickly break through to the general rank. Yes. The 3 were overjoyed and excitedly tucked the porcelain vials into their clothes. Ding. Just then Chu Shan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Bai Shuang. Hello, old lady. Old man, it's bad. The girl is in trouble. What? Chu Shanhe suddenly stood up, his expression changing dramatically, his voice trembling. Girl, what's wrong? You need to come back and take a look quickly. Bai Shuang's voice was filled with urgency. Right away. After hanging up the phone, Chu Shan's figure flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. This? Xia Hongyin and the others looked on in shock. What on earth happened? I vaguely heard that it seems something happened to Chu Lao's granddaughter. No wonder Chu Lao left in such a hurry. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions easing slightly. There was nothing they could do to help in this situation. The only thing they could do was silently pray for the child's safety. Then their gazes fell upon the porcelain bottle, in their hands a flicker of excitement flashing in their eyes. This was an entire bottle of high-grade chi condensing pills. At the same time, they were astonished by Chu Shan's generosity. Such items were priceless in Huaqing, with each piece nearly worth over 10 million. They never expected that someone would donate an entire bottle, which made them feel as though they were all rising to prominence together. Chu Lao just said we need to reach the general as quickly as possible, so we absolutely can't let him down. The 3 exchanged glances once more and then exited the office. After delegating matters regarding the martial arts hall, they all returned to their training rooms to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Bai Shuang looked at Chu Yue, who had her eyes wide open on the bed, and said with annoyance, why do I suddenly regret teaming up with you to trick your grandfather? Actually, Chu Yue had already been awake for nearly half an hour. When she learned that her grandfather had returned, she couldn't help but feel excited. Then with a glint in her eye, she came up with this idea, and used all her charm to persuade Bai Shuang to team up with her to tease Chu Shanhe. As expected, upon hearing that something had happened to Chu Yue, Chu Shan's heart raced. Just thinking of the old man's anxious expression made Bai Shuang feel a pang of regret, and she could only give Chu Yue a fierce glare. Hee, but there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Chu Yue, however, was unfazed, playfully holding Bai Shuang's hand and saying, Grandma, what do you think your grandfather's expression will be when he finds out we tricked him? I don't know about anything else, but I do know that when your grandfather sees you deceiving him, he will definitely scold you. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. Grandpa wouldn't dare hit me. Chu Yue chuckled. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky above Huaqing. Soon Chu Shanhe returned hurriedly, pushing the door open. Old lady, what happened to the girl? His face was filled with anxiety, but when he saw the situation in the room, his expression froze, and he was left dumbfounded. What did he see? Chu Yue was sitting perfectly fine on the bed. Hey, Grandpa. Chu Yue had originally planned to pretend to be asleep before her grandfather returned to surprise him, but she didn't expect him to come. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to wave at Chu Shanhe with a stiff smile. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. This? Chu Shanhe looked at his granddaughter, and then at Bai Shuang beside her, slowly opening his mouth. What is going? It's just your precious granddaughter wanting to see you sooner, so she had me call and say she was in trouble to make you hurry back. Bai Shuang said with annoyance. Grandma. Chu Yue immediately looked woeful. Wasn't it supposed to be a secret? What secret? Can't you see your grandfather already found out? Bai Shuang threw an exasperated glance at her granddaughter. I was also deceived by you just now. Oh, I shouldn't have made that call for you. Grandma, you. Grandpa. Chu Yue momentarily didn't know what to say. She secretly glanced at Chu Shanhe, afraid he would get angry. Then she weakly apologized. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tricked you. You can hit me or scold me. However, Chu Shanhe did not get angry. Instead, he walked over and gently patted his granddaughter's head, saying softly, As long as you're alright, it's fine. If you want to see me in the future, just say it directly, there's no need to play tricks. Do you know how worried Grandpa was just now? I understand, Grandpa. Chu Yu spoke weakly. I won't play pranks anymore. It's good that you know your mistake. Chu Shanhe smiled, then placed his hand on Chu Yu's wrist. Come, let Grandpa see how your body is recovering. Soon his brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong, old man? Bai Shuang noticed something off about Chu Shan's expression and quickly asked, did the girl hurt her foundation? Grandpa. As soon as this was mentioned, a look of tension appeared on Chu Yu's face. The foundation was crucial for a martial artist. If it was harmed, her path of cultivation would quickly come to an end. The foundation is fine. Chu Shanhe slowly shook his head, his brows furrowing even deeper, but his words halted abruptly under Bai Shuang and Chu Yu's tense expressions. Grandpa, what happened to me? Please tell me. Don't scare me. Chu Yu's face turned pale, nearly crying. Even Bai Shuang was gripping her hands tightly, feeling extremely anxious. You? Next you need to. Chu Shanhe glanced at his granddaughter, whose face was ashen, then smiled gently. You need to eat well and train hard. You are all junior martial artists now, and your muscles are just so little. You old man. Hearing this, Bai Shuang's heart finally relaxed, and she glared fiercely at Chu Shanhe. Why did you speak like that? You nearly scared me to death. Wow, Grandpa, you really scared me to death. Chu Yu burst into tears, thinking her grandfather's expression and tone indicated she was in serious trouble. All right, girl, stop crying. Grandpa was just teasing you. Chu Shanhe patted Chu Yu's head and chuckled, letting you feel what it's like to be pranked. At your age, you still haven't matured. A look at how scared the girl is. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. You too should. She then stood up. I'm not going to stay here and play with you. I'm going out for a stroll. Grandma, I want to go too. Chu Yu quickly followed, sticking her tongue out at Chu Shanhe. Stinky Grandpa. You little girl. Chu Shanhe raised his arm, but Chu Yu had already run out. After the two left, the smile on Chu Shan's face completely vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme seriousness. His earlier statement about teasing the child was made intentionally, aiming to prevent the child and his wife from worrying. In fact, Chu Yu's situation was dire. 2/3 of her meridians were blocked, meaning she would never be able to break through to the Grandmaster level in her lifetime. This was far worse than damaging her foundation, which was also why Chu Yu had fainted after her training exceeded its limits, causing her blood and chi to flow backwards. Unless there was great willpower or extraordinary fortune to thoroughly clear those meridians. But that was very difficult, akin to reaching the heavens. Oh girl. Chu Shanhe sighed helplessly. Grandpa will find a way, but it is very difficult, akin to reaching the heavens. Just then Chu Feng on the bed suddenly coughed, slowly opening his eyes. Before his eyes appeared a gentle and kind face. As his consciousness returned, Chu Feng slowly opened his parched mouth and uttered 2 words. Grandfather. Come here, child, have a sip of water first. With a swift motion, Chu Shanhe reached out his arm and a teacup from the table flew into his hand. After drinking a cup of tea, Chu Feng felt much better. He looked around, confusion filling his eyes, and asked, Grandfather, where is this place? This is a side room in the City Lord's mansion. Ever since you were injured and fell into a coma, you have been here. By the way, your grandmother and Chu Yu are also here. Chu Shanhe placed his hand on Chu Feng's pulse to check, discovering that his internal injuries had mostly healed. He nodded slightly, saying, I heard about the situation at that time. Fortunately, with the defense spirit artifact and the timely arrival of the City Lord, you were pulled back from the brink of death. Your condition is quite good now. With some rest, you will fully recover. By the way, Grandfather, when did you return? Has that assassin been dealt with? Is there anything wrong with grandmother and Xiao Yu? Chu Feng's mind was filled with various questions. I returned a week ago. The assassin has been dealt with, and your grandmother and Xiao Yu are fine. They just went out. Chu Shanhe answered one by one, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This matter in Luqing is not over. I see you're on the brink of becoming a master. Take good care of yourself these days, and once you fully recover, you can attempt to break through to master. Chu Feng nodded. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in the City Lord's mansion of Liuqing, Lu Qing's expression darkened to the extreme. Bang! Suddenly he smashed the wine cup in his hand, roaring, This is impossible. I saw that old thing fall into the abyss with my own eyes. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to come out alive from the abyss. You must be lying to me, right? Right. Saying this, he directly grabbed the Shadow's collar and lifted him up. Young City Lord, why would I lie to you? The terrifying pressure made the Shadow's face pale, struggling to breathe. Chu Shanhe really returned, and Lu Yuan died at his hands. Then why did you come back? The death of his cousin along with Chu Shan's return twisted Lu Qing's face. Cough, cough, young City Lord. The Shadow spoke with great difficulty. Chu Shanhe intentionally let me go. He said to pass a message to you. What message? Lu Qing relaxed his arm, throwing the Shadow to the ground, his expression growing even colder. The Shadow gasped for air several times before saying, He told me to inform you that you trash should wait for him. One day, he will crush your head. Bastard. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qing kicked him away, sending him crashing into a valuable piece of furniture. Wow. The Shadow spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly kneeling and prostrating, saying, Young City Lord, these words are exactly what Chu Shanhe said, truly arrogant to the extreme. Old thing. Lu Qing's face darkened to the point of dripping water. He cursed angrily. Do you really think Lu Qing is easy to bully? You should go and recuperate. Leave this matter to me, you don't need to worry about it. Yes. The shadow nodded and then retreated. At the moment he stepped out, a smirk crossed his lips. Inside the room, Lu Qing's gaze flickered as he pondered, then he took out his phone, drafted a message, and sent it out, sneering repeatedly. He'll send you a big gift first. Meanwhile, Haiqing was listening to her father preach. Haiqing, located on the edge of the sea, was inherited from the way of water and was known as the son of the sea. The city lord of Haiqing, Hai Xiuxian, had comprehended the way of water to a very high level, his strength being among the top in the Asia-Pacific region at the 8-star working level. For this precious daughter, Hai Xiuxian was extremely fond of her. Whenever he had time, he would share his insights on the way. Ding dong. Suddenly her phone rang, causing her brow to furrow slightly. She picked it up and was instantly taken aback. How is this possible? What happened, Linger? Hai Xiuxian asked slowly, noticing his daughter's unusual behavior. Father, something big. Hai Linger's expression changed several times as she handed over her phone. When Hai Xiuxian saw the content on it, his brow furrowed slightly. Father, what do you think? If this matter is true, then he must have a great secret. Hai Xiuxian took a deep breath. You have also mentioned that he deciphered the secret of the heavenly stele, obtained the legacy of the thunder ancestor, and then fell into the abyss. Everyone knows that falling into the abyss equals death, yet he can come out unscathed. This suggests he must have gained something from the depths of the abyss, and it can also be said that he deciphered the secrets of the abyss. One legacy of the thunder ancestor, one secret of the abyss. These are all connected to ancient times. Moreover, it is highly likely that the secret of the abyss is related to the way of thunder. But what exactly it is must be asked of the person involved. After saying this, a hint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Father, are you saying? Hai Linger's beautiful eyes also narrowed. Should we take action? Go find your third uncle and have him lead a team to bring him back for me. Hai Xiuxian spoke calmly. I want to go too. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, Lu Qing's message was also received by Xiang Tian and Daozi. The two of them narrowed their eyes, sensing the importance of the matter, and shared the news with their elders. Although they had no ill will towards Chu Shanhe, and were not interested in the legacy of the thunder ancestor, they were very intrigued by the secrets of the abyss. This was the first person to return from the abyss since the first relic appeared hundreds of years ago. The city lord of Xiangqing and the Taoist master of the Tao sect reacted similarly to Hai Xiuxian. After careful consideration, they sent people towards Huaqing. Xiang Tian and Daozi were among them. Besides them, this matter also became known to other forces, and soon the secrets of the abyss spread widely. The entire Asia-Pacific region was in turmoil as various forces sent people to that small border city in the southeast. Of course, this news also reached the ears of the medicine city, reaching Yao Chun and Xiao Zhantian. When the two learned that Chu Shanhe had come out safely from the abyss, they were instantly overjoyed. In the city lord's mansion, a boisterous laugh echoed through the heavens. Old thing, I didn't expect your life to be so great, able to come out from the relic. Truly, it is a stroke of fate. Yao Chun was in tears. The date for the second opening of the relic was fast approaching. He had originally thought of sending a message to Li Zhaoxin, but did not expect this news to come so suddenly. With Chu Shanhe safe, his heart that had been hanging was finally set at ease. He then transformed into a streak of light towards Huaqing. In the Yinglong army camp, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the camp, causing the soldiers to stop their activities. What's wrong with the commander? I don't know, but from that laughter it seems the commander is quite happy. Indeed, ever since the last time the commander was stopped by his sister-in-law, we haven't seen him smile, let alone laugh. It seems the commander has encountered some joyful news. Perhaps it's related to Huaqing. As the soldiers whispered among themselves in the commander's office, Xiao Zhantian slowly hung up the phone, his face filled with excitement. Old Xiao, what's going on? Beside him, a one-armed man asked. He was Xiao Zanshan's adjutant named Lu Shang, with the strength of a half-step battle king. Old Lu, my adoptive father, is still alive, ha. Xiao Zhantian laughed heartily and gave Lu Shang a big hug. I need to make a trip to Huaqing. These little brats will be left to you for the next few days. Raise my salary then. Lu Shang chuckled. No problem, I'll give you my entire month's salary. Xiao Zhantian laughed as he hurried out, racing back home, bursting through the door and shouting at the top of his lungs. Wife, where are you? Come out quickly. Shut your big mouth, I'm in the house. Can't you come in to talk about something? From inside, Yi Qing's voice came out sounding somewhat annoyed. Haha, good news. Xiao Zhantian entered the room, giving Yi Qing a big hug and planting a kiss on her cheek. This is monumental news, ha. Then say it already. Yi Qing rolled her eyes and pushed Xiao Zhantian aside, disdainfully wiping the drool off her face. My adoptive father is alive, he has come out from the abyss, ha. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Of course it's true, I just spoke with my adoptive father on the phone. What are we waiting for? Let's head to Huaqing. That's exactly what I was thinking. In Huaqing, Chu Shanhe was completely unaware that his affairs had stirred up the entire Asia-Pacific region. With Chu Feng's awakening, their family moved back from the Lord's mansion. Looking at the familiar scene, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel nostalgic. That evening, Bai Shuang prepared a lavish feast to celebrate their family being safe and sound. Ow! In Chu Yu's arms, Xiao He was restlessly struggling, ultimately breaking free from Chu Yu's grasp and leaping onto Chu Shan's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his face. It really is an ungrateful wolf. Chu Yu pouted for the past few days. She had tried various ways to please this little creature, even buying it plenty of dog food, but Xiaohe showed no interest in her. It's not an ordinary black dog, you can't treat it like one. Chu Shanhe looked at the dog food in his granddaughter's hand, feeling speechless. He had fed it with Millennium's spirit essence stalactites in the bronze hall. This little creature was naturally proud and dismissive of ordinary pills. How could it eat regular dog food? Alright girl, hurry up and eat. If Xiaohe doesn't want to eat, then let it be. Bai Shuang also cast a deep glance at Xiaohe. Ever since its appearance, she hadn't seen this dog eat anything in all these days. At first she thought it was due to her improper feeding methods, but now she had gotten used to it. After all, it had hatched from an egg and shouldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Starved to death then. Chu Yu angrily tossed aside the dog food in her hands, then picked up her chopsticks and bit down hard on a chicken leg, as if it were Xiaohe. This girl. Chu Shanhe chuckled, but suddenly his expression froze. Roar. At the same time, Xiaohe on his shoulder let out a massive beastly roar, causing everyone's expressions to change. Even Chu Shanhe turned his head in disbelief to look at it. This was the first time he had ever heard Xiaohe make such a sound. Usually it only made small puppy sounds. But this roar was more terrifying than that of a fierce beast. It wasn't over yet. After Xiaohe's roar, arcs of lightning began to emanate from its 4 paws. What has happened to it? Someone is coming. Bai Shuang snapped back to her senses and asked. Someone is coming. Chu Shanhe looked out the window and said slowly. Perhaps Xiaohe sensed their presence. Someone is coming. The 3 of them froze and looked outside, only to find a clear sky, not a single cloud in sight, let alone any people. They're here. However, Chu Shan's gaze sharpened, and the next moment 2 streaks of light appeared swiftly approaching. The speed of the streaks of light was incredible, instantly arriving above Huaqing, and the terrifying pressure made Chu Feng's expression change drastically. Even Bai Shuang and Chu Yu felt the pressure intensify. Old man. Grandpa. The 3 of them turned to look at Chu Shanhe, only to see his face extremely serious, but it quickly relaxed, revealing a smile. Don't be nervous, there are people. After saying that, he slowly got up and walked outside, leaving behind the 3, who looked at each other in confusion. The streaks of light approached rapidly, dominating the sky. As they passed over the Lord's mansion, all the top experts in Huaqing changed their expressions. Li Zhexian even flew out directly, but soon returned to the ground, and instructed everyone to continue with their Indeed, these 2 figures were none other than the hurriedly arriving Xiao Zhantian and Yi Qing. Haha, adoptive father. When Xiao Zhantian saw Chu Shanhe, he couldn't help but laugh, and rushed over for a big hug. Great. Adoptive father, you have returned safely. Saying this, the burly man suddenly reddened around his eyes. No one knew how tormented he had been during this time. Now he felt as if a burden had been lifted. Adoptive father. Yi Qing also bowed and smiled gently. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Chu Shanhe patted Xiao Zhanshan's back. They had only spoken on the phone yesterday, yet this couple had already come today. Isn't it because we were eager to see you, eh? Xiao Zhantian chuckled, completely shedding the imposing aura of a military leader and battle king in front of Chu Shanhe. Who are these 2? At that moment, Bai Shuang stepped out, looking at Xiao Zhantian and Yi Qing with a puzzled expression. However, the next second, Xiao Zhanshan's call of mom made her widen her eyes in surprise. This child. Bai Shuang looked incredulous as he glanced at the burly Xiao Zhantian, and then at Yi Qing, finally tugging at Chu Shan's sleeve and quietly asking, what's going on? Let's go inside and talk. We can't have the child standing out here for too long. Chu Shanhe smiled and welcomed Xiao Zhantian and Yi Qing inside. Girl finger, greet Uncle Xiao and Aunt Yi. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Yi. Chu Feng and Chu Yu immediately stood up and politely greeted them. However, both of their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know these 2 people. So these are Chu Feng and Chu Yu. Xiao Zhantian's gaze lingered on Chu Feng for a moment, revealing a look of approval. It was evident that this little guy had impressive talent, being so close to master status at such a young age. Moreover, he could sense a sharp aura emanating from Chu Feng. This child was definitely not a sheltered flower. His cultivation level was not just due to talent, but also his hard work. Given time, he would surely achieve great things. He then took out 2 porcelain vials and handed them to Chu Feng, saying, I didn't bring any gifts this time, but these are 2 bottles of high-grade qi condensing pills. Although they're not very valuable, consider them a meeting gift for the child. Chu Feng glanced at Chu Shanhe and noticed his grandfather nodding slightly. He then extended his hands to accept the porcelain vials and bowed slightly to Xiao Zhantian, saying, Thank you, Uncle Xiao. We are all family, no need for formality. Xiao Zhantian waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to Chu Yu. The next moment his brows slightly furrowed as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Chu Shanhe. Zhantian, please sit down. We haven't even started eating yet. Yi Qing, you sit too. Chu Shanhe urged Xiao Zhantian and his wife to take their seats, while Bai Shuang fetched 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Today marks the day our family is fully reunited. Once everyone was seated, Chu Shanhe slowly began to explain to Bai Shuang and the 2 children that Xiao Zhantian and Yi Qing regarded him as their adoptive father. After listening, Bai Shuang's eyes had turned red. She didn't know when it happened, but the figures of Xiao Zhantian and Yi Qing began to overlap with those of her deceased son and daughter-in-law. Now she finally understood why Xiao Zhantian had called her mom as soon as they met. Since her son and daughter-in-law had passed away, she hadn't heard that word in decades. The feeling surged in her heart, causing her eyes to sting, and tears could no longer be held back. Mom, what's wrong? Grandma. Others turned their gazes towards her. Only Chu Shanhe understood why Bai Shuang was in tears. He had experienced the same situation and had suppressed his emotions forcefully. He reached out to hold Bai Shuang's hand, offering her a bit of strength. I'm fine, but it's just nostalgia triggered by the scene. Let's not dwell on those things. Today is a day for our family to reunite. Come, let's raise a glass. Cheers. Just as everyone raised their glasses, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Chu Shanhe thought for a moment, and then said, come in, the door isn't locked. Haha, old Chu. As his voice fell, a hearty laughter erupted, and then the door opened to reveal a small, somewhat disheveled, old man entering. Behind him followed the city Lord Li Zhixian. Oh, Xiao Junzhong is also here. Upon entering, Yao Chen noticed Xiao Zhantian and was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, I didn't expect Xiao Junzhong to arrive so quickly. City Lord Yao, your speed is not slow either. Xiao Zhantian smiled. He was not surprised by Yao Chen's arrival, as his relationship with Chu Shanhe was well known. I just wanted to see old Chu as soon as possible. Yao Chen walked over and gave Chu Shanhe a big hug, patting his back firmly. I didn't expect you to still be alive. How could I possibly arrive before you? Chu Shanhe also hugged this old friend tightly. Although they had quarreled when they first met, their bond was genuine. It seems today is a good day. Since everyone is here, let's sit down and enjoy a drink together. Cheers. To celebrate old Chu's safety and well-being, and to wish the Chu family a reunion. The drinking continued until late into the night, with no one using spiritual energy to expel the alcohol, resulting in everyone being thoroughly intoxicated. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Chu Yu had long since gone to rest, while Yi Qing stayed to talk with Bai Shuang. The next morning, a phone call woke everyone up. Xiao Zhantian glanced at the caller ID, and in the next moment his drunkenness vanished, his expression turning serious. Yes, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Xiao Zhantian cast an apologetic glance at Chu Shanhe. Adoptive father, I have to go to the military headquarters for a meeting. The dimensional rift in the extreme north hell has expanded again. Then hurry up, this matter is of utmost importance. Chu Shanhe's expression shifted slightly. The last time the dimensional rift expanded was decades ago, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. He would never forget the brutal beasts that emerged from the dimensional rift, slaughtering human warriors. It was during that time that Xiao Zhantian found himself in danger, and he had fought desperately to rescue him, ultimately sustaining serious injuries that left him with lasting ailments. Don't worry, adoptive father, this time it won't be like last time. Xiao Zhantian also recalled the situation back, then feeling a surge of emotions. Moments later, Xiao Zhantian left with Yi Qing, and Bai Shuang looked forlorn. Although she had only spent one night with Yi Qing, she had already come to see her as a daughter. Let's hope the expansion of the dimensional rift does not bring any danger. Yao Chun and Li Zhixian also wore serious expressions. This was a matter concerning ferocious beasts, and everyone felt especially tense. I believe that after the previous lesson, the domain lord will take the necessary measures as soon as possible. Chu Shanhe began slowly. If the situation becomes truly dire, I will personally head to the front lines. We will too. Yao Chun and Li Zhixian exchanged glances and nodded slowly. By the way, old Chu, I have a great gift for your grandson. Then Yao Chun grinned, and under the puzzled gazes of Chu Shanhe and Li Zhixian, he flipped his wrist, and in the next moment a long spear gleaming with golden light appeared in his hand. This can't be. Chu Shanhe's eyes widened suddenly. He sensed a sharp aura from the spear, and the body of the spear bore mysterious inscriptions indicating it was not an ordinary item. Exactly. Yao Chen smiled. This was crafted from the beak of a golden-winged great palm. I heard your grandson practices with a spear, so I specifically sought out a skilled artifact craftsman to create this, and I even spent a large sum to have inscriptions engraved on it. As he spoke, he tossed the spear to Chu Shanhe with a grin. What do you think, old Chu? Isn't this gift generous? It's extremely generous. Chu Shanhe slowly gave a thumbs up, then put it away. The child is about to break through to master. This will be his master. I was just worried about this. This long spear comes at the perfect time. You old rascal, you're full of clever ideas. Yao Chen slowly raised his middle finger. None of your business. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes, and then asked, how long are you planning to stay this time? I'll be heading back soon. There are still many affairs to attend to in the city. By the way, Fang Tianlei from the Medicine King Pavilion submitted a branch proposal to me, stating that he plans to establish a branch of the Medicine King Pavilion in your Hua City. That's great news. Before Chu Shanhe could speak, Li Zhixian's face was already filled with excitement. As a low-level border town, Hua City still lacked resources. If the Medicine King Pavilion could set up a branch here, it would greatly stimulate the economy and eliminate the issue of having valuable pills with no market. You should approve this matter quickly. You must have seen how poor Hua City is during your visit this time. I'll approve it immediately when I return. Yao Chen nodded. Initially, he thought Li Zhixian was joking, but he didn't expect it all to be true. The poverty of Hua City had exceeded his imagination. That's generous of you. Li Zhixian gave a thumbs up. We are all brothers after all. Yao Chen chuckled and leaned in closer to Chu Shanhe, saying, Old Chu, since I prepared such a grand gift for your grandson, could you spare me a few ancient pill formulas? So that's your true intention? Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes. I was wondering why you were being so cordial, all of us. Get lost. This has nothing to do with being cordial. At that time I thought I would never see you again, which is why I specially prepared something for the kid. Yao Chun immediately exploded with anger, flustered. We are brothers. I could never ignore your family. Your words have moved me. They'll give you this ancient pill formula. A hint of emotion flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. But can you give me a few more copies? Get lost. In the afternoon above the city lord's mansion, Yao Chun, filled with emotion, embraced Chu Shanhe. I must be off. Goodbye. Hurry and roll, you've already tricked me into 3 ancient pill formulas. Chu Shanhe had a look of disdain. This guy had spent these short hours pestering him, pushing the limits of shamelessness, and had forced him to give up 2 more pill formulas. Yao Chun smiled, and then looked at Enlan beside Li Zhixian. Enlan, next time we meet I hope you can take Li Zhixian down. Him waiting to drink your wedding wine. Don't worry, it won't be long. Enlan raised an eyebrow at Li Zhixian, who immediately turned his face away, and slowly spat out 2 words toward Yao Chun. Get lost. This guy was really too shameless, always bringing up sensitive topics. Goodbye, my friends. Having achieved his goal, Yao Chun waved and prepared to leave. But in the next second his expression suddenly changed. At that moment not just him, but even Li Zhixian, Chu Shanhe, and Enlan all changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. Several beams of light rushed towards them, and the terrifying pressure could be felt even from a distance. The visitors do not come with goodwill. Feeling the sharp, killing intent within the pressure, the expressions of the few became grave. It seems the news of my emergence from the ruins has already spread. Chu Shanhe crossed his arms and gazed at the beams of light, slowly speaking. I just wonder who is the first to arrive. With such a dense water element, who else could it be but High City? Yao Chun curled his lip. They just won't give up. After all this time they are still thinking about the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor. The previous performance of High Linger in the ruins resurfaced in their minds. I can understand, Chu Shanhe said lightly. High Linger has always thought I intercepted her Thunder Ancestor's inheritance, so she hates me deeply. It's no wonder she would come upon hearing that I emerged from the ruins. It seems the other side came prepared this time. The leader is actually a 3-star battle king. Li Zhixian's face also turned extremely grim. A 3-star battle king. Chu Shanhe muttered. Now he was fully powered, equivalently close to a 2-star battle king's combat power, but a 3-star battle king would be a bit challenging. However, he was not afraid. The other party might be able to defeat him, but to kill him, that was simply a delusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of light moved swiftly and arrived above Hua City in the blink of an eye, one of whom was High Linger. At this moment, she wore a veil, her deep blue gauze dress showcasing her exquisite figure, and the shimmering light on it indicated that it was anything but ordinary. We meet again. Her eyes turned to Chu Shanhe, her ethereal voice ringing out as if a goddess had descended. You all are really fast. Chu Shanhe smiled. I didn't expect you to arrive in just a few days. I thought I'd have to wait longer. Ever since Lu Qinglong fled, he knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. You are the first person in 100 years to emerge from the ruins unscathed. High Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled. Come back with me, hand over the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance and the secrets beneath the abyss, and I can spare your life. Why are you so stubborn, girl? Chu Shanhe sighed helplessly. I've said it many times, I didn't obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance. As for what lies beneath the abyss, there is a bronze hall with a corpse inside from a long time ago, but I don't know the specific year. There's nothing else. If you don't believe me, you can wait for the next ruins opening and go down to see for yourselves. He concealed the matter of Xiaohe. Although Xiaohe looked ordinary, it had hatched from an egg guarded by the Ant King, and must have an extraordinary background. This matter was of great importance. He couldn't let them know. You are lying. High Linger glared suddenly, recalling the moment she was struck unconscious by a thunderbolt from Chu Shanhe. She coldly stated, if you didn't obtain the Thunder Ancestor's inheritance, then why were you able to summon the heavenly thunder? Hurry and come back with me, or else die. As soon as the word die was uttered, a terrifying aura erupted from her, the majesty of the 9-star battle god, sweeping across Hua City, causing everyone to change their expressions and find it hard to breathe. What happened again? What's going on? This pressure is even more terrifying than last time when the savage beasts attacked the city. Have more ferocious beasts come. Quick look at the sky. At that moment someone noticed the anomaly above the city lord's mansion. What are those people doing? I don't know, but one thing is certain, the visitors do not come with goodwill. Didn't you notice this terrifying pressure emanating from those people? Does this mean that Hua City is in danger again? What's going on? Why is this endless? The crowd discussed animatedly. This sudden scene caused the expressions of everyone in Hua City to shift slightly. Then several figures shot into the sky, led by the Qi Tian battle general and others. Ever since Chu Shanhe provided them with high-level Qi gathering pills, they chose to enter seclusion. There was no need to mention Qi Tian battle general, even Lu Haiyan, and the 2 horse battle generals had improved their strength significantly during these days. Especially the old horse battle general, who had explosive growth, advancing from a 2-star battle general to a 5-star battle general in one leap with speed that was truly terrifying. It showed how exceptional his talent was. However, when they saw the few people from High City in the sky, their expressions changed entirely. The weakest among them was a battle god, and there was one even more terrifying. He just standing there made them feel a tremor. At this moment, the girl radiating an aura shocked them even more. A 9-star battle god. At such a young age to be a 9-star battle god, how terrifying must her talent be? No wonder she is a naturally gifted spirit body breaking through from an 8-star battle god to a 9-star battle god in just a few months. Everyone present envied High-Linger's terrifying cultivation speed, except for Chu Shanhe. Looking at the imposing High-Linger, Chu Shanhe's expression also turned completely cold. What if I don't? As the words fell, Chu Shanhe's aura soared to great heights, stirring the winds and clouds, causing the sky above Hua. Meanwhile, Li Zhixian, Yao Chun, and Lan, and tens of thousands of warriors were taken aback. If old Chu could say this, it indicated he was ready to confront Hedon. I really don't know who gave you the courage to say such things. High-Linger sneered, recalling that she had lost to Chu Shanhe in the ruins due to her insufficient strength, and besides Lu Qing, neither Xiang Tian nor Dozi had intervened. Now her strength had greatly increased, and the key point was her third uncle Hai Shiyuan was beside her. He was a 3-star battle king, and even if Chu Shanhe possessed battle king strength, crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. This time she was certain of victory, and the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor along with the secrets of the Abyss were hers for the taking. High-Linger spoke coldly, her aura rising further as a blue light began to bloom, and the blue moon in her hand started to gather energy. Haha, you from High City have quite the bravado. Just then a silver light streaked across the sky, and a silver wooden boat flew in on which stood several imposing figures, with the speaker being the one in the center. At that moment, a delicate-looking man dressed in green appeared, a look of arrogance on his face, completely disregarding High-Linger. Sima Zhenxing. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in High-Linger's eyes. She hadn't expected the Sima family to arrive so quickly in addition to them from High City. High-Linger, your words are quite bold. Do you think about the Sima family when you seek the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor and the secrets of the Abyss? A cold smile flickered across Sima Zhenxing's delicate face. Are you from the Sima family looking to oppose us from High City? At this moment, Hai Shiyuan spoke coldly, his expression very unfriendly. What if we oppose High City? A voice from deep within the wooden boat carried an aged tone, and then an old man appeared in everyone's sight, holding a whisk exuding an air of celestial elegance. I didn't expect you, old fellow, to come as well. Hai Shiyuan couldn't help but narrow his pupils, his expression turning exceptionally grave. Third uncle, who is he? Sima's with the chief steward of the Sima family, a 4-star battle king. As this was said, not only did the people from High City change their expressions, but even Chu Shanhe and the others were greatly shocked. If it were a 3-star battle king, he could still fight, but against a 4-star battle king, there was no possibility of victory. However, he did not panic. With the Sima family arriving, there must be other forces coming as well. In such a situation, the more forces that arrived, the better, as they could restrain each other. Boom. As the words fell, a purple light burst forth in the sky, followed by a rain of purple light, as several figures appeared in everyone's view. Xiang family. As those few descended, a domineering and unparalleled aura swept across the heavens and the earth, as if the realm belonged solely to them. The celestial dominance, I alone am supreme. Elder, we meet again. Xiang Tian greeted Chu Shanhe, then stood behind a robust middle-aged man. You are the one who has cultivated the horizontal training technique to rival our celestial dominance. The middle-aged man named Xiang Dong was Xiang Tian's cousin, possessing extraordinary strength of 4-star battle king. We are not interested in the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor, but we are very interested in your horizontal training technique, and of course the secrets of the Abyss. Xiang Dong spoke domineeringly, ignoring the gazes of the Sima family and High City people. As long as you come with us, given your relationship with my brother Xiang Tian, if you cooperate with us, we won't take your life, and we can even exchange equivalent items. Among the several major forces that arrived, although the Xiang family was overbearing, they were also quite humane, which earned them a fair amount of goodwill from Chu Shanhe and the others. What are you Xiang family to dare speak so arrogantly? Just then a dazzling golden light flickered and several figures bathed in golden light approached their terrifying aura, making Chu Shanhe and the others feel their blood surge. Primordial sacred body, Yi family. Yao Chen's expression turned extremely grim. Among the entire federation, who else could possess golden blood but the Yi family? Just a branch, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Xiang Dong looked at the few golden figures, a flash of terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Even Yi Wudao wouldn't dare to speak boldly to me. Do you few impure bloodline members dare to be so presumptuous? Believe it or not, I'll slaughter your whole branch. You can try. As the golden light dissipated, the Yi family members were filled with murderous intent. The celestial dominance and the primordial sacred body, these two families had a blood feud, and who would have thought they would encounter each other here? Moreover, their first encounter was filled with murderous intent, glaring at each other. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a delicate peak. What a lively scene! Why the poor Taoist loved to join in the fun. Heck. Just then a languid voice rang out, and then everyone saw a gigantic gourd appear with 3 figures sitting atop it. Leading was a disheveled old Taoist holding a wine gourd, tilting his head back to take a sip, and then letting out a loud belch, the pungent smell of wine sweeping across the entire realm, causing everyone to take a step back. Shu. Behind him, Daozi looked notably embarrassed. Pay no mind to such trivialities. With a dismissive wave, the wine Taoist tilted his head back and took another long draught of wine. His crimson swollen nose twitched violently, followed immediately by a thunderous belch. A pungent wave of alcohol instantly filled the air, prompting Hai Linger and the younger cultivators to wrinkle their brows in distaste, their eyes flickering with unmistakable aversion. The war kings, however, tightened their brows in grave concern. This disheveled wine-sodden Taoist was in truth a fifth-star war king, a master of profound Taoist arts whose techniques were unfathomably deep and endlessly varied. Few would willingly oppose him unless bound by mortal enmity. After belching once more, the wine Taoist lazily stretched his limbs, then let his previously unfocused gaze sharpen slightly as it settled upon Chu Shanhe. So you are the one who inherited the Thunder Ancestor's legacy, and the first soul in a century to emerge alive from the abyss. I'd imagined a prodigy of peerless talent. Yet here stands a centenarian elder. How delightfully unexpected. I sense a profound affinity between you and our Taoist sect. Why not join us outright? I happen to have preserved a rare vintage of spirit monkey wine. Join me, and we shall drink until dawn breaks. What lures remain in this turbulent crimson world? Is it not far nobler to roam freely as a carefree wanderer beneath heaven and earth? His speech slurred, yet the moment these words left his lips, faces across rival factions paled. He was openly recruiting, brazenly poaching. And the Taoist sect imposed no rigid formalities. Willingness alone, coupled with a sponsoring elder, sufficed for acceptance. Only a ceremonial rite remained at the sect's mountain gate. Should Chu Shanhe accept the wine Taoist offer, his formal induction into the Taoist sect would be immediate, making any hostile action against him thereafter perilously difficult. Though the Taoist sect appeared loosely organized, it was fiercely protective of its own. Those who crossed it seldom met gentle ends. Well then, will you join our Taoist sect? Wine madman, this is beyond audacity. What does it mean to brazenly steal recruits? The Yi clan's war king spoke coldly. Then try stealing them yourselves. The wine Taoist drained another cup, his eyes drifting once more into hazy oblivion. Who decreed recruitment must be forbidden? Who ordained that only murder and arson qualify as true skill? To claim what one desires. That is the mark of genuine mastery. What merit lies in mere bloodshed? Is not savoring fine wine infinitely more refined? Senior uncle. The disciple tugged at the wine Taoist's robe, urging silence. But the elder simply turned, thrust his wine gourd into the youth's mouth, and poured relentlessly. Taste my newest vintage. Your tolerance must be forged now. Else how shall you face banquets and diplomatic rites without disgrace? Cough. The disciple choked violently, his fair complexion blazing crimson. Onlookers, including Chu Shanhe, gaped in disbelief. Such audacity was unprecedented. Even Li Zhexian and Yao Chun, who had witnessed the disciple's terrifying prowess within the forbidden lands, where he reigned unrivaled, were struck by the jarring contrast. This indomitable figure, now forcibly drowned in wine by a slovenly drunkard. What are you staring at? Never seen a man drink before. Staggering down from his gourd, the wine Taoist leaned lazily against thin air and fixed Chu Shanhe with a slow, deliberate gaze. Well, have you decided? I am deeply honored by your generosity, elder, but circumstances are dire. Were I to accept, I would surely draw enemies upon the Taoist sect. Chu Shanhe's gaze burned with quiet intensity. If the sect suffers turmoil on account of my son, my guilt would— This reply startled the wine Taoist. His unfocused eyes glinted with sudden, genuine admiration. Then tell me, if you refuse, do you truly comprehend the peril awaiting you? A true gentleman stands upright between heaven and earth. To cower before death is to render life meaningless. As Chu Shanhe spoke, an overwhelming aura surged upward, piercing the heavens themselves. All present were stunned. Excellent. A true gentleman standing between heaven and earth. The wine Taoist laughed heartily. Indeed, you are a most fascinating soul. Namo Amichuo Fo. At that moment, sacred chants echoed from the horizon. Then came an aged monk in saffron robes, leaning on a dharma staff, stepping upon clouds toward them. Behind him marched several powerfully built monks, warrior monks whose formidable chi radiated palpable strength. At the rear walked a youthful novice, pale-lipped and gleaming-toothed. The boy appeared scarcely 17 or 18. Clad in immaculate white monastic robes, his fair skin lending him an ethereal, unsullied purity. Even the bald monks of Shumi Mountain have come to stir the pot. The wine Taoist swallowed another sip. Softly spoken, yet every syllable rang clear in each listener's ear. Tao and Buddha had warred since antiquity, two eternal rivals as implacable as the Xiong and Yi clans. My conduct requires no commentary from a snorting nasal Taoist. Namo Amichuo Fo. The elder monk pressed his palms together and intoned the Buddha's name. All phenomena abide by cause and effect. Even the bloodstained hand may grasp enlightenment the instant it releases the blade. I am here to guide those destined for awakening. Namo Amichuo Fo. As his words faded, golden light blazed from his body, and behind him rose a radiant sun. Then suspended midair appeared the sacred swastika, slowly rotating. Instantly compassion flooded every heart, softening souls toward universal pity. Sweeping the floor lest I crush an ant's life, O shielding lamps with gauze lest moths perish in flame. The Buddha sect's great compassion art wielded terrifying power. Its opening salvo struck all like a spiritual decree. Only the war kings remained unaffected. All others fell into trance-like stupor, their hands drifting slowly together in prayer. Had their elders not intervened, they might well have shaved their heads then and there. Elder monk, 13 years gone, yet your art of persuasion has grown even more potent. You've even mastered the radiant sun technique. Impressive. The wine Taoist remained languid. Another gulp, then a thunderous belch aimed squarely at the disciple. Instantly the youth snapped awake, only to recoil, nearly vomiting at the acrid fumes. Senior uncle, please for heaven's sake, act human. To bear such an uncle had nearly broken the disciple's spirit. You brat, if I hadn't roused you, would you have willingly become a bald monk? The wine Taoist rolled his eyes, then flung his wine gourd with startling precision, straight toward Chu Shanhe and his companions. Thud, 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 not a single miss. Struck squarely upon the forehead, Chu Shanhe and the others jolted fully awake, eyes locking onto the elder monk with newfound vigilance. Was this the Buddha sect's great compassion art? Terrifying beyond measure, killing without drawing blood. Simultaneously they bowed deeply to the wine Taoist. Our deepest gratitude, elder. No need for thanks, he replied, utterly indifferent. I simply detest that bald monk. Such sanctimonious posturing. Yet your true aim remains the Thunder Ancestors' legacy and the Abyss's secrets. Hypocritical monks all. Wine madman. Do you seek open war with Shumi Mountain? Repeated provocations had ignited even stone. Now the elder monk's gaze turned glacial. If you crave battle, be my guest, the wine Taoist shrugged. I'll oblige any time. Curious to see how much cultivation Master Shurtong has truly attained these past 13 years. As his voice faded, a terrifying aura erupted, engulfing heaven and earth. In stunned silence, the wine Taoist straightened his spine. Master uncle. Daozi's expression changed as he gently tugged at the wine man's robe, and in the next moment the terrifying aura instantly dissipated, restoring the wine man to his previous languid demeanor. Today I will let you bald donkeys go for the sake of my nephew. He leaned back against the gourd and took a sip of wine. Whenever my nephew is ready to take action, he will deal with you. Burp. Master uncle, please be a decent person. Daozi covered his face with his hands. Haha, this is truly lively. At that moment several figures appeared on the horizon, each radiating a fierce aura, their overwhelming bloodlust, making them seem extremely ferocious. These individuals definitely have many lives on their hands. Chu Shanhe and the others were shocked. They sensed the intense smell of blood and murderous intent from the opponents. The leader was a one-eyed dragon wearing an eye patch, wielding a large saber. He scanned the area with his lone eye, and then laughed heartily. I didn't expect it to be so lively here today. Even the Dao sect and the Shumi Mountain people have come. Oh, the Yi family and the Xiong family have sent people too. Aren't you two families sworn enemies? Why haven't you fought? The battle between the Tsangtian body and the ancient sacred body will definitely be a spectacle. I didn't expect you to have such courage. Haizuen's gaze was cold as he looked at the one-eyed dragon. Who the butcher, aren't you afraid of being hunted down for not staying at your Lingtai Mountain? What's there to be afraid of? Many want to hunt us down, yet we are still living well. Who the butcher scoffed disdainfully. Right now that old man Nangong is worried about the situation in the extreme north hell. How could he possibly care about us? I heard someone came out of the abyss, so I specially came to meet this fierce person and casually inquire about the situation. He then turned his gaze to Chu Shanhe. Old man, I heard you killed my nephew Hu Jiuan. Hu Jiuan's death has nothing to do with me. Chu Shanhe looked at the one-eyed dragon, a flicker of killing intent passing through his eyes. He then calmly said he brought death upon himself by provoking the king of beasts Suani and got crushed. Is that so? Hu the butcher's smile instantly turned into a cold sneer, his gaze becoming thoroughly chilling. But I heard someone shot him down from the sky. I wouldn't know about that. Chu Shanhe smiled and said you should ask that person. Very well. Hu the butcher laughed coldly. I remember you now. I remember you too. Chu Shan's smile remained unchanged. As time passed, various powers arrived one after another, Haiching the Sima family, the Xiong family, and the Yi family, as well as the Dao sect and Shumi Mountain, and finally the bandits from Lingtai Mountain also showed up. It seemed that these fellows were determined to obtain whatever was on him. Among them the Dao sect and the Xiong family posed a relatively low threat. If used wisely, they could distract the Yi family and Shumi Mountain. Currently the greatest threats were Haiching the Sima family, and of course the bandit, Hu the butcher. This guy was also a 3-star battle king, a tough nut to crack. Chu Shanhe surveyed the various forces, pondering countermeasures. If he unleashed all his power, his combat capability would only reach 2-star battle king, while the lowest cultivation among the major forces was 3-star battle king, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Unless his Stupa golden body could break through to the 5th transformation, he was just a step away, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. Then he focused his thoughts and slowly addressed the various forces. You all came this time for the secret of the abyss on me. If I can reveal the secret to you, can you spare my life? And the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor. Hai Linger immediately interjected as she had been fixated on this matter. I have said many times that I did not receive the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor. I merely comprehended the Thunder Tao laws within the heavenly steel. Why don't you believe me? For this girl, Chu Shanhe felt quite helpless. Once I catch you and search your soul, I will know if it's true or false. Hai Linger's gaze was icy. Unless you let me search your soul right here, I won't believe it. Who the butcher carrying the large saber also sneered repeatedly. We all know what you're thinking. Don't think about sowing discord. Who do you think you are to make me sow discord? Chu Shanhe sneered, and slowly said, you are just garbage that stabs from behind. He then looked at the other forces. You all should be careful. It's possible that these bandits from Lingtai Mountain might stab you in the back. Don't forget they are bandits with no bottom line. Upon hearing this, several major forces took a step back warily, eyeing Who the Butcher and his companions. Old man, you're seeking death. Who the Butcher's gaze turned icy, a terrifying killing intent soaring into the sky, and a thick blood light appeared around him. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chu Shan's pupils also contracted. His aura surged as a 15-jong tall golden giant appeared amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, adorned with intricate patterns that made it look extremely mysterious. Is this the horizontal training technique you mentioned? Xiang Dong looked at Xiang Tian and spoke slowly. Exactly. Xiang Tian's eyes sparkled. It was this horizontal training technique that had allowed him to exchange blows with him. The golden horizontal training technique. On the other side, the Yi family's members also showed surprise. Aside from the blood of their ancient sacred body being golden, it was the first time they had seen such a horizontally trained color. The several of them exchanged glances, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. If they could comprehend this horizontal training technique, it could greatly benefit their sacred bodies. After all, they were a branch, and their bloodline was not very pure. Just a petty skill. Who the Butcher scoffed, and the large saber in his hand erupted with dazzling light. His expression was icy as he prepared to end Chu Shan's life with a single blow. Is that so? Chu Shanhe sneered, and then a violent aura swept across the entire world. With a flick of his wrist, the Long Yuan sword appeared, instantly swelling with the wind and transformed into a blood-red giant sword. This sudden scene caused all to change their expressions, especially Hai Linger, Xiang Tian, and Daozi. They clearly remembered that during the ruins, Chu Shan's strength was not so terrifying. In just a few months, he had directly reached the 2-star Battle King realm. What did he obtain beneath the abyss? Why was his strength improving so rapidly? The several of them exchanged glances and then relayed their suspicions to the Battle King experts. It seems he must have gained tremendous benefits or treasures at the bottom of the abyss, though otherwise his strength couldn't have increased so quickly. Hai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled as he quietly crushed the talisman in his pocket. This person must belong to their Haiqing. On the other side, the Wine Priest and Xiang Dong were also taken aback, staring at the golden giant with surprise in their eyes. However, in the next second their expressions slightly changed. What if your strength has greatly increased? You're merely a 2-star Battle King. I can still slay you without a doubt. Chu Shan's aura surged momentarily, catching Who the Butcher off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a series of cold laughs. Then the tiger-headed broadsword in his hand radiated a brilliant light, and a magnificent giant tiger seemed to roar through the heavens. He let out a menacing laugh, and with a swing of his arm a terrifying blade aura swept across the sky. In the next moment, the magnificent giant tiger appeared, its long fangs glinting ominously as it charged towards Chu Shanhe with an overwhelming killing intent. Humph! Chu Shanhe snorted coldly, raising the Long Yuan sword before him. As his thoughts stirred, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens. Then a blood-red dragon shadow emerged, emanating a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Kill! Chu Shanhe stepped forward, bringing the blood-red dragon shadow to bear down upon the magnificent giant tiger. A dragon and a tiger clashed in midair, beginning to tremble and bite at each other. The resulting shockwave darkened the skies, causing the citizens of Huaqing to look up, their hearts shaken. Umitbach. At this moment, the old monk pressed his palms together and recited a Buddhist chant as a great sun slowly rose behind him, signaling that he was ready to act. You old bald donkey, taking advantage of others' misfortunes is not a good habit. Meanwhile, the wine Taoist tilted his head back and swallowed the last sip from his wine gourd. He then slowly stood up, and with a wave of his arm, a dark yellow talisman appeared in the air, transforming into a golden character for suppression that pressed down on the old monk's great son. You drunken fool, you. The unparalleled suppressive force caused the old monk's expression to change as he coldly looked at the wine Taoist, saying, Do you wish to stop this monk? Are you blind? Can't you see? The wine Taoist let out a cold laugh, saying, As long as I'm here today, you will not. I despise you bald donkeys, the most, always preaching about righteousness and morality, while secretly acting as petty villains taking advantage of others' misfortunes, and yet you speak of boundless Buddhist law. Bah! Drunken fool, you seek death. Master Shirtong's eyes widened in fury, and then his aura exploded forth, completely golden light, enveloping him, transforming him into a golden-skinned Arhut, with waves of holy sound echoing. Moreover, his staff instantly grew to an enormous size, floating between heaven and earth, emanating a terrifying aura. May the Buddha be compassionate. With a single utterance of the Buddhist chant, the massive staff came crashing down towards the wine Taoist. A piercing sonic boom erupted as the staff sliced through the void, reaching the head of the wine Taoist. The terrifying killing intent caused his black hair to whip wildly and his robe to rustle. Compassion, my ass. The wine Taoist looked on with disdain, then kicked the large gourd away, bringing down the Taoist and another member of his sect with him. Whoosh. The gourd spun several times in the air before crashing heavily against the staff. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the heavens, and in the next moment both the staff and the gourd spun back to their respective owners. Your strength is lacking, isn't it? The corners of the wine Taoist's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before Master Shurtong as a talisman appeared in his hand, shimmering with complex and mysterious patterns, heading straight for the center of Master Shurtong's forehead. Quickly, Master Shurtong joined his hands together, and his figure blurred, causing the wine Taoist talisman to miss its target. Bald donkey, do you only know how to run? The wine Taoist surged forward like a spear, his figure flashing once more to catch up with Master Shurtong, and the two became entangled in fierce combat. I've heard you are the reincarnation of the Tao monarch. Today let me see your true abilities. As the battle between the wine Taoist and Master Shurtong ignited, the red-lipped, white-toothed young monk's gaze also shifted towards Daozi. The son of Buddha has appeared, and the heavens honor him alone. Daozi's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Today I shall completely shatter this sky. With the drop of his voice, he had already appeared before the son of Buddha, striking out with a palm. The son of Buddha showed no fear and began to retaliate. Boom. As the aura erupted completely, the remaining Taoist began to battle alongside several martial monks. Although the Buddhist faction had more members, the Taoist faction's levels were higher. In an instant, divine powers filled the sky, spiritual energy surged, and both sides, being sworn enemies, sought to eliminate each other, leading to fierce attacks. Other forces watched with glinting eyes, not expecting the conflict between the Taoist faction and Shumi Mountain to compared to the battle between the wine Taoist and Master Shurtong, they focused even more on the fight between Daozi and the son of Buddha, both being prodigies of their respective factions. One claimed to be the reincarnation of the Tao monarch, the other the reincarnation of the Buddha. Though both were young, their power levels were remarkably terrifying, and both had a deep understanding of their sect's divine abilities, executing their skills with extreme ruthlessness. These two will definitely be obstacles on your path to enlightenment in the future. On the side, Hai Shuyuan spoke to Heilinger. They will become stepping stones for me. Heilinger's beautiful eyes sparkled with confidence. She then turned her gaze to Chu Shanhe, whose battle with Hu the Butcher had reached a fever pitch. Third uncle, should we take advantage of this opportunity? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Heilinger's eyes. No, we must not act rashly. Hai Shuyuan glanced at the Sima family and slowly shook his head. As long as that old fox Sima Zhuo remains still, we absolutely must not act. As the foremost family in Heiyao City, the Sima family wielded significant power, and the conflict between Heiyao City and Haiqing was steadily escalating. Though the two cities were quite far apart, they were both at the end of the sea region and had often clashed over territorial disputes. Heilinger, if you agree to marry me, how about the Sima family assisting your Haiqing in taking down this man? A smile flashed across Sima Zhengqing's feminine face, his gaze fixed on the beautiful features of Heilinger beneath her veil, sizing up her exquisite figure. Dream on. Heilinger's eyes turned cold, and a blue glow began to shimmer around her. Sima Zhengqing, if you look at me with that gaze again, I will gouge out your eyes. Heilinger, it is your honor that this young master has taken an interest in you. Sima Zhengqing, however, wore an arrogant expression, slowly saying, do you really think you are someone important? Believe it or not, I could have you dealt with immediately. As his words fell, the nearby Sima was suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, his whisk in hand radiating it was as if the moment Sima Zhengqing spoke, he would seize Heilinger. You dare. Stepping forward, Hai Shuyuan shielded Heilinger behind him, his expression dark as he glared at the other party. The atmosphere became extremely delicate. Boom. At that moment, with a loud explosion, everyone then saw a figure spewing blood as he flew backward. Bang. The figure sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blood before crashing heavily into the wall of the Lord's mansion, causing that section to instantly cave in, reducing the wall to rubble. Old Chu, Vice City Lord, Li Zhaoxian and the others changed their expressions dramatically upon witnessing the scene. The figure was none other than Chu Shanhe, who found himself at a disadvantage against the 3-star battle king, Hu Tuhu. Ha, garbage is just garbage. Hu Tuhu stood in midair, his tiger-headed blade resting on his shoulder, looking at Chu Shanhe with disdain. Old man, just obediently hand over the treasures you obtained from the ruins, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Is that so? Chu Shanhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly emerged from the rubble. He looked up at Hu Tuhu, a cold smile appearing on his lips. If you want my things, you should consider whether you have the fate to take them. As his words fell, a more violent aura erupted from him, causing everyone to change their expression slightly. They sensed a rule of destruction within that aura. The Thunder Path truly represents the laws of obliteration. In the void, Heilinger's eyes flashed with an unusual light, her gaze locked intensely on Chu Shanhe. With the appearance of the Thunder Path laws, her hatred for him deepened. These were originally all hers. Is this the Thunder ancestors' inheritance you acquired? Even Hu Tui's pupils constricted, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from the tiger-headed blade in his hand. Although the lethality of the Thunder Path was terrifying, he was unafraid, for he was a 3-star battle king. The suppression of realms made him feel no fear when facing Chu Shanhe. Though there was only a star's difference between them, that star represented a chasm. Every star gained by a battle king represented billions in combat power. While Chu Shanhe possessed many supernatural abilities, he was still not enough against a 3-star battle king. Even with the Thunder Ancestors' inheritance, the terrifying aura once again engulfed the entire realm. Chu Shanhe was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and then taking a step forward, he swung his long yuan sword fiercely. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. Open the heavens, cleave. As the words fell, that terrifying sword light instantly erupted brilliantly, with arcs of lightning flickering at its edges. Zizizi. Accompanied by the thunderclap, the sword light locked onto Hu Tuihu and slashed down fiercely. Hu Tuihu snorted coldly, and the large blade in his hand began to spin wildly. Immediately a terrifying whirlwind appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was filled with countless blade shadows. Die! He roared, and with a swing of his arm, the whirlwind, composed of blade shadows carrying an aura of destruction, collided directly with the lightning-infused sword light. Zzz. The piercing sound echoed across the heavens and the earth, causing all the citizens of Huaqing to cover their ears in shock. Even the likes of Qi Tian and others furrowed their brows, visibly uncomfortable. Purple lightning. One flash. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Shanhe's body surged with lightning, and then he pointed with his arm. In the next moment, a black thundercloud appeared above the sky, flashing with lightning, and a chilling aura spread throughout the realm with the rolling of the thundercloud. The appearance of the thundercloud caused everyone's expressions to change again. They looked at Chu Shanhe in shock, never expecting he could multitask, simultaneously unleashing different supernatural abilities. One must understand that the more powerful the supernatural ability, the higher the requirements for the practitioner. Besides the realm, a certain level of mental strength is also necessary. Additionally, during combat, one must concentrate their attention. A slight mishap could lead to annihilation. However, Chu Shanhe's ability to multitask shocked everyone. This not only reflected his formidable strength, but also indicated that his mental strength had reached a significant level. God, just how terrifying is his mental strength? Sword Path, Thunder Path, and he can actually manifest them simultaneously. The big shots from various factions looked at the golden figure with serious expressions, a hint of gravity flashing in their eyes. This person absolutely cannot be spared, or there will be endless troubles. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Hai Zuan's eyes. This is interesting. Sima Zhua, however, waved his dust whisk with interest, observing Chu Shanhe. Even the Xiang and Yi families were the same. The supernatural abilities Chu Shanhe displayed had surpassed their expectations, combining the arts of horizontal training, Sword Path and Thunder Path. Does this old man not understand the principle of too much leads to chaos? Xiang Dong frowned. The saying that one should only take one of the 3,000 paths implies that once a warrior chooses their own way, they must stick to it from start to finish. After all, achieving great mastery in any path or reaching a level of enlightenment is quite difficult. Throughout history, which emperor was not a prodigy? Yet they all comprehended one law of the great path, eventually achieving enlightenment to become emperors. It was the first time he had seen someone like Chu Shanhe, who cultivated multiple great paths simultaneously. Perhaps this is the reason for old Chu's terrifying mental strength. Xiang Tian was also quite surprised. Crack! Above the dome, the thunder rumbled, and the rolling thundercloud surged even more violently. Hu Tui's expression changed. That heart-stopping aura made him sense a taste of death. Without any hesitation, he shouted loudly, his momentum rising further, and then he formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, a circular mirror shone from his abdomen, soaring into the sky. Instantly, the mirror expanded, shimmering, with radiant colors hovering above Hu Jiuwan, enveloping him completely. Crack! At that moment, the thundercloud roiled, and a purple lightning bolt descended, instantly arriving above Hu Tui's head. Simultaneously, the mirror erupted with brilliant light. Boom! Crack! In an instant, that mirror shattered, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, the purple thunder struck down upon Hu Tuihu. Suddenly a scream echoed throughout the world. Hu Tuihu was engulfed in flickering lightning, black smoke billowing. The lightning coursed through his body, and the terrifying destructive power caused his organs to shatter. Hu Tuihu's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a bit weakened. He clutched his chest, coldly staring at Chu Shanhe. If it weren't for his own formidable strength allowing him to forcibly refine the lightning, his organs, including his heart, would have been shattered by now. Old man, I underestimated you. He spoke coldly. Although he was heavily injured, he grinned fiercely. This move is your strongest trump card, right? I admit I was careless, but have you considered how you will cope next? Though Chu Shanhe had severely injured Hu Tuihu with 2 moves, he himself was not in a much better state. The excessive consumption of mental strength left his complexion pale, and his head felt dizzy. This was a sudden idea he had. After all, having lived 2 lives, his mental strength was far superior to others. While he had heavily injured Hu Tuihu, as people often said, how would he handle the upcoming situation? Hai City and the Sima family were eyeing him covetously. Dealing with just one Hutuhu had already pushed him to exert all his strength, and this was compounded by the fact that Hutuhu had been careless. The 3-star Battle King from High City and the 4-star Battle King from the Sima family loomed over him like two mountains, making it hard for him to breathe. How you cope is none of your concern, Chu Shanhe coldly replied, extending his arm as the lightning around him surged. Because you won't be able to see it. As his words fell, another thundercloud appeared in the dome, the terrifying aura locking onto Hutuhu. If he could no longer cope with the unfolding crisis, then it was better to stake everything on a decisive strike, to slay Hutuhu outright. Not only would this eliminate a formidable foe, but it would also serve as a chilling warning to others. Should this man suddenly emerge from some hidden corner to stab him in the back at the final moment, all would be lost, just as it had been beside the abyss of Guizhou Gorge. In Chu Shanhe's heart, the Hu family had already been irrevocably blacklisted. If an opportunity for elimination arose, he would never allow them to survive, even if his own life were to end in Dao dissolution moments later. Thunderclouds churned violently overhead, lightning flashing with increasing ferocity, the aura growing ever more terrifying, causing Hutufu's face to pale in genuine alarm. He had never dreamed that Chu Shanhe could be so ruthless. With no time to hesitate, he tapped twice upon his own body, whereupon his complexion flushed crimson and his aura surged anew. Do you truly believe I fear you? He leapt skyward, and his tiger-headed greatsword erupted with a razor-sharp killing intent. In the next instant, a colossal blade light, 40 meters long, descended like heaven's wrath, cleaving downward toward Chu Shanhe with cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, his figure blurred, vanishing the instant the blade light struck, retreating backward at breakneck speed. Yes, he was fleeing. That earlier technique had been a secret art deployed solely to divert Chu Shanhe's attention and create an opening for escape. Though the art left his aura severely depleted, it did nothing to hinder his flight. Old man, you'll pay for this. Lingtai Mountain will not let this end. Hutufu's silhouette vanished, yet his voice lingered, echoing across the sky. Crack! Chu Shanhe pointed a single finger, and instantly a bolt of divine thunder descended, shattering the colossal blade light midair, while sending the tiger-headed greatsword clattering to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the sword flew into his palm and was sealed away. This was a divine weapon. Though he himself might not wield it, it could certainly be entrusted to Su Huanshan. Were Li Zhixian and the others privy to Chu Shanhe's thoughts, they would have recoiled in stunned disbelief. At such a life-or-death juncture, he still contemplated the rightful inheritance of this divine armament. His audacious retreat left everyone momentarily stunned, especially the Lingtai Mountain disciples, whose faces turned ashen. With their leader gone, they wasted no time dissolving into streaks of light, vanishing beyond the horizon. As one faction fled, the heavens themselves seemed to brighten. In Haicheng, the Sima Xiang and Yi clans alike wore expressions of shock. None had anticipated Chu Shanhe's terrifying strength, a 2-star Battle King overcoming a 3-star Battle King like Hutufu. Interesting. A cold smirk curled the corner of the Yi clan's Battle King's lips. With a single step forward, golden battle chi surged within him, his entire form bathed in radiant gold light, as he advanced upon Chu Shanhe, radiating overwhelming dread. Hutufu's flight compelled every observer to reassess the elder's true power, and ignited even fiercer curiosity about the secrets and treasures he must have unearthed within the ancient ruins. Envy knew no bounds, and now these great powers could no longer remain indifferent. The legacy of the Thunder Patriarch was after all an unparalleled opportunity. Comprehending the Thunder Dao's fundamental laws demanded near impossible conditions. Moreover, the Thunder Patriarch had been a sovereign emperor, one who attained enlightenment amidst heavenly lightning and ultimately dominated an entire era. To them, granting Chu Shanhe time meant nurturing another terror destined to rise soon. Better then to eradicate him before his roots took hold. And he bore the abyss's deepest secrets besides. First to act was the Yi clan's Battle King, whose aura exploded outward, a 4-star Battle King. Golden Battle Chi whipped his black hair into a storm, his primordial saint body famed since the age of Emperor Yi Tian, blazing with legendary might. At its peak, this body rivaled sovereign emperors themselves. No flashy illusions, only raw devastating power, in every fist and kick. Yi Cheng, have you no shame left? Xiang Dong's voice rang out. With one stride he appeared before Yi Cheng, his aura erupting, a torrent of violet light. An overbearing, peerless pressure swept across heaven and earth. Get out. Yi Cheng's gaze turned glacial, golden battle chi roiled within him, as he threw a single punch. Space itself warped, fissures tearing open like wounds in reality. A fist that shattered the void. That was the terror of the primordial saint body. Humph. Xiang Dong scoffed coldly, and answered with a punch of his own. The celestial tyrant body, unrivaled in dominance, delivered a blow equal in fury to Yi Cheng's. Boom. Their fists collided midair. Mountains crumbled, rivers reversed, sun and moon extinguished. Each staggered back several steps, faces locked in icy contempt, then lunged once more, locked in furious, unrelenting combat. What is the meaning of this Xiang clan? None of your business. Xiang Tian sneered. The Xiang clan answers to no one, and requires no explanation for its actions. Truly fitting for the celestial tyrant body. His words carried the same brutal authority. You dare challenge me? Die. The young Yi Sion sneered, his aura surging fully. Still youthful, yet already an 8-star battle god, a prodigy among prodigies. I'd cease being Xiang Tian if I feared you. Xiang Tian grinned broadly, teeth gleaming violet light, blazing across his frame as he charged headlong at the Yi Sion. They fought without restraint. Ancient enmity fueling every move, each strike aimed to kill, to erase the other utterly. To onlookers this spectacle was commonplace, so routine that whenever these two clans met, battle was inevitable, much like the eternal rivalry between the Taoist sect and Mount Shumi. Elsewhere the clash raged with equal intensity, Buddhist light flooding the land, Taoist spells arcing through the air, while the Yi and Xiang clans' ferocious duel transformed watching skies into a maelstrom of chaos, eclipsing sun and moon. With Lingtai Mountain routed, and the four great powers now entangled in mutual restraint, only Haicheng and the Sima clan remained motionless in the void. Chu Shanhe welcomed this stalemate, and seized the moment to swallow a pill, hastening his recovery. High above, Sima Zhengqing gazed upon Hai Linger, his eyes burning with predatory heat, before declaring arrogantly, Hai Ling, have become my consort, and I shall deliver that old man to you. Get lost. Hai Linger's beautiful eyes narrowed with icy disdain. Then she turned her gaze to Chu Shanhe, her pupils freezing into shards of frost. Cease your resistance. Return with me, and your life shall be spared. Oh, what fantasies dance in your head, Hai Ling? Sima Zhengqing chuckled mockingly. Unless you consent to be my consort, Haicheng will claim nothing today. Sima Zhengqing, do you seek war with Haicheng? A killing intent vast and terrifying blazed forth from Hai Linger's eyes. Yes. Sima Zhengqing sneered, utterly dismissive. Though should you accept me as your consort, we'd no longer be enemies. We'd be family. Yes. Sima Zhengqing sneered, utterly dismissive. Though should you accept me as your consort, we'd no longer, together we'd soar, blissful, boundless. And with our innate brilliance our children would surely be born geniuses. A brood of prodigies. Would not our two clans ascend to supremacy together? Sima Zhengqing winked playfully at Hai Ling. Enough noise. Hai Shuyuan roared, enraged. Lecherous wretch, you dare insult our Ling. Do you doubt I'll strike you dead with a single slap? I do not. Sima's spoke calmly, then flashed a dazzling smile. Go ahead, try it. Sima's wore a radiant smile, his old face blooming like a chrysanthemum, yet the aura surrounding him grew increasingly sharp, sending gusts of wind swirling around him, causing the wooden boat to sway. The terrifying pressure caused everyone's expressions to change, even Hai Shuyuan's countenance shifted slightly. A 4-star battle king so fearsome. Come on, take a shot, and let me see. Sima Zhengqing, emboldened by Sima's presence, grew even more audacious, slowly extending his finger in a provocative gesture towards Hai Shuyuan. Umph. Hai Shuyuan coldly snorted, disregarding Sima Zhengqing, though the killing intent in his heart sharpened. Once the reinforcements from Haicheng arrive, it will be their doom. The reason he had not acted until now was primarily that the Sima family was watching closely, and secondly, he was waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. The talisman he just crushed was a sound transmission talisman. Upon seeing Sima's with Xiangdong Yicheng along with the Wine Taoist and Master Shitong, he realized that Haicheng's preparations were not sufficient. The opposing side was led by 4-star battle kings while he was merely a 3-star battle king. Besides the defeated Hu Tufu, he was the lowest ranked battle king present. Before long, Haicheng's reinforcements would arrive, and at that time with 2 battle kings from their city, they could sweep away everyone here. The legacy of the Thunder Ancestor, the secrets of the Abyss, he wanted them all. Sima Zhengqing, hand this person over to us from Haicheng, and consider it a favor owed to the Sima family. Hai Linger had no idea of her uncle's scheme. Her beautiful eyes flickered with urgency as she looked at Chu Shanhe, he who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recovering. She desperately wanted to capture Chu Shanhe and bring him back to Haicheng, but Sima Zhengqing's obstruction drove her to the brink of madness. Did I not just say you are to be my woman? Sima Zhengqing grinned wickedly. Be serious. Hai Linger shot him a glare. I am being very serious in discussing this with you. The longer our two families confront each other here, the more advantageous it is for others. From the attitudes of the Xiang family and the Dao sect, it seems they may have secretly reached some sort of agreement with Chu Shanhe. While they are mutually restraining each other, we will be the most advantageous. As long as our two families join forces, then the victor will be us. Hai Linger stared blankly at Sima Zhengqing and spoke softly. I know you are here for the secrets of the Abyss. How about this? Capture Chu Shanhe and the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor will be mine, while the secrets of the Abyss will belong to you. How does that sound? The legacy of the Thunder Ancestor had become an obsession for her. Even though everyone believed the secrets of the Abyss were of great importance, overshadowing the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor, to Hai Linger the latter was the most crucial. Even if the secrets of the Abyss could lead to ascension, she had no interest. In her eyes there was only the legacy of the Thunder Ancestor, the one that had been intercepted by Chu Shanhe. Linger. The moment those words were spoken, Hai Shuyuan's expression changed dramatically, not expecting his niece's statement to completely disrupt his plans. He looked at Hai Linger with a complex expression, this niece perfect in every way had made such a significant blunder at this moment. He hurriedly intervened. "No, uncle." A trace of confusion flashed in Hai Ling Er's beautiful eyes. "Silly child, do you think our two families cooperating will ultimately lead to a win-win?" Hai Xiao Yuan deeply glanced at Sima Zhua and said, "Don't forget the opposing side has a 4-star battle king. What if they have a change of heart and bite back at us?" This. Hai Ling Er fell silent, feeling anxious to obtain the legacy of the Thunder ancestor, but she had forgotten this crucial detail. Clap. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhengqing couldn't help but applaud, mocking with a smile. "Hai Xiao Yuan, you are much smarter than your niece, you are right. To us, Hai Cheng is nothing but trash not worth mentioning." His expression was full of arrogance, and his words were so presumptuous that everyone from Hai Cheng changed their expressions drastically. Hai Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing the anger within. "Just wait, I hope you can still be so arrogant later." He sneered inwardly. "Trash, open your eyes wide and see how we end this." Sima Zhengqing smiled, then waved his arm and spoke lightly. "Uncles would take care of him. It's time to end this." Sima Zhua let out a peculiar laugh, then stepped off the wooden boat. His movements were slow, yet in just a few steps he was already in front of Chu Shanhe, his aura growing more terrifying with each step. In the end, he radiated an overwhelming aura, gently flicking the whisk. In the next moment, a destructive aura erupted from the whisk, its strands unfurling, each radiating a chilling energy. They instantly hardened, transforming into ice arrows aimed at Chu Shanhe. Swish! Chu Shanhe suddenly opened his eyes, golden light bursting forth, and countless sword shadows appeared around him, with the Long Yuan sword standing upright before him. All swords returned to one. With a loud shout, the Long Yuan sword, accompanied by numerous sword shadows, fiercely collided with the ice arrows. Seizing this opportunity, a frenzied glint flashed in Chu Shanhe's eyes as he took out the remaining 10th Ascendier spiritual marrow stalactite, and drank it in one gulp, then pulled out the last golden spirit solidification pill, and swallowed it. The 3-star battle king had exerted all his strength, yet he was facing a 4-star battle king, and his condition was not at its peak. Against such a formidable opponent, he was prepared to take a gamble. Boom. The terrifying spiritual energy contained within the 10th Ascendier spiritual marrow and the golden spirit solidification pill erupted within Chu Shanhe, his body instantly expanding his meridians to their limit. Fortunately, his meridians had been tempered through the refining of the Buddha's golden body, allowing him to endure this terrifying spiritual energy. Yet even so, a wave of intense pain twisted his features, his eyes turning blood red. Bang! 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 The ice arrows and sword shadows collided, dissipating instantly, resulting in a stalemate. The difference was that Sima Zhua had merely struck casually, while Chu Shanhe had exerted all his effort. Interesting. Sima Zhua looked at Chu Shanhe, his condition, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he waved the whisk repeatedly. In the next moment, a colossal pitch-black, ghostly hand appeared in the void, emanating a chilling aura. What is this? This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Hai Xiao Yuan even exclaimed, "The ghostly hand of the underworld! It actually is the ghostly hand of the underworld you are." The ghostly hand of the underworld. Li Jiaxian and the others were hearing about this divine ability for the first time, their brows furrowing slightly. Once the ghostly hand grasps, it reaches into the underworld. Yao Chen's expression was serious as he explained, "This is the supreme divine ability of the Underworld Emperor. I did not expect the Sima family to be descendants of the Underworld Emperor." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaxian and the others couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The descendants of the Underworld Emperor would wield the supreme divine ability, and it would be executed by a 4-star battle king. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Lao was certainly doomed. The expressions of the group turned extremely grim. In the void above, as the ghostly hand emerged, the entire sky darkened, the hand exuding waves of black mist that made one feel uncomfortable. Even the fiercely battling Dao sect and Sumi Mountain, as well as the Yi family and Xiang family, halted, glancing at the enormous ghostly hand, their expressions shifting slightly. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back. Although the Underworld Emperor was a great sovereign, his reputation was quite poor. The specific reasons are unknown, but it is known that the ghostly aura of the underworld must not be tainted. Once tainted, one would be cursed, eventually developing red hair, transforming into a red-haired monster. The black mist emanating from the ghostly hand is the ghostly aura of the underworld. Whoosh! A chilling wind swept through, as if ghostly soldiers were passing by, or like 100 demons on a night march. Go! With a light command from Sima Zhua, with a massive ghostly hand enveloped in swirling ghostly aura reached out towards Chu Shanhe. Between heaven and earth, cold winds howled, and ghostly shadows multiplied. Waves of soul-stirring aura seeped from that spectral hand. Hold your breath. On the top floor of the city lord's mansion, Li Jiaxian and the others' faces drained of color. Even from that distance, the Yuming ghost Qi sent their minds reeling. At a single thought, everyone stilled their breathing, their auras churned, and a faint halo rose to envelop each person completely. Li Jiaxian swept his arm, and 7-hued divine light blanketed the whole of Huaqing, shielding the common folk from the corrupting Qi. Elsewhere, the other great powers likewise adopted defensive postures in varying degrees. The path of martial cultivation runs contrary to heaven. A single lapse can scatter one's soul, let alone falling under a curse. In ancient times before he ascended the throne, the Yuming Emperor used this very art to entrap and slaughter countless people. Rumor has it that even the once renowned Master Yuan Tianshi was struck and turned into a red-haired fiend. The Yuming Emperor finally trod over gleaming bones, attained enlightenment upon the yellow springs, and rose as a sovereign of his age. The Yuming ghost Qi can curse all things in the world. Jiao Daoren tilted his head as if to drink, but his wine gourd was empty, so he quietly stowed it away. Looking at Sima Zhua in the void, he spoke slowly. Though Sima Zhua's Yuming ghost hand must be worlds apart from the Yuming Emperor's, the curse of the Yuming ghost Qi is unervingly aberrant. Best not to meddle with it. With that he waved his arm, and a faint luminous veil concealed them all. Nearby Master Shirtong clasped his hands, waves of sacred chant rose, and a resplendent golden Dharma emblem floated above the heads of those on Shumishan. The Yi family and the Xiang family shone in gold and purple, as if two streaks of color had been painted across the heavens. Even Haiqing flared with deep azure light, a watery curtain appearing in the void to sever the flow of qi. With the ghost hand manifested, everyone grew pale and fixed their gaze upon Chu Shanhe, curious to see how he would respond to such a terrifying art. Would it mean death and the end of his path, or might some miracle occur? All eyes upon him, Chu Shanhe regarded the grim hand with grave intent. After swallowing the Wanyin Lingsui 10,000-year spirit marrow and Jinling Guxiang Dan golden spirit consolidation pill, his aura surged, golden radiance flooded his frame, and the gilded markings on his back began to pulse wildly. He stepped forward, his breath soaring like a gale to the heavens, extended his arm, and slowly uttered 3 words. Jiaxing hand, star-seizing palm. In the next moment the sky changed, a dreadful hurricane ravaged heaven and earth, managing to blow the grim ghost aura back, if only slightly. Look, the sky. What is that? Could he possibly have a trump to play? Faces shifted as the great powers craned their necks to look up. Above, the firmament of black vortex opened, and through it they could see a vast sea of stars on the other side. The black whirl widened, exuding a heart-stopping aura. In the next instant, a gigantic palm wreathed in lightning thrust from the vortex, as if born from the remote reaches of the 9 heavens. Crack! Lightning blazed across the world. The palm, though seemingly slow, in an instant hovered above the Yuming ghost hand, laden with an earth-shattering force, and under those horrified gazes it struck down with brutal power. Boom! The thunderous hand and the black Yuming ghost hand collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest over Huaqing. For a heartbeat, the city's 1,000,000 inhabitants seemed to glimpse the end of the world, their eyes full of dread, yet having weathered many storms they did not panic. Instead, they looked up quietly at that towering golden figure. With him, their Huaqing's 1,000,000 souls felt a profound certainty of safety. They placed absolute trust in Chu Shanhe. More than once that golden silhouette had single-handedly safeguarded Huaqing's populace. Old man, in a room by Shuang, watched the scene above with worry, then slowly closed her eyes and began to pray for her old man. Shatter it. In the void, the golden colossus roared, his aura surging to the sky, his fierce breath sweeping the weather, his waist bent slightly, and twin blood-red beams flared from his eyes. His blood boiled within, the golden light intensified, the gilded patterns on his back flickered wildly, and unnoticed by most those markings were slowly expanding. As lightning danced, a sanguine glow appeared upon the Jiaxing hand. How intriguing! On the other side, Sima's was lips curved into a feral smile. He waved his duster repeatedly. The ghost hand's aura swelled, black radiance glittered, and the Yuming ghost qi thickened ravenously, corroding the lightning upon the Jiaxing hand. Crackle! Lightning and ghost qi collided, producing a sound like beans frying, each dissolving only to lash against the other again. The 2 great hands battered one another in frenzy. The tempest intensified, surrounding space trembled, and thinned dimensional fissures flickered into being. If this continues, whether old Chu will be harmed I cannot say, but I know the whole of Huaqing will be ruined. On the city lord's mansion, Li Zhixian looked grim. Though he had poured forth his utmost power to protect Huaqing's people, his cultivation realm was simply too low. Lord City, we will aid you. Seeing the 7-hued light falter, the Qitian generals exchanged glances and unleashed their full momentum, their hands moving in rapid succession. As they infused their spiritual energy, the 7-hued barrier steadied. Even Lan moved, without incantation. She swept her arm, and a small, exquisite, heartwarming mirror flew from her person. The mirror swelled against the wind and flared brilliant light before merging into the 7-hued radiance. It hovered above Huaqing, a misty aura spreading to fully block the dreadful storm. This was given to me by my father. It should hold for a while. Li Zhixian gazed deeply at the woman he loved, then, under the general's watchful eyes, took Lan's jade hand. The sudden gesture left Lan momentarily stunned, then a flush rose to her pretty face. Though she often joked that she was Li Zhixian's wife, in truth her heart raced. At that instant, feeling the warmth of Li Zhixian's palm, her anxiety mixed with a sliver of happiness. Thunderous rumbles echoed through the air. The duel between Chu Shanhe and Sima Zhua remained deadlocked. With each collision of the great hands, Chu Shanhe grew paler, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Luckily, he had swallowed the Wanyin Lingsui 10,000-year spirit marrow and the Jinling Guxiang Dan golden spirit consolidation pill beforehand, or he could not have endured to this point. Now coughing up blood as he recovered, golden light about him grew ever more resplendent, the gilded patterns on his back expanding until they crept to his neck. Huh, it's lasting this long. Sima Zhuo revealed a trace of surprise. Although Chu Shan's Zhaixing hand was an unparalleled divine art, there remained a gap in their cultivation realms. He had expected that at most a few strikes would shatter that colossal palm, yet Chu Shan's stubborn endurance Moreover, under the relentless impacts, faint cracks began to trace themselves across the surface of the Yuming ghost. Uncle Zhuo, this game should come to an end. On the wooden boat, Sima Zhenqing crossed his arms, a look of arrogance on his face. He never expected that a two-star battle king could last this long under Sima Zhuo's command. In this regard, he developed a deep interest in Chu Shanhe, intrigued by the lay ancestors' legacy, the secrets of the abyss, and the special cross-training techniques. He even discovered that the sword over there was no ordinary item. Now he was displaying an unparalleled divine ability that could rival the spectral ghost hand. The more secrets Chu Shanhe had, the more intrigued he became. In his eyes, Chu Shanhe was a treasure trove, and he could hardly wait to capture him and take him back. All right. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhuo was slowly nodded, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. This game indeed should come to an end. As his words fell, mysterious black patterns suddenly appeared on his arm. With the flickering of these patterns, his entire arm turned pitch black, and then elongated claws sprouted from his fingertips, his skin becoming terrifyingly dark. This was simply a miniature version of the spectral ghost hand. Annihilate. With a gentle wave of his arm, the ghost hand in the air emitted a thick black mist, completely enveloping the star-plucking hand. Although there was lightning to dissolve the black mist, the mist was too dense, and soon the lightning was extinguished within it. As the black mist spread, the sound of a shattering object was heard. Following that, Chu Shanhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and even the golden giant began to flicker, showing signs of dissipating. Old Chu, Deputy City Lord. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Zhexian and others couldn't help but change their expressions drastically, worry etched on their faces. Even the citizens of Huaqing were filled with terror. If that golden figure fell, they dared not imagine what would happen next. In fact, their target was merely Chu Shanhe, but they were unaware and thought it was another disaster for Huaqing. In the void above, a hint of regret flashed in the eyes of the wine Taoist. After Sima Zhuo erupted completely, the chances of Chu Shanhe surviving were slim. To be honest, he had a decent impression of Chu Shanhe, otherwise he wouldn't have sent a message to He Xiangdong earlier asking them to stall for time against the Shumi Mountain Buddhist sect and the Yi family of the ancient era. The condition was that he would reveal the secrets of the abyss. Unfortunately, the gap in their realms was too vast. Although he had unparalleled talent and a plethora of divine abilities, even defeating the 3-star battle king, Hu the Butcher. But facing the 4-star battle king, Sima Zhuo, he ultimately had to be defeated. Even he had to retreat when encountering the ghostly aura, let alone Chu Shanhe, who had endured so long. If he survived, his future would be boundless, but sadly. The wine Taoist sighed, then his expression became serious as he spoke to Daozi and others. The battle is just beginning. Be careful of the ghostly aura from the Sima family. Yes. Daozi and the others nodded, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At the same time, the other major powers were the same, their auras fluctuating, preparing to act. There were too many secrets and treasures on Chu Shanhe. They could not just let him go. Even though the ghostly aura was terrifying, these people were not to be underestimated. On the side of Haiqing, Hai Linger looked at the battlefield, a hint of anxiety flashing in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Chu Shanhe about to fall into Sima Zhuo's hands, she was very anxious but had no way to help. Linger, don't panic. At this moment, Hai Xiuyuan patted his niece's shoulder and then whispered his ultimate plan. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Hai Linger was taken aback and a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth beneath the veil. Boom. In the void above, as the star-plucking hand shattered, the black mist on the ghostly hand also dissipated completely, and even the ghost hand itself was covered in countless cracks, as if it were about to shatter. Come to me. Sima Zhuo's expression was grim. Upon closer inspection, blood was seeping from the hand that had transformed into the ghostly hand. Although he had just shattered the star-plucking hand, Chu Shanhe still put up a fierce resistance in the end, channeling lightning into his palm, catching Sima Zhuo off guard. With a swing of Sima Zhuo's arm, the ghostly hand in the air fiercely clawed at Chu Shanhe. The terrifying pressure forced Chu Shanhe back several steps, his golden body trembling as if it would dissipate at any moment. His complexion was pale, blood staining the corners of his mouth. He looked up at the rapidly approaching ghostly hand, and at that moment, affected by the ghostly aura, his spirit felt a bit dazed. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Then a crazed look appeared on his face, his eyes turning blood red, and a battle intent soared into the clouds. His internal blood energy surged completely, his momentum rising further, solidifying his golden body, while the golden patterns on his back erupted with devastating brilliance. Then an ancient bronze cauldron appeared, hovering above his head, turning slowly. Cauldron of all things maternal. As the cauldron emerged, the entire sky dimmed, causing everyone's expressions to change. Especially the people of the Yi family, their breaths became hurried. This legendary item, which appeared in their family tree, actually showed up today. No, this isn't the cauldron of all things maternal, it's just a replica. Yi Cheng's gaze flickered. Although this cauldron looks identical to the cauldron of all things maternal, it lacks the slightest bit of chaotic energy. Don't forget the family tree records that our ancestor Yi Fan used a strand of innate maternal energy to refine the cauldron of all things maternal. This cauldron only has the shape but lacks the imperial essence. Moreover, the cauldron of all things maternal is a weapon of the great emperor, and it has long since disappeared with our ancestor the Yi emperor. How could it appear in the hands of an old man? Yi Cheng's confident demeanor caused the others of the Yi family to nod in agreement, feeling it made sense. But they could not imagine that this was indeed the weapon of the great emperor, only that Chu Shan's current strength could only unleash a fraction of its power. Just like the Long Yuan sword, until now no one had discovered it was an imperial weapon. It was simply because the user's ability was insufficient. However, even if it's not an imperial weapon, it must not fall into the hands of others. A cold glint flashed in Yi Cheng's eyes. This cauldron must belong to our Yi family. This old man is impressive. He even has a replica of the cauldron of all things maternal. On the other side, the members of the Xiang family wore strange expressions. The cauldron of all things maternal was the weapon of the Yi family's great emperor, and the Yi family held it in the highest regard and awe. Now that a replica had appeared, one could only imagine their feelings. Although it's a replica, it's still formidable at the divine weapon level. It's impressive, but... Xiang Dong spoke slowly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes as he looked at Chu Shanhe. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Shan's fighting spirit soared. Then he stepped forward, and the golden giant raised its massive fist, smashing down towards the ghostly hand. Is this seeking one's own destruction, eh? Is it the final struggle, eh? Chu Shan's action surprised everyone. He truly is a stubborn old man. Sima Zhao shook his head with a cold smile full of disdain. In his view, such actions were merely the last of his stubbornness. Old Chu, Deputy City Lord, old thing. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Zhexin, Yao Chun, and others looked on in despair, as Chu Shan's punch had already signified his determination. Boom. The golden fist collided with the ghostly hand. As expected, several cracks appeared on the ghostly hand, but Chu Shanhe was directly sent flying, spitting blood. His massive body smashed through a peak of the Qinling Mountains, causing boulders to tumble and dust to rise. However, Chu Shanhe did not give up. After getting up, he threw another punch. Boom, boom, boom. He was continuously sent flying, constantly spitting blood. Dust was already spreading over there in the Qinling Mountains, and the ruins were stained with shocking crimson. It was as if he felt no pain, relentlessly attacking, then spitting blood, and being sent flying. He doesn't think that we dare to kill him, and believes there's still a glimmer of victory, does he? On the wooden boat, Sima Jingqing laughed mockingly, unable to contain himself at Chu Shan's actions. Sima Zhao also chuckled coldly. Since the opponent was willing to act like this, he was more than happy to cooperate and watch a good show. With a wave of his arm, the ghostly hand solidified once more. After all, Chu Shanhe was already at the end of his road and posed no threat. Old Chu, Deputy City Lord, old thing. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Zhexin and Yao Chun watched Chu Shan's stubborn attacks, spitting blood and being sent flying time and again, their eyes turning crimson with emotion. In the void above, the major powers quietly observed Chu Shan's actions, shifting from confusion to mockery and finally to respect, their expressions continuously changing. This is truly admirable. The regret in the Wine Taoist's eyes deepened. He felt an urge to stand by Chu Shan's side and confront the other forces. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Shanhe seemed tireless, as if he had completely forgotten the pain. With each surge, his aura grew weaker and his complexion became increasingly pale. Yet those pitch-black eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the void above, that golden figure continued to strike relentlessly, its golden body already riddled with cracks, looking as if it were about to dissipate at any moment. If it weren't for the golden patterns shimmering behind it, the onlookers would hardly notice the existence of the golden body. The atmosphere was filled with a tragic and desolate aura. Except for the Sima family, all other forces were shaken by Chu Shan's spirit, including Haiqing. Although Hai Linger harbored an intense killing intent towards Chu Shanhe, at this moment, upon seeing that desolate figure, her beautiful eyes revealed a myriad of emotions. What is he doing? The eyes of the Wine Taoist flashed with two beams of sharp light. This action was indeed too peculiar, leading him to entertain an absurd thought. It could be seen as seeking death, but with the enhancement of the golden body, his physical strength could not be pierced by any divine weapon. Just by this repeated collision, it would take ages to achieve anything. If it was self-harm, then there was no need for it. What benefit would self-harm bring him? In the end, wouldn't he still be captured by one of their forces, or stubbornly wait to have his soul searched? Or perhaps he would reveal everything, relinquish his secrets and divine abilities, and gain a slim chance of survival. None of these aligned with his current actions. So the question arises, what exactly was his purpose? Master Uncle, do you think he is trying to use this collision and pressure to break through? At this moment, Daozi's words enlightened the Wine Taoist, causing his eyes to suddenly emit a bright light. He suddenly recalled the scene from not long ago when Chu Shanhe swallowed the spiritual essence and the golden spirit solidification pill. At that time, he thought he was replenishing spiritual energy for that unparalleled divine ability, but now it seemed far more complicated. If he truly intended to seek a breakthrough in battle, that would indeed be madness. Interesting. With this thought, a smile crept upon the wine Taoist's lips. On the surface it appears to be a final act of stubbornness, but in reality he is secretly seeking a breakthrough. Once he breaks through, the outcome of the situation may be utterly reversed. How foolish of Sima is what to still think he is merely a grasshopper shaking a tree continuously toying with him. Upon finishing he displayed a look of anticipation. Nearby other forces also sensed something amiss and began speculating on Chu Shan's true intentions. Even Sima's was previously mocking expression gradually turned solemn. Chu Shan's actions had completely surpassed his expectations. Such a bizarre act of defiance without ceasing was quite strange, causing him to feel a hint of unease. Old fool, it's time to end this game. Sima's gaze sharpened, and then with a wave of his arm that terrifying ghostly hand swiftly reached out towards Chu Shanhe. This time Chu Shanhe did not retaliate with a punch. Instead, in the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he directly sat cross-legged on the ground. The crowd exchanged glances. This action once again exceeded their expectations. It seems he has found the opportunity for a breakthrough. The wine Taoist stretched lazily, gently swaying his head, leaning back against his gourd. Now this is going to be a good not good. He is breaking through. As Chu Shanhe entered his meditative state, his fragmented golden body erupted with brilliant golden light. The golden patterns behind him seemed to come alive, slowly materializing. Suspended above his head. This scene caused the expressions of all except a few from the Tao sect to drastically change as they finally reacted. Especially Sima Zhua, whose face turned quite grim, feeling a sense of being toyed with. His expression immediately darkened, and his aura surged, his ghostly claw arms suddenly extending. In an instant, that enormous ghostly hand exploded with a sinister and terrifying black light, rushing towards Chu Shanhe with the might of thunder. Boom! The terrifying wave of energy shook the entire Qinling mountain range. The violent winds uprooted flowers, grass, and trees, sweeping them into the sky. However, this terrifying blow was thwarted by the golden patterns. The golden light on Chu Shanhe grew even more dazzling, and his aura soared. At this moment, all the immortal cells within him trembled violently. His blood was in a constant surge, and a sound like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar echoed from his chest. Indeed, he was about to break through the fifth transformation of the Stupa golden body. Long ago in the Bronze Hall, he was just a step away from the fifth transformation. Just after he swallowed the 10th Asandir spiritual essence, and the golden spirit solidification pill, the thought of breaking and re-establishing emerged. This was his last chance. If he couldn't break through, the outcome would be the same. But once he did break through, it would be a reversal of. At the moment the star-snatching hand shattered, he was severely injured by the backlash of his own blood, but to his surprise he found that the Stupa golden body had actually made a breakthrough. In that instant he realized that what followed the immortal cells was indeed breaking and re-establishing. When he was in the abyss, he was puzzled. The fourth transformation of the Stupa golden body had already amplified everything that could be strengthened within his physical body. So what was the key to the fifth transformation? Now he understood it was to break and then re-establish. With each collision he endured, he grew closer to breaking through the fifth transformation. Finally, at this critical moment, the golden patterns on his back fully materialized. Bang! The ghostly hand dissipated, and the golden patterns began to spin, then transformed into a streak of light that merged into Chu Shan's body. Damn it! Sima's expression darkened tremendously, radiating a chilling aura. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before Chu Shanhe, his whisk transforming into the scythe of death, striking fiercely at him. Clang! However, the next moment, a harsh metallic clash echoed. The immense backlash forced Sima Zhua to retreat several steps, while Chu Shanhe remained unscathed, radiant with golden light, and the sound of harmonious melodies resonated within him. Like the roar of dragons and the cries of phoenixes, everyone attacked together to stop him. Sima Zhua finally realized the gravity of the situation, shouting, "If he breaks through, we will be powerless against him." Boom! With his words, the Yi family was the first to strike. Yi Cheng's aura erupted, his golden blood boiling, and then he stepped forward, instantly arriving before Chu Shanhe, delivering a powerful punch. The golden fist exuded a menacing aura with strands of reincarnation power emanating from it. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The supreme divine ability preserved by the Yi family finally revealed itself. Boom! The golden fist exuded a menacing aura with strands of reincarnation power emanating from it. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The supreme divine ability preserved by the Yi family finally revealed. Xiangdong, are you seeking death? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yi Cheng's eyes. Do you wish to become our enemy? You have always been my enemy, all right. A cold smile appeared on Xiangdong's lips. Just moments ago, while Chu Shanhe was exerting his full strength against Sima Zhua, he had hesitated about which side to take. Because he deeply admired Chu Shan's spirit, and prior to this they had made an agreement, otherwise he wouldn't have helped block Yi Cheng earlier. Aside from the secrets of the abyss, his family had no interest in anything else. Since Chu Shanhe had promised to share the truth as long as he blocked this calamity, he was determined to help. Now that Chu Shanhe was on the verge of breaking through and the situation was about to turn, he was entirely convinced of that thought. Rather than having another enemy, it was better to become his ally. Moreover, the formidable combat power Chu Shanhe displayed today was worth his family's support. Thus at this critical moment, he blocked Yi Cheng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. To no avail, Yi Cheng's face twisted in fury, his golden blood surged wildly, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist rained down upon Xiangdong. Unfazed Xiangdong unleashed an overwhelming aura and engaged Yi Cheng with his war spear. At this moment Master Shitong also moved. After chanting a Buddhist verse, a colossal swastika, exuding a terrifying aura, descended towards Chu Shanhe. Old Baldy, you still can't change that bad habit of taking advantage of others' misfortunes. The wine Taoist shared the same sentiment as Xiangdong. He waved his arm, causing an ancient talisman to appear, which then transformed into a massive Zhen character, crashing violently into the swastika. Boom. The colossal swastika and the character Zhen in the sky continuously collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that swept across the entire realm. Drunken fool, do you really intend to stop me, eh? Master Shitong lowered his gaze, but his eyes were filled with overwhelming killing intent. A profound aura of great compassion emanated from him, evoking a compelling urge to lay down one's weapons. Yet beneath that compassion brewed a tempest of murderous energy. Old bald donkey, since we didn't finish our fight earlier, shall we continue? The drunken Taoist radiated a sharp aura. As his thoughts stirred, 6 differently colored talismans appeared around him, slowly rotating. The 6 true characters of the Tao sect. A cold glint flashed in Shitong's eyes, and then he thrust his staff violently into the void. In the next moment, a great sun slowly rose above his head. Buddhist disciples, heed my command. Put all your efforts into dealing with that fellow below. As Chu Shanhe's aura grew increasingly formidable, a hint of urgency appeared on Shitong's face. Although he was blocked by the drunken Taoist, there were still several martial monks and disciples of Buddha behind him. As long as they could interrupt Chu Shanhe's breakthrough, they could reverse the situation once again. Yes. Several of them nodded, and then their momentum erupted, bathing half the sky in golden light. The 4 martial monks surged forth like golden figures, bathing in radiant golden light, as they charged towards Chu Shanhe. Do you really think that our Tao sect is merely watching? The drunken Taoist waved his arm, and calmly said, stop them. Daozi was the first to charge forward, stepping in front of the disciple of Buddha, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Let's continue. Get lost. The disciple of Buddha's brow glimmered with a red mark, and his aura soared. He then formed seals with his hands, and in the next moment a lion radiating golden light appeared in the air. Roar! The lion let out a furious roar, then opened its massive mouth, exuding a terrifying aura as it charged towards Daozi. Is this the fearless lion seal of the Buddha? Daozi's eyes glimmered with brilliance as a fierce aura erupted. His black hair danced wildly, and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. With a flick of his wrist, a golden bean appeared in his hand, and was then thrown into the air. The golden beans instantly transformed into soldiers clad in golden armor, wielding long spears as they charged at the lion. Transforming beans into soldiers, let's see how I devour your small minions. The disciple of Buddha smirked coldly, then his fingers changed shape, causing the golden lion to grow even larger and more imposing. The powers of Tao and Buddha collided violently, and in an instant the heavens shimmered with golden light as spiritual energy began to run rampant. Bang! Soon the golden-armored soldiers dissipated, reverting back to golden beans. The fearless lion's aura surged, maintaining its speed as it charged towards Daozi. Daozi's expression remained calm as he pointed his fingers like a sword, with brilliant light bursting forth from his fingertips. In the next second, the golden beans transformed once more into golden-armored soldiers, swiftly merging to form a gigantic heavenly general. The heavenly general's aura surged, taking a step forward as it charged at the lion. The clash of Tao and Buddha intensified, with both being prodigies, their unparalleled talents clashing as the powers of Buddhism and Tao continuously collided, shaking the very heavens. On the other side, disciples of the Tao and martial monks of Buddha became thoroughly entangled as the entire sky trembled and spiritual energy began to wreak havoc in the firmament. The entire scene reverted to the earlier chaos, with Tao and Buddha competing fiercely. The Tsang Tian body and the ancient saint body engaged in a fierce battle. However, this time the scale was even grander. Hai Shiyuan, what are you waiting for? Sima Zhuo roared in anger as he was pushed back by golden patterns. Are you waiting for him to break through so you can kill him? As his words fell, his aura intensified even further, and waves of dark energy began to surge forth. His hand transformed into a ghostly claw, erupted with pitch-black light. He lunged forward. The ghostly claw seemingly ignored distance, and instantly appeared before Chu Shanhe, fiercely clawing at his chest. Clang! However, the Mother Chi cauldron of all things directly blocked this terrifying strike. The bronze cauldron wobbled slightly, then slowly hovered above Chu Shanhe's head. With the Mother Chi cauldron protecting him, Chu Shanhe's breakthrough accelerated even further. Hai Shiyuan, you bat! Sima Zhuo glared at the unmoving Hai Shiyuan, cursing. You think you can scheme without considering the situation. I know you have already sent word to your stronghold. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. But just look at the current situation. The Tao sect and the Xiang family have turned against each other. If we don't join forces to interrupt his breakthrough, do you think your so-called reinforcements can turn the tide? You really are as foolish as a pig. Sima Zhua cast a cold glance at the direction of Haicheng, then turned to Sima Zhengqing. Zhengqing, let's go. Haicheng. Bah. Sima Zhengqing looked disdainfully and then unleashed his aura. Under the horrified gazes of Hai Shuyuan and Hai Linger, he stepped forward, exuding ghostly energy filled with a strong curse heading towards Chu Shan's back. In the void, only the people from Haicheng remained unmoved. At that moment, Hai Ziyuan's expression was extremely grim. This Sima Zhengqing was actually at the one-star Battle King realm. Moreover, he never expected that Sima Zhua would know he had already called for reinforcements. This backup plan he thought he executed covertly was now exposed. He had no idea how Sima Zhua figured it out. Now that Sima Zhua had revealed this matter, although the major factions were in conflict, they would surely be on guard against it. Originally, he thought of sitting back and watching the Tigers fight. Even if Chu Shanhe broke through, what of it? Once reinforcements arrived, the two Battle Kings from Haicheng would strike swiftly, catching them off guard. But now with the exposure of this matter, that thought shattered. Moreover, it put them in a morally superior position. Third uncle, what should we do now? Hai Linger looked quite grim at Sima Zhua's words, and Sima Zhengqing's disdain made her face slightly flush. We've already borne this name, let's just wait for your second uncle to arrive. Hai Ziyuan's expression gradually returned to calm as he spoke lightly. The outcome is what matters most. As for the process, After pondering for a while, he ultimately chose to remain still. But Hai Linger wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hai Shuyuan. Child, remember, in comparison to strength, face means nothing. We only focus on results. Boom. At that moment, Sima Zhua and Sima Zhengqing also arrived before Chu Shanhe. The Mother Chi cauldron of all things fell once more, blocking Sima Zhua's attack, but the assault from Sima Zhengqing came from behind. This strike could completely alter the tide of battle. A cold smile crossed Sima Zhengqing's lips. He was absolutely confident that this palm would interrupt Chu Shan's breakthrough. However, in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Swish! A terrifying aura erupted from Chu Shanhe, and those golden patterns reappeared on his back, shining brilliantly and completely blocking the fierce strike from Sima Zhengqing. Immediately, a pair of chilling eyes turned toward him. Sima Zhengqing's expression changed drastically as he saw a sea of corpses and countless white bones in those eyes, along with a terrifying killing intent. At the same time, Sima Zhua also changed his expression, roaring retreat. He never expected that at this moment Chu Shanhe would actually open his eyes, meaning he had successfully broken through. Sima Zhengqing was in danger. Without any hesitation, Sima Zhengqing retreated rapidly. Since you've come, then stay. Chu Shan's momentum surged, a violent aura sweeping across the entire realm. 2 beams of blood light shot from his eyes, and then several bolts of thunder fell from the sky, completely enveloping Sima Zhengqing. Boom! A dense aura of death swirled around Sima Zhengqing's heart. He had no time to think. His momentum increased further as a brilliant light shone from his wrist. It was a defensive divine weapon bracelet which transformed into a silver shield at that moment, enveloping Sima Zhengqing. Bang! 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 As the thunder struck, the silver shield trembled continuously. Crack! Soon, with the sound of shattering glass, the silver shield directly cracked, and the silver bracelet on his wrist shattered in response. Uncles was save me. Looking at the last purple lightning bolt, Sima Zhengqing couldn't help but shout. The terrifying aura from the purple lightning made his face pale with fear. If this struck him, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Go! Sima Zhua couldn't rush over in time, and could only throw out his talisman. The talisman expanded in the wind, instantly enlarging several times. It swirled above Sima Zhengqing's head, forcefully catching that purple thunder. Wow! In an instant, the talisman shook, and Sima Zhua's face turned pale. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Then in a flash, he grabbed Sima Zhengqing's arm, and they returned to the wooden boat. He took out a pill and swallowed it, looking coldly at the golden figure. He glanced at the direction of Haicheng, a hint of venom flashing across his face. If it weren't for those petty people not intervening, even if he couldn't interrupt Chu Shan's breakthrough, it wouldn't have put Sima Zhengqing in danger. In the urgent situation just now to save Sima Zhengqing, he had acted without thinking, using his talisman to withstand that heavenly thunder, resulting in him being heavily injured in retaliation. Compared to Chu Shanhe at this moment, he hated Hai Shuyuan even more. Sima Zhengqing's complexion also wasn't good. He coldly glanced at Haicheng, then said to Sima Zhua, "Uncles, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Sima Zhua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression unpredictable. The plan has failed. Now that the opponent has broken through, it seems our hope is very slim. Even if we capture Chu Shanhe now, we still won't be able to deal with Haicheng's 2 battle kings. Although Sima Zhengqing is also a battle king, he is only a 1-star, and he has just broken through, not even stabilizing his realm yet. Initially, he thought of using Sima Zhengqing as a trump card, believing that a 1-star battle king could easily sweep through the younger generation, but he never expected things to turn out like this. However, even if there is no hope left, he could not just watch Haicheng become the final victor. Thinking of this, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. With Chu Shan's breakthrough, the entire situation turned upside down. The 5th transformation of the golden body greatly increased his combat power, directly surpassing the 3-star battle kings, equaling the 4-star battle kings. The 15-zhang golden body shrank to 10 zhang, yet it became even more terrifying. With every move, a chilling power emanated. He looked up at the void, understanding the situation of all major forces clearly. Then he stepped forward, instantly arriving in front of the Sima family's wooden boat, looking coldly at Sima Zhua and slapping down. Damn it! Sima Zhua snorted coldly, and with a thought the wooden boat flickered, dodging Chu Shanhe's palm. Chu Shanhe approached, extending his arm forward. Several bolts of lightning struck down, blocking the wooden boat's escape. Then with a flip of his wrist the long yuan sword appeared, an aura erupting as a shocking sword light appeared. Open the sky slash. His expression was very cold, with no unnecessary words, directly launching a killing move. Rumble. The enormous sword light carrying a violent aura instantly arrived above the wooden boat. Sima Zhua's expression changed drastically as he quickly pulled Sima Zhengxing back. Bang. The wooden boat was directly sliced into pieces, the sword light's momentum unabated, falling upon a mountain peak instantly, cleaving the mountain in half, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Sima Zhua and Sima Zhengxing dodged this sword, standing on the void with cold expressions. He knew that Chu Shanhe was seeking revenge for the earlier incident. He also knew that he was heavily injured and in a poor condition, and he was definitely not Chu Shanhe's opponent. Even if he fought, he could only hold on for a while. Watching Chu Shanhe closing in again, his eyes flickered, and then his mouth moved slightly. In the next second, Chu Shanhe's figure came to a halt, frowning coldly at them. Soon he turned and left, seemingly believing Sima Zhua. Indeed, Sima Zhua admitted defeat and revealed Hai Ziyuan's backup plan to Chu Shanhe, preparing to completely trap the two battle kings of Hai Qing here. Hai Shiyuan, soon it will be your doomsday. A hint of malice flashed in Sima Zhua's eyes. Meanwhile, when Hai Shiyuan saw Chu Shanhe approaching with the long yuan sword, his expression changed drastically. Linger, retreat quickly. With no reinforcements arrived, and Chu Shanhe, having broken through his plans, were completely destroyed. At this moment, Chu Shanhe's strength was worlds apart from before. He could vaguely sense that faint aura of majesty. Without time to think, he shouted loudly and stepped forward, an azure light exploding. As he swung his arm, a curtain of water fell from the sky, like a waterfall, blocking the space between them. Reinforcements were about to arrive. He just needed to hold on for a little longer to completely reverse the situation. He had waited so long and absolutely could not allow failure. Chu Shanhe's expression was emotionless, the Tianzhong golden body exuding a violent aura. His waist bent slightly, and a blood-red light shot from his eyes. Even the long yuan sword had turned completely blood-red. He seemed to transform into an ancient demon god, a terrifying aura sweeping across the entire sky. The long yuan sword raised, the blood-colored sword light reappeared, carrying the aura of annihilation and slashing down upon that curtain of water. Crack! As expected, the curtain of water shattered directly, the sword light, like a bamboo shoot, piercing through, instantly arriving above Hai Shiyuan. The terrifying aura caused his hair to dance wildly, and even the fierce sword energy directly severed a strand of hair from his forehead, which then fluttered in the wind. Hai Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed that Chu Shanhe's strength would be higher than his, but he never expected it to be this much. That curtain of water actually couldn't hold him back for even a second. As the sword light approached, he could hardly utilize his divine abilities to defend. Third uncle. Hai Linger's delicate face changed color as she raised her hands, sending two blue moons flying, trying to block that terrifying sword light. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. The blue moons were directly sliced in half by the emitted sword energy. No. Watching the sword light enveloping her third uncle, Hai Linger's tragic cries echoed throughout the entire realm. In the void above, as they watched the terrifying sword light enveloping Hai Shiyuan completely, Sima Zhua and Sima Zhengxing couldn't help but smirk coldly. I told you to call for reinforcements, yet you hesitated to act. At this moment, Sima Zhua felt quite pleased, as the frustration in his heart had completely dissipated. Although the mission had failed, witnessing Hai Ziyuan's demise was still worth the effort. With this, Hai City would lose a war king. Sima Zhengxing also kept sneering, his gaze shifting past the sword light towards Hai Linger, admiring her exquisite figure. He couldn't help but lick his lips. As descendants of the Emperor of the Nether, the Sima family possessed a rather unique bloodline, which perfectly aligned with Hai Linger's innate spiritual body, capable of furthering their lineage. Thus, he had always been thinking about the day he could capture Hai Linger, would his bloodline then reach the level of the Emperor. As a rare prodigy from the Sima family, his bloodline was perhaps the closest to that of the Emperor of the Nether. After all, the Emperor had lived 1,000 years ago, and the Sima bloodline had since been diluted significantly. To produce even one prodigy was akin to a blessing from their ancestors. However, the next moment his smile froze on his face, and even Sima Zhua beside him wore a similar expression. They witnessed the sword light shatter and dissipate into the void. Yet astonishingly, Hai Shiyuan remained unscathed. How is this possible? The two exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with shock. Hai Shiyuan was only a 3-star war king. How could he possibly withstand Chu Shanhe's fierce strike? It should be noted that Chu Shanhe's combat power was already at the 4-star war king level, completely overwhelming, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Soon they would understand the reason. A figure appeared behind Hai Shiyuan, resembling him, somewhat clad in a deep blue robe radiating a fierce aura. At that moment, a blue moon rested in his palm. It was that blue moon which blocked Chu Shanhe's heaven-splitting strike and dispersed it. Hai Shilo. When Sima Zhuo and Sima Zhengqin recognized the face of the newcomer, their expressions changed instantly. The newcomer was none other than Hai Ziyuan's second brother, Hai Shiluo, the second strongest force in Hai City, a 4-star war king. Just moments before, as everything hung in the balance, Hai Shiluo had descended from the skies to rescue Hai Shiyuan from peril. Second brother, second uncle. Hai Shiyuan and Hai Linger looked overjoyed, then sighed in relief. Their strongest trump card had finally arrived. With a 4-star war king and his 3-star war king standing together, the two brothers were absolutely invincible here. Are you both alright? Hai Shiluo bore a jagged scar across his face, living up to his name, resembling a fierce Azura, the most ruthless person in Hai City. We're fine. The two slowly shook their heads. Hai Shiyuan turned to Chu Shanhe and spoke slowly. Second brother, he is the one who seized Linger's destiny and emerged from the abyss. Due to Hai Linger, everyone in Hai City believed that it was Chu Shanhe who had stolen her fortune. Is that so? Hai Shiluo turned to look, the scar on his face beginning to writhe, giving him an exceptionally sinister appearance. He took a glance at the Tenjong golden figure, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is interesting. Then he surveyed the situation of other forces, his smile growing wider. Isn't it lively? However, this game should come to an end. With a sinister grin, Hai Shiluo emitted a fierce aura, then stepped forward and instantly appeared before Chu Shanhe, his palm erupting with a deep blue light. 2 blue moons then appeared, emanating a terrifying aura as they advanced toward Chu Shanhe. Humph! Chu Shanhe coldly scoffed, his arm deepening as several bolts of lightning fell instantly, enveloping the blue moons. As the lightning flickered, the blue moons dissipated. This is interesting. The sinister smile on Hai Ziyuo's face broadened. After probing, he unleashed his full power, a terrifying aura sweeping across the heavens and earth, altering the very weather. Looking at Hai Shiluo, his pupils transformed into a vibrant blue, radiating an eerie glow. Thief, come and take your life. With a surge of momentum, Hai Shiluo stepped out again, this time with a faint ripple of water appearing beneath his feet. Once more, a blue moon appeared in his hand, within which a phantom flickered. Upon closer inspection, it was a blue bird which screeched as the blue moon accelerated, instantly reaching above Chu Shan's head, descending upon him. Jinghong go. Chu Shanhe remained calm with the Long Yuan sword floating before him, then began to spin wildly. In the next second, he appeared before the blue moon, colliding violently with it. The spinning sword flashed, the blue bird screeched. The blue moon exploded and the blue bird finally manifested, shocking everyone as it took the shape of a swirling mass of water. The blue bird flapped its wings, sending rippling water illusions into the air, causing the Long Yuan sword to feel as if it were sinking into a quagmire. I never expected that Hai Shiluo could comprehend the way of water to this extent. In the void above, Sima Zhuo wore a serious expression. If both Hai Linger and her father Hai Xiuxian are innate spiritual bodies, then the highest talent in Hai City is undoubtedly this Hai Shiluo. The brilliance of Hai Xiuxian and Hai Linger is so overwhelming that people often forget that Hai Shiluo is also a genius. Boom. The blue bird ultimately transformed into a puddle of seawater, completely enveloping the Long Yuan sword, causing Chu Shan's complexion to change drastically. He felt as though the connection between him and the Long Yuan sword had been severed. Old man without a weapon, I wonder how long you can hold out. Hai Shiluo chuckled coldly, but the next second his expression shifted slightly. The Long Yuan sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, dispersing the seawater into the void. The sword then flew back into Chu Shan's hand. After all, it was an imperial weapon possessing its own pride. Although Chu Shanhe could not yet unleash even a fraction of its power, it was not something a mere divine ability could restrain. Interesting. After the surprise, the blue glow in Hai Ziyuo's eyes intensified. He let out a cold laugh, raising his arms, ripples appearing beneath his feet. Following that, a chilling aura emanated from the ripples. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a full moon slowly ascended. The emergence of the full moon caused everyone's expressions to drastically change. Even the 4 major forces engaged in battle paused to look this way. The Wine Taoist Master Sherdong, along with Yicheng and Xiang Dong, gasped in unison. How is this possible? What kind of divine ability is this? Sima Zhengqin looked at Sima Zhuo with a face full of fear. The bright moon rises over the sea. Sima Zhuo slowly spoke. The bright moon rises over the sea. With these words from Sima Zhuo, Sima Zhengqin could no longer maintain his composure, his face revealing deep astonishment. The cultivation methods of the Hai family are related to the way of water. It is rumored that this phenomenon only appears in those with extraordinary talent and special physiques. Despite the Hai family's long lineage and many gifted individuals as well as those with special physiques, no one has ever manifested such a phenomenon in their cultivation. Not to mention the distant past, even among the current members of the Hai family, both Hai Xiuxian and Hai Linger possess special physiques, with Hai Linger being a congenital spiritual body, a figure standing at the pinnacle from birth, having a perfect affinity for spiritual energy. Even with such talent and physique, they have never cultivated the phenomenon of the bright moon rising over the sea, demonstrating how rare this phenomenon truly is. Yet no one expected that this madman from the Hai family would actually cultivate such a legendary phenomenon, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. I never thought my second uncle would cultivate this legendary thing. Even Hai Linger looked enviously, while Hai Shuyuan beside her was even more expressive, his eyes shining with joy. Just moments ago, he was thinking about how they would deal with those 4-star battle kings if they teamed up against him and his brother. Now with the bright moon rising over the sea, it can almost suppress any adversary. It is said that after reaching great success, a full moon can shatter the heavens and crush all realms. That full moon hovered above Hai Zayuluo's head, appearing calm and peaceful, yet emanating a heart-stirring aura. The once thunderous sounds of battle fell silent, and everyone stared intently at Hai Shuyuan, their faces revealing a trace of apprehension. Anyone who could manifest such a phenomenon was certainly not an ordinary figure, and it seemed that Hai Shuyuan was far from simple. The eyes of several battle kings flickered, their thoughts unknown. The phenomenon of the way. Chu Shan's expression was serious as he looked up at the full moon, his eyes sparkling with. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Although it is said that the phenomenon of the way is terrifying and nearly invincible among those of the same level. But he did not believe in such superstitions. He wanted to test whether his stupid golden body was stronger, or if Hai Zayuluo's bright moon rising over the sea was superior. Old man, I admit you are strong, but today's outcome is already determined. The scar on Hai Zayuluo's face twitched, looking exceptionally fierce. You should obediently follow me back, lest you suffer physical pain. Enough with the nonsense, let me see how powerful your moon is. Chu Shanhe sneered, his internal energy boiling as his Tinjong golden body erupted with dazzling brilliance. With his fighting spirit soaring, a violent aura engulfed the heavens and earth. He took a step forward, raising his long yuan sword once more, and the blood-red sword light shot into the sky before slashing toward Hai Shuyuan. Arrogant. Hai Shuyuan snorted coldly, too lazy to move. The silver light of the moon above him flickered, and a heart-stirring aura spread from it, slowly rising. Boom. The terrifying shockwave caused the skies to change color. In the next moment, under Chu Shan's astonished gaze, the blood-red sword light was shattered into pieces, dissipating into the void like scattered spiritual light. The full moon unstoppable charged toward Chu Shanhe without losing momentum. The terrifying pressure from above made his heart tremble, yet he did not evade or retreat, but instead advanced. The Tinjong golden light erupted completely, his entire being resembling a great sun, the patterns on his back flashing wildly. Watch as I take your full moon today, open up. With a shout, a massive golden phantom suddenly appeared behind him, shocking everyone. What is this? A phenomenon, another phenomenon. How is this possible? What kind of phenomenon is this? In the void, the expressions of the 4 battle kings changed dramatically. If Hai Zayuluo's bright moon rising over the sea had shocked them, then the golden phantom behind Chu Shanhe completely overturned their worldview. When did the phenomenon of the way become so worthless? The wine master took out his wine gourd and tilted his head back, then quietly set it down, his eyes revealing a hint of envy as he looked at the two phenomena. Not far away, Master Shurtong stood with one hand raised, silently chanting a Buddha's name, Amitabha. Xiangdong and Yicheng also looked with sparkling eyes. As expected of old, Chu, always able to create miracles. At the city lord's mansion, Li Zhexian and others had expressions that changed dramatically, filled with emotion. Boom. In the void, as the stupa phantom appeared, an overwhelming aura erupted. The phantom punched out, crashing toward the full moon. The full moon also emitted a terrifying aura, crashing toward it. Boom. In an instant, the void trembled, spiritual energy ran rampant, and numerous dimensional rifts appeared. When the two collided, it nearly shattered the entire void. Interesting. The full moon returned to hover above Hai Zayuluo's head. At that moment, his expression turned completely serious. As a battle fanatic, only a powerhouse of the same level could make him take things seriously. Chu Shanhe counts as one. The azure light erupted from him, a terrifying aura soaring into the sky. The full moon above his head turned blue, and the ripples beneath his feet transformed into surging waves. As the blue moon rose, he leaped into the air, gripping the blue moon in his hand, and charged toward Chu Shanhe with a world-destroying aura. Boom. Chu Shanhe showed no fear, his golden light surging, the stupa phantom behind him gazing down upon the world. He took a step forward, throwing a punch. The phantom behind him mimicked the same action, striking toward the blue moon with unstoppable force. Boom. A terrifying dimensional storm erupted once more. The violent shockwaves, even from a distance, made all the citizens of Huaqing feel a wave of dread. With one blow, no victor was determined. Both retreated a few steps, and then charged at each other again. Boom boom. The two transformed into streams of blue and gold, continuously clashing, the terrifying aura shaking the void mountains, fracturing. I never expected that after his breakthrough he would undergo a complete transformation, with his combat power increasing exponentially. Master Shurtong shook his head slowly as he observed the battle, stating, now, even the sea Azura, along with the rising moon over the sea, cannot defeat him. It seems this game is coming to an end. Amitabha, let us return. At this point they had completely lost. After reciting a Buddhist chant, he led the Buddhist disciples of Mount Shumi away from the scene. As he was leaving, he turned and cast a deep, complex glance at the wine Taoist. In this duel he had lost once again. Old bald donkey, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Stay a little longer. Seeing the movements of Mount Shumi, the wine Taoist made a teasing remark, don't you want what's on them and their secrets? Wait for them to finish with the sea Azura, and then you can fight them. By then if he is in poor condition, won't it be easy for you? Isn't this the kind of scenario you've always dreamed of? If you are really bored waiting, I can practice with you. Hey, don't leave. You said you guys. Watching the people of Mount Shumi disappear into the horizon, the wine Taoist shrugged. These old bald donkeys are really something, leaving without saying a word. Do they not have any sense of public morality? Uncle Master. Seeing the incessant chatter of the wine Taoist, Daozi once again covered his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yicheng looked on with intense focus. The developments had exceeded his expectations. Now with Chu Shanhe's greatly enhanced strength, capturing the Sea Azura alive was no easy task. Moreover, with the Xiang family as allies, things were even more challenging. After some contemplation, he led the Yi family. Not far away, Xiang Dong watched the Yi family depart, and couldn't help but scoff, his face filled with disdain. Let's withdraw as well. Sima's was spoke as well, casting a complicated glance at the battle between Chu Shanhe and the Sea Azura, fully aware that it was impossible to trap the Sea family's warlord. He left with Sima Zhengqing. As they departed, the void above became much clearer. The wine Taoist and Xiang Dong exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles. This time they had placed the right bet. Over in Haicheng, Hai Linger observed the fierce battle, her eyes flashing with a hint of unease. Third uncle, do you think second uncle can win? It's hard to say. Hai Ziyuan's expression was also grim. He initially believed that the rising moon over the sea could suppress everything, but now it seemed he had overestimated it. He would have never imagined that after Chu Shanhe's breakthrough he would become so formidable, not only dramatically increasing in strength, but even manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Had he known this would happen, he would have joined forces with Sima Zhua to interrupt his breakthrough back then. Now it was not only a futile effort, but his reputation had also suffered severely. Failing to steal a chicken resulted in losing rice. He understood clearly that even if the Sea Azura won, what would that change? The Taoist and the Xiang family were standing by, watching closely, just waiting to prevent the two brothers from teaming up against Chu Shanhe. Boom. As the wave of energy erupted once more, the two figures distanced themselves from each other. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the Sea Azura's complexion was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the blue moon above his head was missing a large portion, having turned into a crescent. In contrast, Chu Shanhe fared even worse. The floating pagoda's illusory form had long since dissipated, and his Tinjong golden body had also faded significantly, similarly having blood at the corner of his mouth, severely injured. If you can withstand this blow from me, I will consider it a loss. The Sea Azura spoke slowly. I will take our people from Haicheng and guarantee that we will never be enemies with you. Ridiculous. Chu Shanhe let out a cold laugh. If I hadn't broken through and gained a significant boost in strength, I would have long been sent back by you to have my soul searched. Now you speak such words to me. Where were you before? I have explained many times to your niece, but she wouldn't listen, insisting on bringing me back. Now that it seems you can't handle me, you want to leave and promise never to be my enemy. Hee. I respect you for being a man, but what about your niece? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? What do you want to do? Do you want to be enemies with Haicheng? Or do you want to die? With the word die, the Sea Azura's momentum surged further, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What if I become enemies with Haicheng? It was you who did wrong in the first place. Oh, why should I bear all this? He roared like thunder, and as his voice fell, Chu Shanhe's momentum soared, stepping forward as lightning surged around him, and a terrifying thundercloud appeared in the sky. Come battle. His fighting spirit soared, and his roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Truly arrogant. The Sea Azura snorted coldly, a brilliant blue light erupting from his eyes. He then formed hand seals, and the broken blue moon elongated, transforming into a blue curved blade. Then he flickered, and the slender blue moon's aura surged the next moment, unleashing a violent aura that swept through the heavens and earth. Songhai's remnant moon slash. The azure light surged, and the Sea Azura, wielding the blue crescent, rushed towards Chu Shanhe with an overwhelming aura, aiming to cut through his Tinjong golden form. Chu Shanhe's expression remained calm as lightning crackled around him. He slowly uttered 4 words: thunderclap of 10,000 June. As his words fell, the thundercloud above erupted instantaneously, and a torrential rain of lightning poured down. In an instant, the entire void was illuminated, resembling daylight. Is this his final trump card? So terrifying indeed. The expressions of the wine Taoist and Xiang Dong changed slightly, then they shook their heads with bitter smiles. They had still underestimated Chu Shanhe. Is Chu Lao preparing to strike down that guy? Oh my, such a dense sea of lightning. Even if it doesn't kill him, it will severely injure him. Chu Lao continues to amaze people as always. The old man can always create miracles. Above the city lord's mansion, Li Zhexian and others looked on with astonishment. How is this possible? In Haicheng, as the vast sea of lightning completely enveloped the Sea Azura, Hai Ziyuan's expression finally changed. Like the others, he had initially thought that the floating pagoda's illusion was Chu Shanhe's final trump card. Yet he never expected that he still had such a tremendous killing move hidden away. Even from a great distance, he could feel the terrifying pressure of the countless lightning strikes, let alone the Sea Azura enveloped in the lightning sea. Even if he was a 4-star warlord, even if he had the extraordinary phenomena of the great Tao, whether he could survive within that sea of lightning was another matter. Third uncle, second uncle. Hai Linger's eyes turned red. The situation is dire. Hai Shiyuan fixed his gaze on the sea of lightning, his aura fluctuating. If any unexpected situation occurred, he would immediately take action. At this moment he could no longer care about the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor or the secrets of the Abyss, he was only concerned about his second brother's safety. Boom, boom, boom. The dense heavenly thunder poured down, and the blue remnant moon at the center of the sea of lightning exploded with dazzling brilliance, trying to resist. However, it was quickly shattered by the heavenly thunder, and the next moment the sea Azura's screams echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Second uncle, second brother. Hearing this, Hai Linger and Hai Zuan's expressions changed dramatically. Hai Zuan's aura erupted completely, and he stepped forward, two blue moons appearing in his palms rushing towards Chu Shanhe. So you are finally willing to take action. Chu Shanhe let out a cold laugh, then swung his arm, and the sea of lightning expanded completely, enveloping Hai Shiyuan. The sea of lightning subdued the two warlords. The dual warlords of Haiqing were thoroughly suppressed by Chu Shan's thunderclap of 10,000 June. The terrifying heavenly thunder repeatedly struck the two brothers, causing them to roar in agony. Hai Shiyuan initially held out for a while, but soon he too, like his second brother, began to scream in pain. With each scream, Hai Linger's heart twisted and tears had long since blurred her vision. Second uncle, third uncle. As the daughter of Haiqing's chief, the affection her two uncles had for her was even greater than that of her parents. Now seeing them struggle in the sea of lightning, her heart felt as if it were shattering. Finally she broke down, her Tao heart swaying, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the midst of the thunder sea, Hai Shiyuan and Hai Shiluo were enduring divine punishment. Despite their desperate struggle, the speed and sheer number of the lightning strikes were overwhelming, leaving them no chance to withstand even for a moment. Stop! Hai Linger, her heart shattered, coughed up a mouthful of blood, then shouted loudly as she rushed to stand in front of Chu Shanhe. What do you want to join in? Chu Shanhe snorted coldly. He held no good feelings towards Hai Linger. Had it not been for her young age, he would have struck her down with two bolts of heavenly thunder long ago. Thud. However, the next moment, she directly knelt before Chu Shanhe. This matter is my fault. You can kill or punish me as you wish. I only ask that you spare my second and third uncles. It's over. As Hai Linger knelt, both Zhou Daoren and Xiang Dong felt a jolt in their hearts. Her Tao heart is damaged. This girl from Haiqing has completely lost her qualification to pursue the heavens. Originally, Hai Linger had a deep obsession with the ancestral legacy. Now with Chu Shanhe using his lightning Tao powers to suppress her two uncles, her spirit was greatly shaken. To save her uncles' lives, she knelt down. Although this kneeling might save her uncles' lives, it also severed her own future. With her Tao heart damaged and her obsession too deep, if inner demons were to strike during her cultivation in the future, she would surely suffer immensely. Linger, Xiang Tian, and Daozi were also shaken internally. Although Hai Linger's attitude towards old Chu and her obsession with the lightning ancestral legacy had left them somewhat dissatisfied with the girl, they once liked seeing her in such a state, evoked a feeling of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. Though Hai Linger was not dead, her future was utterly severed, and she had completely lost her qualification to pursue the heavens. For a proud daughter of heaven, this was almost more painful than death. Oh, Chu Shanhe was slightly taken aback. He did not expect someone as proud as Hai Linger would kneel before him to admit her mistakes and apologize. Old Chu, this is all my doing. I beg you, as long as you spare my second and third uncles, I am willing to do anything for you. Even if you asked me to die, I would comply. Hai Linger's eyes were red, her delicate face full of determination. Girl, I initially had no intention of being your enemy, nor did I ever mean to. This has all been your one-sided wish. Looking at the kneeling Hai Linger, Chu Shanhe sighed helplessly. There truly is no ancestral legacy of the lightning in the heavenly monument. I've explained it to you many times, yet you refuse to believe it. You always say that I took away your fortune, but do you understand that fate plays tricks on people? Perhaps this is heaven's will. Your obsession is too deep. However, considering that you pleaded for your uncles, I shall spare their lives. With that he waved his arm, and the thunder sea instantly vanished, revealing the disheveled Hai family brothers before everyone. When they saw Hai Linger kneeling before Chu Shanhe, their expressions changed drastically, fury igniting within them as they spat out blood. Linger, you are foolish. Hai Shiyuan cried out sorrowfully. Our lives are worth less than your talent. One day you will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Why must you sever your own future for us? Thud. His face turned pale, another mouthful of blood spurted out, filled with regret. The so-called misstep leads to further missteps. If he and Sima Zhua had teamed up to interrupt Chu Shan's breakthrough back, then perhaps none of this would have happened. Maybe this is karma. Shut up. Hai Shiluo slowly stood up from the ground, looking at his still yelling younger brother, and coldly rebuked. What do you mean by severing one's future? If Linger cannot withstand this little setback, how can she talk about pursuing the heavens and standing at the pinnacle of the... Just like your elder brother, you've protected her too well. You must know that flowers in a greenhouse do not become a climate. Throughout history, who among the great figures has not endured countless hardships, stepping on the bodies of many to reach the peak? But Hai Shiyuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hai Shiluo. There is no but. Only through the tempering of hardships can one succeed. Having extraordinary talent is her unique advantage, but it is not her capital. Then he turned his gaze towards Hai Linger. Linger, this world is not lacking in geniuses, but those who ultimately reach the pinnacle are those who have weathered great storms. You need not look at others, I just look at our family, look at your second uncle. I understand, second uncle. Hearing Hai Ziyuo's words, Hai Linger appeared thoughtful. Soon a glint of brilliance flickered in her eyes, and an indescribable aura surged from her body, causing her to slowly close her eyes. No wonder she is the pride of the Hai family. This scene caused everyone to change their expressions slightly, not expecting that in such circumstances Hai Linger would enter a state of enlightenment. Old Chu, I sincerely apologize for the harm caused to my niece and our Haiqing. Seeing Hai Linger in a state of enlightenment, Hai Shiluo laughed heartily. He then looked at Chu Shanhe and sincerely bowed in apology, taking out a jade box. This is a fin from the ancient relic, the deep sea giant Koan, as an apology from me to you. Second brother, this fin. Hai Ziyuan's expression changed as he wanted to speak, but upon seeing Hai Ziyuo's sharp gaze, he immediately closed his mouth. Compared to your brother and niece, you are nothing. Chu Shanhe slowly gave a thumbs up. Among the Hai family, he only had a good impression of Hai Shiluo, who was powerful and brave enough to take responsibility. I accept this gift, and we shall consider this matter settled. Chu Shanhe put away the jade box and slowly spoke. Your niece has good talent and a good heart, but her emotional intelligence is a bit low. Make sure to teach her well when you return, and don't let her always be with people who lack emotional intelligence. With that, he glanced at Hai Ziyuan. You? Shut up. What he said is correct. You are already so grown up, yet have no emotional intelligence at all. Go back and reflect properly. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Hai Linger. Then she abruptly opened her eyes, slowly rising into the air, ripples forming beneath her feet, as a full moon gradually ascended. The full moon rose, bathing the entire world in its pale light, and every face shifted ever so slightly. Ha. Truly Haiqing's prodigy, ha ha ha. Hai Shiluo and Hai Ziyuan exchanged a look, and then broke into lavish, unrestrained laughter. Especially Hai Ziyuan. Moments before he had been chastising himself for a bungled scheme that almost ruined Hai Linger's Dao heart. Now, unexpectedly, his niece had broken through under immense pressure to the one-star Battle King realm, and even attained sudden insight from the uncanny vision of the moon rising over the sea. No wonder she is an innate spiritual constitution. Not far off, Xiang Dong and Zhou Daoren both nodded slowly, their gazes fixed on the apparition behind Hai Linger, their faces shadowed with complicated emotion. Daozi and Xiang Tian were no different. Second uncle, thank you. Hai Linger drew back her presence, bowed deeply first to Hai Shiluo, then offered a slight bow to Chu Shanhe as she approached. Old Chu, I was too stubborn before. You were right. The Tianbei chose you. That is heaven's will and fate. Here I offer you my sincere apology. I'm sorry. Fate plays its hand, so the heavens ordain. Chu Shanhe smiled. Karma revolves. Perhaps all of this has been the best arrangement of heaven. In the inscrutable dark, much is already fixed, just as your sudden enlightenment just now. I have learned. Hai Linger nodded slowly, wearing a look of half-comprehension. This outcome truly exceeded my expectations. Hai Shiluo was genuinely elated at Hai Linger's breakthrough. He cupped his fist toward Chu Shanhe. Old Chu, until we meet again. I hope to see you upon the Tianqiong road. Until we meet again. The people of Haiqing departed, and Chu Shanhe drew his bearing wholly inward and descended to the ground with measured steps. From the city lord's manor, Li Zhaxian and the others came as streaks of light, offering their most sincere concern and greetings, and rejoicing that Chu Shanhe had weathered this trial. Soon after, members of the Xiang family and the Taoist order likewise descended. First, congratulations on surviving this great calamity. Xiang Dong cupped his fist toward Chu Shanhe, his eyes bright with ardor and battle lust. Though we are allies, I still long for a true clash. Let me see how formidable your Hunglian art truly is. Zhou Daoren rolled his eyes and spoke sourly. Big Lug, go stand aside. What is there to be gained from endless fighting? You will have ample chances to spar in the future. Must it be now? With the time you'd spend on that, you'd be better off sharing a drink. Then he turned to Chu Shanhe. Does your Huaqing have any fine wine? Could you send a cask my way? You drunkard, all you ever think about is drinking. May it be the death of you. Xiang Dong snorted, thinking the great battle had just ended, and that this was no time to continue pressing for a duel. Of course, our Huaqing's phone wine is truly excellent. Chu Shanhe laughed. He'll have the Qi Tian Zhanjiang escort you. Drink until you're sated. That's splendid, haha. Zhou Daoren could not contain himself. He seized Qi Tian Zhanjiang and vanished in a flash. Master uncle. Daozi covered his face. Your master uncle is something else. Chu Shanhe patted Daozi's shoulder, then turned to the Taoists and the Xiang clan and cupped his fists. This old man thanks you all for your staunch assistance. Without you, I might already have become a captive. I am grateful. He cast a glance at Yao Chun, then reached out and what? Yao Chun was dumbfounded, not understanding Chu Shan's meaning. What do you want me to take out? Not only he, but Li Zhaxian and the others also wore puzzled expressions. Pills. They helped us so greatly. Surely they deserve our thanks. Chu Shanhe rolled his eyes and spoke with a faint impatience. Yao Chun at first nodded eagerly as if the idea sat well, then suddenly sobered. No. If anyone should be thanking, it ought to be you thanking them. Why must I be the one to fetch the pills? I have none myself. Chu Shanhe shrugged. Of course, if you refuse to produce them, then forget ever getting the pill form. Yao Chen instantly changed his expression, a sly smile spreading across his face. He produced several flasks of pills and handed one to each person. I haven't anything else presentable, only these high-grade kick-condensing pills. Please don't disdain them. Chu Shanhe gave Yao Chen a look that said he understood the ways of the world, then cupped his fists toward the Xiang family and the Taoists. Elder Chu, you are too polite. Ha. Splendid wine, truly splendid. At that moment Zhou Daoren returned, his manner lazy, eyes glazed, reeking of wine, and clutching his gourd as he drank without cease. How much did he drink at that tavern? Everyone turned their eyes in unison to the belatedly arrived Qitian Zhangjiang. The Qitian Zhangjiang slowly raised a single finger. One bottle. A cask. They began to guess, but Qitian Zhangjiang shook his head to indicate none were correct. Could it have been a vat, some muttered. Qitian Zhangjiang shivered at the memory of Zhou Daoren's mind-bending antics. He drank continuously, until every drop in the tavern had been emptied, only then did he stop. Good wine, truly fine, hic. Zhou Daoren belched once more, and the scent of liquor filled the air, causing brows to furrow among the gathered company. Master Uncle. Daozi's face flushed with embarrassment at his mentor's disgraceful display. Remarkable capacity, Chu Shanhe said with genuine admiration, and then led the group into the council hall. He had promised the Taoists and the Xiang clan to reveal the Abyss secrets, and now he intended to fulfill that promise. Before speaking, he glanced at Zhou Daoren and said mildly, "You can manage, right? That little wine is nothing, speak." Zhou Daoren threw his head back and swallowed another mouthful, his face wrapped with intoxicated delight. Then Chu Shanhe recounted in detail everything he had seen and endured at the bottom of the abyss, the egg from which Xiaohe hatched, and the vast bronze hall with that enormous corpse within. So the mysterious divine cavity is that bronze hall beneath the abyss. Daozi and Xiang Tian exchanged a glance, their faces filled with shock. Though they had not been present, they had heard that a divine cavity had appeared, and that someone had stolen an egg from within, only to be nearly annihilated by a horde of mysterious ants. Indeed, that bronze hall appears to be a spatial node. By accident, I discovered a space tunnel underground and stumbled out through it. Chu Shanhe nodded, then whistled softly. A black shadow soon leapt up and landed upon his shoulder. This is Xiaohe, the thing hatched from that egg. He scooped Xiaohe up and placed the little creature on the table for all to see. This is absurd. The assembled were aghast. Gazing upon the table, they found the spectacle almost surreal. An egg guarded by ants had produced a black dog. I too find it preposterous, yet the fact stands before you. Chu Shanhe shrugged. At present, this little fellow has shown no special trait. He appears no different from an ordinary black dog. Had they not heard the tale, none would have believed the dog's mysterious origin. On the street, he would not attract a second glance, many muttered, shaking their heads. They all agreed in exasperated amusement. Strange things happen every year, and this year was especially peculiar. If this dog is so mysterious, surely its flesh must be delectable, someone joked. At that, Zhou Daoren suddenly chimed in, "Why don't we simply eat it?" Gah! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards the wine Taoist, their faces filled with disbelief. Uncle Master. Daozi covered his face. This time not only he, but even the disciples of the Tao sect lowered their heads. Roar! At that moment, the little black dog curled up on the table suddenly stood up, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, as it let out a tremendous beast roar at the wine Taoist. Instantly, a chilling aura emanated from the little black dog, and its forepaws shimmered with lightning, emitting a crackling sound. This scene caused the expressions of everyone to change again. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at even the wine Taoist perked up immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement. No wonder it hatched from a mysterious egg. It appears ordinary, yet is terrifyingly powerful. Could it be the offspring of some ancient ferocious beast? Xiang Dong's gaze was intense as he slowly spoke. I'm not sure. The books do not record such ferocious beasts, and it is currently too small to tell. Chu Shanhe shook his head, then comforted the little black dog, and took out a spirit herb which caused the little black dog to retract its imposing aura, picking up the herb and jumping back on Chu Shan's shoulder. Today has truly been enlightening. The wine Taoist returned to his lazy demeanor, taking a swig of wine. I also now know what the legendary abyss is truly like. The most crucial part is tasting such exquisite wine, but feels so good, hic. Instantly, the entire conference hall was filled with the aroma of wine. Old drunkard, that's enough. Xiang Dong frowned, and then stood up, cupping his fists towards Chu Shanhe. Thank you, Elder Chu. Now that we are aware of the secrets of the abyss, we shall no longer disturb you, and take our leave. This mission has been satisfactorily completed. I must return to report. To be honest, I am quite disappointed. I originally thought the secrets of the abyss would be something earth-shattering, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? It seems that the greatest secret is that little black dog. Big guy, why the rush? Let's chat a bit more. Xiang Dong rolled his eyes, then led Xiang Tian and the others out of the conference hall. However, he quickly stopped, turned around, and said, Elder Chu, when you have time, come to our Xiang city for a good spar. No problem. Chu Shanhe nodded. In that case, we should be heading back now, hic. The wine Taoist lazily got up, shook his wine gourd, and then patted Daozi on the head. Wait a moment, Uncle Master, I will go get some wine. After saying that, his figure flashed and completely disappeared from the spot. Daozi was speechless at this wine-obsessed uncle master. In the end, the wine Daoist drank an entire tavern dry before swaying away with Daozi and the Dao sect member. Remember to settle the bill for me, okay? The wine Daoist half lay on his gourd waving at Chu Shanhe. This guy? Chu Shanhe smiled wryly. I should also be leaving you. I've already delayed for quite some time. After the Daoist left, Yao Chen slowly spoke up. Just now news from Long City indicated that the situation in the extreme north purgatory is not good with many injured people. We need to provide a large quantity of healing pills from our Yao City. This is a serious matter. I must return quickly to arrange for pill refining tasks. Wait a moment. Just as Yao Chen was about to leave, Chu Shanhe called out to him and then whispered a few words in his ear. This is the formula for the Jade Wheel returning void pill. It treats internal injuries when taken orally and can be crushed and applied externally for external wounds. The materials required are not rare treasures, making it very suitable for the battlefield. Old man, I thank you on behalf of the million warriors over there. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and after giving Chu Shanhe a big hug, he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. I hope this time not so many will die. Chu Shanhe looked towards the north, slowly speaking, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Last time the dimensional rift expanded, and a large number of ferocious beasts invaded. The warriors fought desperately, resisting the influx of beasts one after another. However, at this critical moment, someone betrayed them, nearly leading to the annihilation of their entire army. Xiao Zhantian also fell into trouble because of that guy's betrayal, and it was only because he stepped forward that he was saved. However, after that incident, he was severely injured, and due to his talent and an old illness, his strength could not keep up, forcing him to retire. Although he can now contend with 4-star battle kings, he is still a distance away from that traitor. One day I will surely take your head as an offering to the spirits who died because of you. A cold light flashed in Chu Shan's eyes. What happened, Elder Chu? Seeing Chu Shan's odd expression, Li Zhixian slowly asked. It's just that some old memories have resurfaced, and I feel a bit emotional. After leaving the city lord's manor, Chu Shanhe first went to the small wine shop, where the wine Daoist had not paid, settled the wine bill, and then headed home. Grandpa Chu. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang from behind him. Chu Shanhe turned to look and saw a pretty girl walking towards him with a joyful expression. It's you, little Lu Yan. He smiled. It has been a long time since we last met. Your strength has increased quite a bit, and you are about to step into the master realm. Congratulations. All of this is thanks to you, Grandpa. If it weren't for your guidance at school last time, I might still be a junior martial artist, now, not to mention achieving good results in the 100 Cities University League. Lu Yan beamed, then took out a roasted sweet potato from her pocket and handed it over. Here, Grandpa, I just got this from Chu Shanhe took the sweet potato, took a bite, and it was incredibly sweet. By the way, it shouldn't be time for school to be out yet. Oh, why did you run out? The dean told me that I don't have to go to the academy these days, and should take a good break to prepare for breaking through to the Lu Yan looked at Chu Shanhe, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Grandpa Chu, how about you tell me now, so that I can have more confidence when I attempt to break through to the master realm? You little girl's so clever. Chu Shanhe chuckled, ruffling her hair. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. I just happened to run into you right. Lu Yan, caught in her little scheme, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. For the sake of this sweet potato, I will help you this one time. Chu Shanhe smiled. Come to the city lord's manor to find me the morning after tomorrow. Counting the days, Chu Feng has also nearly recovered. It's time to prepare for promotion to master, just in time to do it together with this girl Lu Yan. One sheep is daring, 2 sheep are daring as well. All right. Lu Yan showed a cute expression. Xiao. At that moment, a voice rang from the street, and following that, a limping woman pushing a small cart stopped at the intersection, waving at Lu Yan. On the small cart sat a stove with half a sweet potato on top. The aroma and the scent of charcoal fire could be smelled from a distance. Mom. Lu Yan quickly ran over to help the woman with the cart, waving at Chu Shanhe. Grandpa Chu, see you the day after tomorrow. What a filial child. Chu Shanhe smiled, watching the mother and daughter chat happily, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is the essence of simple happiness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, lifting the woman's long hair and revealing a mysterious tattoo on her neck. Seeing this tattoo, Chu Shan's body jolted violently, and he shouted, "Stop!" With that loud shout, Lu Yan and her mother stopped in their tracks, turning back with puzzled expressions to look at Chu Shanhe. Grandpa Chu, what's wrong? Lu Yan blinked her big eyes, her face full of questions. Chu Shanhe ignored her and instead looked at her mother, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Child, what is your relationship with Chu Yuansong and Lin Xuanji? Can you tell me what really happened back then?" The Chu Yuansong and Lin Xuanji he mentioned were indeed his son and daughter. Back then they joined the Guardian Army and entered the battlefields beyond the realm, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Chu Shanhe remembered it very clearly. That year an officer returned with only their personal belongings, saying that all members of the Guardian Army had perished and no remains could be found, just their personal items. Left with no choice, Chu Shanhe could only give them a burial in ceremonial robes. The tattoo on her neck was the unique totem of the Guardian Army, which Chu Yuansong and Lin Xuanji also bore. Now seeing the totem of the Guardian Army again, how could he not be moved? Moreover, the officer had claimed that the entire Guardian Army was wiped out, yet Lu Yan's mother still lived in this world. This meant that the officer had lied, but why would he lie? That was the crux of the matter. He was eager to know. I'm sorry you've mistaken me for someone else. Lu Yan's mother changed her expression slightly upon hearing this, and quickly shook her head. I don't know who this Chu Yuansong and Lin Xuanji you speak of are. After saying this, she pushed the cart forward with strength. Although she limped, her speed was surprisingly fast. Mom. Lu Yan glanced at her mother's back, then at Chu Shanhe. Grandpa Chu, this. It's okay. Chu Shanhe shook his head and said to Lu Yan, do you know the story of your mother when she was young? Not really. Lu Yan shook her head. Since I can remember, she has always been like this. My father passed away early and she supported us by selling roasted sweet potatoes so I could go to school. What's wrong, Grandpa Chu? Is there something wrong with my mom? Do you know what the tattoo on the back of your mother's neck is about? Chu Shanhe asked again. I don't know, but my father has the same tattoo. I even joked back then that it was a couple's tattoo. Your father has it too. Chu Shan's pupils contracted sharply. It seemed that Lu Yan's parents were also members of the Guardian Army, just like his son and daughter-in-law. What really happened on the battlefields beyond the realm back then? And why did that officer lie? All these questions could only be answered by Lu Yan's mother. Thinking of this, he slowly said to Lu Yan, can you take me to your home? I have some questions for your mother. Sure. Little Lu Yan nodded. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood with a garbage pile in front of the entrance emitting a terrible stench. The neighborhood looked desolate. Although it wasn't completely deserted, there weren't many people around. Upon entering, large characters spelling demolish were written on several buildings. You live here? Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. Since my father passed away, our family's financial situation has worsened, and since I still have to go to school and cultivate, my mother moved here with me. Lu Yan's expression was somewhat forlorn. This is also why I work so hard. As long as I become a grandmaster, I can receive a substantial martial artist subsidy, and I can also apply for a teaching position in the martial arts academy. Then our lives will be a bit better. You really have it tough. Chu Shanhe was touched. He hadn't expected that this dazzling prodigy in the academy lived such a miserable life. It's okay, the dawn is about to break. Lu Yan smiled brightly, and then led Chu Shanhe to her home. Perhaps because her mother had trouble walking, they lived on the first floor in a small two-bedroom apartment of about 70 square meters, furnished with some old furniture, but it was very clean. Grandpa Chu, please sit. We'll get you a glass of water. Lu Yan politely began to host. At that moment, her mother came out of the room, sternly shouting, who let you bring him into our home, huh? This shout completely froze Lu Yan in place. It was the first time her mother had yelled at her so loudly. Mom, Grandpa Chu. Her lips moved, not understanding the situation. I am the father of Chu Yuansong and Yi Xuanji. Child, please don't be agitated. I mean no harm. Chu Shanhe quickly explained. I only want to know what happened to you on the battlefields beyond the realm back then, and how Yuansong and Xuanji died. Why were there no remains? I don't know, I really don't know. Liang Meijun shook her head and said, I don't know who Yuansong and Xuanji are, old man. Please leave my house, I beg you. After saying that, she slightly bowed to Chu Shanhe. Then what about the tattoo on the back of your neck? That is the unique totem tattoo of the Guardian Army. Chu Shanhe spoke slowly. Child, if you have any unspoken difficulties, you can tell me. I can protect you from harm. Since we have met, it must be fate. Child, please understand this old man who has lived for a century. Understand this father who has lost his child for decades. Liang Meijun looked at Chu Shan's white hair. Her heart softened, and she slowly began to speak. Back then, we journeyed together to the extraterritorial battlefield. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, until a traitor within the garrison force betrayed our whereabouts to the enemy, leading us straight into an ambush. Liang Meijun seemed to sink deep into memory, recounting softly. The enemy's ambitions were vast. After grievously wounding us, they did not kill us outright. Instead, they shattered our cultivation foundations and imprisoned us. Then, her eyes flickered with raw terror. She began shaking her head violently, her face contorted in anguish. Mom. Xiao Lian's expression turned ashen. She rushed forward, only to be gently restrained by Chu Shanhe. His breath unsteady. Chu Shanhe placed a palm lightly upon Liang Meijun's forehead. As streams of spiritual energy flowed from him, her trembling subsided, and calm gradually returned to her gaze. I cannot bear to revisit that memory. It was too horrifying, a true nightmare. What exactly happened? Chu Shanhe's brow furrowed faintly. Even after so many years, the mere recollection could plunge Liang Meijun into such profound dread. The incident must have been extraordinary. After imprisoning us, they extracted our blood and genetic essence, and fused them with those of ferocious beasts. Even with Chu Shanhe's steady infusion of spiritual energy, terror still blazed fiercely in Liang Meijun's eyes. What? Chu Shanhe's expression finally shifted, his face paling. To merge human blood and genetic code with those of savage beasts, forging a new apex of humanity. This experiment was forbidden across the entire Federation. Originating centuries ago, this mad endeavor was dubbed the God Creation Project by its deranged architects. Unlike martial cultivators who ascend step by step through arduous training, this project promised instantaneous transcendence. Success would elevate a subject to superhuman mastery in a single leap. At its zenith, the project shook an entire era. Its monstrous cruelty and catastrophic risks eventually led to its exposure, and the Federation issued immediate orders to obliterate every laboratory involved. The architects themselves were hunted down and eradicated entirely, to eliminate any lingering variables. It had long been assumed the project vanished into oblivion, yet here it was resurrected in shadows. Clearly not all those madmen had been purged. Then what followed? How did you escape? And Yuan's song. Was he tortured to death by those lunatics? At this thought, Chu Shanhe's entire frame began to tremble. At first they merely drew blood, matching and fusing genetic sequences, but later they injected beastly genes directly into living human bodies. Yuan's song. Yuan's song was the first. I watched helplessly as he transformed. Not man nor ghost, but something grotesque beyond comprehension. Tears spilled uncontrollably from Liang Meijuan's eyes. Then what happened, child? Chu Shanhe's voice cracked, his eyes reddened. He could already envision the unspeakable torment his son had endured. Even Lian covered her mouth in shock. The revelation was staggering. She had never imagined her parents bore such harrowing scars, or that grandfather Chu's own son had suffered such a fate. Then they took him away. I never saw him again. My son. A guttural cry tore from Chu Shanhe's throat, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. He had envisioned countless grim ends for his boy, but never this such calculated soul-rending cruelty. He could already foresee his son's final descent. Madness eroding reason until he became nothing more than a weaponized abomination wielded by monsters and ultimately devoured by the very beasts whose essence had corrupted him. A sudden spasm, his face drained white. Rage surged like wildfire, reversing his chi flow. Blood erupted from his lips. His spine bent slightly and decades seemed to collapse onto his shoulders in an instant. Grandfather Chu. Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing him cough up blood, she gasped, and swiftly, I am unharmed. Wiping the crimson stain from his mouth, Chu Shanhe clenched his fists tightly, then gestured silently for Liang Meijun to continue. Li Xuanji was the second subject, but her fusion failed. She lapsed into unconsciousness and was taken away. What followed I do not know. Liang Meijun wept uncontrollably, her grief overwhelming. She collapsed into sobs, clutching her head as sorrow engulfed the room. After a long silence, her sobs subsided. She spoke again, watching comrades one by one receive the beast gene infusion. I nearly shattered during those days. They administered the procedure to 2 subjects daily, evaluating results the next morning. Whether success or failure, both were removed without exception. This continued for over a month. Of our original 100+ soldiers, only Lu Yucheng and I survived. Just as we feared our turn had come, mysterious subterranean flames erupted from beneath the base, reducing the entire facility to ash. Chaos erupted instantly. Lu Yucheng and I seized the opportunity to flee. We intended to return to military command and report the atrocity. But, just as we slipped back, quietly unseen, our blood ran cold. A killing intent flashed in Liang Meijuan's eyes, chilling the air itself. We were about to deliver our report, when we overheard a devastating secret. The garrison force itself was a lie, a front. Under the noble guise of defending the extraterritorial battlefield, they openly recruited test subjects. That battlefield was their true stronghold. What? Chu Shanhe shot upright, disbelief etched across his face. You mean, the upper echelons of military command orchestrated this? Precisely. Liang Meijun nodded, her voice glacial. Our commanding officer spoke those words, directly to a masked figure, admitting the subterranean fire had erupted unexpectedly, destroying the base beyond all contingency plans. Upon hearing this, Lu Yucheng and I recoiled in horror, and vanished without trace. The inferno convinced everyone we'd perished in the blaze. No one pursued the matter further. Emerging from that hell, we shed our names, married, raised a child, and lived as ordinary mortals. Though yes, we were left with shattered dantians and broken cultivation foundations. You know the rest. Years later, the extraterritorial battlefield became a scorched wasteland, its very earth consumed by the same subterranean fire. The garrison force faded into history. All these years, why did you never report this to the Federation? Why not expose the truth? Chu Shanhe asked. We considered it, but dared not. We possessed no proof. Having barely escaped with our lives, we refused to risk walking that path again. Liang Meijun shook her head. Not until little Yen was born did this secret settle permanently into the depths of our hearts. Until today, when we met you. Perhaps this is fate. Chu Shanhe had never imagined he would one day learn the true, brutal end of his son and daughter-in-law. Tell me, one detail: did the masked man bear any distinguishing mark? As he spoke, a lethal intent flared in his eyes. This injustice will be answered, for you, for my 2 lost children. A distinguishing mark. Liang Meijun paused, recalling. On his right wrist, a wolf tattoo, vicious and stark. What? Chu Shanhe's eyes widened. Pure annihilating fury erupting, sweeping across the room like a storm. The terrifying murderous intent caused Lian and Liang Meijun to turn pale, as the immense pressure rendered their faces ghostly white. Especially Liang Meijun, who as an ordinary person could hardly bear it for a few seconds. Grandpa Chu. Lu Yan's small face turned pale, her expression filled with horror as she struggled to speak. I'm sorry. It was then that Chu Shanhe noticed the unusual state of the mother and daughter, and quickly retracted his overwhelming aura, saying apologetically, I couldn't help myself just now. He was too familiar with this so-called evil wolf tattoo, as the betrayer from their squad years ago also bore the same tattoo. He could never forget this tattoo in his life. Uncle Chu, do you know about that evil wolf tattoo? Liang Meijun took a few deep breaths before slowly speaking. Of course, how could I not know? I'm extremely familiar with it. Chu Shanhe's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked at Liang Meijun and softly said, "Child, thank you for revealing this astonishing secret to me today. Rest assured I will ensure that this matter gets a proper resolution for you, for the souls of the fallen guards and for my 2 children. One day, I will make this matter known to the world and deliver justice for you, so that those unforgivable individuals will face their retribution. You're too kind, Uncle Chu." Liang Meijun shook her head. "I have nothing to worry about, but it's a pity for Yuan Song and the others. The secret that has been buried in my heart for so many years has finally been spoken, and I feel much lighter now. Child, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I suggest you remove the totem tattoo on the back of your neck." Following Chu Shanhe's suggestion, and with Liang Meijun's nod, he waved his arm and completely erased the tattoo on her neck. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come to me. I can provide you with the greatest assistance." After pondering for a moment, Chu Shan, he decided to say this, knowing that Liang Meijun's personality would not allow her to accept direct help, but for Lu Yan's growth, he left her with a choice. After all, he could provide the best support for the children and the family in terms of finances, cultivation, and even cultivation resources. "All right, thank you, Uncle." To maintain Chu Shanhe's dignity, Liang Meijun agreed directly. After chatting for a while longer, Chu Shan, he stood up to leave, waving goodbye at the door. "Girl, don't forget about tomorrow." "Don't worry, Grandpa Chu, I'll definitely be there on time." Lu Yan waved her hand. On the way home, Chu Shan, he was conflicted about whether to tell Bai Shuang about this matter. In the end, he chose to remain silent, as he couldn't bear the thought of Bai Shuang being heartbroken and shedding tears. Moreover, telling her would serve no purpose other than to make her sad. "One day, I will destroy that so-called holy place." Chu Shan, he looked up at the sky, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Upon returning home, Bai Shuang, without any surprise, directly asked 3 questions. "Are you okay? What's the situation? Will they come again?" "I'm fine, and the situation is great. I drove the enemy away, and they won't come back." Chu Shan, he smiled gently as he wiped away the tears at the corners of Bai Shuang's eyes. "You old thing, you really worry." Feeling the warmth of Chu Shanhe's hand, Bai Shuang finally relaxed her tense heart and said, "You must be hungry. I'll go make you dinner. By the way, where are those 2 little ones?" Chu Shan, he washed his hands and sat down on the sofa, enjoying this rare moment of peace. "They went out to train. Xiao Feng said he wants to prepare for the master challenge, and the girl was dragged out by him." Bai Shuang was swift with her hands and feet, and while speaking, she had already prepared a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "Hurry up and eat." She brought it out and handed the chopsticks to Chu Shanhe. Chu Shan, he took a bite, his face filled with enjoyment, savoring the familiar taste. "By the way, have you considered becoming a martial artist?" He suddenly remembered that Bai Shuang still had a bottle of body refining pills sent by Yao Chun, and since he was home now, he could protect her. "Can I really do it?" Bai Shuang was taken aback, and then weakly said, "I've heard that becoming a martial artist is very painful. I'm afraid I won't be able to endure it." The process of body refining is indeed painful. Chu Shan, he did not hide it. "But if you get through it, it will be fine. It's just like childbirth, a matter of gritting your teeth." "You're ridiculous. Can that even be compared?" Bai Shuang rolled her eyes. "Can the age for giving birth compare to the current age? Have you ever seen a nearly 100-year-old old lady give birth? With me protecting you, what are you afraid of?" Chu Shan, he said with exasperation. "Just think about it. Once you become a martial artist, not only will your strength increase, but your physical condition will also improve, making you less prone to illness. The most crucial thing is that your appearance can revert to a younger state. Just think about your stunning beauty from back then. Don't you want to return to those days?" At this moment, Chu Shan, he looked like a middle-aged uncle tempting a young girl, smiling as he raised a lollipop step by step, enticing Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang fell into deep thought, her expression changing constantly, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, "You must keep an eye on me. You don't trust me." Chu Shan, he smiled, disregarding the noodles, and stood up to walk into the room with Bai Shuang. As soon as they entered, Chu Feng and Chu Yu returned. "Grandma, we're back." The 2 little ones shouted, but received no. They exchanged glances, looked at the half bowl of noodles on the table, and then glanced at the tightly shut door. They tiptoed over and peered through the crack of the door. However, they did not dare to open the door and could only press their ears against it to listen to the sounds inside. In the imaginative scenario crafted by the 2 children, Grandma was eating, and then a thug came in, directly covering Grandma's mouth and nose, dragging her into the room and locking the door. Now what they had to do was to stealthily rescue Grandma without being noticed. It must be said that the siblings had quite— "Brother, do you think it's a home invasion?" Chu Yu whispered. Chu Feng said seriously, raising a finger to signal his sister to be quiet. At that moment, Bai Shuang's horrified scream suddenly echoed from inside. "Ah, you liar. Shut up, bear with it." Then a cold and stern voice rang out. "Not good, Grandma is in danger." The siblings' expressions changed, and Chu Feng's aura erupted as he kicked the door open with force. "You really have a lot of guts daring to come to our home." "Exactly, don't you even look." The 2 shouted loudly, but the next second their eyes widened in shock. Grandfather! When the cold expression of Chu Shanhe appeared before them, the siblings were stunned in place, and Chu Yu maintained a stance, as if ready to attack. "What are you doing?" Chu Shanhe frowned, looking at Chu Feng and Chu Yu. With Bai Shuang in a critical moment, they must not be disturbed. The actions of these two little ones kicking the door had already made him somewhat angry. Grandfather, we thought. Chu Feng quickly lowered his head and stood properly, while Chu Yu weakly spoke up, looking at Chu Shan's increasingly cold expression, afraid to say anything further. Thought what? Thought that grandma was in trouble, and we were scared something would happen to her. Chu Yu finally closed her eyes and uttered her last words. What kind of nonsense are you two little heads thinking every day? This response left Chu Shanhe chuckling wryly. There are no troublemakers, but I do have one, and grandma is fine as she just took a body refinement pill and is breaking through to become a martial artist. Grandma is about to break through to become a martial artist. At these words, Chu Yu's eyes instantly narrowed with joy. Even Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically. Grandma can't hold on much longer. Bai Shuang's body began to tremble violently, and her aura. No worries. Chu Shan's expression remained calm as he waved his arm, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly toward Bai Shuang, gradually stabilizing her aura. Boom. Before long, a fierce aura erupted from Bai Shuang, and at that moment she finally became a martial artist. As she broke through, the spiritual energy began to cleanse her internal organs and body. The first thing to change was her hair, which gradually turned from gray to black, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Even her skin became more hydrated, and she looked as if she had suddenly become 10 years younger. I told you there would be no problem. Seeing his partner regain some youthfulness, Chu Shanhe was genuinely happy. Not only him, but even the two little ones were overjoyed. At the same time, a streak of light shot from the horizon and slammed down directly above the city lord's mansion. This sudden noise completely startled the guards, and when they rushed over with weapons in hand, their expressions changed slightly. It was a person covered in blood, their aura weak, yet their presence was extraordinary. It's a war god expert. One of the guards spoke up, quickly notify the city lord. Soon Li Zexin's figure appeared before everyone, and when they saw this so-called war general expert, their expressions changed drastically. My lord. He hurriedly knelt down to help the person up, and took out a pill to place in their mouth. Before long, the expert's aura stabilized slightly, and as they slowly opened their eyes, they looked at Li Zexin with a sudden pang of emotion, their eyes turning red. What happened? This scene puzzled everyone. City Lord Li, something big has happened. The messenger trembled all over the extreme north region, has completely fallen. What? Upon hearing this, Li Zexin's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Didn't we already send a large army over there? How could it still be? The situation this time is extremely severe. The dimensional rift has expanded beyond your imagination, and countless ferocious beasts are surging from the dimensional front. In just a few days, we have already lost over 1 million warriors, and the ordinary civilians are even worse. The ferocious beasts are coming fiercely. Several cities over there have been directly captured, and even a few war kings have tragically perished under the claws of these beasts. The messenger's voice was extraordinarily heavy, filled with oppression and gravity. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock, their hearts feeling heavy as they realized these numbers were drenched in blood. These damned ferocious beasts. Li Zexin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just a few days ago he was lamenting, yet today the situation had become so dire. He also understood the purpose of the messenger's arrival. The domain lord has given orders, all cities are to send teams to support over there. I'm here to relay the message, but unfortunately encountered a ferocious beast on the way and nearly lost my life. I understand. Li Zexin nodded, and then helped the messenger into the house. My lord, you should rest here first. I will go gather the teams. After speaking, he stepped out and appeared on the rooftop of the city lord's mansion, ringing the large bell. Dong dong. The deafening sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire Hua City, causing everyone in Hua City to change their expressions and look towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. All war generals gather in the conference hall. Immediately following that, Li Zexin's voice reached everyone's ears. As soon as his words fell, several figures shot up into the sky, flying towards that direction. At the same time, Chu Shan's expression froze. Not good, something has happened. Now that the bell was ringing again, and with Li Zexin's serious tone, it must be something big. I'll go take a look, he said to Bai Shuang and the children, then stepped out, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared. What's going on this year? Major incidents seem to happen every couple of days. Chu Yu pouted, her face full of resentment. To celebrate Bai Shuang's breakthrough to become a martial artist, their family had finally managed to reunite, and now with the sound of the bell, grandfather was gone again. It must be something big, otherwise the city lord wouldn't be so serious. Chu Feng looked out the window, lost in thought. Bai Shuang meanwhile could only display her worry. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yin and her mother were also Mom, do you think it could be that Grandpa Chu has leaked that matter? Little Lu Yin slowly spoke. No, that matter is too significant. Uncle Chu wouldn't easily disclose it. Liang Meijun shook her head. Moreover, even the city lord has spoken up this time. It must be a major event. In an instant, the entire Hua City was filled with discussions as the bell rang again after a few days, causing everyone's hearts to be restless. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, as streams of light fell, the atmosphere around the mansion grew heavy. What could have made the city lord so serious, even ringing the great bell? The expression of General Qi Tian was I don't know, but it must be something significant. The old General Ma's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. The last time the bell rang it was during a beast siege. This time it might be even more severe. The only female general also showed concern. In this regard, a woman's intuition is often more accurate. At this moment, 3 figures arrived, and as the trio landed, surprise appeared on the faces of General Chi Tian. You actually broke through to become generals. Thanks to the blessings of all the generals, it was merely luck. These 3 were Xia Hongyin, Su Huanshan, and Wang Hong from the Hongyin Martial Arts Academy. Ever since Chu Shanhe gave each of them a bottle of high-grade qi condensing pills, they had completely shut themselves in seclusion until just now when they broke through. They had originally planned to share this good news with Chu Shanhe, but before they could, they heard the great bell ring followed by the voice of Li Zhixian reaching their ears. They could still differentiate between light and heavy matters, and without hesitation, they came over. Now that we are all generals, just call us by our names, there's no need for formality. General Chi Tian waved his hand. He had an incredibly deep impression of these 3. Back then, Chu Shanhe had single-handedly fought against the Sun family to completely destroy them before confronting the generals, and in the end it was the city lord who stepped in to resolve the conflict. Unexpectedly, in less than a year, these individuals had already advanced from great masters to generals. Looking at them, it felt as if the previous events had happened just yesterday, leaving General Chi Tian and the others in deep reflection. Seniors, may I ask what major event has led the city lord to ring the bell this time? Even after becoming a general, Xia Hongyin remained polite, giving a slight nod to the seniors. We don't know either. General Chi Tian shook his head. Since everyone is here, let's hurry inside. Suddenly a golden light descended from the sky, and Chu Shanhe appeared riding the wind. Elder Chu. The several generals, including Xia Hongyin and Su Huanshan, all nodded towards Chu Shanhe responded, but when he saw Xia Hongyin and the others, he was first taken aback, then smiled slightly. I didn't expect you 3 to break through to generals so quickly. That's quite beyond my expectations. You flatter us. It was all thanks to your pills that we could achieve today. Su Huanshan and the others also smiled. This statement was met with agreement from the other generals. Indeed, thanks to Chu Shan's bottle of high-grade qi condensing pills, they greatly benefited, with nearly everyone improving their cultivation level. Except for General Chi Tian, who had made a significant leap, others also experienced breakthroughs, with General Ma rising 2 levels to become a 4-star general. No need for such courtesy. Chu Shanhe smiled. Since everyone is gathered, let's head inside. In the conference hall, Li Zhixian had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the several generals enter, he was momentarily stunned, then forced a smile onto his heavy face. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Our watching has gained 3 more powerful generals. Greetings, City Lord. Xia Hongyin and the others quickly bowed. Don't be so formal. Take a seat quickly. Li Zhixian gestured for everyone to sit down, then spoke with a serious expression. Everyone, something major has happened. The extreme northern region has fallen. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and Chu Shanhe stood up abruptly. Did the military not already deploy troops there to defend it? How could it have fallen? Elder Chu, please don't be agitated. Li Zhixian's face was full of bitterness. I also find this hard to believe, but the situation has exceeded our expectations. The envoy just said that the current situation is very severe. The dimensional rift has expanded beyond our imagination, and countless ferocious beasts are emerging from the rift. In just a few days, we have already lost over 1 million warriors, and as for ordinary civilians, it goes without saying. The ferocious beasts are fierce. Several cities have been directly captured, and even a few generals have met a tragic end at the claws of these beasts. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Even Chu Shan's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the situation to be so dire that even the generals could fall in battle. Suddenly the shadows of Shao Zhantian and the Yinglong army appeared in his mind. The last time he left, he had said he would go to the extreme northern hell to guard against the ferocious beasts. Hopefully they are safe. In the face of war, everyone feels insecure, as fragile as grass. At that moment, it all comes down to one's own fate. Of course, this also relates to fighting strength and the command from above. The situation is urgent. The envoy has notified us to gather the army and provide support there. Li Zhixian's voice was extremely heavy. No one wishes to see war, as it means leaving home, separation from family, and loss of life. However, it is a reality we must face. If we do not suppress those ferocious beasts completely, humanity will suffer a catastrophic disaster. In terms of the survival of our nation and righteousness, we martial artists have no choice but to act. The very essence of our martial path is to protect our home and country, to safeguard our loved ones, our kin, and now that the ferocious beasts have invaded, we shall eradicate this group of beasts. As his voice fell, a surge of battle intent soared into the sky, reaching the very pinnacle of the heavens. What Elder Chu said is right. As martial artists, we have an obligation. General Chi Tian was the first to speak. I have lived for over 200 years and have experienced several of these situations. This time will be no exception. We shall eliminate the ferocious beasts and protect our homeland. The others were also filled with battle intent, their eyes bright. City Lord, just tell us what to do next. Su Huanshan was straightforward. We will follow your orders. What I want to say is the same as Elder Chu. At this moment of national survival, we martial artists have no choice but to act. Li Zexion's expression became very serious. For this extreme north war, I have decided that all above the master level in our Huaqing will participate. After saying this, he looked at Chu Shanhe. Elder Chu, what do you think? Agreed. Chu Shanhe nodded gravely. From martial arts academies to all major universities, every single one of them. What do you all think? He looked at the others with a serious expression. This decision concerns the future situation of the entire Huaqing. Of course it would be best if everyone could survive, but everyone knew that this was impossible. If everyone were to perish, then the entire Huaqing would become a deserted shell. We will strictly follow Elder Chu's orders. We will strictly follow Elder Chu's orders. The several generals nodded, echoing in unison. Soon as seven-colored divine light slowly rose above the city lord's mansion, its brilliance completely capturing the attention of everyone in Huaqing. Standing on the divine light were three figures: Li Zexien, Lan, and Chu Shanhe. Immediately after, 7 blood-red moons appeared around the seven-colored divine light, exuding a mighty aura. Heavens, what exactly is happening? Why such a grand spectacle? 7 blood moons. Ever since the last few great generals fell, when did our Huaqing gain 3 more generals? That's not the point. The key is that the city lord and the others are also mobilizing. If it's not a major event, you're slap. The call earlier was likely for a meeting, and now that everyone is mobilizing, it means a decision has been made. What exactly is this major event? I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Li Zexion's voice resonated throughout Huaqing again. All citizens of Huaqing, heed my command. As the voice of Li Zhaoxian echoed, all the people of Huaqing raised their heads in unison, gazing towards the city lord's mansion, where the 7-colored divine light swirled in the air, and the 7 blood moons around them erupted with a terrifying aura. The chi and blood power of the warriors, including Chi Tian, erupted completely, as if expressing their heavy feelings at this moment, or perhaps mourning for the heroes who perished in the extreme northern regions. Li Zhaoxian's expression was extremely serious, and his grave voice resonated in the sky above Huaqing. A few days ago, the dimensional rift in the extreme northern region expanded, and countless ferocious beasts emerged. The military dispatched troops to suppress them, but they faced a furious counterattack from the beasts. In just a few days, several cities in the extreme north fell completely, with 100,000 warriors dying on the battlefield, and the ordinary citizens reached tens of millions. Moreover, some warlords fell at the claws of the ferocious beasts. This shocking news caused 100,000 people to gasp, in unison, their expressions changing drastically. Suddenly someone began to scream hysterically, their face filled with sorrow. The death of tens of millions of compatriots shattered the hearts of those who were not very resilient. It should be noted that the entire population of Huaqing is only 1 million. 10 million is equivalent to 10 cities the size of Huaqing. And those soldiers who fought in blood-soaked battlefields, as well as the warlords. These individuals are the backbone of the human race, yet they died on the battlefield. In an instant, a sorrowful atmosphere permeated throughout the entire city, and everyone's eyes turned red, with some of the more fragile-hearted individuals directly covering their faces and weeping. The kings of the human race have died, they are dead. Our heroes are gone. Gone. Each warlord was an extraordinary figure, resisting the invasion of the ferocious beasts and defending the territory of the human race. They were always at the forefront. If the warriors are the backbone of the human race, then the warlords are the heart, the crucial figures determining the course of war. This is how the title of the kings of the human race came to be. As this sorrowful voice rang out, a martial artist knelt directly on the ground, unable to speak through tears. In that moment, countless people felt their noses sting, and tears could no longer be held back. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being squeezed painfully tight, unable to breathe. For a time, the entire Huaqing was enveloped in a mournful atmosphere. At the moment of our nation's survival, we warriors have an unshirkable duty. Now I announce that all warriors of the master rank and above, including masters, gather at the central square. Li Zhaoxian's voice rang out again, and as he spoke, his tone suddenly turned frenzied, a tide of hatred sweeping across the heavens and the earth. We must support them, we must avenge our fallen compatriots. We will eliminate the ferocious beasts completely, and we will use the blood of countless ferocious beasts to honor our fallen warriors and warlords. Avenged! Avenged! In an instant, the echoes of furious roars resonated through the sky, the voices of 100,000 people converging at that moment, becoming a rolling sound of heaven that shook the entire Huaqing. In the crowd, Chu Feng also roared towards the sky, his eyes slightly red, feeling his blood boiling. On the other side, Lilian was the same, continuously shouting, her aura surging wildly. Boom! At almost the same moment, the two broke through to the master rank, their fierce auras transforming into a rolling battle intent surging to their hearts. In an instant, waves of powerful battle intent surged into the heavens, soaring upwards, breaking through the clouds. Boom! As the frenzied shouts echoed throughout the city, the 7 blood moons in the sky erupted completely, their crimson lights surging. But that was not the end. With an even more terrifying aura erupting, the 7-colored divine light on Li Zhaoxian's body shone brilliantly, his entire being resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Beside him, Lan was the same, her momentum erupting as a flame suddenly burst forth from her body. She bathed in the light, slowly rising into the air, transforming into a blazing sun, standing beside Li Zhaoxian. Though she was not from the Asia-Pacific region, she too was human. Upon hearing of so many deaths, she felt deep sorrow. Now she was determined to follow Li Zhaoxian to the extreme northern battlefield to lend her strength. Finally, there was Chu Shanhe. Under the dazzling golden light, a 10-zhang tall golden giant appeared in the air, and a terrifying aura whipped up a hurricane above Huaqing. Boom. The overwhelming battle intent caused his chi and blood to boil completely. The golden patterns on his back flickered wildly, and the next moment a phantom of a pagoda manifested behind him looking down upon the world. War is merciless. This journey is a matter of life and death. But for the continuation of our nation, for our family and friends, for our beautiful lives, we have no choice but to go. Though carrying a heavy burden is exhausting, it is worth it. Chu Shanhe looked at the crowd below, dense and dark, and slowly spoke, his voice resonating like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking the hearts of all, causing their faces to change. Dong dong dong. It was unclear when a large drum appeared in front of Li Zhaoxian. As the drumsticks swung, the sound of war drums resounded, echoing throughout Huaqing. Action! The drumbeat shook the heavens as Chu Shanhe slowly uttered 2 words. With the fall of these 2 words, the crowd began to move. Almost all masters and above rushed madly towards the... At Chu Shan's home, Chu Feng deeply bowed to Bai Shuang, saying, "Grandma, I must go to the central square to assemble." "Child, have you thought this through?" Bai Shuang looked at Chu Feng's resolute face with a complex expression, her eyes instantly reddening. "I've thought it through." Chu Feng said each word firmly. "Since you've thought it through, then go." Tears finally fell as Bai Shuang slowly waved her hand. She knew her grandson's character well. Between the great cause of the nation and familial ties, he chose the former. Though she felt reluctant, she respected Chu Feng's choice. "Grandma." At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes also reddened, and he tightly embraced Bai Shuang. He then turned and strode out of the house. "Brother." At the moment he stepped out, Chu Yu ran out from the room, crying. On the other side, Lilian also bid farewell to Liang Meijun. After a mother's embrace, she held back her reluctance, watching her daughter head towards the central square. Such scenes could be seen all over Huaqing. Chu Shanhe and the others looked at the long lines of people below, their blood boiling, yet their hearts were incredibly complicated. Upon leaving, who knows how many would die on the battlefield and how many would return. He had once witnessed his comrades die beside him, and had personally experienced large-scale battles involving hundreds of thousands. After such a battle, the casualties were countless. The surging crowd continued to converge towards the central square, and soon the vast square was filled with people. At the forefront were representatives of the 3 major legions, with the 3 battle flags planted there representing the military spirit of Huaqing. The 7 warlords retracted their auras and slowly descended, their gazes turning towards the 3 individuals above the 7-colored divine light. Chu Shanhe gazed intently at the surging torrent below, where he saw Ding Kai and Ding Shan marching confidently toward him, accompanied by the esteemed mentors of the Shajun Academy. Led by Qin Shua, a dozen individuals wore serious expressions, their fighting spirit soaring. He also noticed the principals and teachers from other institutions, along with several youthful, energetic youths following closely behind them. These were the prodigies of their schools, the hopes of the human race, having already become grandmasters at such a young age, with limitless futures ahead of them. Yet at this moment, they too bore solemn expressions, resolutely joining the battlefield behind their teachers, ready to contribute their meager strength to protect their nation. He even spotted Xiao Lian racing toward them. Noticing the aura irradiating from her, Chu Shanhe was momentarily taken aback, then felt relieved, never expecting this little girl to break through under such circumstances. Truly, she was the best of Shajun Academy. Suddenly his expression stiffened as he saw Chu Feng among the crowd. I didn't expect this kid to have broken through. As though they were far apart, he could still sense his grandson's aura, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. As the last grandmaster arrived at the central square, Chu Shanhe and Li Zhaoxian, carrying an lawn, slowly descended. "Everyone, are you truly ready?" Li Zhaoxian's gaze was complex as he shouted, "Be prepared at all times. Be prepared at all times. Be prepared at all times." In an instant the shouts resounded through the skies as everyone cried out in unison. "I won't waste words. This journey to the extreme north is fraught with peril, a matter of life and death. But for the survival of our nation, we have no choice but to stand firm. I have only one request of you: obey orders and minimize casualties. Can you do that?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." The crowd shouted again. "Now go back and have a good chat with your families. Say your goodbyes." Li Zhaoxian's expression turned serious. "In 2 hours, gather outside the city gate with your equipment. Dismiss." As his words fell, everyone rushed home, hoping to make the most of these last 2 hours to reunite with their families. This departure might be forever. Chu Feng also turned to head home, when suddenly a figure appeared before him. Startled by Chu Shan's sudden appearance, Chu Feng quickly straightened up and saluted him. "Reporting to the Vice City Lord, I too wish to participate in this war." Chu Shanhe frowned slightly, then relaxed his expression, speaking sternly. "Have you thought this through?" "I have," Chu Feng replied firmly. "Good, since you have made your choice, I won't say much more. However, as your grandfather, I must remind you. This war is of great significance, and I might even perish on the battlefield. Once the great battle erupts, chaos will ensue. You must be cautious, follow commands, and do not stray. If the group is scattered, find your comrades quickly and form a small team to minimize casualties. Remember, never attempt to fight alone. Individual heroism is the greatest taboo on the battlefield. I understand, grandfather. Chu Feng listened earnestly, etching every word and phrase from Chu Shanhe into his heart. That's good. Chu Shanhe nodded slightly, then grasped Chu Feng's shoulder. Let's go, we'll return home together. As his words fell, he suddenly vanished, leaving those around in shock. Meanwhile, Qin Shuo found Xiaoli, and seeing that she had already broken through to Grandmaster, his heart filled with joy, yet at the same time it ached. Once one breaks through to Grandmaster, it means they must join the battlefield. War is no trivial matter. As the foremost genius and contributor of Shajun Academy, Qin Shuo held high hopes for Lian. Given time, she would surely grow into a formidable figure. However, once she joined the war, everything became uncertain. Life and death would be left to fate. Who knew if she would survive? Nevertheless, even so, he would do his best to ensure her safety and minimize her risk. At Shajun Academy, Qin Shuo led all the mentors and Lian to the entrance of the Cangjin Pavilion. He then formed a hand seal, causing a long sword to fly out and lodge itself into the sword hole in the gate. As the gate opened, beams of light streamed forth, the glow of spiritual artifacts illuminating the surroundings. At this point, there's no need to hold back. Survival is the most crucial thing. You all go pick some life-saving spiritual artifacts. Qin Shuo looked at the dozens of mentors who had given their all for the academy and spoke slowly. The teachers were not polite. At this moment, all words were superfluous. Lian, come with me. Despite Lian's confusion, Qin Shuo led her to the topmost level of the Cangjin Pavilion. In the center of this level hovered an ancient long sword. Director, this. Lian's eyes widened in shock as she felt a terrifying aura emanating from the sword. This is the sword used by the founder of our academy, a divine-grade weapon of immense power. Qin Shuo's expression suddenly turned serious. As our academy's most gifted disciple, and since you are on the sword path, I will entrust this sword to you today. I hope you will survive on the battlefield. Director, you. I. In that moment, Lian's eyes turned red as she looked at Qin Shuo's white hair, her lips moving, but the words she wanted to say were ultimately left unspoken. Draw the sword, child. Qin Shuo spoke slowly. Clang. As Yu Yan's hand touched the ancient sword's hilt, the entire sword suddenly trembled violently, emitting strands of metallic spiritual energy that sent her flying. Beside her, Qin Shuo's eyes flickered with concern. The ancient sword was sentient, and he did not know if Yu Yan would be able to grasp it. The reason for this was entirely because he wanted to give Yu Yan the best possible thing in this final moment. What if she... I don't believe it. I can't subdue a mere sword. Yu Yan steadied herself and stepped forward again. This time her aura erupted completely, a fierce energy sweeping across the top level of the sword repository. She took a step forward, approaching the ancient sword, and reached out to grasp the hilt. Clang. The metallic spiritual energy surged once more, and the sword began to tremble wildly, trying to shake Yu Yan off. But this time Yu Yan was well prepared. In that instant, she lunged forward with lightning speed, firmly grasping the hilt, and then exerted all her strength to pull upward. The ancient sword trembled violently, causing the entire scripture pavilion to shake. The teachers below, selecting spiritual artifacts, changed their expressions. Qin Shuo also clenched his hands tightly, his face tense. Go for it, child. Rise for me. Yu Yan's hand gripped the hilt tightly, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on her, yet she showed no fear. Her blood boiled and her spiritual energy erupted completely. You should not be here. Instead, you should follow me to the battlefield to slay fierce beasts and protect our human race. With Yu Yan's furious shout, the unparalleled sword intent imparted by Chu Shanhe began to spread. Although she had only grasped a fragment of it at that moment, the ancient sword seemed to sense something. A bright light suddenly erupted, causing Qin Shuo to close his eyes. When he opened them again, the light had faded, and Yu Yan now held an ancient longsword in her hand. I succeeded. Yu Yan waved her arm, her small face full of joy. Great. With this Qin Shuang sword, your survival rate on the battlefield will greatly increase. Is this sword called Qin Shuang? Yu Yan looked at the longsword in her hand, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. I like this name. Alright, now that you've drawn the sword, you should hurry back and reunite with your family, cherishing this last moment. We have an hour and 20 minutes before we gather to depart. I should also go back and say goodbye to my family. Exiting the academy, Yu Yan headed straight home, witnessing countless farewell scenes along the way. Almost all the soldiers were enjoying this final warm moment with their families. As she rushed home, she quickly arrived at her neighborhood. Seeing the figure at the door, her eyes turned red. Mom. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the entire Huaqing was filled with a deep sense of sorrow. In this farewell, it was uncertain whether they would meet again. Many emotionally fragile people wept, feeling a strong sense of reluctance along with their parting words. Chu Shan's home was no exception. He and Chu Feng returned home, whereby Shuang and Chu Yu immediately rushed over, embracing each other warmly. Grandpa Yu and brother must return safely. The little girl had tears in her eyes, clinging tightly to Chu Shan's neck, crying nonstop. Grandma and I will wait for your return. Don't cry, little girl. Chu Shanhe patted his granddaughter's back, comforting her. Sister, that's enough. Leave some time for Grandpa and Grandma. Chu Feng, being a sensible child, understood that this was a moment when Grandma and Grandpa had a lot to say, so he took Chu Yu back to their room. Chu Shanhe gazed at Bai Shuang, his voice filled with tenderness. This time away might be long, or I might return quickly. At this moment I want to say I'm sorry. I cannot take you with me this time. Looking at Chu Shanhe, Bai Shuang finally shed tears. She said nothing, only nodded gently, and then hugged his waist, burying her head quietly in his chest, enjoying this last moment of tranquility. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the large bell rang again, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, knowing it was. The sound of farewells continued. All the soldiers, filled with reluctance, turned and ran toward the gathering point. In that moment, tears finally streamed down. Mom, it's time. I have to go now. Yu Yin looked at her mother's graying hair at the temples, finally unable to hold back her nose tinged with sadness as she cried, "Please take care of yourself at home. Child, I have no other requests. Just 3 words: stay alive." Liang Meiju nodded and then slowly spoke. Yu Yin gave her mother a big hug and then turned to run outside. "Mom, wait for my return. Daughter, be careful." Watching Yu Yan's retreating figure, Liang Meijun's tears finally could not be held back. Meanwhile, at Chu Shan's home, Chu Yu and Bai Shuang were seeing off Chu Feng and Chu Shanhe. "Brother, Grandpa, you must be careful." The little girl had red eyes, wiping her tears. "When you get there, please take care of Grandma." "I will." Chu Feng nodded, feeling a heavy heart at the moment of parting. "All right, it's time for us to leave." Chu Shanhe looked at his beloved wife and granddaughter, then turned his gaze to Chu Feng. With a flick of his wrist, a golden long spear appeared in his hand. "This spear is a gift I prepared for you. It was originally meant to celebrate your breakthrough to master, but I didn't expect you to break through under these circumstances. It's still quite good. In the battlefield, one cannot fight without a suitable weapon. This spear was specially crafted for you, and its quality is not low. With it, your survival rate on the battlefield will also increase a bit." "Thank you, Grandpa." Chu Feng accepted the golden spear, a look of joy flashing across his face. "We will." Under the reluctant gazes of Chu Yu and Bai Shuang, Chu Shanhe and Chu Feng transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the city gate. At this moment, outside the city, a crowd had already gathered, a sea of black, as a steady stream of people flowed toward this side. The 3 major army corps had also gathered, standing at the forefront of the crowd, with leaders beginning to direct the crowd, organizing everyone into neat rows to avoid chaos. Soon several powerful auras approached from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Fierce generals like Blood Moon, along with Li Zhaoxin and Lan, and the messenger, followed by the strongest warrior Chu Shanhe. Just now at the city lord's mansion, he had separated from Chu Feng, as it was Chu Feng who suggested it. He did not want to be viewed differently by other soldiers because of Chu Shanhe. In this regard, Chu Shanhe was quite pleased and felt gratified by his grandson's great awareness. Several people landed on the city walls, seeing the army of 300,000 below, their expressions very serious. Without any unnecessary words, with a wave of Chu Shan's arm, he commanded, "All troops advance."